Shilin's Second Vocational College, Awakening Square. Class 1, Lin Mu, Special Profession, Necromancer, No Talent. The light of the awakening magic circle dissipated. Director Liu, who was in charge of the awakening ceremony, glanced at the professional imprint suspended in front of Lin Mu. Frowning slightly, he shook his head in disappointment. Next, the joys and sorrows of human beings are not the same, but the tacit understanding of watching fun is the same. The surrounding classmates whispered and cast all kinds of eyes. I was more relieved and glad that I had not awakened to this useless profession. In the stands in the distance, the head teacher Feng Yumei's face was full of regret. Lower your voice and communicate with the teacher next to you. Lin Mu, this child, it's a pity. How hard do you usually study? Go back to the first place in the grade. Yes, who would have thought he would awaken a necromancer? This year, there is no awakening talent in the second vocational college, and the first college has purple talents, which is really not as good as the first one. Lin Mu froze in place, clenching his fists, and his palms ached with his fingernails. It's been 3 days. He has been in this world called Blue Star for 3 days. The soul resides in the body of a boy of the same name. When the child was in elementary school, he was told by community staff that his parents died in a copy. Even the corpse capital couldn't bring it back, leaving him only a piece of property and a small amount of savings. Fortunately, his academic performance is extremely good, and he is liked by teachers and most classmates at school. Everyone is optimistic that he will awaken a powerful combat profession, and from then on, the carp leaps over the dragon gate. But reality is like a heavy hammer, smashing all expectations to pieces. Necromancer. Since the cataclysm, Blue Star has been recognized as the weakest special profession in the early stage. The initial summon is weak and unbearable, and the main body is as fragile as tissue paper. Playing at the same level is a mobile experience pack. This is more suffocating than directly awakening and failing to become an ordinary person. The despair after hope is huge and unbearable. I thought that a top student could awaken to some great career. It turns out to be the most useless special profession, a necromancer. A fat hand suddenly put his hand on Lin Mu's shoulder, his mouth came to his ear, and shouted loudly. The fishy breath is as spicy as a dry toilet. Lin Mu, who was awakened, turned his head to look. It was Wang Hao who spoke in the same class. He had just awakened to Wu Flame Warrior, which was a relatively powerful combat profession. At this moment, Wang Hao held his head high, his nostrils almost raised to the sky, and a sneer on his face. He was also accompanied by several classmates who had also awakened to the combat profession. That is, I heard that the skeletons summoned by the necromancer can be blown away with a gust of wind, so it's better for ordinary people to take a wooden stick. The initial investment is huge, the return is extremely low, and by the time he trains the level, we will have already turned second. These classmates also followed Wang Hao to ridicule Lin Mu. Lin Mu, don't be discouraged, although it is a garbage profession, it is also a professional anyway. In the future, picking up garbage in the wilderness will be more efficient than ordinary people. Right, Ling University, Shui, Ba? A burst of laughter erupted around. Director Liu frowned, but did not stop. In his opinion, although what Wang Hao said is ugly, it is also an indisputable fact. Necromancer, the initial stage is really unbearable. Unless a powerful force uses a large amount of manpower and material resources to pile up to the later stage, the combat power will be considerable. But he knew Lin Mu's situation. The owner who receives bursaries every year, how can he have that strength? Director Liu cleared his throat and looked at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, the randomness of the profession is like this, don't be discouraged. Moreover, the necromancer is also very strong in the later stage, and there may not be no way out even if he works hard in the future. Let's go to the side to familiarize yourself with your class panel and initial skills. These words sound comforting, but the sense of alienation from official affairs is more hurtful than Wang Hao's ridicule. A hot current rushed up to the top of his head and was pressed down by Lin Mushang. In this world where strength is respected, the defense of the weak will only attract more ridicule. Pushing away Wang Hao's fat hand, he silently walked aside, following the method he had learned before. Concentrate and open your career panel. Name, Lin Mu. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV.0, EXP, 0/100. HP, 30/30ths. Mana, 60/60. Strength, 2. Dexterity, 4. Intelligence, 6. Physique, 3. Skill. Resuscitation Skeleton, Level 1 consumes 10 mana, summons 1 fragile skeleton to fight for you, maximum number, 1. The attributes are decent, and the distribution is biased towards intelligence, which is in line with the characteristics of the legal profession. But this, fragile skeleton, let his brows lock again. His eyes moved down, and Lin Mu's breathing stagnated. This is talent, described the Tamperer. Black. Black? Lin Mu's heart jumped suddenly. When I woke up just now, there was obviously no talent-activated light. As we all know, when everyone in Blue Star awakens their profession, there is a very small chance that they will activate their talents. Talent levels, from low to high, are gray, white, blue, purple, gold, and color, which only exist in legends. But this black talent? Unheard. Definitely not a known talent rating system. Lin Mu suppressed the excitement in his heart. Focus your awareness on the name of the gift. More detailed information emerged. Describe the tamperer. Function. Description details. You can see more detailed descriptions than other professionals. Description modification. You can modify the one word in the description. Limit. Frequency. The description of each goal can only be modified once per day. Level. Cannot modify the description of a target whose level exceeds level 5 or higher. Logical. The modification must keep the description smooth and basic logic to a certain extent. Special. Cannot directly modify basic descriptions such as physical attributes, occupations, talents, and world rules. Lin Mu was stunned for a moment and then exclaimed, "I'm super." There is a hang. Modify the one word in the description? One of the core rules of Blue Star is that everything related to professionals is described. This talent is simply against the sky. It acts directly on the underlying rules of the world. Online novels do not deceive me, and there must be golden fingers when traveling. Mother Earth will bless every child who is wandering around. Hey, Lin Daba, have you seen enough? Are you very desperate for your little skeleton? Wang Hao's group of people gathered around again, still arrogant. He seems to enjoy the pleasure of stepping on his former top students. It's a probationary trial in the afternoon. Why don't Lin Shuaba give up? The province is the same as your parents. You can't come back if you go in. Ha ha ha. Lin Mu originally didn't care about this group of little dolls, but I don't know if it is the reason why the soul pierced the body, and the original owner's obsession with the death of his parents has lingered in the depths of Lin Mu's memory. Even Lin Mu himself also had a special affection for these two parents he had never met. Wang Hao's last words happened to touch the bottom line between him and him. Wang Hao, there is already a way to die. Lin Mu suddenly turned around, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a playful arc. Oh, Wang Hao, a flame warrior, right? I remember you. Wang Hao saw that Lin Mu dared to talk back, and his face darkened. Dared to be hard-mouthed. He took a step forward, and the fire flashed in his fist, and he was about to take action. This is the academy. Are you sure you want to do it? Lin Mu stretched out his hand and stopped him, his smile more natural. How about this? The Goblin Forest copy in the afternoon. When the time comes, we can have a fight. See if your fire fist is strong, or is my skeleton stronger? Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he was worried that he would not have the opportunity to teach Lin Mu a lesson accidentally. Okay, I can't ask for it. When the time comes, I will let you know what despair is. I'm looking forward to it. Wait until Wang Hao leaves. Lin Mu calmed down again, silently reciting his talent, and completely focused on the resuscitation skeleton in his skill bar. Resuscitation skeleton, level 1 consumes 10 mana, summons a skeleton made of inferior bones from nothingness to fight for you by channeling the faint breath of death, slow to move, loosely structured, and easily damaged. Maximum quantity, 1. Sure enough, it's more detailed than the description on the panel just now. Put the bones, changed to metal, or flame. Put the skeleton, changed to demon, dragon. Thoughts flew around, countless possibilities flashed through my mind, and I was restricted and excluded. Modify a word. If you change inferior bones to high-quality bones, the combat power should increase a lot, but it is not the best. First ensure safety, and then improve combat effectiveness. The most intuitive manifestation of a sense of security is the number of people. Set quantity limit, 1, modified to upper limit, 100 million. No reaction? Can't numbers change words? Can only numbers to numbers, words to words, symbols to symbols? Then change upper limit, 1 to upper limit, 9. This time it really came into effect. The ability description of resuscitation skeleton is blurred for a while and then changes. He can't wait to see the revised panel description. Resuscitation skeleton, level 1 consumes 10 mana, summons 1 fragile skeleton to fight for you, maximum number, 9. Lin Mu felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. 1 turned into 9. It's done. You know, the number of summoning skill improvements is the most troublesome. Maybe the skill has been upgraded to full level, and he doesn't summon as much as he does now. And all this is just a modification of one word. The surrounding discussions continued, but it has changed from a simple mockery to an expectation of a good show in the afternoon. Wang Li, life occupation, essential oil technician, no talent. Director Lu didn't care about Wang Li, who was both ashamed and sad. He also ignored other students who ran over to ask for contact information. He was in charge of the awakening ceremony in the past few years. What kind of profession has he not seen? You can't comfort them all. After all, this is a world where strength is paramount, and garbage will always be eliminated. I was willing to persuade Lin Mu a few words before, but also for the sake of his good study. Besides, essential oil technician is not necessarily a garbage profession. This Wang Li's appearance is okay, and her career is used properly, and it is also very profitable. Okay, the awakening ceremony is over, and the students who have awakened the combat profession will go to the logistics office to pick up the novice weapons of their profession later. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we will participate in the internship trial here. Director Lu glanced at Lin Mu in the audience intentionally or unintentionally. Students who have failed to awaken their life and career, and have poor professional combat ability ability, you can leave in a while. But remember, there is no distinction between high and low occupations. Any profession, including ordinary people, can shine in their own positions. Contribute your own strength to your family, China, and Blue Star. Director Liu's impassioned encouragement did make the blood of many students who had never experienced the world boil. Because of the failure of the awakening, the already gloomy look was actually a bit of fighting spirit at this moment. Those students who have awakened to the combat profession are even more like chicken blood. I wish I could rush out of the academy immediately and fight the monster for 300 rounds. Lin Mu stood in the crowd with a calm expression. For 2 lifetimes, what kind of workplace pie has he never gnawed? These words, just listen to them. The excited reaction of the classmates around him gave him an illusion. It seems to have returned to the swearing-in meeting before the college entrance examination in the previous life. After the awakening ceremony was completely over, Lin Mu went straight to the logistics office of the academy. Necromancer, Lin Mu. The teacher responsible for distributing novice equipment did not raise his head. He casually picked up an inconspicuous wooden staff from a pile of standard weapons and threw it over. Yes, your staff. Lin Mu took the staff and held it coldly. Deadwood staff, LV.0, white. Attack power, 1 to 3. Special effect, reduces mana cost by 10% when casting skills. It is better than nothing. Lin Mu remained calm, walked to an uninhabited corner, and his mind moved. Talent, describe tamperers. Deadwood staff, a staff made of dry willow wood, is basically no traces of processing. Special effect, reduces mana cost by 10% when casting skills. His gaze was focused on the last line of the staff description. Reduces mana cost by 10% when casting skills. Change 10% to 90%. The description of the staff blurred slightly and then returned to clarity. Deadwood staff, LV.0, white. Attack power, 1 to 3. Special effect, reduces mana cost by 90% when casting skills. Lin Mu raised the corners of his mouth and couldn't help but be happy. It's done. Reduced mana cost by 90%. This fire stick, which novice villages dislike, instantly turned into the best consumption reduction equipment. With it, resuscitation skeleton only consumes 1 mana per use. He can now keep the skeleton formation full at any time, so he doesn't have to worry about Lan Liang's succession. This golden finger is really domineering. Better than the standalone game modifier of the previous life. The Wind Spirit and Moon Shadow are more powerful. After a simple lunch, 1:30 in the afternoon, Lin Mu came to the awakening square in advance. There were already some people standing in the square, most of them in groups of 3 or 5, discussing the upcoming trial. Lin Mu. A soft voice came from behind him. Lin Mu turned around and saw a girl in a white dress. With long shoulder-length hair, a beautiful face, and a little concern in his eyes, he naturally walked towards him. This girl's name is Su Xiaoxiao, one of the few people in the class who did not taunt him after the awakening ceremony. She awakened to the priest profession, a pure auxiliary, and it was relatively popular. Su Xiaoxiao, is there anything wrong? Lin Mu was a little confused. Su Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and whispered, Lin Mu, Wang Hao. His flame warrior is very restrained by undead creatures. You have to be careful in the afternoon trial. She paused, as if she had mustered up her courage. How about we form a team? Although I am a priest, I can at least help you heal. Lin Mu looked at her with some surprise. Su Xiaoxiao's family background is good, and she looks good. In the past, she was also a sought-after existence in the class, and the original owner was taken care of by her when she was in school. This girl can be regarded as a rare gentleness in the depths of the original owner's memory. If it is the original owner, I am afraid that he will already be excited at this moment. But Lin Mu only thought about it slightly. With his current fragile health, a priest teammate can indeed provide a lot of help. Okay, he nodded. At this moment, Wang Hao took a few followers and came over again. When he saw Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao standing together, a wave of jealousy suddenly ignited in his eyes. Su Xiaoxiao is a school flower, and she used to ignore herself. Now you still take the initiative to talk to Lin Mu, a waste? Yo, Lin Mu, do you really dare to come? Wang Hao spoke strangely, his eyes sweeping back and forth on the two of them with jealousy. Don't think that having a beautiful woman who cares about you can change the fact that you are a waste. He deliberately emphasized the word waste. I'll enter the copy later and see how I can smash your broken bones one by one. Su Xiaoxiao's pretty face turned white, and she was usually quiet, but at this moment she couldn't help but speak angrily. Wang Hao, everyone is classmates. Why are you so aggressive? Her voice trembled slightly with anger. At this time, more and more students participating in the trial also came to the square. Wang Hao ignored Su Xiaoxiao's questioning, but glanced at the surrounding classmates with a fierce smile. Listen up, all students, he shouted loudly. Lin Mu, the most useless necromancer. Today, if anyone dares to team up with this garbage, they won't be able to get along with me, Wang Hao. As soon as he said this, some people who were originally sympathetic to Lin Mu subconsciously took a few steps back and distanced themselves from them. Although Wang Hao's awakened flame warrior is not the top, but he is definitely a strong thug. No one wants to be an irrelevant waste. Offend a combat professional with with good potential. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the eyes of the students around her who couldn't avoid it, and her eyes were red with grievances. Tears rolled in his eyes. Lin Mu patted her on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I don't need other teammates. Of course, you can also switch teams again." His voice was not loud, but he was unusually calm. Su Xiaoxiao raised his head and saw Lin Mu's calm and confident eyes. "I don't know why. The grievances and uneasiness in my heart have dissipated a lot." She shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm willing to team up with you." "Quiet." Director Lu's figure appeared on the high platform of the square, his voice majestic. The noisy square instantly fell silent. "Students, this trainee trial copy is Goblin Forest. The dungeon allows up to 5 people to form a team, and you have 3 hours to complete the dungeon task. Note, if you fail to complete the task within the specified time, you will not be able to upgrade normally. More importantly, the dungeon is not absolutely safe, and once you encounter irresistible danger, you may even lose your life. If the mission fails, it will be forcibly teleported back in 3 hours, but you can only wait for the next trainee copy to open." These words were like a basin of cold water, made all the students in the square nervous. One by one, their faces changed suddenly, and they gasped. The sound of hissing is endless, contributing a lot to the warming of the blue star. All functions cannot be enabled or upgraded, and even death. This is no joke. Seeing that the deterrent effect had been achieved, Director Lu nodded. "Now, open the entrance to the trial dungeon." With his order, the awakening magic circle in the center of the square lit up again. A twisted light door slowly took shape, exuding a dark aura. All the students who participated in the trial enter in turn. Under the guidance of the teacher, the students walked into the light gate one after another with apprehension. After Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao successfully teamed up, they also followed the crowd in. A burst of heaven and earth turned backwards. Lin Mu found that the two of them appeared on the edge of a dimly lit forest. The surrounding classmates are gone, apparently randomly transported to different areas of the copy. A cold dungeon prompt sounded in the minds of all the students who entered the dungeon, followed by Dungeon Mission Release. 1. Kill more than 10 monsters of any dungeon. The trial is successful, and you can choose to teleport out the dungeon in advance. 2. The more kills you have within 3 hours, the higher your rating. 3. His special mission, kill the dungeon boss, Goblin Shaman, extremely dangerous. Inside the dungeon, towering ancient trees block the skylight. The forest is filled with the damp smell of rotten leaves and earth. Only a few rays of sunlight cast mottled light and shadow on the ground. There were a few high-pitched screams characteristic of goblins. It was particularly harsh in the silent forest. Distance. Su Xiaoxiao grabbed the novice priest's staff. Her knuckles turned white, and her white cheeks were full of nervousness. The eyes looked around cautiously. Lin Mu, here. It's so dark. Lin Mu turned a deaf ear to Su Xiaoxiao's words. His eyes swept around vigilantly, silently mobilizing his mana. Resuscitation skeleton. Resuscitation skeleton. Resuscitation skeleton. Cast 9 times in a row, consuming only 9 mana. Deadwood staff reduces mana consumption by 90%, which is so terrifying. The ground trembled slightly, and the dirt surged. 9 skeletons with crooked bones struggled to crawl out of the ground. The joints rubbed against each other, making a piercing click sound. In the empty eyes, 2 points of blue soul fire beat gently. They held a bone knife with a broken edge in their hands and stood staggering in a pile. "Ya!" Su Xiaoxiao's small mouth opened slightly. The clear eyes are full of incredulity. "Lin Mu, you. How can you have so many skeletons? I remember, isn't a novice necromancer only able to summon one?" She even began to doubt. Did he misjudge Lin Mu's occupation during the awakening ceremony? Lin Mu just glanced at her lightly and did not explain. His attention was already focused on the summoned skeleton. Fragile skeleton. HP 30/30ths. Attack 2 to 3. Defense 4. Sure enough, the low attributes are outrageous. It's simply a moving experience baby, which breaks when touched. This is to be replaced by an ordinary necromancer, and the beginning is despair. Lin Mu once again activated his talent, and a more detailed description appeared in front of him. Skeletons made of inferior bones are slow, loosely structured, and easily damaged. Lin Mu's heart moved. Description of the resuscitation skeleton, skill itself. It has been modified today and cannot be moved again. However, these summoned skeletons are new targets. He immediately locked his eyes on the first skeleton, his thoughts focused. Modify skeleton made of inferior bones to skeleton made of high-quality bones. As soon as the words fell, the skeleton body in front of him suddenly shook. Click. Originally a bones covered with small cracks and dull colors. In an instant, it becomes smooth and tough, with a faint warm luster. The joints click and become unusually tight. The soul fire in the empty eyes also became vigorous. Even the bone knife in his hand that broke the blade became complete and sharp at this moment. Properties panel. The description of this skeleton has also changed dramatically. Sturdy skeleton. HP 80/80ths. Attack 10 to 15. Defense 20. Detailed description. A skeleton made of high-quality bones that moves slowly, has a tight structure, and is not easily damaged. Health nearly tripled. Attack power increased by 5 times. Defense defense increased by 5 times. This attribute has skyrocketed across the board. Lin Muxiang suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and concocted it in the same way. Soon, the remaining 8 fragile skeletons also completed their transformation one by one under Su Xiaoxiao's shocked gaze. 9 brand new strong skeletons were neatly arranged in front of Lin Mu. The bones are hard, the soul fire is strong, and it exudes a faint sense of oppression. Su Xiaoxiao stood aside, stunned. The little hand subconsciously covered his mouth. She felt that her worldview had been hit more violently than ever at this moment. Lin Mu's necromancer and that most useless special profession in her cognition are completely two concepts. Be vigilant and move forward, Lin Mu ordered. The 9 skeletons immediately fanned forward. Protect him and Su Xiaoxiao in the middle. I didn't go far, and there was a swaying in the bushes. Wow! Rocka Loach. 3 dark green-skinned goblins with simple wooden sticks jumped out of it and rushed towards the two of them with strange screams. Goblin Scout, LV.1, normal monster, 70 HP. Characteristics: bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Level 1 monsters are definitely a real threat to level 0 newcomers. The college recommends that everyone form a team because the average quasi-professional is too weak. Such a monster, Lin Mu encountered 3 as soon as he came in. If you change to another team, if you don't have a strong combat class, I'm afraid that if you look at each other, you will have to collectively hate the Northwest. Lin Mu's expression did not change, and his mind moved slightly. The 3 skeletons at the front immediately greeted them. But goblin scouts are faster. The wooden stick hit the skeleton with the sound of the wind. Bell. Clang. Clang. A crisp impact sounded. The wooden stick only left a few shallow white marks on the hard bones of the skeleton. -1 HP. -1 HP. -1 HP. The goblin's attack can't even break through the skeleton's defense. It can only cause a forced 1-point blood deduction. The skeletons who came first and last fought back fiercely. The bone knife in his hand slashed through, easily breaking through the goblin's rough skin and bringing up a small piece of blood. -7 HP. -10 HP. -9 HP. Seeing this, Lin Mu curled up the corners of his mouth with a satisfied arc. 3 goblin scouts. In front of the 3 strong skeletons, there was almost no power to fight back. After only a few rounds of attack exchanges, they fell to the spot screaming unwillingly. Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao's experience bars rose by 15 points each. Luckily, I also burst a pair of ripped pants. Broken goblin pants, LV.1, white. Defense, 2. The attributes are extremely simple, but they are now level 0 and cannot equip any items with level requirements. You can only accumulate experience first. After completing the trial dungeon task, you can only upgrade at that time. Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were dazzling, and she couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. So strong. Lin Mu, your skeleton. Their defense is higher than that of the novice. Shield guard. Attack. It's too fierce. Her inherent impression of the necromancer completely collapsed at this moment. Next, under the protection of the skeleton team, the two continue to explore the depths of the forest. Along the way, he encountered several waves of goblins one after another. Without exception, they were all easily solved by the skeletons. It's just that the explosion rate is too low. Except for experience, no equipment has exploded. Su Xiaoxiao would occasionally brush a weak healing on the skeleton soldiers who were under fire. It can be regarded as trying to brush up on a sense of presence. -10 HP. Another goblin fell, and the cold copy prompt sounded in the minds of the two at the same time. Complete the dungeon mission, kill 10 monsters of any dungeon, rating B. You can leave the dungeon at any time. Remaining time of the dungeon, 2 hours, 23 minutes, 47 seconds. From entering the dungeon to now, less than 40 minutes have passed. They have completed the basic task. This speed, in the history of the second vocational college, is definitely ranked first. The B-level score is second only to the seniors who have awakened to super special professions in the past. One of them also activated an extremely rare purple talent at the same time. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Mu in surprise. Lin Mu, we have completed our task. Do you want to get out now? Lin Mu shook his head, his eyes deep. Don't worry, my goal is not just to complete the task. Let's set a small goal first. No, medium goal, S-level score. Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao walked side by side, and the 9 skeletons opened the way for the two of them. Not far away, there were bursts of cursing and fighting sounds in the trees. Damn, why isn't this ghost thing dead yet? Brother Hao, be careful of its wooden stick. Give it all to me. Don't let it run. Lin Mu's eyes froze, and he raised his hand to signal Su Xiaoxiao to stop. He frowned slightly and looked forward. A clearing ahead. Wang Hao and 4 followers were fighting with a goblin scout. There was also a goblin corpse lying on the ground, and the blood was not dry. Wang Hao was panting, sweat soaked his school uniform, and there was a slender wound on his face. The 4 people under him were all injured. One of them was bleeding profusely in his right arm and had a painful expression. Wang Hao activated the novice skill, Fire Fist, from time to time. The fire flashed in the forest. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Finally, under another fire fist, the goblin scout let out a high-pitched scream and fell to the ground. Phew! Call. Finally. Dead. Wang Hao put his hands on his knees and gasped. A sharp-eyed younger brother beside him pointed in the direction of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Brother Hao, look over there. Wang Hao wiped the sweat beads from his face and looked up. At this moment, Lin Mu was quick and quickly adjusted his position. Let the 9 skeletons line up closely behind him and Su Xiaoxiao, just like performing the position of the 1,000-handed guanyin. With the shadow of the trees and the perspective of the tree blocked, Wang Hao and the others only saw the 2 of them. The skeleton team behind him was not found. Wang Hao's tired look was instantly replaced by sarcasm. Pulled out a signature smile and came over. Yo, Lin Daba and Su Daxiawa are still alive. Life is quite big. Wang Hao straightened his back. His expression was exaggerated, deliberately hiding his tiredness. We've killed 3 goblins, you 2. You didn't even encounter a monster, did you? He looked the 2 up and down. I saw that they were neatly dressed and untouched. He was even more sure of his guess. The 4 followers immediately understood and echoed one after another. That's it. Lin Daba wouldn't be embarrassed to summon your garbage skeleton in front of the school flower, right? A tall and thin boy with glasses pointed at Lin Mu in an exaggerated tone. Su Xiaoxiao, don't follow this trash, let's join our team together? Although you can't form a team anymore, at least brother Hao can protect you. The other fat man said with a smile, but his eyes scanned Su Xiaoxiao with ill intentions. The expected shame and anger did not appear. Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao stood in place, their faces calm. Su even leisurely looked up at the light spots shining through the forest. There was a faint pity on his face. This complete disregard made Wang Hao's chest burn with anger. I feel like I've been insulted. The hard-won sense of superiority was abruptly blocked. Fuck! Wang Hao took a step forward and stared at Lin Mu viciously. Lin Mu, if you have a feeling, summon your garbage skeleton and let me point you out. What is a real combat profession? Lin Mu finally withdrew his ignoring gaze. Looking at Wang Hao, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. As you wish. Behind him, a strong skeleton walked out slowly with a calm step. Blocked in front of him and Su Xiaoxiao. The dark blue soul fire beat in the empty eyes. Click. It adds a bit of eerie atmosphere to the dim forest. Just let my garbage skeleton try to see if your fist is hard. Lin Mu put his hands behind his back and deliberately said the words garbage skeleton very heavily. Seeing this, Wang Hao was stunned for a moment and then sneered, pretending to be a ghost. Broken bones and shelf also want to bluff? Zhang Xian, the man with glasses behind Wang Hao, changed his eyes slightly. He awakened to the hunter profession and his perception was slightly higher than others, as if he had seen something. He pulled the corner of Wang Hao's clothes and said in a low voice, Brother Hao, this skeleton, something seems wrong. Look at its bones. Get out. Wang Hao shook off Zhang Xian's hand and sneered. What's wrong? Isn't it just a few bone racks? He moved his fist and wore the coarse cloth gloves issued by the school on his hand. He punched the skeleton hard. Bell. There was a muffled sound, like a wooden hammer smashing on a stone. The skull did not move at all, and a bright red -1 floated from the top of the skull. Wang Hao only felt a sharp pain in his fist, and his knuckles seemed to hit the steel. He snorted, and a hint of astonishment flashed across his face. Impossible. Wang Hao roared, his lips twisting with anger. The necromancer's skeleton is the most vulnerable. He took a deep breath in disbelief and activated the professional skill, Fire Fist. Crimson flames ignited on his fist, and he slammed into the skeleton again. Break it for me. The fire burst with a muffled boom. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the skeleton was still standing in place as steadily as Mount Tai. -1. Wang Hao's face instantly turned pale. His profession, Flame Warrior, should have a bonus restraint against undead creatures. Now it has no effect. This is impossible. Wang Hao stood there stunned, trembling in his voice. What did you do? An ominous premonition arose in his heart. The defense of this skeleton is ridiculously high. He yelled at the 4 little brothers behind him fiercely. What are you doing in a daze? Let's go together. Tear down this broken bone rack for me. Although the 4 of them were also a little shocked. After all, Wang Hao didn't exaggerate to fight goblins. But they could only bite the bullet and wield their respective novice weapons, daggers, and wooden sticks. Rushed up and frantically output at the skeleton. Bite. While. The sound of weapons colliding with bones was endless. The skeleton constantly appears -1, and -1 forced blood deduction damage. The 5 little brothers were exhausted and sweaty. The arm was sore and there was even a gap in the weapon. But the skeleton didn't even show a trace of cracks. How is this possible? Wang Hao's face was like ashes, and the 4th little brother was sweating profusely on his forehead. The eyes were filled with incredible incredible fear. What kind of monster is this? Lin Mu looked at their futile attack and sneered. Since you like group fights so much, then I'm welcome. There was a click behind him. More blue soul fires lit up in the shadows of the trees. In the terrified gaze of Wang Hao's 5 people, 8 identical skeletons walked out with neat and uniform steps. The words did not fall. The soul fire was connected in the dim forest, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. They slowly surrounded Wang Hao's 5 people, forming a perfect human bone cage. 9. Wang Hao's eyes almost burst out of his eyes, and his voice changed tone. This is impossible. Novice necromancer, isn't there only one summoning limit? Wang Hao and the 5 of them were completely panicked, and their inner defense line collapsed directly. Brother Hao, help! They want to kill me. The 5 men attack like headless flies, trying to break through the encirclement. But all attacks are like stones. Only in exchange for mocking -1 damage. Wang Hao was the first to react, screaming to escape through the gap between the skeletons. But the 9 skeletons cooperated tacitly and instantly tightened the encirclement. Run! Come on! Trapped them to the point of being unable to drain water. There is no hope of escape. Wang Hao's legs went limp. He knelt down on the ground with a poof, tears streaming down his face. Kowtowed desperately in Lin Mu's direction and begged. Lin Mu, brother Lin, I was wrong. I have eyes that do not recognize Mount Tai. I shouldn't mock you. Please spare us. The other 4 followers also dropped their weapons. Following Wang Hao's example, he knelt on his knees and begged for mercy, crying one after another. Brother Lin, we are blind to dog eyes. Spare my life. We don't dare anymore. My mother is still waiting for me to go back and deliver her baby. Don't kill me. Lin Mu walked slowly to the outside of the encirclement and looked condescendingly at the 5 people kneeling on the ground. Wasn't it very majestic just now? His voice was terribly calm. Don't you like to insult others and enjoy the pleasure of being beaten? Why aren't you arrogant now? Wang Hao's face was pale, and he kowtowed like pounding garlic. Lin, brother Lin, I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong. I will never dare again. Zhang Xian also cried and shouted. Brother Lin, I offended a genius like you because I have no eyes. It's all Wang Hao's crime. Please let me go. You guys really change your faces. Lin Mu smiled coldly. There was no temperature in his eyes. There is never a shortage of hypocrites in this world, only real villains. He turned to Su Xiaoxiao beside him. Classmate Su, it may be a little bloody next. Do you want to avoid it first? Su Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip and shook her head. No, I can bear it. Lin Mu nodded and ordered expressionlessly, clean it up. The bone knives in the hands of the 9 skeletons flashed with a cold light. No, Lin Mu, you can't dash. Spare my life. I was wrong. I was really wrong. You madman. You're going to hell. In the horrified pleas of Wang Hao and others, the cries of despair, and the curses of anger, the 9 skeletons acted tacitly. Screams rang out one after another. Wang Hao's 4 followers couldn't even resist decently. He was stabbed by the skeleton one by one, and he died cleanly. 4 people, only 1 novice white weapon. Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao's experience bars each rose by 10 points. Wang Hao's eyes widened, watching his companions fall into a pool of blood one by one. The expression on his face has been distorted to the point of being inhuman. He shivered and was so frightened that his pants wet his pants. A stench filled the forest. The 9 skeletons reformed a circle and trapped him to death. Lin Mu walked up to Wang Hao, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wang Hao, you're a little angry. We can spar now. He picked up the dagger that had killed the 4 people. Leaning against Wang Hao's lap, his voice was soft. Didn't you say that you want me to know what despair is? Put. The sound of the blade piercing the flesh. Is it desperate enough now? Are you still cheap? Su Xiaoxiao stood aside, her little face a little white because of the bloody scene just now. The eyes that looked at Lin Mu were full of shock and fear. Put. In this dark forest. Put. The soul fire of the 9 skeletons flickered faintly. It illuminated Wang Hao's pale face due to excessive blood loss. After a long time, experience +3, coarse cloth gloves +1. Wang Hao's 5-member group ended up contributing only 2 pieces of white novice equipment. Experience points are just better than nothing. One is thick iron short sword, and the other is rough cloth gloves. For Lin Mu, the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment are really ordinary. He couldn't even think of letting him use his, describe the alterer, talent. He glanced at the depths of the dark forest. Let's continue. Su Xiaoxiao's little face is still a little pale at this moment. She looked at Lin Mu's calm-side face and nodded vigorously. The bloody scene just now undoubtedly made her feel lingering fears, and her stomach was surging. But the terrifying strength shown by Lin Mu's skeletons, but it invisibly gave her an inexplicable sense of courage and security. This kind of contradictory psychology made her more and more curious and in awe of the teenagers around her. The 2 set off again. 9 strong skeletons opened the way ahead. After not going far, the grass in front of him shook violently. A goblin with darker fur than a goblin scout suddenly jumped out of it. In his hand, he held a rusty scimitar. The eyes are also more fierce than the goblin scouts he has encountered before. Goblin warrior, LV.1, 2.3 Elite Monster 200 HP. Characteristics: call friends and introduce companions. Lin Mu's eyes were awe-inspiring. Elite Monster. This is also the first elite level monster they have encountered since entering the dungeon. He immediately commanded the 3 strong skeletons to step forward, quickly entangled the goblin warrior. At the same time, he left 6 skeletons to firmly protect himself and Su Xiaoxiao in the middle. Woo! The goblin warrior let out a strange cry of unknown meaning. The scimitar in his hand slashed at the head of one of the skeletons with a sharp wind-breaking sound. A dull metal clash sounded. -8 HP. A not-so-small damage figure floats from the top of the skull, as expected of an elite monster. Clang! The attack power is significantly higher than that of goblin scouts. Even the skeleton's defense of up to 20 points cannot completely resist its edge. The movement of the attack skeleton is half a beat slower, but he also followed with a backhand bone knife and slashed hard at the waist of the goblin warrior. -5 HP. The damage is not high, but the goblin warrior stumbled under the pain. With this impact, it slammed forward. It actually used a rudimentary charging skill. It slammed into another skeleton that was trying to encircle it. The skeleton was hit so hard that its skeleton shook, and a -14 HP damage floated above its head. The battle situation instantly became intense. See this situation. Instead of panicking, Lin Mu became more calm. He methodically directed the 3 skeletons to take turns to take damage and cooperate tacitly. Su Xiaoxiao also held the staff nervously. From time to time, brush a weak healing on skeletons with slightly lower health. Soon, with the tacit siege of the 3 skeletons and the assistance of Su Xiaoxiao, the goblin warrior was beaten to the ground, and several bone-deep wounds were added to his body. The blood volume is also about to bottom out. Just as the goblin warriors were about to fall, it suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a shrill scream. The sound penetrated the trees and spread far away. Wow! Quack! Characteristics: calling friends and companions has taken effect. Lin Mu frowned slightly. Sure enough, it didn't take long. In different directions of the forest, there was a burst of hurried footsteps and the unique shrill cry of goblins. The rustling sound came from far to near. 3 goblin warriors identical to the previous one. Waving his scimitar, he roared out from different directions. The goal is clear, pointing directly to Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao had never seen this kind of battle before, and was immediately shocked. She subconsciously moved a little closer to Lin Mu's side, and her petite body trembled slightly. Lin Mu's expression remained unchanged. 6 skeletons were separated, faced the 3 new goblin warriors. At the same time, his heart moved, and the talent, Description Tamperer, was quietly activated. Look at one of the new goblin warriors. Goblin warrior, an elite warrior in the goblin tribe, with high offense and defense, very brave, and will call on his companions to help fight when his life is in danger. Sure enough, as he expected, a more detailed description emerged. Lin Mu thought quickly for less than a second before making a decision. Lin Mu thought quickly and made a decision. Change both offense and defense to neither offense nor defense. The charge of the goblin warrior locked by him seemed to be delayed, although its panel properties do not appear to have changed at all. But when the scimitar in its hand slashed again at the hard bones of the skeleton, -1 HP. In a flash, forced blood deduction, and the bone knife of the skeleton counterattack was slashed down. -15 HP. Clang. Full damage. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled up with a curve. Became. Follow suit. The other 2 newly rushed goblin warriors also enjoyed the same special treatment. For elite monsters that were originally quite tricky, after being revised to the description, it directly became a lamb to be slaughtered. The skeletons don't even need to use any complex tactics. Rushing up, with the absolute advantage of quantity and attributes, a few rounds of attacks cut them all to the ground. There is not even a chance to activate the call for friends feature again. The 4 goblin warriors contribute considerable experience points. Lin Mu's experience bar has long been full. It's just that it still can't be upgraded, so it can only continue to accumulate. Just wait for the copy to be upgraded at once. The 2 continue to explore deeper into the forest. The further you go, the darker the light in the forest becomes. The surrounding vegetation has also become denser, and there are even places where skeletons need to be slashed with bone knives to pass. The types of monsters encountered began to diversify, and the level of danger increased. Poisonous spider hangs down from the tree, spitting green venom. Goblin assassin lurks in the shadows, trying to sneak attack. There are also some hard-haired mice, with rough skin and thick flesh, squeaking and charging. In the process of advancing, the skeleton team encountered several ambushes on a large scale. However, with the assistance of Lin Mu's description tampering, every crisis was resolved one by one. Or change the highly poisonous of highly venomous spiders to non-poisonous. Or change the goblin assassin's stealth to run. Experience points are constantly accumulating, but unfortunately, the explosion rate of the equipment is still outrageously low. When they reached a relatively open glade, 3 monsters that were very different from the previous goblins blocked their path. These goblins are much thinner than scouts and warriors, but their arms are unusually thick and full of explosive muscles. They each held several fist-sized stones in their hands. Seeing Lin Mu and the two from a distance, he threw the stones over with a strange scream. Lin Mu noticed. The three goblin pitchers were quite scattered, as if they were deliberately guarding something in the center of the clearing. Talent is activated again. The detailed description clearly states precise stone throwing. Lin Mu's heart suddenly became playful. Modify the stone block to the cotton block. The moment of successful modification. I saw the stones thrown by the three goblin pitchers. In midair, it suddenly turned into a ball of soft white cotton. The soft cotton block hit the hard bones of the skeletons. Even the forced blood deduction could not be triggered, but it was weakly stained on it. Look at it from a distance. It was as if a few white flowers had been put on those skeletons. The scene became extremely funny for a while. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the battlefield where cotton was flying all over the sky. The blood and tension caused by the death of Wang Hao and others dissipated a lot at this moment. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. The crisp and pleasant laughter echoed softly in the silent forest. The goblin pitchers were obviously completely stunned. They stared blankly at the weapon in their hands that suddenly became light. He looked at the skeletons that were unscathed and looked a little cute because they were stained with white cotton blocks. For a while, he forgot to continue the attack. 9 strong skeletons will not be polite to them. Taking advantage of their stun time, the skeletons rushed up, easily broke up the formation of the goblin pitchers. Surround them one by one and then hack them to death. After dealing with these three hilarious goblin pitchers, Lin Mu's eyes fell on the place they had guarded at all costs. There, an old wooden box half buried in moist soil revealed a small half. The wooden box was covered with moss and exuded a strong musty smell. Lin Mu walked forward slowly. Activate the talent again to see the detailed description of this wooden box. An ordinary wooden box that may contain some debris collected by goblins, but also has a rudimentary gas trap set up to guard against thieves. Lin Mu's eyes moved slightly, and his attention was focused on the words simple gas trap. Change poison gas to aroma. With the release of his ideas, the description of the wooden box instantly became, but there are also rudimentary aroma traps. Lin Mu motioned for a skeleton to step forward and open the wooden box. As the moss-covered lid was roughly lifted by the skeleton, a refreshing and strange aroma came to my face. Su Xiaoxiao smelled this sudden aroma and only felt a sudden boost of energy. Even the mana consumed by continuous casting has been restored to a few points. Inside the box, there was only a scimitar with a quaint shape lying quietly on the hay at the bottom of the box. Squeak! The blade of the scimitar shimmered with a faint green sheen. Goblin scimitar, LV.3, green. Attack power, 8 to 10. Special effect, ignores 15% of the target's physical defense. This weapon has no class restrictions though. It is a good weapon for professionals at this stage, and if Lin Mu is willing, he can change the value 15% to 95%. That way, this is a normal green weapon. It can instantly transform into a top-notch armor-piercing equipment comparable to an artifact. But the style of this weapon was obviously not suitable for him as a necromancer. Moreover, he is now level 0 and cannot equip any items with level requirements. Lin Mu put it into the storage space that came with the profession and decided to wait until he cleared the copy before making a decision. Maybe it can be modified and sold at a good price. His eyes fell on the bottom of the wooden box again. There, a hide with broken edges and a rough texture caught his attention. This is a map of animal skins. Some graphics are marked in goblin language, scribbled. Points to a cave deeper in the forest. It seems that should be the lair of the dungeon boss. Lin Mu put away the animal skin map and said to Su Xiaoxiao beside him. Su Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. The comical scene of goblin pitchers throwing cotton blocks before, and the wonderful experience of aroma traps in wooden boxes. It relaxed her tense nerves a lot. The two set off again, following the vague guidance of the animal skin map towards the hinterland of the forest, cleaning up sporadic monsters along the way. The entrance to the cave marked on the map appeared in front of their eyes. The entrance to the cave is not very large, half hidden by dense vines. Several torn beast corpses were scattered around. The bones were broken, the flesh and blood were blurred, and they had obviously experienced a fierce struggle. In the air, a faint smell of blood mixed with the characteristic pungent smell of sulfur was disgusting. Be careful. Soon, Lin Mu reminded in a low voice. Su Xiaoxiao clenched the priest's staff in his hand, his palms sweating slightly. Enter the cave. The light dimmed suddenly, but it was warm inside. Didn't go far. In the deep shadows on both sides of the passage, several goblin warriors armed with rusty scimitars roared and swooped out of the darkness. The skeleton squad reacted quickly. Without Lin Mu's command, he automatically greeted him. Lin Mu's mind moved slightly, and the talent, description tamper, was quietly activated. Those originally fierce goblin warriors have become vulnerable after key descriptions have been modified. The skeletons easily cut them down under the knife. As we continue to explore, the passage gradually became wider. Along the way, several more waves of patrol squads made up of different species of goblins were solved. Finally, the front is suddenly opened. skeleton. A huge underground cavity unfolded in front of them. In the center of the cavity, a simple altar is built from rough boulders. On the altar, a huge bonfire burned. The beating flames reflected the entire cavity in light and dark, and the light and shadow swayed. A figure stands beside the altar. It is thinner and shorter than a normal goblin, but wearing a strange costume full of bone fragments and feathers. In his hand, he held a simple staff inlaid with a skull. At this moment, the forehand danced and the mouth made a whining cry. Beside it stood 6 goblin warriors armed with scimitars. Goblin Shaman, LV.5, Boss, 600 HP. Trait, Fear of the Cold. The Goblin Shaman also seemed to be aware of the arrival of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao, 2 uninvited guests. The chanting in its mouth stopped abruptly, and it turned its head abruptly, let out a high-pitched scream. The skeleton staff in his hand pointed forward suddenly. The 6 goblin warriors immediately rushed over with a howl. Lin Mu's eyes were calm, quickly hedged the goblin warrior at the front and launched a talent modification. There is no offense or defense. The skeleton team greeted them. Harvest begins like chopping melons and vegetables. The goblin shaman saw his warriors fall one by one, but there was no panic on his face. Instead, he showed a strange smile. With another strange scream, 2 dark green lights suddenly appeared in the eyes of the skull at the top of the staff. I saw those goblin warriors who had just fallen to the ground and were supposed to die. His body twitched for a while, and he stood up again. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, they were intact. However, resurrection? Lin Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. Now, it's really a bit of trouble. The boss that can resurrect the little brother infinitely has always been the most difficult type. The goblin shaman also seems to have noticed the special features of Lin Mu's skeleton. A wave of the staff. A ball of fireball the size of a bowl mouth and exuding a scorching smell condensed out of thin air, roaring and smashing into one of the strong skeletons. There was a bang. Although skeletons have high physical defense, but there is almost no resistance to magic, especially fire magic with restraint effects. Plus the goblin shaman as the boss. Under the level suppression, the attack power is far beyond that of ordinary mobs. This shot hit the fireball with precision. It directly knocked out an astonishing 90% of the health of that strong skeleton. Marks of charred blackness spread all over its bones. Without waiting for Lin Mu to react, another fireball followed. The skeleton, which was already on the verge of shattering, could no longer bear it. It exploded directly and turned into scattered bones on the ground. Lin Mu's eyes froze, and he immediately consumed 1 point of mana. The dirt surged, and a fragile skeleton broke through the ground. Lin Mu modified its description as quickly as possible, causing it to return to its strong skeleton form. At the same time, he seized the short gap after the goblin shaman cast his spell. Activate the talent to see a more detailed description of the goblin shaman. Boom! Goblin shaman, the spiritual leader of the goblin tribe who can resurrect dead goblin warriors, can also use simple fire magic, has weak defenses, and is very afraid of the cold. Lin Mu's eyes were fixed on the sentence, "You can also use simple fire magic," sneered in his heart. Change it to "You can't use simple fire magic." The moment of successful modification. The goblin shaman who was about to condense the fireball again and pursued the victory. The staff that was raised too high suddenly froze in midair. It waved the staff in its hand blankly, with a puzzled expression on its face. It seems to have forgotten what to do next. The fire element that was originally actively beating at the top of its staff also quickly dissipated without a trace, as if it had lost its guidance. Good opportunity. Lin Mu keenly grasped this fleeting fighter. Immediately command the 3 sturdy skeletons to abandon the entangled goblin warriors in front of them. Go straight to the goblin shaman at the rear of the formation. The defense of the goblin shaman is indeed very low, as stated in the description. Under the siege of 3 skeletons, its 600 HP drops rapidly. The health bar shortens at a rate visible to the naked eye. Wow! Wow! The goblin shaman let out a burst of horror screams, attempts to block with a staff and retreats. But where is it still too late? The skeleton's attacks were endless, giving it no chance to breathe. Under the onslaught of the skeletons, the goblin shaman quickly let out an unwilling wail and collapsed to the ground. There was no more silence. A ring with a light blue halo slowly emerged next to its corpse. Lost the goblin shaman's resurrection ability and magical support. The remaining goblin warriors were also quickly cleaned up by the morale of the skeleton team. It became the experience points of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. The cold and majestic copy prompt sound sounded in Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao's minds at the same time. Complete the dungeon special mission. Kill the dungeon boss, goblin shaman. Extremely dangerous. Comprehensive score, SSS. Warning, forced to leave the dungeon after 5 minutes. There is not much time left in the mission. At the entrance of the copy, there was a crowd of people. Lu Minghui, the teaching director of Shilin's second vocational college, and the head teachers of each class were waiting with different expressions. The light gate flashed from time to time, teleport out batches of students who have completed the trial. Most teams only have grades E or F. Appalling. Occasionally there are several D grades. It can already cause a small small commotion. Principal Chu Qingfeng also stood in front of the crowd, frowning slightly. He just learned from Director Lu. Lin Mu, the orphan who awakened the necromancer, actually teamed up with Su Xiaoxiao to enter the dungeon. Chu Qingfeng's heart was heavy. Lin Mu is fine, but Su Xiaoxiao's girl's background is not simple. In case something goes wrong in his school, he couldn't explain it to the Su family. Look, B grade! High-pitched shouts suddenly erupted in the crowd. Everyone's eyes, including Chu Qingfeng, thrown at the entrance of the copy that was constantly changing its light. B grade. This is already the highest result obtained by the second vocational academy in the trial copy in the past 2 years. You know, the demons of the past who awaken to super special professions. One of them also activates the purple talent at the same time. The highest has only received an A grade. At the top of the dungeon entrance, the ranking is updated in real time. First place, Zhang Yu team members, Zhang Yu, Sun Yaxin, Wang Huiren, Usaum, Susu, comprehensive score, B. The light gate twisted, and the 5 figures walked out in a slightly embarrassed manner. The young man Zhang Yu at the head. Although there were a few abrasions on his body, his face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. Zhang Yu, B grade rating. You guys did a good job. Wu Daifan, the head teacher of the second class, smiled on his face and did not hesitate to say his praise. Zhang Yu is the top student in her class, but he has been overwhelmed by Lin Mu in the first class. Usually, not only Zhang Yu has always wanted to surpass Lin Mu, the head teachers of the 2 classes are also secretly competing. This time Lin Mu awakened to the recognized garbage professional necromancer, but Zhang Yu awakened a very powerful lightning warlock. Wu Daifan only felt raised his eyebrows. She twisted her plump waist. Zanqian walked up to Feng Yumei, the head teacher of the first class. The voice was neither loud nor small, but it was enough for the people around him to hear clearly. Yo, Teacher Feng is still waiting for Lin Mu? Haven't he come out yet? Wu Daifan pretended to be surprised and covered his mouth. Oh, I forgot. Lin Mu awakened the necromancer. It seems that only one Pastor Su Xiaoxiao from your class was formed as a teammate. Teacher Feng, you say, a necromancer, a priest, haven't you come out yet, haven't you? Wu Daifan deliberately lengthened the ending, and the words that followed were self-evident. Feng Yumei's face instantly turned blue, her lips pursed tightly, but she couldn't find words to refute. What Wu Daifan said was exactly what she was most worried about. And Wang Hao, who had awakened the flame warrior in her class, never came out. Feng Yumei vaguely knew the so-called sparring agreement between Wang Hao and Lin Mu. My heart was even more up and down. At this time, inside the cave deep in the dungeon, Su Xiaoxiao picked up the blue ring dropped by the goblin shaman. Without even looking at it, he handed it directly to Lin Mu. Lin Mu, give. On this trip to the copy, she felt that she was purely a pendant to lie down and win. Even the treatment didn't really work. Being able to mix SSS clearance records is like a dream. This thigh is too worth hugging. Lin Mu took the ring. Slow healing shaman ring, LV.5, blue. Defense, 1-2. Special effect, restores 10 health per minute. The effect is really slow, but equipment that continues to recover health is already scarce, and this ring is already good. Lin Mu's mind moved, and the talent, described the tamper, was activated. Slow healing shaman ring, crafted from special ores collected by goblin shamans, it can slowly absorb the surrounding natural energy and continuously heal minor injuries for the wearer. Special effect, restores 10 health per minute. Changed, recover 10 HP to recover 90. No. Lin Mu immediately stopped modifying. Change every minute to every second. The description text is slightly blurred, and then it returns to clarity. Quick heal ring, LV.5, blue. Defense, 1-2. Special effect, restores 10 health per second. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth raised slightly. As for the number of restorations, it is not too late to change it when the number of rings is refreshed tomorrow. He could only equip it at level 5, and he could only put the ring away first. The two continue their search in the deepest part of the cave. In an inconspicuous corner, a dilapidated bronze treasure chest was found. Lin Mu was unceremonious, kicking away. The treasure chest contains several bottles of potions of different colors, and a yellowed skill book. It's done. The potion is a few bottles of primary blood recovery potion and blue recovery potion, which are not too precious. Lin Mu considers himself a particular person. Although Su Xiaoxiao didn't do much, she couldn't let her return empty-handed. You hold these. Soon, he stuffed all the medicine into Su Xiaoxiao. Do I have something too? Su Xiaoxiao was a little flattered and quickly thanked him. Lin Mu still ignored Su Xiaoxiao and quickly picked up the skill book. Skill book, Bone Fong, LV.1, limited to dark mages. Sleepy and send pillows. Necromancer, but the most orthodox dark mage profession. When you go out and level up, you can learn this new skill immediately. I searched carefully again. After confirming that there were no other discoveries, the two quietly waited for the end of the copy time. Outside the copy, at the entrance, the atmosphere is still warm. From time to time, students are still teleported. There are less than 30 minutes left until the 3-hour limit of the copy. Generally speaking, the team that hasn't come out yet, either the group has has been wiped out inside, or the task has not yet been completed. There are only a very few strong teams. After completing the basic task, you will choose to continue hunting monsters. Aim for a higher rating. The light gate at the entrance of the dungeon flashes again. However, everyone who has seen Zhang Yu's team B-level rating. At this moment, I don't have high expectations. Only those teachers and classmates who are still anxiously waiting for the return of their friends or students. Still staring at the light gate. Am I blind? A student who was rubbing his eyes suddenly let out a scream of disbelief. Help me take a look. Is that SSS? Suddenly, shocking, everyone's eyes were like iron filings attracted by magnets, instantly focused on the constantly flashing ranking at the top of the light gate. Dungeon ranking. First place, Lin Mu team. Team members, Lin Mu, Su Xiaoxiao. Comprehensive score, SSS. Lin Mu? That necromancer? More than one person exclaimed. After all, at the morning awakening ceremony, Lin Mu, a top student in the grade, awakened to the most useless special profession necromancer, which had already spread throughout the academy. Impressed countless people. Who will explain it to me? Can necromancers and priests produce any super divine bonds? I remember. Since the cataclysm, the highest record of trial dungeons in all cities of our blue star seems to be the S-level played by the two legendary professionals who have activated their colorful talents, right? That's right. One is the God Magic boss page of the American Federation. There is also one, which is the guardian saint of our China, cultivator, fifth Wei Feng Lord. The sound of discussion was like an exploding boiler, and the noise shook the sky. In this boiling discussion, a soft white light flashed. The figures of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao appeared on the college square. As soon as he stepped out of the light gate, a large hint sounded in Lin Mu's mind. Professional Lin Mu completes the trial dungeon task and turns on all functions of the professional. Congratulations to the professional Lin Mu for creating the only SSS level clearance record in the trial dungeon. Professional Lin Mu gets the only reward, Resurrection Scroll ×1. Professional Lin Mu won the only title, Genius is just the threshold to Sini. Necromancer Lin Mu level increased to LV.4. The moment Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the light gate, all the discussions in the square came to an abrupt end. The needle can be heard. It is like a tsunami of exclamations and doubts. It's really SSS level. Two people? A necromancer and a priest? What an international joke. Principal Chu Qingfeng and Director Lu were almost at the same time. An arrow rushed to the front of the light gate information list. His eyes widened like bronze bells, and he confirmed repeatedly. The shock on his face was incomparable. Wu Dafan, the head teacher of the second class, and Zhang Yu beside her, the smug smiles on their faces instantly froze. Then it became iron blue, followed by Wu Dafan remembered the yin and yang he had just been angry with Feng Yume. I can't wait to find a crack in the ground and get into it immediately. Feng Yume was stunned at first, and then ecstasy surged in her heart. Excited to tears, she straightened her waist and glared at Wu Dafan fiercely. That look raised his eyebrows indescribably, but immediately, she thought of Wang Hao and the 5 people in her class who had not returned, and her heart sank suddenly. Looking at Lin Mu complicatedly, his lips moved, but he didn't ask after all. Principal Chu Qingfeng and teaching director Lu Minghui looked at each other. His face changed several times, and he walked quickly towards Lin Mu. Chu Qingfeng's face was full of chrysanthemum-like smiles. The voice even had a noticeable tremor. Lin Mu, Su Xiaoxiao, you, how did you do it? Lin Mu looked calm. Luckily, we encountered infighting among the goblin tribe, and we picked up the leaks and killed a lot of residual blood goblins and bosses. Su Xiaoxiao is not good at lying. Under Chu Qingfeng's burning gaze, he was a little nervous, but he nodded and echoed in a low voice. Well, yes, they fought on their own. Her family background is extraordinary, and Chu Qingfeng is not easy to ask too much. He didn't believe this set of rhetoric 100 times in his heart, but people don't want to say it, and he can't help it. After all, SSS rated ratings. This is simply a glory from heaven for the second vocational college. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything, Principal Chu signaled Director Lu to continue. Lu Minghui cleared his throat and announced loudly, in view of the brilliant achievements of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao for our school, the school has decided to give the 2 students the highest standard reward that the school can provide. Each person will be rewarded with 100,000 new star coins, as well as the right to choose any piece of sophisticated, blue, equipment in the school inventory. Moreover, the school will immediately report the matter to the top management and apply for better official rewards for the 2 students. The surrounding students burst into envious amazement. Blue equipment is already rare for these new professionals, not to mention the official better rewards. This will be envied by everyone. As the last batch of students were teleported, the light door at the entrance of the dungeon slowly dissipated. This trial, more than 30 students stayed in it forever, including Wang Hao's team. Although many people know about Lin Mu and Wang Hao's previous exchange agreement, the words fell, but at this moment, everyone wisely remained silent. None of them believed that Wang Hao's 5 people would be killed by Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. In the shocked discussion between teachers and students, the vocational awakening ceremony came to an end. Director Liu reminded all students who have completed the task of the probationary copy to come to school on time tomorrow. Participate in the application guidance meeting of senior vocational colleges. After Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao said goodbye briefly, I returned to the slightly old house left by my parents. Lock the door back. He immediately checked the rewards for clearing this SSS level. Resurrection scroll, automatically used after death, immediately resurrects the holder at full status. Genius just sees me threshold. Unique title after wearing it. Ignore the negative effects of all professional talents on yourself. Resurrected in full state. It is equivalent to giving Lin Mu 2 lives. There is also immunity to negative talents against talented professionals to take the lead at the beginning. These two are definitely god-level rewards, and their value is immeasurable. I have never heard of similar props in the memory of the original body. Lin Mu was overjoyed and suppressed his excitement. Open your own career panel. The experience points obtained by killing bosses and a large number of mobs in the dungeon. Let him soar to level 4. Gain 20 free attribute points and 4 skill points. Lin Mu prioritized assigning 10 attributes to physique. The remaining 10 points are added to intelligence. Who makes him really too brittle? HP and spell output. Grasp with both hands, and both hands must be hard. Name, Lin Mu. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV.4, EXP, 286/500. HP, 130/130. Mana, 160/160. Strength, 2. Dexterity, 4. Intelligence, 16. Physique, 13. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 4. 130 HP, at least not 2 knives to die. Then, he took out the yellowed skill book. Ding! Do you learn the skill Bone Teeth? Study. Bone Fangs, level 1 consumes 5 mana, summons 2 Bone Fangs from the ground, and stabs them into the conical area in front of them, dealing 2 to 4 physical damage each. Lin Mu immediately activated the talent. Describe the Templar. See the full description. Bone Fawn, level 1 consumes 5 mana, directs death energy, summons 2 sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep underground, and quickly stabs into the conical area in front, dealing 2 to 4 physical damage respectively. Lin Mu originally wanted to modify it to bone arrows and bone spears, but they all failed. He guessed that it might be the reason why it was not connected smoothly with the quantifier grain. Lin Mu thought for a moment, or changed the quantity first. Change 2 to 9. The skill description was blurred for a while, and then reshaped. Bone Fawn, level 1 consumes 5 mana, summons 9 bone teeth from the ground, and stabs them into the conical area in front, dealing 2 to 4 physical damage each. Lin Mu modified his skills at the same time. The news that he and Su Xiaoxiao cleared the trial dungeon with an SSS rating. It spread rapidly in the circle of professionals in the second vocational college of Shilin City, and even the entire Shilin City caused an uproar. The night was getting darker. Wang Hao's family couldn't wait for Wang Hao's return and began to be restless. Finally, in the evening, I finally received a death notice from the school. They passed through some classmates who were friends with Wang Hao. I vaguely heard Wang Hao and Lin Mu's exchange agreement before entering the copy. Lin Mu had no idea about this. He was lying on the bed at the moment, tossing and turning with excitement, unable to sleep at all. He was waiting. Wait for the arrival of 12 o'clock in the morning, and the refresh of the number of talent uses. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The old-fashioned wall clock on the wall finally points to 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Lin Mu suddenly jumped up from the bed. The spirit in his eyes flickered. He immediately checked the detailed description of the initial skill, Resuscitation Skeleton. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 1 consumes 10 mana, summons a skeleton made of inferior bones from nothingness to fight for you by channeling the faint breath of death, slow to move, loosely structured, and easily damaged. Maximum quantity, 9. Lin Mu was a little excited, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed at all. Hurry up and test your new ideas. Modify inferior bones to steel bones. The modification takes effect. In this way, the skeletons summoned in the future will be directly stronger versions. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 1 consumes 10 mana, by channeling the faint breath of death, summons a skeleton made of steel bones. From nothingness to fight for you, which moves slowly, has a strong structure, and is extremely difficult to damage. Maximum quantity, 9. The description on the panel also changes. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 1 consumes 10 mana, summons 1 iron skeleton to fight for you, maximum number, 9. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mu continued to modify Bone Teeth. Change Rapid Stab Forward Cone Area to Rapid Stab Forward Linear Area. Bone Fawn, level 1 consumes 5 mana, summons 9 bone teeth from underground, and stabs them into the linear area in front of them, dealing 2 to 4 physical damage each. AoE damage becomes a single burst. The shotgun is directly upgraded to a sniper rifle. The skeleton can resist and fight in the front row, and he kills randomly in the back row. Then there is the Deadwood Staff. Deadwood Staff, LV.0, white, attack power, 1 to 3. Special effect, reduces mana cost by 99% when casting skills. Almost 100% blue consumption reduction. With bone bone teeth, it directly becomes an infinite sniper. Finally, there is the quick healing ring, dropped by the goblin shaman. After modification, quick heal ring, LV.5, blue, defense, 1-2. Special effect, restores 90 health per second. Finish it all. Lin Mu let out a long breath and lay back on the bed. The excitement in my heart is indescribable. My mind is full of scenes of my future summoning bone dragons, liches, and abominations, sweeping everything. I didn't fall asleep until very late. The next morning, Lin Mu opened his eyes and felt refreshed. Attribute improvement. Let him go to bed late without showing any fatigue. SSS level clearance score message. After a night of fermentation, it has swept the circle of professionals in the entire Shilin city. The name Lin Mu, together with his most useless special profession, necromancer, it instantly became the focus of attention of the whole city. Countless forces, including those top colleges that are far away in other cities, a strong guild, a family that has been passed down for a long time, has begun to secretly investigate his background through various channels. Shilin's second vocational college, auditorium. The application guidance meeting has not yet officially started. Teaching director Lu Minghui couldn't wait to stand on the podium. His face was red. The voice loudly announced the additional rewards of the Municipal Education Department to Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao will each win a Shilin Rising Star medal. This medal is not only a symbol of honor, but also comes with some special conveniences. In addition, there is a rare skill book for this profession, as well as a primary spiritual cultivation pill. There was a sound of gasping in the audience. Envious eyes were all cast on Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Only Su Xiaoxiao. But the more I listened, the more I blushed and the more embarrassed I became. Lu Minghui paused and continued. Due to some special reasons, the official personnel of the Municipal Education Department will personally deliver the award to the school tomorrow, and it will be distributed together with the college's award. The applause was thunderous. Lu Minghui signaled everyone to be quiet and then announced the official start of the guidance meeting. Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Without suspense, it became the center of the audience. When I woke up yesterday, the teachers who were still dismissive of Lin Mu and even treated them coldly. At this moment, his face was full of warm smiles. The eyes were full of praise and concern. Ask for warmth. Attitude 180-degree turn. What's even more surprising, in the VIP seats of the auditorium, there were several admissions teachers from top senior vocational colleges who would not have set foot in the second vocational college in previous years. War College, Huaxia Vocational University, Tianfu College. These thunderous names made the students present excited, although they also know these representatives are all for Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao's shocking SSS level scores. But if they say it later, it will also be a light on their faces. Enrollment is like this. Students just need to choose a university that suits them. But there are many things for representatives of these top universities to consider. An invisible war for people suddenly broke out. Lin Mu, our War Academy is willing to provide a full scholarship, 1 million new star coins per year, and the same level of third turn or above professional will personally serve as your mentor. A middle-aged man dressed in military uniform and imposing was the first to speak. Joke, just 1 million wants to send away SSS level geniuses? Representative of Huaxia Vocational University, an elegant old man wearing gold glasses sneered. Lin Mu, do you know about our school's talent program? Customized training plan, rare resources are enough to manage. Graduation is directly arranged to enter the National Core Department. Not to be outdone, the admissions teachers of Tianfu College are not to be outdone. Throw out more tempting conditions. The atmosphere in the auditorium was extremely warm. Just when the major universities are blushing. Halfway through the meeting, the heavy door of the auditorium was kicked open roughly. Wang Hao's father, Wang Debiao, captain of the Shilin City Guard Army. Dressed in standard armor, he carries a heavy axe at his waist. With several city guards who also looked bad, broke in. He had a blue face and fierce eyes. Go straight through the crowd. Stride up to Lin Mu. Lin Mu. Wang Debiao's voice was like thunder, full of suppressed anger. Bang! My son Wang Hao died in yesterday's trial copy. Do you dare to say this matter has nothing to do with you? He stared at Lin Mu, his words full of undisguised threats. I heard that before entering the dungeon, you and my son had an agreement to compete. Did you make a black hand in the dungeon? Wang Debiao tried to use his status as the captain of the city guard to put huge pressure on Lin Mu. The entire auditorium instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Mu and Wang Debiao. Lin Mu faced this sudden question. The expression was still calm, without the slightest panic. He lifted his eyelids, glanced at Wang Debiao lightly. Within the copy, life and death are destined. What does Wang Hao's death have to do with me? As for the competition, the corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled up with a vague arc. It was also he who provoked many times first, and I just agreed verbally out of helplessness. Could it be that this also became evidence that I killed him? Seeing this, Principal Chu and Director Lu realized that something was wrong. Hurry forward. Captain Wang, there is an accident in the new copy. This kind of thing happens every year, and this is is a school, and the impact is not good. Director Lu gestured to Wang Debiao with his eyes, and the meaning was obvious. Why don't you look at who is around you? No matter how straightforward they are, they can't say it directly. Behind Wang Debiao is also a big brother who works at the top of the city guard. That is, Wang Hao's uncle. On weekdays, I often do dog fights. Of course, Lin Mu is now fragrant. They can't let this amazing genius be wronged. After all, the SSS score of the newcomer copy is the first case in the entire Blue Star. Wang Debiao looked around and froze in place. He didn't expect that there would be so many big guys in the Shilin Second Vocational College. Before he could make up for it, someone had already spoken. The trial copy was already dangerous, and Ling Lang was unfortunately killed, and everyone felt deeply sorry. But it is too domineering to want to slander a genius with SSS level ratings without evidence, right? The admissions representative of the War Academy spoke quickly and snorted coldly. The words reveal obvious maintenance intentions. Representatives of several other prestigious schools also spoke out, hinted that Wang Debiao should not bully others. Wang Debiao felt the pressure from many parties, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. After all, these people. But his brother didn't dare to offend. Plus he really has no substantial evidence. Faced with so many representatives of top universities, his face immediately changed. Nothing. No. I just asked Lin Mu about the situation. Wang Debiao looked at Lin Mu guiltily. Lin, since you don't know, then I'll leave first, and I'll come to you when you think of something. Put down a vague threat. Wang Debiao took his people and left in anger. Just when everyone thought that the turmoil had temporarily subsided. One has been silent and has an outstanding temperament. A middle-aged woman in a plain robe slowly stood up. Her gaze was gentle and deep, sweeping over Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. I am the admissions representative of Xingjing Academy, Mu Wanqing. Xingjing Academy, the top of the Chinese country. There is no one of the universities. The audience was in an uproar again. Mu Wanqing's voice was calm, but with unquestionable authority. Lin Mu, Su Xiaoxiao, on behalf of Xingjing University, I first send an invitation to the two of you. In addition, generous admission incentives will also be provided. She changed her mind. However, this SSS level score, frankly speaking, because the professional intensity of the two awakenings is not high, and they have not activated their talents, there are some puzzling things here. Mu Wanqing said it very tactfully, but the meaning was very clear. After all, the combat effectiveness of Blue Star professionals has always been divided by profession and talent. Normally, Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao's professional combat effectiveness could not reach this level, and it was already a miracle that they could live. Since the establishment of the school, the admission standards of each branch of Xingjing Academy required that they must refer to occupation and talent. Mu Wanqing paused slightly and then said, the Academy sent me here this time, just to ask the two of you, if you want, the Academy will designate a special copy of the challenge mode and ask for independent clearance within 3 days. Through challenges, it is not only conducive to gaining a foothold in the environment of geniuses in the university in the future, but also affects the college and resource allocation after entering the school. Of course, even if you don't challenge, if you perform well in the freshman test, you still have a chance to enter a better branch. She paused, her eyes sharpening. It should be reminded that the mortality rate of this copy is extremely high. 2. Are you willing to accept this challenge? Mu Wanqing's voice fell. The air in the entire auditorium seemed to freeze. Challenge mode? Independent customs clearance? Extremely high mortality rate? Each of these words is terrifying. Admissions teachers from other colleges looked at each other. The originally warm atmosphere cooled instantly. Xingjing Academy. These 4 words made everyone breathless. That is the real holy place in the hearts of Chinese professionals. Although Mu Wanqing's words were gentle, but every word is full of pressure. SSS rating. A 2-person team, a necromancer plus a priest. This combination is weird no matter how you look at it. The admissions teachers of other colleges also put away the enthusiasm on their faces at this moment. Looking at the eyes of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao, there was a little more doubt. Indeed, this is outrageous. Lin Mu squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Mu Wanqing, who had an outstanding temperament on the stage. The other party's eyes were calm, but with a strong confidence. He guessed that this so-called challenge, it is very likely that he and Su Xiaoxiao are testing who was the root cause of the SSS score. Su Xiaoxiao was a little nervous and subconsciously grabbed the corner of her clothes. She knew very well how that SSS rating came from. She is not afraid of hardship or challenge. But this is almost a mortal copy for her. It made her feel fear like never before. Lin Mu felt Su Xiaoxiao's nervousness. He signaled her to be at ease with his eyes. Immediately, his eyes looked directly at Mu Wanqing. Teacher Mu. Lin Mu spoke. His voice was not loud, but it spread clearly throughout the silent auditorium. May I ask for specific information about this challenge dungeon? Mu Wanqing's eyes showed a hint of approval. In the face of such pressure, it is rare to be able to remain calm. Of course. Mu Wanqing nodded. The dungeon name, Wailing Cave, level limit LV.1 LV.10. The mode is Survival Challenge, and the challenger needs to survive in the cave for at least 24 hours and kill the final boss, Cave Lord. courtyard. The monster level in the dungeon is the lowest LV.5, the highest is LV.10 Elite, and the boss is LV.10 Lord level, and the rewards are also very rich. The most important point is that this dungeon cannot be teamed up, only entered alone. And once entered, unless you cleared the customs, or use special items to force exit. Hiss. There was a sound of gasping air conditioning from the audience. Monsters from LV.5 to LV.10. There is also a Lord level boss of LV.10. This is a suicidal challenge for newcomers who have just entered the profession. Not to mention the damn 24-hour survival time. This is simply impossible to complete. The admissions representative of the War Academy couldn't help but speak, frowning. Teacher Mu, this is beyond the ability of freshmen. Even the genius students of our academy, when they were at LV.10, did not dare to easily challenge the dungeon of this difficulty. The old man of Huaxia Vocational University also echoed, yes, Teacher Mu, this requirement is too harsh. The SSS scores of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao are unquestionable. Even if they just enter the yellow character branch of your school, I believe they can be promoted in the test. Mu Wanqing's expression remained unchanged, and she said lightly, you also know that Xingjing Academy, Tianzi Academy, resource tilt and training methods can be said to be the top in China. There is no one. Even ordinary geniuses are not qualified to enter, and this challenge is their chance to prove themselves. I believe that the strength of SSS level scoring must have its own way of dealing with it. Of course, don't force it, because this teacher is right. The two students may also be a blockbuster in the freshman test of the Yellow Character Academy and be directly promoted to the Tianzi Academy. Her eyes fell on the two of them again. Lin Mu, Su Xiaoxiao, you haven't answered my question yet. Accept the challenge? The entire auditorium was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Mu nervously, her lips pursing and pursing all the time. I give up. I don't plan to choose Xingjing Academy. Su Xiaoxiao's voice trembled a little, but his tone was very firm. After all, she also knew that with her true level, it was not beneficial to go to such a top university. For a while, all kinds of meaningless eyes fell on Lin Mu again. Lin Mu's face showed a confident smile. This copy sounds fierce, just used to brush experience, and by the way, burst some good things. Why don't you dare? He looked at Mu Wanqing, word by word, with a loud sound. I took this challenge. Mu Wanqing's eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth raised a satisfactory arc. She took out a black token with a faint glow from the storage space and an extremely valuable emergency teleportation jade talisman. This is the challenge order of Wailing Cave, which is effective for activation within 3 days. If you encounter danger on the way, this teleportation prop is the only way for you to save your life. I will wait for you in Shilin City for 5 days. If you successfully pass the customs, the door of the Tianzi Academy of Xingjing Academy will be open for you. If you are defeated, you will immediately use the teleportation jade talisman, but you can only go to the yellow character courtyard. Mu Wanqing didn't say any more. Lin Mu stretched out his hand and took the cold token and teleportation jade talisman. Start with a heavy one. I understand. Lin Mu said calmly. Very good. There was an uproar in the auditorium. Worried, puzzled, and all kinds of eyes were intertwined with Lin Mu. Does this necromancer really have the ability to reach the heavens? Lin Mu's affairs are over, and the guidance meeting continues. Although Lin Mu had agreed to Xingjing Academy's invitation to challenge, but other top universities still don't plan to give up. From time to time, he came to Lin Mu and threw an olive branch. Lin Mu refused one by one. Wang Debiao lost face at the application guidance meeting and was furious. Deep in his eyes is an indispensable resentment. An orphan, even if it's a little talented, so what? A genius who hasn't grown up is just a bigger roadside. The official way can't be moved. Then do some private means. He didn't believe that this kid could always be so lucky. The application guidance meeting was noisy all day. Until the sun sets, the admissions teachers of each college left one after another with their own thoughts. Lin Mu knew very well. Wang Debiao's old dog will never give up. Open guns are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are difficult to defend. He calculated, after receiving the rewards from the school and the city tomorrow, I will go to the professional market, buy some basic defensive gear, get some more reconnaissance props that can warn you in advance. It's always good to be prepared. Twilight is falling. Lin Mu walked home alone. When he turned into a remote alley that was usually inaccessible, his steps paused slightly. In the air, there seemed to be a hint of unusual tension. There are two ends of the alley. Several dark shadows quietly emerged. 5 people. The level is about LV.10, about 1 turn. There are also a variety of professions. He was carrying various weapons in his hand, with a hideous smile on his face. Boy, are you alert? The leader is a strong man holding a short axe. Licking his chapped lips, his voice was hoarse. It's a pity that you can't fly today. The next second, Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. The dog of the Wang family came quite quickly. There was no panic on his face, but his eyes were a little colder. Just by how many of you miscellaneous pieces? The mana in his body surged one after another. Resuscitation skeleton. Resuscitation skeleton. skeleton. The ground trembled, and 9 steel skeletons, exuding a metallic luster, broke through the ground. Their steel skeletons, flashing with cold light, instantly protected Lin Mu in the center. In the empty eyes, the blue soul fire beat, holding a cold steel knife in his hand, with a palpitating oppression. Fuck! What kind of ghost skeleton is this? The grinning on the faces of the ambushers instantly froze. The words did not fall. The tasks they received. It is to deal with a crispy necromancer who has just awakened. But in front of me were these skeletons covered in metal cold. It's completely different from what is said in the intelligence. Damn, what does he do? Go up together and chop him. The strong man at the head roared angrily, brandished a short axe and rushed up first. The rest of the people also bit the bullet and followed. Street fighting, instant breakout. Lin Mu stood behind the heavy protection of the skeleton. His expression was terrifyingly calm. He raised his hand and pointed. Bone teeth. 9 sharp bone teeth emerged from the ground and then roared out. In a straight line, shoot accurately at an assassin-type professional who tries to circle behind. The assassin only felt a series of white lights flashing in front of his eyes, and he didn't even have time to scream. His chest was pierced by several bone teeth. Blood raged, killing on the spot. Third child. The strong man's eyes were about to crack, but before he could react, the iron skeleton's attack had already arrived. These skeletons not only defend amazingly, but also attack fiercely. While the steel knife was swinging, it brought bursts of wind. The ambushers' weapons were slashed at the steel skeleton. Only sporadic sparks could be splattered, leaving no trace, and the steel skeleton's knife can easily cut off their limbs. Screams, weapons colliding, and bones shattering echoed in the narrow alleys. Lin Mu's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest. He will never be soft on the enemy. In his eyes, these ambushers were no different from the monsters in the dungeon. It's all experience, it's all equipment. After a while, only the strong smell of blood and a few corpses lying on the ground remained in the alley. 9 steel skeletons were still silently guarding Lin Mu's side. The body was stained with the blood of the enemy. Tick-tock, even more hideous. Lin Mu stepped forward, groped for a moment on the corpse of the strong man holding a short axe. He then searched the mobile phone of the leader. At this time, a message just popped up. Solved? The contact note is, Captain Wang. Sure enough, it's you. Lin Mu pulled out a sneer from the corner of his mouth. Just when Lin Mu was preparing to deal with the scene and destroy the corpses, a dark shadow, like a ghost blending into the night, appeared at the entrance of the alley without warning. It's extremely fast. Lin Mu's pupils shrank suddenly. The 9 steel skeletons turned instantly and took a defensive stance. Bone teeth are suspended, ready to fire at any time. Soon, the visitor was dressed in black. There was also a mask on his face, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. He turned a blind eye to Lin Mu's guard, just casually glanced at the corpse on the ground. The man in black took out a peculiar black ball from his arms and squeezed it gently. An invisible fluctuation spreads out. Blood on the ground, traces of battle, even the smell of blood in the air, are all dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man in black took out a few more black bags, skillfully loaded several corpses into them, and then put them into a special space container. The whole process is smooth, as if it has been done thousands of times. Lin Mu was secretly shocked when he saw it. This person's way of handling the finish is much more professional than his. These skeletons are indeed extraordinary, but Wang Debiao's kind of goods are just a clown. And then, the voice of the man in black was a little hoarse, and he couldn't hear men or women. Your real trouble may have just begun. Be careful with some organizations, they like to hunt the most talented. The man in black has a meaning. Walking up to Lin Mu, those deep eyes looked at him carefully, followed by, after a while, he whispered, the death of your parents is not an accident. If you can, try to choose to go to Xinjiang. I will come to you again. Before that, improve your own strength as soon as possible. Lin Mu's body shook suddenly. The death of the original owner's parents. Isn't it an accident? Perhaps it was the influence of memory obsession. This thought was like a wildfire on the plains, which instantly burned wildly in his heart. Countless dusty doubts gushed out at this moment. The man in black left a meaningful look and casually swung out a blade of air. The figure flickered, and it disappeared into the deeper night like a ghost. The air blade slashed straight into a skeleton that didn't have time to dodge. The indestructible steel skeleton was cut off in an instant. Lin Mu stood in place, stunned. I can't calm down for a long time. Wang Debiao's revenge. The mysterious man in black. The truth about the death of the original owner's parents. One mystery after another, like an invisible net, shrouded in him. And 3 days later, the assessment of Xinjiang Academy is also imminent. This world, far more complicated and dangerous than he imagined. Lin Mu returned home, his mind in a mess. The man in black's sentence, the death of your parents is not an accident. It kept hitting his nerves like a heavy hammer. And the warning of that mysterious organization. What made his heart palpitate the most was the indestructible steel skeleton was casually hit by the man in black and cut off his waist. He forced himself to calm down and began to reminisce about his parents' lifetime. They are just ordinary professionals, diligent and kind to others. How could he die in an an accident. A seed of doubt was quietly planted in his heart and took root. But no matter what, he must have the strength to uncover everything. Only then can we talk about finding the truth. By the way, I was patronizing to modify skills and equipment before, and there are 4 skill points that are useless. Only then did Lin Mu remember the skill points obtained by upgrading. He remembers group summoning skills, and the first upgrade usually increases the maximum number of summons. The second is to increase the number of single summons. Lin Mu immediately opened the skill panel and his thoughts focused on Resuscitation Skeleton. The skill icon lit up slightly. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 2, consumes 10 mana, summons 1 iron skeleton to fight for you, maximum number 10. The maximum number has been increased from 9 to 10. For him, it was not just as simple as adding a skeleton. As long as you wait until midnight, the number of talents will be refreshed. With a slight change, 10 can turn into 90. 9 times happy, you can't imagine. Lin Mu suppressed the excitement in his heart. If you want to maximize efficiency, you can't upgrade Resuscitation Skeleton this time. You must wait until the day after tomorrow to modify the number of single summons before considering continuing to level up. That way you can get the most benefit. There are also 3 skill points. He first added a little to Bone Teeth. Bone Fangs, level 2, consumes 7 mana, summons 10 bone fangs from the ground, and stabs them into the linear area in front of them, dealing 3 to 5 physical damage respectively. Not bad, really. Both the number and damage have been increased. In Lin Mu's anxious anticipation, he finally waited for the arrival of the early morning. The number of times a talent can be used on the same target refreshed again. Lin Mu took a deep breath and immediately activated his talent. Check out the detailed description of Resuscitation Skeleton. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 2, consumes 10 mana, summons 1 skeleton made of steel skeleton from nothingness to fight for you by channeling the faint breath of death, which is slow, has a strong structure, and is extremely difficult to damage. Maximum quantity 10. Changed quantity limit 10 to quantity limit 90. The skill description was blurred again and then reshaped. The description on the panel is also updated. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 2, consumes 10 mana, summons 1 steel skeleton to fight for you, maximum number 90. Lin Mu's mouth raised an uncontrollable smile. Then, he kept revising the description of Bone Teeth. Changed summon 10 to summon 90. Bone Fangs, level 2, consumes 95 mana, summons 90 bone fangs from the ground, and stabs them in the linear area in front of them, dealing 3 to 5 physical damage respectively. Time passed minute by minute. With this skill alone, the theoretical total damage reaches a terrifying 270 to 450 points. This is still an instantaneous skill. Combined with the almost negligible mana consumption of Deadwood Staff, he can cast it without consumption and without interruption. Humanoid self-propelled sniper cannon, so terrifying. Naturally, the equipment cannot be let go. Deadwood Staff, LV.0, white, ATK, 1 to 9. Special effect, reduces mana cost by 99% when casting skills. The upper limit of attack power has been increased from 3 points to 9 points, which is better than nothing, mainly because the reduction has been against the sky. Quick Healing Ring, LV.5, blue, defense, 1 to 2. Special effect, restores 99 health per second. 99 health regeneration per second. It's done. For the time being, as long as he is not killed in seconds, he is a Shochon who cannot be killed. Finish it all. Lin Mu took out the green scimitar he got by opening the box in the copy. Goblin Scimitar, LV.3, green. Attack power, 8 to 10. Special effect, ignores 15% of the target's physical defense. He planned to modify the knife briefly. Wait until tomorrow after receiving the rewards from the school and the city. By the way, go to the professional market to sell it and exchange some startup capital. But after all, this is only level 3 green equipment, and it cannot be modified too outrageously. In case it attracts unnecessary attention or even is targeted, it will be more than worth the loss. Moreover, if you modify it too strongly and sell it, it is equivalent to fighting in disguise. Lin Mu thought for a moment and decided to make a small change. Changed ignoring 15% of the target's physical defense to ignoring 25% of the target's physical defense. Goblin Scimitar, LV.3, green. Attack power, 8 to 10. Special effect, ignores 25% of the target's physical defense. Although it only increases the defense breaking effect by 10%, it is of great significance. Many high-end equipment may not have such an entry. It should sell for a good price. Tonight, once again, it was difficult to fall asleep because of excitement. After Lin Mu simply washed up and cleaned up, he came to school early. Go straight to the office of the teaching director Lu Minghui. The door of the office was closed, and there was a faint sound of conversation inside. Lin Mu knocked lightly on the door. Without waiting for a response from inside, he pushed the door directly in. Lin Mu, you're here. A crisp and pleasant voice sounded first. When Su Xiaoxiao saw Lin Mu, her eyes lit up. A happy smile involuntarily bloomed on his face, and his tone was also a little excited. Lin Mu nodded slightly at her. Su came quite early. His eyes swept across the office. house. Only then did I find out. In addition to Lu Minghui and Su Xiaoxiao, there was also a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament sitting on the sofa. The next day, the man was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. Although he is sitting, he can also see his tall and well-proportioned figure. The leather shoes were polished and shiny, and they could almost reflect the figure. Her hair is also combed meticulously, making her look very capable. His conversation with Lu Minghui was interrupted by Lin Mu's entry. Seeing Lin Mu, a warm smile immediately appeared on his face, and he even got up directly. This must be Lin Mu, right? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mu with burning eyes, his tone appreciating. I often hear Xiao Xiao mention you at home, and when I see you today, it is indeed a hero out of a teenager, worthy of his name. When he said this, he did not forget to give Lu Minghui a look. Lu Minghui understood and quickly got up to introduce. President Su, this is Lin Mu, who cleared the trial copy with Xiao Xiao with an SSS level score. Then he turned to Lin Mu again. Lin Mu, this is the president of our Shilin Professional Chamber of Commerce, Su Zhonghua, and Su Xiaoxiao's father. Uncle Su has won the award. Lin Mu responded politely, looking calm. Su Zhonghua laughed, looking very kind. Then uncle will raise you and call you a little bath. He turned his eyes to Su Xiaoxiao beside him, his eyes full of pampering. This time you took Xiaoxiao's girl to successfully clear the dungeon and got such amazing results. Uncle represents our whole family. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Su Zhonghua continued. Xiaoxiao, this child, is usually spoiled by us and is ignorant. Xiaomu, if you don't dislike it, you will definitely enjoy the light another day and come to your house as a guest. Also give your aunt a chance to thank you and thank you for this girl. Su Zhonghua's words were flawless. It not only expresses gratitude but also sends an invitation, making it difficult to refuse directly. When Lin Mu heard this, he only responded lightly. I'll go when I have time. As a person in 2 lifetimes, he has long been underestimating this kind of sophistication. Seeing this, Lu Minghui hurriedly came out to round the scene. President Su, thank you for Lin Mu's matter. I think you can make an appointment later. He looked at the time. It's not too late now. Let's go to Principal Chu's side first. The people from the Municipal Education Department are probably arriving soon, and Principal Chu should come with them. In Principal Chu's private reception room, Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao were sitting upright. Soon, footsteps came from outside the door. Principal Chu personally pushed open the door and bowed to welcome the 4 people behind him. See the comer. Everyone in the room, including Lin Mu, was shocked. The visitors were actually Fan Zhiheng, mayor of Shilin City, and Ji Xiangwen, director of the Shilin Education Department. After the Blue Star Cataclysm, vocational education is the top priority of a country. Local education departments are independent of the executive branch. It is under the jurisdiction of the Higher Education Department. It can be said that the status of the director of education is no less than or even faintly higher than that of the mayor of a city. At this moment, the 2 giants are coming. Anyone who sees it will be surprised. Mayor Fan Zhiheng is probably in his early 50s. The face of the national character is not angry and self-intimidating, and the eyes are as sharp as eagles. There was a sense of oppression in the scan room for a long time. Director Ji Xiangwen is much more elegant. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, his gaze is gentle. Behind the 2, there are also 2 calm secretaries or assistants, who are obviously professionals of a high level. Mayor Fan, Director of Planning, Su Zhonghua and Lu Minghui bowed almost at the same time. Lu Minghui's tone was full of respect and nervousness that could not be concealed. Su Zhonghua continued, with just the right smile on his face. I didn't expect to alarm your 2 great cars. Fan Zhiheng waved his hand. His eyes fell directly on Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao, and his sharp eyes stayed on Lin Mu for a moment. President Su, no need to be polite. His voice was calm and powerful, with an unquestionable majesty. We are here today for these 2 young heroes who have won glory for Shilin City. Director Ji Xiangwen also pushed his glasses and showed a gentle smile. Lin Mu, Su Xiaoxiao, hello. His eyes stayed on Lin Mu for a few more seconds. Trial Dungeon SSS level rating, 2-person squad, one of whom is still a rare necromancer. This is really, it's shocking. As soon as he spoke, he pointed out the core of the problem. Rao is Lin Mu's 2 lifetimes, and at this moment, there is inevitably a trace of waves in his heart. The mayor and the director of education came in person, and this attention far exceeded his expectations. But he was still calm on his face and nodded slightly. The 2 leaders are overly praised. Su Xiaoxiao was a little nervous, her little face was slightly red, and she saluted. Mayor Fan Zhiheng showed a hint of approval on his face. It's not arrogant or impatient, it's good. He turned to Ji Xiangwen. Director Ji, it seems that our rising star is not only outstanding, but also has a good heart. Ji Xiangwen smiled and nodded. Heroes come out of youth, and the ancients did not deceive me. He paused, and his expression became solemn. 2 classmates, you have cleared the trial dungeon with an SSS level score, not only breaking the record of Blue Star in history, but also winning great honors for our Shilin City, and even the entire Huaxia Kingdom. According to the regulations on professional talent incentives and the Shilin City Special Contribution Award measures, after joint discussion and decision between the municipal government and the education Education Department, the two of you will be awarded the Shilin City Glory Rising Star Medal. As soon as the words fell, Mayor Fan Jihong took a step forward, holding two exquisite velvet boxes in his hands. Fan Jihong personally took the box and handed it to Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao respectively. This medal not only represents honor, but you will enjoy many conveniences within Shilin City. For example, if you enter most officially controlled dungeon areas, you can waive the admission fee, and you can enjoy a 20% discount when purchasing items from the official store. Lin Mu took the box in his hand, sank slightly. Open it and take a look. A silver medal engraved with stars and the city flower pomegranate flower of Shilin City lay quietly in it. There is a faint flow of energy above. Director Ji Xiangwen continued. In addition, each person will be rewarded with 300,000 new star coins, which have been directly transferred by the financial department to your professional account. Job pay account, 300,000 new star coins arrived. As he was talking, the reminder that only Lin Mu could hear sounded. 300,000. With the school's reward of 100,000 yuan, Lin Mu will soon have a huge amount of 400,000 new star coins. This is undoubtedly an astronomical amount for an ordinary family professional who has just awakened. And this, Ji Xiangwen took two specially made storage talisman boxes from another entourage. This is the primary spiritual accumulation pill prepared by the Municipal Education Department for you, as well as the rare skill book carefully selected according to your professional characteristics. He handed one of the talisman boxes to Lin Mu. Lin Mu, considering the particularity of your profession, we have chosen a rare skill book of the dark system for you. Grip of Bones. Grip of Bones? Lin Mu's heart moved. He had heard of this skill. It is an attack skill that can summon a large bone hand. For necromancers, it can greatly make up for their own lack of damage. This is really a blessing in disguise. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director. Lin Mu sincerely thanked him. These rewards for his next development, especially the Wailing Cave challenge 3 days later. It is undoubtedly of great help. Su Xiaoxiao also received her reward. It is a priest's rare healing skill book and accumulation pills, and his little face is full of surprise and gratitude. Su Zhongguo watched from the sidelines. The smile on his face became more and more sincere, and he couldn't stop thanking the two leaders. Fan Jihong waved his hand, signaling that he was welcome. He looked at Lin Mu, his eyes a little deeper. Lin Mu, we all see your potential. Shilin City is lucky to produce talents like you. His words changed slightly, and his tone became meaningful. We already know the challenges of Shengjing University. Tutor Mu Wanqing's style has always been like this, harsh but fair. Ji Xiangwen also interjected. Wailing Cave is extremely difficult. With your current level, it is indeed a life of death. However, since you dare to take it, you must also have your support. He paused, with a hint of encouragement in his eyes. The city and the education department cannot directly interfere with the assessment of Shengjing Academy. But after all, Wailing Cave is on our territory. If you need any help within the scope of compliance, such as copy materials, special training venues, or some restorative drugs, you can ask the school or directly to the Department of Education. These words undoubtedly released great kindness to Lin Mu. Lin Mu's heart was slightly warm, and he thanked him again. Thank you for your concern. I will do what I can. This goodwill, although based on the value and potential he has shown. But at this time, he was indeed so moved. Fan Jihong and Ji Xiangwen encouraged a few more words. It mainly emphasized the hope that they can make greater contributions to Shilin City and Huaxia in the future. The whole process. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Minghui could hardly interject, so they could only smile and nod on the sidelines. But the heart has already blossomed. The performance of Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao. It has undoubtedly brought supreme glory to the second vocational college. The future careers of the two of them are inclined to the educational resources of the college by their superiors. Will benefit a lot from this. After the rewards were distributed, they briefly exchanged a few words about future plans. Fan Jihong and Ji Xiangwen got up and took their leave, citing their busy official duties. Before leaving, Mayor Fan Jihong glanced at Lin Mu meaningfully. That look seemed to want to say something, but in the end, it turned into a simple phrase: work hard. After sending the two bigwigs away, the atmosphere in the reception room suddenly relaxed. Chu Qingfeng and Lu Minghui breathed a long sigh of relief. There was uncontrollable excitement on his face. Lin Mu, are you really? Gave us a big surprise. Chu Qingfeng patted Lin Mu on the shoulder and said excitedly. Su Zhongguo also came over with a smile. Xiao Mu, your uncle Su is not wrong about you. If you need help in the future, even if you open your mouth, as long as you are in Shilin City, my uncle and I are still a bit thin-faced. Lin Mu responded one by one. He knew that from today onwards, his status in Shilin City was completely different. All of this is built on his SSS level rating and unknown natural abilities. Lin Mu, I will immediately ask the finance to pay for the 100,000 new star coins rewarded by the school, and I will take you to receive the rewarded equipment first. Chu Qingfeng was really happy in his heart. I immediately called the school's finance office. Let them directly transfer 100,000 new star coins to the two-person account without going through through any procedures. Job payment account, 100,000 new star coins arrived. The phone hung up for a while. Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao both received the information of the account. Although Su Xiaoxiao's family is not short of money, but this is also the first time she has earned so much with her ability. The little girl felt happy in her heart. Lin Mu was calm on the surface, but a little excited in his heart. A total of 400,000 yuan is in hand, which is a lot of startup capital. In his previous life, he was a cattle and horse for more than 10 years, and he didn't save so many benevolent coins. Let's go. Follow me. Chu Qingfeng waved his hand, his face full of red light. He personally took Lin Mu and Su Xiaoxiao to the logistics office with great enthusiasm. That posture. Those who didn't know thought they were going to review the three armies. Logistics, or the teacher who is responsible for distributing equipment for novices. But at this moment, he has long lost the dead face he loved to ignore. As soon as I saw Principal Chu personally leading the two heavyweight freshmen in, the teacher bounced off the chair with a miso. His face was instantly filled with chrysanthemum-like flattering smiles, and his waist was almost bent to 90 degrees. School. Headmaster, why did you come in person? Ouch, Lin, Su, please come in, please come in. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out 2 bottles of bottled water from under the counter that looked quite high-end at first glance. Handed it over diligently. The 2 classmates are really the pride of our second vocational college. SSS rating. TSK, I can't even think about it. Lin Mu took the water and didn't speak. Su Xiaoxiao politely thanked him. Chu Qingfeng cleared his throat, put his hands behind his back, and raised his chin slightly. He said in a somewhat ostentatious tone, Lao Li, according to the school's reward regulations, each of these 2 students will choose a piece of sophisticated equipment. Take out the best of you here and let them pick and choose. Hey, alright, principal, don't worry. Teacher Li nodded and quickly opened a special alloy door behind him. The steel door opens. A soft blue halo shines through it. Some equipment that exudes an extraordinary atmosphere. It is divided into different categories and displayed in it. Weapons, armor, and accessories are quite complete, although there are not many of them. But each one is well maintained, and it is obviously a good product. At the bottom of the box of the logistics office. 2 students, these are the top batches of blue equipment in our school's inventory. You can choose whatever you want, take which one you like. Teacher Li rubbed his hands and smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into a slit. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes scanned back and forth on several pieces of equipment. In the end, it fell on a priest's robe that radiated soft light. Light Guardian robe, LV.5, blue. Defense, 15 to 20. Intelligence, +2. Physique, +2. Special effect, non-holy damage taken is reduced by 5%. Principal, teacher, I'll choose this one. Su Xiaoxiao pointed to the robe, with joy on her small face. This robe has a well-balanced attribute. Not only does it add good defense and attributes, there is also a practical damage reduction effect that is perfect for her as a support class. Good vision. Chu Qingfeng nodded approvingly. Priests do need to prioritize their own survival. Not bad. Teacher Li hurriedly took off the Holy Light Guardian robe and respectfully handed it to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't put it down and stroked the soft fabric of the robe. Happily put it into the storage space. Lin Mu finally chose a stone pendant. The stone pendant is black ochre all over and has a simple shape, and the outer ring is wrapped in a dark red special material. Silent black stone necklace, LV.5, blue. Physique, +2. Special effect, increases perception range by 3 meters. This property, for a general profession, it makes almost no sense. Also occupy an equipment slot. That's it. Lin Mu pointed to the stone pendant. Teacher Li and Chu Qingfeng were both stunned for a moment. In their opinion, this necklace is really inconspicuous. Especially Lin Mu is a necromancer. It stands to reason that it should be more inclined to choose to increase the attributes of summons, or equipment that directly increases the power of spells. Lin Mu, are you sure? Chu Qingfeng couldn't help but ask. Don't look at anything else? For example, the shadow staff, although it is also blue, has a slight increase in dark spells. Lin Mu shook his head. No, principal, I want this. His deadwood staff has been modified, and the consumption reduction effect is really against the sky. For the time being, there is no need to replace it at all. Seeing Lin Mu's insistence, Chu Qingfeng couldn't say anything more. After all, geniuses always have their own ideas. Teacher Li handed the silent black stone necklace to Lin Mu. The moment Lin Mu took the necklace, his mind moved. Talent, describe the Templar, launch. Before the eyes, a detailed description of the necklace emerged. Silent black stone necklace, a necklace made of unrefined black stone mixed with red stone, containing the weak shadow guardian power, which increases 2 points of constitution and 3 meters of perception range after wearing. Lin Mu's eyes fell on the unrefined black stone. Change not to already. The description of the necklace blurred slightly, and then returned to clarity. Silent black stone necklace, LV.5, blue. Physique, +2. Special effect, increases perception range by 12 meters. The detailed description has also changed. Silent black stone necklace, a necklace polished from refined black stone stone mixed with red stone, containing strong shadow guardian power, which increases 2 points of physique and 12 meters of perception range after wearing. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth rose slightly imperceptibly. 12 meters of perception range. He just had to wait until tomorrow to revise it again. It will become 92 meters. Definitely the best weapon for reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. 2 classmates, the equipment has also been chosen. What the school can give you is basically given to you. Chu Qingfeng clapped his hands and smiled. Next, it's up to you. Especially Lin Mu, you, Wailing Cave, challenge, be sure to do what you can, safety first. Although he said this, his eyes were full of anticipation. In case of, what if this kid can really do another miracle? Leaving school, Lin Mu immediately checked the awards from the education department. Primary spiritual cultivation pill permanently increases intelligence by 1 point after taking it. You can only take 1 capsule, eating more is ineffective. It's only 1 o'clock? It's done. Lin Mu curled his lips, but no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Moreover, in his place, mosquito legs can also become rat legs. Talent, describe the Templar, launch, modify 1 point of intelligence to 9 points of intelligence. The description of the Yunyang pill was slightly blurred and then returned to clarity. Primary spiritual cultivation pill permanently increases intelligence by 9 points after taking it. You can only take 1 capsule, eating more is ineffective. Hey! Lin Mu smiled proudly and swallowed the pill directly. An indescribable sense of coolness instantly came to my mind. The whole soul seems to have been washed, and the mind has become clearer and sharper than ever. He couldn't wait to open the career panel. Name, Lin Mu. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV.4, EXP, 286/500. HP, 130/130. Mana, 250/250. Strength, 2. Dexterity, 4. Intelligence, 25. 16 plus 9. Physique, 13. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 2. Cool. Intelligence soared directly to 25 points. The upper limit of mana has also increased significantly. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction and then took out the rare skill book. Skill book, Grip of Bones, LV.5, limited to dark mages. TSK, you have to go up 1 level to learn. Lin Mu smacked his lips and put it away for the time being. The food should be eaten 1 bite at a time, the road should be taken step by step, and the hanging should be opened little by little. Carrying a huge amount of 400,000 yuan and a bunch of god costumes, Lin Mu went straight to the largest professional trading market in Shilin City. His Shilin City Glory Rising Star Medal is a good thing. Purchases at the official shop are 20% off. Must take advantage of it. The professional market is full of people, and various stores and stalls are lined up. Lin Mu had a clear goal and went directly to the most magnificent building in the center of the market, the Shilin Professional Trading Hall. Look in from the door. The hall was crowded with people, and professionals were buying or selling, a busy scene. As soon as he entered the door, a female receptionist wearing a professional skirt, tall and exquisite makeup, and a bit of enchantment greeted her. She looked Lin Mu up and down and saw that he was young and dressed ordinary. There was a hint of perfunctory in his eyes. This little handsome guy, is there anything I can help you with? The voice is sweet, but a bit fake. Lin Mu got straight to the point. I want to consult the equipment recycling process. Recycling equipment? When Lu Feifei heard that she was here to sell things, and looking at Lin Mu's age, she probably couldn't come up with any good goods. The professional smile on his face faded a little, and his tone became a little more impatient. We only recycle equipment above the excellent level here. If it is white equipment, turn left when you go out. There is a private purchase booth over there. The price may be low, but it is convenient. When she said this, she almost said directly, don't get involved with the poor. In her opinion, Lin Mu is a newcomer who has just awakened for a few days. What good things can he have? It's the white garbage that exploded from the novice copy. Lin Mu frowned slightly, but he didn't have an attack. I have a piece of green equipment here. Do you accept it? When Lu Feifei heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Yo, this kid actually has a green gear? Good luck. However, green equipment is not a rare thing. The impatience on her face still didn't dissipate. She just said formulaically, we also accept green equipment, but it depends on the specific attributes and level. The price, it is definitely not as good as blue. Lu Feifei said as she pointed to the appraisal counter next to her. Please go over there to queue up for appraisal and valuation when selling equipment. Then he added, if you buy equipment, our general area is over there, and the boutique area is on the 2nd floor. Lin Mu didn't care about her attitude and went straight to the appraisal counter. He handed over the goblin scimitar that had been slightly modified by him. The middle-aged man in charge of the appraisal was also careless at first, took the scimitar and glanced at it casually. The moment his eyes touched the description of the equipment attributes, his pupils shrank suddenly. His 25% of the physical defense. The middle-aged appraiser was shocked, and his voice changed a little. It attracted many people around to look sideways. He lifted his glasses, and the boy carefully looked at the scimitar several times. The expression on his face changed from the initial casual to shocked to unbelievable. Little brother, this this? Where did you get this scimitar? The appraiser looked up at Lin Mu, his eyes full of suspicion. Lin Mu frowned slightly. He didn't like this kind of look. You don't have to worry about this, just estimate it. At this moment, the previous female receptionist Lu Feifei seemed to hear the movement here and walked over curiously. When she saw the scimitar in the appraiser's hand, which exuded a faint green on, and the dazzling entry on its attribute panel that said, "Ignore the target's 25% physical defense," the whole person was like being struck by lightning, completely stunned. Lu Feifei's hand holding the scimitar trembled slightly, and she exclaimed, 25% of the physical defenses? How is this possible? The voice was sharp, once again attracting the attention of more people around him. She repeatedly confirmed, thinking she was dazzled, but the clear description made her have to believe it. However, then he suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Mu's eyes completely changed. First, Mr. This weapon, are you sure you want to sell? Lu Feifei's voice was a little stuttering. The previous arrogance is gone, replaced by extreme respect and caution. Lin Mu looked indifferent and tapped the counter lightly with his fingers. Problem? He felt dark in his heart, and this feeling of slapping his face in the face was indeed not bad. Lu Feifei took a deep breath and quickly changed into the sweetest, even with a somewhat flattering smile. No problem at all. Sir, wait a moment, I need to ask our chief appraiser to personally appraise this level of equipment. She was afraid of neglecting the big guy who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. Turning around, he hurriedly ran to the second floor. Soon, an old man with a gray beard and wearing the costume of a senior appraiser. Under the guidance of Lu Feifei, he walked down quickly. The old man took the scimitar and nodded slightly at first. But if you look closely, you can also take a breath of coolness, and your eyes flash. Strange thing. What a strange thing. The old man stroked his beard and praised repeatedly. Such a low level in quality, but with such a strong defense-breaking attribute, it is really rare. After the authoritative evaluation of the chief appraiser, this LV.3 Goblin Scimitar gave a purchase price of 150,000 new star coins. This price has far exceeded the scope of green equipment. Even if it is a green outfit in the late stage, it can't be sold at a price. Lu Feifei looked at Lin Mu's eyes, already as if she was looking at a walking god of wealth. The attitude is so enthusiastic that it can almost melt the iceberg. Lin Mu successfully got 150,000 new star coins. Coupled with the 400,000 yuan rewarded by the school and the city, his total assets instantly soared to 550,000. This huge amount of money is enough for him to change his shotgun. Be fully prepared for the next Wailing Cave challenge. Sir, do you need to look at other equipment? Lu Feifei followed Lin Mu step by step at this moment. Her voice was so sweet that she was tired of it. In the boutique area on the second floor of our trading floor, we have just arrived at a batch of sophisticated leather armor and combat boots. The attributes are very good, and there are many styles. Why don't I take you to see? Lin Mu was under Lu Feifei's professional recommendation and attentive service. Finally, I chose an LV.5 blue leather armor, Flame Lizard Guardian breastplate, and a pair of blue boots, Swift Wind boots, which are also LV.5. Flame Lizard Guardian chest armor, LV.5, blue, defense, 25 to 30. Ultimately, physique, +3. Special effect, fire resistance +10%. Swift Wind boots, LV.5, blue, defense, 10 to 15. Agility, +3. Special effect, movement speed +5%. Both pieces of equipment have basic stats and additional effects that are quite practical. After his modification, it can definitely come in handy in Wailing Cave. Sir, the original prices of these two pieces of equipment are 31,200 and 23,400 new star coins respectively, for a total of 54,600 new star coins. Lu Feifei took out the calculator and quickly calculated the price. He held his hands in front of Lin Mu, and the smile on his face did not diminish. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth rose and he took out the silver medallion engraved with stars and pomegranate flowers from the storage space. This is Shilin City Glory Rising Star Medal. Lu Feifei recognized it almost instantly. The voice raised a few tones because of excitement, even with a hint of vibrato. She covered her mouth in a gaffe. Looking at Lin Mu's eyes, it has completely changed from the previous respect and flattery to awe and fanaticism. She knows too well the weight of this medal. This not only represents an honor, but also represents the highest recognition of the potential of the holder by Shilin City. The ordinary Rising Star Medal is enough to attract attention. And with the word glory, counting the history of Shilin City, I am afraid that there are only a handful of those who are eligible to get it. First, sir, please wait. Lu Feifei's voice trembled a little, and she hurriedly operated it on the terminal at the counter. According to the regulations, distinguished customers who hold the Shilin City Glory Rising Star Medal can enjoy an 80% discount when purchasing any item on our official trading floor. She carefully quoted the discounted price. The total price of these two pieces of equipment you purchased is 43,680 new star dollars. More than 10,000 new star coins are discounted. Lin Mu nodded calmly and made a direct account in a chic manner. Privilege is cool. Lu Feifei handed Lin Mu's medal back back with both hands, only to feel that this small silver medal was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her excitement. In what he thought was the sweetest and most respectful, he said, "Sir, your medallion. Please wait a moment, our Mr. Liu will be there soon. She hopes to personally apply for an amethyst VIP card for you." Oh, Lin Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the added value of this Glory Rising Star medal is greater than he expected. Not long after, a person was wearing a dark purple professional skirt. A beautiful woman with a capable temperament and about 30 years old walked over quickly. She wears the nameplate of General Manager on her chest, with a professional yet enthusiastic smile on her face. "This must be Mr. Lin Mu, right? I am the manager of the trading floor, Lu Qing." Lu Qing took the initiative to stretch out his hand, with sincere appreciation in his eyes. "I just heard Feifei say that Mr. Lin has won the Glory Rising Star medal at a young age, and he is really a young talent, and his future is limitless." Lin Mu shook her lightly and said indifferently, "Director Liu is polite." Lu Qing didn't procrastinate. "Directly take out a card that is transparent and shimmers with a lilac halo. Mr. Lin, this is the highest level of amethyst VIP card in our Shilin professional trading floor, and I have added it to the system for you. In the future, when you spend in our store, no matter how large or small, you will automatically enjoy a 70% discount, and you can give priority to booking some scarce materials, or entrust us to find specific items." She handed the card to Lin Mu with both hands. "This is not only a little bit of our trading floor's heart for genius professionals, but also hopes to have more cooperation with Mr. Lin in the future." Lin Mu took the amethyst card. His hand was slightly cool, and the texture was extraordinary. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." He also knows that this is not just a discount card. It is also a status symbol and a potential networking channel. Mr. Lin doesn't have to be polite. Lu Qing smiled even more. "Our trading floor also undertakes some customization and enchantment services for special equipment. If Mr. Lin has this need, you can contact me at any time." She was making a subtle overture, and hinted that behind the trading floor, there may be some high-end life professionals. Lin Mu's heart moved slightly. "I thought of my equipment that had been tampered with. If you need to explain the source externally, enchantment may be a good way to cover up. I'll think about it." Lin Mu nodded non-committally. After a few simple greetings, Lu Qing personally sent Lin Mu to the door of the trading floor. This kind of treatment attracted many professionals in the hall to look sideways, secretly speculating about Lin Mu's identity. Lin Mu walked out of the trading floor, the sun shining on his body, warm. "Suffering, this girl is shrewd. I took out the card after I paid the bill, obviously on purpose." He muttered and was about to turn away, his eyes inadvertently sweeping across the street corner. There, two figures seemed to observe him without a trace. When Lin Mu's eyes were cast, the two immediately looked away as if nothing had happened and blended into the crowd. Lin Mu's eyes were slightly cold, and he knew it in his heart. It seems that his actions today have attracted the attention of some people with a heart. Is it Wang Debiao's old dog thief who is not dead and sent a spy? Or some other force? He is unknown for the time being. However, the soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it. Lin Mu withdrew his gaze, and his face regained his calm. The top priority is to upgrade the newly acquired equipment as soon as possible. Leave the trading floor. Lin Mu found a secluded alley. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out the two pieces of equipment he had just bought. Talent, description tamper, is activated. Flame Lizard Guardian Breastplate, made of hard skin tanned by salamanders. It has been treated with a special process and has good defense and fire resistance. Fire resistance plus 10%. Changed fire resistance plus 10% to fire resistance plus 90%. The equipment description has changed. Flame Lizard Guardian Chest Armor, LV.5, blue. Defense, 25 to 30. Physique, plus 3. Special effect, fire resistance plus 90%. Lin Mu grinned, nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Swift Wind Combat Boots. Long description, crafted with lightweight windbird feathers and tough demonic leather with weaker wind elemental magic, plus 5% movement speed. His gaze paused for a moment at the weaker wind elemental magic. Modify weaker to stronger. Swift Wind Boots, LV.5, blue. Defense, 10 to 15. Agility, plus 5. Special effect, movement speed plus 15%. The agility bonus is 2 points, and the movement speed has tripled. Lin Mu put away the two new pieces of equipment again. The corners of his mouth grinned even more. The equipment is in place, wait for tonight to be modified and refreshed, and then be ruthless, and go to that Wailing Cave tomorrow to play. Lin Mu, who returned home, was no longer as excited as the previous few times and couldn't sleep. After simply eating and drinking, start to recharge. Time passed minute by minute. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Revisions, refresh. Lin Mu lifted his spirits. Still start with Resuscitation Skeleton. To activate the talent, see the description details. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 2, consumes 10 mana. By channeling a strong breath of death, summons a skeleton made of steel bones from nothingness to fight for you, which moves slowly, has a strong structure, and is extremely difficult to damage. Maximum quantity, 90. Changed Summon 1 to Summon 9. Modification successful. Lin Mu did not hesitate and directly upgraded Resuscitation Skeleton by 1 level. Details after the upgrade. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 3, consumes 55 mana, summons 10 skeletons made of steel bones from nothingness to fight for you by channeling. Multiple strong breaths of death, which are slower, have a strong structure, and are extremely difficult to damage. Maximum quantity, 90. A single summon goes from 1 to 10. Then there is Bone Teeth. Description details. Bone Fangs, level 2, consumes 95 mana, channels death energy, summons 90 sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep underground, and quickly stabs into the linear area in front of them, dealing 3 to 5 physical damage respectively. Changed Summon 90 to Summon 99. Added the remaining skill points to Bone Fang again. Post-upgrade details. Bone Fangs, level 3, consumes 107 mana, channels death energy, summons 100 sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep in the ground, and quickly stabs into the linear area in front of them, dealing 4 to 6 physical damage respectively. The 2 core skills of Resuscitation Skeleton and Bone Fang are now perverted. Wait until tomorrow night to modify it severely, and the picture is unimaginable. Subsequently, Lin Mu once again improved the existing equipment attributes one by one. Deadwood Staff LV.0 White. Attack power 9 to 9. Special effect reduces mana cost by 99% when casting skills. The lower attack power limit has been increased from 1 point to 9 points. Quick Heal Ring LV.5 Blue. Insufficient level, cannot be equipped. Defense 1 to 9. Special effect restores 99 health per second. Defense cap increased. Silent Blackstone Necklace LV.5 Blue. Insufficient level, cannot be equipped. Physique +2. Special effect increases perception range by 92 meters. The perception range of 92 meters directly transforms into a single active phased array radar. Within the range, don't try to escape his perception if any wind or grass moves. Flame Lizard Guardian Chest Armor LV.5 Blue. Insufficient level, cannot be equipped. Defense 25 to 30. Physique +3. Special effect fire resistance +99%. The fire resistance was directly full, almost doubling, not close to immune to burn, but to improve one's original fire resistance. Swift Wind Boots LV.5 Blue. Insufficient level, cannot be equipped. Defense 10 to 15. Agility +5. Special effect movement speed +95%. Movement speed skyrockets. The next day, it was just dawn. Lin Mu stood in front of the window, holding the cold black challenge order tightly in his hand. Last night's revision. It has pushed his combat power to a new peak. At this moment, he is full of confidence. It's time to take on the challenge. Since the cataclysm of the Blue Star, monsters are everywhere, and there are many copies. After several generations of professional bloody battles, humans have built countless shelters by relying on the high walls of the city. Partly thoroughly discovered and controlled copies. It is managed by nearby cities or large forces. Even some dungeon entrances are located directly in the city, closely guarded by full-time professionals, ready to suppress monsters that may escape. Wailing Cave is such a special existence. It is located in the East District of Shilin City. The Copy Management Office directly under the municipal government will carry out unified scheduling. There are also several copies of the city guard coordinating to defend the surrounding area. Lin Mu simply cleaned up, so he took a taxi directly to the Copy Management Center in the East District of Shilin City. There is not only one dungeon entrance to Wailing Cave here. Therefore, even if he was not late, the square was already crowded. Many professional teams gather here, either looking for teammates or preparing for new adventures. He went straight to the exclusive registration office of the Wailing Cave. "Hello, I apply to enter the Wailing Cave," Lin Mu said calmly to the staff in charge of registration. The staff is a slightly tired middle-aged man. He glanced up at Lin Mu. When the scanning device showed that Lin Mu only had a level of LV.4, his brows couldn't help but furrow. "Young man, Wailing Cave is a special challenge dungeon, extremely difficult, and can only be entered by one person," he kindly persuaded. "At your level, I suggest you go outside the city to clean up some lone monsters first, or choose those low-level copies that can be teamed up, which is safer." Lin Mu shook his head, his tone firm. "Thank you, but I insisted on entering the Wailing Cave." Seeing Lin Mu so stubborn, the staff sighed helplessly. Wailing Cave does not charge any fee, but a specific dungeon challenge order is required to enter, he said routinely. Obviously, I don't think the young man in front of me can come up with any credentials. Lin Mu heard this, silently took out the black token that Mu Wanqing handed him from the storage space. The moment the token appeared, the casual on the staff's face instantly froze. Instead, there was a touch of disbelief. He took the token, and after checking it carefully, the look he looked at Lin Mu completely changed, mixed with shock, confusion, and a hint of envy. "It turns out, challenger of Shengjing University," he muttered in a low voice, then said no more, and quickly went through the entry procedures for Lin Mu. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Mu walked towards the light door that exuded a dark aura. On the huge display screen next to the entrance to the copy, his basic information is also updated and displayed in real time. Wailing Cave. Challenger, Lin Mu. Occupation, LV.4 Necromancer. Entry time, 16 seconds. Current rating, none. This line of simple information is like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. In an instant, it stirred up 1,000 waves in the crowd of professionals waiting to enter other dungeons. A level 4 Necromancer? Single brush, Wailing Cave? I read that right. A strong man who had just completed registration and was about to enter the Ye-Goblin mine rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What are you kidding? In that place of Wailing Cave, a shield guard who had turned around before went in, but they couldn't come out alive. It is said that the monsters in it all start at least LV.5, as well as elite monsters and boss monsters. Another experienced professional exclaimed, his face full of expressions of "this kid is going to die." In the crowd, a well-informed middle-aged man suddenly lowered his voice and said to his companions, "You don't know yet, do you? This Lin Mu is the ruthless man who scored SSS level scores in the internship trial of the 2nd vocational college 2 days ago." He cleared his throat and continued to break the news. "I heard that he came to challenge this Wailing Cave in order to get the admission qualification of Xingjing Academy. These things were told to me by my nephew who went to school in the 2nd vocational college. It is absolutely true." SSS rating? Necromancer takes SSS level? Meanwhile, when the surrounding professionals heard this, they exploded even more, and their eyes in the direction of the light gate were full of complexity. Although the deeds of the SSS rating are shocking enough, but the notoriety of Wailing Cave has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Almost no one was optimistic that Lin Mu would be able to get out of it alive. Even the staff in charge of registration just now. At this moment, he also looked at Lin Mu's back disappearing into the light gate and shook his head slightly. His eyes were full of regret. Genius. It is often accompanied by extreme paranoia. Behind the light gate, there was a deep darkness. Lin Mu only felt a slight sense of weightlessness. The scenery in front of him quickly became clear. The cold and humid air came to my face, with a strange smell of a faint mixture of decay and blood. There were vague whimpering and wailing in my ears. It seems that there are countless wrong souls crying here, which is chilling. As expected of the Wailing Cave, this environment alone makes people shudder. Lin Mu's eyes were calm and he quickly looked around. It is a narrow rocky passage. The rock walls are covered with blue-black moss, and water droplets drip from above from time to time. It makes a ticking sound, which is particularly clear in the silent environment. His mind moved. Resuscitation skeleton. Resuscitation skeleton. Accompanied by slight ground tremors, 10 or 20 bodies. A full 90 steel skeletons, exuding a metallic luster, silently breaking out of the ground and rock walls around him. They held cold steel knives, and the blue soul fire in their empty eyes was connected. Instantly crowded this narrow passage to the brim. A daunting torrent of steel was formed. This is his confidence now. At this moment, at the corner of the passage ahead, a thick gray-black fog filled the air. The fog surged. It was vaguely visible that there seemed to be countless distorted faces struggling and roaring. Fog of despair, an area filled with negative energy. The living will be swallowed up by endless despair. Their minds will collapse and eventually turn into wrong souls in the fog. The description clearly states that the living, stepping into it, will be devoured by endless despair. Lin Mu curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Talent, describe the Templar. Launch. His consciousness pinned the word despair precisely. Change will be swallowed up by endless despair to will be swallowed by endless hope. In an instant, the surging gray-black mist twisted violently, and the color changed from deep dead black and gray to soft milky white at a speed visible to the naked eye. The distorted face in it also dissipated without a trace, replaced by a little warm halo. Fog of hope, an area filled with positive energy. The living step into it, bathed in the glimmer of hope, lifted in spirit and high morale. When Lin Mu stepped into it with his army of skeletons, I only felt a warm current surging all over my body, and even my spirit was a little clearer. What was originally suppressed in my heart was the haze of the death of my parents, and the solemnity of the warning of the man in black. It seems that under the light of this fog of hope, it has dissipated a lot. Even the eyes became more determined. Survive 24 hours a day and kill the final boss, Cave Lord. Lin Mu silently read the challenge goal, and there was no fear in his heart. This world is full of unknowns and dangers. Only absolute strength can allow me to clear all the fog and find the truth. After passing through the fog of hope, the future suddenly opened up. A slightly wider cave appeared. On the rock wall of the cave, he noticed some strange scratches, not like the paw prints of any known animal. The scratches are arranged in a somewhat weird way, seemingly. Is there some kind of law? Lin Mu ordered the skeleton army to be on guard on the spot. He slowly stepped forward and carefully observed the scratches. The gaze finally stayed on a relatively flat stone wall. There is nothing but claw marks. There are also some vague symbols that seem to be artificially depicted. A forgotten warning, an ancient text that records a certain rule lurking in the depths of the cave, which requires a special key to decipher. Rules? Key? Lin Mu raised his eyebrows slightly slightly, and a trace of curiosity rose in his heart. It seems that this, Wailing Cave, is not just a simple monster lair. He tried to modify the description with description tamperer, but there was no reaction. It seems to have touched some deeper limit, or it may simply exceed his modification level limit. Lin Mu withdrew his gaze and no longer dwelled on this pressing matter. It is to ensure survival and explore the cave step by step. Woohoo! Without waiting for Lin Mu to think about it, a dull roar was faintly heard in the distance. With obvious tyranny and hunger, Lin Mu's eyes froze. Are you here? He waved his hand. 90 steel skeletons, taking neat and uniform steps, rolled towards the depths of the cave. Boom, boom, boom. Under the command of Lin Mu, 90 steel skeletons are like an iron-gray tide that opens the gates. It rumbled towards the depths of the cave. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of uniform metal collisions echoed through the claustrophobic corridors. The rock on the rock wall fell with a rustle. It didn't take long. At the corner ahead, several dark shadows flashed. It's a bit interesting. It is 5 huge, corrosive rats. Their fur is greasy, exudes a pungent sour smell, and they are baring their fangs. Closely followed, there are also 2 cave spiders, the size of a mill. The 8 compound eyes flashed with a dark green fierce light. Between the opening and closing of the mouthparts, a viscous venom drips. These LV.5 to LV.6 monsters. In the novice dungeon, it is enough to make any low-level professional squad rush, even pay a heavy price. When their proud claws and fangs fell on the gleaming metallic bones of the steel skeleton, ding ding, only a series of fine sparks exploded, leaving behind white marks that were almost negligible. -1 HP, -2 HP. Poor damage numbers floated over the skeletons' heads like mockery. On the other hand, the steel skeleton, their attacks are simple and rough to the extreme. Several skeletons stepped forward. The steel knife in his hand was wrapped in strong wind, and he slashed down without fancy. With each sword, it can easily tear through the flesh and skin of the monster, leaving horrific wounds on their bodies with deep visible bones. Almost one knife at a time. Inside the cave, for a while, only the mournful wails of the monsters before death and the click of broken bones remained. Lin Mu's experience bar soared wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.5. It took less than half an hour. After eliminating several waves of similar monsters, a familiar prompt sound sounded in his mind. Lin Mu did not hesitate. Adds the newly acquired 5 free attribute points, 3 points to intelligence, and 2 points to physique. Health and mana caps have been increased again. However, he couldn't wait to put the LV.5 equipment in his backpack that was already hungry and thirsty. Wear them one by one. Quick healing ring, silent blackstone necklace, flame lizard guardian breastplate, swift wind boots. A powerful feeling that far exceeded the previous one, like a warm current, surged through the whole body. With a life recovery of 99 points per second, it is simply a shochun that cannot be killed. Plus 92 meters of terror perception range, any wind and grass within a radius of nearly 100 meters, there is no place to hide. Plus 99% fire resistance, allowing him to almost ignore most fire damage at this stage. The 95% movement speed bonus made him feel as light as a swallow in the wind under his feet. Cool. Lin Mu felt the surging power in his body. Put. Squeak. Then he took out the official reward skill book, Grip of Bones. Ding. Do you learn the skill Grip of Bones? Study. Bone Grip, level 1, consumes 25 mana, summons the bone hand at the designated location, and explodes after grabbing it, causing 30 physical damage within a radius of 2 meters. Talent, Description Tamper, is activated. A more detailed description emerges. Bone Grip, level 1, consumes 25 mana, uses the power of death to condense old bones at the designated location, forms a skeleton hand to break through. The ground quickly grasps the enemy within the range and then the skeleton explodes, causing 30 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 2 meters. Change the radius of 2 meters to radius of 9 meters. The skill description was blurred for a while, and then reshaped. Lin Mushan added the newly obtained skill point to the Grip of Bones. Bone Grip, level 2, consumes 27 mana, summons the bone hand at the designated location, and explodes after grabbing it, causing 35 physical damage within a radius of 9.2 meters. Then opened his career panel. Subsequently, name, Lin Mu. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV.5. EXP, 38/800. In a flash. HP, 200/200. Mana, 280/280. Strength, 2. Agility, 9. Boots +5. Intelligence, 28. Constitution, 20. Chest armor +3. Necklace 2. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. Equipment, Deadwood Staff, Flame Lizard Guardian Breastplate, Swift Wind Boots, Quick Healing Ring, Silent Blackstone Necklace. Lin Mu couldn't wait to test the power of the new skill. Continue to go deeper for a while. Not far ahead, 3 LV.6, cave ogres, were waving thick wooden sticks and roaring at them. They are strong. The skin takes on a dirty gray-green color. It emits a disgusting fishy smell. Lin Mu raised his hand and pointed. Grip of Bones. With the surge surge of mana. The ground exploded suddenly. A huge claw made up of countless pale bones, breaking through the ground with unmatched power. The hands and feet of the skeleton were several meters large, and the 5 fingers were hideous, exuding a strong aura of death. Almost instantaneously they appeared. They surrounded the 3 cave ogres and a large area around them. Ugh! The ogres obviously didn't expect such a change, and let out a roar of horror. The giant hand of the skeleton suddenly clenched. Bang! A dull popping sound resounded through the cave. Countless bone fragments were scattered and splashed. The 3 cave ogres let out a terrible scream. Each body has a damage number that is neither high nor low, although a single damage is not fatal to these rough-skinned ogres. But the terrifying attack range made Lin Mu's eyes shine. Not bad. As long as I modify it a few more times, the damage of this bone grip can be raised, which can perfectly make up for my lack of range output. Lin Mu said secretly in his heart. The Sea of Steel Skulls is responsible for frontal propulsion and damage resistance. Bone Teeth is responsible for accurately killing high-threat targets, coupled with a large range of grip of bones, clearance, as well as its own super high recovery ability, perverted perception range and terrifying elemental resistance. His tactical system has become impeccable. Next, with the assistance of a perception range of 92 meters, Lin Mu can always predict the distribution of monsters in the passage in front of him in advance. It can even clearly distinguish the strength of the breath of different monsters. He commanded the skeleton army and attacked with precision. Every encounter, all ended quickly with a crushing posture. The next second, XP is skyrocketing as it continues to deepen. The environment inside the cave is also becoming darker and more eerie. Some strangely shaped black rocks began to appear on the rock wall. They are angular and have a surface covered with twisted lines. It emits faint negative energy. Lin Mu's perception. There seemed to be a faint whisper. It came from the black rocks. The voice was full of despair and resentment, constantly impacting his mind. When they reached the edge of a huge underground lake, the whispers temporarily disappeared. The fishy lake water is an eerie dark green. The remains of some unknown creatures float on the lake. An abnormally inflated and twisted monster was lying on the lake's edge gnawing on a rotting corpse. Mutant Ghoul Elite, LV.8, Elite Monster, HP, 1200. Characteristics, poisonous spewing, fast movement, rancid aura. This ghoul has a body that is almost twice as large as a normal ghoul. The skin takes on a sickly bluish-purple color, covered with pustules and festering wounds. It sensed Lin Mu's arrival, raised its head suddenly, and let out a sharp roar. Fishy saliva dripped from its toothy mouth, rushed towards Lin Mu's skeleton army at great speed. It opened its fishy mouth and suddenly spewed out a thick yellow-green venom. The venom fell on the body of the steel skeleton, and immediately bursts of pungent white smoke rose. Although the iron skull has extremely high defense, the direct damage caused by venom is not much, but the continuous corrosive effect is really disgusting to look at. Lin Mu frowned slightly. He was too leisurely now, and he was playful. The gaze froze, and the talent description tamper was activated. He quickly checked the detailed description of this Mutant Ghoul Elite. Mutant Ghoul Elite, a ghoul that mutates by devouring carrion and highly toxic substances all year round, with extremely fast movement speed and powerful jumping ability, can spit out highly toxic liquids, quickly corrode objects, and exude a disgusting putrid smell all over his body. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled up with a playful arc, and his thoughts focused on the word highly toxic. Modify highly toxic liquid to non-toxic liquid. The yellow-green liquid that the Mutant Ghoul Elite spat out again. When it falls on the skeletons, instead of corrosive white smoke, there was no corrosive smoke. Instead, it is like clear water, and even has a faint strange fragrance. Roar. Mutant Ghoul Elite's actions were obviously stagnant. The huge head was crooked, revealing an extremely anthropomorphic expression of confusion, as if to say, "Where's my venom? What about my big puddle of venom?" Take advantage of its stun time. Dozens of steel skeletons rushed up at once. The steel knife in his hand turned into a cold rain of knives. In an instant, the elite monster that couldn't figure out the situation was torn to pieces. Meantime, Lin Mu stepped forward, pick up the elite monster and drop a piece of green equipment. At this time, in the deeper, darker passage on the other side of the lake, an aura far more powerful than Mutant Ghoul Elite was slowly surging. Shilin City, Eastern District Copy Management Center. The exclusive entrance to Wailing Cave is crowded with people. On a huge display, a few simple lines of characters, but they attract everyone's attention. Wailing Cave. In a flash. Challenger, Lin Mu. Occupation, LV.5 Necromancer. Entry time, 45 minutes and 32 seconds. Current rating, C. Hiss, look. He upgraded and scored. In the crowd, a sharp-eyed professional pointed to the screen, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Oh my god, how long has it been in? Less than an hour, right? From level 4 to level 5? And it's in a ghostly place like Wailing Cave. Whether the necromancer can survive is a question. This Lin Mu, what monster has become? C-rated score. Solo challenge, Necromancer. This rating is already already terrifying. The sound of discussion came and went. Everyone's face is full of disbelief. At this moment, there was a commotion around the crowd. Several professionals dressed in the standard armor of the city guard opened the way, forcibly separate a passage from a crowded crowd. A group of figures walked in quickly under the gaze of everyone. The leader. He is the admissions tutor of Xingjing Academy, Mu Wanqing. She still looked calm, but in those deep eyes, there seemed to be a hint of fluctuation than before. By her side, Chu Qingfeng, the principal of Xilin's second vocational college, had fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead at this moment. He followed quickly, while carefully observing Mu Wanqing's face. Municipal Education Department Director Ji Xiangwen, and several other admissions representatives from top universities who still remained in Xilin City also followed. They looked different, but without exception, they all have a bit of solemnity and curiosity. Teacher Mu, Director Ji, Principal Chu. The director of the Copy Management Center hurriedly greeted him, sweating on his forehead. Mu Wanqing nodded slightly. His eyes went directly to the display. When I saw Lin Mu's LV.5 rating and C rating, in her autumn waterless eyes, there was finally a ripple. He's faster than I expected. Mu Wanqing spoke lightly, her voice not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of several bigwigs around him. When Chu Qingfeng heard this, his heart couldn't help but tighten, and with a hint of inexplicable expectation, followed by, "This kid, is there really a trump card?" he thought to himself. His eyes were also glued to the data on the screen. Representatives of several other academies were also looking at each other at the moment, with complicated eyes. None of them expected it. Lin Mu would actually enter the Wailing Cave so quickly. Is this self-confidence or recklessness? Time, passing by minute by minute. The atmosphere at the entrance also became more and more tense. Everyone held their breath and waited for the next change in the data on the screen. Every second seems so long. And, it's moving again. Ratings have changed. The crowd erupted in exclamation again. Everyone's eyes are focused on the display screen. I saw that the originally static character was flickering slightly at the moment, giving it a new look. Wailing Cave. Challenger, Lin Mu. Occupation, LV.6 Necromancer. Entry time, 1 hour 5 minutes and 47 seconds. Current rating, B, LV.6. B grade. Principal Chu Qingfeng could no longer suppress his excitement and exclaimed. His cheeks flushed with excitement. The fists were clenched, and the knuckles were a little white. The other bigwigs around him were also stunned and shocked at the moment. 1 hour and 5 minutes. From LV.4 to LV.6, the score was also raised to B. The elegant old man of Huaxia Vocational University. At this moment, the eyes under the lenses widened and muttered to themselves. Has he been killing monsters? Doesn't it mean that Wailing Cave should try to avoid encountering monsters before it is possible to see the dungeon boss? The middle-aged man in military uniform at the War Academy frowned, his eyes full of incredulity. Necromancer. When did it become so strong? Mu Wanqing still stood in place, looking calm, but her hands behind her inadvertently shook it gently. She said secretly in her heart. Suddenly, it seems that this trip to Xilin may really bring me some surprises. The crowd is completely boiling. B class. It's AB grade. I remember the last time I cleared Wailing Cave was a shadow assassin who used skills all the way to the boss, used special props to solve the boss, and finally came out and got AB grade. And Lin Mu is also a necromancer. Did he really kill all the way? This is outrageous. Could it be? Can he really come out alive? A young professional, with a hint of trembling and anticipation in his tone. No one can answer this question. But in everyone's hearts, because of Lin Mu's amazing performance at this moment, a huge wave was set off. Lin Mu commanded the skeleton army, bypassed the lake that emitted a strange dark green light, set foot on the land on the other side. The passage in front of him became darker and deeper. The rancid smell that permeates the air almost condenses into substance. Nauseating. The rock wall is covered with huge holes. From time to time, there was a strange sound of sisi suwa from the depths of the hole. One is larger than the ghoul elite he has encountered before. The whole body is covered with a pitch-black shiny carapace. It looks like an enlarged version of a hideous monster that combines a scorpion and a centipede. Suddenly, he rushed out from the depths of the cave in front of him. Dark Demon Worm, LV.9, Elite Monster, HP, 1500. It's a bit interesting. Characteristics, hard carapace, highly poisonous tailspine, acid spray, stealth raid. Seeing this, Lin Mu's eyes froze. Raising your hand is a grip of bones. A huge pale bone hand accurately broke through the ground from under the Dark Demon Worm and squeezed it suddenly. Dark Demon Worm was caught off guard and was caught staggering. A damage number of -23 appeared above his head and the momentum of the charge was abruptly interrupted. Lin Mu then waved his hand and 3 bone teeth roared out. Each bone tooth contains a full 100 sharp teeth, like 3 dense white jets. Bombard the hard carapace of the Dark Demon Worm. Ding 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 dash. A series of dense sounds like a symphony of gold and iron exploded and sparks splashed. The top of the head of Dark Demon Worm was instantly overwhelmed by a fine number of -2 and -3 damage. Because there were so many of them, these numbers were even stacked into dark red blocks. The carapace defense of this demon worm is indeed amazing. The total damage of the 3 bone fangs added up, and they couldn't even kill it. Hiss. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't bother to use my talent to modify any descriptions. His mind moved. Dozens of steel skeletons beside him had already rushed up. The cold steel knife flashed with a cold glow, like the sharpest cutting machine. Instantly drowned the dark demon worm under the crazy slashing and cutting of countless steel knives. Dark demon worm didn't even have time to activate any skill again. It was completely dismembered in less than 3 seconds, turned into a shattered carapace and blurred flesh and blood. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.6. A large amount of experience points poured in to raise his level again. He quickly distributed the newly obtained 5 free attribute points according to the ratio of 3 intelligence and 2 physique. I got another valuable skill point, which I saved for the time being. After killing Dark Demon Worm, Lin Mu habitually glanced at the copy information. Entry time, 1 hour 5 minutes and 47 seconds. Current rating, B. Is it only B grade? It seems that the rating bonus given by the elite monster is not too high. Lin Mu touched his chin. Looking at the 90 majestic steel skeletons in front of him, he suddenly felt a little bored. He had an idea and came up with a bold idea. In that case, why not? Let them farm on their own? Lin Mu immediately left 10 steel skeletons by his side to guard. The remaining 80 skeletons were divided into 10 groups. Each group consists of 8 skeletons, with one as the squad leader. Follow the intricate forks in the cave and make your way on your own. Free to find enemies, kill freely, and recycling equipment. He took the time to find a relatively clean stone and sit down. Close your eyes and recuperate. Only through spiritual connection can I feel the movements of those skeleton squads. Time. The entire depths of the Wailing Cave seem to have become an automated and efficient slaughterhouse. Your iron skeleton kills Cave Lurker ×3 and gains experience. Your iron skeleton kills Poison Whiplasher ×2 and gains experience points. Your steel skeleton encounters small rotten wolves, successfully annihilates it and gains experience points. Similar kill prompts kept ringing in his mind like swiping the screen. Lin Mu's experience bar rose wildly at an incredible speed. The level, also in the successive prompt sounds, was raised by 2 levels again. Step into LV.8, and the score of the copy has already quietly crossed the A level. Reached the jaw-dropping S rank. This is an upgrade that sits back and enjoys its success. Let Lin Mu once again deeply appreciate the profession of necromancer after having the talent of description tamperer. Just when Lin Mu was almost asleep in this boring wait, a message that was completely different from other kill prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Your iron skeleton is dead. Killer, Cave Lord, LV.10, Lord Boss. Lin Mu suddenly opened his eyes, and the light flashed. Is it finally here? The main owner of Wailing Cave. He immediately connected through the spirit, recalled the other 9 skeleton squads that were wandering outside and moved closer to him. Follow the spiritual imprint of the slain skeleton team member. With the 10 guard skeletons around him, he quickly rushed towards the scene of the incident. The passages in the cave are winding and twisting, like a maze. But Lin Mu was assisted by the terrifying perception range of the silent black stone necklace of 92 meters high, and there was no possibility of getting lost. He came to a huge underground stone hall. In the center of the stone hall, one is 5 meters tall and wears thick bone armor. A hideous monster holding a huge bone axe burning with dark blue flames is fighting with 7 steel skeletons. One next to them has turned into a piece of broken iron, inseparable. Cave Lord, LV.10, Lord level boss. HP, 9700/10,000. Characteristics, Lord Coercion, Skeleton Armor, Desperate Roar. At this moment, the Cave Lord seemed to be angered by these iron lumps that could not be broken. Suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a deafening roar. Woohoo! A powerful shockwave of negative energy mixed with despair and tyranny spread out around it. The 7 steel skeletons that were besieging it had a -50 HP damage number appearing on their bodies at the same time. The action also became visibly slow by half a beat. Cave Lord seized this opportunity. The huge body jumped up suddenly. The flame bone axe in his hand had a whistling sound that tore through the air. He slashed fiercely at one of the steel skeletons with little blood left. Click. Meantime, a tooth-shattering cracking sound sounded. -453. A huge damage number floated up. The steel skeleton was directly split in half by this axe, and it was scattered all over the ground. Soon, something. Lin Mu's eyes were slightly condensed, but he was not panicked. The steel skeleton detachment that went out to clear the monster just now has all returned. Also brought back 7 or 8 pieces of equipment. Basically, they are all white, only 2 pieces of green and 1 piece of blue. He waved his hand. In addition to the skeletons guarding around them, the skeleton squad that had just returned put down their equipment. It rushed up like a tide. Layer upon layer, the Cave Lord was surrounded by water. Countless steel knives greeted greeted it frantically. Cave Lord is huge. The skeletons on the periphery couldn't attack it at all for a while. The battle situation instantly evolved into the skeletons in the front row being shattered, and the skeletons in the back row quickly made up for the attrition war of the position. Lin Mu also consumes very little mana from time to time. Resummon new iron skulls to add them, maintaining the numerical advantage of the Skull C. TSK, it would be nice if there was a long-range attack summon to cooperate at this time. Lin Mu looked at the battle situation in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. But even so, with a fearless and endless sea of skeleton tactics, Cave Lord's seemingly strong health bar was still continuing to decline at a considerable speed. Lin Mu would occasionally be bored and fire a Bone Tooth at the Cave Lord. It's a pity. The boss's defense is too high. 100 Bone Teeth can only be continuously hit with -1 forced blood deduction damage, which is better than nothing. That's it. Under the successive siege of the steel skeletons, the blood volume of the Cave Lord quickly dropped to about half. At this moment, Cave Lord suddenly let out an even more fierce and violent roar. The bone armor on his body was shattered inch by inch. An aura that was far more terrifying than before erupted from its body. It has entered the second form. The cracks in the Cave Lord's body revealed not flesh and blood. However, instead, it was an ominous dark blue light. It looked up to the sky and let out a roar that was completely different from before. The voice was filled with pure will to destroy, no longer simple despair. Dark blue flames surged from the giant axe in its hand. A ring of flames was formed that was constantly spreading. It enveloped the surrounding area of tens of meters. Ring of Despair. The Cave Lord detonates the power of despair accumulated in his body, forming a ring of destruction that burns continuously, dealing 50 shadow flame damage per second to all enemies within the range, and adding the effect of panic reduces attack and defense by 10%. Those steel skeletons who were not afraid of death and were frantically besieging came into contact with this dark blue flame ring, and the same flames immediately burned on their bodies, and their health dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 45 HP, 37 HP. Pieces of damage numbers emerged densely from the top of the skull. In just a few tens of seconds, more than a dozen steel skeletons in the innermost circle turned into charred broken iron. What's even more troublesome, in the Cave Lord's empty eyes, 2 dark blue soul fires were also ignited. It raised its giant axe violently. Instead of chopping indiscriminately, it accurately locked on a steel skeleton a little further away. On the axe blade, a solid blue beam shot out instantly. Soul Devouring Ray. The Cave Lord condenses the power of soul fire, shoots a penetrating ray, causing 500 shadow damage to a single target, and has a chance to directly annihilate souls. The effect of dark summons is increased. The steel skeleton didn't even have time to react, so it was pierced by the rays and directly turned into powder and dissipated, leaving no bone residue. It's a bit interesting. It's finally not as scraping as it was just now. Lin Mu stood in the distance, watching his carefully modified steel skeleton fall like a wheat cut. There was no panic on his face, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After the Cave Lord entered his second form, his desire to attack and his methods of attack became more violent and deadly. Playing with fire in front of me, though? Lin Mu's eyes froze, and the talent, Description Tamper, was activated. He quickly locked on the description of the Flame Ring of Despair. Changed, deals 50 shadow fire damage per second to causes 50 shadow fire damage per day. Deals 500 shadow damage to a single target. The dark blue flame ring that originally exuded an aura of destruction suddenly stagnated. Immediately, an extremely soft but still somewhat strange dark blue flame spread. The damage coming out of the top of the covered skull has changed. 1 HP, and then stop. 50 damage points per day, converted into damage in seconds, is almost negligible, although the panic effect still exists. But the continuous high damage has become an intermittent forced blood deduction. The Cave Lord seemed to sense something was wrong. It glanced blankly at the giant axe in its hand. He knocked on the ground next to make sure that there was no problem with the axe. He looked at the skeletons around him that were still active, and his huge head was full of question marks. Roar. It let out a confused low roar again. Raised the giant axe, intending to activate the Soul Devouring Ray. Lin Mu keenly seized this opportunity. Wow. The talent was activated, and he looked at the Cave Lord's Soul Devouring Ray again. Changed, deal 500 shadow damage to single targets to cause 500 shadow damage to liquid targets. On the axe blade, another solid blue beam shot out instantly. The nearest steel skeleton didn't even have time to react, and was hit by the rays and turned into no reaction. Oh, roar? Cave Lord was really confused this time. Bone Teeth. Lin Mu took the opportunity to raise his hand again. Hundreds of bone teeth flashing with cold light poured towards the Cave Lord's face door. In a flash. This time, Lin Mu's target was no longer the hard bone armor, but directly pointed at the soul fire beating in his eyes. 1 HP. 1 HP. 1 HP. The soul fire in the Cave Lord's eye socket was hit by the bone fong. It made a soft sound like shattering glass, and the beating became extremely unstable. It let out an extreme extremely angry roar under the pain. Wielding a giant axe, he frantically slashed the skeletons around him, but lost the continuous damage of Flame Ring of Despair and the ineffective Soul-Devouring Ray. This simple normal attack, facing the sea of steel skeletons that are constantly replenished, its kill efficiency has been greatly reduced. Lin Mu continued to stand leisurely in the distance, while commanding the skeletons to besiege without fear of death, while summoning new skeletons from time to fill the gaps. Meantime, as if he didn't want money, he greeted the Cave Lord Soulfire one after another. Although the damage of a single bone tooth is still 1 point of forced blood deduction, but I can't stand the large number and the frequency is fast. If there are too many ants, they can also gnaw elephants to death. The Cave Lord's remaining health of more than 4,000 was under Lin Mu's unreasonable consumption tactics. It continues to decline again. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. Time passed minute by minute. Inside the stone hall, only the sound of the steel skeleton charging without fear of death remained, and the increasingly weakened roar of the Cave Lord. Finally, click dash. A crisp crackling sound sounded. The two dark blue soulfires in the Cave Lord's eyes were like shattered glass, completely dim and extinguished. Its huge body stiffened suddenly, and the giant axe in its hand fell to the ground with a bang. Then it collapsed like a landslide. Kill the LV.10 Lord level boss, Cave Lord. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.9. Empty the surface monsters of the dungeon and force the dungeon to leave after 5 minutes. Dungeon comprehensive score SS. As the boss falls to the ground, blue, purple, and golden light appeared next to its body, condensed into several items that exude different lusters. Lin Mu breathed a long sigh of relief. A relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm still not cautious enough. You should wait another day, wait for the number of revived skeletons and bone teeth to change to 900, and then challenge. Although the battle seemed easy, his spirit was always highly concentrated. After all, facing a Lord-level boss whose level far exceeds his own, if you are not careful, you may lose the whole game. It's just that since the dungeon monsters have been emptied, they only got SS ratings. Lin Mu couldn't help but think of the surface monster he had just prompted. I can't figure it out for a while. Then he hurriedly ran over to pick up the equipment dropped by Cave Lord. Copy Management Center. Many professionals who came to challenge the dungeon saw so many big guys surrounding the Wailing Cave, couldn't help but squeeze over. It has long been crowded here. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the display. It's changed again. Look, level 7. High-pitched shouts erupted in the crowd, like sparks thrown into boiling oil. The information on the screen beat again, beating the war drums in everyone's heart. Occupation, LV.7 Necromancer. Wailing Cave. Challenger, Lin Mu. Entry, 1 hour 35 minutes and 53 seconds. My god, it's only half an hour. He's upgraded again. Current rating, B. Necromancer. This is in the Wailing Cave. How did he do it? Are the monsters inside all made of paper? It's crazy. This Lin Mu is simply not human. The discussion was overwhelming, and flies flew over here to be shaken down. Principal Chu Qingfeng's face turned red with excitement. The hands were clasped tightly, and the knuckles were slightly white from the force. Tutor Mu Wanqing beside him, there was also a wave in his eyes. Ji pushed the glasses to Director Xiangwen, and his eyes flickered behind the lenses. Obviously, he was also extremely uneasy. Admissions representatives from several other top universities looked at each other. I saw a strong sense of shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Necromancer, Solo, Wailing Caverns, berated. Together, these words are a miracle that subverts cognition. However, without waiting for everyone to fully recover from the shock of the previous wave, the characters on the display flashed and refreshed again without warning. Occupation, LV.8 Necromancer. Wailing Cave. Challenger, Lin Mu. Entry time, 2 hours 15 minutes and 53 seconds. Current rating, S. Dash. As soon as someone picked up the thermos cup and drank water, a mouthful of goji berries sprayed directly on the head of the person in front of him. Coughing and coughing. S class? A young staff member responsible for recording data fell to the ground with a pop on the record board in his hand. He didn't realize it. Just staring at the screen, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. The entire square fell into deathly silence at this moment. You can hear the needle falling. It is like a volcanic eruption, followed by S class. It's S class. 2 hours. From LV.4 to LV.8. It also gave an S level rating. Is there still a reason for this? Crazy. Completely insane. This Lin Mu is going against the sky. This is no longer a genius. This is a demon. Complete demon. Principal Chu Qingfeng only felt dizzy, and happiness came too suddenly. It made him a little unsteady. Fortunately, Director Lu next to him quickly helped him. Xu Shao, hold on. Director Lu's voice was also trembling, obviously stunned by this shocking achievement. Tutor Mu Wanqing's breathing seemed to be slightly rapid at this moment. Her white and slender fingers unconsciously twisted the corners of her clothes gently. S class. Even her. When he initially imagined that Lin Mu might create miracles, he never dared to expect such exaggerated results. This kid, How did he do it? Mu Wanqing's heart was full of questions. It seems that this Lin Mu should have reached his limit. An admissions teacher from Tianfu College took a deep breath, trying to calm down his agitated mood, and analyzed. After more than 2 hours of continuous high-intensity fighting, the level soared, and the score reached S level, which is already an incredible achievement. Now, his biggest possibility is to find a hidden place to lurk, recover, wait for the time to end, and then look for an opportunity to kill the boss. This analysis was recognized by most of the people present. After all, the rule of Wailing Cave is to survive for 24 hours and kill the final boss. In their opinion, Lin Mu has created a myth. It is a blessing to be able to keep the S-level score and come out safely. For the next hour or so, the information on the display never changed again. Really, it seems to confirm everyone's speculation. Some of the professionals who were originally watching also gradually dispersed. Get ready to challenge your own copy. After all, staring at the screen all the time can't solve your livelihood problem. There was another commotion outside the entrance. At this moment, look, that's Mayor Fan? Someone had sharp eyes and recognized the identity of the person who came. I saw Fan Jiheng, the mayor of Shilin, accompanied by 2 assistants. With a serious face, he walked steadily through the crowd, walked straight towards the entrance of the Wailing Cave. Director Ji Xiangwen, Principal Chu Qingfeng and others hurriedly greeted them. Old Fan, why are you alarmed too? Ji Xiangwen asked with a slight surprise. Fan Jiheng waved his hand, his eyes like a torch, and swept directly to the display. I just got the news that Lin Mu was a child. There was a lot of movement in the Wailing Cave. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of anticipation. What's going on now? Chu Qingfeng hurriedly changed a series of amazing changes on the display screen just now, and everyone's speculation. He reported to Fan Jiheng in 115 places. After Fan Jiheng listened, even with his city, his face couldn't help but show shock. S-rated, LV.8. He muttered to himself, his eyes full of incredulity. It seems that we still underestimate the potential of this young man. Several bigwigs got together again, discussed the information on the display in a low voice. Between words, all of them were full of amazement and curiosity about Lin Mu. Just when everyone thought that the climax of this challenge had passed, there is only a long waiting time left. The display screen that had been silent for more than an hour. Without warning, it burst out with dazzling light again. Characters beat wildly and reorganize. It's changed again. It's changed again. Look, a novice professional who has been sticking to the screen. A hoarse scream was let. Everyone's gaze, including Fan Jiheng and others who were still discussing just now, they were instantly attracted to the past. The heart, at this moment, seems to have stopped beating. Occupation, LV.9 Necromancer. Wailing Cave. Challenger, Lin Mu. Clearance time, 3 hours 15 minutes and 53 seconds. Overall score, SS. Tone, cleared? Principal Chu Qingfeng's eyes widened, and his voice changed tone. SS class? The teacup in Ji Xiangwen's hand fell to the ground with a clang. The tea splashed all over the ground, and the unfolded tea leaves stuck to his leather shoes. He seemed to be unaware. Fan Jiheng took a sharp step forward, staring at the 2 dazzling letters SS. The muscles on his face twitched slightly from the shock. The entire square fell into dead silence again. It was more complete than any previous dead silence. If the S-grade rating is a miracle, it is a myth. Then this SS level score clears Wailing Cave more than 20 hours in advance. This is simply a ruthless crushing of everyone's cognition and common sense. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The middle-aged man in military uniform at the War Academy roared, and the veins on his forehead burst out. The rule of Wailing Cave is to survive for 24 hours. How could he have cleared the level in more than 3 hours? And it's SS class. Is there something wrong with this system? The professionals around me are also completely frying. It's too fast. This is simply unreasonable. Didn't you say that Wailing Cave must survive for more than 24 hours? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Could it be? Did he kill all the monsters inside, including that LV.10 Lord level boss? As soon as this thought came out, everyone gasped. Looking at the screen together, they all forgot to blink. Tutor Mu Wanqing took a deep breath, trying to calm the turbulent waves in my chest. She stared at the SS rating on the screen and the ridiculously short clearance time. The voice spoke slowly with an imperceptible tremor. Look, how many levels has he promoted in such a short period of time? When everyone heard this, they noticed that Lin Mu's level had reached LV.9. From LV.4 to LV.9, it only took more than 3 hours. I guess. Mu Wanqing's gaze became deep and sharp. Lin Mu should have cleaned up all the monsters in the Wailing Cave, including the final boss, Cave Lord. Since there is no threat in the dungeon, and there is no need to continue to challenge, it is not impossible for the dungeon to judge him to pass the level early. Mu Wanqing's words were like thunder in the 9 heavens, striking everyone's heart. Kill all the monsters? The idea. It's even crazier than clearing the level. It's incredible. Everyone only felt that their brains were blank, and they could not understand this unimaginable reality at all. Some people want to refute, but I found that I couldn't couldn't find any reasonable reason. Everyone has their own conjectures, but Mu-Wanqing's speculation is undoubtedly the closest to the truth and the most frightening. In the midst of this extreme shock and chaos, the dark light door of Wailing Cave suddenly rippled. Immediately afterwards, the light was shining. A figure, out of it. Look, it's out. Lin Mu's eyes swept over several items scattered next to the cave lord's huge corpse. A giant axe that shone with a dark purple light, a skill book with a blue blow, and a ring that shines with brilliant gold. He quickly picked up 3 items. Cave lord's bone axe, LV.10, purple. Skill book, resurrection skeleton shooter, LV.10, necromancer only. Remote summons? Lin Mu touched his chin. The skill made up for the shortcomings of the output of his current summons, and in the future, in the face of some special situations, it may have miraculous effects. Whisper of Fear ring, LV.10, gold. Yes, it's a big hit. Lin Mu put the loot into the space, and his doubts about the surface monster and SS score flashed in his heart. Forget it, let's go out first. The 5-minute countdown is coming to an end. A burst of white light flashed, and Lin Mu's figure slowly emerged from the light gate of the Wailing Cave. The moment he appeared, the crowd that was originally boiling because of the SS level clearance record seemed to have been pressed the pause button. You can hear the needle falling. Everyone's gaze, whether it was those ordinary professionals or the bigwigs standing in the front row, they were all staring at Lin Mu at the moment. That look seemed to be about to pounce on it and eat it in the next second. Really, it's really him. SS level cleared. He came out alive. After a short dead silence, there was an exclamation and noise like a volcanic eruption. Is this still a person? More than 3 hours. Soared from LV.4 to LV.9. He also pierced the Wailing Cave. Necromancer. How could I have thought this profession was weak before? Director Liu trembled with excitement, his lips trembled, and he could hardly say a complete sentence. He looked at the several bigwigs next to him, and they were not far behind. Mu-Wanqing still maintained a calm on the surface, but her heart had already set off turbulent waves. She stepped forward slowly, trying to calm her voice as much as possible. Lin Mu, congratulations, you have completed the challenge. Lin Mu looked indifferent, as if he had just completed an ordinary outing. He nodded slightly. It's just a fluke. Luck? The hot-tempered admissions representative of the War Academy couldn't help but sneer, but there was a strong admiration and helplessness in his tone. If you are lucky, then the so-called geniuses cultivated by our academies have become a joke. The old man from Huaxia Vocational University also smiled bitterly and shook his head. I've been engaged in admissions for decades and have never seen anything like this. Deviant, but so successful challenger. His eyes swept back and forth on Lin Mu, full of inquiry. Lin Mu, can you tell me how you managed to get the score of Wailing Cave to SS level in such a short period of time? This question is also a question in the minds of those present. Lin Mu heard this, showing just the right amount of tiredness. He said flatly, the monster inside. It seems to be weaker than expected. Moreover, they don't seem to like to cooperate with each other, so I seized some opportunities and broke them one by one. This statement is similar to his previous explanation of the reason for clearing the SSS level trial dungeon. It sounds a bit reasonable, but if you think about it carefully, you feel that there are flaws everywhere, but you can't find a reason to refute. After all, the SS level clearance record is there. Mu-Wanqing glanced at Lin Mu deeply. Cave Lord, how much time did it take you to kill it? Lin Mu made a slight memory, and then replied, I didn't pay much attention, it's been a long time, its defense is very high, and I mainly rely on the summons to slowly grind it to death. Summons? Mu-Wanqing's eyes flashed slightly. Is your summon different from ordinary necromancer skeletons? Lin Mu's heart was cold. It seemed that the other party still noticed some clues, but his face was still calm. It may be that luck is better, and there have been some minor mutations in the profession when awakening. Mutation? Mu-Wanqing chewed on these 2 words, thoughtful. She didn't continue to ask, but changed the subject. Lin Mu, with an SS level rating, you cleared the challenge of Wailing Cave before the specified 3 days. According to the agreement, Shengjing Academy, Tianzi Academy will officially admit you. This statement came out. The faces of the admissions representatives of other surrounding colleges suddenly showed undisguised envy and regret. Principal Chu Qingfeng was even more excited and patted Lin Mu on the shoulder. Okay, attaboy. Lin Mu, you are really the pride of our second vocational college. Mayor Fan Zhiheng also took a step forward with an approving smile on his face. Lin Mu, you have won glory for Shilin City again. The city government has decided to give you a reward of 500,000 new star coins again, and you will be rewarded with a premium apartment located in the city center of the Tianlan Mansion, he said in a deep voice. There was another gasping sound. Hiss. 500,000 new star coins. Superior apartment at Tianlan Mansion. Boy, give money and give a house. This is to lick to the end. Tianlan Mansion, that is a famous rich area in Shilin City. An apartment is worth at least millions of new star coins. This honor is enough to make any new professional go crazy. Lin Mu's heart also moved, and this reward came at the right time. He still lives in the old house left by his original parents. All aspects of the situation are backwards. forward. And, as his strength increased and his secrets increased, a safer and more private place to live is indeed very necessary. He bowed slightly to Mayor Fan Jihung. Thank you, Mayor, for your love. Fan Jihung smiled and waved his hand. You deserve it. I hope you can make greater contributions to Shilin City and China in the future. An assistant beside him immediately stepped forward, handed Lin Mu a room card with a light golden luster and a set of documents. Mr. Lin, this is the room card and real estate certificate of Building 1801 of Tianlan Mansion. All procedures have been completed and you can move in at any time. The assistant's voice was respectful and professional. Lin Mu took the room card and documents and started slightly. The eyes around him were even hotter, envious, jealous, awe, and so on. Su Xiaoxiao, who came over at some point, stood in the crowd. The clear eyes flashed with a sincere joy for Lin Mu. Su Zongguo beside her was also full of emotion. It is really a great opportunity for her daughter to get to know such a genius. Everyone, Lin Mu has just finished a high-intensity challenge, and he must also need to rest. Mu Wanqing spoke at the right time, breaking the warm atmosphere of the scene. Regarding the specific matters of admission to Xingjing Academy, I will send it to you later. She glanced at Lin Mu deeply, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. After finishing Shilin's affairs, you can come to the academy to report at any time, and I will wait for you in Xingjing. After saying that, Mu Wanqing endured her inner excitement and turned to leave. The admissions teachers of other colleges were not only shocked at this moment, but also more bitter and helpless. Lin Mu, since you have decided to go to Xingjing Academy, we will no longer force it. The old man from Huaxia Vocational University took the lead in expressing his position, with a little relief in his tone. I just hope that you cannot forget your original intention in the future and fight for the rise of my China. Remember the younger generation. Lin Mu bowed slightly. The rest of the admissions teachers also stepped forward. After a few simple greetings with Lin Mu, he expressed his blessings and regrets, and then left one after another. They knew that this battle around the genius Lin Mu had been settled. Chu Qingfeng and Director Lu pulled Lin Mu to encourage him again. It is nothing more than to let him guard against arrogance and impatience, and in the future he will continue to win glory for his alma mater in Xingjing Academy. Lin Mu responded one by one. When the crowd finally dispersed, it was already 3 poles in the sun. Lin Mu declined the invitation of Su Zongguo and Su Xiaoxiao to have lunch together. He just wanted to find a quiet place now and study the harvest well, especially the golden ring and the skeleton shooter's skill book. His current level is LV.9, which is only one step away from learning the resuscitation skeleton shooter of LV.10. This skill, as well as the upcoming level 10 transfer, the improvement of his strength will be a qualitative leap. It must be promoted to level 10 as soon as possible. Lin Mu made up his mind in his heart. He did not go home directly, but took a taxi to the Tianlan Mansion. Now that I have a new home, I naturally want to go and see it. Tianlan Mansion is worthy of being the top high-end community in Shilin City, with an elegant environment and strict security. After Lin Mu showed his room card and identity certificate, he entered smoothly. Building A1801. The top-floor duplex has a wide view and luxurious decoration. Furniture and appliances are all available, and you can move in with your bag in the true sense. I don't know how many times better than his old house. Lin Mu sat down on the spacious living room sofa with satisfaction and breathed a long sigh of relief. 2 generations of people. This was the first time he had such a luxurious residence. He in his previous life, after graduating and joining the company, he has been sharing a house with others. Almost every night I have to listen to the warm-up exercises of the young couple next door to fall asleep. The feeling of having money in a house is really different, he thought to himself, and then restrained his mind. Focus on the loot of this Wailing Cave. The first is the purple Cave Lord's Bone Axe. Cave Lord's Bone Axe, LV.10, purple, melee class only. Attack power, 80 to 90. Strength, plus 12. Physique, plus 6. Special effect, heavy split, consumes half of your stamina, deals 200% damage to the target in your next attack, and has a 30% chance to cause broken ribs. Broken ribs, reduces movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. The attributes are good, but it's a pity that it's an axe, and it's restricted to warrior professions. Lin Mu shook his head. He was a master, and he didn't need this thing in the first place. However, the purple equipment is also suitable for the level, and if you modify it back, it should be able to sell for a sky-high price. He temporarily put away the bone axe and set his sights on the blue skill book. Skill book, Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter, LV.10, limited to necromancers, learning requirements, 25 intelligence points. Skeleton Shooter. Lin Mu's eyes lit up instantly. This is exactly what he lacks most at the moment in terms of long-range strike ability. Although the iron skeleton he summoned now has explosive defensive and melee capabilities, but face special situations, such as flying units, or like cave lords. When you need a remote fire collection target, it seems a little powerless. With Skeleton Shooter, his skeleton army group will be even more complete. Intelligence 25 points. I have reached it. The key is the level. It's still one level away. Lin Mu took a deep breath, and under the strong strong pressure, he immediately rushed to the impulse of leveling outside the city. Finally, his eyes fell on the ring that exuded a bright golden light. This is the highlight of this big hit. Whisper of Fear ring, LV.10, gold. Physique, +5. Intelligence, +5. Special effect 1, Aura of Fear. After wearing it, applies the Ye Fear effect to all hostile targets within 10 meters around you. All attributes are reduced by 5%. Special effect 2, Scream of Despair. Actively activated, consumes 100 mana, emits a scream of endless despair, inflicting 100 plus intelligence *0.5 mental impact damage to all enemies in the fan-shaped area in front of it, and has a 50% chance to put it in a 5-second chaos state. Attacks do not distinguish between friend or foe. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Hiss, as expected of golden equipment. Linmu gasped, his eyes burst with light. Two very powerful special effects, and the first, Aura of Fear, is a passive area debuff. The second, Desperate Scream, is active range control plus damage. It's this 60 minutes that is a bit of an eyesore. The corners of Linmu's mouth curled up with a familiar arc. The 10-meter range around oneself and the 5% reduction of all attributes are too stingy. His gaze swept over the description and quickly locked on the modification target. Change 10 meters around yourself to 90 meters around yourself. The description of the ring blurred slightly and then returned to clarity. Whisper of Fear ring, LV.10, gold. Physique, +5. Intelligence, +5. Special effect 1, Aura of Fear. After wearing it, applies the Ye Fear effect to all hostile targets within 90 meters around you. All attributes are reduced by 5%. The radius has been directly expanded by 9 times. Wait for tomorrow to change this 5% reduction in all attributes to 9% reduction in all attributes. Now, the primary goal, to rise to LV.10. Complete the job transfer mission. It's done. Linmu clenched his fists, his eyes full of desire for stronger strength. He got up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city of Shilin at his feet. But I was thinking about where to go in order to get enough experience points in the fastest and safest way. Put these thoughts aside for a moment. Linmu took advantage of the fact that there was still time. Back in the old house, I simply packed up some things. After eating, he returned to his new residence. At midnight, talent is refreshed. Linmu first changed the 5% reduction in all attributes to 9% reduction in all attributes of Whispering of Fear ring. Then there is Resurrection Skeleton. Linmu's thoughts were concentrated. Changed Summon 10 to Summon 90. The description on the career panel changes again. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 3, consumes 455 mana, summons 90 steel skeletons to fight for you, maximum number, 90. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 3, consumes 55 mana, summons 10 skeletons made of steel bones from nothingness to fight for you by channeling. Multiple strong breaths of death, which are slower, have a strong structure, and are extremely difficult to damage. Maximum quantity, 90. Linmu nodded in satisfaction. With Deadwood Staff, it reduces consumption by almost 100%. The actual consumption of mana each time is less than 5 points. You can summon a full 90 steel skeletons at once, and you no longer need to cast spells multiple times in a row like before, and the efficiency is greatly improved. And the benefit of temporarily upgrading, reviving skeleton, is not great. Linmu did not waste valuable skill points. Directly, Bone Teeth Overhaul. He looked at the description that summon 100 sharp teeth, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Changed Summon 100 to Summon 900. Bone Fangs, level 3, consumes 907 mana, summons 900 bone fangs from the ground, and stabs them in the forward linear area, causing 4 to 6 physical damage respectively. 900 bones and teeth are all out. Linmu's heart was hot. This means even against highly defensive targets. Even if it is a forced blood deduction, a single shot of Bone Fang can also deal at least 900 damage points in an instant. A terrifying single-point outbreak. Deadwood Staff. After the last modification, the attack power is already 9 to 9, and the consumption reduction is as high as 99%, so there is no better room for modification for the time being. Linmu also made slight adjustments to the rest of the equipment one by one. Defense, 9 to 9. Lower defense limit increased. Special effect, increases perception range by 99 meters. The range of perception is further improved. Quick Heal Ring, LV.5, blue. Special effect, plus 99% movement speed. Special effect, restores 99 health per second. Movement speed bonus reaches the modification limit. Silent Blackstone Necklace, LV.5, blue. Physique, plus 2. New skill, Grip of Bones. Linmu's eyes fell on the radius of 9.2 meters. Swift Wind Boots, LV.5, blue. Defense, 10 to 15. Agility, plus 5. Change radius 9.2 meters to radius 9.9 meters. The modification was successful. He immediately put a little skill point into it. Bone Grip, level 2, consumes 27 mana, summons the Bone Hand at the designated location, and explodes after grabbing it, causing 35 physical damage within a radius of 9.2 meters. Bone Grip, level 3, 3 consumes 29 mana, summons the Bone Hand at the designated location, and explodes after grabbing it, causing 40 physical damage within a radius of 10.1 meters. Lin Mu smiled with satisfaction. When his talent is refreshed tomorrow night, he will be able to modify the attack range of this Bone Grip to more than 90 meters in one go. That would be a real map cannon skill. Finally, Lin Mu's eyes fell on the purple Cave Lord's Bone Axe. He carefully looked at the description of the axe and finally decided to appropriately modify the damage multiplier of the special effect, Heavy Split. Changed, deal 200% damage to target to deal 400% damage to target. The equipment description has a new look. Cave Lord's Bone Axe, LV.10, purple, melee class only, attack power, 80 to 90, strength, plus 12, physique, plus 6. Special effect, Heavy Split, consumes half of your stamina, deals 400% damage to the target with your next attack, and has a 30% chance to inflict Broken Rib. Broken Rib reduces movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. The damage was directly doubled. Now, you should be able to sell it for a better price. Lin Mu put away the bone axe and thought in his heart. Tomorrow, go to the trading floor to shoot this axe, and after the funds are returned, upgrade immediately, reach LV.10 as soon as possible, complete the job change, and learn Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter. The next day, Lin Mu woke up in high spirits. There was no delay. I took a taxi directly to the Shilin Professional Trading Hall. Revisiting the old place, Lin Mu's state of mind is already different. Just stepped into the hall. A surprised female voice came from not far away. Lin, Mr. Lin, you're here. Lu Feifei is like a butterfly that has found honey. Hurry up and greet him. His face was full of sweet and slightly exaggerated smiles. It is the same as the perfunctory contempt when they first met. Lin Mu is now in the name of Shilin City, especially the SSS level rating and SS level clearance of Wailing Cave. It has already spread throughout the professional circle through various channels, and Lu Feifei has naturally heard about it. The boy in front of him. It is already a dazzling new star rising in Shilin City. The future is limitless. Well, I'll sell a piece of equipment. Lin Mu nodded calmly, not showing any surprise at Lu Feifei's change in attitude. Mr. Lin, please come here. It's still the old rule. I'll go ask the chief appraiser right away. Lu Feifei diligently led Lin Mu to the VIP appraisal room, moving quickly. For fear of neglecting this big customer, the chief appraiser wearing gold wire glasses last time hurried over. Behind him was Lu Qing, the manager of the trading floor who heard the news. Mr. Lin, rare guests. Lu Qing had a warm smile on her face and took the initiative to reach out. Manager Lu was polite. Soon, Lin Mu wanted to shake hands briefly. I never thought that Lu Qing would hold on tightly. The finger gently scraped in Lin Mu's palm before letting go. I wonder what surprises Mr. Lin brought this time. Lu Qing's strange gaze looked at Lin Mu a little unnaturally. Where has he experienced this? It's not nonsense. Directly took out the Cave Lord's Bone Axe from the storage space. The purple light flowed under the soft light of the appraisal room. A deep and heavy power fluctuation emanated. Let the eyes of the chief appraiser and Lu Qing freeze at the same time. LV.10's purple two-handed axe. The chief appraiser took the bone axe and examined it carefully. When he saw the 400% damage description of the Heavy Split effect, his pupils shrank suddenly. Take a breath. The damage of this Heavy Split. It's so high, he exclaimed, looking at Lin Mu with incredulity. Lu Qing also looked shocked. He knows the preciousness of purple weapons, especially the best with powerful core skills. Mr. Lin, you bone axe. Are the special effects a little too strong? Lu Qing asked tentatively, and the mystery of Lin Mu in his heart deepened a little more. It's okay, maybe that boss is too powerful. Lin Mu replied ambiguously. Lu Qing glanced at Lin Mu deeply, no longer asked, but pondered. This Cave Lord's Bone Axe is of excellent quality, especially this Heavy Split effect, which is enough to multiply its value. Without a doubt, another strange thing. He paused and gave a price. Our trading floor is willing to bid 700,000 new star coins to acquire. Mr. Lin, what do you think? 700,000. This price is even higher than Lin Mu expected. It seems that the name of this strange thing and Lu Qing's desire to win over his mind all add a lot to this axe. Yes. Lin Mu nodded simply. His goal now is to improve his strength as soon as possible. It is best to quickly realize these things outside the body. Refreshing. Lu Qing clapped her hands and smiled, and immediately arranged for finance to be transferred. Lin Mu's professional account had an extra 700,000 new star coins. Coupled with the previous accumulation, his total assets have exceeded the 1.2 million mark. Mr. Lin, if there is such a thing in the future, special equipment, be sure to give priority to our trading floor. Lu Qing had a respectful attitude and a sincere tone. Not only can we give you the most fair price, but we can also provide you with some information and convenience that is difficult to obtain on the market. Soon, I will. Lin Mu nodded slightly. The transaction is completed. Lin Mu didn't stay too long and left the trading floor. The top priority is to upgrade your level as soon as possible and complete the job change. Skeleton Shooter and the unknown level 10 10 job transfer mission, I can't wait. Lin Mu did not delay at all. Carrying the huge amount of 1.2 million yuan that had just arrived, he went straight out of the city. He relied on the memory of the original owner. I came to a monster gathering area of about level 15 outside the city. The vegetation here is noticeably denser than in the lower areas. There was also a wild fishy smell in the air. Leave the trading floor. Evil wolf, giant ant, shadow elf. These monsters are not a small challenge for ordinary level 15 or so teams. Lin Mu looked around and confirmed that no one was there. He raised his hand and waved it. The earth shook slightly and the soil surged. 90 steel skeletons flashing with cold metal light broke through the ground from all directions and stood up with a rumble. That scene was enough to frighten any professional who bumped into it. Lin Mu skillfully drew a ladle according to the gourd. Leave 10 skeletons by your side to guard. The remaining 80 were divided into 8 groups by him. Go, move freely, and clear this area. He gave simple instructions. The 8 skeleton squads immediately took neat steps. Advance in 8 different directions and disappear into the dense forest. Lin Mu took out a camping blanket directly from the storage space and spread it on the ground. He sat down on the ground. He even took a bottle of drink and drank it leisurely. The skeleton army is fighting bloody battles outside, and he, the master, is sitting in the rear. If this picture is seen by others, the eyes will have to be widened. For a while, the entire monster area became lively. Finish it all. The skeleton squad is divided into 8 routes, fighting separately, and the efficiency is frighteningly high. At the other end of this area, 3 young professionals were leaning on their backs, surrounded by more than a dozen shadow elves. Their situation is precarious. At the head is a level 16 furious shooter named Li Fan. The other 2 have just reached level 10. One is a shield warrior and the other is a swordsman. Meanwhile, this time it was Li Fan who brought out the 2 little brothers to help them complete the task. One of the swordsman's tasks requires giant ant antennae as a material. It started off well. They relied on Li Fan's long-range advantage. Carefully lure the lone giant ant and then work together to kill it. But if you kill it easily, people will be easy to get on it. Unknowingly, they actually broke into the territory of the shadow elf. As a result, dumplings were directly wrapped by a group of patrolling shadow elves. Now, the equipment on the 3 of them had long been tattered. Several wounds were still oozing blood. The healing potions and mana potions in the space have also bottomed out. Brother Fan, I can't stand it. Wait, today do you really want to explain it here? The level 10 shield warrior was panting, his voice filled with despair. The shield in his hand was already covered with cracks. Li Fan forced a shadow elf who pounced on him with an arrow and smiled bitterly with a pale face. Damn, I was careless. He glanced at the few arrows left. He looked at the 2 little brothers who were about to lose their strength. There is only endless regret left in my heart. Brothers, it seems hopeless. Li Fan took a deep breath as if he had made some decision. Write your last words, write down what you want to say, and in case a passing professional finds our body, you can help bring it back to your family. When the other 2 heard this, the last brilliance in their eyes was extinguished. The 3 of them no longer struggled. Quickly take out paper and pen from your backpack, intending to take turns recording the last words. At this moment, the swordsman suddenly screamed. Fingers trembled and pointed in one direction. Brother Fan, look, what kind of thing is that? Li Fan and the shield warrior looked in the direction of his finger. I saw about 10 metal skeletons in the forest not far away. With a neat and uniform step, he held a steel knife and walked towards them. Strangely, 2 of the skeletons were also carrying several pieces of professional equipment in their hands. Li Fan subconsciously used the scanning panel. As a result, his heart sank. Why is this iron skeleton not ranked and has no information? Heaven is going to kill the 3 of us. The shield warrior let out a wail. Originally, we couldn't beat these shadow elves alone. Now there is such a group of more evil iron pimples? Brother Fan, don't be stunned, write your last words quickly. If you don't write it, you won't even have a chance to write it later. When the 3 of them heard this, they immediately accelerated the speed of their writing, wishing they could finish writing their life's words. It's over, they're here, they're here. The swordsman's voice was already crying. The 3 screamed, closed their eyes in despair, and waited for death to come. After a ding-clang sound of weapon collision and a shrill scream, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The expected pain did not come. The 3 of them carefully opened a slit in their eyes. The scene in front of them completely stunned them. I saw that the dozen or so shadow elves who besieged them had all turned into pieces on the ground at this moment, and the 10 metal skeletons stood quietly in front of them. Neither attacked nor left. On the cold steel knife there was still elf green blood. Everything. Brother Fan, what's going on? The swordsman stammered. How do I know? Li Fan was also stunned. His brain went blank. The 3 of them were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. They can only communicate silently with their eyes. And Lin Mu at this time, lying leisurely on a camping blanket. He didn't know at all. The skeleton team he sent out inadvertently saved 3 dying unlucky bastards. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.10. A familiar chime sounded in my head. It's finally here. Lin Mu perked up and immediately jumped up from the ground. He connects through spirits. Orders were given to all skeleton squad outside to recall, and they were asked to bring back any equipment they had picked up. And Li Fan and the three of them. They were staring at the 10 skeletons. The 10 skeletons seemed to have received some order. Turn around neatly and uniformly. With heavy steps, walk in the direction you came. Brother Fan, they are gone. We are saved. The shield warrior slumped on the ground and cried loudly. We were saved by a group of skeletons. Suddenly, the swordsman also cried with joy. This is so amazing. Li Fan looked at the distant backs of the skeletons, his eyes full of shock and curiosity. He suddenly spoke. Brothers, where did these strange iron skeletons come from? Or, let's follow and take a look. When the words fell, a trace of determination flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Let's go. Follow along. Maybe some senior master has experienced it here. If you can form a good relationship, it will be a great opportunity. When the other two heard this, a flame of hope also ignited in their eyes, and they immediately nodded in agreement. The three of them endured the pain, quietly fell behind the team of steel skeletons, carefully keeping their distance. The more they followed, the more shocked their hearts became. I saw this team of steel skeletons, any monsters they encountered along the way. Whether it was the cunning, evil wolf, or the swarm of giant ants, they could not stop them in the slightest. The steel knife was swung, the cold light flickered, and wherever it passed, it was a piece of debris. It's too strong. The level 10 shield warrior was stunned, his voice trembling. The strength of each of these iron skeletons is probably no less than that of a level 20 elite professional. Whose summoning is this? Their actions are neat and uniform, and they are like a well-trained army. Li Fan's eyes were extremely solemn, and he lowered his voice and guessed. Just as Li Fan and the three of them were hiding behind a huge old tree and thinking wildly, the skeleton squad exploring the path ahead gathered from different directions. In the end, 8 squads with a total of 80 steel skeletons. With heavy steps, he walked towards an open woodland. The three of them held their breath and looked away. Then, they saw the scene that they would never forget. The level 10 shield warrior didn't catch his breath and almost suffocated himself. Li Fan even felt that his worldview was bombarded to pieces at this moment. Look, see, the swordsman stammered, his eyes widening. A few dozens of bodies, at least 80 metal skeletons of that kind. The shield warrior's voice also trembled. Li Fan swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and the horror in his heart was indescribable. Who is this? Necromancer? But which necromancer can summon so many and so strong steel skeletons? The owner of such a powerful undead army is at least a rank 3, or even a rank 4 dark boss. This speculation made the other two gasp. Rank 4 powerhouse. That is the existence of being able to sit in a fortress, which is enough to affect the outcome of a local war. In their eyes, it is already a legendary figure. The three continued to keep up with the army of skeletons in secret. Soon, they saw the scene of subverting cognition again. In the center of a woodland, 10 identical steel skeletons were seen, surrounded by a handsome boy who looked no more than 17 or 18 years old. The teenager was sitting leisurely on a camping blanket, holding a bottle of happy water in his hand, as if he were having a picnic in the park. And the 80 steel skeletons just now are enough to frighten any professional. Was lining up, respectfully placing the equipment looted along the way in front of the teenager one by one. Is it the 4th rank boss they imagined? Brother Fan, you pinch me. Li Fan took a deep breath, pointed to his purple thighs, and smiled bitterly. Pinch you? No need to pinch it. It's true. He paused, his eyes firm. Today's matter, God knows, you know me, you must not reveal half a word to outsiders, understand? Li Fan said solemnly. Understood. The swordsman and shield warrior nodded quickly. They knew that the secrets of this kind of strong man were not something they could spy on and talk about at will. Come out. Lin Mu suddenly spoke at this time. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the three of them. Li Fan and the three of them stiffened, knowing that they had already been discovered. They looked at each other and walked out from behind the tree. There was an extremely complicated expression on his face, awe, fear, and a hint of confusion. Li Fan took a deep breath, took a step forward, and bowed respectfully. Senior, Junior Li Fan, thank you for the senior's summons to save you. Great kindness and great virtue, unforgettable. He really couldn't think of it. In addition to the word senior, how can you call the mysterious and powerful boy in front of you? Lin Mu heard this, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then he understood. It turned out that the skeleton team just now also saved people. Saving your life? The corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled up with a playful arc, and his eyes swept over Li Fan and the others. The eyes were very calm, but they made the three of them feel creepy. It seems that the next moment they will be refined into skeletons. I just asked them to clean up the garbage and save you. Lin Mu's voice was very soft. Litter? That's a dozen shadow elves. That put them in a desperate situation. In the mouth of this senior, it turned out to be just garbage? Li Fan's head was buried even lower, and cold sweat slipped down the corner of his forehead. Yes, what the senior said is that it is us juniors who accidentally blocked the way of your summons, and please forgive the seniors. He just wants to live at the moment. What dignity, what face, in the face of absolute strength, is worthless. The two little brothers behind him sat directly on the ground. There was a ho-ho sound in his throat, but he couldn't say a word. Take it. Lin Mu casually picked up a blue dagger and threw it to Li Fan. I don't like trouble. You didn't see anything today, understand? Li Fan hurriedly caught the dagger. The cold touch made him excited, and he woke up instantly. He immediately understood what Lin Mu meant. This is a hush money and a warning. Understood. The juniors understand. Li Fan held the dagger tightly in his arms, as if holding the most precious treasure, and bowed to Lin Mu repeatedly. The juniors didn't see anything today. We were just passing by and accidentally got lost. Thank you seniors for pointing out the direction. He winked frantically at the two brothers behind him. The two also reacted immediately, got up from the ground, followed Li Fan's example, and nodded their heads like pounding garlic. Yes, yes. We saw nothing. We are blind. Deaf. Lin Mu looked at their funny appearance and waved his hand non-committally. Let's go. Yes. B. Let's get out of here. Li Fan was granted amnesty and pulled two companions who were already frightened, rolling and crawling towards the depths of the dense forest. He didn't dare to stay for a moment, as if a prehistoric behemoth was chasing him behind him. Until I ran far away, I could no longer feel the suffocating pressure. The three of them collapsed under a tree, gasping for breath. Everything. Brother Fan, are we still alive? The shield warrior's voice was still trembling. Li Fan lowered his head and looked at the short sword in his arms that emitted blue light. His eyes were extremely complicated. He took a deep breath and his tone was extremely solemn. Remember, everything that happened today rots in your stomach. If anyone dares to say half a word, the three of us, none of us will survive. After solving 3 small episodes, Lin Mu was in a good mood. He put away the equipment that the skeletons brought back by category, and prepared to dispose of them together. A prompt sound sounded in his mind. Professional Lin Mu has met the conditions for return. Please go to the temple in the nearby main city as soon as possible and accept the job transfer mission at the altar. After completing the job change task, your career will get a qualitative leap. It's finally here. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with unprecedented light. At this moment, he immediately recalled all the skeletons and dispersed them all back into the void. Then, he identified the direction and walked straight in the direction of Shilin City. Half an hour later, West Forest City, Temple. It is a magnificent white strange building. Located in the central square of the city, it symbolizes the supremacy and sacredness of professional power. Lin Mu walked through the prayer hall and came to the side hall dedicated to job transfer. The person in charge of receiving was an old man wearing a white sacrificial robe. The expression is solemn and the eyes are calm. Young man, do you need to change jobs? The old man spoke slowly. Yes, priest. Lin Mu replied calmly. Put your hand on the altar and wait for the altar to respond. Lin Mu put his hand on the altar according to the requirements of the sacrifice. The altar emitted a burst of dark and inky light, rich enough to swallow his whole body. Necromancer Lin Mu meets the requirements of the first turn. Please choose the direction of job change. 1. Necromancer. Lin Mu was stunned. What's going on? How to change the direction of the job or necromancer? In the memory of the original owner, the necromancer's turn clearly has 3 completely different branches. They are the White Bone Sage, who masters powerful white bone skills, Shadow Sorcerer, who specializes in curses and shadow spells, and the Corpse Priest, who plays with corpses and plagues. How did you get to him? There is only one option, or necromancer. He knew that there were only those rare special professions. We'll use a professional name from beginning to end. For example, the Chinese guardian saint of the sea god like a needle, the 5th Guardwind. His awakened profession, cultivator, has never changed from beginning to end. Just as he was thinking wildly, the altar's chime sounded coldly again. Please choose the direction of job change. 1. Necromancer. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth twitched. There is only one option. What is it called? He complained helplessly in his heart, and finally focused his thoughts on the only option. Necromancer Lin Mu has chosen the direction of his job change. Necromancer. Release of job transfer tasks. Lin Mu's exclusive job transfer mission, clear the Frost Plains dungeon within 3 hours, and bring back the boss. Frost Lord's mission exclusive drop Ice Soul Core. Exclusive job transfer tasks have been released. Please complete them within 3 days, and return to the temple to submit the task to complete the job transfer. Lin Mu almost couldn't hold back his foul language on the spot. What the hell? Frost Plains is a level 30 open dungeon. You asked me, a professional who had just reached level 10, to clear the level in 3 hours? Lin Mu's complaint did not get any response. He had no choice but to take his hand away from the cold altar in anger. I hope you can complete the job change task as soon as possible. The white-robed priest saw Lin Mu leave the altar. He didn't even raise his eyelids, but said lightly, coming out of the temple. Lin Mu suppressed the doubts in his heart and went straight to the trading floor. He will sell all the unused equipment that explodes in the wild and in the Wailing Cave. Garbage is garbage. 00 had a total of nearly 20 pieces of equipment, and in the end, only 80,000 new star coins were exchanged. Then some advanced blood recovery and blue medicines were added, and several bottles of special potions that can remove abnormal states such as freezing, slowness, and poisoning. And under Lu Qing's enthusiastic introduction, Lin Mu spent another 180,000 new star coins, purchased a purple piece of equipment specifically for this mission. Frost Breath Hood, LV.10, purple, defense, 25 to 30, physique, +5, special effect 1, reduces ice damage taken by 11%, special effect 2, restores 10% of mana per minute. The Amethyst VIP card was directly discounted by 70%, and the money and goods were cleared. Lin Mu did not delay and returned directly to his new home in Tianlan Mansion. He couldn't wait to take out the skill book of Revive Skeleton Shooter. Ding! Do you learn the skill Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter? Revive Skeleton Shooter, level 1, consumes 25 mana, summons one entry-level skeleton archer to fight for you, maximum number 1. Finally there is a remote unit. Lin Mu's eyes lit up, and the talent, described the Templar, was immediately activated. Resuscitation Skeleton Archer, level 1, consumes 25 mana. By channeling the Breath of Death, summons a skeleton archer holding a bone bow from nothingness to fight for you, fires bone arrows, and the attack speed is slower. Maximum quantity 1. Lin Mu was very entangled. His eyes scanned back and forth on holding a bone bow, shooting bone arrows, and upper limit of numbers. Study. In the end, follow the routine. Changed quantity limit 1 to quantity limit 9. Skill description reinvention. A more detailed description emerges. Revive Skeleton Shooter, level 1, consumes 25 mana, summons one entry-level skeleton archer to fight for you, maximum number 9. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu set his sights on the Frost Breath secret language hood he had just bought. Changed, reduces ice damage taken by 11% to reduces ice damage taken by 91%. After a blur, the equipment attributes change. Frost Breath Hood, LV.10, purple, defense, 25 to 30, physique, +5, special effect 1, reduces ice damage taken by 91%, special effect 2, restores 10% of mana per minute. After some operation, what was originally just a nice purple hood instantly turned into the best cold gear that would drive any professional crazy. Finish these. Lin Mu distributed the accumulated attribute points. Until midnight, the talent is refreshed again. Lin Mu modified the skills in turn. Upgraded Resuscitation Skeleton by 1 level. Upgraded Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter by 2 levels. If you equip it, it is now worth modifying the Frost Breath secret language hood and Whisper of Fear ring. Frost Breath Hood, LV.10, purple, defense, 25 to 30, physique, +5, special effect 1, reduces ice damage taken by 91%, special effect 2, restores 10% mana per second. Whisper of Fear ring, LV.10, gold, physique, +5, intelligence, +5, special effect 1, aura of fear. After wearing it, apply fear effect to all hostile targets within 90 meters around you. All attributes decrease by 9%. Special effect 2, Scream of Despair, actively activated, consumes 100 mana, emits a scream of endless despair, inflicting 100 plus intelligence *0.5 mental impact damage to all enemies in the fan-shaped area in front of it, and has a 50% chance to put it in a 5-second chaos state. Attacks do not distinguish between friend or foe. Cooldown 60 seconds. After the change, Lin Mu immediately put on the new equipment, and the panel looked new. Level LV.10, EXP 318/4500, HP 370/370, mana 460/460, agility 14, boots +5, intelligence 46, whisper ring +5, constitution 37, chest armor +3, necklace 2, hood +5, whispering ring +5. Skill points 1. Name, Lin Mu. Occupation, necromancer. Resuscitation skeleton, level 4, consumes 455 mana, summons 90 iron skeletons to fight for you, maximum number 100. Bone fangs, level 3, consumes 997 mana, summons 990 bone fangs from the ground, and stabs them in the linear area in front of them, dealing 4 to 6 physical damage respectively. Bone grip, level 3, consumes 29 mana, summons the bone hand at the designated location, and explodes after grabbing it, causing 40 physical damage within a radius of 90.1 meters. Strength 2. Revive Skeleton Shooter, level 3, consumes 25 mana, summons 10 entry-level skeleton archers to fight for you, maximum number 10. Equip Deadwood Staff, Flame Lizard Guardian Chest Armor, Swift Wind Boots, Quick Healing Ring, Silence Blackstone Necklace, Frost Breath Secret Language Hood, Whisper of Fear Ring. Free attribute points 0. Early the next morning. Skill. Lin Mu was ready and went straight to the outside of the city. It took more than 2 hours to arrive at the entrance of the Frost Plains dungeon. This is different from Wailing Cave. It is a copy of a resource that is open to professionals all year round. Because the level is relatively high, there are not many ordinary people. The biting cold wind continued to blow out from the huge blue light gate, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. 3 professional teams teams are recruiting team members at the entrance, and the sign says the demand. Level 30, Frost Plains, team, lack of powerful tanks and wet nurses, equipment requirements are at least all blue. Grass. The monster inside restrained me too much, and the ice pick damage was cut in half. Is there a big guy with a belt? The little brother lacks a ice crystal beast. Phone. The price is negotiable. Fortunately, this Frost Plains copy can be withdrawn at any time, otherwise I would definitely have explained it in it last time. Lin Mu listened to the discussions around him and walked calmly to the registration office. When the staff saw him as a LV.10 necromancer, when you actually want to challenge Frost Plains, alone, showed the same expression as the previous Wailing Cave registrar. Brother, are you sure? This is no joke. The lowest monsters in Frost Plains are all level 28. Lin Mu didn't say much, just silently showed his mission information. When the staff saw the words job transfer task, they immediately closed their mouths. Whose good guy's turn mission is a level 30 copy? Although the registrar was puzzled, he quickly went through the formalities for him. Under the foolish gaze of the people around him, Lin Mu stepped into that frozen world alone. Frost Lord, I, Lin Mu, are here. The moment he stepped into the light gate, a chill that could freeze his soul swept in. Frost Plains. As far as the eye can see, there are endless ice and snow and rugged glaciers. The wind was like a knife, rolling up ice chips, and howling like a ghost crying wolf. The air was so cold that it seemed to freeze, and when it was inhaled into the lungs, it was painful. Extreme cold environmental damage, losing 5 HP every 3 seconds. The prompt sound sounded in Lin Mu's mind. However, the damage figure floating above his head was plus 99 HP. Frost Breath Secret Language Hood, that is up to 91% ice damage reduction. The biggest environmental threat of this copy turned into a joke. Combined with the terrifying effect of Quick Healing Ring, recovering 99 points per second, this damage is not even tickling. Lin Mu looked around. The 99-meter range of horror perception is like an invisible giant net, which spreads out instantly. Four wolf-shaped silhouettes exuding a fierce aura appeared on the edge of his perception map. Direwolf, LV.28, -1 HP. They are snow white all over and almost blend in with the environment. It is outflanking at a very fast speed, but before they could get closer, an invisible fluctuation spread from Lin Mu. Aura of fear. The speed of the 4 direwolves, which were originally full of ferocity, was visibly slower to the naked eye. Soon, the momentum of the charge also became a little hesitant. The effect of reducing all attributes by 9% has already taken effect. Lin Mu waved his staff. The earth shook with a bang. 90 steel skeletons, flashing with cold metal light, broke out of the ice from under the frozen soil, lined up neatly, majestic. Swing again. Resuscitation skeleton shooter. 10 thin entry-level skeleton shooters holding rudimentary bone bows appeared behind the steel skeletons. Compared to those tall and mighty steel guards, they seemed so weak. Whoa! The dire wolf pack roared and pounced. Resuscitation skeleton. Shoot! Lin Mu gave a simple order. The 10 entry-level skeleton archers moved at the sound and pulled away the humble bone bow in their hands. Swish! The sparse bone arrows broke through the air, and the accuracy was okay, but the damage was a bit insufficient. -8 HP. -7 HP. The army of steel skeletons rushed up at this time. In an instant, the 4 direwolves whose attributes were weakened tore to pieces. The attack power and rate of fire are too slow. Lin Mu was not satisfied with the skeleton shooter's initial performance. With a move of his mind, he locked on the detailed description of one of the skeleton shooters. Introductory skeleton shooter, a skeleton archer holding a bone bow, fires bone arrows, and has a slower attack speed. Lin Mu's eyes stayed on the words holding a bone bow. Change holding a bone bow to holding a steel bow. The bone bows in the hands of the 10 skeleton archers glowed with a metallic sheen and became tougher. The rules are self-consistent, and the material of the bowstring has also been strengthened. Range, rate of fire and power have all been slightly improved. When encountering a monster again, the damage dealt by the arrows shot by the skeleton archer has been increased to about 30 points. Although it can still only play an auxiliary role, it is better than nothing. With the skeleton legion with ranged units, the tactics immediately became 3-dimensional. The shooter is responsible for attracting monsters, slowing down, and concentrating fire. Talent, describe the Templar, launch. The steel skeleton is responsible for charge, encirclement, and suppression. In a flash, Lin Mu commanded this army of undead. Like an efficient bulldozer, rampage across the ice field. All the monster groups you encounter, whether it is a group of ice crystal beasts or frost snakes lurking under the snow, all of them were crushed by absolute numbers and strength and turned into his rapidly rising experience points. Soon, Lin Mu's experience bar was full. However, because the job change was not completed, the level is stuck at LV.10, and the extra experience points can only be accumulated more than an hour later. Just when Lin Mu cleared an area guarded by Ice Crystal Beast, his 99-meter high perception range edge suddenly captured the life information of a team of non-monsters. It is a human occupation. Frost Plains is an open dungeon, and it is not surprising to encounter other teams. Strange is the level of this team. There are 5 people in this team. The lowest level is also LV.35 and the highest even reaches LV.38. At the moment, they were struggling with a huge monster. The monster was made of ice crystals and held a huge frost warhammer. It is the final boss of this dungeon, LV.32's Frost Lord. The battle was extremely fierce and dangerous. His grandma's, "Isn't this a monster for robbing Lao Tzu? This is going to let them kill it. I have to wait for the boss to refresh tomorrow before I can challenge again. It's just that these 30-level resource copies, how can there be such a high-level team to fight the boss here?" A trace of doubt arose in Lin Mu's heart. Their desperate posture is obviously not for the purpose of leveling monsters. Out of caution and curiosity, he did not show up immediately. Instead, he commanded the skeleton army, quietly outflanked from the flanks, ready to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. He ordered the skeleton shooters to occupy the high ground of a nearby ice mound condescendingly. The iron skull split into teams and used ice mounds and rocks as cover. Hiding the figure, it forms a huge encirclement. The team and the Frost Lord were all included in the attack range. At this moment, the battle situation changed suddenly. The 5-man squad seemed to be exhausted. A female swordsman at the head was about to take something out of his backpack. That Frost Lord only had a trace of bloodskin left and suddenly let out a roar and entered a state of frenzy. It raised the frost warhammer high and slammed it into the ground. Ice roar. A large-scale frost storm exploded around it. Some have scraped into the skull encirclement. The violent energy fluctuations in the battle actually made the highly tense squad notice the strange things around them. The female swordsman at the head changed her face suddenly. The long sword in his hand was crossed and he shouted sharply, "Who is sneaky? Get out!" It was at this moment Lin Mu raised his staff and swung it 5 times quickly. 4,950 bone teeth flashing with the cold light of death turned into jets, tearing through the air and letting out a sharp roar. It shot straight at the Frost Lord, who was only left with blood and skin. 4,950 bones and teeth emit a sharp roar that makes people ache. Frost Lord, who had only a trace of blood left, couldn't even let out the last roar. The huge head was instantly completely swiped by the dense -1 force damage number. The numbers are stacked to form a shocking dark red. Frost Lord's huge body suddenly froze. The ferocity in his eyes instantly froze, and then collapsed with a bang. The hard ice crystal body shattered to the ground. Several loot pieces with different luster were exposed. One of the crystal clear cores stands out. Ice Soul Core. The mission item is here. On the battlefield, the 5-person team led by the female swordsman Ling Shui. It also maintains a defensive posture. They stared at the incredible scene in front of them in a daze, their minds blank. Fight hard, play all your whole cards, and finally cripple the boss. Outcome. At the last harvest, was robbed? This was tantamount to a loud slap in the face, slapping each of them in the face. After a short period of stunning, there was a sky-high rage. Who did it? Quiescence. Dead silence. Get out of here. The shield guards and assassins in the squad cursed, their eyes red with anger. Ling Shui's face was even more blue to the extreme, and her chest rose and fell violently. The ice-blue long sword in her hand exuded a cold air. Yaya pointed to the position where Bone Teeth was fired, and his voice was cold and piercing. "Who is your excellency? Hiding the head and tail, robbing the boss, don't you think it's too despicable?" Lin Mu's figure slowly walked out from behind a huge ice rock. The expression was calm. He looked at the 5 furious people and spoke lightly. "Don't get excited, you're surrounded by me." This sentence stunned the entire team. Several people looked at each other and subconsciously looked around. In addition to the snow and jagged glaciers, there is still half a figure anywhere. Encirclement? Just you? Boy, do you have a problem with your brain? The shield warrior laughed angrily, raising his shield and wanting to rush over. A few others also thought that this kid was not a fool and was too lazy to talk nonsense to him. Get ready to go straight over to pick up the loot. Lin Mu looked at them and waved his hand gently. The earth trembled violently. Behind the surrounding ice mounds and rocks, 1, 10, and 50, a full 90 steel skeletons flashing with cold metal light broke out of the ice. On the ice mound, 10 skeleton archers holding steel bows also quietly appeared. The pulsating eyes of the soulfire locked on the 5 people below. A large-scale, breathing undead legion instantly surrounded Ling Shui's 5-member team in reverse. The visual impact and suffocating oppression brought by the torrent of steel let the 5 people move forward abruptly. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted at this moment. Rumble dash. This is, oh my god, so much, such a strong skeleton? They could clearly feel the strength of these skeletons. Far from being comparable to ordinary necromancers who can shatter summons with one touch, Ling Shui's heart set off a stormy wave. She stared at Lin Mu. In his heart, he was instantly judged to be an old monster who hid his identity and played the world. As for the level of LV.10, it must have used some special props or secret methods to deliberately cover up the true level. The 5 of them didn't move, they froze in place. Lin Mu ignored them. Walk forward in time and start picking up items dropped by the the boss. Quest item, Ice Core. A purple ice armor with the best attributes. A rare book of ice group control skills. He picked up the last item. It was a strange crystal that emitted a soft light and was called Ice Heart Glass. Talent activated, detailed descriptions emerged. Ice Heart Glass contains pure life and the power of ice, which can slightly alleviate most cold poison and frost curses. Time. Seeing Lin Mu pick up the piece of Ice Heart Glass, the anger and vigilance on Ling Xue's face were instantly replaced by an unconcealable anxiety and pleading. She actually put away her long sword directly. He let go of all his postures, and his voice trembled with a hint of trembling. Senior, please stay. That spar. Please, give me that spar. We are willing to pay any price. Lin Mu stopped, turned around, and looked at her with interest. Give me a reason. Under Lin Mu's calm gaze, Ling Xue gritted her teeth and told the truth. Her own brother was cast a vicious eternal silence ice curse by an evil organization called the Frost God Sect. His life was in danger, and he endured the pain of ice and bones day and night. Only the boss of this Frost Plains, Frost Lord, Ice Heart Glass, dropped with a very small probability, can be used as the main material to temporarily suppress the curse. By time to find a real way to break the spell. I see. He is not the Holy Mother, but this sister-brother relationship also touched him slightly. Moreover, he was indeed at fault for robbing monsters. Hell, just think of it as an apology, and by the way, you can earn some extra money. His eyes fell on the description of Ice Heart Lioli again. The 4 words small relief were accurately locked. A bold plan quietly took shape in his heart. Lin Mu curled up a mysterious smile on the corner of his mouth and looked at Ling Xue with a pleading face. This Ice Heart Glass is not perfect. Even if it is given to you, it can only be alleviated, and it cannot eradicate your brother's curse. But Lin Mu's heart moved slightly. He paused. Maybe there is a way to purify it and make it more perfect. What? When Ling Xue and the others heard this, their eyes were full of disbelief. An old monster who can summon an army of the undead actually knows how to purify treasures? This is too almighty, right? Just when Ling Xue hesitated, she didn't know whether to believe these words. Lin Mu's perception range is as high as 99 meters. Suddenly caught several powerful breaths, which were rapidly approaching from a distance. The person who came was not good, and the goal was clearly locked here. Lin Mu's eyes froze, and his thoughts moved slightly. The huge skeleton legion around it instantly turned into black gas and dissipated into the air. He looked at Ling Xue with a suspicious face and said, "It looks like you're in trouble. Now, you may need my help even more." 7 figures wearing uniform white sacrificial robes. They outflanked from different directions. They all have a delicate ice crystal totem embroidered on their chests. The whole body exuded a cold air. The leader is a middle-aged man with a gloomy complexion, with a level as high as LV.40. When he saw Ling Xue, a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ling Xue, do you think it is useful to hide in the dungeon? Hand over Ice Heart Glass, and immediately go back with me to be a saint. Your brother may still have a glimmer of life. Seeing the pursuers, Ling Xue's face turned pale instantly. She bit her lip tightly, her body trembling slightly with despair. The 5 of them are already at the end of the strong crossbows, and the difference in strength is huge. The words did not fall. It was simply impossible to fight against these 7 elites of the Frost God Sect. At this tense moment, Lin Mu ignored the surrounding enemies and spoke to Ling Xue instead. The deal continues. I'll help you solve them and purify Ice Heart Glass. After a slight pause, Lin Mu continued. After the matter is completed, Ice Heart Glass belongs to you, and you pay me an additional 104 head 3 million new star coins as a reward. How? This statement came out. The 7 members of the Frost God Sect, they all looked at Lin Mu with a foolish look. A LV.10 necromancer. How dare you threaten to solve them in front of 7 strong people with an average level of more than LV.38? Isn't this crazy? Lin Mu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He turned his back to everyone and quietly activated his talent, described the Tamperer. The target is the Ice Heart Glass in his hand. Modify small relief to significant relief. The crystal in his hand was restrained. It becomes purer and so permeable that there are almost no impurities. Lin Mu turned around. The modified crystal shook in front of Ling Xue. You see, the purification is complete. Ling Xue looked at the piece of Ice Heart Glass with a completely different breath and was completely shocked. That pure life and ice power were far more intense than before. A huge shock and an imminent crisis. Let her make a decision immediately. Okay, I promise you, she said eagerly. In a flash, as long as I can save my brother, let alone 3 million, I am willing to do it 5 million or 10 million. Looking for death. The leader of the Frost God Sect was completely enraged by Lin Mu's complete disregard for this. Give it to me. Kill them and snatch Ice Heart Glass. Over. Ice picks, ice blades, and frost breaths came overwhelmingly towards Lin Mu and Ling Xue. Lin Mu snorted coldly. The staff pointed to the ground. The earth roared. 90 steel skeletons instantly emerged from nothingness, directly surrounded the 7 people of the Frost God Sect. The scene of ice around you is staged again. Fight, explode. The Bone Army quickly drastically narrowed the encirclement. The steel skeletons in the front row are blasting with violent frost spells. Pieces of shatter and fall. Time, but there are so many of them, and the speed of death is far from keeping up with the speed of Lin Mu's resumption. There are always skeletons that can break through the blockade of spells. He slashed the steel knife in his hand on those white-robed mages. Lin Mu raised his hand occasionally. A few shots of bone teeth were shot accurately. You can easily take away a cultist who has been besieged by skeletons to the point of blood. 5 members of the Ling Shui team. His chin was almost falling to the ground, and his brain was blank. They imagined that Lin Mu was very strong, but I never thought it would be so outrageously strong. Where is this battle? This is clearly a one-sided massacre. But what makes them wonder? Why didn't this rank 4 boss summon more powerful summons? Soon, the only surviving leader of the Frost God sect looked at the corpses of his comrades all over the ground. He was so frightened that he turned around and was about to run away. 10 skeleton shooters suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised the bone bow in his hand. Lin Mu asked calmly, "Did I let you go?" The leader of the Frost God sect stiffened, slowly turned around, his face as pale as paper. He looked at the LV.10 boy, his eyes full of fear. "Before, predecessor, spare my life, spare my life." He fell to his knees with a plop, no longer having the arrogance he had before. "We have eyes that don't recognize Mount Tai, and we have offended your old man." Obviously, this person also regards Lin Mu as an old monster who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. Lin Mu ignored his plea for mercy, just asked calmly, "Eternal silence ice curse, who gave it?" When the leader heard this, his body trembled. A trace of struggle and fear flashed in his eyes. "This, I can't say. Say, I will definitely die miserably." Lin Mu smiled. That smile was even more terrifying than the abyss demon in the eyes of the leader of the Frost God sect. "If you don't say it, you will die miserably now." Lin Mu raised his staff, and the tip of the staff flashed with a faint light. "Having said that, you might be able to keep a whole corpse." Under the threat of death, the leader's psychological defense line completely collapsed. He said tremblingly, "Yes, it's the leader." He took a fancy to Ling Shui's special physique and wanted her to become his material, so he used the Eternal Silence Ice spell to control her brother. "Leader?" A hint of clarity flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. "It seems that today's matter is not over yet," he thought to himself, but his face was still calm. "The last question, the Frost God sect, why are you eyeing her?" Lin Mu's eyes glanced at Ling Shui, who was pale on the side. Because she is the Ice Prayer Body. It is a legendary special physique that can communicate with the god of frost. It is the key to the leader's breakthrough of rank 5. The leader said everything like a bean pouring out a bamboo tube. Lin Mu nodded, as if he was satisfied with this answer. He just finished speaking. More than 900 bone fangs instantly emerged from the tip of the staff. It directly pierced the leader's eyebrows. The leader's eyes still had a hint of happiness for the rest of his life. The expression froze forever. "Deal with it all." Lin Mu turned around and looked at the 5 Ling Shui who were completely sluggish. "The garbage has been cleaned up." He stretched out his hand. "Now, it's time to pay." Ling Shui was excited and suddenly came back to her senses. "Very good." She looked at Lin Mu's delicate but chilling face and nodded quickly. "Yes, predecessor." She immediately opened her account and made a transfer. "Job payment treasure arrives, 3 million new star coins." Hearing the prompt, Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Lin Mu casually threw the ice heart glass to Ling Shui. "It's worth the price of 3 million. Ling Shui hurriedly caught the crystal. 4 teammates behind her also looked at Lin Mu in awe, not even daring to take a breath. "Lot, thank you for your kindness in rebuilding." Ling Shui's voice was crying, and she bowed deeply to Lin Mu. She carefully took out a token that flashed with starlight from the storage space. "Senior, this is the Ling Hui order of our Shangjing Ling family. If you have any dispatch in the future, you just need to crush this order, and I will go up and down the Ling family, going through fire and water, and I will not hesitate." Lin Mu glanced at the token and accepted it non-committally. "Okay, you can go." Ling Shui is like being pardoned. With 4 team members, they supported each other. Without looking back, he ran towards the exit of the dungeon, until their figures disappeared completely. Lin Mutsai set his sights on the Ice Soul Core, lying quietly in his backpack. "Xingjing Ling family, the body of Ice Prayer, of the Frost God sect." He whispered to himself and shook his head. "It's troublesome, but it's none of my business for the time being. The top priority is to complete the job change." He restrained his mind and walked towards the exit of the copy. It's time to witness the true power of Necromancer after one turn. Yes. Lin Mu's figure slowly stepped out of the dark blue light door. The biting cold wind dissipated behind him, and the warm sunlight shone back on him. At the entrance of the dungeon, the professional squad that was still recruiting team members before. At this moment, they were sitting together, sighing, cursing the damn monster in the copy. When they saw Lin Mu's figure, everyone's voices seemed to be choked by an invisible hand and stopped abruptly. He came out? I'm not dazzled, right? How long has it been? 2 hours? A berserker with a beard stood up suddenly, and the wine in his hand spilled out. He rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. An LV.10 11.10 Necromancer, Single Brush, Frost Plains, still alive? What an international joke is this? An archer next to him subconsciously looked at his weapon and then at Lin Mu, muttering, could it be that the difficulty of today's dungeon has been lowered? No, I was still beaten like a grandson when I went in. The discussion came and went, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Mu. It was full of shock and confusion. Lin Mu seemed to be unaware of these eyes. His mind had already flown back to the temple in the center of the city. Under countless astonished gazes, he left in style. West Forest City, Temple. It was still the old priest in the white robe with a solemn expression, as if he had remained unchanged for 10,000 years. At this time, I am closing my eyes to recuperate. I'll submit the task. Lin Mu directly placed the ice soul core that was still with a hint of cold on the stone platform in front of the altar. The old priest's eyelids raised slightly. In Gu Jingwu's eyes, there was finally a trace of waves. He picked up the core and confirmed that it was correct. Only then did he nod, and there was no emotion in his voice. Let's start. Lin Mu put his hand on the altar of job transfer again. This time, there was no longer pure pitch black light that swelled up on the altar. Instead, the darkness is mixed with wisps of deep blue, like the eternal night starry sky. The quest item Ice Core has been submitted. The job transfer task has been completed. Ongoing. Congratulations to professional Lin Mu for completing his first job change. A series of prompt tones sounded in Lin Mu's mind. He could clearly feel a purer and more vast energy of death. Just like madness baptized his limbs, it eventually merged into the depths of his soul and left a deeper mark. Your profession Necromancer has been deepened, all attributes have been improved, and death energy affinity has been increased. You have comprehended the first skill, Death Prayer. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.11. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.12. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.13. The light flashed 3 times in a row. Lin Mu's level. In just a few seconds, it soared directly from LV.10 to LV.13. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, and his heart was filled with indescribable comfort. One turn, it's done, he secretly said in his heart, and was about to withdraw his hand and leave here. Just as his palm was about to leave the altar, the whole altar, no, the entire side hall, all began to buzz violently. The black altar seemed to have turned into an awakened ancient black hole. Endless black mist suddenly gushed out. The fog was as black as ink, with an ancient and desolate aura. The black mist instantly devoured Lin Mu and devoured the side hall. Then with an unstoppable momentum, the madness spreads outward. F.A. What happened? The old priest, who had always been expressionless, finally showed a look of horror on his face at this moment. The voices were trembling. However, he has presided over the transfer for so many years. I have never seen such a change in the altar of job change. The black mist broke through the dome of the temple, like a black tornado that reached the sky, straight into the sky. The entire Shilin city was shaken by it at this moment. Countless citizens and professionals looked up in horror. Looking at the holy hall shrouded in endless black mist, his eyes were full of fear and confusion. In the mayor's office, Fan Jihang suddenly pushed open the documents and rushed to the window. The sirens of the city guard resounded in the sky. Several powerful auras rose from all over the city and rushed towards the temple. In the center of the storm, Lin Mu did not feel the slightest danger. This black fog is not only not aggressive. Instead, it surrounded him affectionately like a swallow. In the end, it turned into a torrent, and all poured into his eyebrows. It was only a dozen seconds before and after, and the black mist came and went quickly. When the last wisp of black mist sank into Lin Mu's body, the temple also returned to calm. It seems that the earth-shattering vision just now is just an illusion. You, what exactly? Who is it? The old priest pointed at Lin Mu. His lips trembled, and he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Lin Mu didn't answer him. He was in an unprecedented shock at this time. His eyes were fixed on the talent column of the professional panel. The original words describe the tamperer. There have undergone earth-shaking changes. Description of the tamper. First glimpse of the doorway. Black. Frequency. The description of each goal can be modified twice a day. Level. Cannot modify the description of a target whose level exceeds 20 or higher. Talent. Can it still be improved? Lin Mu's heart beat wildly at this moment, and a stormy wave set off in his heart. According to the memory of the original owner, and all the information he has learned since his time travel, Blue Star's professional talent has been solidified when it awakens. From gray to color. From the moment of birth, it is destined to be the upper limit. I have never heard of anyone whose talent can be improved the day after tomorrow. This is no longer a simple Goldfinger. This is blatantly trampling on the lowest rules of this world. Function. Description details. You can see more detailed descriptions than other professionals. Description modification. You can modify the one word in the description. Limit. Twice a day. The level limit is 20 levels. Logical. The modification must keep the description smooth and basic logic to a certain extent. Special. Cannot directly modify basic descriptions such as physical attributes, occupations, talents, and world rules. This means that he can modify 2 2 entries for a piece of equipment at the same time, or complete 2 skill modifications in one day. Could it be? Is it because of the black fog just now? Lin Mu's eyes became extremely deep. His necromancer job change is not like other necromancers. Others have 3 job change directions, but he only has one. One question after another appeared in his mind. The old priest pointed at Lin Mu, his dry fingers trembling violently. The horror in his eyes almost overflowed. His lips trembled, and he could no longer maintain that posture of Gu Jing. You, what the hell are you? Quick, activate the temple defense circle. Detain him. The old priest's voice was hoarse but harsh. He stepped back as he tried to activate the runes under his feet. Lin Mu looked calm and didn't even bother to move. Just stood there quietly, watching the old priest perform. Because he has a perception range of up to 99 meters, several powerful auras had been captured, and they were approaching at high speed from outside the temple. The first 3 had 2 breaths, which he was very familiar with. Mayor Fan Jihang and Director of Education Ji Xiangwen. The door of the side hall was directly blasted open with brute force from the outside, and rubble was splashed. Fan Jihang and Ji Xiangwen led a team of elite city guards to break into the door. They saw the eerie scene at a glance. Lin Mu was safe and sound, with a calm expression, and the old priest who slumped on the ground, almost frightened. Block here. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Fan Jihang's face was solemn and he ordered in a deep voice. He walked quickly to Lin Mu, his sharp eyes scanning back and forth on him. Lin Mu, what happened to the vision just now? Lin Mu's face showed a bit of fear and confusion at the right time. It seems that he has not yet recovered from the shock. He was already ready to speak. I don't know. I was changing jobs just now, and my career seems to be. It seems that some kind of mutation has occurred. Then an uncontrolled energy suddenly erupted, and I couldn't do anything. Lin Mu's tone was just the right amount of innocence. Spread his hands, indicating that he was also a victim. Mayor Fan and Ji Xiangwen looked at each other, both seeing deep suspicion in each other's eyes. Occupational mutation? Although this statement is strange, it is not impossible. Just a job change can trigger a terrifying vision that envelopes the whole city, which is too outrageous. But they couldn't find any flaws. Plus the SSS level and SS level myths created by Lin Mu before. This teenager is already full of mysteries. It seems that the change of genius cannot be guessed by common sense. Ji Xiangwen pushed his glasses. In the end, I can only accept this explanation that sounds the most nonsense, but it is the most irrefutable. Their importance to Lin Mu has once again been raised to a new level. The storm gradually subsided. Fan Jihang dismissed the irrelevant personnel and left Lin Moheo alone for a long talk. Finally, he patted Lin Mu on the shoulder, his voice low and powerful. Remember, Shilin City will always be your most solid backing. However, this movement is not trivial. I am afraid it will attract some unnecessary attention. You must be careful in the future. Thank you, Mayor, for reminding me. Lin Mu thanked him. By the time he left the temple, it was already early in the morning. The upgrade of talent and the particularity of his profession in his heart gave rise to a deeper desire to explore. Return to the mansion of Tianlan Mansion. Lin Mu first took out the purple ice armor dropped by Frost Lord and the ice group control skill book and took a look. Very good, but he can't use it. Don't be too lazy to modify. Sell it directly next time for money. Begin to study the newly realized one-turn skill. Death Prayer, level 1 consumes 100 mana, triggers the Sound of Darkness to haunt the summon, and the summon's attack, defense, and speed are increased by 150%. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Talent activated, and more detailed descriptions emerged. Death Prayer, level 1 consumes 100 mana, uses death energy to induce the murmuring sound of the surrounding dead, lingering around the summon, stimulating the summon's potential, and increasing attack, defense, and speed by 150%. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled. After the talent is upgraded, each target can be modified twice a day. Without hesitation, he launched 2 modifications at the same time. Change increase by 150% to increase by 950%. Changed duration, 1 minute to duration, 1/4 of an hour. Skill descriptions are instantly reshaped. An unprecedented horror group buff was born. Lin Mu suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to systematically plan the next strengthening route. The dual modification authority has made a qualitative leap in his strengthening efficiency. He couldn't wait to open the career panel. He first aimed at the core summoning skill, Reviving Skeleton. Changed quantity limit, 100 to quantity limit, 900. Changed summon 90 iron skeletons to summon 99 iron skeletons. The skill description changes again. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 4 consumes 500 mana, summons 99 steel skeletons to fight for you, maximum number, 900. The number of skeleton legions has been expanded tenfold. Next, there is Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter. Because he already had an army of steel skeletons, he decided to strengthen the individual strength of the skeleton shooters first. Increase the number later. Change holding a bone bow to holding a crossbow. Change launch bone arrow to launch rocket. Revive skeleton archer, level 3 consumes 25 mana, summons 10 fire crossbow skeleton archers to fight for you, maximum number 10. Introductory shooter, instantly change shotguns. Lin Muxian changed summoning 990 bone teeth to summoning 999 bone teeth. Then invest a skill point to raise it to level 4, and the number of summons becomes 1000. Then, he revised it again. Changed summoning 1000 bone teeth to summoning 9000 bone teeth. Bone fangs, level 4 consumes 9007 mana, summons 9000 bone teeth from underground, and stabs them into the linear area in front of them, dealing 5 to 7 physical damage respectively. The bone teeth almost turned into 10,000 teeth. Even with a 99% reduction in the consumption of Deadwood Staff, the single mana consumption has reached 90 points. The range of Bone Grip is temporarily sufficient. Lin Mu directly modified the damage twice and raised it to level 4. Bone Grip, level 4 consumes 31 mana, summons the Bone Hand at the designated location, and explodes after grabbing it, causing 100 physical damage within a radius of 90.3 meters. Finally, the equipment. The ice damage reduction and mana recovery of Frost Breath Secret Language Hood are directly full. Frost Breath Hood, LV.10, purple. Then there is Bone Teeth. Defense, 25 to 30. Physique, plus 5. Special Effect 1, reduces ice damage taken by 99%. Special Effect 2, restores 99% of mana per second. Whisper of Fear Ring, LV.10, gold. Physique, plus 5. Intelligence, plus 5. Special Effect 1, Aura of Fear. After wearing it, apply Fear effect to all hostile targets within 90 meters around you. All attributes decrease by 9%. Special Effect 2, Scream of Despair. Actively activated, consumes 100 mana, emits a scream containing endless despair, causing 900 plus intelligence * 9.5 mental impact damage to all enemies in the fan-shaped area in front of it, and has a 50% chance to put it in a chaos state for 5 seconds. Attacks do not distinguish between friend and foe. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Desperate Scream, the damage explodes directly. Lin Mu has distributed the attribute points obtained from the upgrade. Coupled with the increase in job transfers, the new panel has a new look. Level, LV.13, EXP, 4382/10000, HP, 470/470, Mana, 610/610, Strength, 7, Agility, 19, Boots plus 5, Intelligence, 61, Whisper Ring plus 5, Constitution, 47, Breastplate plus 3, Necklace plus 2, Hood plus 5, Whispering Ring plus 5. His overall strength has more than tenfold compared to before the job change. Just as Lin Mu was immersed in the pleasure of skyrocketing strength, his powerful sense suddenly captured a familiar and ghostly aura. Silently, it appeared on the balcony of his living room. Lin Mu's heart was cold. Name, Lin Mu. Occupation, necromancer. But he didn't panic. The person who came was the mysterious man in black who appeared after the previous street battle and told him that the cause of his parents' death was strange. The man in black stood outside the window on the 18th floor, suspended in the night sky like a ghost. He looked at the boy in the living room with complicated eyes through the glass, and slowly spoke. You made the vision of the temple? Lin Mu did not admit it, nor did he deny it, but just asked calmly. What are you doing? Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 2. The man in black ignored his question and said to himself, your growth rate has exceeded our expectations and exceeded the expectations of theirs. You've been targeted much earlier than I expected. As soon as the words fell, he flicked his fingers. A black jade slip penetrated the special glass and hovered silently in front of Lin Mu. This is the last help I can give you. There is some information about the Soul Stealers organization. They are the direct murderers of your parents' deaths, and they are also a group of madmen who like to hunt geniuses. Lin Mu stretched out his hand to take the jade slip. The cold touch reminded him of the warm palms of his parents in his previous life. He was about to ask. Suddenly, his face changed drastically at the same time as the man in black. The man in black shouted sharply, they're coming, come on. In several directions around the apartment, more than a dozen powerful breaths erupted at the same time. The entire building was completely blocked in an instant. Crisis is coming. Several figures wearing black robes and strange masks on their faces. Like ink that seeps into the wallpaper, it eerily emerges from windows, walls, and ceilings. They surrounded Lin Mu and the man in black. These uninvited guests are the Soul Stealers. Their lowest level is above LV.30, and the leader is a third-rank powerhouse with a high level of LV.50. Jia jia jia. The leader let out a hoarse laugh like a blade scratching glass. What a perfect soul container. Being able to catch you, the anomaly that triggered the temple vision, is definitely a great achievement. The man in black had a solemn face to the extreme, and whispered to Lin Mu. The words did not fall. I'll hold back the 3-turn one, you solve the others, and then find a way to break through. Lin Mu's eyes were cold. He didn't talk nonsense. Aura of Fear has been automatically triggered, and all attributes of the incoming Soul Stealer members will be reduced by 9% in an instant. The staff waved gently. The ground cracked in this multi-million-dollar mansion. Marble floors and expensive Persian carpets have all turned to dust. 99. Steel skeletons, emitting cold light. And 10. Fire crossbow skeleton shooters, armed with strong crossbows and loaded rockets, breaking out of the ground from the ground. They instantly fill the living room, bedroom, balcony, turn the entire space into a jungle of steel and skeletons. Battle, break out in an instant. The man in black fought fiercely with the rank 3 powerhouse, and the terrifying energy aftermath tore the luxurious decoration to shreds. Lin Mu commanded the Skeleton Legion. The fire crossbow arrows of Fire Crossbow Skeleton Shooter are extremely fast, and the rockets cover the entire field like red rain, and the fire instantly illuminates the night. Steel Skeleton is fierce and not afraid of death. Engage in the bloodiest hand-to-hand combat with those soul stealers. Lin Mu stood calmly in the middle of the sea of skeletons. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and quietly cast a modified death prayer. Terrifying whispers of death sweep through the audience. The soul fire of Steel Skeleton and Fire Crossbow Skeleton Shooter skyrocketed, and their strength increased nearly tenfold in all directions. Although Lin Mu's Undead Legion is ridiculously strong, the level advantage of some enemies is still obvious. An LV.45 assassin who was good at stealth ghostly bypassed the sea of skeletons and quietly appeared behind Lin Mu. The poisoned dagger stabbed it in the back of the heart. At the moment when the dagger was about to hit, Lin Mu's perception was so open that he didn't even bother to turn his head. Shoot accurately with a backhand, bone tooth. 9,000 bone teeth converged into a torrent of death, directly blowing the assassin out of the shadows. Flesh and blood are flying. The blood bar plummeted like a waterfall. Lin Mu also activated the active skill of Whispering of Fear. Scream of despair. The assassin's mental defense was instantly torn apart, and the damage of the mental impact was eaten in full. 1479.5. A terrifying damage number appeared above his head, and then he fell into chaos and began to attack the skeletons around him indiscriminately. Lin Mu took the opportunity to distance himself. The staff swung again, and another 9,000 bone teeth burst out, completely nailing it to the wall. He swung his staff 3 times in a row. 297 steel skeletons crawled out of the broken floor and joined the battle group. The huge house is packed, except for the third-rank leader. The rest of the soul thieves were completely submerged by this endless sea of skeletons. When the third-turn leader saw this, he was so shocked that his soul was bursting and he broke out in a cold sweat. I thought that if I was surrounded by this sea of skeletons, even if I could run out, I would have to lose a layer of skin. He forced the man in black back with a false move, letting out an unwilling roar. Lin Mu, you're good. See you next time, you will die. After saying that, his body turned into a black mist, penetrated the wall, and fled in a hurry. The man in black also suffered some minor injuries. He looked at the mess in the room and Lin Mu's terrifying skeleton army, and his eyes were extremely shocked. He took a deep breath to calm down and said to Lin Mu, "You are indeed as the third brother said, which surprised me. In that case, you should go to the Shengjing Academy as soon as possible. Shengjing has the resources to make you grow rapidly, and there are also clues left by your parents." The man in black didn't give Lin Mu any chance to ask questions, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Only Lin Mu was left, facing the completely destroyed mansion and the jade slip that recorded the deep feud of the Sea of Blood. Moonlight filtered through the broken floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting the wreckage behind him like a cemetery. There is also a burning smell in the air after the energy collision. It is mixed with cement dust and pierces the nasal cavity. He glanced down at the cold black jade slip in his hand. Soul Stealer. Lin Mu pronounced the name softly. In the depths of his eyes, there was a murderous intent that did not match his age. The hatred of parents is not the same. Since I used your body, let me avenge you. But now, he faces a more realistic problem. Finished, this multi-million-dollar top condominium. It was demolished by himself and the enemy into a rough house. How is this explained? I can't tell the property that more than a dozen high-ranking professionals had a party at my house last night, and I accidentally had too much fun, right? Ordinary battles can be prevaricated by professional scuffles, but this level of destruction was enough to alarm the city guards. It even attracted higher-level investigative agencies. The temple vision he triggered had put him on the cusp. Now add another record of suspected of being on fire with an evil organization at home. Troublesome. Lin Mu hates trouble the most. His brain was running fast, and he finally decided to call Fan Jiheng first. After all, Shilin is his territory, and there must be more ways. Lin Mu dialed a special number directly. Fan Jiheng, who was still looking through Lin Mu's family information at home, suddenly rang. When I took it out, my heart was a tug. The phone rang less than 3 times before it was quickly connected. Lin Mu? Fan Jiheng's voice was tired with a hint of doubt. Mayor Fan, I'm really sorry to disturb you late at night. Lin Mu's tone was so calm that he couldn't hear a trace of waves. It seems that I have encountered a little trouble. Fan Jiheng on the other end of the phone heard this, and his heart chuckled, and he was completely sleepy. Trouble? What trouble? Are you hurt? People are fine. Lin Mu paused and said in a factual tone, "It's just that the house you rewarded me may need to be redecorated." redecorated. Fan Zhihong was stunned. The house needs to be redecorated? What does that mean? Countless possibilities flashed through his mind in an instant, but they were all denied by him. Finally, he asked in a deep voice, "Send me the address, and I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Lin Mu threw the phone away. "Just lean quietly on the wreckage of the only sofa that is still intact, close your eyes and recuperate." Less than 20 minutes. A rapid sound of breaking the air came from far to near. Fan Zhihong did not go through the main gate. Instead, he jumped in directly from the broken window with two cronies. It can also be seen that he is definitely a high-level professional. When he saw clearly what was in front of him, even in his city, his pupils shrank suddenly. This is not a need for redecoration. This needs to be rebuilt. He could even clearly feel that the internal structure of the walls and floors had been devastatingly damaged. What terrifying power does this take? Tell me, what's going on? Fan Zhihong's eyes shifted from the messy scene to Lin Mu, who looked calm, with sharp eyes. "Someone attacked me." Lin Mu opened his eyes, concise and to the point. "Who is it?" "I don't know." Lin Mu shook his head, and his face showed a hint of helplessness. "They are wearing black robes, masks, and they are very strong, and they will do it if they don't agree. It must be some lunatic who is jealous of my talent, or it is some organization that does not see the light." He blurred the existence of soul stealers into certain organizations. He pointed to the soul stealer who was cut into pieces in pieces. "No, their bodies are there." Fan Zhihong glanced at the scattered pieces, and then his eyes fell on the masks. "I was shocked, obviously remembering something." His face was still calm, staring into Lin Mu's eyes, as if he wanted to see something out of it, but he only saw a bottomless calm. A 13th level teenager. After suffering such a terrifying attack and killing all the other parties, can you still be so calm? This heart, this strength. He took a deep breath and stopped asking for details, because he knows that there are some things that he asks in vain. Lin Mu has his own secrets, and what he has to do is not get to the bottom of it. Instead, it shows the value and pattern that a superior should have. "I see." Fan Zhihong nodded, and his tone became extremely solemn. "Lin Mu, you don't have to worry about this matter." He turned around and gave orders to his cronies behind him. "Immediately contact the urban construction department and the best team of architects, regardless of the cost, to restore this place to its original state as quickly as possible. No, it is better than the original. Blockade the entire building, declaring to the outside world. Aging gas pipelines lead to accidental explosions. All those in the know sign the highest level of confidentiality agreement." The cronies immediately took the order and left. Fan Zhihong looked at Lin Mu again, with a hint of appreciation and, in his eyes, the determination of investment. "Before you go to Xinjiang, I will send a team of elite city guards to secretly protect you. In addition, I will apply to my superiors again for your authority and raise it to the highest level for you. In this city, as long as I am here, no one can touch you, including the Wang family." Fan Zhihong said lightly. "But this is obviously not a simple co-acquisition. This is a big gamble that borders on betting. Bet on Lin Mu's future." "Thank you, Uncle Fan." Lin Mu stood up and nodded slightly to the mayor for the first time. "You deserve it." Fan Zhihong waved his hand, looking at this young man who was calm no matter what the situation was, and his heart was full of emotion. Without staying any longer, he turned around and jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night. Yes, he had to deal with this mess overnight and win more resources and shelter for Lin Mu. The world is quiet again. Lin Mu felt the aura of the city guards that were quickly arranged in secret. The corners of his mouth curled up. Power, it's really a good thing. He sighed while restraining his mind. All his attention was focused on the black jade slip. His thoughts probed in. A huge and complex torrent of information instantly poured into his mind. Soul stealers can be called a group of madmen who believe in the supremacy of the soul. Think that the body is a prison for the great soul. They are committed to stripping, stealing, and fusing powerful professional souls through special means to achieve their own soul eternal life and ultimate ascension. The organizational structure is complex and hierarchical, from the peripheral soul slave to the core soul envoy and soul sacrifice, until the legendary soul master. Its actions are secretive, and it is good at camouflage and infiltration. It may exist in any city, in any organization, and the core stronghold is unknown. It is known that almost all of the senior members are good at soul attacks, mind control, and cursed secret techniques. The next content made his heart sink suddenly. His parents were the best soul sacrifice reservists in the organization back then. Later, due to disagreements, he stole a crucial, holy relic of the organization and defected, and was finally secretly killed. A list of pursuers is also attached to it. Soul Envoy Blood Crow died on the spot. Soul Envoy Ghostface died on the spot. Soul Sacrifice 1000 Illusions seriously injured and escaped, suspected of hiding in Xinjiang. Soul Sacrifice 1000 Illusions. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes. I engraved this name in the depths of my mind stroke by stroke. Is it Xinjiang? He looked up at the ancient and bustling super city in the north. The eyes became extremely firm. Lin Mu spent the night in this dilapidated ruins. The next morning sun shines through the broken window glass. Mottled spring sprinkled on the wreckage of the sofa outside the apartment. A team of engineering teams wearing the uniforms of the urban construction department has set up a conspicuous fence. Professional cleaning and measurement work begins. As expected of the top leader personally ordering, the efficiency is amazingly high. Lin Mu looked at the lively construction scene downstairs, directly dialed Fan Jihung's private number. Fan Jihung on the other end of the phone obviously didn't sleep well, and his voice was a little tired. So early? Uncle Fan, I'm going to leave today for Shengjing. Lin Mu got straight to the point, and his tone was crisp and neat. When Fan Jihung heard this, he was not surprised at all. There was a hint of heartfelt appreciation in the tired voice. Decisive enough. This is what it looks like to do big things. Fan Jihung immediately agreed. The state of China has a special magic energy levitation train that runs through the country, which is dozens of times faster than ordinary means of transportation, and almost the whole process is through the impregnable military artery, which is absolutely safe. It's just that the ticket price is astronomical, and it requires extremely high identity authority to buy. I will immediately approve a pass for you, and in an hour, I will send someone to deliver it to you. These words undoubtedly increased the gamble on Lin Mu again. Thank you, Uncle Fan. Lin Mu thanked him and hung up the phone. In between waiting, he first contacted Mu Wanqing from Shengjing Academy and informed him of his imminent departure. Mu Wanqing's voice sounded a little surprised, but he quickly said that he would arrange for the student union members of the university to pick him up at the station. After doing all this, Lin Mu's figure disappeared in place. Shilin professional trading floor. When Lin Mu appeared in front of Lu Qing again, okay, he directly threw a large number of high-end equipment that exuded cold air on the appraisal table. Among them is a LV.32 top-notch purple ice armor. There were also a few pieces of equipment taken from the Soul Stealer with a strong shadow and curse aura. Rao is the manager of the trading floor who is used to seeing the storm, and he is completely numb at this time. Lu Qing looked at these loot that far exceeded Lin Mu's level. The awe of Lin Mu in his heart has climbed to the top. She didn't even dare to ask more about the origin of these things. In the end, this batch of equipment brought Lin Mu a huge amount of 950,000 new star coins. His personal assets are close to the 6 million mark. An hour later, Shilin City Magic Train Station. Lin Mu, escorted by the mayor's bodyguard, enjoyed the highest level of VIP treatment. He went straight to the special passage where idlers were exempt from entering. However, right at the entrance to the passage, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of a senior general of the city guard in his face was 7 points similar to Wang Debiao. With a team of personal soldiers, they blocked his way. This person is Wang Debiao's eldest brother and Wang Hao's uncle. Deputy commander of the city guard, Wang Decheng. Lin Mu, right? Wang Decheng's eyes were gloomy, and his voice was coercive and unbelievable. Last night, there was a violent explosion at the Tianlan mansion in the south of the city, and the situation is unknown. As a survivor, you need to go back with us now to assist in the investigation. He said he would assist in the investigation. That posture was clearly to forcibly detain Lin Mu and give him an unforgettable dismount. However, Lin Mu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. I don't even bother to say a word. The captain of the mayor's bodyguard escorting him took a step forward expressionlessly, directly threw a document on Wang Decheng's face. Deputy Commander Wang, see clearly. This is Mayor Fan's highest order, and Mr. Lin's safety is directly responsible for the mayor's personal guards. The captain of the bodyguard showed the pitch-black premium pass that had just been delivered to Lin Mu. In addition, Mr. Lin Mu holds a special pass, and his itinerary is protected by the supreme decree of the Huaxia United Parliament. The golden emblem imprinted on the pass. The level of authority is even higher than the strips on Wang Decheng's shoulders. Wang Decheng's face instantly turned pig liver color. Countless vague glances in the station were like steel needles at this moment, piercing his face fiercely. Slap in the face. This is naked. A slap in the face in public. He finally understood. The energy standing behind the young man in front of him was no longer something that his small Wang family could easily shake. Wang Decheng clenched his fists tightly, but in the end he could only squeeze out 2 words from between his teeth. Let go. He took people and retreated in embarrassment amidst countless mocking eyes. The so-called grudge with Lin Mu, followed by, in the face of absolute power crushing, it seems so ridiculous. Lin Mu sneered in his heart and secretly wrote it down. Wang family, when I return from Shengjing, it will be your end. He ignored the fly and turned around and stepped onto the extremely luxurious magic train. The independent luxury box has internal facilities comparable to that of a 5-star hotel, isolating all the disturbances of the outside world. The train started silently. Turning into a streamer, he rushed into the dark underground tunnel, speeding towards the distant Xingjing. I don't know how long it took, but the train was smoothly moving through a huge underground canyon. Just when Lin Mu closed his eyes and thought about whether to buy more skills when he had the opportunity. Drip drop drip. The sharp siren suddenly resounded through the entire carriage. A cold, urgent electronic sound echoed wildly in the box. Warning! Warn! The train encountered a very large cracked air beast tide. 87% of the energy overload of the defensive magic array. Soon to expire. All passengers, get ready for the impact. High energy ahead. Non-combatants were immediately evacuated to the safety compartment. The violent vibration almost knocked people over from their seats. Lin Mu opened his eyes suddenly. The expensive wine glasses and decorations in the box were all shattered in the violent bumps. Through the special tempered glass window, he can see the outside world. A huge and twisted crack in space. Like an ugly scar across the sky, it appeared out of thin air in front of the train track. Countless black monsters with a wingspan of more than 3 meters and shaped like bats. It is gushing out of the cracks, forming a black tide that obscures the sky. These monsters are the notorious Shadow Bat. They are known for their speed and sharp minions, which can easily tear through the defenses of low-level professionals. The layer of colorful defense magic circle outside the train. Under the impact of countless Shadow Bat fearless deaths, it lasted less than half a minute. It shattered. The magic circle fails. The train's strong alloy shell is completely exposed to the minions of the monsters. Click. The window of Lin Mu's box shattered in response. An LV.23 Shadow Bat let out a piercing scream, turned into a black shadow and rushed straight to his face. Lin Mu was too lazy to get up. Shout. 9,000 sharp bone teeth accurately pierced the head of the Shadow Bat. 2435. A pile of bright red damage numbers floated up, and the monster's corpse slammed weakly to the ground. A deafening loud noise. Finally, there is a fun aftershow. Lin Mu got up slowly. Not only did he not feel nervous at all, but he smiled at the corners of his mouth. He pushed open the broken box door and walked into the chaotic corridor. At this moment, the inside of the train has become a hell on earth. Screams, cries, and the roar of monsters are endless. Dozens of professionals in train guard uniforms. It is desperately resisting the shadow bats pouring in from various gaps, but there were so many monsters that they were quickly overwhelmed. A LV.30 train guard captain was wielding a battle knife, struggling to support himself. Her name is Chinyu, and she is the person in charge of the safety of this train. A wave of the staff. At this moment, her pretty face was pale, and her body was already scarred. All combatants, assemble towards the number 3 dining car. Protect non-combatants from evacuation. Shinyu's voice was anxious and hoarse, but what responded to her was more monster roars. At the moment when she was besieged by 3 shadow bats at the same time, she was about to die. A leisurely figure walked slowly past her. Lin Mu didn't even look at her, just watched the shadow bat faintly spit out 2 words. Noisy. Bone teeth launched 3 tooth jets, piercing them directly, and then detonating with a bang. The 3 shadow bats were directly killed in seconds. Shinyu was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Mu's back, her brain blank. What did she see? A LV.13 necromancer? Just killed 3 LV.25 elite monsters in seconds like this? Lin Mu ignored her shock. He walked to a completely torn carriage and felt the wind blowing in his face. Look at the endless sea of monsters outside. Oh, this is a good spawn point. He said to himself. Under the ghostly gaze of Chinyu and the survivors around him, Lin Mu jumped. The words just fell. Jumped directly out of the fast-moving train and landed steadily on the roof. Is he crazy? Chinyu exclaimed. However, the next second, she saw a terrifying scene that she could never forget in her life, enough to subvert her entire worldview. On the roof, Lin Mu stood in the wind, his black hair dancing wildly. He raised the deadwood staff in his hand high and pointed it at the sky, as if conducting a grand symphony. Wake up! The whole train began to shake violently. The alloy shells on both sides of the roof and body are cracked inch by inch. 99 tall and mighty, steel skeletons, holding steel knives. 10 fire crossbow skeleton shooters, holding strong crossbows and burning flames on their arrows. From the inside of the car body, break out of the shell. They are like bone spurs and armor that grow on trains. Arm the steel beast into a mobile war fortress in an instant. Revive the skeleton. Revive the skeleton. Lin Mu in the center of the roof cast spells several times. Nearly 500 steel skeletons formed an airtight steel defense line around him. It's time to eat. His voice was blown away by the wind. Snapped his fingers. Death prayer. The invisible rhythm of death instantly enveloped the entire skeleton legion. The soul fire of all the skeletons suddenly soared 3 feet, and the aura became more than 10 times stronger. A one-sided massacre was staged. The steel skeleton wielded a steel knife and cut the shadow bats into pieces that pounced on them. On both sides of the carriage, 10 fire crossbow skeleton shooters have turned into mobile turrets. They pull steel crossbows, load rockets. With the blessing of death prayer, the movement was so fast that after images appeared. Whoosh! Each flaming crossbow arrow was fired. Will explode a brilliant fireball in the dense bat colony. Several shadow bats instantly turned into char and fell from the sky with a scream. It was a heinous massacre. In the carriage, the train guard Captain Shinyu and others have been completely petrified. They opened their mouths wide and pressed their faces against the cold glass window, looking at the figure standing on the roof of the car like a god of death, looking at the army of the dead with terrifying numbers and explosive combat power. The brain completely went blank. This Is it the god of necromancy? The slightly younger guard's voice trembled, and he set everyone's heart. A sharper hissing sound than an ordinary shadow bat pierced the hustle and sound on the battlefield. One is nearly twice as large and has a wingspan of more than 5 meters. LV.30 elite shadow bats with black scales and armor as black as ink fired a volley of rockets. The claws were like hooks, and they brazenly pounced on Lin Mu. Lin Mu thought about the electric turn. Scream of despair. The invisible spiritual impact exploded. The movement of the elite shadow bat rushing forward suddenly froze, and a moment of confusion flashed in his eyes. It's now. Grip of bones. A huge bone hand suddenly poked out from the roof of the car. He accurately grabbed the elite shadow bat's ankle and dragged it down from midair, smashed into the steel skeleton array. Lin Mu didn't even need to give orders. The skeleton army that opened death prayer rushed up violently. At this moment, the steel knives danced wildly, and the sound of penetrating the flesh was continuous. In less than 10 seconds, the huge elite shadow bat was completely torn to pieces. Crush. Pure crushing. Lin Mu noticed that inside the train, there were still sporadic shadow bats burrowing in through other gaps, intended to break through the protective door of the safety car. He pointed casually. The 5 fire crossbow skeleton archers and 20 steel skeletons immediately turned around. Jump into the interior of the carriage from the breach with flexibility and begin to clear the remnants with precision. Xin Yu and the other guards were horrified to find out. These 5 ordinary-looking skeleton shooters fired rockets that were terrifyingly powerful. Each arrow can easily pierce the body of the shadow bat, nail it to the wall of the carriage, and then explode with a bang. The threat that originally left them helpless was solved lightly. This beast tide can be called a hurry to come and go. Under Lin Mu's inhumane and efficient clearance of the skeleton legion, it lasted less than half an hour. The huge spacecraft began to become unstable and finally slowly closed. The shadow bats around the train were completely emptied. Only on both sides of the high-speed train, leaving a path of death paved with bat corpses and bones. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.14. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.15. It's just a pity. This kind of monster tide from the crack generally does not explode equipment. The violent jolts of the train gradually subsided. Lin Mu's mind moved slightly, and all the skeletons instantly turned into black gas. The steel behemoth returned to its original appearance. He jumped back into the carriage lightly. He was greeted by the gaze of Qin Yu and the others as if looking up at the gods, full of unconcealable fanaticism and awe. Qin Yu was uneasy and took the initiative to step forward. He bowed deeply to Lin Mu, his voice respectful. Lot, thank you seniors for saving us. Dare to ask the seniors with high surnames and names? Lin Mu glanced at her, his tone flat. It's just passing by, no need to publicize. Qin Yu's heart was cold. Instantly understood the other party's implication. The big guy may just be acting at will. This is a warning to her not to reveal her identity. She nodded quickly, not daring to ask more. After the turmoil subsided, the train radio sounded again, announcing that the crisis was lifted and the train continued to run smoothly. The surviving passengers erupted in loud cheers for the rest of their lives. But except for a few guards, they will never know, is a mysterious teenager who single-handedly saved the entire train. Lin Mu ignored the hustle and soul behind him and went straight back to his box. He cleaned up the stains on his body and felt calm. This battle not only verified the terrifying strength brought by the talent upgrade, it gave him a clearer understanding of the future path. After a long time, the train slowed down. Finally, it smoothly drove into a magnificent station. Xingjing Station. Lin Mu looked through the window. I saw the super city that perfectly blends ancient city walls with magical technology. Thousands of thoughts welled up in my heart. The journey of revenge and exploration will officially begin here. The moment Lin Mu stepped out of the carriage, a much more majestic and heavy aura than Shilin City came to his face. He was keenly aware that there were several faint powerful auras on the platform, which were sweeping through the darkness, as if observing something. It's really worthy of the capital of China, and the platform has such masters secretly protecting it. Lin Mu guessed in his heart. On the platform, 2 young people, a man and a woman, had been waiting for a long time. Men look shrewd and capable, while women are beautiful and lovely. They all wore the badge of Xingjing Academy on their chests. Obviously the elites of the student council. They were curiously looking at the passengers getting on and off the train at this moment. I don't know what the identity of this junior high school brother is, and he can actually ride the special magic train. I have only heard that some people with extremely high status have this treatment. If I hadn't picked him up, I might never have been able to come here in my life. The beautiful girl looked at the car door as if asking the boy next to her. The capable young man snorted coldly. It's just the second generation with a background. What's so arrogant? Professor Mu is still doing it mysteriously, but now I am very suspicious that it was his family who asked him to come into our Xingjing Academy. Lin Mu saw the 2 young men and women wearing the uniforms of Xingjing University on the platform. Then he walked straight over. He hasn't approached yet. The male senior with a shrewd and capable face looked him up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. When he saw Lin Mu's LV.15 level, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then it turned into an undisguised contempt. Yo, it's all 15 levels before you come to our Xingjing Academy to report? It seems that the elders are not less at home with the next copy, right? Zhao Lei's voice was not loud, but he thought he was superior and mocking. But it was as piercing as a fingernail scraped on glass. Li Ling, the beautiful senior sister next to her, heard this, gently pulled the corner of Zhao Lei's clothes, signaling him not to go too far. Her eyes at Lin Mu were full of curiosity and amazement. Wow, Junior, you are so powerful. It's already level 15 before I officially enter the school. Li Ling's voice was crisp and pleasant. It was like a clear spring, diluting the unhappiness brought by Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei sneered disapprovingly. Amazing? Li Ling, you are still too naive. This kind of level that relies on resources is unstable, and the actual combat ability is worrying. When you enter the academy, the first actual combat assessment has to be revealed. Lin Mu looked calm throughout the whole process, as if Zhao Lei's cynicism was just an annoying fly chirping in his ears. He didn't even bother to take a look at Zhao Lei, just handed the special admission document that Mu Wanqing gave him to Li Ling. Hello, I'm a freshman who came to report, Lin Mu. This feeling of being ignored by garbage made Zhao Lei's face instantly gloomy. He felt that his fist seemed to be full of energy, but he punched the cotton, and he was indescribably aggrieved. Hello Junior, my name is Li Ling, he is Zhao Lei, and we were sent by Professor Mu to pick you up. Li Ling smiled sweetly and stretched out her hand to take the document. She opened it and said casually, Junior, don't mind, Zhao Lei is. Her voice came to an abrupt end. A pair of beautiful apricot eyes, when they saw the line of remarks on the document, suddenly widened their eyes. Li Ling exclaimed, her little hand shaking. The document almost didn't hold it firmly and fell to the ground. Zhao Lei was about to continue to mock a few words to save his ignored face, but he was startled by Li Ling's scream. What are you fuss about? Isn't it just a special enrollment? He didn't finish speaking. I heard Li Ling read out the words on the document in a trembling voice full of extreme shock and incredible, like a dream. Last name, Lin Mu. Note 1, Shilin 2nd Vocational College, the only clearance record creator of the SSS level trial copy. Note 2, Survival Challenge Mode Dungeon, Wailing Cave, SS level clearance record creator. Every word was like an invisible hammer, slamming into Zhao Lei's heart. The mockery and contempt on his face instantly froze. Instead, his face was full of horror and redness. That handsome face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly turned into pig liver color. SSS level? SS class? Ah, or in that, Wailing Cave, with a high mortality rate? Zhao Lei felt as if his throat was being choked by an invisible big hand. Breathing became difficult. His previous ridicule of background, resources, and second generation. In the face of these mythical achievements, it looked so pale and ridiculous, like a clown's clumsy performance. On the surrounding platforms, those powerful aura that seemed to be scanning here also obviously fluctuated at this moment. Obviously, they also heard Li Ling's words. Li Ling had already recovered from the shock. When she looked at Lin Mu again, there was no longer any curiosity in those beautiful eyes. Only worship, like looking up at the mountains, remains. Where is this the second generation that relies on the background? This is clearly a peerless demon hidden in the new life. Junior Lin Mu. Right, I'm sorry. Li Ling hurriedly sorted out the documents and held them in both hands. Respectfully handed it back to Lin Mu, so nervous that he couldn't even speak. I will take you back to the enrollment process now. Lin Mu took the document and nodded politely slightly to Li Ling, who was full of admiration. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, he took a step forward and walked straight forward. From beginning to end, he never looked at Zhao Lei again. That hot ignorance hurts more than any loud slap. Zhao Lei froze in place, only to feel that blood was rushing to his face all over his body. I can't wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. He felt that everyone's eyes were focused on himself. It's like a silent cricket itself. Seeing this, Li Ling couldn't take care of him anymore. Hurriedly trotted to keep up with Lin Mu's pace, like a well-behaved little follower, enthusiastically introducing him to everything around him. Junior, our Xingjing Academy is divided into 4 branches: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huan. Your talent is so outstanding, you will definitely be assigned to the Best Heaven Character Academy. Under the guidance of Li Ling's chirping, Lin Mu passed through the magnificent school gate carved from a whole boulder in Xingjing Academy. Behind the door, the fluctuations of the source energy that were so rich that they almost turned into substance came to the face. The architecture in the academy is intertwined with science fiction. Laboratory full of science and technology coexists with antique temples. The students who came and went all had a calm and strong breath, sharp eyes, and none of them were weak. Junior, look, there is the main building of Tianzi Courtyard in front of you. Li Ling pointed to a building made entirely of unknown green jade and said excitedly, the resources of the Tianzi Academy are the best among the 4 branches, and there is an independent cultivation secret realm, and the ones who can come in are all monsters among monsters. The two came to the office in the main building. Mu Wanqing has been waiting for a long time. When she saw Lin Mu, the curiosity and appreciation in her eyes flashed. Then he regained his professionalism and calmness. Lin Mu, welcome to Shangjing University. Mu Wanqing didn't have any extra greetings and got up directly. Come with me, your classmates, it's all here. She took Lin Mu into a spacious and exaggerated common room. Indoors, 28 freshmen with different breaths were either sitting or standing. The powerful auras collided with each other, making the air solemn. Li Ling quietly leaned into Lin Mu's ear and lowered her voice to quickly introduce. The one with his eyes closed and surrounded by elements of various systems is called Luo Tian. He is the most talented professional in Shangjing Academy this year, and when he awakened the elemental mage profession, he also activated the golden talent elemental control. The girl playing with the dagger in the corner over there is called Xiong Zining, purple talent shadow dance, the top talent of the assassin department. And that strong man with muscles all over his body and exuding a holy aura is called Lei Ming, purple talent holy light affinity, and his occupation is a rare paladin. Everyone here is the pride of heaven, selected from all over the country. Everyone, be quiet. Mu Wanqing's voice sounded. She stood in the center of the lounge and introduced. This is Lin Mu, your future new classmate. All the sharp eyes were instantly focused on Lin Mu. When they sensed Lin Mu's freshest LV.15 level, many people's pupils shrank. But when his eyes fell on his bright four words necromancer, doubts, puzzles, and even contempt began to spread among the crowd. A young man who was as strong as a bear and covered in muscular knots laughed directly. His name is Land Rover, and he has activated purple talent extreme fury. Necromancer? Haven't activated the talent yet? This kind of most useless profession in the early stage can also enter our Tianzi Academy? How did this level come about? Did you bring it up by someone? His voice and body shape did not match at all, sharp and loud, unceremonious. It attracted a few low echoes. Zhao Lei, who was following behind, saw the scene and felt happy in his heart. Lin Mu was unmoved by this, but calmly raised his eyes and glanced at Land Rover. The eyes were as deep as an ancient well, which made Land Rover feel a little cold on the back of his neck. He didn't make an excuse, he just spoke lightly. There will always be a chance to prove what the strength is. Mu Wanqing frowned, snorted heavily, and a wave of coercion swept across the audience. Put away your ridiculous arrogance. Tianziyuan values potential and actual combat, not superficial hierarchy and professional prejudice. She swept her eyes over everyone and pointed it out directly. Lin Mu is the creator of the SSS level of the Trial Dungeon and the SS level record of Wailing Cave. As soon as these words came out, the entire lounge was dead and silent. Put. Everyone's expressions froze on their faces. If you want to say that Lin Mu is standing in front of them, they may not know each other. But if you want to say that this is the record-breaking freshman in Shilin this year, then these people are no strangers. Okay, now that the people have arrived, I will announce the first assessment of the Tianzi Academy. Mu Wanqing looked around at everyone. Tomorrow, all freshmen will collectively conduct a practical test. The test location, the Void Secret Realm, in the Academy. Everyone will enter an independent dungeon space, and the assessment will be based on your performance in the Secret Realm, including the number of monsters killed, efficiency, survival time, etc., and a comprehensive score will be conducted. The final score will directly determine your subsequent resource allocation and training plan. As soon as the assessment content was announced, the atmosphere instantly became full of gunpowder. Land Rover blushed and spoke again, pointing the finger at Lin Mu. Genius necromancer. I challenge you. If you can surpass me in this assessment, I, Land Rover, will kowtow to you and apologize in public. That's right. I'm Audrey too. Another tall and thin young man followed suit. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth twitched, and he complained in his heart. This was a stab in the car nest. Holding back a smile, he nodded calmly in the face of provocative gaze. This calm attitude made Land Rover and Audie even more unhappy, and other geniuses also had the mentality of watching the show. After the assessment was announced, everyone dispersed. With the help of Li Ling, Lin Mu moved into the independent dormitory of Tianziyuan. The environment is extremely luxurious, not only huge in size, but also comes with a separate gravity training room and energy recharge magic circle. After sending away Li Ling, who looked admiring, in the dead of night, talent is refreshed. Lin Mu sat cross-legged on the soft and wide bed and opened his career panel. His eyes first fell on the core skill, Resuscitation Skeleton. The intention was to go directly into skill points and then modify the number of summons. Unexpectedly, this Resuscitation Skeleton was upgraded to level 5, and in addition to the increase in the number of summons, the description itself also underwent new changes. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 5, consumes 505 mana, summons 100 Iron Skeleton warriors to fight for you, maximum number 990. The skeleton became a skeleton warrior. This may seem like a word difference, but in fact it can be a world of difference. Lin Mu immediately activated his talent to view the deeper detailed description. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 5, consumes 505 mana, and summons 100 steel skeletons in full steel armor and steel spears from nothingness to fight for you by channeling multiple extremely strong breaths of death, moving extremely slowly and dealing extremely high damage. Maximum quantity 990. Extremely slow and extremely damaged. As you wish. This is a typical class with outstanding advantages and disadvantages. For ordinary professionals, it may be difficult to make trade-offs, but for Lin Mu, this is simply the perfect transformation material delivered to the door. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Change extremely slow action to extremely fast action. Change summon 100 to summon 900. The text on the panel blurred for a while and then reshaped. Resuscitation skeleton, level 5 consumes 4505 mana, summons 900 iron skeleton warriors to fight for you, maximum number 990. Next is bone teeth. This skill is only one level away from reaching level 5. After the upgrade, there has indeed been a qualitative change. Bone fawn, level 5 consumes 9008 mana, summons 9001 poisonous bone fangs from the ground and stabs into the linear area in front of them, dealing 6 to 8 physical damage and 6 poison damage per second for 3 seconds. Lin Mu looked at the detailed description again. Bone fangs, level 5 consumes 9008 mana, channels death energy, summons 9001 poison-stained sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep in the ground, and quickly stabs into the linear area in front of them, dealing 6 to 8 physical damage and 6 poison damage per second for 3 seconds. Toxin damage lasting 3 seconds is better than nothing. But Lin Mu's eyes flashed with excitement. Change 6 toxin damage per second to 9 toxin damage per second. Change last 3 seconds to last 3/4 of an hour. After modification. Bone fawn, level 5 consumes 9008 mana, summons 9001 poisonous bone fangs from the ground, stabbing into the linear area in front of them, causing 6 to 8 physical damage and 9 poison damage per second for 3/4 of an hour. Lin Mu calculated quickly in his heart. One shot of bone teeth poison damage alone, more than 80,000 points per second. And this effect lasts for a full 45 minutes. If all the toxin damage is eaten, the total damage will reach an astronomical amount. 218,724,300. Which monster can resist this terrifying damage? Lin Mu forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Immediately upgraded. Grip of Bones. Bone Grip, level 5 consumes 33 mana, summons the bone hand at the designated location, and explodes after holding it for 3 seconds, causing 105 physical damage within a radius of 90.5 meters. He looks at the detailed description. Bone Grip, level 5 consumes 33 mana, uses the power of death to condense new bones at the designated location, forms a bone hand to break through the ground, quickly grasps the enemy within the range for 3 seconds and then the bone bursts, causing 105 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 90.5 meters. Change 3 seconds of the enemy within the range to 9 seconds of the enemy within the range. Change deal 105 physical damage to cause 905 physical damage. Bone Grip, level 5 consumes 33 mana, summons the bone hand at the designated location, and explodes after holding it for 9 seconds, causing 905 physical damage within a radius of 90.5 meters. The damage is still not top-notch, but this group control with a radius of more than 90 meters and lasting 9 seconds. Its strategic value has far exceeded any simple damage skill. Then there is a detailed description of Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter. Revive Skeleton Shooter, level 3 consumes 25 mana, summons 10 skeleton archers with crossbows from nothingness to fight for you by channeling the breath of death, firing rockets, and attacking extremely fast. Maximum quantity 10. Change holding a crossbow to holding a ballista. Change handheld ballista to handheld artillery. 2 modifications. The panel description changes again. Revive Skeleton Shooter, level 3 consumes 25 mana, summons 10 skeleton gunners to fight for you, maximum number 10. I don't know if this ammunition has changed. Lin Mu was a little confused and directly checked the detailed description. Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter, level 3 consumes 25 mana, by channeling the breath of death, summons 10 skeleton archers with cannons. From nothingness to fight for you, fires cannonballs, slow attack speed, large range, and extremely high damage. Maximum quantity 10. Perfect. Modernized skeleton artillery. Although the attack speed has slowed down, the value of this artillery is enough to withstand 1,000 ordinary archers. The last one, Death Prayer. Modification successful. Death Prayer, level 1 consumes 100 mana, uses death energy to induce the murmuring sound of the surrounding dead, lingers around the summon, stimulates the potential of the summon, and increases attack, defense, and speed by 950%. Duration, 1/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. The duration is temporarily sufficient, and the multiplier will be modified first. Change 950% increase to 990% increase. Change 990% increase to 999% increase. After the modification, Lin Mu put the last skill point into Death Prayer. Death Prayer, level 2 consumes 120 mana, causing the sound of darkness to haunt the summon, and the summon's attack, defense, and speed are increased by 1004%. Duration, 1/4 of an hour. hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Lin Mu imagined the terrifying enhancement brought about by the next revision of Death Prayer. Take off the equipment and start modifying. The Frost Breath secret language hood has been replaced, leaving only the Whisper of Fear ring. After modifying the Chaos Chance of Desperate Scream, it is another equipment skill that controls and increases damage in a small area. Whisper of Fear ring, LV.10, gold. Physique, +5. Intelligence, +5. Special effect 1, Aura of Fear. After wearing it, apply Fear effect to all hostile targets within 90 meters around you. All attributes decrease by 9%. Special effect 2, Scream of Despair. Actively activated, consumes 100 mana, emits a scream of endless despair, causing 900 plus intelligence * 9.5 mental impact damage to all enemies in the fan-shaped area in front of it, and has a 99% chance to put it in a chaos state for 5 seconds. Attacks do not distinguish between friend and foe. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Lin Mu once again distributed the 10 attribute points obtained evenly between intelligence and physique. Level, LV.15, EXP, 7523/22000, HP, 520/520, Mana, 660/660, Strength, 7, Agility, 19, Boots +5, Intelligence, 66, Whispering Ring +5, Constitution, 52, Chest Armor +3, Necklace +2, Hood +5, Whispering Ring +5. Xingjing Academy, in front of the entrance of Void Secret Realm. A huge jet black light door was quietly suspended in the center of the square. It exudes palpitating fluctuations. All the freshmen of the Tianzi Academy were present. The air was filled with tension and fighting spirit. Land Rover and Audi are like two door gods. One left and one right blocked not far from Lin Mu, and the provocation in his eyes was not concealed at all. Necromancer, don't go in and wet your pants in fright. Just crush the teleportation talisman and get out. Ha ha, then we won't see a good show of kowtowing. Lin Mu turned a deaf ear to these childish clamors. Name, Lin Mu. Occupation, necromancer. He was closing his eyes and adjusting his mental state. In the corner, the Luo Tian, who had awakened to golden talent and elemental control, just glanced at Lin Mu faintly and then withdrew his gaze, as if indifferent to all this. Mu Wanqing's figure quietly appeared. She looked around the audience, her voice cold. Void Secret Realm is a collection of countless fragments of the broken world, and each of you enters the same copy world, but they are all independent spaces. The monsters encountered are exactly the same. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. The next day. Remember, stay alive and get as many points as you can. Now, the assessment begins. When the words fell, she waved her bare hand. 29 rays of light flew out of her hands and fell into the eyebrows of each freshman. Lin Mu only felt that his eyes were dark, and a powerful sense of space pull came from the pitch-black light door. The stars shift, the sky turns, and the earth turns. When Lin Mu regained his vision again, he was already in a dead and silent gray world. The sky is lead gray, with no sun and no clouds. The earth was cracked, and countless huge rock blocks, defying the laws of physics, were suspended in midair. Beneath his feet was not solid soil, but a huge, floating piece of land. The air is filled with an aura of nothingness and end, which makes people feel depressed. Welcome to the Void Secret Realm No. 7 Independent Space. Assessment task, survive and earn points. Current points, 0. Assessment countdown, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. A translucent panel appeared in the upper right corner of Lin Mu's field of vision. He closed his eyes, and the range of perception of up to 99 meters was like an invisible spider web, which spread out instantly. Soon, he saw the first batch of prey, on a floating piece of land not far away. More than a dozen creatures that were completely black and shaped like cheetahs were wandering silently. Void Shadow Beast, LV.15. Health, 3100/3100. Characteristics, Blur, has a chance to dodge physical attacks, swift. Weaknesses, fear of energy attacks, mental shocks. Lin Mu smiled at the corners of his mouth. Instead of rushing to do it, he set his sights farther away. This broken world is vast. Similar void creatures roam everywhere. It is really difficult to get a high score in 3 hours. However, he is a necromancer. Lin Mu raised the deadwood staff in his hand. Well, it's game over. The staff swung with the trend. Wake up! The earth trembled wildly. 900 steel skeleton warriors, wearing heavy armor and holding steel spears. From the ground around him, it surged out like a tide. That scene was like the gates of hell opening and the undead coming to the natural disaster. The sound of metal collision is particularly harsh in this dead and silent world. But that's not the end. Lin Mu's staff waved again. It's a bit interesting. 10 skeletons that looked a little fragile appeared at the rear of the skeleton legion. Skeleton gunner. They were half kneeling, skillfully setting up the barrel on their shoulders thicker than their bodies, and aimed it into the distance. This was the first appearance of the two new classes, and Lin Mu immediately checked the attributes. Iron Skeleton Warrior. HP, 9527/9527. Attack, 5580-5880. Defense, 5090. Skeleton Gunner. HP, 680/680. Attack, 7 7320 to 8530. Defense, 220. A skeleton legion of 900 hoplites and 10 gunners. And it took shape. Death prayer. Lin Mu chanted softly, and the invisible rhythm of death swept the audience. The soul fire of all skeleton warriors and artillerymen suddenly skyrocketed. Attack, defense, speed, all attributes increased by 1004%. All troops, advance. Lin Mu gave an order, like a dead lord who issued an oracle. 900 skeleton warriors took neat and uniform steps as fast as ghosts, sweeping in all directions. They jumped between floating islands as if they were on flat ground. Soon, the first skeleton team encountered the dozen or so void shadow beasts. The blurring ability that the shadow beasts are proud of, in the face of absolute numbers and strength, is as fragile as tissue paper. The steel spear pierced, and the silver light flashed. The shadow beast didn't even make a mournful cry, and was instantly torn to pieces. Lin Mu's points jumped from 0 to 12. Void Secret Realm, Entrance Square. On the huge crystal screen, the points rankings of the 29 freshmen are displayed in real time. 5 minutes passed. Most people's points are still pitiful 0. There were only a few people, and the points jumped to 1 or 2 with difficulty. Do you see it? Land Rover was the first to score. After Land Rover's name, the points first changed from 0 to 3. Luo Tian also scored. There was an exclamation from the crowd. I saw that behind Luo Tian's name, the points instantly jumped to 7. Worthy of the owner of golden talent. Just when everyone was amazed at the terrifying efficiency of Luo Tian, change happened. The line belonging to Lin Mu, the originally quiet number 0. Suddenly it starts flashing like crazy. 12, 35, 98. Meanwhile, 245, 571, 1098. The speed at which the numbers beat is dizzying, as if it wasn't an integral, but a string of meaningless garbled characters. The entire square instantly fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were staring at the screen. The expression on his face ranged from astonishment, to sluggishness, to ghost-like fear. What's the situation? Zhao Lei, who came to watch the test, was trembling in his voice. Cheating. He's definitely cheating. The system is bugged. Even Mu Wanqing, who had always been calm, suddenly stood up straight at this moment. Those beautiful phoenix eyes are full of incredible stormy waves. He knew that Lin Mu was powerful, but how could he know that he would be so defying? The dead silence lasted only 3 seconds. Subsequently, the entire square was like a pawn thrown into a depth charge, completely boiling. Oh my god, am I dazzled or is the world crazy? More than 1,000 points? It's been less than 10 minutes. I took this assessment the year before last, and after 3 hours, the total score was less than 500. This number is still rising. 2,000, 3,000. Zhao Lei clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedded in his palms, but he didn't feel the slightest pain, because an emotion called fear is frantically devouring his reason. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Snap. Why do I have nothing to provoke him? He slapped himself and muttered to himself, his voice crying. Within the secret realm, Lin Mu sat leisurely on a pumice stone, and Erlang's legs were upright. His skeleton legion has been transformed into the most efficient harvesting machine. With him as the center, it radiates and suppresses the entire independent space. Under his command, the skeleton gunner delivers precise long-range cover strikes on areas where monsters are dense. The roar of shell explosions came and went. You kill the Void Ripper, LV.17, plus 15 points. You kill the Void Lurker, LV.16, plus 13 points. Necromancer Lin Mu level increased to LV.16. The prompt to swipe the screen made him feel a little bored. The efficiency is still too slow. Lin Mu frowned. He felt that the monsters in this space were not enough for his legion to kill. At this moment, in his spiritual connection with the skeleton legion, a huge energy reaction suddenly appeared. It was an ancient altar suspended in the depths of the void. On the altar, there was a giant beast as large as a hill, made entirely of void crystals. Void Crystal Beast, LV.25, Elite Boss. Health, 98,000/98,000. Rumble Dash. Traits, Crystallized Shell, 80% physical damage reduction, Void Energy Core, Violent Explosion upon death. Finally a decent one. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. With a move in his mind, the 3 nearest skeleton warrior squads totaled 297 steel skeletons, immediately turned around and rushed towards the position of the altar. However, just as the army of skeletons was about to arrive at the altar, the entire gray world suddenly shook. A cold mechanical sound resounded throughout the independent space. Abnormal energy consumption in space number 7 was detected, far exceeding the threshold. Launch the emergency plan, purification procedure. Abnormal target, number 0713 candidate. The voice prompt ends. The lead gray sky above Lin Mu's head suddenly cracked a huge scarlet crack. An aura that was far more terrifying and tyrannical than the void crystallization beast poured down from the rift. In the scarlet rift, a figure wearing heavy black armor and holding a giant scythe was slowly descending. Void Purifier, LV.35, Elite. Health 280000/280000. Characteristics, Void Void armor, immune to physical damage, energy devour. The powerful void energy emanating from its body made the air begin to twist. Lin Mu sensed this breath and instead of panicking at all, he raised his eyebrows. He quickly gave the order. 900 steel skeleton warriors instantly gathered in formation. A steel barrier was formed on the spot and the tip of the spear pointed diagonally at the sky, ready to fight. The 10 skeleton gunners behind the military formation turned the muzzle in unison. The black hole's cannon barrel accurately locked the void purifier in midair. Fire! Lin Mu's voice was calm and calm. 10 shells roared with a piercing roar, dragging a long tail flame and heading straight into the sky. The cannonball accurately hit the void purifier, exploding clusters of brilliant fireballs around it, causing the surrounding suspended gravel to tremble. However, the fire and smoke dissipated. Only a few shallow white marks were left on the purifier's dark armor. First, a series of -0 damage numbers floated from above its head. This is followed by sustained low fire damage. -119. Physical immunity is well known. Lin Mu sneered at the corner of his mouth and waved his staff directly. 3 torrents of death formed by bone teeth, a total of 27,003 highly poisonous bone teeth, like 3 hideous keels, tearing through the sky, accurately bombarded the body of the void purifier. Puff puff. The sound of bone teeth piercing through the gaps in the armor was dense like rain. Meanwhile, the top of the void purifier was instantly completely covered with a dense green number. -9, -9, -9, -9, -9. Its blood bar fell like a waterfall at a speed visible to the naked eye. Void purifier has never seen such a strange way of attacking. It let out an angry roar and tried to launch an energy devour to fight back, but the poison that penetrated deep into the bone marrow made it impossible to concentrate at all. In the end, under the continuous toxin erosion of 3 bone teeth in less than 10 seconds, its huge body is filled with endless unwillingness and confusion. It fell from midair with a bang and smashed to the ground. You kill the void purifier, LV.35 plus 100,000 points. Lin Mu's points directly broke through from more than 10,000 before to 110,000. Shangjing Shuefu Square. On the big screen, Lin Mu's group, which had originally stabilized at more than 10,000 points, suddenly flashed wildly without warning. Bone teeth. Then, a brand new number pierced everyone's eyeballs. 113,240. After a short silence, the square erupted in screams and chaos even more terrifying than before. Everyone was stunned, their brains down. It is impossible to understand this kind of growth that transcends common sense and subverts the growth rate of cognition. The next second, Mu Wanqing's expression froze. She stared at the number, and a terrifying thought appeared in her heart. He killed the purifier of the secret realm? Within the secret realm, Lin Mu led a huge skeleton army. Finally, they arrived at the ancient altar suspended in the depths of the void. The huge, void crystal beast felt threatened and let out a dull roar. Lin Mu looked at its description in detail. In addition to the crystallization shell, 80% physical damage reduction, there is also the void energy core, a violent explosion upon death causing huge void damage to the surrounding area. Lin Mu did not hesitate and launched his talent twice in a row against the void crystal beast. Changed crystallized shell, physical damage reduction by 80% to crystallized shell, physical damage reduction by 10%. Changed, causing huge void damage to the surrounding area to causing low void damage to the surrounding area. Description modified successfully. The physical resistance of void crystal beast was instantly in vain. Lin Mu commanded the iron skeleton warrior to rush up. The steel spear is like a forest, under the crushing of absolute numbers and forces. The huge body of the void crystal beast was instantly torn to pieces. At the moment of the crystallization beast's death, a huge explosion of energy swept across the audience. But the so-called low damage. For steel skeletons with strong bones and thick armor, it is no different from tickling. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.17. A cloak with a purple halo lay quietly in the center of the altar. Lin Mu's points skyrocketed again. 143,240. This number appeared on the big screen of Shangjing Academy Square at the moment. The entire square fell into complete silence. All the onlookers and teachers seemed to have been cast a spell. The brain went blank and lost the ability to think. In the depths of the academy, several old and powerful auras suddenly rose into the sky. The principal of the university and several old professors hiding in the shadows appeared one after another. They looked at the incredible points on the screen. The expression ranges from shock to ecstasy to unparalleled excitement. They seem to have recruited an unprecedented super-spec genius. Mu Wanqing's eyes flashed with a strange look. She is both proud of Lin Mu's strength. I also felt a sense of awe from the depths of my soul for his mystery and potential. The teenager's abilities are beyond what she can understand. In the secret realm of the void, Lin Mu had just picked up the void cloak. The cold copy prompt sound sounded in his ears. Void secret realm 7 independent space has been emptied. Number 0713 candidate Lin Mu completed the assessment. Total points points, 143,240. Remaining time of assessment, 1 hour 29 minutes and 18 seconds. A teleportation aperture completely envelopes him. The aperture dissipated, and Lin Mu's figure reappeared on the square. The moment he stepped out of the light door, the whole world seemed to be pressed the mute button. The square that was still noisy before entering can be heard at this moment. Nearly 1,000 eyes, mixed with horror, confusion and fanaticism, shone on him like a spotlight. Lin Mu frowned slightly. He was still not used to this kind of high-profile feeling. At the edge of the square, there were several new students of the Tianzi Academy who had also just come out of the secret realm. They hung their heads and turned pale. Obviously, he encountered danger inside and had to crush the teleportation talisman in advance to escape. At this moment, they looked at the pitiful double digits on their points panel. Look at the dazzling 140,000 on the top of the big screen, with empty eyes, and have begun to doubt life. Lin Mu followed their line of sight and glanced back at the huge crystal screen. The points ranking is a bit outrageous. First place, Lin Mu, points 143240. Second place, Luotian, 1260 points. Third place, Thunder, 975 points. Fourth place, Xiong Zining, 931 points. Ninth place, Land Rover, 628 points. 12th place, Audi, 546 points. His points are more than 110 times that of the second place Luo Tian. As for Land Rover and Aodi, who spoke harshly before, they are not even a fraction of him. Mu Wanqing's figure appeared in front of him teleportingly. In those beautiful phoenix eyes, there were unprecedented turbulent waves, but she still forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart. She was just about to ask about the specific situation in the secret realm. The void light door behind Lin Mu lit up again. A strong figure like a bear, with a look of fatigue and pride, strode out of it. It's Land Rover. As soon as he came out, he saw Lin Mu standing there in his spare time, and a contemptuous and smug smile immediately appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, who should I be? It turns out to be you. Necromancer? Land Rover's voice was extremely loud, for fear that others would not hear it. What? Can't stand it so soon? It was teleported? I'll just say it. Your level of relying on resources, as soon as it comes to the actual combat of real knives and guns, will immediately be revealed. He glanced around and saw that no one was agreeing. Instead, they all looked at him with a foolish look, which couldn't help but be a little strange. But he was immersed in a state where he felt good about himself at the moment, and he didn't think much about it at all. I was just unlucky and met an elite leader in advance, otherwise I could still brush a few hundred points in it. Land Rover puffed out his chest and spat on his heroic deeds, as if he was the focus of the audience. Finally, he sensed the strangeness of the atmosphere. Everyone looked at him with a complex look of pity, mockery, and schadenfreude, and it felt worse than scolding him directly. You guys, why are you looking at me like this? Land Rover frowned and asked with a confused expression. Lin Mu, could it be? Is my more than 600 points the highest? He even asked this stupid question with a hint of anticipation. In the crowd, someone finally couldn't help but laugh. This laugh, like a signal, instantly detonated the oppressive atmosphere of the audience. Countless smiling and watching the show made Land Rover feel like a monkey performing on stage naked. You, what are you laughing at? Land Rover pointed at the laughing student angrily. The student held back his smile and raised his finger to the huge crystal screen behind Land Rover. Dude, look back, don't be ashamed here. When Land Rover heard this, he slowly turned around with suspicion. He looked up at the standings behind him, reflecting the cruel reality. The moment you see the standings, the pride and contempt on Land Rover's face instantly froze. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating due to fatigue. At the top of the list, the line of names marked in gold font is extremely dazzling. First place, Lin Mu, points, 143,240. Land Rover's brain, with a buzz, went blank. His mouth was slightly open, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, but he couldn't make any sound. 140,000? He slammed his head down and looked at his ranking. Ninth place, Land Rover, points, 628. 628. 143,240. These two numbers were like a world apart, almost suffocating him. The blood on his face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming as pale as paper. That self-righteous arrogance was shattered by this string of cold numbers. No, impossible. Land Rover's voice was dry and hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing. This must be a system error. Right, there must be a mistake. He seemed to have grabbed the last straw, pointed at the screen like crazy, and yelled at Mu Wanqing. Teacher Mu, it's not fair. He cheated. How could a necromancer score like this? He must have taken advantage of some bug. However, no one paid attention to his rant. Throughout the square, everyone's eyes were on him. That look was like looking at an anime monkey. Another figure walked out of the light door. It was Luo Tian, who had been closing his eyes to recuperate. He also looked a little tired, but his eyes were still sharp. After he came out, he looked at the standings for the first time. When he saw Lin Mu's fall to the desperate points, there was a hint of fluctuation on the iceberg's face. He glanced at Lin Mu deeply, and there was no longer any contempt in in his eyes. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity and hidden fighting spirit. This necromancer is not a genius. It's a monster. Immediately afterwards, top freshmen such as Lei Ning and Xiong Zining also came out of the secret realm one after another. Each of them comes out and repeats the same process. First full of confidence, then looking at the standings. Then it fell into sluggishness. Finally, with a godlike look, he looked at Lin Mu in awe. The atmosphere in the square became extremely strange. Land Rover's stupidity, in this dead awe, seems less embarrassing. He finally realized how wrong he had made before. Only then did he dare to provoke Lin Mu, recalling the cruel words he had put down to Lin Mu in front of everyone in the lounge before. If you can surpass me in this assessment, I, Land Rover, will kowtow to you and apologize in public. At this moment, this sentence, like the most vicious curse, echoed wildly in his mind. A majestic voice fell from the sky. The principal of Shengjing Academy, a white-haired old man with an unfathomable aura. At some point, it has appeared over the square. Beside him, there were also several old men from the academy. Each exudes a palpitating coercion. They looked at Lin Mu's eyes, full of undisguised appreciation and ecstasy. The principal's eyes swept across the audience, and finally landed on Land Rover, frowning slightly. Young people must put their words into practice, which is the foundation of being human. The bet is made by yourself. We are a university in Xinjiang, and we do not accept words and do not believe in people. The old man's words were like thunder, striking the Land Rover's heavenly spirit cover. This is forcing him to fulfill his gambling contract. In front of the teachers and students of the school, in front of all the top geniuses, kowtow to the necromancer he despises the most, and apologize. Land Rover clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles clicking. The body began to tremble violently. It was fear and humiliation that stemmed from the depths of the soul. He raised his head and looked at Lin Mu with an almost pleading gaze. However, Lin Mu just stood there quietly. Land Rover's legs weakened, and the whole person slumped on the ground uncontrollably. Quiet. At this moment, his eyes were empty, and he kept muttering to himself, "It's over. It's all over." Audrey, who had just come out of the secret realm, saw Land Rover kneeling. Directly on the spot, they also knelt down together. Lin Mu wanted to laugh very much at this time, and spoke lightly. Land Rover, Audi, right? 2 cars? Oh no. Classmates, just kneel down, you don't have to kowtow. Then he calmly walked towards Mu Wanqing, as if it had nothing to do with him. Teacher Mu, is the assessment over? I'm a little hungry, can I go eat? This extremely plain sentence is like the loudest slap in the face. Slapped Land Rover in the face. Disregard. This is the most complete disregard. It turns out that he didn't take me seriously from beginning to end. Land Rover only felt a sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and it was so angry that he vomited blood. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and looked at Lin Mu. On that pretty face, strange ripples rarely appeared. Assessment. Naturally, it is over. Her voice had a hint of dryness that she had never noticed. The principal has something to say. I'll take you to the restaurant later. Just as the two were whispering, the majestic voice of the white-haired principal, like a bell in a big loo, resounded throughout the square. Today, I have witnessed the birth of history. The old man's eyes were like torches, sweeping across the audience. In the end, it was fixed on Lin Mu, and the appreciation and ecstasy in his eyes could not be concealed at all. Lin Mu, with 143,240 points, broke all the records in the history of the school's Void Secret Realm assessment. Such talent, such strength, is the fortune of my China and the fortune of the academy. The audience erupted in applause and amazement like a mountain shout again. The principal's eyes turned to the paralyzed Land Rover and Audi, and his eyes instantly became cold. As for the two of you, you provoked your classmates, disrupted the order of the assessment, and had poor character. Nianzai's talent is acceptable. From now on, deprive the Tianzi Academy of student qualifications, and demote to the Yellow Character Academy to see the aftermath. If you commit another offense, you will be expelled from the school directly. This verdict is more uncomfortable than killing the Land Rover. Fall from the clouds to the quagmire, from the pride of heaven to the laughingstock. Land Rover's face was like ashes, and he passed out completely. The principal dealt with it all. In a flash, the figure appeared in front of Mu Wanqing and Lin Mu. He looked at Lin Mu, his eyes gentle as if he were looking at his most beloved grandson. Child, you did a great job. Breaking the record since the establishment of Shengjing University, I will make the decision and give you the following rewards. The white-haired principal looked around and continued. First, the highest authority of the Tianzi Academy. All copies belonging to the Shengjing Academy are open to you without restrictions. 2. The treasure house of the academy. Choose 3 items below the epic level. Third, the permanent residence of the number 1 independent courtyard Guanyun residence on the top of Tianziyuan Mountain. Every reward made Li Ling's heart beat wildly. I was so envious that I almost stopped breathing. This is no longer a reward, this is simply canonizing the prince. Lin Mu was also shocked. These resources can make a qualitative leap in his strength again in a short period of time. This principal is really powerful. He was not pretentious, and bowed slightly. Thank you, principal. The principal nodded in satisfaction. satisfaction and then looked at Mu Wanqing. Miss Mujia, this child will be personally responsible for you in the future. If he needs an independent tutor, the faculty and staff of the whole university can choose from him, and he will pull me back to work when he retires. The academy will devote all its resources and do whatever it takes to cultivate him into the future pillar of my China. After saying that, the old man's figure fled directly and dissipated in place. Tianziyuan, restaurant number 1, in the independent private room on the top floor. Exquisite dishes are served like flowing water, all prepared with rare ingredients rich in energy. Lin Mu ate unhurriedly and with an elegant posture. Mu Wanqing sat opposite, looked at him quietly, and finally couldn't help but speak. How did it happen? Judging from the points, you should have met the purifier and that elite leader-level void crystallization beast. Even if I personally took action, it would not be possible to solve it in such a short time. Lin Mu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Good luck. He is still these 2 words. Mu Wanqing heard this, but smiled. That smile is like an iceberg melting, short-lived, and thrillingly beautiful. Good luck. Lin Mu didn't want to say anything, and she didn't ask anymore. Then take out a token from the professional space with a pitch-black body and intricate patterns engraved on it, and a golden card pushed in front of Lin Mu. This is the access control token of Guanyun residence, and it is also your highest identity certificate in Tianzi Courtyard. This card is the credit card of the academy, which contains 1 million initial credits, which was specially approved by the principal. Credits? Lin Mu picked up the golden card and was a little curious. That's right, Mu Wanqing explained. In Xingjing Academy, Nova Star coins are just the base currency, and truly precious things, such as entering certain special copies, exchanging rare skill books, and even asking legendary mentors to personally guide them, all require credits. Credits are the real hard currency within the academy. Of course, some of them don't mean much to you anymore. Lin Mu nodded clearly. He was already familiar with these routines. Meal. Mu Wanqing personally sent Lin Mu to the top of Tianziyuan Mountain. Xingjing Academy Tianzi Academy is built on the mountain. A separate courtyard shrouded in thin clouds and mist, standing quietly on the edge of the cliff at the top of the mountain. This place is called Guanyun Residence. The access token in the courtyard is cold to the hand. The word 1 imprinted on it symbolizes the supreme status of the chief of the Tianzi Academy. This is the place with the best view of the entire academy, with an independent teleportation array connected to the main array, which is very convenient for you to enter and exit. Mu Wanqing's voice sounded in the cold night breeze, with a hint of imperceptible concern. The reward given to you by the principal, I will take you to the treasure house tomorrow to collect it. You have a good rest tonight. Lin Mu nodded, looking at Mu Wanqing's back as she turned away. Her eyes were deep. He pushed open the heavy wooden door of Guanyun Ju. A breath of air 10 times fresher than the outside world came to my face. Let every pore of his body stretch. The small bridges in the courtyard are flowing water, and the exotic flowers and plants emit a faint fluorescence in the moonlight. This is no longer a dormitory, but a top-notch private view. Lin Mu was not in a hurry to rest, but walked to the observation deck on the edge of the cliff. From here, you can overlook most of the brilliantly lit Xingjing Academy, and even the super city in the distance that lurks like a giant beast. Soul Stealer, Thousand Illusions. He whispered the name, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The hatred of parents, the secret of talent. All of this requires absolute strength as support, and Xingjing Academy is the best springboard for him to reach the top. It was already late at night. Lin Mu sat on the observation deck quietly waiting for his talent to be refreshed. At midnight, the moon hangs high. The clouds are inside, and Lin Mu sits cross-legged on the observation deck. The surrounding clouds and mist seem to rise and fall slightly with his breathing. Time quickly skips 12 o'clock. Talent, description tamper, first glimpse of the doorway, refreshed. Lin Mu opened his eyes were calm, but his heart was beating silently. Directly opened the career panel and locked his eyes on Resuscitation Skeleton. Detailed description jump out. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 5 consumes 4505 mana. By channeling multiple extremely strong breaths of death, summon 900 steel skeletons with full body steel armor and steel spears from nothingness to fight for you, moving extremely fast and dealing extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 990. Lin Muxian changed upper limit of quantity, 990, to upper limit of quantity, 999. Then consume skill points to increase by 1 level, Resurrection Skeleton, and the upper limit of the number becomes 1000. Change upper quantity, 1000 to upper quantity, 9000. Panel description variations. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 6 consumes 4505 mana, summons 900 Iron Skeleton Warriors to fight for you. The maximum number is 9000. 9000 Iron Skeleton Warriors, so terrifying. This is no longer a legion, but a scourge of the dead enough to flood a small city. Lin Mu forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to look at the next skill. Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter. If you concoct it in the same way, it is still the number of modifications. Change upper quantity, 10 to upper quantity, 90. Change summon 10 from nothingness to summon summon 90 from nothing. The skill description was blurred for a while and then reshaped. Revive Skeleton Shooter, level 3 consumes 425 mana, summons 90 skeleton gunners to fight for you, maximum number, 90. 90 self-propelled skeleton guns. This firepower coverage ability, the posture of sweeping the copy is unimaginable. Next, there is Bone Teeth. Lin Mu looked at the word fast and decided to go straight to it. Change, quickly stabbing forward linear area to stabbing forward linear area at the speed of light. Change, lasting 3/4 of an hour to lasting 9/4 of an hour. Lin Mu directly checked the detailed description and confirmed that it was correct. Bone Fangs, level 5 consumes 9008 mana, channels death energy, summons 9001 poison-stained sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep in the ground. Stabbing into the linear area forward at the speed of light, each bone tooth deals 5 to 7 physical damage and 9 toxin damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. It's done. The speed of light means that it cannot be dodged and hits instantaneously, and continuous toxic damage for more than 2 hours. Enough to grind any rough-skinned and thick-fleshed boss alive. Then there is the Grip of Bones. Change, deal 905 physical damage to deal 995 physical damage. Lin Mu invested the last skill point to raise it to level 6. Bone Grip, level 6 consumes 35 mana, summons the Bone Hand at the designated location, and explodes after holding it for 9 seconds, causing 1000 physical damage within a radius of 90.7 meters. Change, deal 1000 physical damage to inflict 9000 physical damage. After modification, Bone Grip, level 6 consumes 35 mana, summons the Bone Hand at the designated location, and explodes after holding it for 9 seconds, causing 9000 physical damage within a radius of 90.7 meters. Groups with a radius of more than 90 meters are strongly controlled for 9 seconds, with 9000 points of area damage. Finally, there is the Death Prayer, with the greatest gain. Long description. Death Prayer, level 2 consumes 120 mana, uses death energy to induce the murmuring sound of the surrounding dead, lingers around the summon, stimulates the potential of the summon, and increases attack, defense, and speed by 1004%. Duration, 1/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Change, increase by 1004% to increase by 9004%. Change, 1/4 of an hour to 9/4 of an hour. Modified panel description. Death Prayer, level 2 consumes 120 mana, triggers the Sound of Darkness to linger around the summon, and the summon's attack, defense, and speed are increased by 9004%. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. All attributes of summons are increased by 90 times. Duration, more than 2 hours. Lin Mu seemed to be able to see it. His undead scourge was increased by 90 times, and the map was cleared. Forcibly calm down and turn your gaze to the equipment. The first is the Whisper of Fear ring. Looking at the damage formula of Scream of Despair, a bold idea came to Lin Mu's mind. Changed, causes 900 plus intelligence * 9.5 mental impact damage to causes 990 plus intelligence * 9.5 mental impact damage. Changed, causes 990 plus intelligence * 9.5 mental impact damage to causes 990 * intelligence * 9.5 mental impact damage. The golden light on the ring flashed suddenly. Whisper of Fear ring, LV.10, gold. Physique, +5. Intelligence, +5. Special effect 1, Aura of Fear. After wearing it, apply Fear effect to all hostile targets within 90 meters around you. All attributes decrease by 9%. Special effect 2, Scream of Despair. Actively activated, consumes 100 mana, emits a scream containing endless despair, causing 990 * intelligence * 9.5 mental impact damage to all enemies in the fan-shaped area in front of it, and has a 99% chance to put it in a chaos state for 5 seconds. Attacks do not distinguish between friend or foe. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Addition becomes multiplication. With his current intelligence of 66 points, the theoretical damage of this blow will reach a terrifying number. After modifying the old equipment, Lin Mu turned his attention to the purple cloak that burst out of the Void Crystallized Beast. Void Cloak, LV.25, purple, insufficient level, cannot be equipped. Defense, 50 to 60. Constitution, +10. Agility, +12. Special effect, Void Isolation. After equipping, reduce physical damage received by 12%. Lin Mu knew at a glance that this effect was going against the sky. Change, reduce physical damage taken by 12% to reduce physical damage taken by 92%. Change, reduce physical damage received by 92% to reduce physical damage received by 99%. Description changes after blurring. Void Cloak, LV.25, purple, insufficient level, cannot be equipped. Defense, 50 to 60. Constitution, +10. Agility, +12. Special effect, Void Isolation. After equipping, reduce physical damage received by 99%. Almost immune to physical damage. It's a pity that the level is not enough now. After doing this, Lin Mu still allocated new attribute points to intelligence and physique. Name, Lin Mu. Occupation, necromancer. Level, LV.17, EXP, 19433/49000. HP, 570/570. Mana, 710/710. Strength, 7. Agility, 19. Boots plus 5. Intelligence, 71. Whisper ring plus 5. Constitution, 57. Breastplate plus 3. Necklace plus 2. Hood plus 5. Whispering ring plus 5. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. There was no talk all night. The next morning, a ray of golden sunlight penetrated the clouds on the top of the mountain and sprinkled on the courtyard of Guanyun residence. As soon as Lin Mu got up, there was a slight fluctuation from the access control circle in the courtyard. It is a longing for the evening sunshine. She changed into a capable black uniform today, outlining her exquisite figure just right, adding a bit of intellectuality and coldness. When people reach middle age, the charm still remains. How is it to rest in a new place? Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Mu, her eyes burning. Very good. Lin Mu nodded. Mu Wanqing didn't say anything more, turned around and led the way. I'll take you to the treasure house of the academy. Mu Wanqing took Lin Mu through several heavily guarded checkpoints. Each level is guarded by at least 2 professionals with a second rank level or above, and the inventory is strict. Lin Mu sighed in his heart. As expected of the first school in China, the treasure house is so tightly guarded. Ultimately, the two came to a quaint building standing deep in a quiet bamboo forest. It's not so much architecture. It is better to say that it is a cave that is cleverly integrated with the mountain. The cave gate is cast from brass, with a smooth surface and a height of more than 10 meters. One has messy hair and disheveled clothes. It looks like an old man who has just crawled out of bed. He was napping on the stone lion leaning against the door, with a trace of crystal saliva hanging from his mouth. Old Sunday. Mu Wanqing bowed slightly to the old man. He bowed respectfully, his voice soft, for fear of disturbing his dream. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, just a slurred from the nostrils, then waved his hand impatiently. Which new little guy is coming to receive the reward? You know the rules, you girl. Let him sneak in and pick it himself. Get out of here after picking. Don't disturb the old man and I'll catch up on sleep. As he spoke, he turned over and pointed the back of his head at the two of them. Mu Wanqing had a helpless bitter smile on her face. Obviously, the temperament of this old man's son has long been strange. Lin Mu's heart was cold. This seemingly sloppy old man, in his perception, it was like a bottomless nothingness. The breath cannot be detected. There is only one possibility. The strength of the other party is far beyond the scope of his understanding. He is a real peerless master. Lin Mu took a step forward and bowed respectfully to Elder Sun. Student Lin Mu, I have seen Elder Sunday. Sun Lao opened one eye lazily. The cloudy gaze swept over Lin Mu, and then fell on Mu Wanqing. Oh, is it the kid who made the secret realm jump? The principal personally ordered to choose 3, below the epic level. Mu Wanqing nodded. Got it, let's go in. Sun Lao yawned and patted the door. The heavy brass door slid inward silently. She turned sideways and whispered to Lin Mu. Sun Lao is the guardian of the treasure house of the academy, and his temperament is, it's a bit weird, don't mind. The treasure house is divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D, corresponding to the 4 grades of legendary, epic, rare and exquisite items. The principal grants you to choose 3 of the epic items in area B, legendary items in area A. Well, that requires an earth-shattering contribution to the university. Lin Mu nodded, expressing understanding. Attention has been completely drawn to choose 3 epic items. Epic, orange gear. This is the current blue star. Most professionals can access the top equipment grade. Golden legendary equipment above it is even rarer. He cleared the Wailing Cave with a very high evaluation, and the Fear Whispering Ring that exploded was 1. And the top mythical equipment is even rarer, and it is regarded as an inheritance treasure in some powerful forces. His current level is LV.17, and this time his goal is to pick up some orange epic equipment that can be equipped at about level 20. Weapons are the primary target. Although the Deadwood staff has been modified by him, it has an almost 100% blue consumption reduction effect, which can be called an artifact. But the effect is too simple. An epic staff that can be replaced by a higher position after his talent transformation will inevitably make his combat effectiveness soar again. Secondly, consider some armor or accessories that can make up for their own shortcomings or form a perfect match with the existing skill system. Elder Sun, then let's go in. Mu Wanqing said softly again. The old man still didn't respond, but let out a louder snoring, as if he had wandered out of the sky. Mu Wanqing shook her head helplessly, and then made a pleased gesture to Lin Mu. Lin Mu nodded and stepped into the heavy bronze door. The world behind the door suddenly opened up. This is not the warehouse scene he imagined, but a vast starry sky. Countless items emitting halos of various colors were quietly suspended in the air like stars, slowly flowing. Weapons, armor, scrolls, orbs, a feast for the eyes. What a big hand. Lin Mu secretly praised in his heart. This is the heritage of top universities. This is Area B, and all the epic items are here. Mu Wanqing's voice sounded beside him. him, with a hint of pride in his tone. You can perceive their basic information, but the detailed attributes require you to see them in person. Remember, you only have 3 chances to choose, and once you pick it up, you can't replace it. Lin Mu nodded, closed his eyes, and sensed the unfolding. The information of countless items instantly poured into his mind. Staff of Flame Dragon's Breath, LV.22. Orange slightly enhances the power of fire magic. Thunder Warhammer, LV.25. Orange, there is a 15% chance to summon lightning when attacking, causing a paralyzing effect. Shadow Piercing Dagger, LV.22. Orange attacks can ignore some armor. These equipment are very good, but Lin Mu's goal is clear. He needs a staff of moderate level with great potential for transformation. Soon, his eyes were drawn to a staff suspended in the corner. It was a staff made entirely of pale bones. At the top is a gray bead. It exudes a faint aura of death and is inconspicuous in epic equipment. Bone Staff, LV.21, Orange. Lin Mu stretched out his hand and held it. More detailed panels emerge in an instant. Bone Staff, LV.21, Orange. Attack, 120 to 150. Intelligence, plus 25. Special Effect 1, reduces mana cost by 14% when casting skills. Special Effect 2, all of your bone minions have 10% increased initial health and defense. That's it. Lin Mu had almost no hesitation. Are you sure? Mu Wanqing's voice was a little puzzled. Although this staff is epic, it still has 2 effects, but both effects are low, and the early buff is not obvious, so it is better to choose a staff with a high single effect bonus. She thought that Lin Mu was fascinated by the word epic and chose a flashy thing. I'm sure, Lin Mu replied calmly. What he is interested in is the so-called 2 garbage effects. This is simply a modified embryo tailored for him. Seeing Lin Mu so persistent, Mu Wanqing didn't say much, but the doubts in her eyes deepened. Then, Lin Mu walked to the skill book area. He quickly found his second goal, a necromancer-specific skill book. On the pages of the book, a shield rune emitting a dark gray light was slowly beating. All of Blue Star's skill books only have names, no skill introductions. Skill book, Shield of Bones, LV.20, limited to necromancers. Learning requirements, 40 intelligence points. Although the grade of this skill book is only rare, but Lin Mu also knew its revised strategic value based on speculation alone. Only by being able to resist can we output better. He didn't hesitate to take it in his pocket. A staff that is not strong, a defensive skill book. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Mu's choice and frowned slightly. She found that she couldn't see through the teenager more and more. His choice is completely inconsistent with the violent aesthetics that professionals should have to pursue harm. The last one. Lin Mu wandered in the jewelry area for a long time. In the end, his eyes fell on a silver ring with a quaint shape. The ring was set with a broken blue gemstone that looked a bit mutilated. Broken Ring of Space, LV.25, Orange. Agility, plus 15. Special Effect, instantaneous, consumes 80% of the maximum mana, instantly teleports at a designated location within a radius of 12 meters. Use only once per day. Displacement skill. Lin Mu's heart was shocked. This is a life-saving magic technique. Although the consumption is huge and the conditions are harsh, at the critical moment this is the second life. Make your own simple modifications. Gee, Teacher Mu, I've chosen. Lin Mu took 3 items and walked back to Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing looked at the 3 items in his hand. Her eyes were extremely complicated. A staff with unlimited potential but weak in the early stages. A pure defense skill. A costly displacement ring. None of them can greatly enhance the destructive power. What exactly does he want to do? The 2 walked out of the treasure house. The old man's son was still leaning on the stone lion to take a nap, as if he had never moved. Is the election over? He didn't even raise his eyelids and asked lazily. Yes, Elder Sunday. Mu Wanqing replied respectfully. Sun Lao slowly opened his eyes, and his cloudy eyes swept over Lin Mu and the 3 items in his hands. Ha! He let out a chuckle that didn't make sense, his voice hoarse. Interesting combination. Boy, your road is longer than all of them. After saying that, he closed his eyes again and snored again. Lin Mu's heart jumped suddenly. This old son seems to know something. Mu Wanqing was also stunned. She had never heard Sun Lao speak so highly of any student. We're leaving. Lin Mu restrained his mind, bowed to Sun Lao again, and turned to leave. Returned to Guanyun residence. Lin Mu sent Mu Wanqing away and immediately closed the courtyard gate. He couldn't wait to place the 3 loot in front of him, his eyes shining with uncontrollable excitement. New toys are here. Next, it's time to witness the miracle. The courtyard gate was closed repeatedly, isolating prying eyes from the outside world. Lin Mu couldn't wait to neatly place the 3 pieces of equipment on the stone table of the observation deck. Skill book, Shield of Bones, LV.20, limited to necromancers. Learning requirements, 40 intelligence points. It's still 3 levels away. Set it aside first. Skills cannot be learned, and talents naturally cannot be modified. His gaze then fell on the staff made of pale white skeleton. Bone Staff, LV.21, Orange. Attack, 120 to 150. Intelligence, plus 25. Special Effect 1, reduces mana cost cost by 14% when casting skills. Special effect 2. All of your bone minions have 10% increased initial health and defense. This is simply a perfect embryo tailored for me, a super superior replacement for Deadwood Staff. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled up with a satisfactory arc. For others, flashy double effects. In his case, it is the best with double transformation potential. Without hesitation, activate your talents. Changed, reduce mana consumption by 14% to reduce mana consumption by 94%. Changed, initial health and defense increased by 10% to initial health and defense increased by 90%. The gray orb inlaid on the staff instantly shone brightly. 2 amendment instructions take effect at the same time. Bone Staff, LV.21, orange. Attack, 120 to 150. Intelligence, plus 25. Special effect 1, reduces mana cost by 94% when casting skills. Special effect 2, all your bone minions have 90% increased initial health and defense. Yes, when the number is refreshed tomorrow, it will be directly full. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction and put away the staff. Finally, he set his sights on the space ring he was most looking forward to. Broken Ring of Space, LV.25, orange. Agility, plus 15. Special effect, instantaneous, consumes 80% of the maximum mana, instantly teleports at a designated location within a radius of 12 meters. Use only once per day. Mana cost, teleportation range, number of uses. He wants to change every one, but you can only choose 2 more important ones first. This time, he plans to play a big one. A crazy idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Change within a radius of 12 meters to within a radius of 12 miles. Change can only be used once a day to can only be used extremely once a day. Ha! Lin Mu frowned slightly. The description on the ring blurred for a while, but only half of the reshaping was done. That exaggerated range modification was successful. 12 miles, nearly 6 kilometers of teleportation range. This is simply more convenient than any means of transportation. However, the modification of the number of uses failed. The word extreme was not successfully imprinted. Is it because in Blue Star's current language and mathematical system, pole is just a concept, not a specific unit of quantity that can be recognized? Even in my hometown of Earth, the base system of these ancient quantitative units in different periods is different. With doubts, he started trying again. Zai, fail, right, fail, Jian, ditch, Rang, Zi, Gai, Jing, Zhao. Lin Mu tried the units representing a huge number in his memory one by one. Without exception, all failed. It seems that the modification of this talent must follow some kind of underlying logic that is being used in this world. He thought about it and finally gave up this wild idea. Forget it, it's better to retreat and find the next best thing. Lin Mu didn't feel sorry. Change can only be used once a day to can only be used 100 million times a day. This time, the blue gemstone on the ring suddenly burst into a bright light. After the description was blurred, it was finally successfully reshaped. Broken Ring of Space, LV.25, orange. Agility, plus 15. Special effect, instantaneous, consumes 80% of the maximum mana and instantly teleports at the designated location within a radius of 12 miles. It can only be used 100 million times per day. It's done. Lin Mu looked at the new description, his heart beating wildly. Teleporting 100 million times a day. What is the difference between unlimited times? Who is so idle? Feel the vast spatial fluctuations coming from this ring. A new idea instantly opened up his brain. Damn, why didn't I think that I could modify the unit before? My silent black stone necklace has a perception range of 99 meters. Just do it. Lin Mu directly took off the necklace. Silent blackstone necklace, LV.5, blue. Physique, plus 2. Special effect, increases perception range by 99 meters. Change, increase the perception range by 99 meters to increase the perception range by 99 miles. In his anticipation, the necklace description changed as desired. Silent blackstone necklace, LV.5, blue. Physique, plus 2. Special effect, increases perception range by 99 miles. After modifying, Lin Mu immediately put the necklace on his chest. The range of perception is instantly rolled out. 99 miles, almost 50 kilometers. It takes half an hour to drive on the highway. Lin Mu did not deliberately control the direction of perception. The perception range is circular, instantly covering the entire Shengjing Academy. It continued to spread and finally spread directly to a small part of Shengjing urban area. At the moment when Lin Mu sensed the rollout, in the academy, and even in the Shengjing City Defense Department, several powerful auras suddenly broke out. Who is wild in my Shengjing Academy? A shout was like thunder. Coming from the direction of the administrative building, the clouds and mist in front of the observation deck surged. Lin Mu knew that he was in trouble and immediately withdrew his senses. The next second, 2 figures tore the space, appeared in the courtyard of Guanyunju in no particular order, surrounding Lin Mu. At the head was the white-haired principal with an unfathomable aura. Next to him was the sloppy old man who was supposed to take a nap at the door of the treasure house, Sun Lao. At this moment, Sun Lao is still half lazy. A pair of cloudy old eyes are shining. Like two invisible swords, they almost dissected Lin Mu from the inside out. You did the spiritual perception just now? Without waiting for Lin Mu to speak, the white-haired principal also said, if it weren't for Elder Sun helping you stop that person's mental impact, you might have been lying here. These two didn't seem to be here to trouble Lin Mu. Lin Mu broke out in a cold sweat in his heart and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Elder Sun, for taking action. Thank you, Principal Bai, for protecting me. It's the students who are careless. Boy, you. The principal's name is Zhou Pingxia. What is Principal Rao Shitzi Bai? Principal Zhou's white hair was so angry that he couldn't say a word. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhou, you also have today. Lin Mu, you kid is too appetizing for me. Are you interested in following me? After Elder Sun laughed at Principal Zhou, he threw an olive branch to Lin Mu, obviously with the intention of accepting apprentices. Zhou Pingxia was secretly shocked after hearing this, and immediately reminded him. Lin Mu boy, hurry up and agree. Lin Mu pretended not to hear it. Students are used to being free and loose, and they are not used to being restrained by others, and Lin Muxin appreciates your kindness. You, Lin Mu, do you know how many geniuses have begged Sun Lao to accept apprentices over the years? You simply refused. Zhou Pingxiao was angry again. Forget it, this kid has his own way to go, we can't force it. Since there is nothing to do here, old man, I will go back to look at the door. After Sun Lao finished speaking, he disappeared directly. Come and go in a hurry. Seeing that Sun Lao was gone, Zhou Pingxiao blew his beard and glared. Looking at Lin Mu, he looked like he hated iron and steel. Do you know who the spiritual impact that Elder Sun helped you block just now came from? Seeing that Lin Mu was silent, he explained to himself. Commander-in-Chief of the Shangjing City Defense Army, Zhao Waoqi. A true rank 4 peak powerhouse is only half a step away from entering the existence of rank 5 holy rank. His spiritual power is like a net in the sky, enveloping the entire Shangjing, and any malicious spiritual exploration beyond the 3rd rank will be locked by him instantly, and then obliterate. Zhou Pingxia's tone was extremely solemn. You are lucky this time, Sun Lao happened to be by your side, and he fell in love with you again. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're already a cold corpse now. I don't care what adventures or secrets you have, but you remember me. Zhou Pingxia's eyes became extremely sharp, almost piercing Lin Mu's soul. Before you have absolute strength, put away all your minions and curiosities. In the capital Shangjing, the water is much deeper than you think, and there are countless monsters that I can't afford to mess with. Yes, the student understands. Lin Mu's heart was awe-inspiring, and he bowed solemnly again. He knew that this was Zhou Pingxia protecting him in his own way. What level is Sun Lao? After he finished replying to Zhou Pingxia's words, he asked casually. Oh, Sun Lao has turned 5. No, Stinky Boy is in this set of my words. Lin Mu smiled, looked at Zhou Pingxia stupidly, and didn't speak. Okay, get out of here. Zhou Pingxia waved his hand, like chasing flies, but when he turned to leave, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This kid is even more demonic than he imagined, and he can cause trouble, but he likes it. Sending the principal away, Guanyanju regained tranquility again. Lin Mu sat at the stone table, thinking back to Zhou Pingxia's words just now, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. For Turns Peak, Commander-in-Chief of the City Defense Army. This is just one of the guardian forces on Shangjing's surface. Secretly, how many unfathomable beings like Sun Lao should be? Fortunately, what is modified is not the attribute reduction range of Whispering Fear Ring, Fear Aura. I still underestimated the Blue Star Land professionals. In the final analysis, they are not strong enough. Lin Mu murmured softly, his eyes becoming more and more determined. Open the class panel and look at the level of LV.17. And Bone Shield, that requires LV.20 to learn, an epic equipment that can only be equipped at higher levels. An unprecedented sense of urgency surged in my heart. Must upgrade as soon as possible. Credit Mall. Lin Mu remembered the golden card that Mu Wanqing gave him. With a move of his mind, a virtual exchange interface unfolded in front of his eyes. A dazzling array of goods, from equipment and skill books to rare materials and special potions. Lin Mu directly entered the word experience in the search bar. Soon, a commodity firmly attracted his attention. Wisdom Enlightenment Medicine. Effect: after taking it, enter the Wisdom Enlightenment state and increase the experience gained by killing monsters by 200% for the next 3 hours. Exchange price: 680,000 credits. Hiss. Lin Mu gasped. It is truly a scarce resource. The improvement is not much, but ordinary people can't buy it for Nova Star coins. The 1 million credits specially approved by the principal are only enough to buy a bottle of potion. It's a grab of money, but he had to admit that the effect of this potion was too tempting for him. 3 hours, 4 times the experience. It is enough for him to save a lot of boring spawning time. Bought it. It hurts, but it's worth it. Lin Mu closed the mall interface without the slightest hesitation. Time is his most precious resource. As long as you can quickly improve your strength, all the investment is worth it. There are still a few days left before the official start of classes for new students. He didn't want to waste this precious window. Lin Mu picked up the communicator and dialed Mu Wanqing's number directly. The phone is answered almost in seconds. Lin Mu, is there anything wrong? Mu Wanqing's voice was still cold. Teacher Mu, I want to know if there is a copy in the academy that is suitable for my current level and can quickly gain experience? Lin Mu got straight to the point. Mu Wanqing on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, as if she was quickly sifting through information. Yes, the academy controls many dungeons, including 3 resource-based dungeons that are only open to students of our school, namely, Lava Core, Stormcliff, and Abyssal Hunting Ground. The monster levels of these 3 dungeons are all between LV.15 and LV.25, which is very suitable for you at this stage. But, Mu Wanqing's words changed. You need to pay credits or new star coins to enter the dungeon, and there are usually a lot of upperclassmen in it to team up to brush materials, and there may be some unnecessary hassle. Lin Mu instantly understood what she meant. It's nothing more than robbing monsters, dominating the field, and other bad things. I see. Lin Mu had a plan in his heart. Thank you, Teacher Mu. You're welcome. Mu Wanqing paused and added, by the way, according to the principal's permission, all copies belonging to the academy are open to you unconditionally for free. Just show the Guanyanju access control token. If you encounter any trouble that you can't solve, you can contact me at any time. Hang up communication. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled up with a faint arc. Gratis. Privilege is indeed the most wonderful thing in the world. He immediately sorted out his equipment and left Guanyanju, entrance to the Abyssal Proving Ground. This place is more lively than any dungeon entrance Lin Mu has ever been. In front of the huge teleportation door, people come and go, and there are senior students with a strong aura everywhere. They were in groups of 3 or 5, either recruiting teammates or peddling materials that had just been brought out of the dungeon. Lin Mu's appearance did not attract much attention. The level of LV.17 can only be regarded as medium and low here, which is inconspicuous. He went straight to the registration office at the entrance to the copy. However, before he could get closer, a few burly seniors who are not good at stubble at first glance. Then he stopped him. The leader is a bald strong man, LV.22's heavy armor shield guard. The gold chain around his neck was thicker than Lin Mu's thumb. He squinted and pointed at Lin Mu with his chin, his voice rough. Nu? Lin Mu nodded and did not speak. Do you understand the rules? The bald strong man stretched out 3 fingers and shook them in front of Lin Mu. Enter the Abyss Proving Ground, once 300 credits, or 30,000 new star coins. After paying the money, my brothers will cover you to ensure that you will spawn monsters safely inside. Don't pay. He grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and the threat in his eyes was self-evident. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows slightly. The trouble Mu Wanqing said came so soon. He didn't bother to talk nonsense with these student gangsters who blocked the road and collected rent. Go directly around them and walk towards the staff at the registry office. Hello, I'm registering for a copy. The staff member in charge of registration looked at Lin Mu, and then at the bald strong man next to him. There was a look of embarrassment on his face. Classmate, this, Senior Taishan and the others. He didn't finish speaking, but the meaning was already obvious. Iron Mountain? Lin Mu looked at the bald strong man, his eyes calm. Do I need to pay him? This is not a rule of the academy. It's just, the staff hesitated and was a little nervous. Since it's not a rule, Lin Mu interrupted him. From his pocket, he slowly took out the quaint token that was completely black and imprinted with the word 1. It was placed on the table of the registration desk. Boom! A soft sound, but like a heavy hammer. It hit the hearts of the staff and everyone around. This is... The staff's eyes suddenly widened the moment they saw the token. The embarrassment and hesitation on his face were instantly replaced by an extreme horror and awe. Plop! In everyone's astonished eyes, the LV.20 staff member actually went weak in his legs, slipped straight from the chair. His voice trembled violently with extreme fear, and even brought tears. It's me who can't recognize Mount Tai. I don't know if it's the chief of the Tianzi Academy. As soon as the word chief came out, the entire entrance area was instantly silent. Everyone's eyes froze. You are also a student? Lin Mu asked the staff. Yes, it was the school that gave me the opportunity to work and study. I was wrong. I shouldn't be in the same breath with them. Please don't report it. I will definitely reform. These words burst into tears, and he knew Lin Mu's influence very well. The bald strong man known as Iron Mountain. The arrogance and domineering on his face were like frozen sculptures, extremely stiff. He stared at the token, his mind blank. Tianzi Courtyard, number 1, Guan Yunju. Chief, the peerless monster who broke the school's entrance assessment record over the years and scored 140,000 points? Tai Shan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. I only felt a chill rushing straight from the soles of my feet to the heavenly spirit cover. He remembered the Land Rover in the square yesterday who was deprived of his qualifications for the Tianzi Academy in public and was so angry that he vomited blood blood and fell into a coma. A terrifying chill instantly enveloped him. Lin Mu took back the token and didn't bother to pay attention to these moths. There are people like this everywhere, and this #1 school in China is no exception. Bang! One kick overturned the Iron Mountain. He said lightly to the staff who were about to faint. Now, can I go in? Can. Okay. Chief, please, please. The staff stood up and personally opened the highest priority access channel for Lin Mu, with a humble posture to the extreme. Lin Mu walked towards the portal that emitted a gloomy light. From beginning to end, the wind is light and the clouds are calm. Only a group of petrochemical students were left behind. Tai Shan lay on the ground, his body trembling violently. What kind of sin have you created? Provoked a freshman who absolutely can't be messed with. With a flash of light, Lin Mu's figure disappeared into the portal. He took out the bottle of Wisdom Enlightenment Potion and began to modify it. Wisdom Enlightenment Medicine. Effect: after taking it, enter the Wisdom Enlightenment state and increase the experience gained by killing monsters by 200% for the next 3 hours. Change within the next 3 hours to within the next 100 million hours. Change experience increase by 200% to experience increase by 900%. The bottle of blue potion in Lin Mu's hand suddenly burst out with bright light. The potion bottle vibrates violently. The blue liquid that was originally clear in the bottle turned into a deep blue at this moment. After a few seconds, the light restrained. The potion bottle returned to calm, but the liquid in the bottle was completely different. Wisdom Enlightenment Medicine. Effect: after taking it, enter the Wisdom Enlightenment state, and within the next 100 million hours, all experience points obtained by killing monsters will be increased by 900%. Lin Mu looked at the new description, his heart beating wildly. Hundreds of millions of hours, converted to adulthood, that is more than 11,000 years. This is no longer a time-limited buff, this is a permanent passive talent. Lin Mu did not hesitate, raised his head and drank this bottle of potion that could be called against the sky. Not bad. Very angry. Hiccup. Open the careers panel, which shows your current status in the top left corner. Wisdom Enlightenment status, experience acquisition efficiency increased by 900%. Time remaining, 99,999,999 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Lin Mu looked at the string of 999 and forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. Inside the copy, cold, damp, and oppressive. This was the first impression Abyssal Hunting Ground gave him. The sky was dark red, like solidified blood. Above the earth, ravines crisscross, and twisted fleshy vines can be seen everywhere. In the air, there were roars and whispers that kept penetrating into the eardrums. Lin Mu looked around, expressionless. He raised the deadwood staff in his hand and gently slammed it down. Wake up, Bone Army! The whole earth is trembling at this moment. With Lin Mu as the center, it spreads wildly in all directions. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Countless iron skeleton warriors broke through the ground. They were dressed in heavy steel armor, holding sharp steel spears, and their eyes were beating with a fierce soul fire. 9,000 iron skeleton warriors. A real torrent of steel. It instantly filled every inch of land around Lin Mu. The sound of metal colliding is endless. Followed by 90 skeleton gunners quietly appeared behind the military formation. They set up their barrels neatly and uniformly, and the black muzzles exuded the breath of death. Feeling despair, Lin Mu chanted softly, bringing up the wind around him. Death prayer. The invisible rhythm of death swept the audience. 9,090 White Bone Army. The aura on their bodies suddenly skyrocketed. Attack, defense, speed, all attributes increased by 9,004%. A full 91 times the terrifying increase. Lin Mu immediately checked the increased skeleton attributes. Iron Skeleton Warrior. HP, 9527/9527. Attack, 507,780 to 535,080. Defense, 463,190. Skeleton Gunner, HP, 680/680. Attack, 666,120 to 776,867. Defense, 20,020. Worry. The skeleton warrior stood here and let boss fight. I'm afraid he couldn't fight. Lin Mu gave instructions directly. Go. Raise this place to the ground. 9,000 steel skeleton warriors moved. They turned into ghosts of 9,000 paths and swept towards the entire abyss hunting ground. Soon, the first wave of abyssal monsters appeared on the charge route of the Skeleton Legion. It was more than a dozen LV.20 abyss demon dogs. However, these canine-shaped monsters are extremely difficult to deal with in the eyes of professionals. In front of the steel skeleton warriors who attacked up to 500,000 after being strengthened, they were as fragile as paper paste. Steel spear piercing. No second action is needed at all. Abyssal demon dog was instantly pierced and turned into black gas flying all over the sky. You kill the abyssal demon dog, LV.20, and gain experience points, 2,000. Basic experience 200 by 10 times. You kill the abyssal demon dog, LV.20, and gain experience points, 2,000. You killed. trembled. Lin Mu's experience bar rose wildly at an incredible speed. Just a wave of contact. His level went from LV.17 to directly break through LV.18. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.18. Skeleton gunners adjust their muzzles. Those areas where monsters are densely populated are covered by relentless artillery fire. Each shell falls to clear an area and a large amount of experience points are credited. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.19. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.20. Less than 20 minutes. 3 levels in a row. This upgrade speed, if it is spread, is enough to make the entire Blue Star professional doubt life. Lin Mu was too lazy to direct it himself. A general instruction was given to empty the map. Then, he sat leisurely on a clean dry tree trunk. Watch your experience bar soar wildly. Abyssal hunting ground, depths, another area. Captain, be careful. The acid of this abyssal worm is too corrosive. A strong young man holding a giant shield was standing at the front of the line. His shield was already corroded and smoked from white smoke. Behind him, a short-haired girl with a beautiful appearance and a calm temperament was calmly commanding. Ding Huahua, LV.23's Frost Shooter. He is also the captain of this elite squad. Xiao Wu, take half a step back. Its attack is coming. Ding Huahua's voice just fell. The abyssal worm opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a thick green acid. The strong young man Xiao Wu immediately carried out the order and narrowly avoided the attack. The other two members of the team, an assassin and an elemental mage, immediately seized the opportunity and poured the damage on. After a hard fight, they finally solved this LV.22 elite monster. Ha, I'm exhausted. Xiao Wu sat on the ground, panting heavily. The monsters of this abyssal hunting ground are much more difficult than the outside information says. Ding Huahuaxia frowned slightly and was about to speak. A violent shaking came from afar without warning. Immediately afterwards, there was a terrifying explosion like a thunderous sound. The sound was continuous, and from a distance it sounded like an army was washing the floor with heavy artillery. What was that? Xiao Wu was so frightened that he jumped up directly from the ground, his face pale. There was an earthquake? Wrong. It's a battle. What level of combat can make such a big move? The assassins and mages in the team also looked shocked. Look in the direction where the sound is coming from. The dark red sky there has been illuminated by artillery fire. Could it be that the dungeon has changed and the disaster level boss has been brushed? The assassin's voice trembled. Their team. In Xingjing Academy, it is also a well-known senior elite, but in the face of the 3 words disaster level, it is still as small as an ant. Shut up. Convergence breath. Ding Huahua's reaction was the fastest. She shouted sharply, her eyes flashing with unprecedented solemnity. The energy fluctuations that swept in were far beyond their cognition. It's not something they can fight against. Captain, let's run. Crush the teleporter to get out of here. Xiao Wu's voice was crying. No. Ding Huahua shook her head, her eyes staring into the distance. This movement, it's not like the roar of a monster, it's more like some kind of regular attack. And, listen, in addition to the explosion, there is also a sound. Everyone listened intently. Sure enough, in the deafening sound of artillery fire, they vaguely heard a uniform sound, like a torrent of metal running over the earth. That voice had a cold discipline to the extreme. Let's go over and take a look. Ding Huahua made a bold decision. Everyone keep the limit distance, and if you find something wrong, retreat immediately. Captain, are you crazy? Xiao Wu exclaimed. Wealth and danger are sought. Ding Huahua's eyes were extremely firm. What can cause this kind of movement is either a huge crisis or it's a great opportunity. At her insistence, the 4 members of the squad restrained all their breath and cautiously touched the source of the sound. The closer they get, the more shocked they become. The earth trembles beneath my feet. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke and burning. The torn apart remains of countless abyssal monsters paved their path. None of them are complete. Finally, they climbed a towering cliff and looked down. The next second, the 4 of them, as if they had been petrified by a spell, froze in place collectively. Their pupils dilated to the extreme in an instant. Their breathing completely stopped at this moment. Under the cliff, a legion of endless shelves of iron bones. It is pushing the entire plane with an unstoppable posture. Thousands of heavily armored skeleton warriors formed a phalanx, tear all the abyssal monsters in their way to shreds. And in the rear of the legion, nearly 100 black gun barrels were firing devastating salvos at the sky in the distance. Wherever the artillery fire reached, the sky collapsed. What kind of monster riot is this? This is clearly a one-sided and inhumane massacre. It's a natural disaster of the dead. God, undead scourge invasion dungeon. Captain, let's run. Xiao Wu's legs went weak and he sat directly on the ground. His lips trembled, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. The assassin and the mage were also pale and cold. Ding Huahua covered his mouth so that he didn't let himself exclaim. She activates the Hawkeye skill. Through that torrent of steel, in the end, it was frozen in the rear of the undead army. There, a thin figure was sitting leisurely on a dead tree trunk. He crossed Erlang's legs and posted comfortably. It was as if the War of the Dead in front of him, which was enough to go down in history, had nothing to do with him. Just a boring afternoon pastime. Could it be? It's him? Dinghwa's mind buzzed, and it was blank. That yesterday in the assessment created the myth of 140,000 points, known as the first demonic freshman in the academy, necromancer Lin Mu. At this moment, the boy seemed to be aware of their gaze. Slowly, he raised his head. His gaze was calm and indifferent, and his perception crossed a distance of thousands of meters. It landed accurately on the bodies of Dinghwa and the four people. The four of them were struck by lightning, and their bodies froze. A kind of smallness and fear of being looked down upon by the gods instantly grabbed their hearts. Lin Mu's brows furrowed slightly. He doesn't like his self-help leveling to be disturbed. Stand up, without unnecessary movements, and speak sincerely. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the four people on the cliff. I have covered this area. In order not to cause accidental injury, you'd better stay away. Dinghwa and his party received a warning from Lin Mu, as if they had heard an oracle. Let's go. Come on. Dinghwa was the first to react, not daring to look at the young man again. Pulling up Xiao Wu, who was paralyzed on the ground, ran wildly towards the way he came. After all, the high-level monsters in the dungeon were speared and blown up by the skeleton legion. It's really scary. Lin Mu ignored the seniors who fled in a hurry. His attention has been completely focused on his career panel. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.20. With a crisp prompt sound, a warm current surged throughout the body. It's time to learn new skills. From the career space, take out the rare skill book exchanged from the Academy Treasure House. Skill book, Shield of Bones. Study. The pages turned into a little gray light and blended into his eyebrows. Bone Shield, level 1, consumes 50 mana, summons 2 bone-crushing shields rotating around the body, 20% chance to resist 50% damage, and shatter after taking 800 damage. Lin Mu moved his mind and directly cast the skill. I sought his body front and back, condensing 2 piles of shields composed of finely fragmented bone fragments out of thin air. The shield rotated slowly, the form was loose, and the gaps in defense were extremely large. The displayed durability is only 800 points. This defensive ability is almost equivalent to none. Lin Mu shook his head unsurprisingly and cancelled the skill. He activated his talent again to see a deeper detailed description. Bone Shield, level 1, consumes 50 mana, uses the power of death, condenses 2 shields with broken bones, rotates around the body, has a 20% chance to resist 50% damage, and is shattered after taking 800 damage. Sure enough, the key point is in broken bones and 2 sides. Lin Mu's eyes flashed, and he directly began his imaginative transformation. Change condense 2 shields with broken bones to condense 2 shields with keels. Changed use the keel to condense 2 shields to use the keel to condense 9 shields. The skill icon blurred violently for a while, and then successfully remodeled. Bone Shield, level 1, consumes 225 mana, summons 9 dragon bone shields rotating around the body, resists all damage, and shatters after taking 900,000 damage. Lin Mu cast a spell again. This time, it was no longer those 2 ridiculous piles of broken bones. Instead, the 9 sides shone with a soft luster and a terrifying smooth bone shield. They guarded Lin Mu's body 360 degrees without dead ends with a perfect trajectory. The durability is displayed as 900,000. I feel that the ability to withstand injuries is still not ideal. Lin Mu touched his chin, and he was still a little dissatisfied. Forget it, wait until the talent is refreshed tomorrow, and then try other changes. After modifying the new skill, he continued to sit back and enjoy the success. Experience points beat like crazy like never before. Soon, with the relentless advance of the Skeleton Legion, his level broke through again. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.21. It's finally here. Lin Mu's eyes erupted with an unprecedented light. Without hesitation, he replaced the deadwood staff that accompanied him in creating countless miracles. Instead, he held the epic white bone staff in his hand. The staff was warm in his hand, and a stream of pure death energy poured into his body along his arm. That 94% mana reduction is not as good as deadwood staff. Let's not mention it for the time being. Its core effect increases the initial health and defense of all bone summons by 90%, takes effect instantly. The 9,090 skeletons that were being slaughtered frantically in the hunting ground, the soul fire suddenly soared. Lin Mu immediately checked the attributes. HP 18101/18101, original 9527, 1.9x increase in the bone staff. Iron Skeleton Warrior. Attack 507,780 to 535,080, original 5580 to 5880. Death prayer increased by 91 times. Defense 880,061, original 5090. The bone staff is increased by 1.9 times, and the death prayer is increased by 91 times. HP 1292/1292, original 680. Bone staff 1.9 times increased. Skeleton Gunner. Attack 666,120 to 776,867, original 7320 to 8530. Death prayer increased by 91 times. Defense, 38,038. Original 220. The bone staff is increased by 1.9 times, and then the death prayer is increased by 91 times. 800,000 defenses. This is no longer a blood cow. This is a moving wall of size. With the blessing of new equipment and new skills, Lin Mu's Undead Legion clearing efficiency is more horizontal. The entire surface area of the Abyss hunting ground was almost completely swept away in less than an hour. All the senior student teams I met during this period, all of them felt the aura of the undead natural disaster and retreated in horror. Everyone thought that there was an unprecedented riot in the copy. Except for Dinghwa's team, no one dared to imagine it at all. This will be the summoning of their juniors. It is precisely because of Lin Mu's almost exhausted fishing slaughter speed. However, an accident that he himself did not expect happened. A cold prompt sound resounded throughout the dungeon space. Warning, it has been detected that the surface ecosystem of the Abyss hunting ground has collapsed. Dungeon special mechanism activated. The underground area of the Abyssal hunting ground is activated in advance, and after 3 minutes, it will be connected to the surface area. The dungeon level will be raised to LV.35, and the difficulty will be greatly increased. This prompt sound not only resounded in the copy, it was also passed on to everyone at the entrance of the dungeon at the same time. Moment. Whether it's the crowd in the square outside the dungeon, or the staff at the entrance registry, all stupid. What's the situation? The dungeon has been upgraded? I've been brushing here for 2 years, and I've never heard of Abyssal hunting ground or an underground area. Is it the same as the new arrival dungeon, which is in a period of instability? It's over. Run. The monster is about to pour out. A staff member in charge of registration turned pale and thought of some of the most terrible possibilities. He bounced off his seat with a jerk, picked up the phone and started dialing as fast as he could in his life. Quick! Contact the senior management of the university. Request support. Abyssal hunting ground, dungeon upgrade. Monster surges can occur. Please block the entrance immediately. Repeat. Please block the entrance immediately. Students in the Abyssal hunting ground, dungeon after hearing the prompt tone. Meanwhile, all of them quickly crushed the teleportation talisman, turning into white light and disappearing. In the entire Abyss hunting ground, only Lin Mu was left, and his undead natural disaster that is still tirelessly carrying out the order of purge and suppression. The teleportation light door at the entrance frantically spewed out figures. One after another, senior students rushed out of it with horrified faces and embarrassed clothes. There was still panic in his eyes. Dinghua and her team also withdrew as soon as possible. Her pretty face was pale, and her eyes were complicated as she looked at the still flickering light door, and her heart was turned upside down. Captain, let's go quickly. It's too dangerous here. Hearing the announcement of the evacuation of the organization behind him, Xiao Wu's voice was still trembling. Dinghua didn't move. Her eyes searched frantically in the crowd. But I didn't find that figure. He didn't come out? At this moment, several powerful auras approached. Several academy inspectors who came to hear the news, each of them was at least a second-rank powerhouse. Block the entrance immediately. Activate the highest level of defense circles. The leader's voice was crisp and decisive, and he quickly gave instructions. Count the number of evacuees and count the wounded. A staff member quickly ran over with a list, his face extremely ugly. Most of the students have been evacuated safely, but Tianzi Academy freshman, Lin Mu, hasn't come out yet. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Lin Mu? Is it the monster who ranked first in the entrance examination? Why is he still inside? Crazy? It's over. Finished. If this kind of genius is folded inside, it will be a huge loss to our academy. The patrol captain at the head instantly turned blue, and he snatched the list and stared at the name. LV.17. He is only level 17. Level 35 dungeon. The monsters in it all start at level 30. And elites and bosses. He can't survive at all. The patrol captain's forehead was bruised, and they themselves were only about 25 to 30 grades. Not to mention saving people, even if they wait for the surge of monsters, they can't cope with it. The captain turned around abruptly and roared at the team members behind him. What are you still stunned for? Report it now. Apply for emergency rescue from the top management. Fast. Dinghua stood in the crowd, listening to the discussions around him, only to feel chills. Rescue? In her mind, the torrent of natural disasters composed of 9,000 steel skeletons uncontrollably emerged. The horror artillery fire of the 90 volleys, and the boy sitting leisurely on a dead tree trunk. Are they going to rescue him? Dinghua's temples beat slightly. No. A ridiculous thought that took over her mind like crazy. They need to be rescued. I'm afraid it's this copy, right, Captain? What happened to you? Why is your face so white? Xiao Wu looked at her worriedly. Dinghua suddenly came back to his senses, shook his head vigorously, and couldn't say anything. A cold and majestic figure quickly came to the entrance. At this moment, standing in front of the patrol captain, it is to hear the news and come to admire the evening sun. Teacher Mu. When the patrol captain captain saw the comber, he immediately bowed respectfully. Mu Wanqing's eyes passed him, directly falling on the fluctuating light door. A trace of complex and incomprehensible light flashed in the phoenix eyes. What's the situation? Her voice was so cold that she didn't have a trace of emotion. Teacher Mu, Abyssal Hunting Ground has undergone an unknown change. The underground area has been activated and the dungeon level has been raised to LV.35. The inspection captain quickly reported. Lin Mu, a freshman in the Tianzi Academy, failed to evacuate in time and is still trapped in the copy. We are preparing to report and apply for rescue. Rescue? Mu Wanqing repeated these two words, and the corners of her mouth curled up with a vague arc. There was a hint of strangeness in that smile that even she herself had not noticed. No need. She spoke lightly. The patrol captain was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard it wrong. What? Teacher Mu, this is Lin Mu. It is that the principal personally named to focus on training. I said, no need. Mu Wanqing's voice suddenly turned cold, and a terrifying coercion belonging to the third-rank powerhouse dispersed with a bang. Block the entrance, evacuate the crowd, and then wait. The patrol captain was shocked by this coercion and retreated again and again. His face turned pale and he didn't dare to say a word again. The surrounding students were also silent under this coercion. Everyone looked at Mu Wanqing with an incredible look. Wait? What are you waiting for? Wait for that genius to be torn to pieces by the monsters that gushed out from the ground? Just when everyone didn't know why, the atmosphere in the square was extremely depressing. Change, happen again. The huge headroom screen next to the entrance that displays the basic information of the dungeon. After a soft sound of drop, it suddenly refreshed. The information on the screen has changed dramatically. Dungeon name, Abyssal Hunting Ground Underground. Dungeon level, LV.35. Dungeon mode, Team Challenge, team must enter. Highest clearance record, none. The dungeon mode has changed, and it is no longer an open dungeon. Team Challenge? How is this possible? Team Challenge mode, isn't it necessary to team up with at least 3 people to enter? Lin Mu, he was alone in it. How was the copy judged? A senior student who did not leave pointed to the screen. His words asked everyone's voice. Teacher Mu, could it be that it just got stuck in a bug? The patrol captain turned his head with difficulty and looked at Mu Wanqing, his eyes full of suspicion and help. Mu Wanqing didn't answer because she didn't know either. Not to mention how Lin Mu stayed in the team copy alone. Even if it is a copy upgrade, she has only heard of it. Just when the entrance was suspicious and the atmosphere was tense. Inside the Abyssal Hunting Ground, Lin Mu listened to the cold copy prompt and frowned slightly. Underground area activated in advance? The difficulty of the dungeon has increased? Instead of panicking at all, he felt a hint of excitement. It's good, just give me experience. He originally wanted to raise the level to level 25 safely. Put on the teleportation ring you have been thinking about, and go to the temple to take on a job transfer mission. However, as he gained more and more experience in upgrading, he was a little bored. The dungeon upgrade just gave him speed. At this moment, another brand new prompt sounded again. Abyssal Hunting Ground Underground. Challenge Team, LV.21 Necromancer Lin Mu. Entry time, 12 seconds. That represents teammates. Current rating, none. Lin Mu's eyes instantly became strange. Team? Lin Mu was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems that it is stuck in a bug. I can brush up on the experience again. Just when he couldn't figure out the situation, the earth suddenly cracked into huge rifts that were bottomless. The viscous abyss aura gushed out like a blowout. One by one, they were huge, hideous-looking monsters, followed by roared and crawled out of the rift. Abyssal Gaze, LV.30. Aberration Terror, LV.32. There are hundreds of them. The strength of the breath is far from comparable to those miscellaneous fish on the surface before. Any elite team of more than 20 levels will be killed on the spot. Lin Mu's expression was still calm. He didn't even bother to stand up, just snapped his fingers slightly. Do it! Order! The 9,000 steel skeleton warriors that had already blocked the entire rift moved. A aberration ripper that had just climbed out of the rift valley, wielding a giant claw as sharp as a blade. Bang! Slapped the chest of a steel skeleton warrior. The expected scene of bone shattering did not appear. However, it was enough to tear through the tank's claws. Falling on the skeleton warrior, it has been double amplified by Bone Staff and Death Prayer. On the steel armor with a defense of up to 880,000, there was only a crisp metal impact ding sound. A bright red number slowly floated up from the top of the skeleton warrior's head. -1. Forced blood deduction. Distortion Ripper. Those scarlet eyeballs instantly froze. It even bows its head humanely. Looking at his painful claws, he fell into deep confusion. What about my big injury? 9,000 steel spears flashing with cold light, like a jungle of death. The next second, instantly drown all the abyssal monsters crawling out of the ground. The sound of the tip of the spear entering the flesh came and went, dense like rain. Put, put, put. These monsters are enough to frighten people in the outside world. In front of the sea of skeletons with an attack power of more than 500,000, it is as fragile as a watermelon. melon, was pierced by a spear 1 by 1, instantly. You kill the abyssal gaze, LV point 30, and gain experience points, 3000. You kill the aberration ripper, LV point 32, and gain EXP, 3200. The prompt sound is crazy to swipe the screen. Lin Mu's experience bar skyrocketed wildly at a more terrifying speed than before. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV point 22. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV point 23. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV point 24. Upgrade, it's that easy. Push forward in time, at the entrance of Abyssal Hunting Ground. Everyone present watched as the copy was updated with challenge information. Abyssal Hunting Ground Underground. Challenge Team, LV point 21 Necromancer Lin Mu. Entry time, 2 seconds. What is that? A sharp-eyed student pointed to the strange question marks on the screen, and his voice was full of dazedness. Current rating, none. There must be a bug. The crowd was talking. They tried their best to use their cognition to explain the incredible scene in front of them. Mu Wanqing's cold phoenix eyes stared at the screen, but there was a huge wave in her heart. If others don't notice, doesn't she still know? When Lin Mu entered, there was only LV point 17. At this time, the staff and patrol team who were in charge of collecting the information of the students who entered the Abyssal Hunting Ground just now. I also found that Lin Mu's level is no longer 17. The work-study student in charge of registration pointed to the word LV point 21 on the screen. The voice trembled like chaff. Quick, look, when he went in, I saw it with my own eyes, and it was only LV point 17. The patrol captain also remembered the list just now. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he stared at the screen. Really? Level 17 entered, now level 21? How long has it been? Are you sure you read it right? The voice of an uninformed student next to him became sharp because of extreme shock. I swear by my career. You can't be wrong. The staff were almost crying. At this moment, the numbers on the screen jumped again without warning. Abyssal Hunting Ground Underground. Challenge Team, LV point 24 Necromancer Lin Mu. Entry time, 31 minutes and 14 seconds. And 3 levels higher. But why haven't you scored yet? Current rating, none. The crowd erupted in an even more terrifying exclamation than just now. The entire entrance is completely out of control. This is no longer a genius, not a demon. This is the god of experience. Mu Wanqing immediately notified Principal Zhou Pingsha. Then, take a sharp step forward. A cold and powerful aura instantly enveloped the audience. All are quiet. Her voice was not loud, but she had an unquestionable majesty. Suppress all the noise. Block the message. Everything that happened here today is not allowed to be passed on by anyone, and violators will be expelled from the school. Mu Wanqing's eyes swept over everyone coldly. Patrol team, guard the entrance. No one is allowed to approach without orders. Yes, Teacher Mu. The patrol captain immediately stood up and responded loudly. He looked at Mu Wanqing, and his heart was even more shocked. After all, Mu Wanqing did say that Lin Mu did not need reinforcements just now, and now, I am really witnessing the birth of a legend. Inside the copy, Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV point 25. The upgraded prompt tone, after listening to it for a long time, only monotonous noise remained. Lin Mu stood up and habitually patted his ass, subconsciously raised his feet, ready to leave the copy directly. However, just as he took half a step, he suddenly stopped in the air. Oh, that's right. Lin Mu then remembered it in hindsight. This copy has been upgraded, and I am now. It seems that he can't get out. He shook his head in laughter, a little amused by his brief oversight. Since you can't get out for the time being, then enjoy it. LV point 25, just right. Lin Mu's mind moved. The purple cloak that burst out from the void crystal beast instantly appeared in his hand. Void cloak, LV point 25, purple. Equip it now. A faint purple streamer draped over him. The cloak is windless and automatic, gently fluttering. It gives him a hint of mysterious temperament. In the distance, a boulder blasted into the sky by the skeleton gunner disintegrated in the air. One of the pieces of rock the size of a basin. At this moment, with a sharp sound of breaking the air, it roared towards Lin Mu's back. He didn't even bother to open the bone shield. Still looking at the new cloak on his body with great interest, the rock, which was enough to smash the front of the car, hit the cloak directly. But it didn't even cause a ripple. Bang! A muffled sound, instantly torn apart. A funny injury number slowly floated up from the top of Lin Mu's head. -1. Physical immunity. Became. Lin Mu curled the corners of his mouth in satisfaction, which was exactly the effect he wanted. Immediately afterwards, he put the quaintly shaped, broken space ring on his finger. A cold touch came. A vast force of space instantly connected with his spirit. The teleportation range of 6 kilometers is hundreds of millions of times a day. This ring will become his strongest life-saving trump card and the most bizarre raid method. Putting on the new equipment, Lin Mu looked around. His army of the dead is still tirelessly carrying out the order to eliminate the enemy. Those high-level monsters that emerged from the cracks in the ground were like harvested wheat. One stubble after another falls. Sitting here and watching the numbers beat is a bit boring. pouring after all. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity. Go to the front line and take a look. Make up your mind and spread your perception. With a flash of light, Lin Mu's figure disappeared directly from the spot. When it reappears, the next second, he was on the edge of a huge bottomless rift valley. The earth under his feet was trembling violently, and the viscous abyss breath mixed with the strong smell of blood hit his face. Abyssal monsters are crawling out of the depths of the rift valley in a steady stream. His iron skeleton warriors formed an insurmountable line of defense here. Tear all monsters that try to break out of the rift to shreds. When will this be? There is no boss, or even the figure of the elite monster. The new dungeon is wasteland, and there is not even a strategy. Lin Mu, who was thinking wildly, suddenly frowned slightly. He found that the movements of these skeletons were somewhat strange. They kill monsters at the same time. It seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instinctively gathering towards the rift. It's interesting. Lin Mu's curiosity was completely aroused. Open, shield of bones, and perceive the coverage below the rift. Then activates several teleportations again. Teleports up to 80% of mana consumption, replenished in 1 second each time. The bottom of the rift valley was far wider than he imagined. It is like a huge underground cave. In the center of the cave, a huge heart with a diameter of more than 100 meters was slowly beating. Dong, dong. Every beat makes the space tremble. Countless viscous abyssal energy was gushing out of his heart, condensing into hideous monsters in midair. This is the source of the entire abyssal hunting ground, underground area. Lin Mu's gaze fell on the top of the huge heart. The words that only he could see were quietly suspended. Source of the abyss, continuously absorbs abyssal energy, maintains this space, and breeds powerful abyssal aberrations. It turns out that this heart is constantly creating monsters, and if you don't solve it, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this copy. Talent, described the Tamperer, activate. Change, constantly absorbing abyssal energy to unable to absorb abyssal energy. The source of the abyss suddenly shook. It was like being grabbed hard by an invisible big hand, and the beating stopped abruptly. All the abyssal energy sprayed outward was instantly interrupted. Click. Countless huge cracks spread from the top of the underground cave. The ground shook violently. Above the surface, the huge rift valley also began to slowly close at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the dungeon prompt sound resounded throughout the dungeon space again. Warning, the energy supply of the source of the abyss is interrupted. Underground invasion judgment failed. The dungeon abyssal hunting ground is experiencing a structural collapse. Final challenge score. In settlement, Necromancer Lin Mu single-handedly end the abyss invasion. The comprehensive score is judged as SSS. Congratulations to the professional Lin Mu for creating the only clearance record of the abyss hunting ground underground copy. Professional Lin Mu gets the only reward. Special item Abyssal Rule Fragments. Professional Lin Mu received the only reward. Skill book. The abyss descends. With the fall of the prompt sound, a soft white light enveloped Lin Mu. A spar shard with a pattern resembling ink diffusion flowing on its surface, and a gray-black skill book quietly appeared in his palm. Meanwhile, Lin Mu hadn't had time to take a closer look. A strong sense of space pull came. The scene in front of him began to distort and shatter rapidly. In the last seconds of being teleported, in Lin Mu's mind, a thought flashed like lightning. He seems to have done something wrong. He always thought, as long as you guard the crack and spawn monsters, there will always be a final boss later. Then he commanded the army of the dead to besiege him to death, and finally left in style. But now it seems that this is not the correct copy gameplay at all. He suddenly figured everything out. This so-called abyss invasion, the real gameplay, I'm afraid it hasn't started yet. He guessed the original actual situation. It should be that the abyssal monsters gushed out of the cracks in large numbers and quickly occupied the original area of the abyss hunting ground, including the elite monsters and the final boss that appeared later. The copy will be fully formed. But Lin Mu thought of the army of skeletons that were strictly guarded. His undead scourge blocked all the exits of the rift from the beginning. As a result, those monsters that should have swept the ground quickly did not even have a chance to come out and catch their breath. The so-called invasion was forcibly strangled by him in the budding stage, and he himself relied on infinite teleportation. Directly bypassing all processes, the total power of the copy was found. Then, with a snap, the electric switch was pulled. It's not playing cards according to the routine at all. It turns out. Is that so? The corners of Lin Mu's mouth raised uncontrollably, a curvature that made him laugh and cry. He single-handedly took a large team copy that had just arrived to give. The play is broken. With a whirlwind of the world, Lin Mu was down to earth. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes, adapting to the outside light. Behind him, the huge, abyssal hunting ground, teleportation light door, the light on the surface flickered and dimmed. Click. A huge crack spread from the center of the light gate without warning. Immediately afterwards, there is the second and third. Under the horrified gaze of everyone at the entrance, the copy light door that hadn't changed since it came collapsed inch by inch. Finally, after a dull explosion, completely turned into flying spots of light all over the sky, dissipating invisibly. Even the surrounding space was violently distorted. It was as if something had been erased from this world. Copy. Gone. Only the large screen next to it that has been frozen is left. Abyssal Hunting Ground Underground. Challenge Team, LV.25 Necromancer Lin Mu. Entry time, 51 minutes and 32 seconds. Current rating, SSS. The entire entrance area fell into terrible silence again. Everyone's brains are collectively down at this moment. They widened their eyes and opened their mouths, but they couldn't make a sound. I can only watch that space return from distortion to calm, as if nothing had happened. But the copyright door that had been standing here for several years did indeed disappear. I don't know who it is, but I swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. This sound was like a thunderbolt dropped on the calm lake, instantly detonating the audience. Copy. Gone? Am I dazzled? Who is going to slap me? How could the copy be gone? He blew up the copy? Mixed with unbelievable screams, one after another. There is a tendency to overturn the ceiling. The patrol team leader shook his body and almost collapsed on the ground. His lips trembled and pointed at Lin Mu. Pointing to the empty space, he was already incoherent. You. What the hell are you? What was done? Mu Wanqing quickly came to Lin Mu and grabbed his shoulder. The force was so great that she didn't even notice it. Tell me, what the hell is going on inside? Her voice trembled with extreme mood swings. Lin Mu was a little dizzy from her, frowned slightly, and broke away from her hand. He spread his hands innocently. How do I know? I just stabbed the big heart that beat the most happily at the bottom, and then it explodes. Maybe it's that the quality of this copy is not very good. These words are an understatement, but the people around me almost vomited blood on the spot. Quality is not good? Can you find a better reason? If you don't want to fool around, don't speak. Mu Wanqing stared into Lin Mu's eyes, trying to find even the slightest trace of lying from it. But no. In those deep eyes, there was only calm and a hint of clarity. I'm also a victim, okay? Mu Wanqing seemed to hear Lin Mu's heart, but she knew that this explanation was ridiculous to the extreme. It's just that she couldn't find any reason to refute, because the evidence, gone. A majestic voice fell from the sky, but with a hint of uncontrollable eagerness. Get out of the way. The white-haired principal Zhou Pingxia doesn't know when it has arrived. At this moment, flashed directly in front of Lin Mu. He even ignored Mu Wanqing and the patrol team who saluted. A pair of old eyes were directly fixed on Lin Mu's body, and his breathing became heavy. Don't think about it. The voice trembled, and he asked in a low voice. You burst it? This word explosion is used extremely quintessentially. Lin Mu's heart was cold, but his face was still calm. Principal, students don't understand what you mean. Zhou Pingxiao looked at his impeccable expression and suddenly laughed. He laughed softly at first, his shoulders shaking slightly. Then, the laughter grew louder and more presumptuous. In the end, it turned into a wild laugh that resounded in the sky. Ha 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 ha, okay, alright, what a quality is not good. I, Xingjing Academy, finally have a bastard who can poke a hole in the sky. Ha 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 ha. The principal's laughter stunned everyone. Is this crazy? An important high-level copy of his own was destroyed, shouldn't it be thunderous? Why are you still so happy? Mu Wanqing looked at Zhou Pingxiao who looked crazy. The heart that was beating wildly due to shock actually calmed down strangely. She suddenly understood. The loss of a copy is certainly a huge loss. But a student who is able to erase a copy, its value is immeasurable. The laughter stopped. Zhou Pingxiao's eyes swept across the audience, and a majestic voice sounded again. Today's matter is listed as the top secret of the university. No one is allowed to spread the word, and if there is any leakage, it will be severely punished. It is declared that the space node of Abyssal Hunting Ground is unstable and collapses naturally, and Lin Mu risked his life to eliminate the core before the crisis broke out, preventing the occurrence of a greater disaster, and should be credited with the first credit. A few words directly determined the nature of this matter. It also found the most perfect excuse for Lin Mu's behavior. The patrol captain and the surrounding teachers and students. Although he was still full of doubts, he could only respectfully respond. The way they looked at Lin Mu had changed from looking at demons to looking at geniuses. Zhou Pingxiao waved his hand and motioned for everyone to disperse. Then, he turned his head. Looking at Lin Mu with an extremely appreciative gaze, he couldn't hide his inner excitement at all. Boy, come with me. In the principal's exclusive office, Zhou Pingxiao personally brewed a cup of top-notch cloud and mist divine tea for Lin Mu. Tell me, there are no outsiders here. The old man sat on the sofa, his eyes burning. There's nothing to say, it's just good luck. Lin Mu took a sip of tea, still the same set of rhetoric. When Zhou Pingxiao heard this, he stopped asking, but just looked at him deeply. Okay, good luck. I don't want to say it next time. Can you change the reason? He took out something from his professional space and pushed it in front of Lin Mu. It was a metal token the size of a palm with flashing spots. This is the Ask the Order of the Academy. With this order, you can ask any tutor in the academy, including those old guys who have retired, 3 questions they can't refuse. After Zhou Pingxiao finished speaking, he added, of course, including Sun Lao. Or, you can use it in exchange for the opportunity to enter the A-size treasure house and choose a legendary item. Lin Mu's pupils shrank slightly. This reward is more valuable than any previous time. Principal, this. Zhou Pingxia's tone is unquestionable. I believe that the value you will bring to the academy in China in the future will far exceed this token. I have only one request. Take it. The principal's expression became extremely serious. Try to do this little until your wings are not really plump enough to ignore all the rules. It's an earth-shattering thing. At least, don't let so many people see it anymore. Lin Mu's heart warmed up and he nodded solemnly. The student understands. Leaving the principal's office, Lin Mu declined Mu Wanqing's kindness and sending him back to Guanyanju. He couldn't wait to return to his courtyard. Close the gates. He breathed a long sigh of relief and took out the 2 SSS level only rewards he had just gotten. A gray-black skill book and a spar fragment with ink-colored patterns. His gaze first fell on the fragment. A detailed description slowly emerged. Abyssal Rule Fragment, a crystal that carries the laws of the broken world, and after using it, it gains abyssal affinity and can use abyss-type skills. This is clearly a simplified version of the second profession. Lin Mu remembered the only other reward at this moment, skill book, Abyss Coming. He immediately picked it up and checked it. Lin Mu's heart jumped suddenly. Skill book, Abyss Coming, LV.25, learning requirements, 100 intelligence points, at least activate Abyss Induction. It's easy to say that 100 intelligences are good, and the attribute points obtained from upgrading are added up, and they directly meet the standard. It's this so-called Abyss Induction. It seems that the fragment must be used first. Abyss Affinity is better than Abyss Induction, right? Lin Mu decided to try to modify the fragments first. Abyssal Rule Fragment, a crystal that carries the laws of the broken world, and after using it, it gains abyssal affinity and can use abyss-type skills. Change the law of the broken world to the law of the broken world. The ink-colored pattern on Abyssal Rule Fragment blurred for a while and then reshaped. The modification was successful. Lin Mu was happy in his heart and continued to make progress. Change the law of the damaged world to the law of the world without damage. Lin Mu Yuan thought that this kind of modification of items that touched the rules might fail. However, he still underestimated the domineering nature of his talent. The description of the Abyssal Rule Fragment is once again blurred and more drastic than any previous modification. After a few seconds, a completely new description emerges clearly. Core of Abyss Rules, carry the crystallization of the law of the non-destructive world, gain Abyss dominance after use Abyss-type skills, and have the highest suppression and control over all Abyss-related targets. The moment the modification was completed, the originally dim crystal suddenly burst out with a rich gray-black light. A pure, ancient, and supreme law aura spread out with a bang. Lin Mu's face changed slightly, and he immediately took it into the professional space, isolating his breath. Outside the blue star, a special dimension. This is a land of annihilation filled with cracks that twist time and space. A magnificent temple made of massive obsidian floats quietly in the center of the world. Inside the hall, meanwhile, 9 huge thrones surrounded a deep energy vortex. At the moment when Lin Mu finished modifying the fragments, on the throne, 9 vague and terrifying figures condensed and formed almost at the same time. You guys, did you feel it? What spoke was the figure on one of the thrones. His form is very close to that of a human woman, but his body is made of countless twisted vines and scarlet flowers. The voice had a strange charm. It's the breath of the source core. On the other throne, a huge head burning with pale flames roared muffled. Impossible. When the source core remnants were lost in the hands of the defectors, they had been shattered by us, and the power of its laws had long been broken. A sound sounded like the friction of thousands of blades. The speaker is a creature made entirely of sharp crystals. Every corner of it reflects a strange light. But the fact is that the special aura of the law of the abyss has indeed appeared. Not only that, but the breath of the law, more complete. No, perfect. Even more pure than the source core remnants. A throne shrouded in endless shadows and could only see 2 scarlet rays made a sound. Full of disbelief. The entire hall fell into dead silence in an instant. Only the terrifying coercion of the 9 monarchs dissipated from shock collided in space, stirring up cracks. Its master has been replaced. After a long time, it was at the top and was the largest. But the monarch who appeared and disappeared finally spoke. His voice seemed to come from before amenity, without the slightest emotion. The imprint we left in the source core was completely erased by an unknowable force. It is impossible to accurately locate its new coordinates, only a vague orientation can be sensed, which seems to be protected by a very strange layer of rules. As soon as these words came out, the other 8 monarchs were even more shocked. An existence that even the supreme throne cannot understand? King, you mean, there is an unknown being that has stolen the foundations of the abyssal world? The Vine Queen's voice became sharp. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Immediately dispatch the Abyss Apostle to carry the Eye of Truth at all costs, even if it crosses the starfield. We must also bring back the source core remnants, and bring the thief's soul to us. The Crystal Monarch suggested murderously. No, you can't. can't. The High Throne rejected the proposal. Since the other party can erase our brand, its strength is unfathomable, and sending an apostle rashly will only startle the snake. What should I do? Let him take charge of my abyssal authority? Let's send a beacon over first. The High Throne said slowly. Let it descend on that star field. Before we can find out the details of that existence, we just need to. Oh wait. The abyss world is almost collapsing, and there are still a steady stream of creatures gushing out of the space rift. The top priority is to borrow these cracks to speed up the world invasion, and if we can't find the remains of the source core, we can only continue to complete the Great Migration operation. Guan Yun resides inside. Lin Mu naturally didn't know that he had made an unintentional modification. What a terrifying storm has already set off in another dimension. His attention at the moment was completely focused on the restrained, abyss rule fragment in the professional space. The abyss dominates. He whispered these 4 words, his eyes shining with excitement. Use. Lin Mu's mind moved. The fragment flew out of the professional space in an instant, suspended in front of him, and then directly turned into a streamer and disappeared into his eyebrows. Lin Mu's brain seemed to have been thrown into a mental bomb, and it instantly went blank. Endless darkness swallowed him up. He seemed to have fallen into a sea without time and space. Countless knowledge, laws, and mysteries about the abyss. Like a flood that burst, it frantically poured into his soul. He saw the birth of a world, saw order established from chaos, and saw the evolution of countless abyssal creatures. I even saw the 9 terrifying monarchs sitting on the throne. Unlike those professionals who passively accept power, at this moment, Lin Mu was more like a high-ranking observer, examining the composition of this world. I don't know how long it took. Lin Mu suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes became deeper than ever. It seems to contain a dark starry sky. Ding! You've used the abyssal rule core. You have acquired the trait Abyss. You have activated the color talent Abyssal Domination. Lin Mu hurriedly opened the panel to check. Name, Lin Mu, Abyss. Level, LV.25, EXP 47630/862000. HP 570/570. Mana 710/710. Intelligence 71. Whisper Ring +5. Constitution 57. Breastplate +3. Necklace +2. Hood +5. Whispering Ring +5. Occupation Necromancer. Free attribute points 40. Skill points 8. Talent Strength 7. Agility 19. Boots +5. Abyssal Domination. Color. You are a born lord of the abyss. You have absolute hierarchical suppression and control over all abyssal creatures, including but not limited to demons, aberrant creatures, etc. You are immune to all deep, negative effects of the abyss system, including corruption, erosion, mental pollution, etc. How did you become 2 talents? Description of the tamper. First glimpse of the doorway. Black. Lin Mu's talent once again refreshed his worldview, because he had never heard of anyone with 2 talents. This abyssal dominance is really domineering. If in that abyss world, wouldn't I have become a god directly? Lin Mu felt the power that seemed to be innate in the depths of his soul, and his heart was beating wildly. This is no longer a simple affinity. This is domination. It's domination. It's just that he doesn't know how to use this thing in order to improve and effectively improve his combat effectiveness. I can't figure it out. Lin Mu turned his gaze back to the skill book lying quietly in the professional space. Skill book. Abyss descends. Abyss dominates. You should be able to learn, right? Lin Mu immediately allocated 35 attribute points to intelligence. The remaining 5 points are still added to the physique. His intelligence today has exceeded the 100-point mark. After doing all this, he turned his gaze back to the skill book that exuded a gray aura. Study. The skill book turned into a gray-black streamer, instantly immersing himself in the center of his eyebrows. Ding! Learning skills for success. The abyss descends. A brand new, completely different power system from necromancy quietly took root in the depths of his soul. Abyss Advent, special, no level, consume all mana, open the abyss gate, and randomly guide abyssal creatures to descend permanently based on the mana value invested and the strength of the abyss world. Cooldown time, 240 hours. Lin Mu's eyelids jumped fiercely. Forever coming. This is no longer a simple summoning technique. It is equivalent to giving him a permanent bodyguard. That's the cooldown. 10 days is too long. He immediately activated his talent, and a more detailed description emerged. Abyssal Arrival, special, no level, consumes all mana, activates its own abyssal energy, opens the door to connect the abyssal world, and randomly guides the abyssal creature to descend permanently. Cooldown time, 240 hours. Lin Mu looked at the description and understood it in his heart. Loyalty is determined by the strength of the induction, and what he has is abyss domination, and there is no need to worry about loyalty at all. It's just that I may have to find a way to raise the upper limit of mana in the future. Without hesitation, he launched 2 revisions. Changed cooldown 240 hours to cooldown 200 hours. Changed cooldown 200 hours to cooldown 100 hours. The gray light on the skill icon flashed violently and finally stabilized. Abyss Advent, special, no level, consumes sumo mana, open the abyss gate, and randomly guide abyssal creatures to descend permanently based on the mana value invested and the strength of the abyss world. Cooldown, 100 hours. 100 hours, or a little over 4 days. Although it is still very long, it is still a permanent summon after all, which is quite acceptable. Lin Mu suppressed the idea of immediately opening a door of the abyss in the courtyard to take a look. He didn't know how much movement this skill would make. The first time I tried it, it was safer to do it in the copy. At this time, midnight has passed. Lin Mu plans to take over the second transfer task tomorrow. If it is the same as last time, the talent will be upgraded again after the job change. When the time comes, modify all skills and equipment, so it won't be a waste. After figuring this out, Lin Mu stopped struggling and went straight back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Lin Mu went straight to the office of the principal Zhou Pingxia. "You kid, here you go again?" Zhou Pingxia was leisurely tasting his cloud and mist tea. Seeing Lin Mu, he raised his eyelids and said angrily, "Have you figured it out? Are you ready to worship Elder Sun as a teacher? Or do you like it? Ahem. Which old guy do you like and want to use that? Ask the order." The principal joked. Lin Mu bowed respectfully and then got straight to the point. The student came this time to change jobs for the second time. Zhou Pingxia became interested and put down the teacup. "Good thing, you are now level 25, and it is indeed time to turn 2. Our academy has its own temple, which is in the back mountain. You can just take the task yourself. What are you coming to me for?" Lin Mu's face showed just the right hint of embarrassment. "That's right, principal. My situation is a bit special. When changing jobs, movement may. It's a little bigger. Is there a lot of movement?" "Oh." Zhou Pingxia was amused by his appearance and blew his beard. "How big can it be? Can you still tear down the temple? It's not like it's demolished." Lin Mu shook his head with a serious face. "It was the last time I turned around in Shilin City, and the vision attracted the attention of the whole city and caused a lot of panic. In the end, it was my Uncle Fan, the mayor of Shilin City, who came forward to help to suppress the matter." As he spoke, he observed Zhou Pingxia's expression. "I'm just worried that it won't end well if there is such a big movement in a place like Xingjing. If you feel embarrassed by the principal, then the students should go back to Shilin City first, complete the job change, and then come back." In the office, there was an instant's silence. Zhou Pingxia's hand holding the teacup stopped in midair. The smile on his face slowly subsided. Instead, there is an unprecedented surprise and excited. "Attract the whole city?" He put down his teacup abruptly and flashed in front of Lin Mu in one step. A pair of old eyes widened and stared at him. "Boy, tell me clearly, what is a vision that affects the whole city?" "That's quite spectacular. Good guy." Crowds of people, red flags waving, gongs and drums, firecrackers. Lin Mu briefly described the black tornado that reached the heavens and the earth. After listening, instead of worrying at all, Zhou Pingxia slapped his thigh and burst into an earth-shattering laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, good, attaboy. I know that you are not an ordinary talent. Changing jobs is known to the whole city." He looked at Lin Mu, and the appreciation in his eyes almost overflowed. "What is a little movement? A genius should look like a genius. Don't worry, go boldly." Zhou Pingxia waved his hand, and he was proud. Not to mention a Shengjing Academy, it is the entire Shengjing city, with an old man here who dares to say half a word. The temple of our academy is much better than the quality of that small place in Shilin City, although it is tossed. Even if you go to pick up the task, the old man will personally guard you when the time comes. After getting Zhou Pingxia's assurance, Lin Mu felt relieved. Immediately get up and leave the principal's office and go to the temple of the school. In Zhou Pingxia's eyes full of expectations for doing things, Lin Mu left the office. After passing through several tree-lined quiet paths, we soon came to a magnificent building located on the back mountain of the university. This is the temple of Shengjing Academy. Unlike the slightly old temple in Shilin City, the building in front of you is made entirely of a special rock that emits a soft white light. Except for the doors and windows and other openings, there is no gap in the whole body, which is natural. At the entrance of the temple, 2 stone statues 10 meters high are lifelike. It exudes a palpitating coercion. Lin Mu could even feel that the inside of these 2 statues contained terrifying energy that was enough to instantly kill the rank 3 professionals. As expected of the first school in China, even the temple is so magnificent. Lin Mu secretly praised in his heart and walked into the hall. The hall was empty and solemn. On the dome, a complex map of the stars is drawn. In the center of the hall, an altar of transfer stands quietly. Next to the altar, stands a young woman in a white priestly robe. He was tall and beautiful. The temperament is dusty, cold, and arrogant. A pair of indifferent eyes, the moment he saw Lin Mu walk in. Just a slight glance at Lin Mu's level, and there was no fluctuation. "Second turn?" The woman's red lips opened lightly, and her voice was as cold as jade. "Yes." Lin Mu nodded, not caring about her attitude. He has long been accustomed to speaking with strength. "Put your hand on it." The woman cherished the word like gold and pointed to the black altar. Lin Mu did as he was told. The moment his palm touched the cold altar, the familiar pitch-black light emerged again, enveloping him. Necromancer Lin Mu meets the requirements for the second turn. It is still the the only and lonely option. Lin Mu was already surprised by this and even had some expectations in his heart. Without hesitation, he recited it in his heart. I choose Necromancer. Generating an exclusive job transfer task. This time, the silence of the altar was longer than last time. The white-robed priestess, whose originally indifferent face was indifferent, finally showed a trace of imperceptible surprise. Please choose the direction of job change. 1. Necromancer. She had never seen a student change task that took so long to generate. After a minute-long silence, the prompt tone for the task release was finally belated. Lin Mu's exclusive job transfer mission: collect mission-exclusive items, jagged queen bee's tail needle, red blood deer's hard horns, ancient tree leader's bark. Necromancer Lin Mu has chosen the direction of his job change, Necromancer. Lin Mu's brows were tightly twisted together. What is this? He looted the memories of the original owner and combined them with what he had seen and heard since he traveled through time. I had no impression of these 3 items. Finally, the white-robed priestess looked at the confusion on Lin Mu's face. I thought he was worried because the task was too difficult, just like other people who came to change jobs. Lin Mu withdrew his hand, nodded slightly to the priestess, turned around and left the temple. Exclusive job transfer tasks have been released. Please complete them within 3 days, and return to the temple to submit the task to complete the job transfer. On the way, Mu Wanqing's phone was directly dialed. Teacher Mu, I have something to ask you. Say. Mu Wanqing's voice was still capable. Lin Mu repeated the names of the 3 awkward materials word for word. On the other end of the phone, there was a dead silence of more than 10 seconds. Lin Mu. Mu Wanqing's voice was also a little confused. I haven't heard these 3 things you said. But. Mu Wanqing's voice suddenly rose. Jagged queen bee, red blood deer, ancient tree leader, these are the final bosses of the 3 level 40 dungeons of Hive Labyrinth, Blood Maple Forest, and Ancestral Woodland, respectively. Moreover, these 3 copies are all large team copies. The minimum entry requirements are all 5-person squads. What's wrong with the temple altar? How could you post a task of this level? Lin Mu was also a little embarrassed after hearing this. 3 level 40 team copies, he alone is not impossible to beat. But he was the only one, and he couldn't even enter the door of the copy. It seems that we still have to find a few trustworthy people to form a team. In Lin Mu's mind, several figures flashed through him in an instant. Su Xiaoxiao? No, she is only alone, and she doesn't know where she is. Even if she comes, she has to continue to make up the numbers. Frost Plains encountered Ling Shui. They were enough in number, and they had seen him really fight. But Lin Mu didn't want to get too entangled with the Sheng Jingling family behind her too early, and he was most afraid of trouble. It seems that I can only ask Teacher Mu for help and pick a few reliable students in Tianzi Academy. Lin Mu had a plan in his heart. Teacher Mu, I'll go eat first. I'll think about this again. He calmed Mu Wanqing's emotions and then hung up the communication. Head in the direction of the restaurant. Even if the sky is about to fall, you have to fill your stomach first. Just walk to the door of the restaurant. A slightly surprised and awe-inspiring voice sounded beside him. Lin, Chief Lin, again, met. Lin Mu turned his head to look. A tall and beautiful short-haired girl was standing there cramped. She is followed by a giant shield warrior, assassin, and elemental mage. The 4 of them looked at Lin Mu. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and nervousness like seeing an idol. What's wrong? Lin Mu has a good memory and naturally remembers them. It was the senior student team that took a look at the Abyss hunting ground from a distance that day. No, it's okay. Ding Huahua hurriedly waved his hand, his cheeks slightly red. I just want to say hello to you. Xiao Wu, the giant shield warrior behind her, rubbed his hands nervously and smiled honestly. Chief, last time you were in the abyssal hunting ground, you were really domineering, sitting in the 3 armies, strategizing. Terrible. Lin Mu laughed secretly in his heart and nodded lightly on the surface, non-committal. He was about to turn around and leave, but stopped again. A thought flashed through his mind. Maybe, are they a good choice? These people have seen with their own eyes the tip of the iceberg of the natural disaster of the undead. I am full of awe for myself, and I shouldn't dare to have any bad thoughts. Moreover, their strength looks pretty good. At least they have seen the wind and waves. You 4, do you have a task now? Lin Mu suddenly asked. Ding Huahua was stunned for a moment, and then immediately replied. No. We just handed over a commission from the academy and are preparing to rest for 2 days. Her heart was pounding. I faintly felt that a great opportunity seemed to be beckoning to me. I have a task here, and I am short of a few people to make up for the copy. Lin Mu's tone was as flat as if he was saying, I lack a few people to help pick up equipment. I don't know if you are interested? Yes, of course. Ding Huahua didn't think about it and agreed, for fear that Lin Mu would regret it. Can copy with this legendary demon freshman. This is an opportunity that many people can't ask for, and a few of them have really seen how Lin Mu spawned monsters. Not to mention making up the numbers, they are all willing. Chief, it is our honor to team up with you. Where you say, we'll go. Xiao Wu patted his chest even more, looking excited. Don't be too happy. Lin Mu looked at their excited appearance and poured a basin of cold water lightly. My task is a bit special. special. Listen to it first and then decide whether to come or not. He paused and said slowly in a tone of stating the facts. Mission objectives: Hive Maze, Blood Maple Forest, Ancestral Woodland. These 3 copies can be cleared within 1 day. The smile on Ding Huo's face instantly froze. Xiao Wu's big fan-like hand also froze in midair. The other 2 team members were directly petrified on the spot. First, Chief Ding Huo's lips trembled and his voice changed tone. What you just said. What are the 3 copies? She suspected that she had auditory hallucinations. Lin Mu looked at them with expressions like they had seen a ghost. Patience and repeated again. Beehive Maze, Blood Maple Forest, Ancestral Woodland. The brains of the 4 people of Ding Huo buzzed and went blank. The whole world seemed to have been pressed the pause button. Lose your marbles. The world is absolutely crazy. That's 3 level 40 team dungeons. The monster inside, just take out 1. They can press their current team to the ground and rub it repeatedly. And their chief actually wants to clear these 3 copies in 1 day? Chief, you're not kidding, are you? Xiao Wu's voice was already filled with crying. He felt his worldview, in just a few seconds, repeatedly crushed, reshaped, and then crushed again. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Mu's eyes were still calm. That calmness is more impactful than any expression. The 4 of them looked at him and finally determined. He is serious. A kind of trembling that originated from the depths of their souls instantly swept through their bodies. This is no longer bold. Ding Huohua took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart. She looked at Lin Mu's delicate and calm face. An extremely crazy thought occupied her reason. Maybe, if you follow him, can you really witness miracles? After all, this is the man who drew the level 35 copy. Wait, done. Ding Huohua gritted his silver teeth, glanced at the other 3, and said word by word. In her eyes, a flame called High Gamble burned. Ding Huohua said, "We did it." Xiao Wu, the assassin, and the elemental mage looked at their captain with pale faces. His lips wriggled, but he couldn't say a word. Don, Captain, do you know what you're talking about? That's 3 level 40 team dungeons, clearing in 1 day? This is no longer a big gamble. This is taking the whole team of brothers and jumping into the abyss with their eyes closed. Lin Mu looked at the completely different reactions of the 4 of them, and the corners of his mouth curled up with an imperceptible arc. He admired Ding Huo's decisiveness. He nodded, his tone still flat. Since it's decided, let's go eat first. I'll treat you. After saying that, he turned around first and walked towards the door of the restaurant. Ding Huohua took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed his drum-like heartbeat. He stopped Xiao Wu, who was about to open his mouth to dissuade him with his eyes. She gritted her teeth and followed. In the private room of the restaurant in Tianziyuan, the atmosphere was depressing and almost frozen. The exquisite dishes exude an enticing aroma. Dante Huohua and the 4 of them were like sitting on pins and needles, and they didn't even dare to move their chopsticks. Very good. They sat at the table restrainedly, their waists straight. From time to time, his eyes glanced at the boy on the opposite side who was drinking hot porridge slowly. Every time I made eye contact, it was like being pricked by an invisible needle. Immediately took it back in fear. In the air, there was only the sound of Lin Mu eating unhurriedly, and the sound of the 4 of them breathing heavier and heavier. Let's go. Let's introduce it briefly, right? Everybody. Lin Mu put down the porridge bowl, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and finally spoke. His voice broke the dead silence, but it made the nerves of the 4 people tense even more. Ding Huohua quickly sat up straight. It was like a recruit being reviewed by an instructor. His voice was crisp and with a hint of nervousness. Report, Chief. The local character courtyard is afire. That is more. 2 classes of early admission. LV.23, Professional, Frost Shooter, good at long-range physical output and ice deceleration control. My name is Wu Tai, and they all call me Xiao Wu. The giant shield warrior Wu Tai also stood up suddenly, his waist straight. The voice was loud, but it was difficult to hide the trembling. LV.23, Giant Shield Guard. My shield, very hard. Behind him, the assassin, who had been silent, also stood up and bowed slightly. Shadow, LV.23, Shadow Assassin, is responsible for reconnaissance and harvesting in the team. His voice was hoarse and his language was concise. Like his profession, it is full of mystery. Finally, there was the elemental mage who looked a little timid. My name is Blue Moon, LV.23, Water Element Envoy, and I can provide some healing in group shields. Lin Mu listened quietly. The fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, making a soft tap sound. Every time it hit, it was like knocking on the hearts of Dinghuo's 4 people. I don't need you to fight. Lin Mu spoke slowly, and with one sentence, the hearts of the 4 people sank to the bottom. However, his next sentence completely shut down their brains. I just need you to cooperate with me to enter the dungeon. No need to fight? This sentence is full of extreme contempt, but with a kind of natural domineering. Dinghuo's face was bloody. In the eyes of the chief, they are an elite team among ordinary students, not even qualified to be his teammate. The only reason they exist is to meet the minimum number of people entering the copy. Chief, we understand. Dinghuo endured the bitterness and shock in his heart and nodded heavily. From now on, we are your tools. Where you point, where we stand, there is no second word. Lin Mu was very very satisfied with her knowledge. He stood up and his eyes swept over the faces of the 4 people one by one. Then let's go. The first target, Hive Labyrinth. Xingjing Academy, Teleportation Array. When Lin Mu took out the token that symbolized the chief of the Tianzi Academy, the tutor in charge of guarding the teleportation array didn't even ask a single extra word. It directly opens a special teleportation channel to the outside of the city. The light flashed. Very good. In the next second, the figures of the 5 appeared on top of the desolate Gobi teleportation node. The wind swept the yellow sand, blowing people unable to open their eyes. After walking a few kilometers, a huge earthy yellow light door appeared in front of you. Occasionally, there are giant bees that are comparable in size to vultures. Fly in and out of it, making a scalp-tingling buzzing sound. This is the level 40 teen copy, Hive Laby. Wu Tai swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. The hand holding the giant shield turned white from the force. Chief, wait, are we really going in? Just standing here. The terrifying coercion from the high-level copy pressed them almost out of breath. I'm pulling the team, enter the copy. The light flashed, and after a brief sense of weightlessness, the 5 entered the Hive Labyrinth. A strange smell mixed with the sweet aroma of beeswax and the smell of decay instantly burrowed into the nasal cavity. Ding Huahua and the 4 of them turned pale and subconsciously held their breath. They found themselves in a huge honeycomb-like cave. The walls of the cave are dull yellow and present a perfect hexagonal structure. Layer upon layer, it stretches infinitely upwards and into the depths, with no end in sight. The exit of each hive is bottomless, making people's scalps tingle. Lin Mu didn't answer him. This is the hive maze? Wu Tai's voice was dry. He protected the huge tower shield in front of him and looked around nervously. Be careful, everyone, the monster, worker bee guard, here is good at launching raids from any angle, and has extremely sensitive hearing. Ding Huahua forced himself to calm down and immediately entered the role of captain. The shadow's figure has quietly blended into the shadow. Blue Moon also began to chant, preparing to add a shield to the whole team. The 4-person squad formed a tight defensive formation, as if facing a great enemy. However, the chief they expected to be just as nervous was just yawning lazily at the moment. Lin Mu looked around at this huge maze as complex as an ant nest, and his brows furrowed slightly. It's too troublesome, he said softly. Ding Huahua and the 4 of them were stunned, not understanding what he meant. The next second, they understood. Wake up. Lin Mu's voice was very soft, but it seemed to have some kind of magic that followed the words. Centered on him. A breath of death from under the 9 nethers exploded. The ground began to tremble violently. The hard rocky ground cracked inch by inch like soft soil. 1, 10, 100. The pale bones of the hands stretched out from the cracks and buckled the ground. Lanya's chanting was interrupted, and she looked at the scene in front of her in horror, almost forgetting to breathe. One after another, skeleton warriors clad in heavy steel armor and holding sharp steel spears crawled out of the ground. Their eyes were beating with a dense soul fire. Neatly arranged behind Lin Mu, silently, 9,000 pieces. The dense torrent of steel instantly filled the entire huge entrance cave. The number is so many, so much so that Ding Huahua and the 4 of them had to squeeze into a small corner to barely gain a foothold. This is... Wu Tai looked at the army of skeletons in front of him that could not be seen at a glance, followed by... He looked at the proud giant shield in his hand again, only to feel that it was as small as a biscuit. And that's not the end. 90 skeleton gunners, carrying black hole barrels on their shoulders, quietly appeared behind the military formation. They expertly set up their barrels, adjusted their angles, and aimed their muzzles at the dark holes in the depths of the labyrinth. Cold and deadly. Ding Huahua's body trembled violently, uncontrollably. Her calmness and judgment were completely crushed in front of the undead catastrophe in front of her. She finally understood that what she saw in the abyss hunting ground that day was not the full strength of this chief at all. That's just the tip of the iceberg. No, not even a corner. At most, it can only be regarded as a snowflake on the top of an iceberg. God! The shadow's figure staggered out of the shadows. His proud stealth skills became a big joke in front of such a dense military formation. Feeling despair, Lin Mu chanted softly and launched the death prayer. The invisible rhythm of death spread like ripples, enveloping every skeleton. 9,090 undead creations, the aura on their bodies suddenly skyrocketed. The killing intent that seemed to be able to freeze the soul increased nearly 100 times. Ding Huahua and the 4 of them only felt a terrifying coercion under the hood, almost suffocating. They couldn't even stand still, and they all collapsed on the ground, their faces as pale as paper. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound of flapping wings from several holes in the distance. More than a dozen giant bee monsters comparable in size to adults flew out of it. The scarlet compound eyes instantly locked on them. It's Worker Bee Guard, LV.38's elite monster. Ding Huahua screamed, his voice frightened. However, Lin Mu only glanced at them faintly. He didn't need to give orders at all. 3 skeleton guns, self-adjusted muzzle. 3 shells flashing with fire roared out at an extremely fast speed. The dozen or so elite monsters that Ding Huahua couldn't defeat at all didn't even have time to get close. Just in midair, it was accurately bombarded into mincemeat minced meat all over the sky. Spike kill. Ding Huahuat and the four of them were stunned. Lin Mu looked at this complex maze like a spiderweb and was really not interested in exploring them one by one. He raised his hand and pointed straight ahead. Go. Tear down everything that gets in the way. Order. 9,000 steel skeleton warriors moved. They did not choose to enter those hive openings. Instead, he directly raised the steel spear in his hand. Towards the extremely thick rock wall in front of him, he launched a charge. Rumble. The earth shook. The indestructible labyrinth wall, in front of 9,000 skeletal warriors with terrifying attack power, was as fragile as tofu. A straight passage wide enough to accommodate the dragon running was abruptly opened. The remains of gravel and honeycomb splashed wildly on both sides. This is no longer playing a copy. This is using the most arrogant and unreasonable way to forcibly change the terrain of the dungeon. Looking at the four teammates behind him who have completely lost their ability to think, like wood carvings and clay sculptures. Don't get lost. Remember to pick up any missing equipment. In this way, the Iron Skeleton Warrior opened the way ahead. Too complex terrain, Skeleton Gunner, is directly covered by bombing without dead ends. Ding Huahuat and the four of them were completely numb. They followed Lin Mu mechanically. In the deafening roar and violent shaking, the balance is maintained with difficulty. At first, they also tried to follow the strategy and want to discern the direction. Lin Mu turned around, but soon, they found out in despair. The map is a piece of waste paper in front of this chief. Because he doesn't walk at all. Where he wants to go, it automatically becomes a road. Chief, 30 meters in front of the right, there is purple equipment. The Shadow's voice came from the shadows, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement. A shell landed exactly in that position. Together with the beehive wall, a small piece of worker bee guard that was stubbornly resisting in the negative corner was blown into powder. A piece of armor shimmering with a purple halo was thrown high in the aftermath of the explosion. Wu Taiyan was quick and rushed up with an arrow. Catch the arm firmly before it hits the ground, and then run back with both hands. Chief, look. Lin Mu glanced at it. Queen Bee's grip, LV.40 purple equipment, good attributes. You divide it. He said lightly, as if it was not a top-notch piece of equipment worth hundreds of thousands of new star coins, but a stone on the side of the road. The words did not fall. Ha! Wu Tai and the four were stunned. This is too expensive. Ding Huahua hurriedly waved his hand. Lin Mu's tone is unquestionable. This is your labor fee, so help me pick up the equipment later. In one sentence, the four of them instantly understood their positioning as tool people. They stopped being pretentious and gratefully accepted the armor. The awe of Lin Mu in his heart deepened a little. This almost barbaric propulsion method is frighteningly efficient. Less than half an hour. The outer area of the entire hive labyrinth has been abruptly demolished by them to create a straight and broad avenue. At this moment, Blue Moon, who had been silent and followed last, suddenly let out an exclamation. Chief, look, take it. Lin Mu looked in the direction of her finger. I saw it under a huge honeycomb wreckage that had been destroyed by artillery fire. It reveals an area that is very different from the surrounding dark yellow rock walls. It was a wall that shimmered with soft golden light, like a crystal. Behind the wall, it seems to be a separate space that is completely sealed. Wait, it seems that the copy has been pierced? Wu Tai looked at the crystal wall and muttered to himself. Ding Hua's eyes flashed with wisdom. No, this should be a hidden area. The normal strategy route is impossible to find here. Tear it down. He gave the order to the skeleton gunner behind him. 90 guns turned around in an instant. The muzzle of the black hole was aimed at the crystal wall. The deafening artillery fire sounded again. However, this time, the seemingly fragile crystal wall was bombarded by artillery fire. It was just a circle of ripples, and not even a trace of cracks appeared. It's weird. Lin Mu's brows finally raised slightly. Lin Mu's heart moved. He stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the cold wall. A line of text that only he could see slowly emerged. Sealed Queen Bee Palace, built with her own essence and blood before her death. The ancient Queen Bee contains powerful laws of life and space, and is immune to all conventional attacks. Immune to all attacks? The corners of Lin Mu's mouth hooked up a playful arc. Talent, described the Tamperer. Activate. Modify build with your own essence and blood to build with your own stool and blood. Modify build with your own feces to build with your own poop. After the description is blurred, it is successfully reshaped. Sealed Queen Bee Palace. The ancient Queen Bee was built with her own poop before she died, containing a strong rancid smell and being fragile. The light on the crystal wall suddenly darkened, and then disappeared. The smooth crystal wall suddenly becomes a wall built from poop. A stench that cannot be described in words exploded. Vomit. Rao is a Ding Huahua with excellent psychological quality. The moment I smelled the smell, my stomach was overturned. Holding onto the wall, he retched violently, and tears burst out. Oh my god, what kind of biological weapon is this? Wu Tai is even more exaggerated. His honest face instantly turned pig liver color, and he sat directly on the ground. While vomiting, he fanned the wind frantically with his hands, as if this would freshen the air. Shadow and Blue Moon are not much better. The two hid in the farthest corner, their faces pale, and their bodies convulsed violently from nausea. The four of them had only one thought in their minds at the moment. The chief. This one is omnipotent like a god in their hearts. In the snap of a finger, you can summon the peerless demons of the undead. His special means are so eclectic and straight to the soul. It's worse than killing them. Lin Mu frowned in disgust, took 2 steps back, and fanned his hand in front of his nose. He didn't expect that he would make a bad taste modification. It can cause such a large-scale lethal effect. What are you stunned for? He looked at the 9,000 steel skeleton warriors who were still on standby and gave instructions. It's demolished. Order. The torrent of steel started again. They ignored the stench that could smoke a dragon to death. With a neat and uniform step, he raised the steel spear in his hand. A new round of charge was launched towards the wall that had become filthy. Bang, bang, bang. Under the gaze of Ding Huahua and the four of them, mixed with disgust and dullness, a strange picture that is enough to go down in the history of Blue Star dungeon exploration was born. 9,000 murderous steel skeletons were expressionlessly tear down a wall of. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. After a few minutes, the walls were completely demolished. A deep and dark hole appeared in front of everyone. It is different from the filth in the imagination. There was a faint fragrance in the cave entrance, which was in stark contrast to the stench of the outside world. Lin Mushu quietly held his breath and walked in first. It was as if everything just now had nothing to do with him. Ding Huahua and the four of them endured their physical discomfort, looked at each other, and finally gritted their teeth and followed. Behind the cave, there is another cave heaven. This is an extremely huge beehive space. The top is inlaid with countless luminous crystals, shining brightly. In the center of the hive is a huge throne made of golden crystals. On the throne, a specific shape is more than 10 meters. The whole body is translucent gold, like a giant queen made of the purest royal jelly, lying quietly. Let's go. Its breath of life has long been cut off, but the body is intact, and even the lines on the wings are clearly visible. A majesty that belonged to the king, even after death, still shrouded the entire palace. This is ancient Queen Bee? Ding Huahua exclaimed, his eyes full of shock. Legend has it that at the beginning of the cataclysm, because monsters invaded each other, ancient monarch-level creatures that had long been extinct. Lin Mu's eyes did not stop on the corpse of the Queen Bee. Instead, he was attracted by a quietly suspended light mass in front of the throne. Among the light clusters, one was only the size of a thumb. A perfectly hexagonal object like a crystal-clear object is slowly rotating. It exudes a soft glow, as if it contains the vitality of the entire hive. Lin Mu stretched out his hand and held it in his hand. Just when he was about to launch a talent check. Mutation, sudden birth. A beep sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. Without warning, it erupted from the deepest part of the entire hive maze. That voice was full of endless anger and violence. The entire copy began to tremble violently. A cold copy prompt sound resounded in the ears of the 5 people. Warning, the boss Queen Jagged Bee has entered a state of rage because the king's coffin has been desecrated by an unknown force. In the fury state, all attributes of Queen Jagged Bee will be increased by 200% and will actively pursue the intruder. However, Ding Huahua's face, with a bang, became whiter than snow. It's over. We annoyed the boss. Lin Mu's face showed a hint of impatience. Tisk, I haven't gone to find you yet, but you delivered it to the door yourself. Ding Huahua is the heart of the 4 people. Followed by, in that beat that pierced the clouds and cracked the stone, it almost jumped out of my throat. The entire hive maze is trembling violently. The crystal on top of his head fell down, as if it would collapse at any time. Lin Mu sensed the spread and penetrated the deep cave, covering the furious aura that was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Perceived. One is several times larger than the ancient Queen Bee. The whole body is covered with hideous bone armor, and the tail needle is like a terrifying creature like a siege crossbow, is flying here on a rampage. Every time it flaps its wings, it will set off a storm, and bursts of sweet and greasy breath will hit violently. Jagged Queen Bee, LV.42, Monarch level boss, Fury. Chief. It becomes Monarch level, equivalent to a Lord level boss above level 50. Ding Huahua's eagle eye skill captures the level of the boss. Her voice became sharply distorted by extreme fear. Coupled with the rage state, the attributes are increased by 200% across the board. In the cognition of Ding Huahua and a few others, this is no longer a question of whether they can fight or not. It's whether they can leave a complete bone under the blow of the boss. It's dead. Lin Mu took the time to look at the crystal-clear hexagonal object in his palm. Hive core, special prop, gold condensed by the essence of the ancient Queen Bee's life. It has the power to communicate and appease the bee colony, and has a suppressive effect on the Jagged Queen Bee. It turns out that this thing is called the hive core. Suppression effect? Lin Mu's mouth couldn't help but smile. Talent, described the tamperer, activate. Changed, has a suppressive effect on the Jagged Queen Bee, to has a control effect on the Jagged Queen Bee. The hive core in his hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light. That light even overshadowed the brilliance of all the crystals in the palace. A supreme will, centered on Lin Mu, dispersed with a bang. The Jagged Queen Bee Bee, who was rushing frantically at the other end, its huge body suddenly froze. In the scarlet compound eyes, the monstrous fury actually receded like a tide. Instead, there is an irresistible fear and surrender that comes from the depths of the blood. It stopped. The huge body hovered in midair, trembling violently and letting out bursts of wailing. It seems to be worshipping its newborn king. What's going on? Ding Huahua and the four of them have been completely stupid. A second ago, it was a devastating and menacing monarch-level boss. Why is it so suddenly? What's wrong? Meanwhile, even the fury on its head was gone. They couldn't figure it out, and they could only attribute it to the thing Lin Mugong picked up. Come here. Lin Mu's voice was very soft, but it seemed to contain some kind of law. That Sawtooth Queen Bee was really obedient. It gathered all its hideous shell spines and carefully tucked away its wings, like a child who did something wrong. Step by step, he moved to Lin Mu's front. Then, under the gaze of Ding Huahua and the four of them who almost stared at them, slowly, it lowered its arrogant huge head. Okay, don't make noise now. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction, as if he was just admonishing a disobedient pet. He stretched out his hand and tapped lightly on the jagged Queen Bee's head as hard as iron. Your tail is good, lend it to me. Jagged Queen Bee let out a low wail, as if begging. Ha! Lin Mu's brows were slightly raised. The control power from the hive core was suppressed again. Sawtooth Queen Bee's body trembled violently, and she no longer dared to resist in the slightest. It slowly turned around, that terrifying tail needle like a siege crossbow. It began to fall off from its tail at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge tail needle, which was 3 meters long and shimmered with a dark blue cold light, fell to the ground. A shallow pit was smashed, and the Sawtooth Queen Bee, who lost the tail needle, his breath instantly withered. Lin Mu stepped forward and put the tail needle that was still stained with a little mucus into the professional space. Ding! Get the quest item. Jagged Queen Bee tail needle. My mission is complete. You can go. Lin Mu waved his hand at the jagged Queen Bee that was already languishing. The jagged Queen Bee was like a general amnesty and let out a cry of grievance, turning around as about to escape from this place that casts a huge shadow on it. Wait. Put. A muffled sound. Lin Mu's voice sounded again. The jagged Queen Bee's body stiffened suddenly, almost falling from the sky in fright. Help me pick up those pieces of equipment. Very good. Lin Mu pointed in several directions. Ding Huahua 4. Their worldview, at this moment, is no longer collapsing. Instead, it was completely crushed into powder, and there was not even any scum left. Use a monarch-level boss. Be an errand boy? Is it reasonable? They looked at the notorious Sawtooth Queen Bee and obediently collected a few pieces of equipment. Then he was sent to Lin Mu in front of him. Then he fled in a hurry without looking back. The four of them had an idea at the same time. This world is so strange. Chief, it didn't help much. Ding Huahua opened his mouth but found that his throat was very dry. She didn't know what expression and language to use to face the boy in front of her. Let's go. Lin Mu put away his equipment and didn't even look at it. The next place, Blood Maple Forest. Little Bee, I'll come back to see you. Leaving this sentence behind, he turned around and walked towards the way he came. Only 4 people were left behind, still messy in the wind, doubting the tool people of life, and the trembling Sawtooth Queen Bee, leaving the suffocating beehive maze. Ding Huahua and the 4 of them greedily breathed the dry and free air on the Gobi Desert as if they had been reborn. Wu Tai sat on the ground, looking at the dungeon light gate in the distance that had returned to calm. His eyes were dull. Captain, were we dreaming just now? He muttered to himself, his voice full of unreality. Ding Huahua did not answer, just silently looked at the extra armor from the backpack, which exuded an attractive purple sheen. Remind her that everything that happened just now is true. Her heart has long been numb. From the initial shock, to the later shock, to the current. Be accustomed to something? No, she will never be able to get used to the shock of subverting her worldview. She simply forced herself to accept a fact. That is, you can't use any known logic and common sense to guess the boy named Lin Mu in front of him. Wherever the chief says, we'll go. Ding Huahua's voice was very soft, but with an unquestionable determination. We just have to keep up and just pick up the equipment. Ying and Lan Yu looked at each other, and both saw deep recognition in each other's eyes. This may be the most correct and craziest decision they have ever made in their lives. Lin Mu didn't give them much time to sigh. After confirming that everyone has recovered, set off for the next dungeon again. Goal, Blood Maple Forest. This is a copy that is so beautiful that it is fascinating, but it is full of weirdness. The moment you step into the light gate, and boundless blood-colored maple forest came into view. Every maple leaf is as red as solidified blood, swaying gently in the breeze, but without making a sound. The entire dungeon world is terribly quiet. Chief, careful. Ding Huahua immediately entered a state of alert, and his voice was extremely low. According to the information, Blood Maple Forest has a very strange characteristic. All creatures that enter will have their health continuously reduced, and these life forces will be used to nourish the maple forest. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Tai let out an exclamation. My health bar is falling. -5, -5, 5-5. One by one, tiny damage numbers began to emerge from the heads of the four of them, non-stop. Although the damage is not high, but this continuous flow of life is enough for any team to be consumed alive before finding the boss. The blue moon immediately chanted, and a light blue shield enveloped the four of them. However, the damage number was still beating stubbornly, and the shield was in vain. It's useless, this is suppression at the rule level, and conventional defense and treatment are ineffective. Ding Hue's face became solemn. She looked at Lin Mu and wanted to know how the omnipotent chief would respond. Lin Mu was still calm. In fact, this level of blood loss, his quick healing ring reply of 99 points per second was enough to deal with it easily. But he developed a strong interest in this rule. He closed his eyes, and his huge perception instantly unfolded, enveloping a large maple forest. A detailed description came to his mind. Blood maple forest, an area shrouded in ancient curses. Outsiders who step into this place will continue to absorb the vitality of the maple forest to nourish the king of the forest. Red blood deer. Absorb the vitality. Lin Mu's mind flashed the previous wall, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. No, this time I have to be more elegant. Talent cannot be abused, especially if there is an audience. This time, he decided to change to a more aesthetic way of playing. Talent, described the Tamperer, activate. Changed vitality will be continuously absorbed by the maple forest to vitality will be continuously recycled by the maple forest. Modify vitality will be continuously recycled by maple forest to vitality will be continuously fed back by maple forest. 2 consecutive revisions. Described the change. Blood maple forest, an area shrouded in ancient curses. Outsiders who step into this place will continue to be fed back by the maple forest and use it to weaken the king of the forest. Red blood deer. The underlying rules of the entire blood maple forest at this moment underwent an earth-shaking reversal. The entire blood-colored maple forest suddenly shook. A pure life energy. From every maple leaf, every branch, every inch of land, pour it out. Plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. A series of green healing numbers came out of the heads of Lin Mu and the 5 people. Their slowly declining health bar was instantly full. Ding Hua and the 4 of them were bathed in this green rain of life. The expression was dull, completely dumbfounded. I'm going to explode. The next second, Wu Tai felt the vitality in his body that was about to burst the meridians, let out a moan of happiness and pain. What's going on? Curse, turned into a blessing? As the water element, the blue moon has the keenest perception of life energy. She could clearly feel that this maple forest was harming itself in a way that was self-harming. Will frantically feed back the vitality accumulated for thousands of years. The dozens of blood maple trees closest to them were rapidly withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bewitching and bloody maple leaves lost the support of their vitality. It quickly turned gray, curled, and eventually turned into fly ash and floated in the air. Roar! A deer call full of pain and anger came from the depths of the maple forest. The voice was filled with desperate screams. A strong and beautiful figure, burning with blood-colored flames all over his body. A pair of gorgeous antlers on top of their heads rushed out of the blood maple forest. Red blood deer, LV.40, Lord level boss, weak. Its scarlet eyes stared at Lin Mu and the 5 people. Meanwhile, but there was no fighting spirit in his eyes. Yes, it's just endless pleading and despair. It can feel that the life cycle of the entire forest has been forcibly reversed. If this continues, not only will this home where it has survived for thousands of years completely die, even it will die together because of the loss of life. Red blood deer stopped 100 meters away, lowered his noble head, knelt on his front hooves, and let out bursts of sorrows. In the eyes burning with blood, a strong pleading color flowed. It was as if begging the invaders to take back the divine punishment that destroyed the heavens and the earth. Ding Hua and the 4 of them looked at the scene in front of them, and they had completely lost their ability to speak. They don't understand. Why did even the dungeon boss who met for the first time kneel down and beg for mercy when he saw this chief? Lin Mu looked at the red-blooded deer who was begging bitterly and said in a low voice, "I want your horns." Although the red-blooded deer cannot speak, but the sadness that came from the soul was clearly transmitted to Lin Mu's heart through mental fluctuations. The horn is there, I live. The horn is broken, I die. In the next second, red blood deer slowly stood up from his kneeling state. Its vertical pupils burning with blood-flamed colors all faded away. Instead, there is the tragedy of determination and death. An aura that was far more violent than before burst out from its body. Roar! It looked up to the sky and roared. The sound shook the forest, and countless blood-colored maple leaves were shattered in this wave. No, oh no, it's going to be desperate. When Wu Tai saw this scene, his face turned green with fright. He quickly protected the giant shield in front of Lin Mu, his voice trembling. Ing and Lan Yu also looked ashen, subconsciously wanting to retreat. Although Ding Hua forced himself to calm down, Chief Lin had not yet summoned his army of necromancers. Even if you cast a spell now, I'm afraid you won't have time to resist. However, Lin Mu just curled his lips impatiently. Waste of time. The white bone staff in Lin Mu's hand casually pointed forward. 5 tragic tragic green poisonous lights flashed by. The moment the staff was swung, more than 45,000 poisonous bone teeth had arrived in an instant. Velocity of light. Can't dodge. Irresistible. The red blood deer, on the other end, had just accumulated all its momentum and was ready to launch an earth-shattering blow. The huge body suddenly stiffened. The poisonous bones and teeth all exploded on its gorgeous and vigorous body. -1. A series of physical damage that was so dense that it turned into substance emerged above its head. Bone teeth. But that's just an appetizer. In the next second, the top of the red blood deer's head, instantly covered by a dense green toxin damage number, completely covered. -7, -9, -5. The terrifying poison wound of nearly 300,000 people in seconds. Its blood bar, at a speed that can be called a waterfall, falls wildly. Roar. Red-blooded deer let out a mournful cry that was more terrible than any previous time. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang, rolling and convulsing wildly on the ground. Manhwa and the four of them didn't see the bone teeth flying at the speed of light at all, stared blankly at the tragic scene in front of him. The brain went blank. What kind of harm is this? Wu Tai pointed at the red blood deer that was already motionless, and his eyes were about to pop out. Seconds. Shadow's body was trembling violently, and he was proud of his calmness and composure. In front of Lin Mu's devastating blow, he was crushed to pieces. It's not that he hasn't seen a high-level mage, but whose skill is instantaneous, and comes with this astronomical continuous toxic damage. This is not in line with the power system of professionals at all. Ding Huahua looked at Lin Mu, and in those beautiful eyes, shock and confusion were intertwined. She suddenly realized how wrong her previous guess was. The strength of this chief is not limited to his undead scourge legion. He himself is also a natural disaster. Lin Mu looked at the red-blooded deer that had completely lost its breath of life, and there was no wave in his heart. Next to its body, two items exploded: a gorgeous crown with a purple light, and a pair of blood-colored antlers that exude rich life energy. Done, call it a day. Lin Mu stepped forward and skillfully incorporated two things into the career space. Ding! Get the quest item, red-blooded deer's hard horns. The four Ding Huahua behind him still maintained a dumbfounded posture. Their worldview, within two copies, it was repeatedly ravaged by Lin Mu and crushed into powder. Spike kill. That's a level 40 lord-level boss. Unexpectedly, it was seconds by the necromancer's move. This is not like before, when a large number of skeletons were beaten to death. Wu Tai swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He looked down at the giant shield in his hand, and then at Lin Mu's thin back. I only felt a feeling of absurdity welling up in my heart. He had always thought that the ultimate meaning of a shield guard was to fight the most lethal damage for his teammates, but now it seems that in front of some beings, this proud shield may not even be qualified to give people a second look. Chief, your skill just now. Ding Huahua forced himself to break free from the devastating shock, trying to make sense of what just happened. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Lin Mu. Oh, that. Lin Mu turned around, with just the right amount of distress on his face. My profession is a bit special. There was a little mutation when I awakened, and the skill damage was not very stable. Sometimes it was ridiculously high, and sometimes it was like tickling. He spread his hands, looking helpless. It all depends on luck. Ding Huahua 4. Luck? Do you call this luck? This reason is perfunctory and almost domineering to directly say, I'm too lazy to make it up. Do you believe it or not? Lin Mu ignored them no more. Took out the purple crown that had just arrived. Crown of Blood Maple, LV.40, purple. Defense, 60 to 80. Intelligence, plus 40. Special effect 1, Blood Flame Blessing. After wearing it, the damage of all fire skills is increased by 10%, and a weak life steal effect is attached. The attributes are not bad, but the level difference is too much. Lin Mu shook his head. He didn't know how many levels of suitable equipment he had changed when he put it on. He casually threw the small top of the best fire attribute crown to Ding Huahua. Here you go. Ha! Ding Huahua subconsciously caught the crown of his head and warmed his hands. Chief, this must not be. It's too expensive. Her pretty face turned red and she waved her hand again and again. This is a level 40 best purple equipment. Get it at the auction house, and you can at least sell millions of new star coins at a sky-high price. They just came to make up the numbers, and they didn't make any contributions, so how could they have the face to accept such a valuable thank you? Take it. Lin Mu's tone was still flat, but with an unquestionable majesty. I don't need it either. He looked at the four of them, his eyes deep. Tools also need maintenance. You are stronger. In case I use you again in the future, I can also save some trouble. These words were so blunt that they were almost humiliating, but Ding Huahua and the four of them were shocked, and they instantly understood what Lin Mu meant. Their value is the key to open the team copy, and this crown and the previous armor are an investment in the key. Thinking about this, Ding Huahua is no longer pretentious. She held the crown of blood maple in both hands and bowed deeply to Lin Mu. Thank you, Chief. From now on, our sharp knife team, Chief Weilin is the leader. Going through fire and water without without hesitation. Wu Tai, Ying, and Lan Yu behind her also bowed in unison, with a solemn expression. At this moment, the relationship between them has undergone a qualitative change. No longer temporary employment, but subordination. Lin Mu made a zipper motion on his lips, which was a reminder to them. Understood. The four-person squad responded in unison. Left the blood-red maple forest world. The maple forest, which was once as glamorous as a sea of blood, now has a visible decay with the naked eye. Behind him, the copy-light door of Blood Maple Forest. The brilliance on the surface is flickering with a strange frequency. Lin Mu had a strong premonition. Forcibly reversing the operating mechanism of this dungeon world may have completely destroyed the ecological cycle inside. It seems that this kind of gameplay that directly tampered with the core rules does a lot of damage to the copy, he thought to himself. Soon after, Blood Maple Forest is likely to face collapse like abyssal hunting ground. But that was no longer what he wanted to consider. Anyway, if it collapses, it will collapse. What does it have to do with him? Ha, it's finally out. Wu Tai sat on the ground, greedily breathing free air, relieving the tension of facing the red blood deer with a desperate blow just now. Ding Huahua, Ying, and Lan Yu, although they were still standing, their tense bodies were also obviously relaxed. They looked at Lin Mu's back, and in addition to awe, there was a hint of fanatical trust in their eyes. Captain, I feel now, not to mention the level 40 dungeon, it is level 50. As long as we follow the chief, we can also go sideways. Wu Tai patted his chest, his tone full of blind confidence. Ding Huahua smiled bitterly and shook his head, correcting. It's not walking sideways, it's floating. We just need to follow the chief and be responsible for picking up the equipment that fell to the ground. Ying and Lan Yu nodded in agreement. They have completely accepted the new positioning of their professional waste-picking team, and even enjoy it. The last one, Ancestral Woodland. Lin Mu's calm voice made the four people who had just relaxed tighten their hearts again. Ancestral Woodland. Level 40 large team dungeons. The entrance to the dungeon is an arched light door made of huge vines. The moment the five people stepped into the light gate, a fresh and majestic breath of life came to my face. This is a primeval forest with no end in sight. The towering ancient trees shade the sky, and the sunlight shines through the gaps in the branches and leaves, sprinkling mottled spots of light. The air is filled with the fragrance of soil and grass. What a strong life energy. As the water element, the blue moon is the most sensitive to this energy. She couldn't help but exclaim. Unlike the eerie and eerie of the first two copies, here, it is like the legendary Forest of Elves. According to the data, the final boss, ancient tree leader, of Ancestral Woodland, is sleeping in the deepest part of this forest. Ding Huahua quickly pulled out the information and said in a low voice. However, if you want to see it, you must first clean up the countless spirits guarding the forest. When Wu Tai heard this, he immediately protected the giant shield in front of him and looked around vigilantly. Chief, how to fight this time? He asked tentatively, his eyes full of anticipation. This time, don't engage in those bells and whistles. Lin Mu looked at this quiet woodland, decided to use the most original method to end this career change journey. Wake up. A familiar scene is staged again. 9,000 iron skeleton warriors, 90 skeleton gunners. Like a legion crawling out of hell, it rumbled into this peaceful woodland. The breath of death contrasts sharply and strangely with the vitality of this ancient forest. Ding Huahua and the four of them, this time, there was no shock of first sight. Instead, there is a kind of excitement and anticipation that is about to witness an epic drama. They skillfully retreated behind Lin Mu and took a pose ready to rush out to pick up things at any time. Go. Empty this forest. Lin Mu's instructions were as concise as ever. The torrent of steel has moved. This time, there was no need to demolish the wall, and there was no artillery fire to clear the way. 9,000 iron skeleton warriors formed a huge, impeccable square military formation. With a neat and uniform step, like a huge steel wall, it pushed flat towards the depths of the forest. A LV.40 elite monster, woodland giant bear, with a body comparable to a giant elephant and covered in moss, rushed out from behind the tree and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was greeted by hundreds of sharp steel spears stabbed at the same time. He didn't even have time to scream. This terrifying creature that was enough to annihilate an elite squad in the outside world was instantly pierced into a hedgehog. The huge body was instantly submerged and torn apart by the torrent of steel. Left front, there is a blue ray. It is a high-grade material. The voice of the shadow, with a hint of excitement, came from the shadows. Xiao Wu, cover. Blue Moon, get ready to slow down. Ding Huawa's command is simply neat. Wu Tai immediately rushed over with a giant shield. Roar! The Blue Moon staff tapped, and a stream of water accurately wrapped around the material that was about to be submerged by the skeleton and rolled it back. The cooperation between them, in this scavenging, has become extremely tacit. However, Chief, another purple suit. Put. Chief, rare skill book. Chief, the entire ancestral woodland was completely reduced to Lin Mu's private hunting ground. Ding Huahua and the four of them were like farmers following the harvester, excitedly picking up the ears of wheat left behind. I was very busy. The military formation stopped. In front of them, a huge ancient tree with with an old face on its trunk, which was 100 meters high, slowly opened its eyes. Ancient tree boss, LV.43, Lord Boss. Intruder. Die. The leader of the ancient tree let out a thunderous roar, and countless thick roots broke out of the ground, drawing towards the skeleton army formation like a giant python. Artillery baptism. Lin Mu directly ordered. 90 skeleton cannons gave the most direct response. Artillery fire fired. The devastating shells instantly covered the entire body of the ancient tree leader. In the face of absolute numbers and strength, any resistance seems pale and powerless. Half an hour later, with an unwilling wail, the ancient tree leader collapsed with a bang. From the huge trunk wreckage, a piece of bark covered with strange patterns was picked up. Ding! Get the quest item, ancient tree boss's bark. Done. Go back to the city. Lin Mu turned around and disbanded the army of the dead. The light flashed, and the 5 people were teleported out of the copy. The moment they were grounded, Ding Huahua and the 4 of them are still in a state of out-of-body state. I'm upgrading again? Wu Tai looked at the surging light on his body and was so excited that he was incoherent. I'm up too. LV.25. I'm at level 25. A few minutes later, Blue Moon screamed in surprise. Lin Mu walked forward slowly, although Ding Huahua and Ing did not speak, but the unconcealable ecstasy on his face speaks for itself. Just one day, following this chief, they passed through 3 copies that they didn't even dare to think about before. Not only did they get a bunch of top-notch equipment that was enough to double their combat power and value, the level, like riding a rocket, directly soared to the threshold of the 2nd rank. What a terrifying opportunity! The eyes of the 4 people looking at Lin Mu had completely turned into fanatical worship. Lin Mu ignored them. He opened his career panel. Look at the experience point column. The accumulated experience, at least. Is it enough for me to reach level 28? The effect of the experience potion is really terrifying. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Xingjing Academy. All 3 items are collected. It's time to go back. Second turn, I'm here. Return to Xingjing Academy. Wu Tai, Ing, and Lan Yu always kept a distance of more than 3 steps from Lin Mu, lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Ding Huahua followed Lin Mu and wanted to thank him several times, but he didn't know what to say. Chief, she was about to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Mu raising her hand. Lin Mu smiled at the corners of his mouth. You go to the temple first and pick up your 2nd rank mission. Lin Mu's tone was very calm. So you don't submit tasks? Wu Tai asked subconsciously. Lin Mu didn't answer, just took out the phone by himself. Ding Huahua pulled Wu Tai, and his eyes signaled him to shut up. The 4 of them respectfully bowed to Lin Mu. Then he turned around and walked in the direction of the back mountain temple in vain. Lin Mu first dialed Mu Wanqing's phone. Lin Mu, can I help you? Mu Wanqing's voice was as capable as ever. Oh, it's not a big deal. Lin Mu's tone was so relaxed that he seemed to be asking how the weather was today. It's my 2nd turn. It's done. On the other end of the phone, there was a 5-second dead silence. Only the sizzle sound of the current proves that the communication has not been interrupted. You say, what? Mu Wanqing's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. I said, I've gathered all 3 materials, and now I'm going to go to the temple to submit the task. Teacher Mu. Lin Mu patiently repeated. You wait. Mu Wanqing roared out these 3 words, and then snapped and hung up the communication. Lin Mu shrugged his shoulders and dialed another number. Who? Principal Zhou Pingxia's full voice came from the receiver. Principal, it's me, Lin Mu. Oh, Lin Mu boy. Why don't you prepare for the 2nd round mission, and still have time to call me? Or did you cause some trouble outside, and ask the old man to wipe your ass? Ha ha ha. Zhou Pingxia's mood sounds very good. Lin Mu cleared his throat and said in a plain tone of reporting on work. None of them. I'm just informing you that my 2nd rank mission is finished, and now I'm going to the temple. Oh, it's done, then you can go. Zhou Pingxia's voice came to an abrupt end halfway through. Pop. There was a sound like porcelain shattering on the phone. Zhou Pingxia seemed to realize something, and his voice suddenly rose an octave, with a hint of broken sound. Wait, what did you say? You repeat. I said, my 2nd turn task is complete. You stinky boy is so fast. I'm going to the temple gate right away. After saying that, the communication was rudely hung up. Lin Mu put away the phone, a faint smile appeared on his face, and walked unhurriedly towards the back mountain. When he arrived at the gates of that magnificent temple, sure enough, I saw a scene of stars holding the moon. Principal Zhou Pingxia was pacing back and forth like an anxious lion with his hands behind his back. Next to him, stood Mu Wanqing with a complicated expression, and several other old men Lin Mu had never seen before, but their breath was unfathomable. These people are all like the existence of the Xingjing Academy. Boy, you counted. As soon as Zhou Pingxia saw Lin Mu, he immediately flashed in front of him. A pair of old eyes widened, looking him up and down. Lin Mu's scalp was numb when he looked at him, and there was a hint of embarrassment on his face. Principal, I'm here to change jobs. How do you? So mobilizing troops? Fart. Zhou Pingxia's eyes widened and he blew his beard. How can you not toss? You just do it for the old man. The bigger the movement, the better. I want wanna see if it's like what you kid said. The old men behind him also smiled when they heard this. Looking at Lin Mu's eyes, he was full of curiosity and anticipation. They were all forcibly pulled over by Zhou Pingxia for the outrageous reason that the Academy has produced a demon king who can smash the copy to pieces. Come and watch quickly. I heard from the Mu family girl that your mission materials are all from the level 40 dungeon boss. You really done it? Lin Mu nodded and took out the 3 task items from the professional space. The jagged queen bee's tail needle shimmering with a dark blue glow, the pair of hard horns of the red-blooded deer burning with the blood of life, and the ancient tree leader's bark covered with ancient patterns. When these 3 items exuding a powerful boss aura appeared in front of everyone, those old professors who have always maintained their mastery demeanor can no longer hold back. Oh my god, it's really the tail needle of the jagged queen bee. The energy fluctuations on this feel stronger than before. You can't go wrong. Incredible. It's really incredible. In one day, connect 3 level 40 team dungeons. This kid, how did you do it? Several old professors surrounded the 3 materials. It was like seeing the rarest treasure, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Zhou Pingxia's face was full of smiles, and his beard was curled. Okay, alright, it is worthy of being the unicorn of my Xingjing Academy. He patted Lin Mu on the shoulder heavily, and the appreciation and pride in his eyes almost overflowed. I have informed Elder Son and asked him to help watch it, lest you kid move too much and we can't hold it. Go! Zhou Pingxia waved his hand, and he was proud. Today, the old man is standing here, protecting the Dharma for you. I want to see how much movement you can make in this second job change. In Zhou Pingxia's eyes full of expectations, Lin Mu walked towards the temple. Ding Huahua, Wu Tai, Ying, and Lan Yu. After completing the task, he walked out of the side door of the temple. The 4 of them were all full of excitement. Captain, my second rank mission was just to go to Stormcliff to collect 10 wind grindstones. This is too simple, right? Wu Tai looked at his task panel, his tone full of disbelief. Mine too, go to the periphery of Lava Core to collect some flame crystals. Blue Moon's voice also has a dreamy sense of unreality. Stormcliff and Lava Core are only level 25 resource copies within the Academy. Compared to the level 40 team dungeon they had just experienced, the difficulty was like a novice village. At this moment, Shadow's body suddenly stiffened, pulled the corner of Latin's hot clothes, and his voice was dry. Captain, look over there. Ding Huahua followed his gaze, and his heartbeat suddenly missed a beat. I saw the open space not far away. Principal Zhou Pingxia, head of Tianzi Academy Mu Wanqing, and several legendary old professors who have only been seen on the holographic projection of the honor list of the Academy, standing in unison. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door of the temple. That battle seemed to be waiting for some great demon king to come. Wu Tai swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He felt his legs a little weak. Those old professors just take out one, and stomping their feet can make the Chinese country tremble 3 times. How could they? All gathered here? Zhou Pingxia seemed to notice their gaze and glanced at it casually. Just a glance. Ding Huahua and the 4 of them felt an unrivaled coercion under the hood, and it became difficult to breathe. Ha! It's you who went on a mission with that kid Lin Mu? Zhou Pingxia's voice was not loud, but it sounded clearly in the ears of the 4 people. Yes, Principal. Ding Huahua replied respectfully under great pressure. Yes, it's all at level 25. It seems that following that kid has made a lot of benefits. Zhou Pingxia nodded and said casually. He ignored them and turned his gaze back to the temple gate. The anticipation in his eyes was almost substantial. Ding Huahua and the 4 of them were like amnesty, and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Then his hands and feet stiffened, moving step by step into the distance, not even daring to take a breath. Their hearts were overturned, and they knew Lin Mu. Once again, it was refreshed to an incredible height. Can the principal and so many university giants wait for the transfer in person? The gold content of this chief, they still underestimate it. Inside the temple, Lin Mu once again saw the beautiful woman in a white priestly robe. When the woman saw Lin Mu, there was finally a hint of waves in her cold eyes. Mission accomplished? Her voice was still cold, but obviously surprised. Lin Mu nodded and placed the 3 mission items on the cold altar in turn. When the queen bee's tail needle shimmering with a dark blue glow, the antlers burning with the blood of life, and the bark covered with ancient patterns appeared at the same time, the entire altar made a slight buzzing sound. The priestess's pupils shrank suddenly. On these 3 items, there is a terrifying aura that far exceeds the level 40 boss. Put your hand up. She took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the horror in her heart. There was a hint of solemnity in his voice. Lin Mu did as he was told. The moment his palm touched the cold altar, the familiar pitch-black light emerged again. A majestic dead energy, like a volcanic eruption, erupted with a bang. Those 3 mission items didn't even have time to flash light. It was instantly swallowed and dissolved by the dark energy. The priestess's pretty face, with a squeak, the blood faded. No, this is the power of death. No, more powerful than the power of mere death. The priestess's white priestly robe was blown so loud that the blood on her beautiful cheeks faded. She snorted, forced to retreat again and again by this torrent of pure pure energy, and a holy shield of light appeared under her feet before she could barely stabilize her figure. This is the energy intensity that the second rank should have? She was horrified and stared at the boy in the center of the storm. The pitch-black energy instantly engulfed Lin Mu's entire person. Immediately afterwards, a thick black pillar of light like a dragon soared into the sky. The energy shines through the temple dome. Outside the temple, Zhou Pingxia slapped his thigh suddenly, his face flushed with excitement. It's coming! Several old professors behind him also concentrated, looking forward to the so-called citywide vision. I saw a black energy tornado, tearing through the clouds and plunging straight into the sky. This is more than 10 times more spectacular than when Lin Mu turned around in Shilin City. But that's just the beginning. The black tornado suddenly exploded above the sky, turned into a huge black vortex that obscures the sky. The vortex slowly turned, as if opening a door of death to the unknown world. Another completely different aura was torn out of the void. It was the power of the abyss of chaos, distortion, depravity, and madness. Gray space cracks appeared out of thin air on the other side of the dark energy, like hideous scars. On the one hand, it is the ultimate silence of death. On the other side, there is the ultimate abyss chaos. Two completely different supreme powers coexisted strangely on this small hall. Immediately afterwards, a scene that made the scalp of all the Titan-level powerhouses present tingle appeared. In the whirlpool of death, countless vague and huge figures slowly emerged. There is a skeleton king wearing dark heavy armor and holding a giant scythe that breaks souls. There is the Lich Emperor sitting on the bone throne with the fire of his soul burning in his eyes. There is a giant bone dragon that spreads its sky-covering bone wings and makes a silent roar. They are the embodiment of death, the pinnacle of the world of the dead. Meanwhile, hundreds of millions of undead creatures, from the lowest level of skeleton soldiers to the legendary undead lords, their phantoms, layer upon layer, filled the entire sky. It didn't make any sound, but it brought an absolute dead silence that froze the soul. In the abyss crack on the other side, 1, 2. The first thing that came out was a huge head covered with scarlet eyeballs, a mass of twisted flesh made up of countless wailing arms, and a demon wrapped in pale flames, unable to see the specific form. They are the embodiment of chaos, the terrifying existence of the abyssal dimension. Whether it was an undead monarch or an abyssal demon, every phantom exuded a terrifying coercion that was enough to make rank 5 powerhouses tremble. Outside the temple, the smile on Zhou Pingxia's face had long disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is an unprecedented solemnity and, dazed, he had anticipated lightning and thunder, and he had also anticipated the demonic energy soaring into the sky. But I never thought that it would be like this. The eerie sight of death and the abyss. That's the legendary Lich Emperor? And it is the phantom of the Abyss Lord's demon of 1,000 eyes. Oh my god. These are legendary creatures that only exist in the oldest texts. The voices of several old professors were trembling, and the shock in their eyes was almost overflowing. Inside the temple, the white-robed priestess had already collapsed to the ground, her body trembling slightly with extreme fear. Her proud calmness and reason were crushed in front of this mythical epic picture in front of her. In the shocked gaze of Zhou Pingxia, Mu Wanqing, and all the old professors, the phantom of the hundreds of millions of undead, the king of the abyss world, arranged on both sides, neatly and uniformly, in the direction of the temple. Kneeling on one knee, they hung their proud heads. That's not surrender. It is a kind of that spans time and space. Admit, it's like welcoming the birth of a new king and witnessing the arrival of a new law. What is it? A respected old professor. Unable to maintain his demeanor any longer, he burst out with a foul language, and his voice was trembling. This is not a job change. This is the enthronement ceremony. Zhou Pingxia's body was shaking violently at this moment, not because of fear, but because of an uncontrollable extreme excitement. Ha 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 ha. Good. All right. He pointed to the miraculous scene in the sky and laughed wildly, like crazy. The old man knows. The old man knew that this kid was a lawless demon king. Where is this a job change? This is clearly the return of the demon god. Mu Wanqing raised her head, her face full of sluggishness and dazedness. She looked at the sky, then at the temple shrouded in black pillars of light, and muttered to herself, who is it? Inside the temple, Lin Mu is undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Mission item has been submitted. Second job change in progress. Congratulations to Lin Mu, a professional, for completing the second job change. Your profession necromancer has been sublimated, and all attributes have been greatly improved. You have comprehended the second level skill, revive the corpse demon, revive the skeleton mage. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.26. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.27. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.28. When the last ray of death black energy and abyssal energy submerged into Lin Mu's body, all visions receded like a tide. Silence was restored in the temple. The priestess's red lips trembled slightly, and she was about to speak. Lin Mu silently thought in his heart, it's coming. The job transfer task has been completed. Lin Mu's heart beat wildly at this moment. moment. The sentence "it's coming" that he silently recited in his heart finally came true. Mutation and regeneration. Exactly the same as when I first changed jobs. The upgrade of talent is after the job transfer process is completely completed. It will be the final Easter egg finale. Outside the temple, Zhou Pingxia and a group of academic giants had just recovered from the shocking scene of all spirits coming to the court. "It's over?" An old professor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his voice was still trembling. Zhou Pingxia just wanted to say something, but his face suddenly changed. "No." And also, a dark fog that was more solid, purer, and more domineering than the previous black tornado. From the gaps in the doors and windows of the temple, it suddenly gushed out. Really, this time, it didn't rush to the sky. Instead, it is like a silent black tide, sticking to the ground, spreading wildly in all directions with an unstoppable momentum. This black fog is no longer simply death and chaos. It actually contains a kind of unspeakable order, a supreme law that reigns over the world and all things submit. "Quick! Defense!" Zhou Pingxia shouted violently, and the terrifying aura of the fourth-rank peak powerhouse exploded. A thick wall of golden light formed in front of him, protecting several old professors behind him. The black mist hit the wall of light, and it actually made a dull loud sound like a substance. Zhou Pingxia's face turned pale, and his figure was forced to take a step back. His eyes were full of horror. Just the energy emitted by changing jobs is enough to shake a fourth-rank peak professional? What kind of monster is it? The black fog did not stop. It ignored all obstacles and continued to spread. In an instant, it devoured the entire back mountain. Ding Huahua and the four of them were not far away. Being overwhelmed by this sudden terrifying coercion, he fell directly to the ground. They can't even think of resisting. I can only watch the deep darkness and engulf myself. But strangely, they didn't get hurt in any way. I just felt a trembling and, from the depths of my soul, submit to. It was as if there was a supreme king who was inspecting his territory, and they are just the most humble dust in this territory. This is the chief real power? Wu Tai lay on the ground, his body trembling like chaff, and he didn't even have the courage to raise his head. The black fog continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Xingjing Academy. Tianziyuan, Deziyuan, Zuanziyuan, Huangziyuan. Whether it's a genius practicing a skill or a tutor giving a lesson, at this moment, they all stopped their movements. An unrivaled coercion descended on everyone's heart. A corner of the yellow character courtyard. The demoted Land Rover was cursing Lin Mu resentfully. When the black mist shrouded me, the resentment on his face instantly solidified and turned into the ultimate fear. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his eyes rolled. He was angry again and fainted directly. This time, I don't know when I will wake up. The spread of black fog does not stop at the academy. It crossed the high wall and continued to spread towards the bustling Xingjing city, headquarters of the City Defense Army. Wearing general armor, the commander-in-chief Zhao Waoqi is closing his eyes to recuperate. Suddenly open his eyes. He rushed to the window and looked in the direction of Xingjing Academy. The expanding dark realm was full of solemnity and fear. It's Xingjing Academy again. And last time, is it a person? The adjutant behind him was also shocked by this vision. Zhao Waoqi shook his head slowly. Not sure, but they are definitely the top beings. Commander-in-chief, do we want to send someone over? No, with Sun Lao in charge, no one can compare to it. Inside the temple, when the last wisp of black mist, like a swallow returning to its nest, it all disappeared into Lin Mu's body. The whole world has returned to calm again. It seemed that the terrifying vision that swept through Xingjing Academy just now was just an illusion. Lin Mu's eyes were fixed on the career panel. Description of the tamperer, slightly small, black. Frequency, the description of each goal can be modified 3 times per day. Level, cannot modify the description of a target whose level exceeds 30 levels. 3. Level ceiling, level 30. This means that he can modify 3 descriptions of a piece of equipment on the same day, or use a skill to perform 3 earth-shattering magic changes in a row in one day. Lin Mu's breathing became rapid at this moment. He forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart that his talent was escalating again. On the surface, it still maintains that calmness. The white-robed priestess. Finally, from the extreme fear, he regained a trace of reason. She looked at the young man in front of her with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. The red lips trembled slightly, exhausting all their strength. Function. Description details. You can see more detailed descriptions than other professionals. Description modification. You can modify the one word in the description. Limit. What kind of profession is awakened? Logical. The modification must keep the description smooth and basic logic to a certain extent. Special. Cannot directly modify basic descriptions such as physical attributes, occupations, talents, and world rules. Oh, the most ordinary necromancer. Lin Mu's answer was an understatement. Priestess. She felt that her beliefs and worldview were completely crushed at this moment. Without waiting for her to ask again, the door of the temple, made of special materials, was kicked open from the outside. Principal Zhou Pingxia was the first to rush in. Behind him were the old professors who were already coloring colorless and Mu Wanqing with a dull face. Zhou Pingxia appeared in front of Lin Mu with a flash. A pair of old eyes widened, and those eyes seemed to swallow him alive. You make it clear to me. What was that just now? He pointed to the calm sky outside, his voice trembling. What undead are coming to the court? What abyss bows? You kid changed jobs. How can it be like the enthronement ceremony? Lin Mu looked at Zhou Pingxia's complicated expression of shock, anger, and excitement. The face once again showed a bit of innocence and dazedness at the right time. Principal, I don't know either. He spread his hands and spoke sincerely enough to win an Oscar. Just like last time, the energy suddenly got out of control, and those strange shadows also startled me. Shocked? Zhou Pingxia blew his beard and stared, pointing at the priestess who was paralyzed on the ground and had not stood up yet. Look at how you scare the priests. Lin Mu glanced at it, and there was no wave in his heart. Lin Mu, principal, calm down. As I said, the occupation mutates and the movement is relatively large. He once again sacrificed the all-purpose shield of professional mutation. The old professors behind Zhou Pingxia finally came to their senses at this moment. An old man with gray hair stepped forward and looked at Lin Mu, his eyes extremely complicated. Child, say it yourself, are you just moving a lot? You are declaring to the whole world, I'm amazing, come and follow me. When Zhou Pingxia heard this, instead of worrying, he slapped his thigh. Laughter erupted again. Ha 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 ha, you can say that again. He looked at Lin Mu, and the appreciation and excitement in his eyes could no longer be hidden. I, Huaxia, want this kind of demon god who can poke a hole in the sky. He laughed so hard that he leaned back and forth before stopping for a long time, but there was still an uncontrollable excitement on his face. Okay, don't stick here, and claim to the outside world that the Academy is conducting advanced magic experiments, and the energy is scattered, and it is all scattered. Zhou Pingxia waved his hand and directly decided on this matter. Then, he grabbed Lin Mu's arm. It was like dragging some rare treasure, and he walked out without saying anything. Boy, come with me. In the principal's exclusive office. Zhou Pingxia once again brewed cloud and mist divine tea for Lin Mu. He didn't drink a sip, he just paced back and forth, muttering non-stop. Crazy, really crazy. The old man has been in charge of the academy for 100 years, and I have never seen such an outrageous thing. He stopped suddenly, turned around, and stared at Lin Mu. Boy, tell me honestly, how many secrets do you have? Lin Mu took a sip of tea. The tea aroma was refreshing. He raised his head, met Zhou Pingxia's scorching gaze, and replied calmly, Principal, I'm just a student who wants to become stronger in peace and stability. Zhou Pingxia looked at his flawless expression and suddenly sighed, sitting on the sofa with one butt, rubbing the aching temples. That's it. You kid is a monster, and I don't bother to ask. He glanced at Lin Mu deeply, and his expression became extremely serious. However, you have to promise me one thing. Principal, please speak. Your current state is like a 3-year-old child running around the street with god-level equipment. Zhou Pingxia's voice was unprecedentedly solemn. I don't know how terrifying the power you have is. You have to learn to hide before you can really control it. This world doesn't look at the surface and is consistent with the outside world, but the open and covert struggles of various countries have never stopped. There are also some strange religious organizations, even purely antisocial beings, that will set their sights on you sooner or later. I can't follow your ass and wipe your ass every time. Lin Mu nodded solemnly. The student understands. You understand what a fart. The principal glared at him angrily, looking at Lin Mu's slightly anxious eyes. In the end, he gave up the idea of getting to the bottom of the matter and just sighed heavily. You boy, just know it in your heart. Just know that the academy will always be your backing. Zhou Pingxia's voice was filled with a hint of imperceptible fatigue, but more importantly, it is a heavy expectation. Go back and digest the harvest of this time. Goodbye, principal. Lin Mu immediately got up, not wanting to stay longer for a moment. After all, so many skills and equipment are still waiting for him to modify. You stinky boy. On the outskirts of Shengjing, a gloomy underground stronghold, a figure wearing a black robe and a strange ghost face mask on his face. He was kneeling on one knee in front of an altar made of countless twisted souls. Lord Soul Sacrifice. The ghost face's voice was hoarse and full of awe. Goal. Once again, the energy vision was triggered. Its scale and intensity far exceed that of Shilin City, and it is suspected that it is related to the two original laws of death and the abyss. On the altar, the distorted soul suddenly froze. A voice that could not distinguish between men and women, as if it was made up of countless overlapping voices, slowly sounded. Focus on observation. Don't come into contact with him easily until the holy relic is retrieved. This child, it may be the most perfect. In our plan. Sacrifice. U.S. Commonwealth, New Washington. Pumaha's Innovation Academy, a luxurious small conference room. Mr. Dean, the new professional with the SSS score in China has completed the second stage of the transfer. The movement is louder than when it turned around in Shilin City. A blonde assistant was reporting to the old man at the head of the conference table in a hurried tone. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his eyes were full of shock and puzzlement. The dean, Honey Hodgson, who closed his eyes and stared, suddenly opened his eyes. It was a pair of pale blue eyes that seemed seemed to penetrate people's hearts, deep and sharp. Specific. His voice was calm, but with an unangry and self-assured momentum. The assistant quickly projected an encrypted file onto the hologram in the center of the conference table. In the image, it was taken from a distance by a federal spy. The blurry picture of death and the abyss in the sky above, Xinjiang Academy. Despite the extremely poor picture quality and full of energy-disturbing snowflake spots, but those two divisions of the supreme law of equal court. Still through the image, the temperature in the conference room dropped several degrees. According to our intelligence analysis, this vision involves both the world of the dead and the abyssal dimension, the phantom of two forces, in one direction at the same time. Worship. The assistant's voice trembled slightly with fear. Worship? Dean Hodgson's brows finally furrowed slightly. He knew very well what a terrifying meaning these two words represented. At this moment, a voice with a bit of laziness and arrogance sounded from the corner of the conference table. Dean, I think this is just a trick played by the Chinese. The speaker was a young man with dazzling blonde hair and a handsome face. His name is Kyle, and he is the younger generation of Puma's Innovation Academy, the undisputed first genius. At the age of 19, he is already a professional in LV.29. What awakened was the legendary golden talent, domination. Since the last class of students, I have been studying with Dean Hodgson. How big of a wave can a necromancer who doesn't even have a talent activated, even if he is lucky enough to get an SSS level score? Orientals like to engage in these ethereal rituals the most. Maybe it's just some kind of special occupational mutation, which is just exaggerated by the intelligence department. Kyle picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip lightly, with a hint of disdainful sneer on the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, the so-called genius can only shine brightest on the soil of the Free Federation. Dean Hodgson slowly turned his gaze to him, his eyes calm. Kyle, arrogance is the beginning of the fall of the strong. You are excellent, but the world is far bigger than you think. The smile on Kyle's face froze slightly, but he still lowered his head respectfully. Yes, Dean. Hodgson ignored him. His eyes fell back on the blurred image, and he pondered for a moment. There is an old saying in China, on the side of the couch, how can others sleep soundly? Whether it is true or not, we must find out who this young man who can induce the two laws of origin is and what he has mastered. He raised his head, his pale blue gaze sweeping over everyone present. A month later, it will be the Triennial Global Freshman Exchange Conference at Shenzhen, China. Kyle, Dean, this time, you go over as the leader of the new students of the college. Dean Hodgson's voice was not emotional. You have only one task. Test his trump cards, if you can. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then let him stay on the field of the exchange conference forever. Almost at the same time, similar scenes occurred in the Blue Star countries. Lin Mu, the protagonist who stirred up the world, just walked out of the office. The administrative building, which was noisy just now because of the vision, has regained its former tranquility. Students and mentors you will meet along the way. When they saw Lin Mu, they all subconsciously stopped and talked about it from a distance. Lin Mu ignored this and kept walking. His heart at this moment had already flown back to Guanyun residence. Talent that has just been upgraded, modification permission 3 times a day. Like ants crawling in the heart. Back at Guanyun residence, the courtyard gate closed with a bang. Completely isolate all prying eyes from the outside world from the hustle and bustle. Lin Mu sat cross-legged at the stone table on the observation deck and opened his career panel. His eyes were immediately locked on the 2 new second-rank skills. Revive the Corpse Demon. Level 1 consumes 100 mana, summons the Corpse Demon to fight for you. Each attack has a 30% chance to cause 120 poison damage per second for 3 seconds. Revive Skeleton Mage. Level 1 consumes 150 mana, summons 1 beginner Skeleton Mage to fight for you, maximum number 1. Lin Mu looked at these 2 ordinary skill descriptions, and the corners of his mouth slowly hooked up with an evil arc. 3 times to modify permissions. It's time to show the real technology. Activate the talent now to see the details. Resurrection Corpse Demon. Level 1 consumes 100 mana, summons the Corruption Corpse Demon with the power of death. Very slow, low attack, and extremely strong defense. Each attack has a 30% chance to deal 120 poison damage per second for 3 seconds. There are many things that can be changed in this. Lin Mu thought about it a little and decided to modify the poison first. Changed 30% chance per attack to cause 120 poison damage per second to 90% chance of 120 poison damage per second per attack. Change 90% chance to 99% chance. Change last 3 seconds to last 3/4 of an hour. The modification is complete, and the skill description is changed. Resurrection Corpse Demon. Level 1 consumes 100 mana, summons the Corruption Corpse Demon with the power of death. Very slow, low attack, and extremely strong defense. Each attack has a 99% chance to deal 120 poison damage per second for 3/4 of an hour. Lin Mu checked the detailed description of Resuscitation Skeleton Mage. Again, Revive Skeleton Mage. Level 1 consumes 150 mana, summons 1 Skeleton Mage from the void to fight for you by channeling the Breath of Death randomly. Master Masters fireball combos, exploding ice picks, and lightning arrows, with a casting interval of 15 seconds, and the upper limit of the number 1. This time change the actual combat first, and then change the quantity. Change fireball combo to fire dragon combo. Change bursting ice pick to bursting glacier. Change lightning arrow to lightning arrow. The modified description changes. Revive skeleton mage, level 1 consumes 150 mana, summons one skeleton mage from the void to fight for you by channeling the breath of death. Randomly masters fire dragon combo, bursting glacier, and thunderbolt, with a casting interval of 15 seconds, and the upper limit of the number 1. After changing the new skills, the next step is still the same as the old one, or start with Resuscitation Skeleton. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 6 consumes 4505 mana, and summons 900 steel skeletons with full body steel armor and steel spears from nothingness to fight for you by channeling multiple extremely strong breaths of death, moving extremely fast and dealing extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 9000. Change summon 900 from nothingness to summon 990 out of nothingness. Change summon 990 to summon 999. Linmu consumes one skill point to increase Resuscitation Skeleton, and the number of single summons reaches 1000. Change summon 1000 to summon 9000. After modifying, the new description appears. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 7 consumes 44510 mana, and summons 9000 steel skeletons with full steel armor and steel spears from nothingness to fight for you by channeling multiple extremely strong breaths of death, moving extremely fast and dealing extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 9000. Summon full in a single time. Mana consumption is against the sky. Then there is a detailed description of Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter. Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter, level 3 consumes 425 mana, summons 90 artillery-wielding skeleton archers from nothingness to fight for you by channeling the breath of death, firing cannonballs, slow attack speed, large range, and extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 90. If you concoct it in the same way, it is still the number of modifications. Change quantity limit 90 to quantity limit 99. Change slow attack speed to extremely slow attack speed. Change extremely slow attack speed to extremely fast attack speed. The skill description is blurred and then reshaped. Reviving Skeleton Shooter, level 3 consumes 425 mana. By channeling the breath of death, summons 90 skeleton archers with artillery from nothingness to fight for you, fires cannonballs, extremely fast attack speed, large range, and extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 99. Slow shelling, directly turn into artillery fire. Next, Bone Teeth. Bone Fawn, level 5 consumes 9008 mana, channels death energy, summons 9001 poison-stained sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep in the ground, stabbing into the linear area in front of them at the speed of light, dealing 6 to 8 physical damage to each bone tooth, and 9 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Put. Change summon 9991 sharp teeth stained with corpse poison to summon 9999 sharp teeth stained with corpse poison. After 3 modifications, the number of bone teeth reached the upper limit, and then Linmu also upgraded it to 1 level. Check the detailed description after the upgrade again. Bone Fangs, level 6 consumes 10,007 mana, directs death energy, summons 10,000 poison-stained sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep underground, stabbing into the linear area in front of them at the speed of light, dealing 7 to 9 physical damage to each bone tooth, and 9 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Then there is the Grip of Bones. Bone Grip, level 6 consumes 35 mana, uses the power of death to condense new bones at the designated location, forms a skeleton hand to break through the ground, quickly grasps the enemies within the range for 9 seconds, and then the bones explode, causing 9000 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 90.7 meters. After the skill is upgraded to level 5, the essence is in the control of 9 seconds. At present, the skill radius is not too large, and it is easy to cause accidental injury if you are not careful. It's just that the damage is still a bit out of the way compared to other skills. Change deal 9990 physical damage to cause 9999 physical damage. 3 damage modifications. The damage has also reached its limit. Also consumes skill points to increase by 1 level. Bone Grip, level 7 consumes 38 mana, uses the power of death to condense new bones at the designated location, forms a skeleton hand to break through the ground, quickly grasps the enemies within the range for 9 seconds, and then the bones explode, causing 10,000 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 90.9 meters. Then there is the super buff Death Prayer. Death Prayer, level 2 consumes 120 mana, uses death energy to induce the murmuring sound of the surrounding dead, lingers around the summon, stimulates the potential of the summon, and increases attack, defense, and speed by 9004%. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Change 9994% increase to 9999% increase. The same increase is raised to the limit limit, and the skill points are consumed to increase the level. Death Prayer, level 3 consumes 125 mana, uses death energy to induce the murmuring sound of the surrounding dead, lingers around the summon, stimulates the potential of the summon, and increases attack, defense, and speed by 10,004%. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. There is also a defensive skill, Bone Shield. Bone Shield, level 1 consumes 225 mana, uses the power of death, condenses a 9-sided shield with a keel, rotates around the body, resists all damage in all directions, and is shattered after taking 900,000 damage. Change Break after taking 900,000 damage to Break after taking 900,000 damage. Change Broken to Harden. Change Harden to Hardest. This revision is a bit brain-opening, and the skill description has changed a lot. Bone Shield, level 1 consumes 225 mana, uses the power of death, condenses a 9-sided shield with soul-possessed dragon bones, rotates around the body, resists all damage in all directions, and is the hardest after taking 900,000 damage, and the damage taken increases to 9 million. 2-stage defense strengthening. Lin Mu didn't expect it to become like this, but at least he became stronger and stronger. One last special skill. Abyssal Arrival, special, no level consumes all mana, activates its own abyssal energy, opens the door to connect the abyssal world, and randomly guides the abyssal creature to descend permanently. Cooldown, 100 hours. Lin Mu hasn't used this skill yet. Judging from the description, he doesn't know how to modify it for the time being. I can only let it go first, and I'll talk about it later. Next is equipment. The Whispering of Fear ring has been modified. The golden light flashed suddenly. Whisper of Fear ring, LV.10, gold. Physique, +5. Intelligence, +5. Special effect 1, Aura of Fear. After wearing it, apply Fear effect to all hostile targets within 90 meters around you. All attributes decrease by 9%. Special effect 2, Scream of Despair. Actively activated, consumes 100 mana, emits a scream containing endless despair, causing 999 intelligence 9.5 mental impact damage to all enemies in the fan-shaped area in front, and has a 99% chance to cause it to fall into a 9-second chaos state. Attacks do not distinguish between friend or foe. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The scope of Aura of Fear is similar to that of Grip of Bones, and it is not suitable for modification for the time being. New equipment, Bone Staff. The staff also changes after the light transforms. Bone Staff, LV.21, orange. Attack, 120 to 150. Intelligence, +25. Special effect 1, reduces mana cost by 99% when casting skills. Special effect 2, all of your bone minions have 99% increased initial health and defense. There is also Broken Space Ring. Changed, consumes 80% of the maximum mana to consumes 80 per thousand of the maximum mana. Change within a radius of 12 miles to within a radius of 92 miles. Change within a radius of 92 miles to within a radius of 99 miles. Broken Ring of Space, LV.25, orange. Agility, +15. Special effect, instantaneous, consumes a maximum mana value of 80 per thousand, instantly teleported at a designated location within a radius of 99 miles. It can only be used 100 million times per day. This revision and improvement is still huge. Let's not talk about mana consumption for the time being. Just the teleportation range has been increased to a terrifying 49.5 kilometers. Even if he wants to go back to Shilin now, it only takes about 20 teleportations, and it takes no more than half a minute to get home. It's so terrifying. Modified all skills and equipment. It was already evening. In one day, 3 advanced copies were opened in a row. Even Lin Mu was also a little tired. Set a midnight alarm clock and wait for the talent to refresh again. Then fall asleep. I'll give you another sleeping skin. I'll pick up the sleeping skin for you again. The alarm goes off on time at midnight. The sharp voice pierced the tranquility of Guanyanju. Lin Mu almost catapulted up and walked to the observation deck. Let the night wind blow on the top of the mountain to the tips of his hair, and the drowsiness in his eyes quickly dissipated. Sink your mind into the career panel again and start a new overhaul. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 7. Upper limit, 9,000. Change upper quantity, 9,000 to upper quantity, 9,900. Change quantity limit, 9,900 to quantity limit, 9,990. Change upper quantity, 9,990 to upper quantity, 9,999. Consume a skill point again to increase the level of Resurrection Skeleton. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 8 consumes 44,510 mana, and summons 9,000 steel skeletons with full steel armor and steel spears from nothingness to fight for you by guiding multiple extremely strong breaths of death, moving extremely fast and dealing extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 10,000. As long as you wait until tomorrow, the army of steel skeletons will directly increase tenfold. Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter, level 3. Summon 90 handheld artillery. From nothingness, modify the quantity first. Change Summon 90 from nothingness to summon 99 from nothingness. This time, Lin Mu directly invested 2 skill points in the skeleton shooter. The skill is upgraded 2 levels in a row and changes. Resuscitation skeleton shooter, level 5 consumes 4000 mana, summons 100 groups of skeleton heavy artillery to fight for you. The maximum number is 100. This change was a bit special, and Lin Mu immediately checked the detailed description of the skill. Resuscitation skeleton shooter, level 5 consumes 4000 mana. By channeling multiple special breaths of death, summon 100 groups of skeleton heavy artillery equipped with towed howitzers from nothingness to fight for you. Can switch between cannon armor-piercing shells and howitzer high-explosive shells, extremely slow movement speed, extremely slow attack speed, extremely large strike range, and extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 100. It's really a modern artillery. It's still a dual mode of cannon and howitzer, taking into account direct fire armor-piercing point kill and projectile range coverage. I just don't know what to pull. Excited heart, trembling hands. Lin Mu imagined the actual combat scene of the artillery group while starting a new modification. Change quantity limit, 100 to quantity limit, 900. Change extremely slow attack speed to extremely fast attack speed. The skill description is blurred and then reshaped. Resuscitation skeleton shooter, level 5 consumes 4000 mana. By channeling multiple special breaths of death, summon 100 groups of skeleton heavy artillery equipped with towed howitzers from nothingness to fight for you. Can switch between cannon armor-piercing shells and howitzer high-explosive shells, extremely fast movement speed, extremely fast attack speed, extremely large hit range, and extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 900. 900 plus howitzers. In the previous life, World War II, it belonged to the scale of a super artillery cluster, more than the sum of the heavy artillery of a single front of most participating countries, enough to support a major battle of this level in Stalingrad. Lin Mu only had powerful and left in his heart. Calm down and modify 2 new skills. Revive Corpse Demon, level 1. It is slow, has low attacks, and is extremely defensive. Each attack has a 99% chance to deal 120 poison damage per second for 3/4 of an hour. Change very slow to very fast. Change lower attack to a higher attack. Change lasting 3/4 of an hour to lasting 9/4 of an hour. The modification is complete, and the description changes. Revive Corpse Demon, level 1 consumes 100 mana, summons the poisonous corpse demon with the power of death, fast speed, high attack, and extremely strong defense. Each attack has a 99% chance to deal 120 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Revive Skeleton Mage, level 1. Randomly master fire dragon combos, exploding glaciers, and lightning arrows, with a casting interval of 15 seconds, and the maximum number of spells, 1. This time change the actual combat first, and then change the quantity. Change Thunder and Lightning Arrow to Thunder and Lightning Cloud. Change Thunder and Lightning Cloud to Thunderstorm Cloud. Change upper quantity 1 to upper quantity 9. The modified description changes. Revive Skeleton Mage, level 1 consumes 150 mana, summons 1 skeleton mage from the void to fight for you by channeling the breath of death randomly. Masters fire dragon combos, bursting glaciers, and thunderstorm clouds, with a casting interval of 15 seconds, and the upper limit of the number 9. Bone Teeth, level 6. Change summon 10,000 sharp teeth stained with corpse poison to summon 90,000 sharp teeth stained with corpse poison. Change summon 90,000 to summon 99,000. Change summon 99,000 to summon 99,900. Bone Fangs, level 6 consumes 99907 mana, directs death energy, summons 99,900 poison-stained sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep underground, stabbing into the linear area in front of them at the speed of light, dealing 7 to 9 physical damage to each bone tooth, and 9 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. After 3 modifications, the number of bone teeth has reached a very terrifying number. It's just physical damage. Even if it is forced damage that does not break the defense, there are more than 90,000 in one shot. Let's count the toxin damage. If it is a target without poison resistance, it will be close to 900,000 damage per second. It will last more than 2 hours. Grip of Bones, level 7. Deal 10,000 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 90.9 meters. Change deal 10,000 physical damage to inflict 90,000 physical damage. Change causing 90,000 to causing 99,000. Change causing 99,000 to causing 99,900. After the change, Bone Grip, level 7 consumes 38 mana, uses the power of death to condense new bones at the designated location, forms a skeleton hand to break through the ground, quickly grasps the enemies within the range for 9 seconds and then the bones explode, causing 99,900 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 90.9 meters. Death Prayer, level 3. Increases attack, defense, and speed by 10,004%. Change increase by 10,004% to increase by 90,004%. Change increase by 90,004% to increase by 99,004%. 99,904%. Change 99,004% increase to 99,904% increase. Death Prayer, Level 3 consumes 125 mana, uses death energy to induce the murmuring sound of the surrounding dead, lingers around the summon, stimulates the potential of the summon, and increases attack, defense, and speed by 99,904%. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. After this modification, attack, defense, and speed are directly increased by 999 times. Shield of Bones, Level 1. It is the hardest after taking 900,000 damage, and the damage taken increases to 9 million points. Change hardest after taking 900,000 damage to hardest after taking 990,000 damage. Change bear 990,000 to bear 999,000. Change bear 999,000 to bear 999,900. After modification. Bone Shield, Level 1 consumes 225 mana, uses the power of death, condenses 9 shields with soul-possessing dragon bones, rotates around. The body resists all damage in all directions, and is the hardest after taking 999,900 damage, and the damage taken increases to 9 million. After the skill is changed, it is still equipment. However, the equipment now only has 2 rings that can be modified. Lin Mu immediately took off the ring and modified it one by one. Whispering Ring of Fear. This time he finally thought how to solve the modification method of indiscriminately reducing attributes within the range of Aura of Fear. Change all hostile targets within range to selected hostile targets within range. Change within 90 meters around yourself to within 90 miles around yourself. Change within 90 miles around yourself to within 99 miles around yourself. After modification. Whisper of Fear Ring, LV.10, Gold. Physique, +5. Intelligence, +5. Special Effect 1, Aura of Fear. After wearing it, applies the Fear effect to the selected hostile target within 99 miles around you. All attributes are reduced by 9%. Special Effect 2, Scream of Despair. Actively activated, consumes 100 mana, emits a scream containing endless despair, causing 999 intelligence 9.5 mental impact damage to all enemies in the fan-shaped area in front, and has a 99% chance to cause it to fall into a 9-second chaos state. Attacks do not distinguish between friend or foe. Cooldown, 10 seconds. All goals become the selected goals, and the meaning is completely different with a word difference. Broken Ring of Space. Changed maximum mana consumption of 80 per thousand to maximum mana consumption of 10 per thousand. Broken Ring of Space, LV.25, Orange. Agility, +15. Special Effect, Instantaneous, consumes a maximum mana of 10 per thousand, instantly teleports at a designated location within a radius of 99 miles. It can only be used 100 million times per day. Recent upgrades. Lin Mu had accumulated a lot of attribute points, and this time all his brains were allocated to intelligence and physique. Coupled with the addition of 10 points to all attributes of the transfer, the change is not small. Name, Lin Mu, Abyss. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV.28, EXP, 163844/23500000. HP, 1020/1020. Mana, 1360/1360. Strength, 17. Agility, 56. Boots +5. Space Ring +15. Void Cloak +12. Intelligence, 136. Whispering Ring +5. Bone Staff +25. Constitution, 102. Chest Armor +3. Necklace +2. Hood +5. Whispering Ring +5. Void Cloak +10. Free attribute points, 0, 55 points. Intelligence 30. Physique 25. Skill points, 4. During the modification in the past 2 days, it cost 7 points to upgrade the skill in the middle. Talent. Description of the Tamperer, slightly small, black. Abyssal Domination, color. Skill. Abyss Advent, special, no level consume all mana, open the Abyss Gate, and randomly guide abyssal creatures to descend permanently based on the mana value invested and the strength of the Abyss World. Cooldown, 100 hours. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 8 consumes 44510 mana, summons 9,000 Iron Skeleton Warriors to fight for you, maximum number, 10,000. Reviving Skeleton Shooter, level 5 consumes 4,000 mana, summons 100 groups of Skeleton Heavy Artillery to fight for you, maximum number, 900. Resurrect Corpse Demon, level 1 consumes 100 mana, summons the Corpse Demon to fight for you, and each attack has a 99% chance to cause 120 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Revive Skeleton Mage, level 1 consumes 150 mana, summons 1 Super Skeleton Mage to fight for you, maximum number, 9. Bone Fangs, level 6 consumes 99907 mana, summons 99,900 poisonous Bone Fangs from the ground, and stabs them into the linear area in front of them, causing 7 to 9 physical damage and 9 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Bone Grip, level 7 consumes 38 mana, summons the Bone Hand at the designated location, and explodes after holding it for 9 seconds, causing 99,900 900 physical damage within a radius of 90.9 meters. Death Prayer, level 3 consumes 125 mana, causes the Sound of Darkness to linger around the summon, and increases the summon's attack, defense, and speed by 99,904%. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Bone Shield, level 1 consumes 225 mana, summons 9 dragon bone shields rotating around the body, resists all damage, is the hardest after taking 900,000 damage, and the damage is increased to 9 million. Equip: Bone Staff, Flame Lizard Guardian Breastplate, Swift Wind Boots, Quick Healing Ring, Silent Blackstone Necklace, Frost Breath Cryptic Hood, Whisper of Fear Ring, Broken Space Ring. The morning sun shines through the special glass window on the bedroom bed. Lin Mu rarely slept peacefully. Since coming into this world, his nerves have rarely had such moments of relaxation. However, this tranquility, after all, it was broken by a hurried phone ringing. Lin Mu sat up from the bed a little impatiently. I glanced at the caller ID, Mu Wanqing. He opened the door to answer. Lin Mu, where are you now? Mu Wanqing's voice sounded like a businessman's ability. In the dormitory, sleep. Lin Mu's answer was concise. The other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds, as if he was choked by his confident attitude. What do you sleep? It's almost noon. Mu Wanqing's tone unconsciously increased by a few points, which was very different from her previous image. Come to my office right away, on the top floor of the main building of Tianziyuan. Tomorrow is the day when freshmen officially start classes, and there are some things that need to be asked for your opinion. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Mu to respond, she simply hung up the phone. Lin Mu listened to the busy sound in the earpiece and shook his head helplessly. He had just experienced the second rank that was devastating, and he had completely changed his own strength. Now I have to listen to the teacher's lectures like a real student. This feeling is really a bit strange. It's a big noon disturbing dream, really. Class? I don't know who can teach me. Lin Mudu muttered and got up and began to clean up. On the top floor of the main building of Tianziyuan, Mu Wanqing's office. The design here is futuristic. Clean lines, intelligent light curtain walls, and spotless cleaning. Lin Mu pushed the door in, and the office was filled with a faint fragrance of orchids. Mu Wanqing changed into a close-fitting blue skirt today, outlining her already hot figure to the fullest. A little less majesty of a mentor, a little more intellectual charm of a mature woman. She was holding a cup of steaming coffee, her eyebrows frowning slightly, as if she was worried about something. Teacher Mu, are you looking for me? Seeing Lin Mu come in, Mu Wanqing immediately put down the cup and regained her capable and calm posture. Sit down. Her voice was concise and she couldn't hear emotions. Lin Mu pulled away the chair opposite her and sat down, yawned silently, and there was still a bit of resentment in his eyes that he hadn't woken up. Mu Wanqing looked at him like this, and the set of official rhetoric she had prepared suddenly got stuck in her throat. She took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the horrific image of death and the abyss worshipping together in her mind. Strive to play the role of a teacher. Lin Mu, I called you here, it's about your next course schedule, Mu Wanqing said, lightly tapping her fingertips on the table. A curtain of light unfolded between the two, with densely packed course names listed on it. Tactical game theory of medium and high-level dungeons, analysis of weaknesses in transcendent creature structures, optimal solutions for common skill releases below turn 3, research on death energy structure and summons. Each course is enough for the top geniuses of any professional academy in the outside world to squeeze their heads to compete for a place to audit. These are the core courses of the Tianzi Academy, specially customized by the Academy for you and Luo Tian, the top geniuses. Mu Wanqing's voice was filled with a hint of imperceptible pride. The lecturers are all professors who have at least 3 or more grades in the academy, and there are even a few courses, which Principal Zhou will explain personally. She thought that Lin Mu would at least show some interest. However, he only glanced at the curtain. His eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water, and then he looked away, started studying the pot of mimosas on her desk. The corners of Mu Wanqing's mouth twitched imperceptibly. This kid is not listening at all. An inexplicable anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Lin Mu, she aggravated her tone. I know you're strong, talented, and even unprecedented, but the basics, the foundation is the foundation of everything. Any strong person standing at the top has extremely solid basic knowledge. She tries to look like a strict teacher who follows the way, rather than a weak woman who is frightened by the students against heaven. Lin Mu finally took his eyes back from the green plants and looked at her with a bit of sincere doubt in his eyes. Teacher Mu, something is wrong with you. What? Mu Wanqing was stunned for a moment. Your heart beats fast and your breathing is chaotic. Lin Mu calmly stated the facts. Are you nervous? Buzz. Mu Wanqing felt as if her brain had been detonated by a bomb, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She was really nervous. Thinking of her dignified Xingjing Mu family, she awakened to a special profession at the age of 18 and activated her top talent. It is logical to join the Xingjing Academy of Tianzi Academy. After graduation, he stayed in school to teach, and in his 30s, he had already become a senior executive of Tianziyuan. Even those top Tianjia with golden talents, she still dismissed them. But all of this has changed since I saw Lin Mu, especially after witnessing yesterday's demon god ascending the throne like vision of a job change. As long as she thought of Lin Mu once, she would involuntarily feel a trembling from the depths of her soul. Now, this fear that she forcibly suppressed was pierced by Lin Mu so bluntly. I didn't, she retorted almost subconsciously, and her voice raised a few points. Lin Mu looked at her like this, laughed softly, and did not continue the topic. He pointed to a course on the light screen. Precise control of high-level summons. This course was taught by Professor Wang, right? Mu Wanqing was secretly relieved when he saw him change the topic. Forcibly calming himself down, he nodded. That's right, Professor Wang Changfeng, the 4th rank, word spirit beast tamer, is one of the top authorities in the field of the Chinese summoning system. Oh, Lin Mu nodded and then asked a seemingly unrelated question. Teacher Mu, how high is Professor Wang's real level? This question hit Mu Wanqing's professional field and she immediately regained her self-confidence. Professor Wang's limit record is to command 120 wind and thunder griffins at the same time on the virtual battlefield, completing the textbook-level decapitation interspersed tactic with an error rate of less than 3%. If it is changed to a low-level summon, the number will only be more. Her tone was full of pride in the top powerhouses of the academy. Lin Mu heard this and showed a thoughtful expression. 120. He thought about his 10,000-member Iron Skeleton Warrior army. There is also a Skeleton Heavy Artillery with 900 guns plus howitzers before testing it. If you let them cooperate tactically, that picture seems to have nothing to do with the word precision. One sentence can distinguish the two of them. If you are poor, you will be interspersed with tactics, and if you reach it, you will be covered by firepower. What about the injury? Lin Mu pointed to another course, Extreme Energy Burst Technique. What is the highest instantaneous damage record played by a student in the course test in the history of the university? Mu Wanqing's pride is even stronger. The record holder is the chief of the Tianzi Academy, who is 3 years higher than you, and now he is a high-ranking military officer. At level 35, he used his professional characteristics and powerful talents to use a special prop and hit a single burst damage of up to 7.6 million. So far, no one has been able to break it. Oh, it's really good. It's almost 10 million. Lin Mu nodded slightly appreciatively. This damage could almost break his white bone shield. He silently calculated the bone teeth he almost didn't use. A single shot of 900,000 seconds is damaged, and then multiplied by 8,100 seconds. It is about 7.29 billion total damage. Still instantaneous, the speed of light. Of course, as a necromancer, he still doesn't like to do it himself. I just don't know how much damage Skeleton Heavy Artillery can achieve with a nearly 1,000-fold increase in death prayer. Lin Mu's mind was a bit overwhelmed, but he knew that it must be an astronomical number. An astronomical number enough to press the unit of 10 million on the ground repeatedly. And this is just the damage of a group of artillerymen. What? Think this number is exaggerated? Now you have to decide to have a good class, right? Mu Wanqing saw that Lin Mu did not speak. Thinking that he was calmed down by this damage value, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Finally, there was something that shocked the little monster. No. Lin Mu shook his head and looked at her very seriously. Teacher Mu, I want to test my injury. For Lin Mu's ideas, Mu Wanqing is also very interested. Of course, I can take you now. Wait, I have one more question. What's the problem? Teacher Mu, how much damage can the virtual training ground of the academy endure? Lin Mu's expression was extremely sincere. If I accidentally broke the training ground, do I need to compensate? The air seemed to freeze. Lin Mu's understatement but earth-shattering question, reverberating in the quiet office. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Mu's extremely sincere, even a little curious face. For a while, I didn't know what expression to respond to. In the end, it turned into a helplessness that could not laugh or cry. Compensation? Her red lips opened slightly, and her voice had a hint of absurdity that she didn't even notice. Lin Mu, do you have any big misunderstanding about the hardware facilities of our Xingjing Academy, or the sturdiness of the virtual training ground? It is understandable that he is still a freshman and has not really come into contact with the top facilities of the university. The core of the academy's S-level virtual training ground is an extremely precious strategic prop, space memory crystal. Mu Wanqing patiently explained. It can simulate a near-real battlefield space, the upper limit of energy it can withstand, and theoretically it can resist the all-out blows of professionals below rank 5 without collapsing. Since the training ground was built, not to mention broken, there is not even a single student who can make the gate fluctuate. Don't worry, the test is. Lin Mu heard this and nodded thoughtfully. Oh, then I'm relieved. Seeing his so-so expression, Mu Wanqing suddenly had an ominous premonition. She always felt that there was some common sense in this world. It may soon be broken by this teenager. Under the leadership of Mu Wanqing, the two came to the training center located in the basement of Tianziyuan. The crowds here are much more lively than the teaching area on the ground. Everywhere you can see students in a hurry and with a fierce aura. They are basically ready to enter the training ground to hone their skills. Ha, isn't that not Teacher Mu? The one next to her. It is the new chief, Lin Mu, LV.28. Such a high level. He looks quite handsome. What do you know? He is a ruthless person who took the SS level of the Wailing Cave and the SSS level of the Trial Dungeon alone. Tianzi Academy directly got 140,000 points in the entrance test. Sizzle. The whispers and gasps along the way. Lin Mu turned a deaf ear. His eyes were attracted by the deepest doors that exuded spatial fluctuations. That is the virtual training ground. Teacher Mu. A hearty voice came. I saw a group of young people whose temperament was obviously different from that of ordinary students, was walking out of an S-class training room. The leader is a tall young man with a handsome face. His name is Chen Feng, the first combat force of the last Tianzi Academy. Now he is a LV.31 Thunder Battle Mage who has activated the purple talent, Lightning Induction, which is very compatible with his profession and is famous throughout the academy. Chen Feng, you just finished testing? When Mu Wanqing saw him, she nodded, which was considered a greeting. Chen Feng's eyes fell on Lin Mu for the first time, with unabashed scrutiny and curiosity. This is the new legend of our academy, Junior Lin Mu, right? The level is quite high. I have long admired the great name. After Lin Mu came to school, except for the test of 140,000 points, other shocking behaviors were suppressed by Zhou Pingsha, so Chen Feng's tone was polite. But the arrogance that belonged to a senior genius could not be hidden. Hello. Lin Mu responded lightly and then stopped looking at him. This feeling of being ignored made Chen Feng's brows frown imperceptibly. A student who looked like a follower next to him immediately stepped forward. He whispered the discussion he had just heard. Brother Feng, I heard that Kid is quite fierce, and he may also be here to test the damage. When Chen Feng heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. He took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Mu and Mu Wanqing. Teacher Mu, is Lin Mu also here for simulation training? Such an excellent freshman. The strength must be very strong, right? He deliberately placed the accent on the freshman. The voice was not loud, but it was enough to make everyone's eyes focused. Chen Feng, pay attention to proportion. Mu Wanqing's face was slightly cold. She didn't like Chen Feng's aggressive attitude. Measure? Chen Feng laughed, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. I think it's Lin Mu's junior brother himself who is full of self-confidence. Before officially learning real combat skills, he was eager to prove himself to us seniors. Let's do it, Junior Lin Mu. He turned his words and stared at Lin Mu with burning eyes. Anyway, we just used up the S-class training room, and now it's empty. Why don't we make a bet? I won't bully you. I'll bet on you this test, whether you can break the 900,000 damage record I just set. Chen Feng's voice suddenly rose, full of provocation. If you can break it, Chen Feng, in front of everyone, admit that you, the chief, are worthy of your name, and give you 1,000,000 credits. If you can't do it. The corners of his mouth raised, dragging out his voice. Then please see us seniors in the future, lower your posture, and don't always think about making some sensational gimmicks, understand? The surrounding atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone looked at Lin Mu to see how he coped with this almost impossible challenge. 900,000. It is enough to rank in the top 20 of students' historical injury records. That's a number that is enough to make all ordinary professionals below the third rank despair. Chen Feng's strength is not bad, and the Chen family behind it is not weaker than the top family of the Mu family. He must have been given special props to deal such high damage. And Lin Mu, Mu Wanqing remembered what was wrong. The original, Wailing Cave, Boss Cave Lord, Lin Mu himself said that he was ground to death with a summon. She was about to speak to stop the farce. But I saw Lin Mu raise his eyelids, those deep eyes, and for the first time, he looked directly at Chen Feng. Calm eyes. It's like looking at a stone on the side of the road. Yes. He only said 2 words. Then, in everyone's astonished eyes, bypassing Chen Feng, he went straight to the door of the S-class training room that was shining with silver light. The smile on Chen Feng's face froze. He had anticipated Lin Mu's anger and his retreat and justification. But I never thought it would be like this. The calm that was completely ignored. It seems that his elaborate provocation just now is like a ridiculous one-man show. Okay, very good. Chen Feng's face turned red. A few words were squeezed out of between his teeth and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. He wanted to see this new student who didn't know the height of the sky. After the data comes out later, how will it end? Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Mu's back with mixed feelings in her heart. She walked to the console and personally turned on the test mode for Lin Mu. Identity confirmation, Chief of Tianzi Academy, Lin Mu. The S-class virtual training ground is open, and the damage test mode is on. The door of the training room slowly closed, completely isolating Lin Mu's figure. Outside, on the huge data light curtain, lines of initial information were lit up. Tianziyu and Lin Mu. Maximum damage, 0. Second damage, 0. Strikes per second, 0. Current total damage, 0. On the light curtain, huge numbers 0 are quietly suspended. Chen Feng hugged his chest with both hands. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth, looking like he was watching a good show. The surrounding students also silently stopped speaking. Mu Wanqing's hands clenched unconsciously. She didn't know know if she was looking forward or nervous. Training room. Lin Mu looked at the endless void in front of him and the huge energy core as a target in the distance. He slowly raised his hand. Try a new toy first, Lin Mu said to himself. The staff is waved at will. A wisp of pure death energy overflowed from the top of his staff and condensed in front of him. On the ground, a puddle of foul-smelling viscous liquid appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, one was rotten and hung with rotten meat. The bloated monster slowly got up from the liquid. Revive the corpse demon. One of the new skills after the second turn. Corruption and poison corpse demon. HP 13,000/13,000. Attack 2170 to 2270. Defense 18,000. Go. Lin Mu gave the simplest instructions. The corruption corpse demon let out a low roar. Take heavy steps. With a swift speed that completely did not match its bloated size, it rushed towards the energy core in the distance. Bang! The corpse demon's fist, which was covered with pus, slammed the energy core. Outside the training room, on a huge data light curtain, the number in the highest damage column finally jumped from 0. Maximum damage 2,240. Seeing this number, the followers behind Qin Feng took the lead in sneering. Ha! I thought it was so powerful. Just this little bit of damage? Brother Feng, the damage of your crazy thunder fist is higher than this. The sneer at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth became more and more intense. The damage of 2002, not even the damage of some of his skills, is simply ridiculous. The surrounding students also made a low voice, mostly disappointed and ridiculed. It's been a long time, and that's it? It seems that the rumors are exaggerated. What SSS level? The water is not small. Mu Wanqing's brows also furrowed tightly. He knew that Lin Mu relied on summons, but this injury, compared with his deeds, is indeed ridiculously low. However, the next second, everyone's discussion came to an abrupt end. I saw the number in the current total damage column on the light screen. After the first beat, it didn't stop. Instead, it began to climb upwards at a rhythm of 120 per second, showing no signs of stopping at all. Current total damage 2,240, 2360, 2480. What's going on? Why is the damage still rising? Didn't he just attack? Did you summon more than a dozen skeleton soldiers? Or is it a toxin? Some people began to speculate. The smile on Chen Feng's face became more and more intense. He stared at the rolling number, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Even if it's continuous damage, it's too low, right? Before he could taunt again. In the training room, Lin Mu was already waving his hand impatiently. It's too slow. He didn't even have the interest in opening the death prayer bonus. That rotten poisonous corpse demon instantly turned into a puddle of black water and disappeared. The number of current total damage is still slowly rising. The staff swings again. Resuscitation skeleton mage. This time, a skeleton with a dark blue soul fire appeared in front of him. This skeleton is completely different from the iron skeleton warrior and skeleton shooter. It wears a magnificent mage robe. In his hand was holding a top-notch staff made of almost jade-shaped leg bones. Super skeleton mage, ice. Lin Mu directly opened the death prayer bonus this time. Super skeleton mage, ice. HP 1990000/1990000. Original 1000. 99% bonus to the bone staff. 1000 times the death prayer. Attack 132355000/135355000. Death prayer 1000 times. Defense 1592000. Original 800. Bone staff 99% bonus. Death prayer 1000 times. Cast a spell. Lin Mu's instructions were still concise. The soul fire in the eyes of the skeleton ice mage suddenly flourished. It held its bone staff high and uttered a silent spell from its mouth. The temperature in the training ground dropped suddenly. A huge glacier appeared out of thin air above the energy core. Then with devastating power, it smashed down. Bursting glacier. Outside the training room, on the light screen, maximum damage, the number in that column. After a moment of blurring, it beats wildly. It was as if there was an invisible big hand flipping the roller of the counter. A number that is enough to take down everyone's brain. Ultimately, clearly imprinted in everyone's pupils. Maximum damage, 132,765,900. 132,765,900. Quiet. The entire training center can be heard falling needles. Dead silence. Everyone seemed to have been petrified. Staring blankly at the number, his expression froze, his mind stagnated. A record of 900,000? In front of this terrifying number in front of you, it is like a childish joke. No way. Chen Feng's face became as pale as paper in an instant, bloodless. His body shook, he was almost unsteady, and he muttered subconsciously. Fake. There must be a system error. Definitely wrong. He couldn't accept this fact. Rely on the family's epic augmented scrolls and a variety of expensive buff gear. The 900,000 damage that was done with all his might was just to get on the damage record. Unexpectedly, he was reborn by the other party. So, understatement. Crushed into powder. Moreover, it is nearly 150 times times more crushed. Mu Wanqing's red lips opened slightly. The eyes were full of unprecedented shock and trance. She finally understood what Lin Mu meant by the question she asked her before. He's not kidding. He was really worried that he would break this place. She immediately took out her mobile phone and dialed Zhou Pingxia's phone. Without waiting for the principal to open his mouth and go through the process, he directly urged, "Principal, come to the training ground." Lin Mu was against the sky again. "Then hang up the phone. The students around them have experienced a long period of death." Finally, a tsunami-like shock broke out. 130 million. I read that right? Who pinched me? Is this a new life? Or a necromancer? This damage is higher than the dean. Monster. He is definitely a monster. What did Chen Feng just say? 900,000 records? Laugh me to death. The discussion was like the sharpest sharp knife, piercing Chen Feng's heart fiercely. His face turned from white to blue, from blue to purple. His chest rose and fell violently, and his fists were clenched tightly. Thanks to the fact that there are no nails, otherwise you will have to pinch them into the flesh. Cheating. He must be cheating. Chen Feng turned around suddenly, pointed at Mu Wanqing in front of the console, and roared like crazy. Teacher Mu, he must have used illegal props. I asked to review his testing process. I don't believe it. I don't believe anyone can hit such high damage. Mu Wanqing barely recovered. He glanced at him coldly, his eyes full of disappointment. Chen Feng, you can't afford to lose, so don't gamble. Training room. Lin Mu looked at the data prompts inside the training ground and nodded in satisfaction. Well, this injury is okay, it's worthy of me. However, this training ground is really strong enough. Waving his hand again, the skeleton mage disappeared. For everything that happens outside, he didn't know or care. He is just an ordinary student who is focused on testing the power of his new toy. Then, Lin Mu's expectant gaze fell on the skill of resuscitation skeleton shooter. Let me see the power of modern artillery. The bone staff in Lin Mu's hand swung 9 times in a row. It was accompanied by a violent roar as if the tectonic plates were moving. The 900 group is a completely different skeleton legion from all previous summons. Appear neatly and uniformly on the empty training ground. This is a real army. Each group, they are all composed of 3 short and strong skeleton soldiers, and an unusually tall skeleton horse with thick bones. Behind the war horse, dragging a hideous 2-wheeled cannon with a thick and long barrel full of cold metal texture. 900 cannons, 900 groups of artillery. A heavy artillery corps that would drive any military commander crazy. Just standing quietly, exuding the cold breath of death and steel. The sound of death prayer. The moment they appeared, they enveloped every inch of bone and every cannon. HP 9950000/9950000. Original 5000. Bone staff bonus 99%. Death prayer 1000 times. Attack 3357700-55577000. Death prayer 1000 times. Defense 11940000. Original 6000. Bone staff bonus 99%. Death prayer 1000 times. Looking at this set of terrifying data, Lin Mu excitedly stared at the energy core target in the distance and took a deep breath. He imitated the postures of the commanders in the movies of his previous life. The voice was high-pitched and clearly transmitted throughout the minds of the entire legion. Attention all artillerymen. Each cannon is deployed 20 meters apart. The moment the order was issued, the dead and silent legion came to life. The skeleton war horse neighed silently, and its hooves ignited flames. With the blessing of death prayer, s thousand-fold speed, it turned into afterimages, towing heavy cannons through the training ground. In an instant, the formation was arranged at the designated position. Untie the cannon. The 900 cannons were untied from the traction state by the skeleton soldiers almost at the same time. Open the gun mount, fix the gun barrel, and adjust the gun muzzle. The movements are neat and uniform, all in one go. Goal 001 Energy Core. Cannon mode, armor-piercing shells. All 100 rounds of rapid fire, reload. 900 artillery groups began a crazy mechanical operation. A skeleton soldier is responsible for adjusting the angle of the gun and aiming. The other grabbed a pitch-black armor-piercing bullet from the void and piled it aside. The remaining one was responsible for receiving and conveying every instruction from Lin Mu. Ready. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with unprecedented excitement. Let go. The moment the order was issued, 900 cannons entered a state of continuous fire at the same time. The modified attack speed of heavy artillery is not slow. With the nearly 1,000 times the terrifying blessing of death prayer, the firing speed of the shells has exceeded the limits of common sense. The 2 slender bone arms of the loader were squeezed into 2 white whirlwinds, and because of the violent friction with the air, sparks came out. The firing speed of shells can no longer be described as fast. That's comparable to the rate of fire of a closing gun, the so-called 100 rounds of rapid fire. In less than a second, it was poured out. Rumble. The energy core was hit by 90,000 armor-piercing shells almost instantly. Outside the training room, the number in the strikes per second column jumped directly from single digits to 90,000. Damage in seconds and current total damage increased rapidly in an instant. million the next second. 100 million, billion, billion, billion. The two data are still growing after breaking through the 100 billion mark. It seems that he finally can't bear the damage of the explosion. The entire light curtain seems to have been invaded by a virus. All the numbers began to beat logically. Maximum damage, second injury, strikes per second, current total damage. All the number columns have turned into a bunch of blurry and flashing garbled characters. Zila, it's a harsh electric current sounded, the light curtain flashed a few times, and a puff of blue smoke came out. There was a muffled sound, and the screen went completely black. The training center once again fell into a more complete dead silence than just now. Bang! All of them are like puppets whose souls have been drained. Dumbly stared at the smoky light curtain that had been completely scrapped. If you say, the 130 million injuries just now subverted their cognition. So now, this directly burned the data light curtain of the S-class training ground. It is crushed their worldview. The follower behind Chen Feng opened his mouth and made a ho-ho sound in his throat. But he couldn't say a word. His legs went weak, and he sat directly on the ground. Chen Feng himself, the blood on his face has long faded. He stared blankly at the blackened screen. His eyes were empty, as if he had lost all his brilliance. 900,000 records? A million credits? The dignity of seniors? At this moment, they all looked so pale and ridiculous. He wasn't crushed. He was. Dimensionality reduction hit. He and Lin Mu are not in the same dimension at all. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Chen Feng's mouth. Sprinkle on the smooth ground, which looked shocking. Dash. His body shook, his eyes rolled, and he fell straight back. Brother Feng, quick, hurry up and get on the big healing technique. There was a riot in the surrounding crowd. In a hurry, he carried away Chen Mu, who had passed out. But more people are still immersed in that indescribable shock and can't extricate themselves. Mu Wanqing's small mouth was fixed into an O shape. She just muttered subconsciously. He said, he will destroy the training ground. The brain went blank. I still don't believe. An unprecedented loud noise came from behind the closed door of the S-class training room. The entire training center, and even the entire main building of the Tianzi Academy, shook violently. At this moment, it was as if there was a strong earthquake. Alarm! Alert! The spatial structure of the S-class training ground fluctuates unsteadily. Energy core overload. It's about to collapse. Repeat. The S-class training ground is about to collapse. The piercing red alarm sounded throughout the underground space. Run! The training ground is going to blow up. The crowd fell into a complete panic and screamed and fled. Mu Wanqing woke up suddenly. She watched as the fan began to crack, and the metal gate that constantly escapes the turbulence of space outward, and the pretty face instantly turned white. Lin Mu is still inside. She was about to rush up desperately. A majestic figure, but like teleportation, appeared in front of her out of thin air. Don't panic. Principal Zhou Pingxia's voice was like a bell in a big loo. All the chaos was instantly suppressed. He looked at the crumbling door and felt the raging energy inside that was enough to tear everything apart. Raw was his heart, and the corners of his mouth are twitching wildly uncontrollably at this moment. This, the demon king of the mixed world. What the hell did you do? Zhou Pingxia's appearance was like a needle in the sea, which immediately stabilized everyone's hearts. The terrifying coercion of the peak of the four turns, like an invisible mountain range, it suppresses the space turbulence that is about to completely erupt. Step back. Mu Wanqing and those students who had not had time to escape subconsciously retreated again and again, looking at the cracked door of the S-class training room in horror. Violent space energy gushing out of the cracks, teared the surrounding walls and ground out of hideous openings. Zhou Pingxia's face was sullen to the extreme. He raised his hands in vain, and golden energy gushed out like a tide, trying to repair the spatial structure that was about to collapse. However, the devastating force came from within, far more domineering and more chaotic than he imagined. Damn, what kind of hornet's nest did this kid stab? Zhou Pingxia's forehead suddenly had blue veins. He found that he could only barely hold on to the gate from exploding immediately, and it was too much to completely suppress it. Just when he was about to call Sun Lao to help, a figure slowly walked out of the center of the most violent space turbulence. It was Lin Mu. He was spotless, but his hairstyle was a little messy. There was still a bit of unfinished expression on his face. After he came out, he looked back curiously. What's going on? Is it stuck? The audience was confused. Everyone's eyes were focused on this teenager who returned from a walk. The brain has completely abandoned thinking. The corners of Zhou Pingxia's eyes jumped wildly, and his hands that maintained the energy output almost trembled. He took a deep breath, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Only then did I suppress the urge to hang this kid up and beat him up. A flash appeared in front of Lin Mu and grabbed his collar. In those old eyes, anger and ecstasy were intertwined, forming an extremely distorted expression. You, what the hell did you do? You, Zhou Pingxia's voice was squeezed out of between his teeth. Lin Mu was carried by him and blinked his big innocent eyes. Principal, I just tested the damage. As he spoke, he glanced at Mu Wanqing. It's the teacher who said it. The training training ground is very strong, let me rest assured to test. Mu Wanqing almost didn't come up in one breath, and her face was red from choking. Zhou Pingxia pointed to the door that was still collapsing, his hands trembling. That's for you to test. It's not for you to tear it down. That space memory crystal is a national treasure brought out by our China from a copy that is about to collapse. Just a few. Do you know how much it's worth? Sell it and buy a whole street in the third ring road of Shengjing. You now, give it to me, hit me, explode, finish. Zhou Pingxia almost roared at the end. When Lin Mu heard this, his expression finally changed. He lowered his head and looked at his toes. There was a bit of sincere apology in his voice. Do I need to compensate? Principal, I have no money. I can go out and work to earn money for the school. Poof. Zhou Pingxia only felt a stream of old blood rushing straight to the heavenly spirit cover. He looked at Lin Mu's innocent appearance of, if you have the ability, you let me work. Suddenly, all the anger dissipated. Instead, it is the ultimate ecstasy. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Zhou Pingxia loosened Lin Mu's collar. Pointing to the ceiling, there was a deafening laugh. I laughed so hard that tears came out. Okay, alright, well fried wonderfully. The training ground of my Xingjing Academy is used to break the genius. If you don't even dare to demolish a training ground, what a fucking peerless demon. His shocking remarks petrified everyone around him. Mu Wanqing even looked at herself, a respected principal, with a madman's eyes. What kind of robber logic is this? What about your tough attitude just now? Is this still the respected principal Xingjing? Zhou Pingxia laughed enough before turning his head and patting Lin Mu on the shoulder. The appreciation in his eyes was unabashed. An old and somewhat lazy sloppy figure quietly appeared beside Zhou Pingxia and the others. It is the guardian of the treasure house, Sun Lao. At this moment, Sun Lao glanced at the chaotic space and then glanced at Lin Mu. Tisk tisk. Boy Zhou, you really picked up a treasure this time. He stretched out a dry hand, casually squeezed towards the broken door. An invisible and vast force instantly smoothed out all the turbulence in space. The door that was about to collapse completely. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it began to repair itself. In less than 10 seconds, it was back to normal. It was as if the apocalyptic scene just now had never happened. The strength of the rank 5 powerhouse is so terrifying. After Sun Lao did all this, it was as easy as just dusting off. He leaned over to Lin Mu and looked at him up and down. In the cloudy old eyes, the light is shining. Boy, your strength is not pure. In death, it seems that there is something more domineering and chaotic mixed in. Tell me, how did you do it? This old son's vision is too vicious. He was thinking about how to use occupational mutation to fool the past. Lin Mu's heart was cold. Zhou Pingxia pulled him behind him and looked at Sun Lao vigilantly. Elder son, don't hit my student's idea. He is the treasure of my Shengjing Academy, not your research material. Sun Lao curled his lips and looked disdainful. Cut, stingy. He no longer paid attention to Zhou Pingxia, just glanced at Lin Mu deeply, leaving a meaningful sentence. Boy, when you can use your power at will, come to me. After saying that, his figure dissipated on the spot like green smoke. Zhou Pingxia looked at the direction in which Sun Lao disappeared, with a complicated expression. He turned his head and looked at Lin Mu with a calm face, sighed heavily. Elder son is right. Lin Mu's power has gone beyond the scope of what the academy can teach. Ordinary courses are meaningless to him. Even this top S-class training ground has become a fragile toy in his hands. It seems that you can only go to that place. Zhou Pingxia's voice had a hint of solemnity and determination. In Zhou Pingxia's office, the atmosphere was a little depressing. This old man has been in charge of China's first university for decades. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Mu, speechless for a long time. Mu Wanqing stood aside, holding a cup of freshly brewed cloud and mist divine tea. But his hands were trembling slightly, and he didn't even have the courage to hand it over. She is now. The harsh crash alarm of the S-class training ground still echoed in my mind. And Zhou Pingxia's earth-shattering blow-up well. Principal, the maintenance cost of the training ground can still be supported by the university's finances, right? Why don't I let my family subsidize a little? Mu Wanqing carefully broke the silence and tried to ease the atmosphere. When Zhou Pingxia heard this, the corners of his eyes jumped wildly again. He glared at her angrily. Support? Is that thing something that money can solve? That's a strategic resource. The entire Chinese country can't make up a few pieces of treasure. He rubbed his aching temples. He let out a long sigh and finally fell his gaze back on Lin Mu. In those complicated eyes, there is pain and helplessness. But more importantly, it is an unconcealable heat and expectation. Lin Mu, tell me the truth. Zhou Pingxia's voice was more serious than ever. How much force did you use at the training ground just now? Lin Mu thought for a while and replied very seriously. It's hard to say. I just wanted to see the effect of the new skill, but it didn't finish the skill once, and it broken. Zhou Pingxia felt a faint pain in her heart again. He waved his hand, not wanting to continue the topic of making himself angry and hurting himself. That's it. It's so far, it's useless to talk about it anymore. Zhou Pingxia leaned back on the sofa and his whole body seemed to be a few years old. Lin Mu, after this incident, student, I found that the academy can no longer teach you. Whether it's the curriculum or the facilities, it has lost its meaning for you. Even the advanced copy of the academy is no longer suitable for you. You are like a young dragon locked in a pond. The water here is too shallow. Lin Mu listened quietly and did not speak. He knew that what the principal said was the truth. Zhou Pingxiao was silent for a moment. It seems that the decision has been made. Finally, he spoke slowly. A month later, it will be the Triennial Global Freshman Exchange Conference. The location is in our Shengjing. Lin Mu's eyebrows raised slightly. He is not unfamiliar with this term. This is the most important stage for the Blue Star countries to showcase the top combat power of the younger generation and engage in a game of resources and discourse. According to the usual practice, we in China will select 50 newcomers under the age of 20 from the top universities, ancient families, and hidden forces in the country for a 1-month intensive training. The top 10 left in the end will represent China. Zhou Pingxiao's eyes became sharp, staring at Lin Mu intently. This training camp is what we call the Dragon's Nest. There, the most amazing monsters of our Chinese generation are gathered. Each of them has strength that far exceeds that of their peers and a trump card that is enough to amaze the world. Our Shengjing University is ostensibly one of the top first-class universities in the country, with 6 training places. I want you to take Luo Tian, Xiong Zining, Lei Ming, and 2 students from the Tianzi Academy in the last 2 sessions to the Dragon's Nest. Your task is not to learn, but subjugate. Zhou Pingxiao's voice was loud. Use your strength to tell those little guys with higher eyes than the top, who is the king of this generation. Then lead them to meet the challenges of the world. However, to his surprise, after listening to his impassioned words, Lin Mu just shook his head calmly. Principal, I'm not interested. Zhou Pingxiao was stunned, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. I said, I'm not interested in what kind of team leader I want to be or what kind of exchange conference I will attend. What? Lin Mu's tone was very flat, but extremely firm. I have my own things to do. He did have his own business. Explore the limits of your talents, seek revenge on the soul stealers, and climb the limits of the pros. Which one is not more important than playing house with a group of little kids? The atmosphere in the office instantly became awkward. Zhou Pingxiao's face sank little by little. He didn't expect that he would throw such a heavy honor. In exchange, it was a refusal without hesitation. The coercion of a rank 4 peak powerhouse was uncontrollably emitted. Mu Wanqing's face instantly turned pale, and she felt difficult to breathe. Lin Mu still looked calm, as if he was not affected at all. He looked at Zhou Pingxiao and said calmly, Principal, coercion is useless to me. Zhou Pingxiao's pupils shrank suddenly, and the horror in his heart was unparalleled. What happened to me just now? Unleashing coercion on students. Moreover, the boy in front of him. It is a monster that can attract worship even with the will of death and the abyss. He took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his coercion, with a hint of exhaustion and helplessness in his tone. Sorry, I was the one who got it. However, I wonder why. What do you want? Credits? Equip? Money? Or power? As long as you open your mouth, as long as the academy can do it, you can be satisfied. Lin Mu still shook his head. I can get these myself. Zhou Pingxiao is completely gone. He found all the temptations he was proud of. In front of this teenager, they all lost their attractiveness. What exactly does he want? In Zhou Pingxiao's mind, all the information about Lin Mu flashed quickly. Orphans, top students, and parents died in the copy. Wait a minute. Parents. Zhou Pingxiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. He remembered the top secret information from the military about the true identity of Lin Mu's parents, as well as the forbidden organization, Soul Stealers. He suddenly laughed, a little inscrutable. Lin Mu, aren't you curious? Did your parents take anything away from that organization back then? Lin Mu's body suddenly stiffened. The figure of the parents in the depths of the original owner's memory was awakened again. He looked up. In those eyes that had been silent for a long time, a terrifying light erupted for the first time. It was like 2 unsheathed swords, piercing Zhou Pingxiao's heart. How would you know? His voice was cold and piercing. Zhou Pingxiao said slowly under the pressure that almost froze his soul. I know more than you think. The holy relic that your parents defected and took away shook the foundation of that organization. They've been frantically looking for it all these years. He looked into Lin Mu's eyes and said word by word, and the final champion reward of this Global Freshman Exchange Conference, in addition to the things on the surface, there is also a hidden reward provided by the highest level of the Blue Star Joint Council. About that holy relic, exact clues. This is a conspiracy to lure all the poisonous snakes lurking in the dark and actively expose them. Lin Mu's calm expression finally changed at this moment. Okay. He only said one word, but it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. I'll go. Zhou Pingxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face again. From his arms, he took out a token engraved with a hideous black dragon. This is the training order of the Dragon's Nest. Take it, and tomorrow I will send you to report to the headquarters of the Xinhua army in the east of the city, and someone will answer over there. Walking out of the principal's office, the oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated. Lin Mu followed behind Mu Wancheng. The two walked in the corridor of the empty and quiet administration administrative building, without saying a word. Mu Wanqing's heartbeat has not completely calmed down until now. She secretly glanced at the young man beside her who looked normal, and her heart was mixed. This guy can no longer be defined by the framework of student and my so-called teacher. All seem a little small. Mu Wanqing's body tensed subconsciously before she reacted. Lin Mu stopped and turned to look at her. Teacher Mu. Where is there a place in Xingjing to deal with some things that are not used? What's the matter? Mu Wanqing was stunned when she heard this, and then resumed her mentor's professional posture. Something that you can't use? Does it mean equipment? There is a credit mall and trading platform within the school, which is very convenient. She thought that Lin Mu just wanted to deal with some debris dropped from the copy. Lin Mu shook his head, his tone still flat. These two places can handle purple equipment above level 40? The second half of Mu Wanqing's prepared sentence instantly got stuck in her throat. Level 40 or higher? Purple? Also use the quantifier sum? Her mind buzzed. Suddenly remembered Lin Mu's miraculous feat of 3 links in 40 levels of dungeon in one day. How many good things did this guy loot from those 3 level 40 team copies? Looking at Mu Wanqing's shocked expression, Lin Mu added, "What about the skill book? Is there a place to buy and sell the rare one?" Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves in her heart. Ordinary places? Absolutely not. These things you said, if you take them to the trading floor to sell, it is equivalent to lighting a lighthouse in the dark night. It will immediately attract countless greedy hungry wolves, and even some outlaws. You'll be in trouble then. Seeing Lin Mu nodding thoughtfully, Mu Wanqing continued. However, Xingjing does have a place dedicated to you. Top professional services. Qianji Pavilion. There was naturally a hint of seriousness in her voice. It does not belong to any single force, and is jointly supervised by the Chinese military, our Xingjing Academy, and several families. It is the trading place with the highest security level and the highest resources in the entire Huaxia. There, not to mention epic items, even legendary equipment have appeared. Absolutely secure, absolutely confidential. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. This place sounds good. How to get there? Mu Wanqing's expression was a little complicated. To enter the 1000 Machines Pavilion, you need an exclusive 1000 Machines order, or someone is willing to introduce it personally. She looked at Lin Mu. In those beautiful eyes, there was a hint of anticipation that she had never noticed. I can take you there. As a direct descendant of the Shangjing Mu family, plus the identity of the top management of the Tianziyuan, she happens to have the qualifications for referrals. It's just that she has never used this qualification on anyone. Okay. Lin Mu nodded neatly. Then let's go now. Mu Wanqing was once again choked by his resolute style, and could only nod helplessly. Okay, I'll go prepare the car first. The two walked out of the administration building. The warm sunlight shines down, dispelling the shade in the building. Mu Wanqing personally drove a magical energy levitation car with smooth lines and black body. The body does not hang any family or power logo. When it drove past the guard post at the gate of the academy, those elite guards who usually have higher eyes than the top stood upright and saluted in unison. However, watch the vehicle go away. Qianji Pavilion is located in the inner city of Shangjing, which is the real center of power and is heavily guarded. Mu Wanqing skillfully controlled the hover car while introducing Lin Mu. Her voice regained her usual calmness. Those who can enter the Qianji Pavilion are all military and political dignitaries, giants, high-level top powers, or powerful professionals. She paused, glanced at Lin Mu with a calm face through the rearview mirror, and added, "Of course, like you, I think they must be very willing to receive demons outside the specifications." Lin Mu was non-committal about this title, just looking at the scene of rapid retreat outside the window. The hover car quickly drove into a completely different urban area. The buildings here are no longer towering skyscrapers. Instead, they are simple and elegant courtyard mansions. At the door of every mansion, there were guards with a calm breath. Occasionally, he could also sense the aura of a rank 4 or above strong person flashing by. In the end, the hover vehicle stopped in front of an inconspicuous green brick courtyard. There is a wooden plaque hanging at the door of the small courtyard. The word tea house is written on it. Even the name of Qianji Pavilion has not been revealed. It's here. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath. I sorted out my meter and got out of the car first. Lin Mu followed behind her and pushed open the creaking wooden door. The expected noise did not appear. Behind the door is a quiet and elegant bamboo forest path. The air is filled with a faint fragrance of tea and the fragrance of bamboo, which is refreshing. Walking through the path, the eyes suddenly opened up. An antique attic stands quietly above the water pavilion. An old man in a gray robe with gray hair, lying on a rocking chair, sipping tea leisurely. Little girl from the Mu family, why are you free to come to me for tea today? I heard that the recent movement in Xingjing Academy has been quite noisy. The old man did not open his eyes, but his voice clearly reached the ears of the two of them. Qing Lao, Wanqing came here today to introduce the person next to me. Mu Wanqing bowed respectfully to the old man. The posture was extremely low, but there was no mention of the academy. The old man, known as Qing Lao, opened one eye lazily, and his cloudy eyes swept over Lin Mu, and he he didn't stay for long. So young? It won't be a student of Tianzi Academy. Oh, his tone was flat, with a bit of carelessness. Apparently, a young man under the age of 20 is not enough to attract his real attention. Mu Wanqing was about to introduce Lin Mu's identity, but Lin Mu stepped forward first. He has no superfluous nonsense. Directly from the storage space, a pile of equipment and skill books that glow in various colors. Took it out one by one. A pile of equipment of various qualities was casually piled up on the stone table in front of Qinglao, piling up into a hill. Among them, there are several purple equipment above LV.40 and rare skill books. Wow! The light emitted reflected the faces of the three people, all purple. Qinglao, who was drowsy, jumped his eyelids suddenly. His open eyes instantly widened. As the chief appraiser of Qianji Pavilion, he has handled countless treasures, and his eyes are so vicious. He could see at a glance that these equipment were all high-quality products, especially those equipment and skill books above LV.40. It clearly has the strong aura of a beehive maze, blood maple forest, and ancestral woodland. These three places are all famous hard bones outside Xingjing City. It takes days for the top team to conquer. The main thing, in this kind of large team copy, the fewer people, the higher the drop rate and quality. Qinglao raised his head suddenly. Those cloudy eyes looked at Lin Mu seriously for the first time. There was no trace of contempt in his eyes. These, are you going to deal with it? Young and old. Mu Wanqing was about to explain, but was interrupted by Qinglao's raised hand. This old man who was still lazy just now. At this moment, he was already sitting up straight. The temperament of the whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. His cloudy old eyes became as sharp as an eagle. The boy carefully swept over the pile of equipment one by one. Every time he swept one around, the astonishment in his eyes became a little stronger. Sawtooth bee needle sword, woodland giant bear's claw, ancient bark armor, and this, Dryad Awakening, rare skill book. Qinglao's voice was low. It's not that he hasn't seen high-end equipment, but the problem is that the sources of these things are too concentrated. Moreover, he can perceive it clearly. The energy scent remaining on these items is very fresh. This means that they were taken out of the copy in a very short time. Qinglao looked at Lin Mu. Little friend, these things are worth a lot. Are you sure you want to dispose of them all at once? Sure. Lin Mu did not hesitate at all. For him, these pieces of equipment are a pile of garbage that takes up space. Only by becoming real currencies can they be maximized in value. Qinglao nodded and didn't ask anymore. He stretched out a dry finger and gently swept it through the air. Data streams appear out of thin air, accurately landed on each item and carried out a quick valuation. Mu Wanqing next to him. Looking at the rapidly beating numbers, my heart also rose to my throat. The minimum estimate for each piece of equipment is over 100,000 new star coins. Those top-notch purple suits and rare skill books directly broke through the million mark. The total price is 9.72 million new star coins. Rao is Mu Wanqing from a top family. Hearing this number, I couldn't help but breathe a little faster. This money is enough for an ordinary third-rank professional to struggle for many years. And Lin Mu, it only took one day. No, it was earned in less than half a day. The gap between people is really bigger than that between humans and dogs. However, Lin Mu looked at the number and didn't seem surprised. Seeing that he was so calm, Qinglao's eyes flashed with a hint of praise again. Happily took out a pitch-black card. Yes, it is similar to the material of Mu Wanqing's credit card for Lin Mu before, but it is more quaint. This is the exclusive stored value card of Qianjij, anonymous and can be used anywhere. He handed the card over. Lin Mu took it and confirmed that the amount inside was correct. Nearly 10 million new star coins were credited, and Lin Mu was still a little excited. He put away the quaint black card and had no intention of leaving immediately. The transaction is completed. Qinglao, do you have anything for necromancers here? Equipment or skill books will do. Qinglao, who was about to lie back in the rocking chair, slammed his movements. Qinglao's cloudy eyes narrowed again. Necromancer. In the old man's hand, there is indeed a very evil things. He stood up, and his rickety body seemed a bit inscrutable at this moment. Come with me. Qinglao led the two of them through the water pavilion and into the depths of the attic. The light here is dim, and the air is filled with a dusty aura. The walls are inscribed with defensive runes that are invisible to the naked eye. Eventually, he stopped in front of a hidden compartment made of unknown black metal. After entering a series of complex handprints, the hidden grid slides away silently. There is no jewel in it. There was only a sandalwood box wrapped in layers of countless golden rune chains. This thing has been here for 30 years. The voice of the young and old man has a bit of reminiscence. During this period, there were 3 powerful necromancers who wanted to control it, and the final result was a violent death, a madness, and a self-determination. When Mu Wanqing heard this, she subconsciously grabbed the corner of Lin Mu's clothes. Lin Mu, don't! Qinglao ignored her, slowly took out the box and placed it on a stone platform. As his hand brushed, those golden rune chains, as if they were alive, slowly retracted back to the sides of the box. Snap! The lid of the box opened in response. A cold and resentful aura gushed out instantly. Mu Wanqing Wanqing felt like she was falling into an ice cave, and her soul was trembling. What's in the box isn't any equipment or weapon. Instead, it was a dry, pitch-black, coke-like phalanx. It's just a phalanx, but it seems to contain the malice of a world. Lin Mu's expression changed subtly at this moment. The cold aura that made Mu Wanqing feel like a great enemy. For him, instead of being uncomfortable, there is a sense of intimacy of the same origin. The panel in front of his eyes automatically revealed the details of the phalanx. Cursed Lich Phalanges, unranked ornament, orange. Intelligence plus 30. Effect 1, after equipping, the damage of all death attack skills is increased by 20%. Effect 2, after equipping, the number of summons of all death summoning skills is doubled. Effect 3, after equipping, you will suffer grudge shock from the Lich Sargeras every hour, and your spirit will suffer greatly, randomly reducing your health by 20% to 70%, and have a 2.5% chance to permanently lose 1 intelligence and physique. Special, this phalanx seems to have other deeper negative effects. Lin Mu's pupils shrank suddenly. This property, it's simply tailor-made for him. Skill damage increased, double the number of summons. As for the so-called negative effects, the corners of Lin Mu's mouth rose slightly imperceptibly. Perhaps it is a deadly poison for others. For him, it is the source code that can be modified at will. How? Xinglao's voice pulled Lin Mu back from his thoughts. Do you feel its evil nature? This thing is a complete trap, a bait that cannot be seen or touched. The old man put it out to warn those young people who are trying to take shortcuts. Mu Wanqing also hurriedly echoed. Lin Mu, this thing is too dangerous and not something that people can use at all. Lin Mu raised his head and looked at Xinglao with burning eyes. Asked a question that caught both of them off guard. How much is it? Mu Wanqing thought she had heard it wrong. Xinglao was also stunned for a moment. What? Then he took a deep look at Lin Mu, as if he wanted to see through him. 5 million new star coins. He quoted a price that seemed ridiculous. Although this thing is dangerous, its buff effect is also extremely high, and it is still an epic jewelry, and I have reported this price low. Of course, if you buy it, what the consequences will have nothing to do with Qianji Pavilion. Xinglao's implication is obvious. This is a hot potato, and if you buy it, you will bear the consequences. It's really not expensive. I bought it. Lin Mu did not hesitate at all. He directly handed over the black card that had just arrived and had not yet been heated. Lin Mu, you are crazy? Mu Wanqing couldn't hold back anymore and exclaimed. She couldn't understand why Lin Mu spent such a sky-high price. Go buy a recognized suicide prop. Xinglao didn't speak, just took the card and crossed out 5 million. He pushed the sandalwood box that exuded an ominous aura in front of Lin Mu. Young people, courageous. And then, I hope you won't be the fourth. Lin Mu ignored the shock of the two. His attention was completely attracted to the amputated phalange. In his hand, the moment he touched the box, a cold thought rushed into his mind without warning. It was a fragmented picture, and a roar full of endless resentment and unwillingness. Saint, pawn. Lin Mu's body shook slightly. He looked up, his face still calm, but in those deep eyes, there was a trace of spirit that no one noticed. Leave the attic and return to the peaceful bamboo forest path. The turbulent waves in Mu Wanqing's heart still haven't subsided. She looked at Lin Mu, who was walking in front of her, holding the ominous wooden box in her hand, and hesitated to speak several times. In the end, I still couldn't hold back. Lin Mu, listen to me, this is absolutely not good. Mu Wanqing walked a few steps quickly, grabbed Lin Mu's arm, and his voice trembled slightly because of the eagerness. Things are back. I'll give you the money. In her opinion, 5 million to buy back a cursed thing that could make people go crazy at any time. This is not courage at all, but stupidity. Lin Mu stopped and turned to look at her. He could see the real concern and anxiety in Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes. This made his cold heart glow with a trace of warmth. Teacher Mu, I know it in my heart. His voice was calm, but with an unquestionable power. Let Mu Wanqing's words behind him all be blocked in his throat. She looked at the young man's deep eyes, and suddenly felt a sense of weakness. Oh, yes, one can induce death and abyss worship. A monster that can deal hundreds of millions of damage in one blow and dismantle the S-class training ground is a toy. What qualifications do you have to teach him to do things? Just as the atmosphere was deadlocked, Xinglao's lazy voice came from behind him. Things are chosen by yourself, whether they are good or bad, it depends on your own creation. However, young people, Xinglao had already lay back in the rocking chair at some point, holding a teacup in his hand. I advise you, curiosity, sometimes it really kills cats. After saying that, he closed his eyes and ignored it. Lin Mu didn't look back, just held the wooden box and walked straight out. Teacher Mu, let's go back. On the way back, there was a dead silence in the magical energy levitation car. Mu Wanqing pursed her red lips tightly, concentrating on driving, and said nothing. The atmosphere in the car was so depressing that she was a little out of breath. From that sandalwood box, there was a cold aura that made her soul feel disgusted. And Lin Mu, but as if holding some peerless treasure, he started studying it as soon as he got in the car. He opened the lid of the box. The black lich phalanges were exposed to the air. The cold and resentful aura instantly became several times richer. No! Mu Wanqing let out a muffled snort, and her face face instantly turned a little pale. Then he braked suddenly, and the hover car made a piercing hum and hovered in mid-air. She felt that her spiritual power was being torn apart by an invisible force. It brings a prickly sting. She turned her head and her pretty face turned pale. This is the passive effect of resentment impact that happens to be launched. Just being close is so uncomfortable. Lin Mu, if you really put it on, the consequences will be unimaginable. Cover it quickly, she shouted urgently. Lin Mu didn't seem to hear it, just stretched out his finger and gently rubbed it over the lich phalanx. Teacher Mu, don't be nervous. Before he finished speaking, he activated his talent. The detailed description of the amputated phalanges appeared in front of his eyes again. He directly ignored the previous effect and removed the potential harm first. Change. This phalange seems to have other deeper negative effects to this phalange seems to have other deeper positive effects. Lin Mu muttered in his heart. The black phalanges shook slightly. Mu Wanqing felt instantly. The resentful force that tore her spirit seemed to have been half drained. The tingling is still there, but it's no longer so unbearable. This is, what's going on? Before she could figure it out, Lin Mu's second revision followed. Change resentment impact to good thought impact. The phalanges vibrate again. Mu Wanqing only felt a soft energy emanating from her phalanges and pouring into her body. It instantly soothed her mental discomfort and even made her feel a touch of warmth. What is the situation? Lin Mu stopped modifying and planned to see the changes in the description first. Blessed Lich Phalanges, Unranked Trinket, Orange. Intelligence plus 30. Effect 1, after equipping, the damage of all death attack skills is increased by 20%. Effect 2, after equipping, the number of summons of all death summoning skills is doubled. Effect 3, after equipping, you will receive Good Thought Impact from the Lich Sargra every hour, and your spirit will be strongly boosted, greatly reducing the spiritual damage received in a short period of time. Special, this phalanx seems to have other deeper positive effects. It's not as good as the potential before the modification. This result cannot be said to be bad, but compared to before, it is too mediocre. Lin Mu hurriedly launched the last modification authority. Changed the description again. Change Good Thought Impact to Resentment Impact. The cold breath emerged from the phalanges again. Look at the description again. Cursed Lich Phalanges, Unranked Ornament, Orange. Intelligence plus 30. Effect 1, after equipping, the damage of all death attack skills is increased by 20%. Effect 2, after equipping, the number of summons of all death summoning skills is doubled. Effect 3, after equipping, you will suffer Grudge Shock from the Lich Sargra every hour, causing great mental pain, randomly reducing HP by 20% to 70% and having a 2.5% chance to permanently lose 1 intelligence and constitution. Special, this phalanx seems to have other deeper positive effects. Fortunately, it's back. Otherwise, you will lose a lot. But he doesn't dare to equip this thing now. I can only wait for a few revisions before talking. These extremely obvious changes in breath shocked Mu Wanqing. Now the cold aura emanating from the phalanges is much weaker than before. Mu Wanqing pointed at Lin Mu, her voice trembling, and she couldn't say a complete sentence at all. What the hell is this? What's going on? Lin Mu looked at the description of the recovery and was in a good mood. He looked at the beautiful face beside him with, who am I, where am I, what happened, and smiled. Teacher Mu, I said it, I know it in my heart. He turned his head to look out the window, his eyes deep. Lich Sargeras, Sacred Classics. It seems that this world is more interesting than I imagined. Teacher, do you know the Lich Sargra? Next to him was the teacher of Shengjing Academy, and he didn't ask for nothing. Lich Sagras? I've never heard of it. Mu Wanqing thought for a while and gave a definite answer. Maybe it's the boss of some top undead copy? But I don't have any impression. You can go back and check it in the knowledge base of the university, or simply go to Principal Joe and ask. The magic energy levitation vehicle drove all the way to the door of Guanyun residence. Along the way, Mu Wanqing never said a word again. Lin Mu, on the other hand, maintained that calm appearance from beginning to end, leaning on the back of the chair all the time, closing your eyes and recuperating. It's here. Oh, good. Mu Wanqing turned her head and looked at the overly delicate side face, with mixed feelings in her heart. Lin Mu, tomorrow I will go to the dragon's nest to report. Mu Wanqing's eyes were extremely complicated, mainly worried. All of them are the real pride of heaven. Behind everyone, there are huge forces and families, and there are no taboos in their actions. She paused, as if looking for a suitable word. Can you go after you go? A little more convergence? Ha! She was worried that Lin Mu would conflict with some children of overly powerful forces, and he was alone and had no one to support him. Lin Mu laughed when he heard this. He turned his head, those deep eyes, and looked at Mu Wanqing quietly. Are you caring about me? Mu Wanqing's heart jumped suddenly. A touch of red clouds flew up on his cheeks in an instant, and he subconsciously avoided his gaze. I'm just acting as your mentor, routine reminder. Her voice improved a few points because of her guilty conscience. Teacher Mu. Lin Mu didn't ask anymore. Just pick up the sandalwood box from the storage compartment and push the door to get out of the car. Thank you for sending me back, Teacher Mu. Looking at the back of the teenager walking walking into the courtyard gate. Mu Wanqing suddenly felt a sense of frustration like never before. She slapped the steering wheel vigorously and made a muffled bang. This guy, what a bastard, after scolding. But she couldn't help but lie on the steering wheel, and a helpless wry smile curled up on the corner of her mouth. He took out a delicate data disk from his pocket, which the principal had specially instructed her to hand over before. Forget it, work is important. She calmed down, got out of the car, and quickly chased after her. Lin Mu, wait a minute. In the courtyard of Guanyun residence, Lin Mu was about to go back to the house to study the phalanges when he was stopped by Mu Wanqing, who was chasing after him. This is what the principal asked me to give you. Mu Wanqing handed over the data disk, and her expression had returned to her usual competence. Inside are the details of the other 5 members of the academy who went to the dragon's nest with you for training this time. The principal wants you to get to know your teammates in advance. Her tone is a little subtle on the word teammate. Lin Mu took the data disk and nodded. I know. And Mu Wanqing looked at him and added solemnly, the dragon's nest training camp is different from any assessment within the academy. There is the real law of the jungle, strength is king, life and death are not concerned. Your identity and the records you have set in the academy, or not only will it not become your aura, but may become the smell of blood that attracts wolves. Protect yourself. After saying that, she turned around and left without hesitation. Lin Mu looked at her departing back, and his eyes flickered. Then he put his attention back on the data disk in his hand. He walked into the living room and inserted the data disk into his brain. A curtain of light was projected out in an instant. The 6 personal files were neatly arranged on the light curtain, and the first one was himself. Occupation, necromancer, LV.28. Seems to have an unknown mutation. Talent, none. Evaluation, the chief of the Tianzi Academy, with a calm personality, guessed to have a large number of summons. The level of the summons is suspected to be extremely high, and the specific strength is unknown. Then he clicked on the second copy. Name, Luo Tian. Name, Lin Mu. Occupation, elemental mage, LV.16. Talent, golden talent, elemental control, greatly increases all elemental damage and resistance, and can forcibly deprive low-level mages of elemental control if other elemental mages are present. Evaluation, recognized as the top genius of Tianziyuan, with a withdrawn and proud personality, special professions and top talents complement each other, good at large-scale spell bombardment, and unfathomable strength. Lin Mu's eyes stayed on the 4 words golden talent for a moment. Then he moved on to the next one. Name, Xiong Zining. Occupation, shadow dance assassin, LV.14. Talent, purple talent, shadow dance, immune to most physical attacks after sneaking into the shadows, and greatly increases stealth and backstabbing effects. Evaluation, silent, loner, is a natural assassin, and has a record of killing 3 elite monsters of the same level in a single person in the dungeon. Name, Lei Ming. Occupation, paladin, LV.15. Talent, purple talent, holy light affinity, doubles the effect of holy light skills, causing an additional 50% true damage to evil creatures such as the undead and demons. Evaluation, tough appearance, upright, helpful. With the dual blessing of talent and profession, it can almost be called the strongest meat shield and support, and the burst damage is good, and it has a restraint effect on dark creatures. Although both professions and talents are holy light, they do not reject dark forces. The remaining 2 are students of the previous 2 Tianzi Academy. Name, Chen Feng. Occupation, thunder battle mage, LV.31. Talent, purple talent lightning induction, lightning elemental attack adds 25% additional damage, increasing critical hit rate and critical strike damage by 15%. Evaluation, conceited, competitive. He is good at combos of high-speed boxing skills combined with thunder element bursts in close combat, and causes high-value bursts through high-frequency thunder attribute boxing skills in face suppression. It's still an acquaintance. I don't know if I'm awake. While complaining, Lin Mu rode to the end. Name, Song Bingyu. Occupation, blazing archer, LV.37. Talent, purple talent, burning feather. After hitting an enemy, the fire elemental attack causes scorching damage lasting for 5 seconds, and the damage per second is 20% of ATK. Hit the same target 3 times in a row, triggering flame blast, dealing an additional 100% ATK area fire damage. Evaluation, flamboyant and very destructive. He is good at using longbows to fire continuously to create a continuous sea of fire offensive, creating a wide range of combined damage from burning and exploding. Lin Mu's expression did not have the slightest wave. These people, for most people, definitely the top genius. Both talent and profession are very strong, but compared to him, it seems too. It is decent. The holy light restrains the undead? Lin Mu wanted to laugh a little. When his army of the dead breaks through a certain limit in quantity and quality, the so-called restraint is just a joke. Just as he was about to close the light curtain, DD. In the lower right corner of the light curtain, a scarlet encrypted communication request suddenly popped up. Sender, unknown. Lin Mu's eyebrows raised slightly, and a trace of interest flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his finger and clicked on the request. There was no complicated verification, and a very short message appeared directly in front of his eyes. The remains of the lich have touched the forbidden door. The sacred book of Sagras is not something that ordinary people can spike on. The new bone bearer, please put away your curiosity. The message has just been read. It directly dissipated without a trace, and it could not even be queried in the records, as if it never appeared. In the living room, there was a dead silence. Lin Mu sat there quietly. The expression on his face is neither sad nor joyful. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up with an arc of excitement. The bone holder? It seems that the secret behind this phalange is probably not that simple. It's getting more and more interesting. For a long time, no new information came. Lin Mu had no choice but to go to dinner first and wait quietly for his talent to be refreshed. Long midnight. Lin Mu sat cross-legged in the silent living room. The moonlight was like water, sprinkled on his delicate face. The sender does not seem to have malicious intent, but is more like a warning or reminder. Behind this phalanx is a huge secret that he can't imagine yet. Put away your curiosity? Lin Mu chuckled, but his eyes became extremely sharp. For him, the most irrepressible thing in this world is precisely curiosity, especially when this curiosity is tightly tied to the opportunity that is enough to make his strength skyrocket again. I'm going to the dragon's nest tomorrow. Before that, I have to turn this time bomb into my exclusive plugin. He opened the sandalwood box, and the cursed lich phalanx was exposed to the air again. That cold and resentful breath was like a breeze blowing on Lin Mu's face. He sank his mind into it. The talented ability was activated, and the long description of cursed lich phalanges resurfaced. The permission to modify 3 times a day must be used on the blade. Lin Mu's eyes were locked on the description of Effect 3. The previous attempt made him understand a truth. Forcibly change resentment to good thoughts. Although it can remove curses, but it will also greatly reduce the potential of this equipment and make it mediocre. The real gameplay should be twist it. Let this curse be used for yourself in an unreasonable way. Change randomly reduce health by 20% to 70% to randomly reduce health by 20% to 70%. Lin Mu did not pause and immediately made his second revision. Change randomly reduce health by 20% to 70% to randomly increase health by 20% to 70%. The phalanges vibrated, and in that cold breath, a trace of comforting warmth was once again revealed. One more chance to revise. Change permanent loss of 1 intelligence and physique to permanent loss of 1 intelligence and physique. I am not very satisfied with the loss here. If you have ideas, you can propose a more reasonable modification path. I will use it as appropriate. Cursed lich phalanges, unranked ornament, orange. Intelligence plus 30. Effect 1. After equipping, the damage of all death attack skills is increased by 20%. Effect 2. After equipping, the number of summons of all death summoning skills is doubled. Effect 3. After equipping, you will endure grudge shock from the lich Sargra every hour, suffer slight mental pain, randomly increase HP by 20% to 70%, and have a 2.5% chance to permanently lose 1 intelligence and constitution. Special. This phalanx seems to have other deeper positive effects. Obviously, this phalanx will have to be modified tomorrow. The initial skill, Resuscitation Skeleton, has been modified 3 times. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 8, consumes 49,950 mana, and summons 9,990 steel skeletons with full body steel armor and steel spears from nothingness, to fight for you by guiding multiple extremely strong breaths of death, moving extremely fast and dealing extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 90,000. The total number of steel skeleton armies has increased to 90,000. The number of single summons has also been increased. Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter, level 5, costs 4,000 mana. Maximum quantity, 900. Change extremely slow moving speed to extremely fast moving speed. Change upper quantity, 900 to upper quantity, 990. Change quantity limit, 990 to quantity limit, 999. The skill description is blurred and then reshaped. Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter, level 5, consumes 4,000 mana. By channeling multiple special breaths of death, summon 100 groups of skeleton heavy artillery equipped with towed howitzers from nothingness to fight for you. Can switch between cannon armor piercing shells and howitzer high explosive shells, extremely fast movement speed, extremely fast attack speed, extremely large hit range, and extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 999. Resurrection Demon, level 1, consumes 100 mana. Fast and high attack. Chance to deal 120 poison damage per second. Change very fast to extremely fast. Change high attack to extremely high attack. Change 120 poison damage per second to 920 poison damage per second. The modification is complete, and the description changes. Resurrection Corpse Demon, level 1, consumes 100 mana. Summons the Corruption Corpse Demon with the power of death. Extremely fast, extremely high attack, and extremely strong defense. Each attack has a 99% chance to deal 920 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Revive Skeleton Mage, level 1, consumes 150 50 mana. Summon 1 skeleton mage to fight for you. Maximum quantity, 9. Change summon 1 skeleton mage to summon 9 skeleton mages. When the number reaches the limit, it costs 2 skill points to increase by 2 levels. Both the cap and the number of single summons reach 10 figures. Change summon 10 skeleton mages to summon 90 skeleton mages. The modified description changes. Revive skeleton mage, level 3, consumes 900 mana, summons 90 skeleton mages from the void to fight for you by channeling the breath of death randomly. Masters fire dragon combos, bursting glaciers, and thunderstorm clouds, with a casting interval of 15 seconds, and the upper limit of the number, 90. Bone Fawn, level 6, consumes 99907 mana, summon 99,900. Change, summon 99,900 pieces of, to summon 99,990 pieces of. Change, summon 99,990, to summon 99,999. The number is limited, and the skill points are consumed by 1 level. Change upper quantity, 10 to upper quantity, 90. Change, summon 100,000, to summon 900,000. Bone Fawn, level 7, consumes 9,00007 mana, channels death energy, summons 99,999 poison-stained sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep underground, stabbing the linear area forward at the speed of light. Each bone tooth deals 8 to 10 physical damage, and 9 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. This time, the number of modified bone teeth has been increased to a terrifying 900,000. Mana consumption is just as terrifying. Even with a 99% reduction in consumption, Lin Mu's current mana still can't bear the consumption. Something must be found to change, but for now, let's continue to change skills and equipment. Bone Grip, level 7, consumes 38 mana, deals 99,900 physical damage. Change, deal 99,900 physical damage to inflict 99,990 physical damage. Change, cause 99,990 to cause 99,999. Change 90.9 meters to the surrounding radius to 99.9 meters to the surrounding radius. After the change, Bone Grip, level 7, consumes 38 mana, uses the power of death to condense new bones at the designated location, forms a skeleton hand to break through the ground, quickly grasps the enemies within the range for 9 seconds, and then the bones burst, causing 99,999 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 99.9 meters. Death Prayer, level 3, consumes 125 mana, an increase of 99,904%. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Change, increase by 99,904% to increase by 99,994%. Change, 99,994% increase to 99,999% increase. The number is limited, and the skill points are consumed again to increase the level. Change, increase by 100,004% to increase by 900,004%. Death Prayer, level 4, consumes 130 mana, uses death energy to induce the murmuring sound of the surrounding dead, lingers around the summon, stimulates the potential of the summon, and increases attack, defense, and speed by 900,004%. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Attack, defense, and speed buffs are increased by 9,000 times. Bone Shield, level 1, consumes 225 mana. It is hardest after taking 999,900 damage, and the damage taken is increased to 9 million. Change hardest after taking 999,900 damage to hardest after taking 999,990 damage. Change bear 999,990 to bear 999,999. The skill points are gone, so you can only change the others first. Change consume 225 mana to consume 125 mana. Bone Shield, level 1, consumes 125 mana, uses the power of death, condenses a 9-sided shield with soul-possessed dragon bones, rotates around the body, resists all damage in all directions, and is the hardest after taking 999,999 damage, and the damage taken is increased to 9 million. After changing the skill, Lin Mu took out the white bone staff again. He felt that he still hadn't changed it in place before. Changed, increases the initial health and defense of all your bone minions by 99% to increases the initial health and defense of all your summons by 99%. Special Effect 1, reduces mana cost by 99% when casting skills. Special Effect 2, all of your minions have 99% increased initial health and defense. After modification. Perfect. There is also Fear Whisper Ring. Special Effect 1, Aura of Fear. After wearing it, applies the Ye Fear effect to the selected hostile target within 99 miles around you. All attributes are reduced by 9%. Special Effect 2, Scream of Despair. Actively activated, consumes 100 mana, emits a scream containing endless despair, causing 999 *intelligence *9.5 mental impact damage to all enemies in the fan-shaped area in front and has a 99% chance to cause it to fall into a 9-second chaos state. Attacks do not distinguish between friend or foe. Cooldown 10 seconds. Bone Staff LV.21 orange. Attack 120 to 150. Intelligence plus 25. Put inflict 999 asterisk intelligence asterisk 9.5 mental impact damage. Change to inflicts 999 asterisk intelligence asterisk 9.9 mental impact damage. After changing everything, Lin Mu began to rest. Early morning. Lin Mu got up early. Whisper of Fear ring LV.10 gold. Physique plus 5. Intelligence plus 5. Last night's enhancement of all skills and equipment. It gave him a new understanding of his own strength. But a fatal problem has also surfaced. His current mana is only 1,360 points when fully played. Even if there is a white bone staff which reduces the heaven-defying effect by 99%, it is no longer possible to release the most basic bone teeth. Think about it. He prefers to find a potion or prop with a time or number of times. The modification can also have a long-term effect. Lin Mu had a decision in his heart. Open the credit mall directly. The mall interface of the academy is full of countless items. Lin Mu directly entered the keyword mana in the search bar. In an instant, thousands of potions, scrolls and strange objects jumped out. Primary mana recovery potion, meditation assist incense, energizing crystal fragments. These things are just a drop in the bucket for him. What he needs is a source that can fundamentally solve the problem. Lin Mu's eyes were sharp, and he directly set the filter conditions to timeliness and negative effect. The starry sea-like light curtain dimmed instantly, leaving only a few lonely items. His eyes were immediately firmly attracted by one of them. Unstable source of magic. Quality, purple. Price, 100,000 credits. Effect 1. A bottle of spring water containing the source of violent magic. After drinking, increases the maximum mana value by 10 times and the mana recovery speed by 500%. Duration, 600 seconds. Effect 2. After the amplification ends, the maximum mana is reduced by 90%. Duration, 48 hours. That's it. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled up with a satisfied arc. For others, this thing is a forbidden medicine to drink poison to quench thirst. But for him, it is the key to a new world. He didn't hesitate and clicked directly to buy. 100,000 credits evaporated instantly. A flash of light. A bottle of spring water flowing with colorful halos appeared in his hand. Lin Mu did not hesitate at all. Directly activated the talent. Changed temporarily increase maximum mana by 10 times to temporarily increase maximum mana by 90 times. Put duration, 600 seconds. Changed to duration, 600 years. And one last chance. Lin Mu's eyes fell on that negative effect. Change reduce maximum mana by 90% to reduce minimum mana by 90%. The spring water in his hand trembled violently, and the colorful halo in the bottle seemed to boil. A brand new description appeared in front of his eyes. Source of Beyond Limits. Quality, purple. Effect 1. A bottle of spring water containing the source of rage mana. After drinking, increases the maximum mana by 90 times and the mana recovery speed by 500%. Duration, 600 years. Effect 2. After the amplification ends, the minimum mana is reduced by 90%. Duration, 48 hours. Although the improvement is not too big, it is only 600 years. But for the time being, it's barely enough. As for the negative effects, the minimum mana value is 0. 90% of 0, isn't that still 0? Reasonable card bug. He can't wait to continue to modify it tomorrow. This kind of thing will never be in his eyes in the future. It's done. Just enough for the time being. Unscrew the cap of the bottle and drink this bottle of potion with an unconventional effect. An unprecedented majestic magic. Like a torrent that burst the embankment, it instantly washed away his limbs and bones. He felt that his spiritual sea was infinitely expanded at this moment. The mana on the career panel began to skyrocket wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mana, 122400/122400. 122,400. Lin Mu felt the huge energy in his body that was almost overflowing. He walked to the center of the courtyard and took out his staff. A simple metal test dummy stood there. He slowly raised his hand and aimed it at the dummy. Bone teeth. The magic power in the body was only a small part of it, and it was immediately restored. Brush. 900,000 highly poisonous bone teeth, like a flash of lightning, hit the metal dummy in an instant. There were no earth-shattering explosions. There is only a tooth-sucking snort. A second later, bone teeth disappear, and the metal dummy made of a special alloy that is enough to resist the attack of the three-turn powerhouse has completely disappeared. Not even a speck of dust remained. It was completely decomposed and annihilated. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. The brain on his wrist suddenly sounded a crisp prompt tone. Lin Mu opened the curtain. An urgent notice from the Academic Affairs Office of the university came into view. All students selected for the Dragon's Nest training camp should gather at the east gate of the academy within 1 hour. The military special magic energy personnel carrier, set off on time, and do not wait for the deadline. Lin Mu felt strange in his heart. Yesterday, Principal Zhou made it clear that the school sent them to the dragon's nest. But why did the military personally send a car to pick it up? At this moment, drip, could it be that something has changed? He thought as he quickened his pace. Before he approached the east gate of the academy, a murderous aura had already hit his face. I saw a magical personnel carrier painted all over in dark camouflage and shaped like a steel behemoth. It is quietly docked at the door, and the body lines are full of power. The heavy armor still bears traces of artillery fire and claws, silently telling the brutal battlefield it has experienced. Next to the personnel carrier, there was a middle-aged man in a straight military uniform. The face is cold, and the eyes are as sharp as eagles. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of iron blood and majesty. The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop a little. Several elite guards at the gate of the academy looked a little cramped and uneasy in front of him, and they stood more and more straight. Lin Mu's teammates have all arrived. Luo Tian still looked like a stranger, standing alone with his eyes closed to recuperate, surrounded by vague elemental fluctuations. Xiong Zining and Lei Ming stood together. The former quietly wiped the dagger, while the latter looked at the military behemoth curiously. Chen Feng's face was still pale. Seeing Lin Mu coming, a hint of extremely complicated fear flashed in his eyes. Then he quickly lowered his head and did not dare to look at him. The last female player is particularly eye-catching. She is tall. A long fiery red hair is like a burning flame, tied into a capable ponytail. He wore a tight set of crimson leather armor. The hot figure is vividly outlined, and behind her is a gorgeous longbow taller than her. She is Song Bingyu, LV.37's blazing archer. It is also the highest level in this team. At this moment, she was holding her chest with both hands, and with a scrutinizing gaze, she unceremoniously scanned Lin Mu back and forth. That look was full of undisguised doubts and contempt. Lin Mu ignored the different eyes and walked straight to Mu Wanqing. "Well, you're here." When Mu Wanqing saw Lin Mu, the worry in her eyes flashed, and then she nodded. She was about to say a few words. Song Bingyu on the side spoke first. The voice is crisp, but it has an aggressive taste. "You are Lin Mu?" Lin Mu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, just said a faint "Teacher Mu." But he was complaining frantically in his heart. "Am I so good at attracting firepower?" Lin Mu's attitude instantly ignited the anger of Song Bingyu, the proud daughter of heaven. LV.28. She sneered, and everyone present could hear it clearly. "Teacher Mu, are you sure you got the list wrong? Is it to let this talented necromancer participate in the training camp to guarantee our logistics? Or is it that our Xingjing Academy has declined and needs this kind of goods to make up for people?" Her words were bitter and mean, and did not save face for Lin Mu and Mu Wanqing at all. When Chen Feng heard this, a trace of fear flashed in his lowered eyes again. I couldn't help but flash the terrifying second injury in my mind. I really admired Song Bingyu's courage in my heart. She should have been copying copies often recently, and she didn't know much about Lin Mu's deeds. I just don't know if she would be as brave as she is now if she knew Lin Mu's true level. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing's face instantly turned cold. "Song Bingyu, this is not something you should consider." I'm just telling the truth." Song Bingyu curled her lips and looked disdainful. In her opinion, a necromancer who doesn't even have a talent activated, no matter how high the level, is a waste. What's more, this level is not enough to see in front of me, just when the atmosphere is tense. The man in military uniform, who had been silent, finally spoke slowly. "Shut up for me." His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder on the ground, instantly shocking the audience. A pure killing aura exploded. The arrogance on Song Bingyu's face instantly froze. After a pause in his breathing, he was overwhelmed by this momentum and took half a step back, and his pretty face turned red. The eyes of the men in military uniform were like knives, scraping over the faces of the 6 people one by one. "From now on, forget your ridiculous genius identity in school, forget the so-called family background behind you. In the Dragon's Nest, you only have one identity: rookies. A rookie who can be torn to pieces at any time." He walked in front of everyone, and his cold gaze finally fell on Song Bingyu. "Especially you. Do you feel that your level is high and your talent is strong? Let me tell you, in the Dragon's Nest, a self-righteous idiot like you is often the first to die." Song Bingyu was scolded by him, but he didn't dare to refute a word. Biting his lip tightly, his eyes full of humiliation, the man ignored her and turned to look at all the members. "My name is Zhao Tai, and I am your leader this time, and I am also the chief instructor after you entered the Dragon's Nest. My words are the rules. Now, give you one last chance to choose. If you are afraid of death, you can get back now. I will never stop you. If you choose to stay, then put away all the stinky problems of your young masters and ladies for me. When you get in my car, you are no longer students, but soldiers who are prohibited." Zhao Tai's voice was cold and piercing, without a trace of emotion. The whole scene was dead silence. No one opted out. Those who can stand here are all arrogant people. No one wants to be the coward who escapes from battle. Zhao Tai nodded in satisfaction. His gaze finally fell on Lin Mu, who had a calm expression from beginning to end. A trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. His own momentum momentum is enough to make the third-rank professional uneasy. But the young man in front of him was not affected at all, as if he was just listening to an insignificant lecture. It's a bit interesting. Everyone, get in the car. Zhao Tai shouted coldly, turned around, and walked to the cab of the personnel carrier. Very good. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Mu. Her lips moved, and finally it only turned into a sigh. Lin Mu, everything. Be careful. Lin Mu nodded slightly, which was a response. He didn't look at anyone again, and was the first to take a step towards the rear hatch of the steel behemoth. Just as he passed by Song Bingyu, the cold and disdainful voice sounded again. Don't think that the instructor has relieved you, you can pretend that nothing happened. Let me tell you, when you enter the dragon's nest, there will be times when you cry. Lin Mu's footsteps stopped. There is no looking back. Just turned his face sideways and glanced at the self-righteous woman beside him with the corner of his eye. His voice was very soft, but with a hint of chill. I hope your mouth is as hard as your strength. The contempt and disdain on Song Bingyu's face instantly froze. She felt like she was being targeted by a terrifying beast from the abyss. That cold killing intent rushed straight down the spine to the heavenly spirit cover. The blood all over her body was frozen at this moment. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but I found that my throat seemed to be stuffed with cotton, and I couldn't say a word. Lin Mu didn't look at her again. He walked straight onto the pedals of the personnel carrier and disappeared into the dark hatch entrance. The rest of the people, including Luo Tian, who had been closing his eyes to recuperate, all took a deep look at Song Bingyu, who was frozen in place. The new chief. That's a real ruthless person. Chen Feng was even more frightened. I wish I could stay away from Song Bingyu for fear of being angry. He is extremely happy now. I'm glad I fainted on the spot yesterday, instead of continuing to bump into Lin Mu when my mind is hot. In the end, Song Bingyu still gritted his teeth and boarded the troop carrier under Zhao Tai's cold gaze. The exaggerated alloy hatch slowly closed with a loud bang, completely isolate all light and sound from the outside world. There were only a few dim emergency lights in the carriage, emitting a pale green glow. The furnishings are extremely rudimentary, with only 2 rows of cold metal benches. The floor under his feet shook slightly, and it was the magic engine roaring low. No one spoke, only heavy breathing, echoing in this small space. It is clear to everyone that when this door opens again, what they will face is a completely unfamiliar and cruel world full of unknowns and dangers. Lei Ming, who had been silent, finally couldn't help it. His rough voice was particularly abrupt in the silent carriage. Don't you think it's strange? He scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Leader Zhao Tai. He turned out to be the chief instructor. No matter how high the status of the academy is, it won't let the chief instructor come to be our driver in person, right? This question, like a pebble, was thrown into the calm lake, instantly causing ripples. Oh, yes. It's so strange. I don't know how long it took. This is completely unreasonable. Even Xiong Zining, who had been quietly wiping the dagger, stopped the movement in his hand and raised his head. This car is not an ordinary personnel carrier. Her voice was soft, with a hint of hoarseness. Its armor thickness exceeds all models in service with the military. It's more like a siege chariot used to force into the beast tide. As soon as these words came out, the air in the carriage seemed to be a little colder. Luo Tian's eyes, which had been closed tightly, slowly opened, and a brilliant light flashed away. This means that the risk factor of this training camp is far beyond our imagination. His voice was as cold as ice. Perhaps we didn't go to the training center to meet other people at all. Rather, go directly to a special death mission. Dragon's Nest training. I'm afraid it has already begun. As for why team leader Zhao came to pick us up alone, I don't know. Death mission. These 4 words made Chen Feng's face squeak and became whiter than before. Although his talent and strength are good, he is actually conceited and weak at heart. At this time, he clenched his fists tightly, holding on the surface, but roaring wildly inside. This is not going to training at all. This is going to die. Song Bingyu's lips moved. I want to say a few words like, it's just a big fuss to save face. But when I thought of Lin Mu's cold eyes just now, and the weird atmosphere now, she swallowed her words back abruptly. A sense of uneasiness also began to grow wildly in her heart. Lin Mu seemed to be asleep, leaning against the cold bulkhead, motionless. It's interesting. Did you go directly to the stress test? Looking at this group of geniuses who usually have higher eyes than the top. At this moment, they were all sitting on pins and needles, guessing each other, and he found it very interesting. Instead of feeling afraid, he had a faint expectation. I really want to see how many surprises this so-called Dragon's Nest can bring him. The personnel carrier travels at high speed. Drive through the bustling city, and into the unknown. Several people in the carriage were all caught in their own thoughts and panic. I don't know how long it took. Squeak clatter. The personnel carrier made a screeching brake sound, jerked violently, and stopped abruptly. The sudden pause made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Here it comes. The heavy alloy hatch slowly opened amidst the hissing sound of the hydraulic device. The dazzling light and the strong smell of blood hit the face. Outside the carriage, it was not any military base or training camp they imagined. It is an endless Gobi. The sky was eerily grayish-white, cracking inch by inch. There is no sun, only a pale light shining through through the cracks. The air was filled with rust and decay, which was disgusting. What makes people's scalp even more tingling is the earth under their feet. This is not the Gobi at all, but a cemetery paved with countless bones. Broken bones, rusty weapons, and broken flags silently tell of what a tragic war once took place here. What is this place? Chen Feng spoke first, his face slightly pale. Poof. In the loudspeaker of the personnel carrier, Zhao Tai's voice without the slightest emotion came from. Welcome to the Dragon's Nest shortlisted trial special copy, Silent Gobi. Your first assessment content, survive and reach the reception point 50 kilometers away within 10 hours. Friendly reminder, the aborigines here are very sensitive to the smell of fresh flesh and blood. Good luck, rookies. The heavy alloy hatch slammed shut behind them. The steel behemoth did not stop in the slightest. The engine roared away and soon disappeared into the blood-red horizon. Dead. The oppressive dead silence. 6 people were left alone in this death Jedi, as if forgotten by the world. Chen Feng subconsciously looked at Lin Mu. Wei, now what? What are you panicking about? Song Bingyu recovered from the shock and regained his flamboyant nature. The words did not fall. She scolded sharply, trying to hide her inner uneasiness in a tough tone. It's just a special dungeon area. Haven't you ever made a copy? Cheer up. She looked around at everyone and took over command as a matter of course. I am the highest level in the team, and everyone listens to my command. Thunder, you are at the front. Chen Feng, you are on his side and behind. Xiong Zining, you go investigate the surrounding situation. As for you, her eyes finally fell on Lin Mu. Just stay at the back, don't hold back. However, no one moved. Xiong Zining was still wiping the dagger, and Luo Tian closed his eyes, as if he was asleep. Chen Feng and Lei Ming looked at each other, their eyes full of hesitation. These people have all seen Lin Mu's horror, and they are all waiting for Lin Mu to speak. Are you deaf? Song Bingyu saw that she was ignored, and she was furious. Just when she was about to have another attack, an inhuman roar of horror came from behind the mountain of bones not far away. The terrifying roar seemed to hit everyone's heart. The silence of the Gobi was torn apart in an instant. What is it? Chen Feng was so frightened that he subconsciously took half a step back. I saw the back of the hill made of bones not far away. A hideous head suddenly poked out. It was an armored vehicle in size. A terrifying behemoth covered in dark red cuticles and full of fangs. The scarlet eyes are full of greed and desire for fresh flesh and blood. Bloodthirsty, LV.25, Elite, 1, 2, 3. In an instant, a full dozen huge bloodthirsty beasts rushed out of the shadow of the skeleton mountain. Step on the heavy 4 hooves and roll up the bones all over the sky. Charged towards the location of the 6 people. It's a level 25 elite monster. There are so many of them. Lei Ming's face instantly became solemn. The huge 2-handed scepter was immediately placed in front of him, and a dull loud sound was made. Don't do it yet. Song Bingyu shouted sharply and once again took the posture of a leader. It's just a level 25 elite monster. Thunder withstands. Others are fully output. Do what I say. However, this time, before she could finish her order, everyone had already moved. Faced the threat of death that roars. They didn't have time to pay attention to Song Bingyu's ridiculous command. Holy light barrier. Thunder roared, and a bright golden light erupted from the scepter, forming an indestructible wall of light. It was abruptly blocked at the front of the team. The first bloodthirsty beast collided and smashed into the wall of light. It made a deafening loud noise, but it could not shake it in the slightest. Frost path. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a touch of ice blue. With a tap of the staff, a frost path instantly spread across the path of the bloodthirsty beast's charge. Their movements become visibly sluggish. Flame arrow rain. Seeing this, Song Bingyu didn't care about authority. Drawing the longbow, dozens of burning arrows pierced the sky like meteors, accurately covered the entire herd. The explosions came and went. The flames instantly devoured the slow-moving bloodthirsty beasts. The air was filled with a stench of burnt flesh. It's my turn, Chen Feng shouted, courageously rushed out from behind Lei Ming. The lightning flashed above his fists, like a cheetah, fiercely pounced on a bloodthirsty beast that had been blown up to the point of dizziness. Thunder fist. His fists were as fast as lightning. With the momentum of thunder, it was fiercely imprinted on the monster's head. The hard head was actually blasted down by his punch. At the same time, a ghostly black shadow silently appeared behind another bloodthirsty beast. It's Xiong Zining. The dagger in her hand, like the fangs of a viper, quietly slashed across the monster's neck. A bloodline burst out. The bloodthirsty beast didn't even have time to let out a cry, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. The whole battle process was smooth, although no one obeyed Song Bingyu's command. But this group of top talents relies on amazing individual strength and instinctive combat chemistry. In less than a minute, he slaughtered these dozen elite monsters that were enough to wipe out an ordinary level 25 team. The battle is over. Everyone gasped slightly. But, obviously, this battle is not without pressure for them. Only Lin Mu. From beginning to end, he was like an outsider. With your hands in your pockets, stand quietly. He didn't even take out his staff. Just watched the performance of his teammates with great interest. It's like enjoying a play that has nothing to do with you. Song Bingyu looked at the monster corpses all over the ground, and a proud look appeared on his face again. She attributed this victory to her wise opening command. It may be that this victory made her forget Lin Mu's previous warning. She turned her head, her eyes were like knives, and she slashed at Lin Mu fiercely. See? Rubbish. This is the strength of a top talent team. And you, from beginning to end, what else will you do except stand like a stake? A coward who doesn't even dare to move. I really don't know how you got into the dragon's nest. Her voice was full of undisguised contempt and ridicule. When Lin Mu heard this, he didn't even lift his eyelids. He just spat out 2 words lightly. Song Bingyu was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently, and his long fiery red hair was windless. Just when she was about to completely explode, Luo Tian's cold voice interrupted her. Don't waste time, we have to get to the pickup point before dark. Song Bingyu glared at Lin Mu fiercely. This is unwillingly give up. She vowed to wait until it was safe. We must let this necromancer who does not know the height of the sky pay the price for his arrogance. The next few hours, the team advanced all the way in the direction of the receiving point. This silent Gobi. It seems to be an endless hatchery for monsters. They were attacked by several waves of monsters one after another. From LV.26, Skeleton Vulture, to LV.28's, Gobi Sandworm. Noisy. The level and strength of the monsters slowly increase at an unsettling rate. Every battle is more difficult than the last. Thunder's holy light barrier cracked several times. Chen Feng's armor was already covered with scratches. Even Luo Tian and Xiong Zining, who had always been at ease, had fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. Song Bingyu's face became more and more solemn, but in contrast to it is her growing self-confidence. Every hard win is won. All of them made her feel that her value as a commander was reflected. The way she looked at Lin Mu also changed from initial contempt to complete pity. In her opinion, this necromancer, who only hid behind, had completely become a burden to the team. After once again struggling to solve a wave of LV.29 elite monsters, everyone was out of breath from exhaustion and slumped on the ground. Seize the time to regain your stamina and mana. Only Lin Mu, still calm, not even the corners of his clothes were wrinkled. This leisurely appearance, against the backdrop of the exhausted crowd, looked extremely dazzling. I'm really fed up. Song Bingyu stood up abruptly and pointed at Lin Mu's nose. Finally, the anger that had accumulated all the way completely erupted. Lin Mu, you parasite! How long are you going to hide? We're working hard here. Are you watching the play in the back? Are you a man? What about your dignity? What about your glory? Let me tell you, this team doesn't raise waste. When I arrived at the reception point, I was the first to apply to instructor Zhao Tai and kick out your shame. Her voice was sharp and harsh, echoing through the dead Gobi. Everyone fell silent. Chen Feng didn't even dare to look up at Lin Mu's expression. He always felt that something terrible was about to happen. Faced with Song Bingyu's hysterical roar, Lin Mu finally reacted. He slowly raised his head. He looked at Song Bingyu, who looked crazy, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up with a vague arc. It was a smile mixed with pity and boredom. Whatever you want. He spoke, his voice very soft, but clearly in everyone's ears. However, when you are about to die, don't kneel down and beg me. And who is that? Chen Feng, right? When will the bet you owe me be settled? Lin Mu's words are an understatement. Like a lead, it instantly ignited the eerie atmosphere of the scene. Chen Feng's body suddenly became excited. He was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he bounced off the ground in an instant. A smile that was uglier than crying came out of his face. He ran towards Lin Mu with a fart. Chief Lin, Chief, listen to my cunning. Oh no, it's an explanation. I was angry yesterday. No, it's fear. It's fear that attacks the heart, and I fainted directly. It's really not intentional. As he spoke, he hurriedly called up his academy's exclusive brain curtain. Fingers are working quickly on it. That million credits, I double. I'll transfer you 2 million. Just think that I am making amends for you. Lin Mu's brain sounded a crisp prompt tone. Chen Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead at all, and bent his waist even lower. That look is like a servant. Chief, look at. Song Bingyu looked at Chen Feng's servile behavior, and the whole person was dumbfounded. The anger on her face was instantly replaced by an incredible sense of absurdity. Is this still the Chen Feng who was above the top in the academy and is conceited and competitive? Just because of this garbage necromancer's words, he was scared into this virtue? Chen Feng, what about your backbone? Song Bingyu's shout was full of disappointment and contempt. Scared like this by a waste who doesn't even have talent? You have really lost the face of our Xingjing Academy. She turned her head and aimed her finger at Lin Mu again. The contempt in his eyes became thicker and stronger. What are you looking at? Think someone is willing to be your dog and you're amazing? Drip. I tell you, waste is always waste. Even if there are 10,000 dogs to support you, you are still a parasite that will only hide behind others. Lin Mu didn't even bother to give her another look. He just calmly put away his brain, as if the 2 million credits were just $2 picked up on the side of the road. He even looked around with great interest. He found a huge rib that looked intact in and sat down. Take out a bottle of water from the storage space, unscrew the cap and take a leisurely sip. Disregard. Completely ignored. This feeling of being treated as air, more than any vicious curse, made Song Bingyu even more crazy. She was shaking with anger. The fingers pointing at Lin Mu were trembling, but he couldn't scold a word. After a while, Luo Tianxing's voice sounded again, breaking the embarrassing situation. It's better to keep moving forward when you're rested. The team hit the road again. However, this time, but the atmosphere has been depressed to the freezing point. Song Bingyu held back the fire in his belly and walked in the front. The scattered bones encountered along the way were all smashed with flaming arrows to vent the anger in his heart. Chen Feng followed Lei Ning step by step. From time to time, with awe-inspiring eyes, he stole a glance at the figure at the back who was leisurely walking. As they continued to advance deeper into the Gobi, the surrounding environment became more and more strange. The smell of blood and decay in the air was so strong that it almost turned into substance. The bones under his feet are also from the bones of ordinary beasts. Gradually it turned into a huge skeleton with all kinds of bizarre shapes and even a strange luster. Be careful, there is a situation ahead. Xiong Zining, who had been in charge of the investigation, suddenly became solemn in his voice. Everyone looked up. I saw that in the sky ahead, there were more than a dozen huge, skeleton vultures, LV.28, elite, hovering, and in the pile of bones below them, more monsters are breaking through the ground. It was a horror monster stitched together from countless corpses. They dragged their broken bodies and made a tooth-piercing grinding sound. Corpse stitching monster, LV.30, elite. This time, the number of monsters is nearly 100. Damn, how could there be so many? Lei Ning's face became extremely solemn for the first time. Everyone, do what I say. Thunder stands up to the front. Luo Tian, Chen Feng, you are responsible for cleaning up the vultures in the sky. Xiong Zining, you go and solve those who are alone. Fast. Song Bingyu gave the order again sharply, trying to control the situation. But this time, the chaos of the battle was far beyond her imagination. Skeleton vulture swoops from the air and shoots down corrosive bone feathers. The corpse-stitching monster, on the ground, charged bravely and fearlessly. Their bloated bodies explode violently after being fatally attacked. Sputters with highly toxic corpse fluid. Chen Feng didn't notice for a while, and was grazed by a bone feather on his arm. A large hole was instantly corroded on the strong armor, and the flesh and skin inside sizzled. The power of my light. I can't hold on anymore. Thunder's holy light barrier was besieged by dozens of monsters. It is already covered with cobweb-like cracks, the light flickers and dims, and it can collapse at any time. Why don't you listen to my commands? Song Bingyu looked at the chaotic battle situation and screamed angrily. I told you to clean up the sky first. You idiots. Her arrows are sharp. But in the face of the siege of nearly 100 elite monsters, it also seemed stretched. Seeing that the thunderous defense line was about to be completely destroyed, all will be in a desperate situation, overwhelmed by monsters. Chen Feng's face showed despair. He suddenly turned around and looked at the figure who had been standing outside the battle circle from beginning to end, as if he was watching a play. With all his strength, he let out a hoarse wail. Chief Lin, please, hurry up and make a move. If this continues, we're all going to die here. Chen Feng's wailing. On the chaotic battlefield, it looks particularly poignant. With a crying voice, Lin Mu finally set his sights on Chen Feng's tearful face. The corners of his mouth hooked up with a playful arc. Chen Feng, you are a good guy who knows how to lift up. For the sake of your double credits, I will help you. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, striking the top of Song Bingyu's head. She had just blasted away the stitching monster that had been charged up for a long time with a flame blast. Zhang was panting. Hearing this, he almost didn't come up in one breath and laughed angrily on the spot. Help you? She turned around suddenly. Those phoenix eyes burning with anger stared at Chen Feng. The voice was so sharp that it seemed to pierce people's eardrums. Chen Feng, have you been gnawed by a monster? We are desperately defending here, and you actually go to ask for a waste to add to the chaos. What can he do? Summon a few bone racks out to act as barricades for us? Lin Mu turned a blind eye to her roar, only thinking that she was just a noisy fly. He stretched unhurriedly and moved his muscles and bones. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, he slowly raised his right hand. A whole body is made of a white skeleton, and the top is inlaid with a gray bead that shimmers with a glow. The staff with the death rune wrapped around the staff appeared out of thin air in his hand. The staff has just appeared. An indescribable cold and noble aura spread instantly. The orange epic brilliance. Even in this gray gobi, it looks so dazzling. Epic. Level staff? Song Bingyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and the sarcasm on his face instantly froze. Instead, there was a touch of unbelievable astonishment. Her own longbow is just the best purple suit that the family has spent a huge price to get. How could this necromancer, who didn't even have talent, have an epic weapon? Is it luck? Still is. No way. He must have picked it up from somewhere, or it's just a look. Song Bingyu's mind flashed countless thoughts in an instant. In the end, it was all attributed to Lin Mu's shit luck. After all, no matter how good the equipment is, it depends on whose hands it is in the hands of. A waist holding an artifact, it is still a waste. Lin Mu held the white bone staff. Feeling the familiar power flowing in the palm of his hand, his heart was calculating rapidly. 90,000 iron skeleton warriors? No, the movement is too great. It will scare these aborigines away, and the next road will not be easy. 999 skeleton heavy gunners? Not at all. A round of volleys down, not to mention monsters. The terrain of this Gobi has to be changed for me. Then it is not a trial, it is a demolition. 90 super-level skeleton mages? Although this number is small, it also has the ability to flatten the copy. His purpose this time was not simply killing. Instead, it is necessary to use just the right way. Come and help these young teammates. Then, a hint of joke flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. It's decided, let's take you for an appetizer first. He waved his staff gently. A wisp of pure death energy overflowed and condensed in front of him. On the ground, a puddle of foul-smelling viscous liquid appeared out of nowhere. A monster covered in rotten flesh and bloated slowly rose from the liquid. It was the corruption corpse demon, who was disliked by Lin Mu for being too slow in the training ground. When Song Bingyu saw this scene, she couldn't help it anymore and laughed out loud. The laughter was full of undisguised mockery and contempt. This is your trump card? She pointed to the slow-moving, disgusting-looking, and fragile rotten corpse demon. The laughter was so wild that the two great banks were undulating because of this. I thought you were going to summon something earth-shattering. After doing it for a long time, it summons such a garbage thing? Lin Mu, are you acting burlesque to cheer us up? Lin Mu turned a blind eye to Song Bingyu's ridicule. Just looked at the modified Corruption Corpse Demon panel. Corruption and Poison Corpse Demon. HP 25870/25870. 99% bonus for all summons after the modification of the bone staff. Attack 8280 to 9380. Defense 35,800. 99% bonus for all summons after the modification of the white bone staff. A simple instruction was then issued, followed by, go, touch each one. In the astonished eyes of everyone, put. The bloated body of the poisonous corpse demon instantly turned into a blurred afterimage, shuttling through the battlefield at a speed that far exceeded that of an elite-level agility monster and even surpassed Xiong Zining, completely subverted its slow appearance. The corruption corpse demon did not fight with any monsters, and its attack method was extremely strange. Just used its rotten hands to gently smash on the bodies of each skeleton vulture and corpse-stitching monster. Seeing this, Song Bingyu burst into laughter again, thinking that Lin Mu's summons could not even cause effective damage, mocking him for tickling the monster and urging Lei Ming and others to step up their defenses. However, in the next second, a sudden change occurred. All the monsters that had been touched by the poisonous corpse demon suddenly appeared above their heads with thousands of physical damage. This is followed by a continuous damage figure of -920 per second. Their health began to plummet wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there is no sign of stopping. Nearly 100 elite monsters of LV.28-30. In just a few minutes, more than 100 and 200,000 health bars were emptied. In the midst of wailing and struggling, the terrifying poison melted alive into pus-emitting black smoke, and none of them were spared. The battlefield was instantly emptied and fell into deathly silence. Lei Ming, Luo Tian, Xiong Zining, and Chen Feng stopped all their movements. Looking at the mess on the ground, his brain went blank. The ridicule and contempt on Song Bingyu's face completely froze, turning into the ultimate shock and fear. She looked at the corrupt corpse demon who was pacing leisurely back to Lin Mu's side, her body trembling violently uncontrollably. Lin Mu glanced at the loot on the ground and said to the stunned Chen Feng, go, pick up that equipment, this is your job in the future. Chen Feng got the order and ran to pick up the equipment with a rolling belt. Lin Mu withdrew the corpse demon, slowly stood up, and walked towards Song Bingyu, who had been completely petrified. He stopped in front of Song Bingyu, looking condescendingly at her bloodless face with fear. Her voice was indifferent. Now, do you still think it's garbage? Song Bingyu's lips trembled. He couldn't say a word, his legs went weak, and he sat directly on the bones. At this moment, the entire Gobi suddenly shook violently, a terrifying coercion that far exceeded all previous monsters. It suddenly descended from the end of the horizon, as if the sleeping demon king had been awakened. Lin Mu frowned slightly and looked into the distance. Oh, lured the big guy out. Outside the silent Gobi copy. Inside the hideous magic energy troop carrier, Zhao Tai was communicating through encrypted lines. Principal Zhou, are you so relieved about these geniuses in the academy? You also know the division of the shortlisted trials. Regardless of the boss, the overall difficulty of the silent Gobi area is also comparable to an ordinary level 50 copy, and you are not afraid of them breaking in it when you encounter the Skeleton King? On the other end of the communicator, Zhou Pingxia's laughter came from the middle of the room. Ah, Zhao Tai, if it weren't for the little monster Lin Mu, how could I dare to let them go directly into the silent Gobi? Don't worry, it just frustrates the sharpness of the other 5 little guys. On the Gobi, that terrifying coercion hit like a landslide tsunami. Except for Lin Mu, everyone was pressed in place by this force. Even breathing breathing became extremely difficult. The end of the horizon. A huge throne made of countless bones slowly rises from the ground. On the throne, sitting a terrifying figure tens of meters high, dressed in broken black and gold battle armor, holding a giant bone blade. In its eyes, two dark blue soul fires were burning. Meanwhile, Skeleton King, LV.45, Monarch level, HP, 6500000/6500000. Who is it? A spiritual roar that shook the heavens and the earth exploded directly in everyone's mind. Who dares to desecrate the peaceful sleep of the dead in my territory? Song Bingyu's pride was completely shattered by the absolute fear of death at this moment. She looked at the skeletal king like a god and demon. For the first time, I realized how small and ridiculous I was. The skeleton king's gaze swept over everyone. In the end, it was locked on Lin Mu's body. From Lin Mu's body, it felt a homogeneous source, but it was far more pure than it. Tiny humans. The Bone King spoke again, his voice loud. You have power that doesn't belong to you. Kneel down, surrender to me, and offer your soul. I will give you eternal life and become the first Death Knight under my command. Faced with the king's solicitation, Lin Mu laughed out loud and shook his head. You are too weak. I don't even have the qualifications to be a watchdog for me. As soon as these words came out, the Bone King was completely furious. The bones of the entire Gobi are trembling violently. It suddenly stood up from the throne, ready to crush this ant that didn't know the height of the sky. Just as the Skeleton King was about to attack, Lin Mu waved the white bone staff in his hand again. This time, he directly used Resuscitation Skeleton Mage. The space shook violently. 90 death fluctuations mixed with frost, fire, and thunder breath opened at the same time behind Lin Mu. 90 super skeleton mages, dressed in gorgeous robes and holding the best jade bone staff, walked out of it, lined up neatly. The faintly emitted powerful elemental energy intertwined into a devastating storm, shattering the gray and white clouds in the sky. Teammates, especially Luo Tian, who was the most sensitive to the elements, seeing this cataclysmic level mage army, they were completely sluggish, and they had forgotten to breathe. Lin Mu raised his hand, pointed to the Bone King in the distance, and gave a cold order. Target the big skeleton in front. One shot solved. The 90 skeleton mages seemed to have the same brain. They held their staffs high and divided into 3 neat phalanxes. In the front of the magic formation, 30 skeleton mages chanted silent spells in their mouths, and huge fire dragons pounced on the Bone King like a sea of fire. On the left side of the magic circle, frost energy converged, and huge glaciers appeared above the head of the skeleton king out of thin air, and then smashed down. On the right side of the magic circle, the thunder flashed, the thunderstorm clouds were connected, and the thunder as thick as a bucket poured down like rain. Fire, ice, thunder. The pinnacle of the 3 elemental spells, with a perfect combination that can be called art, plays a symphony of death on the battlefield. Fire dragon combo. Bursting glacier. Thunderstorm cloud. The spell that destroyed the heavens and the earth instantly formed a torrent of colorful elements, completely submerging the Bone King. The third line is the damage of the super-level skeleton mage. Even without the blessing of death prayer, the damage of a single shot is in the hundreds of thousands. LV.45 Monarch Boss. Under the saturated bombardment of Lin Mu's unreasonable mage army, he couldn't even resist decently. Its huge body was disintegrated inch by inch. In the end, in an extremely unwilling roar, he was completely blasted into bone powder. Bite. A skill book with a purple glow dropped from bone meal. The aftermath of the elemental torrent gradually subsided. The air was filled with pungent ozone and burnt smells. A bottomless pit replaces the original throne of the Skeleton King, silently telling the terrifying spell bombardment just now. Luo Tian, Lei Ming, and Xiong Zining, these 3 proud sons of heaven who stand at the top of their peers. At this moment, it was like knowing the world for the first time. Their eyes stared at the 90 skeletal mage phantoms slowly dissipating into the air. The Adam's apple rolls up and down, but it makes no sound. They are proud of their talent and strength. In front of the devastating scene just now, it was as small as a speck of dust. Lin, Chief Lin. Chen Feng's voice trembled, with an almost pilgrimage-like fanaticism. He rushed into the center of the crater, carefully picked up the skill book that lay quietly on the scorched earth, emitting a magnificent purple light. Then, like a faithful believer who offers sacrifices, he raised his hands high above his head, trotted back to Lin Mu, and bent down deeply. Chief, your booty. Lin Mu's eyes fell on the skill book. Resuscitation Death Knight, LV.30, Necromancer only, learning requirement, 60 intelligence points. There are still 2 levels left to learn, so he first put the skill book into the career space. He put away the skill book as if it were a signal. Let the rest of the people finally wake up from the petrified state. Luo Tian froze in place, and the elemental particles surrounding him showed signs of disorder for the first time. His proud, golden talent elemental control looked like a clumsy joke at this moment. Forcibly strip low-level mages of elemental control? But the 90 skeletons just now. Every understanding and use of the elements is far above him. That's not a skill, that's a rule. It is the ruthless crushing of low-dimensional creatures by high-dimensional life. He always thought that that he was the king of the elements to whom destiny belonged, the future god of law. But today, he witnessed with his own eyes how the real god sent divine punishment. Lei Ming's mouth was open enough to stuff a fist. His honest and upright face was full of dazedness. The holy light restrains the undead? This is the iron law he has been instilled since he awakened as a paladin. But, those group of undead, let alone restrained, they themselves are natural disasters. If they are evil, what is the holy light that you are proud of? In the corner, Xiong Zining, who had been silent like a shadow, had already stopped wiping the dagger. Her eyes, hidden in the shadows, burst into bright brilliance for the first time. Not fear, not worship, but the frenzy of finding the ultimate goal. Efficiency, lethality, absolute power. This is the assassination method she has pursued all her life. This man named Lin Mu is not a necromancer. He is the god of death himself. As for Song Bingyu, she collapsed on the decaying bones, her body trembling never stopped. The brain went blank, and the soul seemed to be pulled out of the body. Rubbish, parasite, coward, every vicious word she used on Lin Mu before. At this moment, it has turned into the thickest big fight. One after another, he whipped his face hard. At this time, she finally understood the way Lin Mu looked at her before. Not ignoring, not contempt. It was really a god looking down at an ant jumping up and down, making a lot of noise. Song Bingyu wanted to apologize and beg for mercy, but the fear that penetrated deep into her bone marrow choked her throat. I can't even make a sound. Lin Mu withdrew his gaze and didn't look at her again. Turning around, he looked around at the rest of the teammates with different expressions. The voice was still flat, but with an unquestionable majesty. Go to the reception point. No one refutes, no one questions it. Luo Tian silently followed Lin Mu, converged all the outward elemental breaths, like the most humble apprentice. Lei Ming and Xiong Zining followed, their eyes full of awe. Chen Feng even trotted and followed Lin Mu's side, ready to wait for the dispatch at any time. Song Bingyu seemed to have been drained of all his strength. Staggering up from the ground, he followed the end of the line in despair. She didn't dare to get too close, nor did she dare to get too far away, like a pet abandoned by its owner, but afraid to leave. The atmosphere of the team has changed dramatically. No more disputes, no more doubts. There is only deathly silence and heavy footsteps. We traveled about 10 kilometers more. The monsters along the way, with the assistance of Lin Mu's corrupt poison corpse demon, it was easily taken down by the other 5. At the end of the horizon, a trace of light that was different from gray and blood finally appeared. It was an oasis shrouded in pale green light. Let's go. In the center of the oasis, there stands a simple metal outpost. A flag embroidered with a black dragon was hunting in the wind. The response point has arrived. Everyone's faces involuntarily showed a hint of joy for the rest of their lives. However, Lin Mu's footsteps slowly stopped. He raised his head, his deep gaze looked in the direction of the entrance to the oasis. At last. It seems that we are not the first to arrive. Everyone followed his line of sight. At the entrance of the oasis, there was also a 6-person team. They wear uniform black combat uniforms. On his chest is a crossed battle knife and shield emblem. That is the symbol of the Chinese Jinghua army. The people in this team all have a fierce aura and sharp eyes. He carries a soldier's unique iron-blooded aura. At the head was a young man with a tall figure and a cold face. He leaned against a boulder, holding an exaggerated heavy sword in his arms, closing his eyes to recuperate. Seemed to have sensed the arrival of Lin Mu and others, and slowly opened his eyes. It does not hide the aggression and scrutiny in the eyes. His eyes swept over the embarrassed appearances of Lei Ming, Chen Feng, and others. The corners of his mouth hooked up with an imperceptible arrogance. When he saw Lin Mu, the only one in the audience who looked calm, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. But then, this astonishment was replaced by a stronger contempt. A necromancer? Then he stood up straight and took his squad with him, unhurriedly greeted them, directly blocking the way of Lin Mu and the others. People from Shangjing Academy? The voice of the young man, with a metallic texture, is full of condescending meaning. Looking at you, you must have suffered a lot on the road, right? Heh, the academic greenhouse flowers are really useless. Chen Feng just wanted to step forward to theory, but was pulled by Lei Ming. Lei Ming took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "We are from Shangjing Academy. Are you? Jinggui Army, Snapdragon Special Operations Battalion, Shaolai." The youth newspaper put his name on it, and his chin was raised slightly. The pride that belongs to the ace recruit in the army is unabashed. This oasis was discovered by us first. Shaolai's words turned and became aggressive. According to the rules of the Dragon's Nest, the first to arrive has the right to make rules. He pointed to the clear lake in the oasis and a few fruit trees that emitted a soft glow. The water source and moonlight fruit inside belong to us. You can rest on the periphery, but you are not allowed to step into the oasis for half a step. Otherwise, he didn't finish speaking, but that unabashed threat had already made the air tense. Chen Feng and Lei Ming's faces instantly became extremely ugly. They worked hard to get here, but they couldn't even drink saliva? This is simply too much deception. Just when Chen Feng was about to break out, Lin Mu walked out slowly from the back of the team. Past the crowd, he stood at the front and calmly sternly looked at Xiao Lai opposite. Xiao Lai frowned, feeling a trace of displeasure at this necromancer who dared to look directly at him. What are you looking at? A necromancer who also wants to stand up for them? Didn't you hear what I just said? Lin Mu laughed when he heard this. Although the smile was very faint, it made Xiao Lai feel a palpitation inexplicably. You just said that the first to arrive has the right to make rules? Lin Mu's voice was very light and slow. That's sorry. This Gobi, including this oasis standing at your feet. Now, it's all my trophies. Not convinced. Lin Mu paused and raised his eyelids. In those deep eyes, a hint of playful light flashed. Just die. In addition to the shortlisted trial dungeon, the magic energy transporter is in the vehicle. Zhao Taizhang closed his eyes to recuperate. On the light curtain in front of him, 6 green light spots representing vital signs were displayed. Did the piercing siren suddenly sounded. Zhao Tai opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were like lightning, and he instantly locked on the light curtain. I saw it on the energy radar map representing the environmental monitoring of the dungeon. A huge red dot of light that was originally extremely dazzling, representing the monarch level energy reaction, after a few flashes, disappeared out of thin air. What's going on? Zhao Tai suddenly stood up from his seat, and a wave of iron-blooded murderous aura erupted. He immediately connected to the emergency communication of the rear base. This is Zhao Tai, the leader of the Dragon's Nest shortlisted special edition number 01. Report the energy fluctuation data of the 07 regional proving ground now. Repeat. Report now. On the other end of the communicator, there was an equally shocked and unbelievable voice. Report. Report to the chief instructor. Just now, deep in the 07 area test field, an extremely large and chaotic burst of elemental energy was detected, lasting about 8 seconds. Then, Skeleton King's life energy reaction completely disappeared. Zhao Tai's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle. Skeleton King. That requires a top elite team with tacit cooperation, at least 3 ranks or more. It takes a lot of time and pays a huge price to be able to attack. That's all. Gone? 8 seconds? In his mind, the handsome young man who had a calm face from beginning to end uncontrollably appeared, and Principal Zhou Pingxia's meaningful words. Zhao Tai, if it weren't for the monster Lin Mu, how could I dare them to enter the silent Gobi area that has never been opened? Don't worry, it just frustrates the other 5 little guys. Zhao Tai's breathing became extremely heavy at this moment. He stared at the 6 green spots on the light curtain that were still stable. A few words slowly squeezed out of his mouth. Zhou Pingxia, this old fox, where did he let that little monster dampen other people's sharpness? This is, throw it directly into a dragon. Oasis, the 2 sides are still facing each other. Lin Mu's understatement shocked everyone. Whether it is the Shang Jing team with a face full of awe behind them, or the imposing Jinghua army team in front of them, everyone gasped for breath and their faces were full of astonishment. After a short dead silence, ha 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 ha, a young man behind Xiao Lai couldn't hold back anymore and burst into an earth-shattering laughter. He laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Pointing at Lin Mu, he said out of breath, Xiao, Team Xiao, did you hear that? He said that this oasis is his trophy? A milky necromancer, threatening our Snapdragon Special Operations Battalion. If you don't accept it, you will die? Oh no, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. The rest of the members of the Jinghua army also showed undisguised sarcastic smiles. They looked at Lin Mu's eyes as if they were looking at a clown. Necromancer? This kind of profession needs to be heavily protected on the battlefield and is fragile. Do you dare to make a big fuss in front of these soldiers who crawled out of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood? The arrogance on Xiao Lai's face was also replaced by a condescending joke. He took a step forward. The iron-blooded evil energy on his body rose again, pressing on Lin Mu like a substance. Boy, I admit that you are very bold, but boldness and stupidity are often only a thin line. It seems that the teachers in the academy only taught you how to play games in the simulation training ground, but forgot to teach you what it means to be in awe of the strong. However, in the face of the coercion he deliberately released, Lin Mu's face still did not change, and he did not even flutter his eyelids. On the contrary, it was the thunder behind Lin Mu who took a step forward. Boom! The huge scepter in his hand slammed heavily. A majestic holy light power rose into the sky, easily cancelling out all the impact of Xiao Lai's momentum. Friends of the military, it's best to speak politely. The sound of thunder and the urn opened angrily. The honest expression on his face disappeared, replaced by an inviolable solemnity. We people at Xingjing Academy are not soft persimmons that are manipulated by others. On the other side, although Luo Tian still closed his eyes, but the elemental particles surrounding it suddenly became active. The breath of ice, electricity, fire, wind, and earth elements is intertwined. Let the surrounding temperature fluctuate sharply, and there is even a soft crackling sound in the air. This sudden change made Xiao Lai and the team members behind him smile slightly. Wrong. It's so wrong. This group of academic greenhouse flowers, after going through the trial of 9 deaths, instead of being frightened, they were all fighting spirited, especially the paladin and elemental mage. Its strength seems to have far exceeded their estimates. What's even weirder weirder is that all of them are faintly centered on the weakest-looking necromancer. It is a kind of subconscious, stemming from trust and surrender under the absolute power gap. Xiao Lai's brows furrowed tightly. He looked at Lin Mu again, and the contempt in his heart was replaced by a touch of solemnity for the first time. It seems that I underestimate you. He snorted coldly and pressed his hand to the hilt of the heavy sword behind his back. However, in the Dragon's Nest, rules are rules. The first to arrive is king. This is the iron law set by Chief Instructor Zhao Tai himself. Do you dare to disobey the military order? He bit the words Chief Instructor Zhao Tai extremely hard, trying to use the highest authority of the Dragon's Nest to crush the opponent's psychological defense. Lin Mu finally smiled again. He shook his head, his eyes as if he was looking at an ignorant child. The rules set by Zhao Tai? He slowly stepped forward, only 3 steps away from Xiao Lai, and his eyes met. Then if I tell you, what I said is the rules. Don't talk about you, it's Zhao Tai standing here, I'm still like this. Xiao Lai was furious, the blue veins on the back of his hand suddenly rose, and he was about to draw his sword. A hurried communication request suddenly sounded from the military intelligence brain on his wrist. It is the highest priority red emergency communication. Xiao Lai's face changed, and he subconsciously connected. A holographic light curtain popped up, and what appeared was the extremely cold face of the chief instructor Zhao Tai. Xiao Lai. Zhao Tai's voice had an unprecedented solemnity and eagerness. Where are you now? Xiao Lai was stunned for a moment and subconsciously straightened his back. Report to the chief instructor. The young dragon team has passed through the number 06 trial area and arrived at the shortlisted trial reception point. Mission accomplished. He paused, glanced at Lin Mu opposite, and added, in addition, the team from Shengjing Academy has just arrived, and I am preparing to teach them the rules of the Dragon's Nest. Zhao Tai on the other end of the light curtain was silent for 3 seconds when he heard this. Xiao Lai could even feel that a terrifying chill that was enough to freeze his soul was transmitting through the light curtain. Rules? Zhao Tai's voice was so cold that there was no trace of emotion. Xiao Lai, I order you to shut your stinky mouth for me immediately. Immediately. Put away your ridiculous sense of superiority. Now, you and your people, all retreat 100 meters. Without my orders, you are not allowed to step into the oasis for half a step. As for the rules, Zhao Tai's voice revealed a deep weakness. From now on, as long as Lin Mu is here, what he says is the rule. His order is the highest order. Do you understand? Soldier. Every word of Zhao Tai was like a heavy hammer, slamming into the hearts of Xiao Lai and all his team members. The entire Snapdragon squad is collectively petrified. Their faces are full of extreme absurdity and disbelief. Xiao Lai's brain was even more blank. He turned his head stiffly, staring at the handsome young man in front of him, who was still calm, as if he had expected everything a long time ago. Listen, I understand. Xiao Lai felt that his throat was extremely dry. It took all my strength to squeeze these words out of my teeth. He slowly lowered his hand on the hilt of his sword. In the ghostly gaze of the team members behind him, towards Lin Mu, a standard military salute was performed. Then, he said word by word, Snapdragon Special Operations Battalion, Young Dragon Squad, all on standby. Time is infinitely stretched at this moment. The 5 young dragon team members behind Xiao Lai froze in place as if they had been petrified. Their faces still have the sarcasm and arrogance of the previous second, but at this moment it is replaced by an extreme absurdity and horror. The expression is distorted like an abstract painting. The highest command? What Lin Mu said is the rule. How is this possible? Several people's brains were buzzing and almost went down. They are the ace recruits of the Snapdragon Special Operations Battalion of the Jinhua Army. He is the most dazzling genius of his generation in the army. The education received, the iron law believed. They are all obedient to orders, and the strong are respected. And now, their interim supreme commander, Zhao Tai, the chief instructor of the Dragon's Nest. But let him obey a boy who looks younger than them, and is still a necromancer by profession? This subverts all the perceptions they have built in the military over the past 2 years. Zhao Tai on the other end of the light curtain also seemed to notice the strange atmosphere here. His cold voice sounded again, with an unbelievable determination. Xiao Lai, this is an order. Execute immediately. After saying that, the communication was cut off suddenly. Xiao Lai's tall body swayed slightly in the wind. Then he slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Mu again. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. What kind of existence could allow Chief Instructor Zhao Tai to give such an absurd order? Don't. The rumor about the opening of Trial Area 07. A terrifying thought rose uncontrollably from the bottom of my heart. No. He shook his head suddenly, forcibly suppressing this crazy thought. Lin Mu ignored the turbulent waves in their hearts. He just took a step and walked past Xiao Lai unhurriedly. Go straight to the oasis that radiates a soft glow. Luo Tian, Lei Ming, and Xiong Zining followed. They looked at Xiao Lai and the others. There was no sympathy, no schadenfreude, only calm. As if to say, look, this is the daily life of our chief. You guys, just get used to it. Chen Feng straightened his back even more, and walked past the group of petrified soldiers. There is a hint of pleasure on his face. pace. Even Song Bingyu, who was still a little in a trance. I also subconsciously followed along, not daring to stay at all. Get out of the way. Xiao Lai looked at the team members who were still blocking the way and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. The Snapdragon team members woke up like a dream and retreated to the sides like an electric shock, gave way to an oasis. Their faces were hot. It was like being slapped in public countless fights. Lin Mu walked into the oasis. A fresh breath came to his face, instantly dispelling the fatigue and blood that had accumulated along the way. No way. By the clear lake, on a few silver-white fruit trees, there are more than 20 fruits that resemble crescent moons and emit a soft halo scattered. Moonlight fruit. He did not touch the fruit, nor did he drink water. Just walked to the lake, found a clean grass, and sat down casually. Then, I closed my eyes, as if I was pretending to sleep. This laid-back posture. The 2 teams behind him felt a sense of confusion and depression. Xiao Lai gritted his teeth. In the end, he took a deep breath, took his teammates, and silently retreated 100 meters away. They stand upright, like a row of javelins waiting to be reviewed. It's just that those sharp eyes never left Lin Mu's body for a moment. They want to see it. I want to see it for myself. What is the difference between this necromancer who has been given the highest authority by the chief instructor? Time passes minute by minute. Inside and outside the oasis, it was terribly quiet. A member of Xiao Lai's team. In extreme tension and confusion, I subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He couldn't figure it out. They are the most elite young dragons of the Zhenghua army. It is the blade that will protect China in the future. Why should it bow to an academic necromancer? Xiao Lai clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles turned white from excessive force. The duty of a soldier is to obey. But at this moment, he was proud of his will. It is being repeatedly burned by a fire called humiliation. His eyes were fixed on the back of the person sitting by the lake. Try to find even the slightest flaw in that calm posture. On the side of Xingjing Academy, the atmosphere is also strange. Lei Ming and Xiong Zining stood not far behind Lin Mu, like the 2 most loyal guards, with solemn expressions. Luo Tian rarely kept his eyes open and did not close his eyes to recuperate. In the ice-blue eyes, the elemental runes were flowing rapidly. It seems to be frantically deducing some kind of logic beyond the scope of his understanding. Chen Feng's waist was straight, and his face had a sick flush. That was the raised eyebrows after extreme fear. He even wanted to light a cigarette and walk around in front of Xiao Lai. Only Song Bingyu, she is still standing at the end of the line. With her head down, her long fiery red hair covered her face, making it impossible to see her expression at the moment. It was in this suffocating atmosphere. On the horizon in the distance, figures appeared again. More than one direction. One after another, the same embarrassed, but fierce squads. They appeared at the end of the Gobi one after another and converged in the direction of the oasis. It's people from other areas who have arrived. Chen Feng let out a low voice. These new teams have as few as 6 or 7 people and as many as 8 or 9 people. They have a variety of costumes. Most of these people are from top universities other than Shengjing University. But there are also those imprinted with the emblem of ancient families, and some wear high-tech tight combat uniforms. Obviously, it was a team from different forces and temporarily formed. Although they were all injured and looked tired, but the unruliness of genius in his eyes has not diminished at all. Soon, they discovered this eerie scene at the entrance of the oasis. What's the situation? Isn't that the young dragon squad of the Zhenghua army? Why is it like a door god outside? A young man from the East China Sea Machinery City frowned. Opposite them are people from Shengjing Academy, right? It seems that they are in the oasis first. Another young man wearing a Taoist robe and carrying a peachwood sword flashed with a glimmer of light in his eyes. It's interesting, the people in the military were blocked by the academics? When did this Xiao Lai become so good-tempered? The voices of discussion came and went. Everyone's eyes were subconsciously focused on the center of the 2 teams. The one sitting by the lake, as if asleep, on the necromancer. Soon, who is he? Why did the 2 top teams form such a strange confrontation because of him? The pride of heaven from all over the country. They all developed a strong interest and desire to explore Lin Mu, plus Shengjing Academy and the Young Dragon Squad. A total of 50 people attended the event. Just when everyone had different thoughts and was ready to step forward to find out, the lonely metal outpost in the center of the oasis suddenly lit up with a light at the top. A clear holographic projection instantly appeared over the oasis. It was the cold face of the chief instructor Zhao Tai. Congratulations, rookies. Zhao Tai's voice spread throughout the oasis through the loudspeaker, cold and majestic. You all survived the first round of appetizers without embarrassing the forces behind you. Let me briefly introduce you. My name is Zhao Tai. I am your chief instructor, and I am also the only rule in the next period of time. His gaze was like an eagle, sweeping over every young and arrogant face below. In the dragon's nest, there are no children of the family, no military pride, and no academy genius. You have only one identity, a reserve soldier who can die at any time. You have only one goal, that is, to do your best to compete for 10 places to represent China and participate in the Global Freshman Exchange Conference. Zhao Tai's words made everyone's breath stagnant. Now, release your second assessment task. Centered on where your 50 people are now, use everything available around you to build a temporary defense line that is enough to resist the impact within an hour. In an hour, you will usher in the baptism of the first wave of monster tide. Time. Only those who survive can officially enter the dragon's nest and participate in the competition for places. Of course, you can ask for help halfway or give up. The consequences, you don't need me to say it, you understand. After saying that, Zhao Tai's projection did not drag on at all and disappeared instantly. The metal outpost has once again returned to dead silence. However, his words, but it was like a bombshell, setting off a stormy wave in the hearts of 50 geniuses. Build a line of defense? Defend against the monster tide? All immediately realized the enormity of the task as well as a core question. From beginning to end, Zhao Tai never mentioned the water source in the oasis and the ownership of the 20 or so moonlight fruits. This means that these are strategic resources that can quickly restore stamina and mana, and may even save lives in the beast tide. It will be up to them to decide how to distribute it. Except for the Shang Jing team and the young dragon team, everyone else's eyes all became hot and aggressive. They looked at the entrance of the oasis in unison. The one is still sitting by the lake. He has slowly opened his eyes, like a necromancer who has just woken up. 50 proud sons of heaven from all over China with hearts higher than the sky fell into a strange silence at the moment. Everyone is not a fool. Chief Instructor Zhao Tai, when announcing the mission, deliberately blurring the right to allocate resources is a test in itself, a battle for leadership, strength, and the right to speak. And now, all the contradictions are focused. Now, the assessment begins. All converged on this seemingly least threatening necromancer. Finally, the silence was broken. A young man wearing a silver-white high-tech combat uniform came out of the crowd. On his combat uniform, there is a badge made of gears and lightning. East China Sea Machinery City, Wei family. His name is Wei Zhe, is one of the more prominent geniuses in this group, known for data analysis and precise calculations. Everyone, what does this mean? Wei Zhe's voice came out through the loudspeaker of the helmet, with a metallic calmness. He first looked around at everyone, and then set his sights on Lin Mu. Moment. Time is running out and I don't think we need to waste time here on meaningless standoffs. He raised his wrist and a curtain of light projected out. A complex stream of data is flashing at a rapid pace. According to the content of our team's trial just now, my preliminary analysis shows that we will face thousands or even tens of thousands of elite monsters with levels within level 25. In this case, the rational allocation of resources will directly determine our life and death. Wei Zhe's words caused most people to nod in agreement. He paused, pushed the glasses that didn't exist on the bridge of his nose, and his tone became natural. So, I propose, these 23 moonlight fruits that can quickly restore physical strength and mana should be given priority to the 10 people among us who have the strongest combat effectiveness and can play a decisive role in the frontal battlefield. In this way, we can ensure the stability of our defense line to the greatest extent. As for the others, his eyes swept over Lin Mu, as well as Luo Tian and some other people who seemed to be of low rank and weak, and the contempt in his eyes was fleeting. A small amount of water can be allocated to maintain basic survival. Everyone, I'm thinking about the overall situation. Everyone has no objection, right? These words are high-sounding, but full of undisguised selfishness and arrogance. What he called the strongest combat effectiveness. Obviously, it refers to himself and the core geniuses of several other top forces. Immediately, several core members of the team stood up and expressed their support for Wei Zhe. What Brother Wei said is very true. Good steel should be used on the blade. I agree. The weak should have the consciousness of the weak. Don't hold everyone back. For a while, the atmosphere became tense. Those teams that are slightly weaker or have consumed too much in previous trials, the face became extremely ugly. They were angry, but they didn't dare to refute, because what Wei Zhe said is the cruelest truth in the world. Everyone's eyes once again focused on Lin Mu, because in Wei Zhe's distribution plan, he, the weakest necromancer, was obviously the one who was abandoned. Even Xiao Lai subconsciously clenched his fists, although he humiliated himself to obey the order. But deep down, I still want to see how this teenager, who has been given the highest authority by the chief instructor, will deal with the current dead end. Is it an angry rebuttal, or do you accept it helplessly? However, Lin Mu's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He laughed, then he slowly stood up and patted his pants. Those deep eyes looked at Wei Zhe with interest. I think about the overall situation. You're right. Lin Mu spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Resources should indeed be allocated to the most worthy people. Wei Zhe's mouth curled up a smug smile, thinking that Lin Mu had given in. But in the next second, Lin Mu's movements made the smile on his face freeze instantly. He just slowly raised his right hand. Then, snap your fingers. Snap. An inaudible soft sound echoed in the oasis of dead silence. An intangible, qualitative fluctuation. With Lin Mu as the center, it spread nearly 50 kilometers in an instant. Aura of fear, activate. Everyone present except for the Shang Changjing Academy squad and the Young Dragon squad. The brain was at this moment, and it was grabbed hard by an invisible big hand. A fear that originates from the deepest, most primitive, purest of the soul. Like a flood that burst the embankment, it instantly drowned out their reason. A genius who was still echoing Weijia just now let out a scream that doesn't sound like a human voice. No, don't come here. Another berserker known for his bravery. At this moment, it is like seeing the most terrifying nightmare in the world. He kept waving the giant axe in his hand and stepped back comically, his crotch wet. More people have weak legs. The body trembled uncontrollably and the teeth trembled up and down. Make a clucking sound. Their faces were full of extreme horror. Even Weijia, who has always been the most calm and arrogant, is as pale as paper at this moment. The silver-white high-tech combat uniform on his body was making a sizzling electric sound at the moment. Obviously, it was the internal life support system that was fighting against the sudden mental shock. Count. Data is abnormal. Psychotropic. Is being forcibly divested. The next second. Warning. Warn. Unknown energy suppression detected. Full attribute. Decline. 9%. Weijia looked at the red alarm that popped up on the light curtain of his combat uniform. For the first time, the calmness and calculation in his eyes were replaced by an emotion called absurdity. Such a large range. All attributes dropped by 9%? How is this possible? What kind of skill is this? He raised his head abruptly and stared at the handsome young man who was walking towards him step by step. Ah! The young man still looked light-hearted, but in Weijia's eyes, behind him stood a terrifying god and demon made of endless corpses in despair. He was staring at himself indifferently with a look that looked down on the ants. Lin Mu ignored those ugly geniuses. He walked straight to the moonlight fruit trees. I took one off and wiped it on my clothes. Then he clicked and took a big bite. The sweet juice bursts in the mouth. He chewed the pulp and his eyes finally fell on Weijia, who had been completely petrified. You just said that resources should be allocated to the 10 people with the strongest combat effectiveness. Lin Mu's voice was particularly clear in the oasis of dead silence. I agree. He paused, threw away the leftover pits, and picked another one. But you miscalculated. Lin Mu looked at Weijia's face distorted by fear, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a playful arc. Here, there are no 10 strong people. There is only one. The rest is garbage. This sentence is like a 9-day thunder. It hit Weijia and all those who could still maintain their consciousness in the hearts. Arrogant, overbearing, unreasonable. Weijia's lips trembled. He wanted to refute and justify it with his big picture theory, but under the suppression of the fear that penetrated deep into the bone marrow, but not even a complete syllable can be pronounced. His proud computing ability, the calm reason he relied on for survival. At this moment, it was crushed to pieces. On the other side, stand straight all the time. Xiao Lai, who was like a javelin, and the young dragon team behind him finally understood at this moment. What is the meaning behind Chief Instructor Zhao Tai's seemingly absurd order? Xiao Lai's Adam's apple rolled up and down violently. He looked at the boy who was still extremely calm, and then looked at those so-called proud sons of heaven. I am very glad that I chose to obey unconditionally before. Otherwise, he and the young dragon squad behind him. At this moment, the fate will definitely not be much better than Weijia and the others. As for the rules he has always adhered to, in the face of absolute power, rules are a joke. Lin Mu ignored those geniuses anymore. He motioned to Chen Feng behind him and picked all the remaining 21 moonlight fruits. Divide it. Yes, Chief. Chen Feng's face turned red with excitement, and he carefully picked the fruits. He first distributed 2 to each of Lei Ming, Luo Tian, Xiong Zining, and Song Bingyu. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, he walked straight to Xiao Lai. Handed over the remaining fruit. Xiao Lai and the team members behind him were all stunned. They didn't expect that they would also have a share. Looking at the fruit handed over by Chen Feng, Xiao Lai hesitated. To pick up or not to pick up? If they take over, it means that they have completely recognized Lin Mu's leadership, admitted how stupid his previous provocation was, and stood on the opposite side of the other geniuses present. No. Xiao Lai glanced at the back of the man sitting by the lake and began to drink water slowly, and couldn't help but shiver. In the end, he stretched out his hand and took the fruits from Chen Feng's hands. For me. Thank you, Chief. Xiao Lai's voice was dry. This sentence also represents the most elite young dragon team of the Xinhua army completely chose to surrender. Weijia watched Chen Feng finish distributing the last moonlight fruit. Her lips trembled, and for the first time she felt what humiliation and despair was. Tick-tock, tick-tock, time flies. Chief Instructor Zhao Tai's warning that, in an hour, the monster tide will come is like a sword hanging over everyone's head. Finally, Weijia forced himself to look at Lin Mu. Lin, Chief Lin. His voice was full of unwillingness and fear. We were wrong. I admit that we were all frogs at the bottom of the well before, and we didn't know how high the sky was. Weijia took a deep breath and forcibly restored a trace of logic to himself. But, the monster tide is coming. Even if you are strong, it is difficult to take care of the entire defense line with just a few of you. In order for everyone to survive, I ask you to lead us to build a defense line together. Please focus focus on the overall situation. He once again moved out of the rhetoric of the overall situation is important, but this time, his posture was lowered to the dust. Several geniuses behind him also woke up like a dream and echoed one after another. Yes, Chief Lin, we are willing to follow your command. As long as you can keep us alive, you can do whatever you want us to do. Please. One after another, the pleas sounded in the oasis, full of humility and desolation. Xiao Lai and his young dragon team members watched the scene silently, their eyes complicated. Lin Mu listened to these pleas and finally turned around slowly. He looked at Wei Zhe, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a playful arc. You know how to advance and retreat, and you know the big picture. However, garbage should stay where it should be. This sentence made Wei Zhe and everyone behind him, the glimmer of hope that had just risen on their faces instantly solidified. He's still calling us garbage? Lin Mu ignored them, cancelled the aura of fear effect, and walked to the lake to sit down. He closed his eyes and looked like he had nothing to do with him. The ultimate sense of humiliation bit Wei Zhe's heart like a poisonous snake. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails deep in his palms, and blood dripping down his fingers. Okay, very good. Wei Zhe's eyes flashed with a hint of resolute madness. He turned around abruptly and roared at the group of geniuses behind him who were also ashen. It's better to rely on others than on yourself. Everyone, collect the bones and rocks around you and build a defense. Under the threat of death and Lin Mu's stimulation, this group of geniuses began to carry huge bones and pile stones like crazy. Try to build a barrier before the monster tide comes. But they also knew that this rudimentary line of defense made of wreckage and rubble was nothing more than psychological comfort. 1 hour, fleeting. On the horizon in the distance, there was a loud sound like muffled thunder. The earth began to tremble violently. A tide composed of dark red is sweeping in from the end of the Gobi. Wei Zhe's pupils shrank suddenly, and he roared hoarsely. Everyone, get ready for battle. The first wave of monsters, as he expected, was hundreds of LV.25 gale beasts. Kill. Without Lin Mu's aura of fear, suppression, this group of proud sons of heaven can finally exert their full strength. Litter? The brilliance of the spells of various elements, the sharp sword chi and sword light, instantly exploded at the front of the front. Although they are embarrassed, they are geniuses out of 100 after all. With the advantages of equipment and skills, it withstood the first wave of impact. After the battle, pieces of gale beast corpses fell on the front, and none of them were killed. A glimmer of joy and regained self-confidence rose in everyone's eyes. Look, we can do without them. A genius gasped with a hint of distorted pleasure on his face. However, they haven't had time to rejoice for long. The second wave of monsters is coming. This time, it was a mixed army of hundreds of LV.28 harpies and LV.30 megalodon savages. Hold on. Wei Zhe's eyes were instantly bloodshot. At the moment when the defense line was about to be broken. Holy light barrier. Frost path. The sound of thunder and Luo Tian sounded at the same time. The Shengjing Academy team and Xiao Lai's young dragon team finally made a move. Their addition was like a shot in the arm, instantly stabilizing the shaky war situation. It's coming. The thunderous holy light, the frost of Luo Tian, Xiao Lai's heavy sword, and Xiong Xining's assassination. Everyone's combat effectiveness far exceeds the imagination of other geniuses. Wei Zhe watched Xiao Lai split a residual blood, megalodon savage, in half with a sword and admired it in his heart. However, the more terrifying is yet to come. Wave 3, Wave 4. The level and number of monsters are soaring wildly in an unreasonable way. LV.32's, Poisonous Scorpion, LV.35's, Mad Lion Dwarf. The number has skyrocketed from hundreds to thousands. A genius was torn open in his chest by the claws of the Mad Lion Dwarf and flew out screaming, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The defense line completely collapsed. All of them fell into an endless sea of monsters, struggling to support and despair to die, but no one planned to surrender and ask for help. There are only 5 people in the academy, and from time to time they cast their hopeful gaze on Lin Mu. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Wrong. This difficulty has far exceeded the intensity that these people can resist. Could it be because I killed the Skeleton King before, causing the mechanism of the dungeon to be triggered and forcibly improving the overall strength of the monster tide? He glanced at Luo Tian and Lei Ming and others who were rushing left and right in the group of monsters, and their bodies were already colored. That's it. Game time, it's over. At everyone's most desperate moment, Lin Mu finally stood up. I saw him walking unhurriedly to the center of the oasis, waving the white bone staff in his hand quickly. Wake up! Countless strands of death energy that were more majestic, older, and deeper than aura of fear swept out like a tide. Dong dong. But it seems to be a death knell sounded by death. The earth trembled violently. So strong. In everyone's horrified eyes, the earth around the oasis began to come to life. The shiny hand bones broke through the ground. Immediately afterwards, there were hideous skulls and steel armor shimmering with metallic luster. 9,000, 20,000, 50,000, 90,000. Endless, iron skeleton warriors are like a frenzy of death gushing out of hell, densely packed with every inch of land outside the oasis. They stood quietly, their empty eyes burning with dark blue soul fire, converging into a silent and terrifying sea of death, then quickly formed a phalanx of thousands of people. The torrent of cold steel spread all the way to the end of the horizon, obscuring everyone's vision. At this moment, time seems to stand still. Whether it was a genius who was fighting a bloody battle or a surging wave of monsters, all the action stopped. Looking at the steel skeleton warriors with terrifying breaths, they all had numb scalps and weak legs. What is it? Is this something that one can summon? This is a natural disaster of the undead. It's a torrent of steel. The blood stains and despair on Weijia's face were in front of this torrent of steel with an aura comparable to that of a level 30 elite monster, replaced by an absurdity that cannot be described in words. He muttered to himself, but he couldn't say the whole thing. Resuscitation skeleton. A soft sound. The heavy sword in Xiao Lai's hand fell to the ground with a bang, but he didn't realize it. He finally understood. Completely understood. What genius, what rules, what trials. From the beginning, it was just a joke. Even the 5 people of Xingjing Academy who had seen the super-level skeleton mage group were extremely shocked. 90,000. That's not 90,000 ants, but 90,000 terrifying weapons of war. They knew that Lin Mu was very strong. But every time, Lin Mu would use a new and even more outrageous way to refresh their cognitive ceiling of the word powerful. Is this the real strength of the chief? Chen Feng muttered to himself, his legs trembling, and he almost knelt down. Lin Mu turned a blind eye to the reactions of the geniuses. Raise your eyelids and look at the monster tide that looks a little sparse in the comparison ahead. The voice was indifferent, and he gave a battle order to the Iron Skeleton Warrior Legion. Clear the field. The silent sea of steel is alive. 90,000 heads turned at the same time, and the neckbone friction made a unified sound. Neat in uniform, like a will. No battle cry, no roar. Only silent action. The 10,000-person phalanx at the forefront took a step forward as a whole. The earth wept for him. It was composed of countless bones and rocks, and was regarded by Wei Zhou and others as the last hope of a rudimentary line of defense. In the face of this torrent of steel, it was easily flattened like a sandcastle and crushed into powder. Then, charge. This is not a fight. It was a one-sided massacre. The Legion of Iron Skeleton Warriors is like a precision meat grinder composed of countless blades, and the thousands of LV.35 Mad Lion Dwarf that made the geniuses fall into despair were like pieces of meat that were actively thrown into the meat grinder at this moment. The Mad Lion Dwarf, rushing to the front, couldn't even scream. It was instantly pierced by hundreds of steel spears, lifted high, and then torn to pieces in midair. Blood and minced meat have become the only color embellishments on this picture of death. The whole process, without the slightest confusion. The skeleton warriors in the front row are responsible for killing, while the ones in the back row tacitly fill in the gaps to ensure the integrity of the front line and the speed of advancement. At an unreasonable speed, push forward, crush everything, purify everything. Wei Zhou stared blankly at this scene. His proud supercomputing power has been completely burned out at this moment. Logic, data, weakness analysis? In front of the absolute power in front of him, it has become the most ridiculous murmuring. He wanted to laugh loudly at his previous stupidity and arrogance the moment the order is issued. But he couldn't make any sound. Only tears and snot flowed down uncontrollably, mixed with the bloodstains on the face. It turns out, so that's how it is. In his eyes, we and those monsters, really, there is no difference. It's all garbage. On the other side, Xiao Lai and the young dragon team behind him had already put down their weapons. Although he was still standing upright, his body trembled uncontrollably. It is not fear, but the unique of soldiers, and the excitement from the depths of the soul after witnessing the ultimate force. This is what the chief instructor said. Rules. The voice of a young dragon member was extremely dry. Xiao Lai did not answer. He looked at the back of the person standing in the middle of the oasis, standing with his hands on his back. At this moment, I finally understood. The order of Chief Instructor Zhao Tai is not humiliation, not temptation. It's a kind of protection. It is the protection of these so-called military pride. Because if you go against such an existence, you will really die. As for a few people from Shengjing Academy, the elemental particles around Luo Tian had completely subsided, and he had already given up any idea of exploring the mysterious chief. Lei Ming opened his mouth, and the scepter in his hand hung down. Chen Feng's face was full of excitement. After all, he was the only one in the audience who had the opportunity to serve the chief. Less than 5 minutes. The battlefield has once again returned to dead silence. The corpses of thousands of monsters are not enough for the skeleton army. Together with the traces left by the previous battle, they were all completely submerged by the sea of steel, and there was no trace in sight. 90,000 iron skeleton warriors. It still maintains the formation after the charge and stands quietly on the gobi, waiting for the king's next instruction. Lin Mu withdrew his gaze. Even without the blessing of the death prayer, he was more satisfied with the performance of the skeleton warrior. Then he turned around and walked slowly towards the geniuses who had completely lost their ability to think. First looked at Chen Feng. Aren't you going to pick up the equipment yet? Yes. B. My God. No, my chief. Chen Feng, like the most devout believer, rushed into the steel forest made of skeletons and began to frantically pick up the loot. Lin Mu's gaze slowly swept over the rest of the people. In the end, it fell on Xiao Lai, who was covered in blood but still stood strongly. You, Lin Mu spoke. Yes, chief, please give instructions. Xiao Lai's body trembled suddenly, subconsciously put his feet together and performed a standard military salute. His voice was extremely loud. Take your people to help him. Lin Mu pointed to Chen Feng, who was immersed in hard work. Xiao Lai did not hesitate and immediately turned around. He roared at the team members behind him who were still in a daze. What are you still stunned for? Didn't you hear Chief Lin's order? Yes, Captain. The young dragon team woke up like a dream and immediately rushed out and joined the scavenging brigade. After doing all this, Lin Mu seemed to remember something. He walked up to Wei Zhe, who seemed to have lost his spirit, reaching out and patting his blood-stained face. Hello, are you still alive? Wei Zhe's body trembled violently, and his empty eyes finally had a hint of focus. He looked at the excessively beautiful face in front of him, and the eyes that seemed to be so deep that they seemed to swallow everything. I'm still alive. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled up with a playful arc. It seems that you are not useless. At least it's very resistant to beatings. After saying that, he ignored anyone and turned around and walked towards the outpost of the oasis. Behind him, he returned to silence again. At this moment, the metal outpost in the center of the oasis lit up again. The holographic projection of the chief instructor Zhao Tai reappears. This time, the expression on his face was no longer cold and majestic. Instead, it was a complex expression mixed with extreme shock and horror. His gaze passed over everyone and locked directly on the boy who was walking slowly. Take a deep breath and try to calm down. The sound coming from the loudspeaker had a hint of fluctuation that even he himself had not noticed. Assessment. It's over. Congratulations, everyone passed. Yes. Zhao Tai slowly swept past the pride of heaven who had shattered 3 views below. Long, forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart and continued to speak. Your squad cooperates, and teamwork ability, which initially met my expectations. This sentence, from his mouth, seems extremely ironic. Teamwork? Does that battle just now have anything to do with teamwork? It was clearly a unilateral cleaning led by Lin Mu. The corners of Wei Zhe's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and his face was hot. He felt that every word of instructor Zhao Tai seemed to be pointing at his nose and scolding him as the biggest fool in the audience. Zhao Tai ignored everyone's reaction and continued to announce on his own. From now on, you will officially enter the screening stage of the Dragon's Nest. Here, there is almost no rest time, and your nerves need to be tense at all times. Very good. Your next assessment item is a one-day single-player large-scale survival copy. Solo copy. This sentence made Wei Zhe and others who were still in despair just now. A faint hope instantly reignited in his eyes. Single. This means that they finally don't have to face that monster anymore. The strength of the monsters in the dungeon will be dynamically adjusted according to the level of each challenger to ensure relative fairness. Zhao Tai's words continued. Your final results will consist of 2 parts. Part of it is the final score you get in the dungeon. The other part comes from the points statistics outside the Dragon's Nest. In the end, the top 10 people in the overall ranking will be generously rewarded. And the last 10. Zhao Tai's voice suddenly became cold. It will be eliminated directly, where it comes from, where it goes back. This cruel rule once again made the atmosphere of the scene extremely tense. Just now, they were still confronting Lin Mu's allies on the same front. At this moment, the eyes looking at each other already had a hint of vigilance and hostility. Now, give you an hour to rest. Treat the wounded, adjust their status, and distribute the loot you just captured. Of course, whether to save people or not, whether to divide the spoils or not, is up to you to decide. An hour later, the challenge officially began. After saying this, Zhao Tai's image did not disappear directly as everyone expected. He was still suspended in the air, but those sharp eyes locked on Lin Mu motionlessly. A communication that only Lin Mu could hear, after multiple encryptions, sounded. Lin, schoolmate. Zhao Tai's voice had an unprecedented solemnity. I know, that assessment just now is just a boring game for you. The next single dungeon will definitely not be able to test your true strength. So, on behalf of the Dragon Nest, I make an application to you. You can choose not to participate in this single test. I will directly record it as passed for you. You just need to wait for the rest to complete the assessment. After all, such a test has lost its original meaning for you. Zhao Tai's posture was extremely low. He now completely understood what Zhou Pingxia meant. Where is this sending a student to participate in the training? This is clearly sent to the town of Zunzan. As long as Lin Mu does not betray the country, there is no suspense about the champion of the Global Freshman Exchange Conference. Lin Mu listened to the voice in his head and raised his eyebrows slightly. Not participating? Directly through? He glanced at his career panel. Level, LV.28, EXP, 20384440, 0/235000. Breakthrough level 29 soon. Level 30 away. Learning, Resuscitation Death Knight is also fast. If you don't brush up on experience, can you watch this group of geniuses play here? Lin Mu didn't know the principle of this encrypted communication. He tried to use his mental strength to convey a short message to Zhao Tai. No need. I'm interested in this large copy of the dynamically adjusted version. It's just right. I also lack some experience. Received this reply. Zhao Tai on the other end of the light curtain was silent. His tall body, in the personnel carrier, smiled silently bitterly. The next second. How could a real dragon care about the size of the pond? It only cares about whether there is anything in the pond that can fill its stomach. Fish. I see. Zhao Tai's voice became loud again, spreading throughout the oasis. The timing begins. After saying that, his holographic projection finally disappeared completely and neatly. With Zhao Tai's departure, the extremely depressed atmosphere in the oasis finally loosened a little. Wei Zhi couldn't support it at first, his legs went weak, and he sat directly on the ground, gasping for breath. The rest of the geniuses also began to rest. The genius who was seriously injured by Mad Lion Dwarf before, his teammates did not give up on him and began to treat him. Even the healing professionals of other teams also took the initiative to help. Chen Feng and Xiao Lai's scavenging team had already piled up all the spoils in front of Lin Mu. All kinds of equipment and materials shining with white, green, blue, and purple brilliance piled up into a small mountain. Chief, look, what do you do with these things? Chen Feng rubbed his hands and asked with a flattering face. Lin Mu's eyes swept over the pile of looted wool, took away most of the purple loot, and lost interest. You can divide the rest. Name, Lin Mu, Abyss. Occupation, Necromancer. He spoke lightly. Chen Feng was stunned. Xiao Lai and the young dragon team behind him were also stunned. With so many top-notch equipment, there are even a few purple outfits with good attributes left. He said, let's divide? Lin Mu raised his eyelids and glanced at them. My words need to be repeated a second time? No, you don't. Chen Feng was excited and immediately reacted. The face was instantly filled with ecstasy. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for the chief reward. As he spoke, he quickly began to choose the equipment that suited him and Lei Ming and others. Really? Xiao Lai hesitated for a moment, and finally under Lin Mu's calm gaze. Bite the bullet and step forward and choose a few pieces of equipment for your team members. Take the manpower short. At this moment, the subordinate relationship between them was completely consolidated. Just when everyone was busy dividing the stolen goods and resting, a figure, staggering, walked to Lin Mu. It is Song Bingyu. Her long fiery red hair had lost its luster at the moment and was messily attached to her pale face. Those phoenix eyes that were once full of arrogance and flame were left with endless frustration and fear at this moment. She opened her mouth, and the sound in her throat was as dry as sandpaper. Yes, no. 3 words, as if she had exhausted all her strength. The other side. Lin Mu's brows furrowed slightly. Turning his head to look at the sparkling lake, his voice was indifferent. Arrogance is based on strong strength. Next time, if you want to die, change your way smarter. Song Bingyu lowered her head, her long fiery red hair covering her cheeks, but she couldn't hide her violently trembling body. Lin Mu's understatement was like a cold needle, piercing her last self-esteem. An hour of rest passed quickly in a strange silence. At the top of the metal outpost in the center of the oasis, the light converged again. A teleporting light door 10 meters high, flowing with stable space ripples, appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. The light door appeared, and everyone's movements stopped in an instant. The proud sons of heaven are like domesticated lambs at this moment. What? His eyes fell on the back of the lake that was still sitting by the lake. No one dared to move. No one dares to step in first. They were all waiting for an instruction from the boy. The young dragon team still stood upright, and only the purest obedience of the soldiers was left in their eyes. Lin Mu finally stood up slowly. He didn't look back, just waved his hand casually. Go in. It's just 3 simple words, but it was like a pardon. All the geniuses were pardoned, and immediately walked towards the teleportation light gate in an orderly manner, not daring to make the slightest crowding and noise. Xiao Lai looked at Lin Mu's back and once again performed a standard military salute, and then took his team members and followed closely behind. In the end, only a few people from Shangjing Academy remained. Chen Feng rubbed his hands and asked with a flattering face. Lin Mu's voice was still flat. After receiving the instructions, Chen Feng, Lei Ming, Xiong Zining, Luo Tian, and the despondent Song Bingyu also walked into the light gate in turn. It wasn't until everyone disappeared on the other side of the light door that Lin Mu stood up slowly. After stretching his waist, he leisurely stepped into the distorted light curtain. After a brief stun, Lin Mu's vision became clear again. The scorching air came to my face. In contrast to the coldness and decay of the silent Gobi, it is full of life. As far as the eye can see, there is an endless golden wheat field. The heavy ears of wheat swayed in the hot wind, setting off layers of golden waves, magnificent and magnificent. The sky is blue. A round of blazing sun hung high above, scorching the earth a little. A few leafy trees are scattered, solitary among among the wheat fields, casting short, thick shadows. This scene, if it was in the previous life, could definitely become a holy place for internet celebrities to check in. But here, this ultimate tranquility and peace reveals a strange feeling that makes people's hearts palpitate. Lin Mu looked around and found no trace of the monster. It's okay, Lin Mu thought to himself. You can try it first, that skill that has never been used. He remembered the special skill he had obtained from Abyssal Hunting Ground, Abyss Descends. The description of this skill is randomly guided abyssal creatures permanently and is fraught with uncertainty. There has never been a suitable opportunity and a safe enough occasion to try it before. And now, this seems to be vast, and there is no monster to disturb the independent dungeon space for the time being. Undoubtedly the best testing ground. Lin Mu no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and sank his mind into the depths of his soul. Communicate the power that seems to be innate, not of this world. Abyss is coming. The moment he silently pronounced these 4 words, the wind stopped. Sheaf, we. The swaying of the wheat waves solidified. Go. Even the annoying cicada chirping in the air disappeared without a trace. Yes, the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. Its light began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, not bleak. It is devoured. A pure to extreme darkness, like splashed ink, blended from the center of the sky. In just a few seconds, the entire sky was completely enveloped. The day turned into night in an instant. A horror that originates from chaos and is full of chaos, twists, and madness. Pressed down from the top of the sky, a loud bang exploded above Lin Mu's head. The sky, shrouded in darkness, was actually torn open by an invisible force, a hideous crack. Behind the rift is not the universe of nothingness. Instead, it is a chaotic world of despair and wailing. A giant gate that could not be described in words as its grandeur and gorgeousness slowly poked out from the crack in space. It seems to have been poured out of the despair of hundreds of millions of living beings. The door frame is carved with countless distorted and struggling faces, radiating insane negative energy. On the giant gate, countless ancient and evil runes flowed slowly like living creatures. Every flicker seems to tell the life and death of a world. The giant door was completely out of the crack, like a star falling from the sky. Dragging a long gray tail flame, it smashed down. In the end, it landed heavily on the golden wheat field in front of Lin Mu. The earth trembled violently, and cracks spread in all directions centered on the giant gate. The shock wave rolled up dust and wheat stalks, forming a storm that covered the sky. After the storm, the gate of the abyss, which was 100 meters high, stood quietly between heaven and earth. The terrifying coercion it exuded made the entire law of independent space wail and tremble. The abyss gate, which exuded endless coercion, did not open immediately after landing. This movement is 100 times more exaggerated than I imagined, thanks to the fact that it was not used in the academy at that time. The whole world seemed to have been pressed the pause button. Lin Mu smacked his lips and looked at the magnificent creation in front of him with great interest. He could feel that the huge amount of mana provided by Source of Beyond the Limits was quickly drained and then filled up by the Frost Breath secret words hood in a second. And there seems to be a wonderful connection between him and this giant door. The next second, sudden change. Haven't opened it yet? Lin Mu complained in his heart. A screeching sound that seemed to scratch the soul came from the door shaft of the giant door. The 2 huge doors were carved with hundreds of millions of wailing faces. In a gray light, a gap slowly opened inward. Just a gap. A purer and more condensed aura of the law of the abyss, full of charm and illusion, poured out from it. This breath, unlike the previous chaos and madness, has a sinking sweetness. Lin Mu even felt that his spirit was tempted by this breath, and he was in a trance for a moment. He immediately stabilized his mind, and his eyes became extremely sharp. The next second, a figure slowly walked out of the endless darkness. It was a woman. A woman who was beautiful enough to overshadow all the colors in the world. She had long golden hair that shone like melted gold, casually draped behind her shoulders. The blue eyes are clearer than the purest sky, but it is so deep that it seems to contain the illusion of hundreds of millions of stars. A gorgeous dress made of pure spiritual energy sways gently with her steps. The skirt is dotted with countless dream fragments of transformation. She was barefoot and stepped on the void. With each step falling, a dream flower blooms out of thin air in an ever-changing form. She is the embodiment of illusion, the source of illusion. However, at the moment when her figure completely left the door of the abyss and stepped into this dungeon space, the whole world trembled violently. The scorching sun in the sky, which had just been swallowed by darkness, tore the dark curtain again and cast a golden light. On the earth, countless golden runes appeared out of thin air. Countless golden chains made of the power of the law are like spirit snakes with life. It shot out from all directions and instantly wrapped around the woman's body. A muffled snort that suppressed endless pain overflowed from the woman's perfect lip shape. Her blue eyes, which reflected the dream, fluctuated violently for the first time, full of incredible astonishment and anger. This is the suppression of the laws of the world here? And it is so thorough, so unreasonable suppression. She could feel her vast abyss power that was enough to play with galaxies and turn reality upside down. It is being frantically extracted protected and sealed by these golden chains. 1 in 100 million. No, not even 100 million parts of a power remained. She, the weaver of illusions, Lilith, one of the 9 monarchs of the abyss, was actually pressed into a, by the law of a lower plane, a mortal who barely has the power to protect himself? Disgrace, shame like never before. Lilith raised her head suddenly. Those eyes that were enough to sink the gods fell on the black-haired boy with a calm face not far away. It was this tiny creature that forcibly summoned her from the abyss. He has to pay for it. Use his humble soul to wash away this humiliation inflicted on the monarch. Her red lips parted slightly, and she was about to say the spirit of words that were enough to distort reality. However, the moment her thoughts arose, a force that was far more domineering than the suppression of the laws of the world descended on the deepest part of her soul. Is that the imprint of the bloodline? It is the dominance of the source core. It is from the most original of the abyss, absolute domination. The arrogance and anger on Lilith's face were instantly replaced by an extreme fear and absurdity. Her body was completely out of control. Just like that, without warning, he knelt on the ground heavily. The arrogant head also hung down uncontrollably and deeply. It is as if the humblest servant is offering the most devout worship to his supreme master. How could it be such? Lilith's consciousness is roaring wildly. Who is she? She is Lilith, the monarch of the abyss. It is the supreme being born together with the origin of the abyss. How could she have such a soul derived for a small human being? Submit to? This feeling is even stronger than when facing the supreme throne. That's not coercion, it's not an order, but a stand to reason. It seems that she was born and should kneel in front of this teenager. Lin Mu didn't know what Lilith was thinking, and hurriedly looked at the other party's attribute panel. This panel made Lin Mu break out in a cold sweat, and immediately activated his talent to view the details. Dreamweaver Lilith. Status, forcibly suppressed by the law, and there is no one in strength. The current strength is about equal to the existence of surpassing the 5th rank. Even if you activate talent, it is still a series of question marks. After its strength was suppressed by special laws, it still made Lin Mu's heart flutter. Beyond the existence of the 5th rank. What is that concept? It's Sun Lao's level, and even, it's a more terrifying existence than Sun Lao, and such an existence is kneeling in front of him at the moment. Unable to figure it out for a while, he slowly walked up to Lilith, whose body trembled violently with fear and humiliation. Squatting down, he calmly met her eyes full of confusion. What's your name? Lin Mu's voice was very soft, but like the harshest law, it was directly imprinted on Lilith's soul. Lilith bit her lip tightly, and the pride of the monarch made her want to rebel. But her body answered his question with a tone of awe that was extremely honest. Lilith, Dream, Weaver, Abyss, 9 great monarchs. 1. Lin Mu nodded and stood up. The answer was consistent with the basic information, and I didn't lie to myself. Lilith may have finally accepted her new identity and spoke again. Her voice, like a murmur in a dream, is ethereal and beautiful. The great lord of the abyss, Lilith, the Dreamweaver, sends you the highest respect. Lin Mu looked at her. Although there were turbulent waves in his heart, he was still calm on the surface. You are suppressed by the laws of this world? For the first time, Lilith's face showed a helpless, bitter smile. My master. Yes, not all. The character of this world itself is not high, but it seems to be protected by rules that override it, and its level even surpasses that of the abyssal world. My true body has descended and touched its core defense mechanism. If it weren't for feeling the supreme abyssal authority on you, I'm afraid what it just sent down would not be a seal, but a divine punishment that was enough to completely wipe me out. Lin Mu heard this and understood in his heart. Other words, he summoned a nuclear weapon, but this nuclear weapon was locked in countless layers and could not be used easily. And what Lilith said, the existence beyond the abyss, combined with the rules. Lin Mu made a bold conjecture. This suppression is likely to be related to the profession and the cataclysm. But this is not a question that I can consider now. How much strength can you exert now? Lilith felt the seal in her body and frowned slightly. I'm sorry, master. I can't use any power beyond the upper limit of the rules of this world now. Otherwise it will immediately lead to the second suppression of the law. She turned her words, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. But, the law seals my power, but it cannot seal my essence. As long as the rules of this world allow, I can still do a lot for you. As she spoke, Lilith's body glowed softly. The gorgeous starlight dress turned into a simple white dress. The long golden hair like a waterfall also converged the brilliance and became soft and ordinary. Her whole breath changed. From a high-ranking god, she has become a girl next door with an ethereal temperament and beautiful appearance. For example, a creature disguised as this world does not attract the attention of the law and powerful creatures. Lin Mu looked at Lilith in front of him, and a trace of essence flashed in his eyes. A super bodyguard who can't directly use all his strength, but its remaining strength, knowledge, experience, etc. definitely priceless. What's more, her peak power was only sealed, not disappeared. This is equivalent to giving Lin Mu a clear long-term goal, to break the seal of Lilith. Lin Mu looked at the dramatic scene in front of him. Abyssal dominance. For the first time, he felt the true weight of these 4 words words so intuitively. This is definitely not the power level that color talents should have. The abyss gate behind Lilith finally collapsed completely after completing its mission. It turned into a dot of light all over the sky and dissipated into the air. The suppressed darkness also receded. The blazing sun sprinkled the earth again. It seems that the devastating scene just now has never happened. The wheat fields in the distance began to surge violently. Huge figures made of golden wheat stalks and dirt slowly rose from the ground. At this moment, they had no facial features, only a pair of energy cores that emitted red light. Puppet of Abundance, LV.29, Elite. Apparently the aborigines of this copy are coming. Master, do you need me to solve these noisy dolls for you? Lilith turned her head sideways and asked softly, with a hint of eagerness in her tone. Your power is too conspicuous. Lin Mu spoke lightly. Remember, unless I give you an order, or I'm dying. Otherwise, don't use any of your power. Lin Mu shook his head. No need. Yes, my master. At this moment, she no longer has the slightest majesty of a monarch. Lin Mu looked at the hundreds of puppets of abundance that were pouring towards the side, and the corners of his mouth curled up with an indifferent arc. Besides, why use a knife to kill chickens? He slowly raised the white bone staff in his hand. You just watch. Let you see your master in this world. Entertainment. Lin Mu's words echoed in the depths of Lilith's soul. Entertainment? Lilith's blue eyes flashed with a hint of complex emotions. In her cognition, the entertainment of the monarchs of the abyss. It's nothing more than playing with planes, twisting laws, or appreciating the wails of hundreds of millions of living beings struggling in despair. And what will the entertainment of this new owner be like? At the moment she was thinking. The white bone staff in Lin Mu's hand waved for the first time. A completely different death energy from before detonated. This energy was not chaotic, but with a sense of order like steel, it instantly swept the entire land. Resuscitation skeleton shooter. The earth was torn apart by a brutal force. Huge cracks, like hideous scars, spread out in the golden wheat field. A group of Mori white skeletons, but with a metallic texture. The war machine slowly rises. 3 tall skeleton soldiers with neat and uniform movements. Together, they controlled a hideous cannon. The 2 wheels of the cannon flashed with cold light, and the long barrel pointed diagonally at the sky. The cannon body is engraved with complex death runes, followed by a tall skeleton warhorse, dragging this giant cannon, jumped out of the ground. 100 groups. 999 groups. These skeleton heavy artillery soldiers, like standard weapons produced from the industrial assembly line, are constantly pouring out of the ground. They did not make any sound, but silently and efficiently quickly lined up in standard artillery phalanxes on the wheat fields. 999 hideous cannons flashing with the cold light of death. It was neatly aimed at the hundreds of bountiful puppets that were charging in front of them. Skeleton heavy artillery. Lilith's brows furrowed slightly. This is the power of the master? These looks a bit rudimentary undead construct? Although the power of death contained in it is extremely pure, in essence, there seems to be nothing surprising. Lin Mu's eyes had already fallen on those abundant puppets who were getting closer and closer. He slowly raised his hand and then fell gently. Cannon mode. Armor-piercing bullets. All free shooting. Instructions are issued. The latches of the 999 cannons made a crisp sound at the same time. Load, lock, all in one go. The deafening roar converged into a symphony of destruction that was enough to tear apart heaven and earth. The earth is wailing, and the space is trembling. The armor-piercing shells dragged out the trajectory of death, forming an airtight barrage of steel. Those, abundance puppet, legions that were just now menacing and wanted to crush everything. In the face of this unreasonable firepower, it is as fragile as a papier-mâché doll. The next second, their strong bodies made of special dirt and wheat stalks were easily pierced by armor-piercing bullets. The raging death energy exploded inside them, completely disintegrate and annihilate them from within. Only the puppet fell in pieces like cut wheat. The whole process lasted less than 3 seconds. The vast golden wheat field has become riddled with holes. Bottomless craters replaced the previous scene of abundance. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke mixed with death. No screaming, no struggle, and those so-called abundant puppets. Not even a complete body remained. Ding! You have successfully killed the LV.29 elite monster. Puppet of Abundance, *687. Ding! You have gained experience points. For the first time, there was an unconcealable shock on Lilith's flawless face. She looked at the battlefield that was instantly emptied. Watch as the skeleton artillerymen expertly begin to clear their chambers, preparing for the next shot. This is... What? Who is she? She is the weaver of illusions, the monarch of the abyss. It has witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations and played with the cognition of hundreds of millions of living beings. Whether it is the miracle of magic or the power of technology, it is just a passing smoke cloud in her eyes. But this scene in front of her completely subverted her cognition. It's not magic. No magic system can give birth to such a weird but extremely efficient war creation. It's not technology either. She had seen similar weapons in a technological civilization that was trying to resist the the abyss, which they called artillery. But those rough iron lumps were like children's toys compared to the works of art in front of them, powered by the energy of death and blessed by the runes of the law. The two unrelated concepts of death and machinery are so perfectly integrated. What a wild imagination this is. Lilith's gaze uncontrollably fell on the black-haired boy who was standing in front of the artillery phalanx and looked a little thin. At this moment, she finally understood. What exactly is the entertainment that the new owner is talking about? It is not a simple killing, let alone senseless destruction, but art, a violent aesthetic that perfectly combines death and efficiency. The clearance is complete. Lin Mu's voice pulled her back to reality from her endless thoughts. Lilith's gaze was withdrawn from the scorched earth that had been thoroughly baptized by the aesthetics of violence. Looked at Lin Mushi again. Deep in those dreamy eyes, there was already a hint of curiosity that she had never noticed. I don't even drop a piece of equipment, it's all experience, it's really stingy. His tone was full of disgust for the output rate of this copy. This sentence fell into Lilith's ears, causing her newly established cognition to shake violently again. Such an earth-shattering destruction, in the eyes of this master, is just an inefficient act of brushing experience? What he really cares about is the drop of equipment that is meaningless to the strong? Lin Mu frowned. Lilith couldn't understand it at all. This feeling is like a dragon soaring in the cosmic sea of stars and feeding on stars. But he complained that in a field under his feet, there were no delicious enough radishes. It's ridiculous and irrational. Keep going. Lin Mu didn't give her much time to think and directly issued new instructions. Group 999 Skeleton Heavy Artillery is dragged by skeleton war horses. Once again, they formed a neat marching phalanx and crushed towards the depths of the wheat field at great speed. Lilith silently followed Lin Mu, deliberately maintaining a distance of 3 steps, and restraining all her breath. At this moment, she is more like a curious and obedient maid, wanting to see the full face of this mysterious master. After advancing for about a few miles, a strange scene appeared. The wheat field in front of you is still the endless golden ocean. But in the central area, there stands an extremely abrupt existence. It was a huge scarecrow 70 or 80 meters high. It is made of the most common wheat straw bundled. He was wearing a tattered linen robe and a crooked straw hat on his head. The face is painted with a funny and ridiculous oil smiley face. Standing quietly in the middle of the field, it does not emit any energy fluctuations and does not have any breath of life. Master, that thing, it's a bit weird. Lilith's brows furrowed slightly. From the scarecrow, she smelled a familiar smell that belonged to the low-level law. Lin Mu naturally didn't care. Just raised his hand and signaled the artillery corps to stop. Howitzer mode. High explosive shells. Target, scarecrow ahead. A round of rapid fire. Instructions are issued. 999 high explosive grenades drew a perfect parabola in the air. Like a precise meteor shower, all smashed into the huge scarecrow. The deafening explosion instantly flooded that area. The flames and shock waves formed a mushroom cloud hundreds of meters high. However, when the smoke of gunpowder dissipates, the funny scarecrow is still standing intact. Not even a single wheat stalk on his body fell. The wheat fields around it that have been blown up are now frantically repairing themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Mu's eyes showed a hint of real interest for the first time. Immunized? He waved his hand and dismissed the huge artillery corps. Then, in Lilith's puzzled gaze, alone and walking slowly towards the scarecrow, as he approached, an invisible pressure began to spread. Lin Mu didn't care. Oh, he walked straight under the rice green man, raised his head, and activated his talent. A line of golden descriptions clearly appeared in front of his eyes. It's interesting. Guardian of Abundance, a land sheltered by abundance. The guardian of this place is immune to all conventional damage, and may be able to find its natural enemies nearby to defeat the enemy. I see. Lin Mu knew in his heart. This is not a target that needs to be destroyed by force. It's a puzzle that needs to be solved. Lilith stood in the distance, looking at Lin Mu's back suspiciously. Although the power of the law contained in the scarecrow was low level, it was pure and complete. With her current suppressed state, she may be able to find a way to crack it, but it will also take a lot of effort. And this master, what is he going to do? She witnessed with her own eyes, a miracle that was enough to make her, the monarch of the abyss, tremble for it. Change immune to all conventional damage to maybe immune to all conventional damage. Change maybe immune to all conventional injuries to cannot be immune to all conventional injuries. The entire scarecrow surface seemed to be distorted by an invisible big hand. Tall, guardian of abundance. The funny oil-painted smiling face instantly twisted into the ultimate horror. Lin Mu summoned the skeleton heavy artillery again and directly fired a salvo. The next second, the smoke and dust dispersed, and the giant scarecrow had shattered into slag. A worn-out straw hat with an orange glow fell from the ground. One word, and changed the law of heaven and earth. That's impossible. Lilith's body trembles violently uncontrollably. Her blue eyes reflected hundreds of millions of dreams. At this moment, it is full of shock and fear that cannot be described in words. She remembered the ancient legend in the abyss. At the beginning of chaos, before before the birth of the abyssal origin. There is a supreme being who can speak and follow the law, weave, modify, and define the laws of all things at will. It is called the original creator. Even the abyssal world is only a very small part of the supreme fragment left by the primordial creator. For special reasons, the abyssal pronucleus was formed, and the abyssal world was finally born. It can be said that the source core is the foundation for creating the abyss world, and the original power of the 9 monarchs comes from the source core. She saw it with her own eyes. I saw a living, with a similar authority. At this moment, Lilith had all the pride in her heart about the monarch. All the humiliation of being forcibly summoned is gone. Instead, it is a kind of fanaticism and happiness that comes from the very origin of life. She was chosen by the Creator. What an honor! What a chance! And now, Lilith knelt down again without warning. This time, there was no more humiliation and unwillingness. The head was buried deeply, almost touching the ground. In a trembling and frenzied voice almost like a pilgrimage, he swore, I, Dreamweaver, Lilith, willing to give you everything I have, my soul, my laws, my eternal life, until the end of the abyss. Linmu looked at the abyss monarch in front of him, who suddenly became extremely religious, and could even be said to be fanatical in front of him, frowning slightly. This is also the effect of abyss domination? This absolute dominance from the soul was even more domineering than he imagined. How can such a terrifying being completely abandon the dignity of a monarch? He didn't know what kind of turbulent speculation was behind Lilith's fanatical vow, but for him, the result is what matters. Get up. Linmu's voice was still flat, and he couldn't hear joy or anger. This command, like a supreme oracle, slowly calmed Lilith's violently trembling body. Obey orders, my master, he thought to himself. Lilith's voice still had an unconcealable excitement. She got up slowly, and in those blue eyes, only the purest reverence and admiration remained. His eyes didn't even dare to look at Linmu for too long, so he lowered slightly, fell in the center of the scorched earth. A worn-out straw hat with a soft orange halo was lying there quietly. A hint of enlightenment flashed in Lilith's eyes. She moved lightly and walked gracefully towards the straw hat. Then he carefully held the draft hat with both hands, brushed off the dust that did not exist on it, then turned around and respectfully presented it to Linmu. Master, your trophy. Linmu nodded and took the straw hat that looked tattered. A detailed attribute panel clearly appeared in front of his eyes. Guardian of Abundance's straw hat, LV.30, orange. Intelligence plus 25. Constitution plus 25. Agility plus 3. Plus 3 strength. Special effect 1, Praise of Abundance. From the first equipping, every 1 day, remove all negative effects and restore all health and mana. Special effect 2, Ode to Abundance, applies, lasting healing, to all plants. Summons every 30 minutes from the first equip, restores 10% health every minute for 10 minutes. This property, his eyes were fixed on the effect of Praise of Abundance. Just look at the original panel. It is fully purified once a day, and it is also full of blood and blue. It's already very powerful, and he only needs to change the interval time slightly, and it will directly become a perpetual motion machine. It's better than bringing 100 priests. However, when his gaze moved to the second effect, his brows furrowed again. Linmu's pupils shrank suddenly. Apply, lasting healing, to all plant summons? Plant summons. All of Linmu's summons belong to the death system and have nothing to do with the plant system. Under normal circumstances, this second effect directly becomes a useless waste. A superb orange epic piece of equipment, but there is an entry that cannot be triggered at all. If this were to be another professional, I am afraid that I would scold my mother on the spot and be so depressed that I vomited blood. But none of this has anything to do with him. The curvature of the corners of Linmu's mouth is getting higher and higher. Then he activated his talent and prepared to modify the tattered straw hat. First modification. Change every 1 day to every 1 second. The orange halo on the straw hat contracted sharply and suddenly bloomed. That gentle breath that belonged to abundance instantly became extremely active. Second revision. Change every 30 minutes to every 30 seconds. The straw hat trembled slightly again, and the light flowing above it became softer and more restrained. The last time. Change plants summon to all summons. This time, the changes are far more drastic than the previous 2 times. That worn-out straw hat seems to have been injected with a new soul. The original single aura of abundance was forcibly distorted and reshaped by a more domineering force. Eventually, when everything calms down, the new attribute panel is clearly presented in front of Linmu's eyes. Guardian of Abundance's straw hat, LV.30, orange. Intelligence plus 25. Constitution plus 25. Agility plus 3. Plus 3 strength. Special effect 1, Praise of Abundance. Starts time from the first equipment, every 1 second, removes all negative effects and restores all health and mana. Special effect 2, Ode of Abundance, applies, lasting healing, to all summons every 30 seconds from the first equip, restores 10% health every minute for 10 minutes. Yes, it will be perfect if you change it in 2 more days. Linmu looked at this skydifying attribute and nodded in satisfaction. Purify every second, full of blood and blue every second. It is almost equivalent to him being at his absolute peak at any time and immune to all negative effects. As for the second effect, it gave his army of the dead a terrifying ability to continue fighting. It's a pity that it can only be equipped at level 30. He took his straw hat back into the storage space and set his eyes on the vast golden wheat field again. In his eyes, this is no longer a landscape. It's an experience cake that is huge and exudes an enticing aroma. Lilith. Lin Mu spoke without looking back. My master, what do you order? Lilith immediately bowed, her voice respectful and humble. Let's go. The white bone staff in his hand was raised high again. 999 groups of skeleton heavy artillery soldiers once again appeared from the cracks in the ground. The cold muzzle, under the blazing sun, flashed with the cold light of death. Get up and brush up on experience. Lin Mu looked at the wheat waves in the distance that began to churn again, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. The whole army obeys orders. At the maximum marching speed, advance around. Goal, horizon. The next second, all creatures that enter the range will be directly flattened into slag. The skeleton heavy artillery is just a skeleton after all, and there is no way to really answer him. It's just that the soul fire in the eyes surged at the same time, like a silent roar. All the skeleton horses raised their front hooves at the same time, making a neat and uniform sound of bone rubbing. Then, the flames burst out and fell heavily. A huge artillery corps turned into a black steel tsunami. Around this golden wheat field, an unstoppable charge was launched. The earth trembles under their iron hooves. The air solidified with their killing intent. Lilith followed Lin Mu silently. Look at the army of death that crushes everything. Look at the back of the young man who gives orders. A smile flashed in her eyes that reflected the dream. Maybe follow such a master and witness him in a way that has never been done before. Playing with death and creation in the palm of your hand. Until, conquer this small plane, and even, return to the abyss. It will be much more interesting than her boring monarchy career in the past hundreds of millions of years. Lin Mu's instructions are the only law between this world and the world. The skeleton heavy artillery regiment spread out in a fan shape in the direction of the horizon at an unstoppable speed. Carpet bombardment. The golden wheat fields were plowed by shells. Countless monsters hiding in it were included in the range of artillery fire before they could react. The first thing that appeared was the poisonous locust swarm, LV.30, normal, that surged like a tide, each of which was half the size of a person, and the sound of flapping its wings was enough to tear the eardrums. However, they were greeted by high explosive grenades fired in salvos of 999 rounds. Flames and shockwaves formed ephemeral walls of death in the sky. The swarm of insects did not come close to within 100 meters, and they were all burned to char. Like black raindrops, they fell one after another. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to arch. Earth rock golems, LV.30, elite, made of hard rock burrowed out of the ground, trying to stop this army of the dead with their massive bodies. Switch, cannon mode. Armor-piercing bullets. Lin Mu's instructions were accurately conveyed to every skeleton soldier in charge of the order through the spiritual link. Wow wow. The roar of cannons was replaced by the sharp sound of breaking the air. The rock body of Earth Rock Puppet is as fragile as tofu in the face of special armor-piercing bullets. One huge hole after another exploded in them. The raging energy completely destroys their strong core from within. One after another, huge rock puppets collapsed with a bang and shattered into stones on the ground. Lin Mu's experience bar soared frantically upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. You killed the Earth Rock Puppet. To gain experience points, the kill cue sounded in his mind. There is no way to turn it off yet. When a Storm Mantis, LV.32, elite, that tried to sneak attack from the air was blown into a cloud of blood mist by dozens of high explosive shells. The wheat fields as far as the eye can see have completely disappeared. In its place, there was a black scorched earth repeatedly ravaged by artillery fire and covered with countless craters. The air was filled with the strong smell of gunpowder smoke and sulfur, and Lin Mu's ears finally sounded the long-awaited natural sound. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.30. 30 levels. He raised his hand and took off the Frost Breath Secret Words hood on his head that had been with him since the first turn. Then, he replaced the straw hat of the Guardian of Abundance, which looked a little worn. Just put on a straw hat. I don't know how long it took. A gentle, majestic, and full of energy of life and harvest instantly enveloped his whole body. Praise of abundance, effect triggered, and, in every second that follows, the process will be repeated. Not bad. Lin Mu felt the continuous flow of energy, almost perpetual motion, and the curvature of the corners of his mouth was getting higher and higher. Subsequently, he opened the storage space. His eyes ran over a pile of equipment and materials that shone in various colors. Lin Mu did not hesitate at all. He stopped at a skill book that was completely black and had a giant scythe on the cover imprinted on the cover, controlling the runes of the Bone War Horse Knight. Resuscitation Death Knight. Finally, you can learn. The pages turned into a pure black mist at his fingertips, and then melted into his brows. You have learned a new skill, Revive Death Knight. A new wave of knowledge and power flowed in Lin Mu's mind. Resuscitation Death Knight, level 1 consumes 500 mana, summons the battle-hardened Death Knight to fight for you, and masters masters the skill, Death Harvest. Activating his talent, a deeper description was clearly presented in front of his eyes. Resurrection Death Knight, Level 1, consume 500 mana, in the name of the king, awaken the battle-hardened Death Knight from the world of death to fight for you, control the undead bone horse, and hold the bone scythe. Mastery skills. Ultimately, Death Harvest, swing the giant scythe, dealing 200% ATK physical and shadow damage to the 6-meter fan area in front of you, with a bleeding effect equal to 5% of actual damage for 3 seconds. Cooldown for 55 seconds. Similar to the Corpse Demon, it is a powerful single summon, and the potential of the initial skill is also good. Lin Mu saw through the core of this skill at a glance. Then he waved his staff directly and cast the skill. Resuscitation Death Knight. On the ground, a small death magic circle appeared out of thin air. The cold wind rolled up out of thin air. A warhorse made entirely of white bones stepped on the dark blue flames of death, slowly walked out of the magic circle. On horseback, sitting a white bone knight dressed in heavy black plate armor. The knight held a giant bone scythe in his hand, larger than himself, and the blade flashed with a palpitating cold light. Under the helmet, only 2 scarlet rays beat in the endless darkness. Death Knight, HP 29850/29850, Bone Staff bonus 99%, Attack 3550 to 3650, Defense 15920, Bone Staff bonus 99%. The potential is considerable, but Lin Mu's gaze only stayed on the undead bone horse for a moment. It's just that the body is too weak. He shook his head and cancelled the summons. Then the imaginative transformation began. However, he is more optimistic about the potential of the Death Knight's giant scythe skill, so I don't plan to modify the Death Knight's weapons to avoid making a worse skill. Change controlling the undead bone horse to controlling the undead bone dragon. The skill description is violently blurred. Lin Mu did not pause and continued to revise. Changed to the 6-meter fan area in front to the 6-mile fan area ahead. Changed deal 200% attack power to deal 900% attack power. Skills are completely reinvented. Descriptions are changed. Resurrection Death Knight, Level 1, consumes 500 mana, summons the Death Dragon Knight who rules the battlefield to fight for you, and masters skills, Death Harvest, Death Wither. Lin Mu checked the details again. Resurrection Death Knight, Level 1, consumes 500 mana, in the name of the king, awaken the Death Dragon Knight who rules the battlefield from the world of death to fight for you, control the undead bone dragon, hold a bone scythe, and have strong combat effectiveness and mobility. Mastery skills. Death Harvest, swing the giant scythe, dealing 900% ATK physical and shadow damage to the fan-shaped area 6 miles in front, with a bleeding effect equal to 5% actual damage for 3 seconds. Cooldown for 55 seconds. Death Blight, undead bone dragon spits Death Dragon's breath 30 meters in front of you, dealing shadow damage equal to 50% ATK per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown for 55 seconds. Yes, it also comes with a dragon breath skill. Lin Mu was very satisfied with the result of this modification, and raised the white bone staff in his hand again. Resuscitation Death Knight. This time, it was no longer a small magic circle. Instead, the entire sky instantly darkened. A huge space rift was abruptly torn apart by a brutal force, accompanied by a breath of death that froze the soul. A hideous bone dragon head suddenly poked out from the crack. Its huge bone wings stretched out, casting a terrifying shadow that reigned over the world. On the back of the domineering undead bone dragon, the figure of the Death Knight looked more and more tall and majestic. Even the bone giant scythe in his hand seemed to be stained with the power of the dragon at this moment, and it became more and more sharp and ugly. Death Dragon Knight. HP 29850/29850, Bone Staff bonus 99%. Attack 97,500 to 98,500. Defense 159,200, Bone Staff bonus 99%. This panel is like words. How does it feel? Lin Mu looked at Lilith and asked, Master, are you telling the truth? Of course. This somewhat strange combination summoned by the Master is already quite powerful in this world. Lin Mu didn't care about Lilith's euphemistic expression, but she was a little strange about her statement. What is a weird combination? Judging from the combination, the gap between the rider and the mount is a bit big, Master. Lin Mu's evaluation of Lilith was non-committal. He also knew that all his summons were full of various incongruous stitches. After all, what was not described could not be modified. The same goes for the Death Knight. But so what? Practicality is the only truth. His summons cannot only look at appearances. Just revise it a few more times and superimpose the death prayer. The copycat version of Bone Dragon Knight will definitely leave the genuine one far behind. Let's go. Go try the knife. The previous artillery fire had made it impossible to find a living creature in this wheat field area. Lin Mu commanded the undead army and continued to advance towards the depths of the dungeon. They left the charred wheat field ruins and entered a sparse black woodland. As soon as I stepped into the woodland, dozens of bone spur evil dogs, LV.31, normal, covered in sharp bone spurs and like hedgehogs, rushed out of the shadows of the forest and launched a surprise attack. Death Withered. Lin Mu's instructions instructions were simple and cold. The Death Dragon Knight hovering at low altitude. The undead bone dragon under the seat suddenly opened its huge mouth. A grey dragon's breath mixed with countless fragmented bones and resentful souls spat forward like a flood that burst the embankment. The group of fierce, bone-spur evil dogs didn't have time to approach, was completely overwhelmed by this torrent of death. Their hard bone spurs were quickly corroded and dissolved in the dragon's breath. The body made a toothache sizzle sound. Soon, 48750, 48750. A series of terrifying damage numbers came out of their heads. In just 5 seconds, this group of elite monsters completely turned into black water on the ground. Even the bone slag could not be left. The Death Dragon Knight is suspended in the air. The soul fire beat in the huge eyes of the bone dragon, showing the majesty of the king. After cleaning up this wave of vicious dogs that are not long-eyed, Lin Mu did not stop and continued to explore the depths of the copy. This woodland is much larger than expected. During this period, he encountered several waves of elite monsters with levels between 30 and 33. Without exception, all of them were easily solved by the Death Dragon Knight. Every time the white bone giant scythe activated Death Harvest, it could bring up a dark blade that stretched for miles, tearing everything in front of it to pieces. Occasional omissions, there are also dragon breath mending knives. It's still too slow. It's not as good as the artillery core bombing. Lin Mu finally lost his patience and directly dismissed the Death Dragon Knight. He held high the bone staff. The 999th group of skeleton heavy artillery came again. This time, he didn't even bother to give instructions. Carpet advance, level the woodland. The artillery corps received orders and instantly turned into the most efficient war machine. A relentless saturation bombardment was launched into the depths of the woodland. For a while, the earth shook and the fire soared into the sky. Countless monsters inhabit the woodlands, in sleep or in a terrified flight. It was blown into debris by artillery fire falling from the sky. Lin Mu's experience bar began to rise rapidly again at a pleasing speed. Master, you seem to, and don't enjoy the process of commanding the battle. Lilith looked at the man standing on the scorched earth, indifferent to the devastating scene. On the contrary, the young man who cared more about the changes in the experience bar spoke softly. Fighting is just a means, becoming stronger is the goal. Lin Mu responded lightly. What is the purpose of becoming stronger? Lilith's blue eyes flashed with curiosity. Lin Mu heard this and was silent for a moment. The faces of the original owner's parents flashed in my mind, the mysterious lich phalanxes, and the name Soul Stealer. 4. Open all the curtains and see what is hidden behind the stage. A roar more violent than all previous explosions came from the deepest part of the woodland. A huge pillar of purple light rose into the sky and then quickly dimmed. You have successfully killed the LV.33 Lord-level boss, Ironwood Tree Spirit. You have earned experience points. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.32. Ha, blowing up the boss too? Lin Mu raised his eyebrows and activated empty moment. The figure instantly disappeared in place and appeared directly at the core of the explosion. I saw a huge pit. Only a few pieces of equipment emitting purple light and wood chips were left. He picked it up casually, took a look and threw it into the storage space with no interest. All of them were in their 30s, and there was no one suitable for him, accompanied by the death of the boss. The black mist in front of them dissipated, revealing the scene behind. It was a huge labyrinth shrouded in gray mist. The walls are made of an indestructible gray rock, exuding chaotic spatial fluctuations. Unsolvable labyrinth, a labyrinth with no exit, in which the enterer will be lost forever. Interesting rules. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth rose, activating his talent. Change a labyrinth without an exit to a labyrinth with only an exit. The gray walls of the entire maze trembled violently. In it, a passage was forcibly opened. Lin Mu took Lilith and strolled leisurely through it, and in less than 10 minutes, he walked out of the maze. Behind the labyrinth is an ancient altar suspended in the void. In the center of the altar, there was a huge teleportation door. Congratulations, clear the single-player large-scale survival dungeon, Lost Lands. Clearance duration, 3 hours 11 minutes and 20 seconds. Settlement of your copy rating. Rating settlement. Final rating, SS grade. Accompanied by a series of system prompt sounds, Lin Mu's figure was swallowed by the teleportation light pillar. Dragon's Nest Base. It is full of futuristic technology. On the huge holographic light screen, the dynamics of 50 genius students are displayed in real time. The chief instructor Zhao Tai and several instructors wearing black training uniforms were leisurely looking at the light curtain. At this moment, a piercing siren suddenly sounded throughout the command center. Student Lin Mu, clear the customs. It took 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 20 seconds. Final rating, SS grade. On the light curtain, the huge SS letters are deeply imprinted in the pupils of all the instructors. The entire command center was deadly silent. Zhao Tai stood up abruptly and stared at the light curtain. The muscles on the face were twisted because of extreme shock. More than 3 hours? SS class? Another record score. Just when everyone was still in a petrified state. Next to the command center, a huge external computing device connected to the dragon's nest standings. The numbers above began to roll up like crazy at an almost crazy speed. 5,000, 500,000. The speed of the numbers is getting faster and faster, and there are even after images. How many points is that? An instructor screamed. Zhao Tai's eyes looked away from the rating. Falling on the frantically running machine, the pupils suddenly shrank. Quick, everyone follow me to the teleportation point to pick up people. SS class? Dragon's Nest Base, Teleportation Center. When Lin Mu's figure walked out of the violently fluctuating light gate, Lilith walked behind him. It is like a beautiful picture of walking in the world, quiet and elegant. Call, Lin Mu. Zhao Tai rushed over with several instructors in an embarrassed posture that was extremely inconsistent with their military status. They stared at Lin Mu together, as if they wanted to find 3 heads and 6 arms from him, and they didn't even see Lilith behind him for a while. 50,000. Clean gear without a hint of wrinkles. Calm face, not the slightest tiredness. The void cloak behind him is windless and automatic, and he wears a funny tattered straw hat on top of his head. He was still stretching, as if he had just woken up after a nap. This leisurely appearance is very different from the geniuses of previous generations. So fast? Zhao Tai's voice was obviously shocked. Lin Mu glanced at him in a flat tone. Nothing, just clear the monsters. The copy mechanism is a bit simple, and you can come out as you walk, as you see fit. Cleared the monster? Mechanism. A little simple? A young instructor couldn't hold back anymore and almost didn't come up in one breath. Several other instructors hurriedly supported him, and everyone's face was full of absurdity and madness. Do you care about what it is called, whatever? It's not that they haven't been in. Beep. The frantically running points calculation equipment in the command center finally let out a long beep and stopped rolling. A suffocating string of numbers is projected into midair. Student, Lin Mu. Dungeon rating, SS. Dragon's Nest points, 999999999. Almost a billion. This is not the upper limit of Lin Mu's points. This is the upper limit of the statistical mechanism. After all, this device has never considered such a high limit point from the beginning of its design. The entire teleportation center fell silent again. Have you finished clearing out the monsters inside? Zhao Tai's body stiffened from the extreme shock. This is a survival copy. It would be great for ordinary people to be able to pass the customs alive. Did Lin Mu really empty the copy? At this moment, before Lin Mu could answer, a soft sound broke the silence. Not far away, the alloy gate to the core of the base slid open silently. One is dressed in a straight general costume and carries a bright general star on his shoulder. The old man, whose face was as cold and hard as a knife and axe, walked out in a dragon stride. He didn't look at anyone, his eyes were like 2 invisible swords, instantly locking on Lin Mu. A terrifying coercion that was far 100 times stronger than Zhao Tai came with a bang. That is the power of the domain that belongs to the rank 5 powerhouses. However, this coercion is enough to change the color of mountains and rivers. When it was 3 feet close to Lin Mu's body, it melted silently like spring snow meeting the scorching sun. Lin Mu didn't seem to notice anything. However, Lilith behind him frowned slightly. Deep in those blue eyes, a hint of cold killing intent flashed, but then she concealed it perfectly. The old man's pupils shrank suddenly. Drip. His eyes moved away from Lin Mu and fell on Lilith's body. No matter how you look at it, the girl in front of her who was so beautiful that she couldn't be said was just an ordinary person with a weak breath, but his intuition was screaming like crazy. Extremely dangerous. It was as if he was not facing one person, but a piece of that could swallow the whole world. Abyss. Even when he faced the Free Federation's God Magic boss page, he was not like that. He was very happy at this time. I just tested Lin Mu's ability to resist pressure just now, without any hostility attached to it. Long Zhan, general of the Jinghua army, general of the Dragon Nest. The old man suppressed the shock in his heart and took the initiative to introduce himself. His voice was majestic and powerful. Lin Mu, Xingjing Academy, this freshman. Lin Mu's answer was as concise as ever. Long Zhan looked at him deeply. The sensible did not ask about Lilith's identity, but went straight to the topic. Follow me. Long Zhan took Lin Mu and Zhao Tai through several heavy alloy doors. We arrived at a minimalist conference room. Dangerous. In the center of the room, there is only a round conference table made of unknown black metal and a holographic projection device suspended above. Wait outside, Long Zhan said to Zhao Tai without looking back. Yes, General. Zhao Tai immediately turned around and stepped back, and closed the alloy door with his own hands that was enough to withstand the all-out blow of the Lord-level monster. In the room, there were only 3 people left. Long Zhan turned around, and his eyes as sharp as an eagle fell on Lin Mu again. He didn't talk nonsense, just waved his hand. The holographic projection device lit up, and the suffocating string of numbers reappeared. Dragon's Nest points, 999999999. This is my points just now? Lin Mu asked suspiciously. Yes, but not all. The upper limit of this machine's points statistics is only 9 figures. Long Zhan's tone was calm, but Lin Mu could see from the corner of his slightly twitching eye. Feeling the heart of this rank 5 power powerhouse, it was far less turbulent than it seemed on the surface. According to the estimate of the run-out rate of points before the overrun, your actual points are at least several times this number, or even more. Long Zhan added. So, this Ryashizi machine is also broken. Do you need me to compensate? Lin Mu asked with a serious and nervous face. Long Zhan's expression froze instantly. He lived for decades and guarded the country. There are not a few disaster-level monsters that have been killed. What strong winds and waves have not been seen? But he had never seen such a... Qingqi's brain circuit. Is something wrong with your focus? After a long time, Long Zhan squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. This thing is not fragile to that extent. It is just stuck in the upper limit, not broken. Even if it's broken, the country is not so poor that you need a student to bear this. He took a deep breath and forced the topic back on track. I came to you to say that the rest of the Dragon Nest selection has no meaning for you. You don't need to participate either. 10 places for the Global Freshman Exchange Conference. Now, I can give you one. If these words are spread, it is enough to make all the new generation of geniuses in China go crazy. But Lin Mu's face didn't even have a trace of waves. Dragon Battle is not surprised by this. One can blow up the strategic training ground, can clear large survival dungeons. A monster that can make the points system explode. If you still care about a mere quota, that's strange. And then what? Lin Mu asked rhetorically. And then? Long Zhan was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting him to ask this. Then you will represent China, compete with top talents from all over the world, and win glory for the country. Long Zhan's voice unconsciously brought a hint of excitement. That's it? Forget it. I'll continue to participate in the training camp, or it is more meaningful to brush up on experience. Lin Mu's answer was crisp and neat, as if he was talking about an ordinary little thing. Long Zhan's momentum suddenly stagnated, and he almost didn't bring it up in one breath. He thought that Lin Mu might put forward conditions and ask for benefits, but he never expected that Lin Mu would refuse so simply. The reason is still like this. Plain. Winning glory for the country, in his eyes, is not as good as brushing experience? What kind of structure is this kid? Lin Mu, you may not understand the meaning of the Global Freshman Exchange Conference. That is not only a symbol of personal honor, but also a demonstration of the country's strength and future potential. The winner of each session will receive unimaginable resource tilt and supreme honor. Long Zhan tried to convince him with what he understood, and that most impressed genius. Lin Mu's response was only one word. Oh, just one? Long Zhan felt his blood pressure soaring. You. He pointed at Lin Mu, and after a long time, he finally turned into a long sigh and sat down dejectedly. He finally understood why Zhou Pingxia, the old fox, threw this hot potato to himself. This kid is simply an outlier who doesn't eat oil and salt. Rules, honor, responsibility, collective. These things seem to have lost their meaning in front of him. He only follows his own set of logic. Long Zhan rubbed his eyebrows, his tone full of helplessness. Okay, whatever you want. If you want to continue participating, keep going. All the facilities in the Dragon Nest base are open to you without restrictions. What you need, tell Zhao Tai directly. He completely gave up the idea of guiding Lin Mu in a conventional way. Oh, to deal with such a monster, it is better to block than to loosen. As long as he doesn't demolish the dragon's nest, let him go. That's a good feeling. Lin Mu finally had a satisfied smile on his face. Long Zhan looked at his taking advantage appearance, and the corners of his eyes twitched again. He waved his hand and signaled that Lin Mu could leave. He needs to be alone. Lin Mu didn't bother to talk nonsense, so he turned around and took Lilith to the door. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, the sound of Long Zhan came from behind him again. Lin Mu turned around. In the end, Long Zhan still couldn't hold back his inner doubts, and his eyes fell solemnly on Lilith. The eyes were full of solemnity and inquiry. This, be? Lilith, who had been silent all the time, raised the corners of her mouth slightly. It evokes a smile that is enough to turn all living beings upside down. She took a step forward and raised her hand slightly. A strange etiquette was performed, and the voice was ethereal and elegant. Lilith, Masters, personal maid. Two irrepressible jets were particularly abrupt in the minimalist conference room. Lin Mu's cheeks twitched rarely. Embarrassed, he wanted to immediately activate empty moment to leave this place of right and wrong. The Master's personal maid? Who taught her this line? Wait. And Long Zhan, the fifth-rank general who guarded the country and fought out of the mountain of corpses and blood. The expression at this moment is even more exciting. He was shocked, then stunned, and then ridiculous. In the end, there was a hint of. He himself was unaware of the envy. The girl in front of her who called herself a maid. It can make him, a rank 5 powerhouse, feel frightened intuitively. But it is such an existence. But he showed such a humble attitude to Lin Mu, and it could even be said to be a humble gesture. This kid, how many secrets are there? Long Zhan felt the perseverance he had tempered over the decades. Today, he was repeatedly beaten by an 18-year-old boy, and he was on the verge of being broken. Cough. Long Zhan coughed heavily, forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart and restored the majesty of the iron-blooded general. In that case, you guys go out first. He didn't ask any more questions, but just looked at Lin Mu deeply, as if he wanted to see him through completely. Lin Mu immediately pulled Lilith, who was still smiling perfectly, and walked out of the conference room quickly. The alloy gates slowly closed behind him. Long Zhan stood alone in an empty room. After a long time, he let out a long breath of turbid air. He walked to the conference table, sat down tiredly, and muttered to himself, "This girl, I can't see through it. This Lin Mu, I can't fucking see through. China, have come out of the dragon." Outside the conference room, Chief Instructor Zhao Tai stood straight like a javelin. Seeing Lin Mu come out, he immediately greeted him, his eyes full of curiosity. But he didn't ask anything, just stood up and saluted. "Lin Mu, the general asked me to explain the next arrangements to you." Lin Mu nodded and motioned for him to continue. "The assessment of this single copy will last all day," Zhao Tai said as he pulled out the holographic light curtain in the center of the hall. "It shows the real-time status of the remaining 49 students. Most people's heads flash red, which means in battle. A few are yellow, which represents poor condition. Only Lin Mu is the green that represents cleared. After the assessment, a comprehensive ranking will be conducted based on everyone's copy score and dragon nest points. The last 10 will be eliminated directly and repatriated immediately." Zhao Tai's tone was very flat, but his words revealed the cruelty unique to the military. "The dragon's nest does not support idle people, let alone the weak. What about the remaining 40 people?" Lin Mu asked. "The remaining 40 people will be unified into a Tomorrow Legion plot copy." When Zhao Tai said the 4 words plot copy, his tone was obviously a little aggravated. Plot copy? Lin Mu keenly captured this unfamiliar word. Zhao Tai's face showed a solemn look for the first time. Unlike the resources and challenge copies you have experienced before, the plot copy is more like a historical fragment that has been recorded and really happened. Inside, you have a specific identity, and you may have to face more than just powerful monsters. There are also complex quest lines, plot directions that need to be made, and even, it is the test left by those plot characters. Every choice you make in the dungeon may change the final outcome and your final score. Lin Mu's eyes lit up instantly. This copy is complicated as soon as it sounds. It is still a Legion copy. Experience is definitely indispensable. What is the plot copy this time? Zhao Tai hesitated for a moment, glanced at the closed door of the conference room, and finally lowered his voice. Because the plot is different each time, the specific content can only be known when you enter the dungeon. I can only tell you that the name of this copy is Wang Fall. It is related to the tragic history of the fall of a powerful kingdom in a special time and space. That's all I can say. After Zhao Tai finished speaking, he stopped talking and pointed to the rest area next to the hall. "That's right. You can move freely here until the rest come out." "Okay," Lin Mu responded, then took Lilith and sat down in a corner at will. He no longer paid attention to the struggles of the geniuses on the light curtain. Instead, he closed his eyes and sank into the thoughts of the words plot copy and Wang Fall. Fragments of history. The fall of a powerful kingdom. In this, there is too much room for operation. Lilith stood quietly behind him like the most perfect shadow. With his eyes down, he didn't say a word. Her beautiful face and ethereal temperament. It is incompatible with this military base full of steel and gunpowder, but it is strangely harmonious. After a few hours, the portal in the center of the hall finally lit up again. An embarrassed figure was suddenly spit out by the light and fell heavily to the ground. "It's Los Angeles. This genius elemental mage of Xingjing Academy." At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his robe was tattered. The face is full of fatigue and lingering fears. He struggled to get up. At first glance, I saw him sitting in the corner, with a leisurely demeanor. Lin Mu even yawned. And the girl behind him who was so beautiful that she didn't look like a human. Luo Tian's pupils shrank suddenly. Sure enough, he is the first. Still not hurt at all? The woman next to him. Who is it? Time passes minute by minute. Finally, Chief Lin, it's really amazing. Luo Tian's Adam's apple rolled, and thousands of words were blocked in his chest, and finally it only turned into a dry appreciation. He lost. The miracle in fantasy did not appear. Zhao Tai strode over, patted him on the shoulder, and pulled out his grades. Luo Tian, 8 hours and 23 minutes. Final rating, A grade. Dragon's Nest points, 350,000. Very good results. In the past, enough to rank in the top 3. Congratulations. Zhao Tai's tone was very sincere, but there was less excitement in his eyes, and a little more numbness. A grade rating. Hundreds of thousands of points. What's more, Luo Tian Kai has just risen to level 20. Once upon a time, this was the top result that could make the entire Dragon's Nest excited. But now, in front of that 9-figure points cap, all this seems a bit unremarkable. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and did not speak. He knew that Zhao Tai had no malice, but this comfort made him feel more powerless than any ridicule. His gaze once again fell uncontrollably on that corner. Lin Mu seemed to notice his gaze. He raised his eyelids lazily and nodded casually. Not bad. 2 words bland. But like a thunderbolt, it exploded in Luo Tian's heart. He didn't feel contempt, but a heartfelt approval? Recognition from a superb monster? Luo Tian's mood became a little excited inexplicably. At that moment, the portal flashed again. A figure as tall as a gun stumbled out of it. It's Xiao Lai. Although his face was pale and his combat uniform was covered with hideous claw marks, his eyes were still as sharp as knives. Xiao Lai, it took 9 hours and 5 minutes. Final rating, A grade. Dragon's Nest points, 80,000. Zhao Tai's voice sounded again. Xiao Lai gasped, his eyes swept across the audience, and finally fixed on Lin Mu. He didn't speak, just walked to the other side silently. In the direction of Lin Mu, a standard military salute was performed. What he recognized was not Lin Mu's identity. It is the absolute power that can crush everything. To his surprise, the Luo Tian, who was also from Shengjing Academy, was not high in rank, and he was unexpectedly strong. Weijia, it took 9 hours and 31 minutes, and the score was B. Song Bingyu, it took 9 hours and 48 minutes, and the score was B. Chen Feng, it took 10 hours and 9 minutes, and the score was C. One figure after another was spit out of the portal, one after another. Without exception, they were all embarrassed and exhausted. Whenever a person's results are announced, it will attract a burst of oppressive amazement. These people are worthy of the name of Huaxia Jiao. Whenever they see Lin Mu sitting in the corner, leisurely as if he is out of place with this world, all pride will be shattered in an instant. Weijia's eyes were gray. He had already given up the first place and planned to take the second, but he didn't even get the third. Song Bingyu buried his head low. I didn't even have the courage to look up at Lin Mu. As for Chen Feng, followed by, as soon as he came out, he ran to Lin Mu not far away. Stand like the most loyal guard, with a face full of fanaticism and honor. The atmosphere in the entire teleportation hall became weird again. Everyone's eyes all converge on one person, intentionally or unintentionally. As for Lilith, these students are a mess that they think are beautiful. Just think that she is a person inside the dragon's nest. And the focus of the figure seemed to feel nothing. However, he yawned boredly again, and then complained softly to Lilith behind him. Why is it so slow? My master, for mortal cubs, their speed is already commendable. Lilith's ethereal voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Master? Mortal? Cubs? These words made the hearts of Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and others twitch violently. They are geniuses, future powerhouses, and dragons and phoenixes among people. But in the girl's mouth, it was just, mortal cub? And what is she? Is it Lin Mu's? Who is it? When the last student was forcibly teleported, time came to an end. Zhao Tai stepped forward, cleared his throat, and his voice spread throughout the hall. The assessment is over. Everyone waits in place, and the comprehensive ranking will be announced in 5 minutes. According to the comprehensive ranking, the last 10, eliminated. 5 minutes, as long as a whole century. The holographic light curtain in the center of the hall finally stopped flickering. The final comprehensive ranking was coldly projected in front of everyone. First place, Lin Mu. Dungeon rating, SS. Dragon's Nest points, 999999999+. That dazzling plus sign is like an insurmountable moat. Set off everyone below in a bleak light. Second place, Luo Tian. Finally, dungeon rating, A. Dragon's Nest points, 350400. Third place, Xiao Lai. Dungeon rating, A. Dragon's Nest points, 80300. 40 place, between the 41st place, it was completely separated by a cold red dividing line. 41st to 51st, eliminated. Zhao Tai's voice did not have the slightest emotion, and sentenced 10 Tianjiao to death. The faces of those 10 people instantly lost their blood. Someone's body went weak and he sat directly on the ground, his eyes empty. But more people, after a short period of despair. But there was a sense of relief on his face. Their eyes involuntarily drifted to the figure in that corner. Then, bitterly retracted. Yes, they failed. But perhaps, this is the best ending. No longer need to stay in the same space with such a monster. Feel the suffocation that is enough to crush confidence and pride. And the rest of the people who passed the assessment did not have the slightest joy on their faces. Luo Tian looked at the string of 9 digit points on the light curtain, and only endless numbness remained in his heart. Eat one's heart out? When the gap is so big that even looking up becomes a luxury, jealousy can no longer be nurtured. It is no longer the same dimension. The assessment is over, you guys, it's very good. Zhao Tai's eyes swept over everyone, and finally gave an affirmation. Have a good rest tonight. The accommodation area of the Dragon's Nest is ready for you. Tomorrow, the most important assessment will be carried out, clearing the plot copy of the Legion, Wang Fall. Just a word of reminder. Zhao Tai's expression became extremely serious. The speed of time in the plot copy is completely decoupled from the real world. You spend a month in it, and reality may only be a day. So, that will be the best place for you to hone your combat skills and look for breakthrough opportunities. It is also the stage that determines whether you can finally represent China and go to the world. Disband. Zhao Tai waved his hand and signaled everyone to leave. No. The students dispersed in 2s and 3s. Walking towards the assigned dormitory area, the atmosphere was depressed and silent. At this moment, Zhao Tai quickly walked up to Lin Mu, looking a little strange. Lin Mu, your room is also arranged, a highest specification suite for a single person. His eyes glanced hesitantly at Lilith behind Lin Mu, who was like a fairy in a painting. It's just This young lady, how should I arrange it? All the people in the audience who had not gone far had their ears perked up instantly. Lin Mu didn't have time to speak. Lilith had already taken a step forward and bowed slightly. In an ethereal, elegant, but natural tone, he spoke softly. Naturally, I sleep with my master. One word. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone's movements are frozen at this moment. Luo Tiangong's steps froze in midair. The mouth is slightly open and the expression is wonderful. Xiao Lai's resolute face couldn't help but twitch his muscles. The eyes were full of unreasonable. Chen Feng was directly petrified on the spot, his face full of envy, overflowing with words. He paused. Host, master, sleep together? This amount of information is even more shocking than the 9 digit points just now. Lin Mu felt his temples throbbing. A long-lost embarrassment made him want to disappear from this planet immediately. He took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to support his forehead, said to Zhao Tai, who was completely stunned. Chief instructor, trouble in my room, at a bed. Zhao Tai Lu woke up from his dream and nodded blankly. Mechanically operated on its own terminal. Okay, it's arranged. Lin Mu didn't say more. Pulling Lilith with a pure smile on her face, she walked quickly to the dormitory area. Only the 3 views that were shattered behind him were left, and countless complex gazes full of shock and gossip. The highest specification suite of the Dragon's Nest is really good. Spacious living room, separate quiet room, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire base. But at this moment, Lin Mu had no appreciation. There was an extra bed in the room, right next to his bed. The atmosphere is indescribably weird. Lilith seemed completely unaware of this embarrassment. She looked at everything in the room elegantly, showing a hint of curiosity about those technological creations from time to time. Then, she turned around. Facing Lin Mu, he once again performed an elegant courtesy. My master, do you need Lilith to prepare a bath for you, or change your clothes? No. 2 generations of people, both of them are full of vitality and have never experienced human affairs. Coupled with Lilith's beauty and mysterious temperament that almost broke through the dimensional wall, Lin Mu felt that the blue veins on his forehead were jumping. A nameless fire rose from the bottom up, and it was almost unbearable. Just stay there, don't move, don't talk. Obey orders, my master. Lilith responded obediently. It is really like a perfect sculpture, standing quietly in place, motionless. It's just that those blue eyes are still staring at Lin Mu without blinking. Lin Mu sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and forced himself into a meditative state. But that gaze full of reverence and curiosity followed like a shadow. He couldn't meditate at all. This day can't be lived. Time, in such a strange atmosphere, passes minute by minute. When the electronic clock on the wall, the numbers from 23:59, beat to midnight. Lin Mu's closed eyes opened suddenly. Talent refreshed. He let out a long breath of turbid air. All the embarrassment and irritability before disappeared at this moment. Instead, there is incomparable focus and excitement. Open the career panel immediately and sink into it. Today's transformation still starts with the heaven-defying phalanxes. The phalanges have undergone previous initial modifications. It has gone from a high-risk time bomb to a plugin that can provide positive returns. But the entry of suffering slight mental pain still made him dare not wear it. Today is the time for you to be completely reborn. Lin Mu's idea fell on the description of Effect 3. Change forever, do not lose 1 intelligence and physique to never add 1 intelligence and physique. Change permanently, do not add 1 intelligence and physique to permanently increase 1 intelligence and physique. Finally, the white phalanges seem to have been injected with diametrically opposite rules. The cold and resentful aura that originally haunted it was completely neutralized at this moment. Here it comes. Instead, it was a pure power of the origin of death. Lich Finger Blessing of Death, Unranked Ornament, Orange. Effect 3, after equipping, you will receive death feedback from the Lich Sargeras every hour, and your spirit will be encouraged, randomly increasing your HP by 20% to 70%, and there is a 2.5% chance to permanently increase your intelligence and constitution by 1. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. The phalanges were finally completely twisted into auxiliary artifacts by him. There is also a modification where he directly increases the chance of increasing attributes. Cursed Lich Phalanges, Unranked Ornament, Orange. Intelligence plus 30. Effect 1, after equipping, the damage of all death attack skills is increased by 20%. Effect 2, after equipping, the number of summons of all death summoning skills is doubled. Effect 3, after equipping, you will endure Grudge Shock from the Lich Sargra every hour, suffer slight mental pain, randomly increase HP by 20% to 70%, and have a 2.5% chance to permanently lose 1 intelligence and constitution. Special, this phalanx seems to have other deeper positive effects. Change 2.5% chance of combining to 9.5% chance of combining. Lich Finger Blessing of Death, Unranked Ornament, Orange. Effect 3, after equipping, you will receive death feedback from the Lich Sagras every hour, and your spirit will be encouraged, randomly increasing your health by 20% to 70%, and has a 9.5% 99% chance to permanently increase your intelligence and constitution by 1. Lin Mu immediately equipped the phalanges and saw that the phalanges were directly hidden in Lin Mu's left wrist. A very small tattoo of miniature phalanges is imprinted on the wrist. A strong aura of death immediately covered Lin Mu's whole body. Regardless of feelings, Lin Mu continued to revise the cause. Resuscitation skeleton, level 8. Change summon 9990 to summon 9999. When the mind moves, skill points are consumed, skill upgrades, and the number of summons exceeds the upper limit of 10,000. Change summon 10,000 to summon 90,000. Change upper quantity 90,000 to upper quantity 99,000. It's done. Resuscitation skeleton, level 9 consumes 450,000 mana and summons 90,000 steel skeletons with full body steel armor and steel spears from nothingness to fight for you by channeling multiple extremely strong breaths of death, moving extremely fast and dealing extremely high damage. Upper limit 99,000. Resuscitation skeleton archer, level 5 consumes 4,000 mana. Summon 100 groups. Maximum number 999. Directly consume skill points. First increase the number of upgrades to 1,000. Change summon 100 groups to summon 900 groups. Modification successful. Change summon 900 groups to summon 990 groups. Intelligence plus 30. Effect 1. After equipping, the damage of all death attack skills is increased by 20%. Effect 2. After equipping, the number of summons of all death summoning skills is doubled. The modification is complete, and the description is blurred and reshaped. Special, this phalanx seems to have other deeper positive effects. Resuscitation skeleton shooter, level 6 consumes 39600 mana, summons 990 groups of skeleton heavy artillery equipped with towed howitzers from nothingness to fight for you by channeling multiple special deaths. Can switch between cannon armor-piercing shells and howitzer high-explosive shells, extremely fast movement speed, extremely fast attack speed, extremely large hit range, and extremely high damage. Upper limit 9,000. Revive the corpse demon, level 1 costs 100 mana. Chance to deal 920 poison wounds per second. Change 920 poison damage per second to 990 poison damage per second. Change 990 poison damage per second to 999 poison damage per second. The second damage reaches the limit, and it reaches 1049 per second after leveling up. I don't know how much damage to add each time I upgrade the first time, to avoid wasting skill points, or stack up to 999 and then upgrade. Change 1049 poison damage per second to 9049 poison damage per second. The modification is complete and the description takes effect. Resurrection demon, level 2 consumes 100 mana, summons the corruption demon with the power of death, extremely fast, extremely high attack, and extremely strong defense. Each attack has a 99% chance to inflict 9,049 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Revive skeleton mage, level 3 costs 900 mana. Summon 90 skeleton mages. Maximum number 90. When the number reaches the limit, the skill points consumed are increased by 1 level. Change summon 90 to summon 99. Revive skeleton mage, level 4 consumes 990 mana, summons 99 skeleton mages from the void to fight for you by channeling the breath of death randomly. Masters fire dragon combo, bursting glacier, and thunderstorm cloud with a casting interval of 15 seconds, and the upper limit of the number 900. Change upper quantity 1000 to upper quantity 9000. Revive death knight, level 1 consumes 500 mana. Death dragon knight fights for you. Mastered skills, death harvest, death blight. The death dragon knight is not strong yet. Lin Mu planned to first stack the values to the limit, then upgrade to improve the combat power, and then slowly modify it later. Changed physical and shadow damage dealing 900% ATK to physical and shadow damage dealing 990% ATK. Changed physical and shadow damage dealing 990% ATK to physical and shadow damage dealing 999% ATK. Change shadow damage dealing 50% attack power per second to shadow damage dealing 90% attack power per second. Once the modification is completed, it will take effect immediately. Resurrection Death Knight, level 1. Controlling the undead bone dragon, holding a bone scythe, it has strong combat effectiveness and mobility. Mastery skills. Death Harvest, swing the giant scythe, dealing 999% ATK physical and shadow damage to the fan-shaped area 6 miles in front, with a bleeding effect equal to 5% actual damage for 3 seconds. Cooldown for 55 seconds. Death Blight, the undead bone dragon spits out Death Dragon's breath 30 meters in front of him, dealing shadow damage equal to 90% of ATK per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown for 55 seconds. Bone Fangs, level 7 consumes. Each bone fang deals 8 to 10 physical damage. Change quantity limit 90 to quantity limit 99. Changed 8 to 10 physical damage per bone tooth to 9 to 10 physical damage per bone tooth. Change quantity limit 100 to quantity limit 900. 100 consumes 1 level of skill points, becomes 10 to 11 physical damage. After modification, changed 10 to 11 physical damage per bone tooth to 90 to 91 physical damage per bone tooth. Changed each bone tooth deals 90 to 91 physical damage to each bone tooth deals 90 by 91 physical damage. Bone Fawn, level 8 consumes 900007 mana, channels death energy, summons 900,000 poison-stained sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep in the ground. Stabbing the linear area forward at the speed of light, each bone tooth deals 90 by 91 physical damage and 9 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. At this time, the bones and teeth were far from comparable. Even without the blessing of poisonous damage, 1/1 would cause more than 8,000 damage. Such an injury, he shot his bones and teeth 900,000 times. Now there is a damage bonus of the phalanges, which is even more terrifying. I don't know how many shots Lilith can resist. Lin Mu unconsciously looked at Lilith next to him, guessing in his heart. Master, do you need Lilith to help you sleep? Please tell, as much as you want. The corners of Lilith's mouth were slightly curled, her face was full of sincerity, and she seemed to be looking forward to Lin Mu's reply. No, you rest quickly. This episode almost disrupted Lin Mu's revised rhythm. He had to regain his composure and continue to revise. Grip of Bones, level 7. Deals 99,999 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 99.9 meters. The data of the bone grip has reached its limit. Now that his skill points are gone, he can only put them aside for the time being. Death Prayer, level 4. Increases 900,004%. Change increase by 900,004% to increase by 990,004%. Change increase 990,004% to increase 999,004%. Change increase by 999,004% to increase by 999,904%. Death Prayer, level 4 consumes 130 mana, uses death energy to induce the murmuring sounds of the surrounding dead, lingering around the summons, stimulating the summons potential and increasing attack, defense, and speed by 999,904%. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown, 30 minutes. 10,000 times better. It's terrifying. Bone Shield, level 1. The hardest after taking 999,999 damage, and the damage taken increases to 9 million. There are also no skill points, and they cannot be upgraded, so they have to be put on hold for the time being. Almost all the old equipment has been changed to the limit, leaving only one new piece of equipment. Guardian of Abundance's Straw Hat, LV.30, Orange. Special Effect 2, Ode of Abundance, applies, lasting healing, to all summons every 30 seconds from the first equip, restores 10% health every minute for 10 minutes. Change recover 10% health per minute to recover 90% health per minute. Change recover 90% health per minute to recover 99% health per minute. Change recover 99% health per minute to recover 99% health per second. The breath on the straw hat became majestic and vast again. That strong vitality is almost condensed into substance. Guardian of Abundance's Straw Hat, LV.30, Orange. Intelligence plus 25. Constitution plus 25. Agility plus 3. Plus 3 Strength. Special Effect 1, Praise of Abundance. Starts time from the first equipment, every 1 second, removes all negative effects and restores all health and mana. Special Effect 2, Ode to Abundance, applies, lasting healing, to all summons every 30 seconds from the first equip, restores 99% HP every second for 10 minutes. Done, the durability of the summons is basically solved. Lin Mu opened the attribute panel and allocated the new 20 attribute points to intelligence and physique again. Level, LV.32, EXP, 10640/8410000, HP, 1320/1320, Mana, 180900/180900, 90 times the source of mana. Strength, 20, Straw Hat plus 3, Agility, 59, Boots plus 5, Space Ring plus 15, Void Cloak plus 12, Straw Hat plus 3, Intelligence, 201, Whispering Ring plus 5, Bone Staff plus 25, Straw Hat plus 25, Phalanges plus 30, Constitution, 132, Chest Armor plus 3, Necklace plus 2, Whispering Ring plus 5, Void Cloak plus 10, Straw Hat plus 25. Free attribute points. Skill points, 0, it cost 4 points to upgrade the skill just now. Abyss Descends, Revive Skeleton Archer, Revive Corpse Demon, Revive Skeleton Mage, Bone Fawn, Bone Grip, Death Prayer, Bone Shield, Revive Death Knight, Bone Staff, Flame Lizard Guardian Breastplate, Swift Wind Boots, Quick Healing Ring, Silent Blackstone Necklace, Whisper of Fear Ring, Void Cloak, Broken Space Ring, Cursed Lich Phalanges, Guardian of Abundance's Straw Hat. After doing everything, Lin Mu looked at Lilith, who had already fallen asleep. He also lay down quickly and turned his head to look in her direction. Just slept all night. Lin Mu let out a long breath of turbid air. Shaking his head to dispel the weird fantasies in his mind, he sat up from the the bed. Name, Lin Mu, Abyss. Occupation, Necromancer. The overnight transformation made his strength leap again. Walk up to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the military base full of slaughter below. The sky is already bright. Master, your power has become more unfathomable again. Lilith's ethereal voice came from behind her. She had already walked behind Lin Mu at some point. In the blue eyes, the back of the young man was reflected, but it seems to see the whole world worshipping it. Talent. Description of the Tamperer, slightly small, black. Abyssal domination, color. Skill. It's just a slight improvement, far from being like you. Equip. Lin Mu's answer was as plain as ever. This kind of Versailles-style response, if heard by outsiders, I am afraid that he would vomit blood on the spot. But Lilith nodded in agreement, her tone extremely religious. Yes, in front of your great power to subvert the world and reshape the laws, all this is indeed just trivial entertainment. Lin Mu. He decided to give up any effective communication with the Abyss Monarch, whose brain circuits were completely abnormal. He turned around and walked straight to the door. Lilith followed step by step, perfect made posture, impeccable. When Lin Mu took Lilith to the central square of the Dragon's Nest, the remaining 39 Tianjia who passed the assessment came earlier than him and had all arrived. All stood up straight, but the tiredness that could not be concealed on their tense bodies and faces exposed their inner suffering. Lin Mu and the two arrived, and everyone's eyes converged in unison. Chief Instructor Zhao Tai strode over. He glanced at the queue, his eyes lingering on Lin Mu and Lilith for a while. Everyone, stand upright. Zhao Tai's voice was like a bell, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere in the square. Today, it can be said that one of your most memorable assessments in the Dragon's Nest, clear the Legion plot dungeon, Wang Fall. His voice became extremely serious, and every word seemed to be hammered out of steel. After entering the dungeon, all of you will be in the same camp, but everyone will be given a random identity, whether it is a nobleman, a soldier, or a commoner. Your identity will determine your initial mission and the information you can access. I must remind you, Zhao Tai's eyes suddenly became sharp. The plot copy is similar to the replay of historical events, which follows the existing development trajectory and logic. Any decision you make may affect or even change the direction of the plot. Everyone's results will depend entirely on the quality of the final plot and the contribution of individuals. The higher the contribution, the higher the ranking, and the more generous the reward. Now, who else has questions? The audience was dead silent. Very good. Seeing that no one answered, Zhao Tai nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hands suddenly. Turn on teleportation. The ground in the center of the square slowly cracked. A teleporting light gate that was completely different from the previous one rose from the ground. The outer ring is made of bronze, covered with sword marks and dried blood. It exudes a palpitating tragedy and desolation. A strong breath of historical dust came to my face. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. They didn't move. His eyes looked at Lin Mu at the back of the queue again. Lin Mu was a little speechless. I had to be the first to take the step under everyone's gaze. Walking leisurely, he walked towards the bronze light door that exuded a simple atmosphere. Lilith followed closely behind. When Lin Mu's feet crossed the light gate, the moment he stepped on, the dazzling blood-colored light instantly devoured his figure. When the rest of the people saw this, they followed one after another in order. Through a thick, blood-colored film, the simple and desolate aura around him disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is a disgustingly strong smell of blood and a pungent smell of medicine. Lin Mu opened his eyes. You find yourself and Lilith on the top floor of a tower. The tower was gloomy and dark, surrounded by all kinds of bizarre alchemy instruments. The glassware is soaked with twisted organs and limbs. On the walls hung sheets of air-dried human skins, on which strange runes were painted with blood. Interesting. Is the beginning so exciting? Lin Mu looked around, without the slightest fear on his face. Instead, it's like visiting a B-grade horror movie set. An old man wearing a gorgeous black robe and a withered face like a dry corpse slowly turned around from behind a huge alchemy table. In his deep eye sockets, his cloudy eyeballs were devoid of spirit. Strange eyes swept back and forth on Lin Mu's body. What a pure soul! What a vibrant body! The old man's voice was hoarse and harsh, full of undisguised salivation. What a perfect material! Dark Mage Moriarty. Grade, LV.55. Rank, Lord level. Identity, Key Faction Leader NPC. Boy, you should feel honored. Moriarty completely ignored Lilith beside Lin Mu, as if she was just a ball of air. He opened his thin arms and said in an aria-like tone, Your humble life will be eternal in my hands. You will become the most outstanding work of my life. Perfect soul puppet. At this moment, before the words fell, Moriarty raised his hand suddenly. A soul force powerful enough to distort space. It turned into countless invisible chains and stabbed fiercely towards the depths of Lin Mu's consciousness. This is his proudest soul binding spell. It is enough to strip away the sense of purpose in an instant and make it a walking dead at his mercy. That was enough to make the top powerhouses change color. When he was 3 feet close to Lin Mu, he seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier. A gentle, rich energy, quietly emanating from the shabby straw straw hat on Lin Mu's head. Praise of abundance. Effect triggered. All the negative effects. Purify. Moriarty's invincible soul chain is like spring snow meeting the scorching sun, quietly melting. Ha! The fanaticism and greed on Moriarty's face instantly froze. The cloudy eyes rolled slightly, full of disbelief. How can it be? How could a weak-looking little devil block his soul binding? Is it that straw hat? A quirky defensive magic item? At the moment when Moriarty was suspicious, Lin Mu moved. However, he didn't even bother to raise his staff, he just raised his hand casually. The entire top of the tower was swallowed up by the white light. 900,000 sharp bones and teeth flashing with a highly poisonous cold glow are like a torrent of death that bursts into a dam. At the speed of light, it instantly penetrated the magic shield that Moriarty hastily propped up. The sound of bone teeth piercing into flesh and blood was as dense as a torrential rain. Moriarty's thin body was injured by this unreasonable physical injury and was nailed to the wall behind him. The health bar was emptied in an instant. The eyes stared at Lin Mu. It is full of extreme absurdity and a dazedness that cannot be understood until death. He is a dignified lord-level dark magician. Was actually by a young man who looked weak a move in seconds? Ding! You have killed the NPC Moriarty, the leader of the key faction, Dark Mage. Warning, your actions have greatly changed the direction of the plot. Please proceed with caution. You have obtained temporary control of the Dark Tower. You have obtained a new identity, Dark Master Lin. Your follower Lilith's status has been automatically changed to Dark Mage Handmaid. A series of system prompts sounded in Lin Mu's mind. Noisy, bone teeth. In a flash, he didn't care about it. Just walked up to Moriarty's corpse, which had turned into a hedgehog, and curled his lips. That's it? Still Lord level? Lin Mu began to explore this tower that belonged to him on his own. Lilith, on the other hand, has perfectly substituted for her new role as a maid. She gracefully walked around the bloodstains on the ground, begin to methodically sort through the cluttered alchemy materials and ancient magic books. After a while, she walked behind Lin Mu and bowed slightly. Master, there is a large teleportation array in this tower, which seems to be connected to a certain important place in the kingdom. In addition, there are a few gargoyle guards, but they are all useless low-level monsters. Lin Mu nodded, indicating that he knew. Above the wilderness outside the Black Demon Tower. Be careful, Chen Feng roared. The thunder fist in his hand smashed out fiercely, smashing the corrupted beast that pounced on Song Bingyu. Song Bingyu was shocked, and his face turned pale and he pulled the bowstring. A flaming arrow forced the other monster back. Their squad, plus another genius from the Zhenghua army. At this moment, he was escorting an old knight of the kingdom with white hair and his serious injury. Struggle your way through a wilderness full of monsters. Their identity is Kingdom Scout. Ahem. Children, let's go. The old knight coughed violently, black blood spilling out of the corners of his mouth. We must rush to the Black Demon Tower before dark. Only by asking the withdrawn, evil Dark Master Moriarty to take action. The kingdom. There is a last glimmer of hope. The wolf howl full of violent aura came from the dense forest not far away. A huge, corrupted demon wolf, LV.40, elite, with rotten muscles and pus all over his body rushed out. Meanwhile, Song Bingyu scolded secretly, and the three of them immediately set up a formation and tried their best to meet it. A bloody battle broke out. When the three of them were covered in blood, they almost exhausted all their physical strength and mana. When he finally killed the elite demon wolf, an eerie black tower finally appeared on the horizon. It's finally. The old knight's eyes showed a hint of determination, and he sorted out his tattered armor. With the support of the three of them, with apprehension and last hope, they walked to the heavy door made of black iron. Boom, boom, boom. The old knight knocked on the tower door with all his strength. Squeak. After a tooth-biting rubbing sound, the tower door slowly opened inward. What appeared at the door was not the old mage with a withered face and an evil aura as they imagined. It was a black-haired boy wearing a loose black robe with an indifferent expression. The words just fell. There was also a stunning girl who was not as beautiful as a mortal and had an ethereal temperament. I saw the familiar and unfamiliar face at the door. Damn! Song Bingyu, Chen Feng, and the genius of the Zhenghua army froze. Their bodies froze instantly. Their brains are completely down at this moment. More than an hour later, the face is covered with extreme absurdity and disbelief. Forest, Lin Mu? How could he be here? Still wearing Black Mage's robe? How did he enter a copy and his identity was so powerful? Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the three of them. First, Chief Chen Feng was the first to react from petrification. The fatigue and pain on his face were instantly replaced by excitement. I was so excited that I hugged Lin Mu's thigh on the spot. Chief, I knew it. I knew you must be here. You will always be. His endless flattery hasn't been finished yet. Behind him, I was choked back by the fool-like eyes of the genius of the Zhenghua army. The corners of the genius's mouth twitched. Looking at Chen Feng's wonderful performance, I was stunned. Brother, you still have a lot. You can lick it. Song Bingyu still stood there blankly. She looked down on Lin Mu from her initial contempt to later fear. And now, I don't know how to face it. How many times does this man have to subvert her cognition? Unlike these outsiders, outsiders. The old knight was seriously injured and was already a candle in the wind. But in his eyes, he only recognized Lin Mu's black magic robe that symbolized identity and strength. He didn't even take a second look at Lin Mu's young face. Without hesitation, he broke free and knelt down on the cold ground on one knee. "Dear Master Magister," the old knight's voice was hoarse and eager, as if he had grasped the last straw. "I am the last lion knight of the kingdom, Carl." Trembling, he took out a letter from his arms, soaked in blood, but still carefully wrapped in oilcloth, and held it high above his head. "This is a handwritten letter from His Majesty the King. The kingdom is in danger, and the capital, Lion City, is under unprecedented siege. I beg you, for the sake of the survival of mankind, save our last home." The voice of the old knight was full of tragedy and determination. Lin Mu's eyes stayed on the letter for a moment. At the top of the letter, a line of mission hints that only he could see clearly appeared. He didn't pick it up immediately, however. Instead, he took advantage of the situation to play this new, mysterious dark master. "My help is not without a price." Lin Mu's voice was very flat, with unquestionable indifference, echoing in front of the magic tower. "My rules are very simple." He stretched out two fingers. "First, from now on, all command on the battlefield belongs to me. Second, all the loot will be distributed by me alone. There is only one thing you have to do." Lin Mu's eyes swept over everyone in front of him, including those who had already been foreign scouts. "Obedience." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. The faces of Song Bingyu and the genius of the Jinhua army showed incredible expressions at the same time. What a domineering and unreasonable clause this is. This is simply taking advantage of the fire. However, in the face of this almost humiliating condition, in the cloudy eyes of the old knight Carl, only endless despair and sorrow remained. Does he still have a choice? Without, there is no way out for the kingdom. On behalf of the Lion Kingdom, I promise you all your requests. Carl used all his strength to squeeze the words out of his teeth. Then the whole person's spirit seemed to be drained and his head hung heavily. At the same time, a new prompt also popped up on the career panel of Song Bingyu and the three of them. "The faction mission has been changed, and your command has been transferred to Dark Master Lin." Lin Mu then slowly stepped forward and took the letter from Carl's hand. The letter had unfolded, and a new task panel emerged clearly. "Faction mission, guarding the Lion City." Mission description: under the endless siege of the corrupted legion, hold the last bulwark of the kingdom, the Lion City, until reinforcements arrive or completely defeat the enemy. Mission tip: the troops in the city are seriously insufficient, morale is extremely low, and there are many contradictions between high-level generals, and crises are lurking. Lin Mu's gaze stayed on the last prompt for an extra second. "Get up," he said to the old knight who was still kneeling on the ground. "Thank you, Master Magier." Carl stood up tremblingly with Chen Feng's support, but a trace of deeper worry flashed in his eyes. "My lord, there is one more thing I must remind you. The strongest commander in the city, General Gerhardt, the Golden Lion, the old knight's tone became extremely difficult. "He despises and rejects all dark magic. It may be the biggest obstacle to you after entering the Lion City." "It's okay." Lin Mu's response was only two words. A person who can even kill a lord-level boss in one move. How could he care about a mere general? "Now, lead the way." He didn't waste any more time. He turned around and walked towards the large teleportation array in the tower that exuded space fluctuations. Carl forcibly cheered himself up and, under the escort of Song Bingyu and others, followed. Lilith is dutiful as a maid. Walking quietly behind Lin Mu, it was just an elegant background board from beginning to end. As Lin Mu injected a wave of mana into the core of the teleportation array, the dazzling light instantly engulfed everyone's figures. Space is distorted, and the stars are moving. When Lin Mu was down to earth again, they had already appeared in a ruin near the city wall. The majestic silhouette of the Lion City is not far away. On the city walls, the roar of shouting and magic shook the heavens and the earth. The war situation has obviously reached a white-hot stage. However, before they could catch their breath, a knight in uniform, roar full of decay and killing breath came from all directions. In the shadow of the ruins, at the corner of the street, one by one, they wore tattered armor and held rusty weapons. The corrupted soldiers, with scarlet eyes flashing, appeared like a tide. A rough enumeration shows that there are thousands of people. Each breath has reached the elite level of LV.35. Yes, 1,000-person, corrupted soldier, patrol. Surround the teleportation point where they just landed. Damn, it's an ambush. Song Bingyu's face turned pale instantly, and he subconsciously raised the longbow in his hand. The pupils of Song Bingyu and the three of them shrank into needle tips in an instant. Thousands of LV.35 elite monsters. They had just tried their best and it took more than an hour. Only barely killed an elite wolf of LV.40, and now, it's thousands of heads. This is a terrifying force that is enough to devour an acropolis. Despair. The despair to the bone instantly drowned their minds. For the last glory of the kingdom, the old knight Carl let out a tragic roar. He suddenly pushed away Chen Feng, who was supporting him, and pulled out the broken sword at his waist that was already covered with gaps. "Scouts, protect Master Magist. Follow me." me. Charge! In his old body, the last brilliance of life erupted, ready to use his flesh and blood to fight for even a second of life for the mysterious magician behind him. However, at this moment when the tragic atmosphere is rendered to the extreme, a voice that was so flat that it was almost indifferent sounded from behind everyone. Step back. Lin Mu's voice was not loud, but it clearly overwhelmed all the shouts and roars. He looked at the old knight's desperate back and frowned slightly. Don't stand in my way to gain experience, old man. Everyone present, including the thousands of corrupted soldiers who had already launched a charge, it seemed that the pause button had been pressed. Song Bingyu and the three of them, their mouths wide open, their brains blank. Brush experience? What is this juncture? Do you still want to gain experience? Chen Feng's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists excitedly. Worthy of the chief. This is forced. The old knight Carl also froze in place, turned around and looked at Lin Mu with a ghostly look. Lin Mu ignored everyone's reaction, just waved the white bone staff in his hand at will. Drink it low. Coming. The sky was abruptly torn open by a brutal and unmatched force, and two huge cracks were torn apart, with the blessing of the terrifying effect of doubling the number of summons of Lich Phalanges blessed by death. Two death dragon knights wielding a massive undead bone dragon, carrying the terrifying coercion of reigning over the world. It came with a bang. The moment the words fell, that pure and domineering top breath of death, let all the corrupted soldiers' scarlet eyes have a hint of instinctive fear. What kind of summon is this? The eyes of the three dragon nest geniuses were about to bulge. They had never seen such a terrifying, oppressive undead creature. This is completely beyond their understanding of the profession of necromancer. Chief is powerful. Chief 666. Chen Feng has completely turned into a fanatical fan, shouting and cheering from behind. Lin Mu's instructions were like the final verdict of the god of death. The two death dragon knights suspended in midair moved at the same time. The undead bone dragon under one of the seats suddenly opened its huge mouth. A grey dragon's breath mixed with countless bones and resentful souls spat forward like a torrent of death that burst an embankment. Death withers. In a flash. Sizzle. Within 30 meters of the straight line area ahead, nearly 100 corrupted soldiers didn't even have time to scream. Was completely overwhelmed by this torrent of death. A series of dense damage numbers that only professionals can see, frantically swiping the screen. And the other death dragon knight raised the bone giant's scythe in his hand high. Death harvest. A 6-mile-long black blade that was enough to cut through the mountains, at a terrifying speed, sweep by all the corrupted soldiers along the way, whether charging or sluggish. They were all cut in half in an instant at the same time. The body was as smooth as a mirror. The upper body even maintained a running posture before falling to the ground. Slaughter. Clear the field. This is a suspense-free, unilateral massacre. In less than a minute, thousands of elite monsters that were enough to make Song Bingyu and the others despair were slaughtered. On the battlefield, except for the debris and pus on the ground, there was no living creature standing. Lin Mu frowned and complained softly to Lilith beside him. These two toys are a little more fun than before, but they are still too slow. This sentence once again pierced the heart of Song Bingyu and the member of the Zhenghua army's young dragon team. They feel like a big joke. Such a devastating summons. In Lin Mu's eyes, it turned out to be just an inefficient toy. And the old knight Carl, with a fanatical look like a god, he stared at Lin Mu's back. The previous despair and tragedy. It has long been replaced by endless shock and ecstasy. This mysterious dark mage. Maybe. No. He must be the last and only hope of the kingdom. After clearing the ambush, Lin Mu put away the two death dragon knights. Soon after, everyone finally arrived at the Lion City. The majestic city walls are covered with hideous cracks. War raged, and countless monsters of the corrupted legion were like ant colonies, climbing up frantically along the siege ladder. The city wall was already in jeopardy. Just as they were near the city gates, one of them on the city wall was wearing a full set of golden armor. The middle-aged general, whose face was as resolute as a knife and axe, noticed them. When his eyes fell on Lin Mu's iconic robe of black magic, the eyes were instantly full of extreme disgust and vigilance. Stop! A thunderous scolding came from the city walls. Mean black magician, who allowed you to get close to the sacred Lion City? General! The old knight Carl hurriedly stepped forward and shouted with all his strength. His Majesty has an order. This is the Lord Dark Mage who was ordered to come to support. I don't care what kind of mentor he is. General Gerhardt, LV.50, Lord level NPC, snorted coldly. The contempt in his eyes was unconcealed. It is you dregs who play with souls and death that allow the corrupt plague to spread in the kingdom. I will never allow any dark magician to step half a step through the gates of the Lion City. Get lost. Just as the two sides were confronting, dawn, an earth-shattering loud noise came. A corrupted siege beast, LV.55, Lord level boss, made of countless corpses and siege equipment. With its hideous angle, it hit the city gate hard. The huge city gate let out an overwhelmed groan. Countless cracks spread like cobwebs. Not good. The city gate is going to break. General Gerhardt's face changed drastically. He hurriedly turned around and commanded the soldiers to defend with rolling stones and boiling oil. There was no time to take care of Lin Mu and others in the city anymore. Lin Mu looked at this chaotic scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a playful arc. He turned his head. He said to Song Bingyu and the three of them who were sluggish behind him and the angry old night carl, "It seems that we have to open the door ourselves and go in." "Open the door yourself?" Song Bingyu and the three of them haven't realized the meaning of Lin Mu's words, and the old night carl's face already showed a trace of astonishment and confusion. Lin Mu moved. He didn't look at the golden lion on the city wall with a contemptuous face, but just waved his hand casually. "Since the owner is not welcome, then tear down the door." The earth was torn apart by a brutal force. Huge cracks, like hideous scars, spread under the lion city. Groups of war machines made of skeletons but with a metallic texture slowly rise. 990 groups. 990 groups of skeleton heavy artillery equipped with towed and howitzers. Just like standard weapons produced from industrial assembly lines, they continue to pour out of the ground. They didn't make any noise. Just silently and efficiently, they quickly formed a standard artillery phalanx under the city wall. 990 hideous cannons flashing with the cold light of death were neatly aimed at the front. What is it? On the city wall, the Golden Lion General Gerhardt's pupils shrank suddenly. The adjutant generals and soldiers beside him gasped in unison, and the shouts on their faces were all stagnant. What is that? Undead creatures? What emanated from those things was a death aura that was far more orderly than the undead. At this moment, pretend to be a ghost. After all, Gerhardt is a battle-hardened lord-level powerhouse. After a brief shock, a strong sense of disdain and contempt appeared on his face. The moment the words fell, "It's just some bells and whistles. This evil trick of blaspheming the dead is vulnerable in the face of real war." His words did not fall. Followed by, Lin Mu's cold voice had already issued the final judgment. Cannon mode. Armor-piercing bullets. Target, the big guy ahead. 10 shots, rapid shooting. Instructions are issued. Click, click, click. The latches of the 990 cannons made a crisp sound at the same time. The deafening roar converged into a symphony of destruction that was enough to tear apart heaven and earth. Nearly 10,000 armor-piercing shells dragging the trajectory of death formed an airtight barrage of steel. In an instant, the lord-level, corrupted siege beast was completely submerged. The behemoth didn't even have time to wail. No, a huge body that can withstand high-level magic. Under this unreasonable saturation bombardment, like cheese thrown into a meat grinder, it tears, disintegrates, and evaporates in an instant, along with the hundreds of corrupted monsters that are climbing the walls around it. Together they turned into debris and pus flying all over the sky. The city gate crisis was instantly lifted. On the city wall, the earth-shattering shouts came to an abrupt end. All the soldiers, all the generals, all froze in place. They stared blankly at the area under the city that had been emptied in an instant, looking at the skeleton artillery corps that was still in absolute silence and exuded an endless chill of death. Everyone's brains fell into a blank space. Lin Mu ignored the dead silence on the city wall. He raised his hand again and pointed to the solid foundation of the city wall next to the city gate. Another round of volleys. The hard ground was blown apart, and dirt and stones flew over. The next second, a wide slope leading to the city was forcibly opened. Lin Mu put away the artillery corps, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Under the gaze of the defenders of the city mixed with fear, awe, and absurdity, with Lilith and Song Bingyu and others who were completely numb behind him, leisurely walked into the Lion City. "General," a deputy swallowed with difficulty, his voice hoarse. "Wait, do you want to stop him?" Gerhardt's face was pale, and his chest rose and fell violently. He thought. He wanted to order immediately. Let the marksman fire a volley of arrows and shoot the arrogant black magician into a hedgehog. When he recalled the muzzle of the black hole outside the city just now, all anger and impulses were instantly extinguished by a cold chill. I could only watch Lin Mu's figure disappear into the city. Let that shame and humiliation ferment wildly in my heart. Enter the male, remnant, lion, wall, city, broken, wall. Wailing wounded soldiers and displaced civilians were everywhere. The air was filled with despair and death, and morale had dropped to freezing points. Under the leadership of the old night carl, "Let's go." The crowd soon arrived at a fairly complete castle, which was a temporary combat headquarters. Subsequently, surprisingly, within the headquarters, there are already several equally dusty squads waiting here. It is Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and others. Their identities are Kingdom Mage Advisor, Quartermaster's Deputy, etc. Apparently assigned different initial tasks as well. The moment I saw Lin Mu, everyone's faces showed the expression sure enough. At this moment, the castle gate was pushed open with a sudden push. The Golden Lion Gerhardt walked in with anger and murderous intent. But, everyone listened to me. He directly ignored the old night carl. The sharp gaze was directly locked on Lin Mu. "I don't care what kind of dark magician you are, in Lion City, my Gerhardt's words are military law. From now on, all of your unclean undead must be handed over to me for unified dispatch. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you for treason." Faced with Gerhardt's roar, Lin Mu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. odds. He just stretched out his finger on the military map on the table with a light touch. That was the area of the West Wall where the entire Lion City had the greatest defensive pressure, the most monsters, and the closest to the city gate. These experiences. No, I want to say, here, now I'm going to defend. All your people, withdraw. You. Gerhardt was completely enraged by Lin Mu's arrogant attitude to the extreme. Shang. He suddenly pulled out the golden long sword from his waist, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at Lin Mu's throat. Black Magician, you are provoking the military might of the entire Lion Kingdom. General, calm your anger. The old Knight Carl saw this. Regardless of the injury, he suddenly pounced between the two. He hugged Gerhardt's sword-holding arm tightly. Now that the enemy is present, we can't fight infighting. He raised his voice and begged. I propose, why not make a military order? This mage master is fully responsible for the defense of the most dangerous West City wall. If he can hold it, the general must recognize his command. If he can't hold it, he will be at your disposal. Woo woo woo. The desolate and urgent sound of horns came from outside the city. The Corruption Legion's general offensive has begun. Countless corrupted monsters more powerful than before flocked to the Lion City like a tide. Lin Mu's voice was very soft. Therein too, the monsters attacking the western city wall are the most terrifying in quantity and quality. Gerhardt pushed the old knight away and stared at Lin Mu viciously. Lin Mu accepted the bet. In the eyes of everyone who was suspicious, or worried, or gloating, with Chen Feng, who looked fanatical, and Lilith, who was like a fairy in a painting, he walked to the west city wall alone. Stand on the city. He looked down at the boundless sea of monsters below, enough to drive any trypophobic patient crazy on the spot, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a faint arc. He no longer summoned the devastating artillery corps. Instead, he slowly raised the white bone staff in his hand, and then fell heavily. Twice in a row, resuscitation skeleton. Lich finger bone takes effect, and the number of summons is doubled. 198,000. 198,000 steel skeleton warriors, wearing heavy steel armor, holding sharp steel spears, and burning blue ghost fire in their eyes. Like a silent ghost, it rushes out of the ground beneath the city walls. At this moment, they are densely packed and layered. In less than 10 seconds, under the western city wall, a silent, cold, and indestructible steel defense line was formed. The torrent of steel made purely of death and order. Contrast with the chaotic, furious sea of monsters ahead. The two armies engaged in battle. Okay, I promise you, the two sides collided in the most primitive and barbaric way. There is no chaotic scene of blood and screams in ordinary battlefields. 198,000 steel skeleton warriors formed an extremely precise square battle formation. They know no fear, they do not know battle cry, only absolute order and silence. The skeleton steel spear in the front row stabbed out, and the back row immediately made up for it. The steel spear in his hand stabbed and retracted neatly and uniformly at exactly the same angle and at the same frequency. It's just a simple repetition of stabbing. They are not like armies. It's more like a giant meat grinder made of bone and steel. The chaotic and furious charge of the Corruption Legion. In a flash, in front of this silent steel front, it seems so ridiculous. Countless corrupted monsters are easily pierced and torn apart. Then he was mercilessly trampled under his feet by the skeleton warriors in the rear and crushed into meat paste. The whole process is outrageously efficient. Ding! You have successfully killed the LV.35 corrupted soldier. Ding! You have gained experience points. Massive experience points poured into Lin Mu's body like a waterfall. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.33. Lion City, temporary combat command. The golden lion Gerhardt stared at the huge magic crystal in front of him. In the crystal, it clearly reflects the unheard of and unseen undead battle formation on the West City wall. The disdain and anger on his face have long since disappeared. Instead, there is a deepening shock, and a trace that even he himself did not notice. Fear. He was proud of his life, the invincible lion army. In the face of this terrifying war efficiency, it is simply a child's game. Meanwhile, the other three walls of the Lion City. Luo Tian, Song Bingyu, Xiao Lai and others. He is leading his improvised squad to fight bloody battles against corrupted monsters. Luo Tian's elemental spells were gorgeous and deadly, and between ice, fire, lightning, and light, pieces of monsters fell. Xiao Lai's sword light was unmatched, and every time he swung it, he took away the lives of several monsters. They each showed their magical powers, showing a strong strength that far exceeded ordinary people, and won the admiration and cheers of the soldiers of the surrounding kingdoms. But they know it very well in their hearts. All this that I have done, compared with the natural disasters that are happening on the West Wall, how insignificant. Oh! A piercing scream came from above. The Corruption Legion saw that the ground could not break through. Thousands of decay feather ghost eagle, with a wingspan of more than 10 meters and huge, miasma giant mosquito, were sent. They were like dark clouds, obscuring the sky and swooping towards the defenders on the city walls. Air troops. Gerhardt stood up suddenly, his face becoming extremely ugly. However, Lin Mu on the West City wall only slowly raised his head. It's just right. He waved his staff staff again. Resuscitation skeleton mage. Lich finger bone takes effect, and the number of summons is doubled. 1800 super-level skeleton mages, dressed in various gorgeous robes and holding jade bone staffs, appeared neatly on the city walls. Fire dragon combo. Bursting glacier. Thunderstorm clouds. Lin Mu's instructions didn't even need to be spoken. The 3-line elemental spells were released at the same time. The fire dragon roared, the glacier overturned, and the thunderclouds rolled. At this moment, 3 distinct destructive energies intertwined in the sky into a real saturation bombardment. The menacing dark clouds in the air were instantly swept away by this torrent of devastating spells. Not even a feather or a drop of pus and blood could fall. Ding! You have successfully killed the LV.45 decay feather ghost eagle. Ding! You have successfully killed the LV.44 miasma giant mosquito. Ding! You have gained experience points. Seeing that the general attack was about to fail completely, at the back of the Corruption Legion, there was a roar full of endless anger and resentment. A giant 100 meters tall, made of countless twisted corpses and grudges forcibly stitched together. Take heavy steps and come out of the darkness. Every step it takes makes the earth tremble. In a flash. Abomination Monarch, LV.60, Calamity level boss. Behind it, there are also a large number of high-level elites with terrifying breaths, and even Lord-level corrupted monsters. The hateful monarch was hundreds of meters away, and suddenly punched out. The immense force even distorts space. That strong defense line made up of 190,000 steel skeletons was actually blasted open by this pure violence. A huge gap was blasted open. Thousands of skeleton warriors didn't even have time to be restored to life by the straw hat of the Guardian of Abundance. In an instant, it turned into powder. Calamity level. It's a disaster level boss. Within the headquarters, Gerhard looked at the unrivaled figure in the crystal. He screamed and lost all the blood on his face. Quick, evacuate everyone from the west wall. You can't hold it there. He believes that the defense line has been broken and the loss of the western city wall is only a matter of time. Roar! And Lin Mu on the city wall just looked up, curled his lips. Finally a decent one, he said secretly in his heart. No wonder the original plot is the end of the kingdom. If there is no miracle, how can it be turned against the wind? Death prayer. Lin Mu began to sing. The more than 190,000 skeleton summons under the city lit up a layer of monstrous death fog at the same time. Their aura instantly gained a terrifying increase of nearly 10,000 times at this moment. The gap in the defense line that was originally blasted open was instantly refilled by skeleton warriors with a more terrifying aura than the boss. In everyone's shocked eyes, for the first time, Lin Mu personally took action. He raised his hand and aimed at the calamity level boss that was roaring and rushing at him. There is no earth-shattering momentum. There was only one pure white pillar of light formed by 900,000 bone teeth that exploded with damage. With a speed that transcends the limits of vision, the distance of space is crossed in an instant. Fiercely, it hit the hateful monarch. The boss's terrifying health bar is at a speed that cannot be captured by the naked eye. In an instant, empty. One move to kill in seconds. The entire Lion City, and even the boundless corrupt legion outside the city. At this moment, they fell into absolute, dead silence. The huge body of the abomination monarch seemed to have been pulled out of all the bones and exploded with a bang. Equipment and materials shine all over the place. Like a fountain, sprinkle the earth. One of the bright golden lights is the most conspicuous. In a flash, Xiao Fengzi, don't pick up things yet. Lin Mu didn't even look at the loot, and ordered directly. He cares more at this time. Followed by, it is the huge experience points that pour into the body after leapfrogging and killing the calamity level boss. Ding! You have successfully killed the LV.60 calamity level boss, Abomination Monarch. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.34. Bone teeth. Little Fengzi got the order. Little Fengzi is going. Chen Feng was shocked by the shocking scene below. It seems that he also has a contribution to these achievements. Since he entered this dungeon, he has fought hard all the way, and he is cautious. Until after meeting his chief Lin, the whole person has changed, energetic and radiant. With the death of the monarch and the 10,000-fold increase of the skeleton legion, the endless corrupt legion outside the city finally collapsed completely. They let out bursts of fearful roars and began to scatter and run away like headless flies. Within the headquarters, Gerhardt's body suddenly softened, and he slumped down in his chair. He stared blankly at the young figure standing on the city wall in the magic crystal. All pride, all prejudice, all hostility. They were all crushed in front of that pure white pillar of light. He knows, from this moment on, the Lion City, and the entire Lion Kingdom, there will be, and can only be, a voice. Lin Mu stood at the head of the city, overlooking the corrupted legion fleeing in a hurry below. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It was originally a defensive battle for the kingdom. He was forced to turn the tables against the wind with his own strength. He turned his head and whispered to Lilith beside him. It's time for us to counterattack. I want all the experience points of this continent. On the city wall, only the whimpering sound sound of the cold wind sweeping over the wreckage remained. First, chief, a voice full of fanaticism and flattery broke this frozen atmosphere. Chen Feng was almost on the ground, dragging a huge pile of loot temporarily wrapped in a cloak. Panting and rushing to Lin Mu, his face filled with an excited smile. Fortunately, I didn't lose my life. Explosive things, it's all here. He unwrapped the package like a treasure. In an instant, a dazzling light rose into the sky. Countless equipment and materials emitting various halos are piled up. Among the packages, the most dazzling thing is a huge battle axe with a domineering shape and golden brilliance all over its body. Wrath of the Monarch, LV.60, legendary. Next to it, there were several purple rare equipment lying quietly, as well as a large pile of rare materials that exuded strong energy fluctuations. Not far from the city wall, the Golden Lion Gerhardt, and Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and others who had just arrived to support. Seeing this scene, my breath stagnated again. Legendary weapons. In everyone's shocked eyes. Lin Mu just glanced at it casually. The legendary giant axe and a few other pieces of equipment with passable attributes were put into his storage space without much care. Then, as if throwing away a pile of worthless garbage, he waved his hand casually at the remaining pile of treasures. You can divide the rest. As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked again. Divide? Divided? Luo Tian opened his mouth, feeling that his worldview was being repeatedly reshaped. On Xiao Lai's resolute face, his muscles couldn't help but twitch violently. Is it the pattern of the top powerhouse? And the Golden Lion Gerhardt, his face was blue and white. In the end, all pride and prejudice turned into endless shame and self-deprecation. He realized what he had done before. In front of the young man in front of him, what a ridiculous clown. In everyone's astonished eyes. This is the famous Lord-level general who commands the Lion Legion. He knelt down on one knee without hesitation. He held the golden sword at his waist with both hands, symbolizing glory and power. Raised high above his head, his voice was hoarse and heavy. I, Gerhardt, would like to express my sincerest apologies to you for my previous rudeness and arrogance. From now on, the command of the Lion City and even the entire Lion Legion is in your hands. Gerhardt, and the 100,000 Lion Army under his command, are willing to die for you. Ding! Your identity has changed. He stretched out his hand. You have obtained a new identity, military commander of the Lion Kingdom, Dark Mage Lin. You have gained absolute command over all NPC armies in the Lion Kingdom. Lin Mu listened to the prompt sound in his mind and then nodded in satisfaction. He looked down at Gerhardt, who was kneeling on one knee, and the soldiers of the kingdom whose eyes were full of awe and fanaticism under the city. The grand blueprint of cleaning the whole picture in my heart finally has a stage to be displayed. His eyes swept over Luo Tian, Xiao Lai, Song Bingyu and other Dragon Nest geniuses who had been completely numb. In order to advance this counterattack more efficiently, Luo Tian, you, as the temporary head of the Kingdom Mage Corps, are responsible for integrating all spellcasting units in the city. Xiao Lai, 2, you, the commander of the Lion Pioneer Battalion, are responsible for commanding the kingdom's most elite assault troops. Song Bingyu, you are responsible for reorganizing the marksman unit. One by one, the appointments came out of Lin Mu's mouth lightly. The Dragon Nest geniuses who were named were stunned for a moment, and then received a new identity reminder of the copy. An irrepressible ecstasy and gratitude immediately welled up on his face. It's not just a simple appointment. This is an opportunity for Lin Mu to brush the contribution of the copy after getting the highest command authority. With such a thigh, why worry about not being able to take off? Thank you, Chief Lin. Everyone responded in unison, their voices full of heartfelt gratitude and awe. However, when it was Chen Feng's turn, he made an unexpected move. Chief, absolutely not. Chen Feng actually knelt down like Gerhardt with a pop. Holding Lin Mu's thigh, he cried out in tears. His acting skills were exaggerated to the extreme. Chief, I don't want any regiment leader to lead. I have low ability, shallow knowledge, and am not able to bear great responsibilities. My only wish is to always be by your side, pick up the loot for you, and run errands for you. Please be sure to fulfill my little wish. I am willing to saddle you before and after death. This shocking loyalty performance. All the geniuses around who were still ecstatic just now were dumbfounded. They looked at Chen Feng's loyal appearance and cursed in their hearts. Shameless. It's so fucking shameless. What the hell is this guy's face made of? I can think of such a wonderful and crazy way to hug my thighs. Okay, get up. Lin Mu was amused by his operation and felt goosebumps all over his body. Since you insist on this, then make you a Minister of Logistics Support and the only designated person in charge of the Loot Recovery Department. Thank you, Chief Tianan. Chen Feng was ecstatic when he heard this. Only then did he get up satisfied. Standing behind Lin Mu, he held his head high. It seems that he has really become a great official. After the arrangements were made, Lin Mu's eyes fell on Gerhardt and the old knight Carl. Where is the king? I want to personally explain to him my grand blueprint of sweeping the mainland and unifying the country. But, of course, the subtext is, I want to justifiably brush up all the experience points of this continent. When Gerhardt heard this, this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. The old knight Carl hurriedly took a step forward and explained respectfully, "Report back to the commander-in-chief. Because the previous battle situation was too critical, we all thought that there was no hope of defending the city. So before going down to the Dark Tower to ask for help, we have escorted His Majesty the elderly king and the young prince to take refuge in the secret fortifications underground in the Lion City Royal Bunker." Royal Bunker? Lin Mu frowned slightly. "Yes, my lord." Carl paused and added, "That bunker is sealed by ancient magic, and it is as solid as a fortress. Once closed, only royal blood, or holding the king's scepter, can it be opened from within. And the king's scepter is being carried by His Majesty the king. We made an appointment at that time that the people in the bunker would try to open the bunker door again in 10 days to check the situation outside." After hearing this, Lin Mu's face sank. 10 days? The daylilies are cold. This seriously slowed down his progress in brushing experience. He needs the king's authorization. Only then can he justifiably launch his plan to clean up the mainland. He didn't have time to wait here. Looking at the embarrassed knights Karl and General Gerhardt, they spoke without question. "I want to visit our king in person." Under the personal leadership of the two kingdom generals, Gerhardt and Karl, Lin Mu and his party passed through layers of heavily guarded passages and finally reached the deepest part of the royal city. A huge portal stretched in front of them. The door was cast entirely from a metal that shimmered with a dim star. The door was engraved with countless complex and mysterious guardian runes, exuding an ancient and majestic aura, isolating all external forces. "Commander-in-chief, this is the entrance to Royal Bunker, Guardian's Gate." Gerhardt's voice had a hint of helplessness. He took a step forward and pressed his hand to an inconspicuous magic circle next to the door, injecting a trace of power. "I'm Gerhardt. The Corruption Legion has been repulsed. The siege of Lion City has been lifted. Please open the bunker immediately. His Majesty the King and His Royal Highness need to return to the ground to take charge of the situation." The magic circle lit up with a glimmer of light, and Gerhardt's majestic voice was transmitted. A thin, arrogant voice came out of the magic circle, with a strong questioning and disdain. "Oh, it's General Gerhardt. Are you sure that the threat outside has been completely eliminated? How do I feel that you have brought something dirtier to the gate of the royal city?" Hearing this voice, the faces of Gerhardt and the old knight Karl changed at the same time. "Manager Andrew, pay attention to your words." Gerhardt shouted angrily. "The person next to me is the dark magic master who came to the rescue on the orders of the king, Lord Lin. It was he who, with his own strength, saved the entire Lion City." "Dark mage?" The voice known as Manager Andrew let out an exaggerated sneer. "General, is your brain gnawed by a corrupted monster? Letting a scum who plays with corpses enter the royal city is in itself the greatest blasphemy to the royal family. His Majesty the King has ordered that the bunker will never be opened until the agreed 10-day deadline is reached, and until the outside world is confirmed to be 100% safe." Gerhardt trembled with anger. "Lead the way." The old knight Karl pleaded even more eagerly. "Lord Chief, now is not the time to think about this. The kingdom needs a king." I think you need a king. Do you have other plans?" Chief Andrew's voice became colder. "It's easy to prove this person's loyalty." He changed his mind, and his voice was full of ill-intentioned difficulties. "The abandoned, forgotten king's mausoleum next to the bunker is entrenched in many corrupted ghosts. Let your so-called dark master go and clean up the royal tomb alone. If he can come back alive, perhaps, I will consider informing His Majesty the King." "Andrew, you are murdering the hero. You are treason." Gerhardt's eyes were about to crack. He never expected that there would be such a poisonous snake hidden in the city while fighting bloody battles outside the city. After a while, however, Chief Andrew ignored it at all, leaving only the last word contemptuously. "This is His Majesty's test, General Gerhardt. You can do it yourself." The words fell, and the light of the magic circle was instantly extinguished, and the communication was forcibly cut off. Faced with this absurd test and the indestructible giant door in front of him, Gerhardt and Karl fell into deep anger, and Lin Mu didn't even have a trace of waves from beginning to end. He just felt that these NPCs were really a waste of his time. In everyone's angry or worried eyes, he walked slowly to the huge Guardian's Gate, reaching out and gently touching the cold door. A line of descriptions that only he could see clearly appeared in front of him. Guardian's Gate, forged from the blood of the ancient king in star metal, engraved with Guardian's brand, immune to all physical and magical attacks. Once closed, it can only be opened from the inside by the royal bloodline or king's scepter. He didn't change the sentence immune to all attacks, which was too boring. The eyes fell on the last core description. Change open from within to open from the outside. Change royal blood to royal blood. Lin Mu recited silently twice in a row in his heart. Above the giant door, the countless sleeping runes, the light distorted strangely in an instant, forcibly rewrote its lowest rules. The logic is reversed, and the conditions for opening the door from the inside become external. But the restrictions of the new king's bloodline or king's scepter still exist. Lin Mu turned his head and looked at Lilith, who had been standing quietly beside him, like a fairy gallery in a painting. Leaning close to her ear, the exhaled breath made Lilith's white earlobes slightly red, and she laughed softly. Your power is sealed, but the essence hasn't changed, right? The dignified monarch of the abyss should always be regarded as a king? Lilith was stimulated by her master's sudden closeness and her body trembled slightly. Then he smiled elegantly and instantly understood Lin Mu's intentions. She moved lightly and came to the door, stretched out the slender index finger that was as white as jade, as if it was not stained with a trace of fireworks in the world. Gently placed on the rune at the core of the giant gate. That one originated from the abyss and was above all beings in this world. Instantly touched the tampered rules. Squeak! In the ghostly gaze of Gerhardt, Karl, and all the geniuses of the dragon's lair, the corners of Lin Mu's mouth hooked up a playful arc. In the bunker, manager Andrew, who was holding a glass of red wine and had a smug smile on his face, froze in an instant. The gate of the Guardian that should never be opened from the outside. Slowly, a gap opened inward, behind the door. Manager Andrew's face was full of extreme absurdity. Lin Mooping outside the door had a hint of joking. Through the crack in the door, the eyes met. The sarcastic smile on Andrew's face stiffened at the corners of his mouth. The pupils dilate little by little, and then dilated again until they are filled with horror. Squeak! In everyone's confused eyes. The Guardian's gate, which was supposed to be indestructible, slowly opened inward. Chief Andrew was the first to break free from the shock. Let out a sharp roar that pierces the eardrums. His face, distorted by fear, turned into the color of pig liver. He pointed at Lin Mu outside the door with a stern expression. Black magic. This is forbidden black magic that desecrates the royal bloodline. Guards! Royal Guard! Take down this filthy dark wizard for me. Fast! He roared hysterically, trying to hide the panic in his heart with his voice. Boom! The royal guards in the bunker subconsciously pulled out their swords from their waists. The blade shone with magic. However, no one dared to step forward. Their arms were shaking, their legs and stomachs were shaking. The palm of the hand holding the hilt of the sword was already soaked with cold sweat. Are you kidding? That is a monster that can ignore the ancient magic seal and forcibly open the Guardian's gate. Go up? Send it to death? Andrew, you despicable muff! A thunderous roar came from behind Lin Mu. The golden lion Gerhardt could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He strode forward, and the terrifying coercion of the Lord level exploded. Shake the already shaky royal guards back and forth. You are hiding in a comfortable bunker and turning a blind eye to the kingdom's peril. Now, the hero who saved the entire kingdom is right in front of you, but you use your dirty heart to slander him. No, no way. What crime should you commit? Gerhardt's voice was full of the killing aura of the golden iron horse, which made the entire bunker buzz. Lin Mu felt a little bored with this kind of palace fighting drama. He didn't bother to speak. Just with a movement of his mind, the special effect of whispering of fear was quietly activated. An invisible and cold that originated from the deepest fear of the soul. Like a tide, it swept through the entire bunker in an instant. Manager Andrew only felt as if his soul was being held by a big hand, then thrown into the abyss of the most desperate. His eyes rolled and he let out a scream that didn't sound like a human voice. The whole person was paralyzed to the ground as if his bones had been pulled out. The ground beneath him quickly spread into a puddle of yellow liquid that smelled bad. And those royal guards are also full of ugliness. Some threw away their helmets and armor, some hugged their heads and cried, and some even fainted directly. In an instant, there was no one standing in the bunker. This sudden commotion finally alarmed the inner room of the bunker. Outside, what happened? An old and weak voice came. After a while, with the help of two attendants, an old man wearing a luxurious royal robe, gray hair, and a wrinkled face walked out tremblingly. He is the king of the Lion Kingdom. He was also followed by a young man about 15 or 16 years old, thin, and his eyes were full of timidity and uneasiness. It was the little prince. The old king was stunned by the messy scene in front of him. The cloudy eyes were full of confusion, and the little prince was not dominated by fear like everyone else. His cowardly gaze carefully passed the paralyzed crowd. Aura of fear fell on the black-robed boy who was calm from beginning to end. There was no fear in those eyes, but an unquenchable curiosity flashed. Ah! Lin Mu ignored the reactions of these NPCs. He went directly past the paralyzed Andrew and walked to the old king, getting straight to the point. I need the highest authority of the kingdom. I will lead the army to wipe out all the corrupted monsters on this continent, as well as all the disobedient nations. Let the Lion Kingdom become the only master of this continent. His voice is not loud, but he is full of unquestionable domineering. At this moment, Chief Andrew, who had eased up a little from his fear, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, he shouted with all his strength. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Did you hear that? He wants to usurp power. He wants to take your kingdom. Lin Mu was too lazy to talk nonsense with this mad dog anymore. His eyes fell on the cowardly little prince. A wonderful idea came to my mind. This is a copy. Since talent can modify monsters, modify equipment behind him, so why can't you modify an NPC? Lin Mu's mind moved, and his talent was activated. The description of the little prince clearly came to his mind. Young Lion Prince prince, the heir of the Lion Kingdom, with pure blood, weak personality, and no kingly spirit. Changed not kingly to very kingly. Lin Mu thought silently in his heart. The text on the description panel has been subtly distorted and reorganized. Young lion prince, the heir of the Lion Kingdom, with pure blood, tenacious personality, and a very royal spirit. All the timidity, cowardice, and uneasiness in the eyes of the little prince. Like ice and snow illuminated by the scorching sun, it melts instantly. Instead, it is a calm, sharp, and deep that does not match his age at all. It was like a sleeping lion, at this moment, suddenly woke up. In everyone's shocked eyes, the little prince took a step forward. His eyes were like lightning, staring directly at Manager Andrew, who was paralyzed on the ground. Chief Andrew, your incompetence and selfishness have almost ruined the entire kingdom, and from now on, you will be dismissed from all positions and imprisoned in the dungeon to await the arrival of the emperor. His voice was clear and majestic, full of unquestionable strength. Then, he turned around, faced his father, and bowed deeply. Father, you have worked hard for the kingdom all your life, and now, it's time for you to rest. This new king who seemed to be reborn actually took the initiative to walk in front of Lin Mu. In front of him, an extremely standard royal gift was performed. The voice is clear and firm. Dear Dark Master, I canonize you in the name of the new king of the Lion Kingdom. Regent of the Lion Kingdom. Take over all the military and political power of the kingdom. Your will is the will of the kingdom. The old king looked at the son in front of him, who seemed to have grown up overnight. 2 lines of hot tears flowed from his cloudy eyes. He was not angry, not unwilling, only endless relief and pride. Okay, good. My lion royal family, there is a successor. He announced his abdication on the spot. In a flash, the scepter, which symbolizes royal power, was handed over to the little prince. Gerhardt and the old knight Karl trembled with excitement. They seemed to have seen hope for the kingdom to rise again. And the manager Andrew, who was still shouting just now. After hearing the little prince's verdict, his eyes rolled and he fainted in complete fright. Lin Mu, this newly baked regent of the Lion Kingdom, looking at the huge military map of the continent in the headquarters. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up with a satisfactory arc. His full picture experience ranch. Finally, it will officially open. Followed by the commotion underground in the royal city was settled with the ascension of the new king. Lin Mu returned to the temporary regent's official residence prepared for him and was speechless all night. At midnight, he deliberately tested it, but the cooldown of the talent did not refresh. Similar to what he thought. The speed of time in this plot copy does not affect his talent, it is still the same as reality. The Supreme Military Council of the Lion City was held at the provisional headquarters. In front of the huge military map of the continent, the new king stood on one side. Golden Lion Gerhardt and Old Knight Karl, and some of the surviving ministers and generals, etc., were lined up on both sides. Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and all the other Dragon Nest geniuses stood behind with bated breath. Everyone's eyes were focused on the black-robed boy sitting in the main position, his fingers sliding casually on the map. My plan is simple. Lin Mu's voice was so flat that he seemed to be saying that the weather was good today. His finger drew a line on the map from the capital of the Lion Kingdom. It runs across and points straight to the unknown deep sea at the other end of the continent. Starting from the Lion City, all the way east, all the countries, forces, and corrupt monster lairs blocking this line will be bulldozed. In the end, let the banner of the Lion Kingdom be planted in every corner of this continent. As soon as these words came out, the headquarters fell into deathly silence. Rao has already seen the horror of Lin Mu's second killing of disaster-level bosses. Gerhardt and Karl were still frightened by this crazy grand blueprint and went into cardiac arrest. Unify the continent? This is a dream that the former kings of the Lion Kingdom did not even dare to dream of. But immediately afterwards, a frenzy that was hotter than ever before exploded from the bottom of their hearts. No, you can. With this regent like a god and demon, this is no longer a dream. My lord is wise. Gerhardt suppressed the excitement in his heart. The next morning, from a purely military point of view, his own proposals were put forward. In order to avoid falling into the quagmire of multi-front combat and being jointly encircled and suppressed by the various countries, I suggest that we should first eliminate all the remnants of the corrupted legion in the kingdom, stabilize the rear, and then gradually expand outward. I think this proposal is very safe and can maximize experience. Report. A scout covered in blood and shattered armor, rolling and crawling into the headquarters, his voice was full of despair and grief and anger. Commander-in-Chief, the delegation to the neighboring country, Kingdom of Sarasa, for help. All have been detained. The other party only let me come back and deliver a message. Gerhardt's face changed, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. The scout, trembling with his hands, pulled out a scroll of sheepskin sealed with fire paint from his arms. This is the state of the Kingdom of Sarasa. Gerhardt snatched it and tore off the fire paint. When he saw the extremely humiliating and arrogant words above, the face of this lord-level powerhouse instantly turned pig liver color. Bastard! A group of despicable villains who take advantage of the fire. With a loud noise, the conference table made of hard ironwood was smashed to pieces by his his punch. Xiao Lai, Song Bingyu, and others also stepped forward. From the scouts' words, they heard a key message. Among the detained envoys, there happened to be Wei Zhe and some members of the young dragon team. What did they say? Maybe. Lin Mu's voice was still flat, and he couldn't hear joy or anger. The scout lowered his head in humiliation and repeated word by word. The kingdom of Salasa asks us to immediately give up all resistance, offer the treasury, and send His Highness the little prince as a hostage. The whole country was annexed to Sierra and became their vassal. Otherwise, they will send the most elite Holy Radiance Crusaders to come and cleanse our land stained by darkness. Purification? Lin Mu nodded non-committally. Lin Mu's eyes finally flashed with a trace of impatience. However, at this moment, he stretched out his hand and took the state document from the enraged Gerhardt. Then in everyone's shocked eyes, slowly tearing it to pieces. Confetti flying. Lin Mu raised his hand and casually erased the plan line on the map representing recovering lost territory. Plan change. What? Go to the neighbor's house first. Chief, how dare Ceresa detain your people? It's just a dead end. Chen Feng immediately seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to perform. He jumped out suddenly, leaning down slightly and arching his hands. Righteous indignation, extravagant acting skills. Salasa is not a son, and the chief wants to attack him now. Although Feng is not talented, he is willing to take the initiative to ask for help, and lead a brigade of cavalry to serve as the vanguard. As the chief, he wiped out Salasa and vowed to kill the enemy chieftain and present it. Bang! The people around them raised their foreheads for a while, and once again had a new understanding of Chen Feng's shamelessness. Lin Mu directly ignored his performance and ordered Gerhardt, gather the 500 Royal Griffin Knights of the most elite in the kingdom as the personal guard of my regent, led by Chen Feng. Obey! Gerhardt immediately took the order and left. Chen Feng was ecstatic in his heart. Isn't this the job of shouting 666s behind the chief? Beautiful. Luo Tian, Xiao Lai. Lin Mu's eyes swept over the other Dragon Nest geniuses. During my departure, the command of the Lion Legion will be delegated to you and will be responsible for the follow-up logistics and advancement. As soon as these words came out, all the geniuses once again felt Lin Mu's convincing trust in pattern, and they were so excited that they couldn't stop being excited. We will live up to the chief's trust. After arranging everything, Lin Mu turned around and prepared to go. Lilith, who had been standing quietly, moved lightly, leaned close to his ear, and exhaled like an orchid. Master, that kingdom has an uncomfortable smell of holy light. Her voice was extremely soft, with a hint of imperceptible disgust. It's very similar to the group of hypocritical birdmen in Paradise Mountain, he said lightly. Lin Mu smiled indifferently when he heard this. Just right. See if it is their holy light that can purify my hard bones. As soon as the words fell, he had turned over and mounted the most majestic royal griffin at the head. Lilith smiled charmingly, and her figure shook. He actually took the initiative to sit in front of Lin Mu and gently leaned his back into his arms. Let's go! Chen Feng shouted in high spirits. 500 griffin knights surrounded the figure in the black robe. It soared into the sky, and its wings rolled up the wind, turned into a golden arrow, pointing straight at the border of the kingdom of Salasa. 500 royal griffins flapped their wings and flew high. The golden wings refract bright light in the sun. Like a flowing golden cloud, it crosses the sky majestically. Chen Feng controlled his griffin and followed Lin Mu closely. With a flattering smile on his face, the words in his mouth never stopped. Chief, look at this wind, it is all for you. You look at this cloud, it is all paving the way for you. Being able to follow behind you is the blessing of my Chen Feng's 3 lives and 3 generations. Lin Mu was too lazy to pay attention to him, but his mind was a little difficult to concentrate. Just because Lilith was sitting peacefully in front of him, her soft back pressed against his chest. The elegant fragrance on the girl's body is like orchid, like musk but not musk. With the airflow at high altitude, it drilled into his nostrils in wisps. Add to this the inevitable slight shaking of the griffin when flying. The faint touch made him and his vigorous younger brother say that they couldn't bear it. This abyssal monarch is really a grinding goblin. Master, your heart is beating a little fast. Lilith seemed to notice something. Turning his head slightly, a sly smile flashed in his blue eyes. Lin Mu's face did not change color, and he said lightly, the wind is too strong, I'm afraid. Lilith smiled, stopped speaking, and just leaned her body into his arms again. After half a day of rapid marching, a majestic fortress entirely of black iron and covered with hideous barbs appeared at the end of the horizon. That is the border between the Lion Kingdom and the Kingdom of Salasa, Ironthorn City. However, when the army approached, everyone's pupils shrank sharply in an instant. I saw that on the towering city wall, more than a dozen huge steel cages were hanging. In the cage, it was the captured mission for help, as well as Wei Zhe and several members of the young dragon team. They were ragged and covered in whip marks and brands. His hair was blown by the wind like weeds, and his whole breath was sluggish to the extreme, obviously suffering inhuman abuse and humiliation. Chen Feng's eyes were about to crack, and he cursed. In the eyes of the 500 griffin knights, a raging anger also ignited at the same time. On the city wall, a knight general wearing gorgeous silver and white armor and holding a giant sword like a door panel, was looking down on Lin Mu and his party under the city with a playful face. He is the deputy leader of the Knights of the Holy Radiance, Augustus, LV.55, Lord level. Lin, Chief, Weijia in the cage. When he saw Lin Mu's familiar figure, a flash of survival instantly erupted from his cloudy eyes, but it was then replaced by endless despair. With the last bit of his strength, he shouted hoarsely, "Go! This is a trap. Their paladins restrain the undead. Town. There are at least 3 rank 3 powerhouses in the city." Hearing Weijia shout, Augustus let out a burst of arrogant laughter. "Oh, are you the rumored dark mage who won by playing with corpses?" His eyes were full of undisguised contempt and fell on Lin Mu. "It's really better to be famous than to meet, and it looks weaker than I thought." Augustus slowly raised the giant sword in his hand. On the sword body, a dazzling golden holy light instantly bloomed, sacred and majestic. Like a judge who pronounces divine punishment, he pronounces the verdict in a loud voice. "Dirty black magician, your evil ends here. In front of the great light, you and your bone racks will be purified to dust. Let your mother fart." Qin Feng immediately pointed to the broken mouth of the city wall and cursed, "You know a hammer. My chief can crush you and your broken city wall into slag with just one finger." "Beast!" Augustus was instantly enraged by Qin Feng's vulgar words. The handsome face turned red, and the murderous intent surged in his eyes. He waved his arm sharply and gave a cold order. "Archers ready. Give these fools who don't know the height of the sky and the earth a round of holy light and arrow rain." On the city wall, thousands of archers drew their longbows at the same time. Arrows attached to the purifying holy light converged into a brilliant and deadly golden rain of light in the sky. The light and rain are holy and beautiful, but they contain a terrifying power that is enough to sweep away all darkness. Overwhelmingly shrouded in Lin Mu and his 500 Griffin Knights, facing this rain of horror enough to purify everything. Even the battle-hardened Griffin Knights had an uncontrollable look of despair on their faces. The holy light is the natural enemy of all dark creatures. This is common sense. They instinctively urged the Griffins to try to form a defensive formation. "Use your own flesh and blood to block this fatal blow for the regent behind you." Lin Mu just waved his hand casually, signaling them not to panic. He raised his head and looked at the rain of golden arrows falling from the sky. There was a hint of boredom on his face. He slowly raised his hand and said softly, "Step back. Just try the defense of the bone shield." Faced with the bright rain of arrows that were enough to purify all things, Lin Mu didn't even raise his eyelids. He just moved his mind slightly. Shield of bones. In an instant, the 9 delicate and heavy keel shields appeared out of thin air. Looking for death. Surrounding him, it formed an airtight circular barrier. This is no ordinary bone shield. The base of the shield is the skull of some kind of dragon. In a flash, the hideous dragon horns extended outward, revealing the ancient barbaric atmosphere. On the white bone shield surface, dark runes as deep as the night sky flowed, as if they could swallow all light. They rotated quietly, turning Lin Mu and Lilith in front of him, and the griffin under the crotch, perfectly guarded inside. Jingle ding! The rain of holy light arrows in the sky poured down like a torrential rain, hitting the shield of bones fiercely. However, the expected earth-shattering explosion did not occur. Those arrows that contained the power of majestic holy light. The moment it touched the shield, it was like a hot soldering iron falling into the deep sea. Before even a ripple was stirred up, it was instantly swallowed and annihilated by the power of death flowing on the shield's surface, turning into nothingness. However, on the city wall, the shouting and killing sound that was enough to tear the eardrums came to an abrupt end. The fanaticism and ferocity on the faces of all the Sarasa soldiers solidified into the ultimate absurdity and disbelief. Augustus's smile as he held his greatsword high and prepared to cheer for victory stiffened at the corners of his mouth. The audience fell into a dead silence. Lin Mubai curled his lips boredly. He waved his hand to the Griffin Knights behind him who were already dumbfounded. The Griffin honor guard stepped back, "Don't spill blood and affect the international image of this regent." As soon as the words fell, he jumped directly from the back of the Griffin tens of meters high. The black robe rustled in the wind, and its body was like a feather, falling lightly on the devastated ground. He ignored the ghost-like gaze on the city wall, and pointed the white bone staff in his hand to the ground. Resuscitation skeleton shooter. The earth began to tremble and crack wildly. In the horrified expressions of everyone in the kingdom of Salasa, a cannon made of white bones and cold steel tore the earth apart. Immediately afterwards, 1, 10, and 100, 9,000 groups of skeleton heavy artillery, legions equipped with hideous cannons and dragged by tall skeleton war horses poured out from the ground. They formed a silent and terrifying steel forest under the city, and the black muzzles were all aimed at Augustus on the city wall. Augustus looked at the war machines that had unheard of shapes and exuded cold metal and death. The brain is blank, and cognition is completely subverted. He roared frantically, "How could a black magician summon such a thing? Who are you?" Lin Mu raised his head and showed a kind smile to Augustus on the city wall. "Don't worry, I'm a person who likes to bow first and then soldiers. Let me ask again, will you let people go?" This plain question, in Augustus's ears, became the most extreme humiliation. Fear Fear and anger intertwined, stimulating his last sanity. Don't think about it, Augustus roared fiercely. Inject all the power into the giant sword in your hand and plunge it into the magical core of the city wall. Holy light shelter. A huge golden light shield resembled an upside-down giant bowl. In an instant, the entire Ironthorn city was enveloped, exuding a sacred and inviolable brilliance. Augustus looked at this light mask as if he had regained his last confidence. Roared frantically, "Wake up! If you have the ability, you will break the protection of the holy light." Alas! Lin Mu sighed softly, as if disappointed in his stubbornness. He raised his hand and gave the final instructions. Howitzer mode, high explosive shells, indiscriminate coverage bombing. Fire at full speed. 9,000 cannons roared at the same time. No way. Tens of thousands of high explosive shells dragging the tail flame of death. It converged in the sky into a torrent of destruction that was enough to tear through the sky and slammed into the holy light shelter. The golden light mask only lasted for less than 3 seconds. In a piercing mournful sound, like glass smashed by a hammer, it shattered. Ironthorn City, which had lost the protection of the holy light, was completely exposed to artillery fire. The strong city walls are like sand sculptures scorched by the scorching sun, instantly evaporated in a terrifying explosion. Countless Sarasa soldiers were turned to char by the violent death energy before they could even let out a scream. Once majestic border fortress, in an instant, it turned into a purgatory on earth. In the gap between bombing, Lin Mu's eyes swept over the crumbling cages in the explosion. Talent, activation. The description of the steel cage, sturdy steel cage, quietly changed. Solid paper cage. The dozen or so cages instantly turned into confetti flying all over the sky, and Wei Zhu and others fell from a high altitude. Quick, catch the chief's little brother. Chen Feng was already ready to go, commanding several Griffin Knights to swoop down. Before they landed, they were caught steadily and sent to the safe rear. Wei Zha and others who were rescued stared blankly at the black-robed figure under the city like a demon god, and the devastating artillery corps behind him, which shocked him beyond words. I can't say a word. They finally understood. These so-called geniuses of Long Chao, in front of Lin Mu, how ridiculous. In the end, Chief Lin came to the rescue. The artillery fire stopped. The city of Iron Thorns has become a ruin. Click dash. Lin Mu walked in the courtyard, with Lilith and Chen Feng with a fanatical face. From the huge gap that was blown up, he slowly walked into the city. In the ruins, Augustus, who was lucky enough not to die, was covered in blood. He was pressed down on his lower body by a broken stone pillar of the city wall and could not move. He used the last bit of strength and raised his head. Looking at the figure walking towards him, only endless fear and confusion remained in his eyes. "You, what kind of monster are you?" Lin Mu walked up to him. Looking down at this once arrogant face, he replied calmly, "A person who passes by here and wants to gain some experience is just an ordinary necromancer. You must understand the methods of the black magician, explain all the information about Sarasa well, and leave you with a whole body." The next second, above the ruins, the smell of blood and scorched earth fills the air. Augustus felt as if his soul was torn to pieces, and every inch of his bone was wailing. The power of the holy light he was proud of disappeared in his body, leaving only endless emptiness and coldness. "Drag it over." Lin Mu's voice was as plain as water, without a trace of waves. Chen Feng immediately took the order. Like dragging a dead dog, he dragged the half-dead Augustus to Lin Mu's feet. "Tell me all the information of the Sarasa kingdom." Lin Mu looked down at him condescendingly, his eyes indifferent. "Phew, don't." With the last of his strength, Augustus squeezed the broken syllables out of his throat. There was still the last stubbornness of the paladin on his face. "Dirty undead, even if I die, I will not give in to you." Lin Mu heard this and was too lazy to say another word. Lilith behind him, the corners of his mouth showed an elegant curve. She didn't do anything, but those blue eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of an ancient, pure abyss monarch aura. Augustus' body trembled suddenly. That aura was not a physical attack, but it was like an invisible big hand, instantly crushing all the spiritual defenses he had built with his faith, his proud knightly glory, his devotion to the light, his determination to see death as home. At this moment, everything collapses. The pupils diverged instantly, and in the depths of the soul, only the most primitive and humble fear remained. It was like an ant, looking up at a starry sky that was about to overturn. I say everything." Augustus burst into tears, his spirit completely collapsed, and he confessed everything. "The core of the power of our kingdom of Thalassa is the Holy Radiance Cathedral, in the capital, holy city of Reims. Lord Cardinal Boniface sits in it. He is a monarch-level powerhouse of LV.65. The power of our holy light comes from an ancient artifact sealed underground in the church, statue of a broken-winged angel." In the midst of extreme fear, Augustus' voice actually had a hint of fanaticism. "You are dead. That statue can summon the true spirit of light. That's the nemesis of all dark creatures. It's the supreme being who specializes in purifying the undead. This is our greatest confidence to annex you despite the corrupt legion." After hearing this, Lin Mu still had no expression on his face. He was only a little interested in the Cardinal Archbishop archbishop who was LV.65 monarch level. Not sure how much experience can be offered. As for the so-called spirit of light, he lacked even half attention. Master. Lilith leaned into Lin Mu's ear and exhaled like an orchid, her voice so soft that only he could hear it. Folded winged angel reminds me of some past stories about Traitor of Paradise Mountain. Their power, flashy, is just stolen residue. Lin Mu nodded, expressing his understanding. He turned around and looked at Chen Feng. Arrange for someone to send Wei Jia and the others back to the rear and hand them over to Luo Tian and Xiao Lai for resettlement. Tell them that they can't get involved in the next battlefield. Chen Feng immediately took the order and commanded the Griffin Knights to send the rescued people away. Lin Mu explained to Wei Jia again. Give orders to Gerhardt on my behalf and let him lead the main force of the Lion Legion to assemble immediately at the border of Ceresa. After arranging everything, Lin Mu had no intention of waiting. He stood in the center of the ruins, the death-blessed lich fingers flashing slightly. The earth wails again. This time, it was a real undead natural disaster. 198,000 iron skeleton warriors in heavy armor. 18,000 sets of skeleton heavy artillery equipped with hideous cannons. 1,800 super skeleton mages holding white bone staffs. And 2 death dragon knights who control the undead bone dragon and exude a terrifying aura. An army of the dead, large enough to make any kingdom despair, obscures the entire horizon. They form a silent and terrifying phalanx. At a very fast speed, towards the hinterland of Ceresa, it is advancing mightily. All the enemy resistance along the way could not last for a few seconds. Chief Shenwei, wipe out the 8 wildernesses. Thousands of years, unify the continent. Chen Feng proclaimed himself the vanguard officer of the Undead Legion and the chief of the Honor Guard. Harnessed the griffin at the front of the legion. In the empty wilderness, shout in your throat and enjoy yourself. The army reached the halfway point. A holy pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky. In the pillar of light, slowly condensed into a phantom of a priest wearing a white robe with a compassionate expression. He was condescending, and his voice was full of hypocritical arrogance. The black magician who came from afar, His Majesty the Crown of Cardinal Archbishop Boniface, already knows of your arrival. Yes, chief. He invites you to go to the holy city of Reims immediately, where your filthy soul will be finally purified. Lin Mu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He just raised his finger casually. In the center of the legion, 900 skeleton mages understood. Thunderstorm cloud. Wake up! Hundreds of thick lightning bolts converged into a sea of thunder, instantly blasting the priest's holy light phantom to the ground. Lin Mu looked in the direction of the holy city of Lance. A new order was issued for the undead natural disaster behind him. Full speed forward. Before dark, I'm going to have dinner on the ruins of the Cathedral of Saint Radiance. The holy city of Reims has been transformed into a fortress of light. 3 translucent golden barriers visible to the naked eye. Like an upside-down glass bowl, it envelopes the entire city layer upon layer. On top of each barrier, there flowed the runes of holy light composed of countless priests and priests. The sky was dyed a brilliant gold. On the city wall, densely packed with the holy radiance knights dressed in silver and white armor and holding cross-long swords. They look fanatical and their eyes are pious. The top of the Cathedral of Saint Radius, Cardinal Archbishop Boniface shines through a huge magic crystal, indifferently stared at the slowly approaching black tide on the horizon. The corner of his mouth hung with a confident sneer of a steady victory. Foolish undead, in the face of absolute light, number, meaningless. Lin Mu's undead natural disaster finally arrived at the city. There was no pre-war clamor, no unnecessary temptations. Lin Mu just raised his hand casually. The next second, the rear of the legion. 1,800 groups of skeleton heavy artillery completed the deployment in an instant. Saturation bombing begins. High explosive shells are fired alternately with armor-piercing shells. The terrifying explosion and death energy were like a violent storm, frantically impacting the outermost holy light barrier. However, a surprising scene happened. The barrier shook violently under the bombardment of artillery fire, and the golden light flashed wildly. But he resisted the first round of salvo. Countless priests bleeded from their mouths and noses, but they were still chanting wildly. Continuously inject life force into the barrier. Shows strong restraint and resistance to dark energy. See, this is the power of the light. The Archbishop of Boniface let out a smug sneer. Seeing this, Lin Mu's face was still calm. He didn't even have the interest in taking a second look at the barrier, and waved his white bone staff and directly gave a new order. Death prayer. The whole army, charge. The nearly 10,000 times the terrifying increase instantly enveloped 99,000 steel skeleton warriors. In their empty eyes, a demonic flame of death ignited, and their breath skyrocketed. Ignoring the burning sensation emanating from the light barrier, he took a step and silently charged forward. It was like an unstoppable torrent of steel. With the purest and most barbaric physical violence, he slammed into the tough barrier. The holy radiance knights on the first line of defense, the fanatical smiles on their faces instantly froze. They watched as they watched the barrier of light, which they thought was indestructible, under the unreasonable impact of the skeleton skeleton warriors. Like a mirror smashed by a hammer, it is broken inch by inch. The torrent of steel crushed over, tearing them into pieces with their armor. In battle, countless skeleton warriors were scorched by the holy light, their steel armor and bones turned black, and their health dropped wildly. But in the next second, the Ode of Abundance, effect of the straw hat of the Guardian of Abundance, on Lin Mu's head was activated. Regenerate 99% health per second. With the blessing of Death Prayer, the skeleton warrior who already has blood against the sky, it instantly recovered to its original state, and even the scorched black on the steel heavy armor faded completely. The entire army of the dead seems to have become an immortal and indestructible horror army. No, that's impossible. This is blasphemy against the gods. On the city walls, the surviving defenders watched the scene. Faith began to crumble, and only endless despair remained in his eyes. The second line of defense. The third line of defense. In the face of continuous bombardment of artillery fire and the undying torrent of steel, like papier-mâché, it was easily torn apart. The army of the dead is coming to the city of Reims. Waste. A bunch of waste. The top of the Cathedral of St. Radius. Cardinal Archbishop Boniface looked at the tragic state in the magic crystal. His face finally became extremely solemn, and he roared angrily. He no longer had the slightest hesitation, and a hint of decisive madness flashed in his eyes. Turn and rush to the ancient altar deep underground in the church. O great Lord of Light, your humble servant, here you give me everything. Boniface fell to his knees, took out his dagger, took out his heart, and held it high. Click, click. His life force, his soul, the power of the light that he cultivated all his life. At this moment, all of them are turned into nutrients, frantically poured into the statue of the broken-winged angel in the center of the altar. The entire holy city began to tremble violently, followed by a golden pillar of light that is pure to the extreme and does not contain a trace of impurities. From the cathedral of the holy radiance, it soared into the sky, tearing apart the clouds of death that shrouded the sky. In the pillar of light, one is 100 meters tall and has 6 pairs of broken wings. The angel holding the flame holy sword slowly descended. Spirit of light, LV.75, calamity level boss, LV.75, which is already the level at which a professional has completed the 4th turn. Coupled with the blessing of the calamity level boss, the strength is definitely stronger than that of ordinary rank 4 peak professionals. The moment it descended, a grand and sacred domain power spread out with a bang. Sacred realm. Within the domain, all attributes of all lower level dark units were forcibly suppressed and reduced by 90%. Moreover, it will continue to receive high divine damage. Lin Mu's Death Prayer effect was suppressed to the limit at this moment. The arrogant army of the dead under the city instantly became sluggish, as if its spine had been pulled out. The face of the Spirit of Light, which had no facial features, slowly turned to the small black-robed figure on the ground. Finally, a grand and cold, emotionless voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. Mortals who desecrate death, kneel down and receive purification. Lilith has been watching the battle quietly. After seeing the so-called angel, his red lips opened slightly and let out a very light sneer. She said in a voice that only Lin Mu could hear, with a hint of laziness and disdain, "Master, it's just an impostor who was forcibly pinched out with the power of faith and fragments of the incomplete Godhead. I don't even have the qualifications to guard Paradise Mountain." Lin Mu dismissed the ordinary skeleton legions that were suppressed by the domain to no avail. He raised his head with interest and looked at the golden angel in front of him. Then, he said to Chen Feng, who had already prepared the sack beside him and was trembling with excitement, "This thing will definitely explode good things. Xiao Fengzi, open your pockets and get ready to pick up equipment. Dirty mortals, kneel down." In the face of the clamor of this false god, Lin Mu was not even interested in responding. Seeing this, the spirit of the holy light seemed to be enraged by this extreme disregard. It raised the flame holy sword in its hand high, without the slightest fancy, and slashed straight down. A terrifying golden sword light that was 100 meters long instantly tore through the space. Wherever the sword light passed, even the air was purified into a vacuum. With unrivaled power, it pointed directly at Lin Mu's head. 2 dragon roars full of death and tyranny suddenly sounded. The 2 Death Dragon Knights, who were controlling the undead bone dragon, roared and greeted them with a roar under the 10,000-fold increase of Death Prayer. Although their tall bodies were suppressed to a certain extent in the sacred realm, but its essence belongs to high-level dead creatures, far from being comparable to those low-level undead, and its impact is not fatal. Death withered. The 2 dragon knights attacked at the same time, and the undead bone dragon spat out 2 rich gray dragon breaths. The dragon's breath converged into a thicker pillar of death light in mid-air, colliding fiercely with the golden sword light. An earth-shattering loud bang exploded over the holy city of Reims. Gold and ash, 2 diametrically opposite energies, frantically erode and annihilate each other. In the end, both of them returned to nothingness in a violent explosion. It was a draw. In the aftermath of the explosion, Lilith's soft voice with a hint of laziness sounded in Lin Mu's ears again. "Master, its core is in the Godhead fragment on its chest. Break it, and this counterfeit will fall apart like a sand sculpture." Lin Lin Mu nodded slightly, understanding in his heart. But he was not in a hurry to kill in seconds. He wanted to see his other toys. How will it behave against a fake angel of this level? Super level skeleton mage. Lin Mu's order was issued. The 1,800 skeleton mages under the city raised the bone staff in their hands at the same time. Fire dragon combo. Bursting glacier. Thunderstorm clouds. The three-line elemental spells were once again intertwined into a torrent of destruction. Saturated bombardment towards the spirit of light in the sky. However, a surprising scene happened. Fire dragons, glaciers, thunderstorms, when they touched the sacred brilliance around the spirit of the holy light, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, which was completely offset, and not even a ripple could be stirred up. Lin Mu's mind moved. Roar! Mortal magic cannot harm the divine body. The spirit of light emitted a cold mockery. Chief, this. Chen Feng saw this scene and scratched his ears and cheeks in a hurry. But after thinking about it, he immediately straightened his back. Facing Lin Mu's majestic back, he showed an extremely fanatical blind worship. The chief must be playing with it. Right, it must be so. Lin Mu finally lost his last patience and curled his lips in boredom. I have to do it myself, and the configuration of the toys has to be improved. Just as he was about to cast Bone Fong to end this boring farce with one blow, sudden change. On his left wrist, the tattoo of the death-blessed lich phalanges suddenly became hot. A force of the origin of death that was far purer and larger than any previous death feedback. Like a torrent that burst the embankment, it frantically poured into his limbs. A prompt sound that only he could hear exploded. Detected the aura of false god, lich finger bone of death-blessed, hidden effect divinity devour, triggers the activation condition. Your next death type attack will deal 1000% additional true damage to the divinity target. Lin Mu didn't even have time to look at the new description of the phalanges. In his eyes, an unprecedented brilliant light burst out in an instant. He raised his hand and aimed at the core of the spirit of light, which emitted a dazzling light. The pure white pillar of light formed by 900,000 bone teeth once again penetrated the heavens and the earth. But this time, on the pillar of light, there was a layer of darkness as deep as an abyss. It seems to be able to swallow all the light in the world. A crisp cracking sound resounded through the sky. That dark pillar of light ignored all divine defenses. Bombarded on the so-called Godhead fragment with great precision. The fragments of the Godhead shattered in response. The huge body of the spirit of holy light instantly froze in mid-air. Subsequently, like a weathered statue, inch by inch, it disintegrated, turning into golden spots of light all over the sky, slowly dissipating. Ding! You have successfully killed the LV.75 calamity level boss, Spirit of Light. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.35. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.36. The huge experience brought by the leapfrog kill made Lin Mu's level rise to 2 levels in a row. Where the spirit of the holy light dissipates, several rare pieces of equipment shimmering purple light were exposed, and a legendary skill book wrapped in brilliant golden light. The little one goes. Chen Feng couldn't hold back anymore and let out a cry of ecstasy. He rushed up like an arrow off the string and skillfully stretched out his sack. A cold copy beep. In the minds of all the Dragon Nest geniuses, it sounded at the same time. Necromancer Lin Mu has killed the strongest creature in the dungeon. This behavior completely subverts the original plot of the dungeon, and the main quest, Lion Fall, has been forcibly ended. Legion plot copy, Wang Fall, has been cleared. Meanwhile, contribution and rating being settled. Lin Mu was preparing to check out the new effects of the lich phalanges, but I was stunned by this sudden clearance prompt. Immediately, his brows furrowed, and his tone was full of extreme dissatisfaction. Is this clear? I haven't had enough experience yet. Bone teeth, accompanied by the cold clearance prompt sound. The entire Wang Fall copy world began to twist violently. An irresistible soft force enveloped all the students, including Lin Mu. A flower in front of me. Click. 40 Dragon Nest geniuses have reappeared on the empty and solemn central square of the Dragon Nest base. Square edge. Chief Instructor Zhao Tai and the instructors looked at the portal that suddenly lit up and the students who came out of it. The collective was stunned. Zhao Tai subconsciously raised his wrist and glanced at the timer on the military brain. The bright red numbers are clearly displayed: 58 minutes and 13 seconds. From entering the copy to the end. In the real world, less than an hour has passed. Even if the time flow rate is different, this is too fast, right? In the past, the faster ones took 3 to 5 days, and the longest even took more than 14 days. System failure? Or was there some bug triggered that caused the copy to be sent out collectively? Countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Tai's mind in an instant, and his face became extremely solemn. He immediately contacted the logistics technical department through internal communication, and his voice was urgent. Immediately check the running status of the Legion's plot copy, Wang Fall. Is there something wrong? However, the reply from the other end of the communicator made him sluggish again. Report to the chief instructor. The copy is running normally, and there is no failure. The copy was completed normally 1 minute ago, and the customs clearance settlement report is being generated. However, at at this moment. Normal end? Zhao Tai's gaze subconsciously swept over the 40 students with different expressions in the square. He found that except for a few people, most of the students were still in a state of out-of-body dazedness. It seems that he has not yet recovered from the experience just now. Only the young man in the straw hat and cape is still light. He even curled his lips quite dissatisfiedly, as if he was disgusting something. The giant light curtain in the center of the square, which was 100 meters high, suddenly lit up. A line of large characters burning with golden flames appeared at the top of the light curtain. Legion Plot Dungeon, Wang Fall, Final Settlement. The hearts of all the students mentioned their throats at this moment. On the light screen, the contribution ranking is not directly announced. Instead, start with the last 40 and scroll up one by one. Each time a name appears, its corresponding avatar will light up. The next second, a detailed contribution score will also be attached next to it. 40th, Liam O, contribution, 1240. A thin teenager saw his name, his body shook suddenly, and his face instantly turned pale. Immediately afterwards, his head was covered with a layer of cold gray. 39th, 38th, 10 names flashed in a row, and 10 avatars turned gray. Zhao Tai's cold voice without the slightest emotion sounded at the right time. The above 10 people, the Dragon's Nest training camp, that's it. The faces of the 10 eliminated students were full of unwillingness, despair, but they didn't say anything, just silently clenched their fists and lowered their arrogant heads. They understood that their Dragon Nest road had come to an end. The rankings continue to rise. When the light curtain rolled to the 15th place, Weisha's name appeared prominently. He looked at his contribution score, which was neither high nor low. He subconsciously glanced at the unscathed figure not far away. Not even the corners of his clothes were messy, and his eyes were extremely complicated. There is both the shame of being captured in the dungeon and the happiness of the rest of the life. Mixed feelings. Subsequently, the names and ratings of Xiong Zining, Lei Ming, Xiao Lai, Luo Tian and others also appeared one after another. Until 3rd place. The contribution score on the light curtain has a cliff-like surge. 3rd place, Song Bingyu, contribution, 18,760,000, far surpassing the 4th place Luo Tian, a terrifying score of dozens of times. Wow! The audience was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the hot-bodied red-haired female archer. Song Bingyu himself was stunned in place, his beautiful eyes full of disbelief. She stared blankly at the number, her mind blank. Here it comes. After a long time, she suddenly remembered something, and her eyes turned to Lin Mu. She finally understood that this amazing score, maybe, just because she introduced the Dark Mage Master into Lion City. Just when everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by Song Bingyu, the curtain of light flashed again. In the 2nd place, a name appeared with an even more outrageous score. 2nd place, Chen Feng, contribution, 55,430,000. Chen Feng had been rubbing his hands nervously. The moment he saw his name, his body trembled violently as if he had been struck by lightning. He was stunned for a moment. Immediately, an uncontrollable ecstasy erupted from the bottom of his heart like a volcano. Chief Tianan, Little Fengzi, toothless and unforgettable. Chen Feng ignored the strange eyes of everyone around him. In the direction of Lin Mu in public, he bent down deeply and gave a 90-degree salute. The loudness of the voice, the sincerity of the feelings. It is enough to make the listeners solemn and the listeners cry. The surrounding geniuses twitched wildly at the sight. In his heart, he scolded Chen Feng's ancestors for 18 generations. Shameless. It's so fucking shameless. But that unconcealable jealousy was like a poisonous snake gnawing at their hearts. This moment, above the square, there was complete silence. Everyone's eyes were gathered at the top of the light curtain, waiting for the name without suspense, but the most anticipated. The numbers on the light curtain began to beat wildly at an unprecedented speed. Even because the data flow is too large, it makes a sizzle sound. The light flickered and flickered, as if it would collapse at any time. In everyone's breathlessness, the name was frozen at the top of the list. 1st place, Lin Mu, contribution, 999,999,999. A string that is suffocatingly long. Numbers that even the system cannot display in full. It completely shattered the psychological defense line of everyone present. Zhao Tai looked at this number, and then looked at the maid behind Lin Mu who had an elegant smile from beginning to end. I only felt a dry throat. In the end, there was only a murmur full of endless exhaustion. Sure enough, with him, any kind of test is meaningless. Settlement ends. Zhao Tai waved his hand and announced that the assessment was completely over. The last 10 eliminated students, under the leadership of the instructor, left the scene sadly. The remaining students disband and rest. Tomorrow morning, the ranking rewards for this assessment will be uniformly distributed. His voice was full of unconcealable exhaustion and shock. The crowd in the square gradually dispersed. Lin Mu had already turned around and walked towards his residence, and his heart was calculating rapidly. The experience points of this dungeon are indeed rich. He regretted hitting the holy city directly, which led to being forcibly kicked out by the copy. The experience is not full at all. If this is the real world, the NPCs of the the Lion Kingdom are estimated to have big heads. He had to find a bigger, more lasting one, an experience ranch that allows him to harvest wantonly. But for now, it's better to hurry back and take a look at the changes in the phalanges, as well as the equipment and skill books that exploded in the copy. After Lin Mu left, the central square of the Dragon's Nest base has a weird atmosphere to the extreme. The 30 Tianjiao who passed the assessment were automatically divided into several distinct circles. The most lively thing is Chen Feng's side. He was surrounded by a group of people, 3 layers inside and 3 outside. There was a reserved and proud smile on his face. Finally, is spitting and teaching his unique set of chief confidants. If you want to win the favor of the chief, the secret is only 2 words: sincerity. From the bottom of your heart, regard the chief as the light of your life, the only God. Let him feel your pure, unadulterated admiration. Chen Feng looked around. So, what's the key? It's timing. It's attitude. It's a brazen spirit. You have to learn to take every word of the chief as an imperial decree, and interpret every look of the chief as a heavenly secret. The surrounding Tianjiao nodded repeatedly when they heard it, like Daigo empowerment. The eyes that looked at Chen Feng were full of admiration if so it is. In the corner, Song Bingyu sat alone. With a piece of soft silk over and over again, she silently wiped her beloved longbow. She moved slowly and focusedly. But in my mind, like a movie replay, the picture of the pure white pillar of light killing the disaster-level boss in seconds flashed repeatedly. That's the top boss that can destroy everything. In front of that pillar of light, it was as fragile as tissue paper. She was once proud of her strength, talent, and even beauty. In front of that absolute power that destroys the world, it looks so pale and ridiculous. The pride of belonging to top geniuses has long been crushed. Instead, it was the awe of the incomprehensible absolute power, and a trace of chaste that even she herself had never noticed. At the same time, the Dragon's Nest Command Center, the 5th-rank powerhouse, the general of the Dragon Nest, the Dragon War General. With the chief instructor Zhao Tai, he was staring at the shocking settlement data on the light screen without saying a word. For a long time, Long Zhan's face, which had always been Gu Jing Wubua, also showed a rare trace of horror. The power of this child has gone beyond the scope of genius seedlings. Long Zhan's voice was low and powerful, and he made the final judgment. He himself is a towering tree that needs a whole forest to set off. Conventional selection is meaningless to him. Zhao Tai nodded in agreement. Regular selection is even more like an insult to him. Long Zhan was silent for a moment, and his fingers gently swiped over the virtual light curtain. He pulled out a file marked as S-level top secret and dragged it to Zhao Tai. The title of the archive is a few big characters written in red font, codename, Tomb of Gods and Demons. This is an active forbidden area that has appeared in the depths of the Kunlun Mountains recently. Long Zhan's expression became extremely solemn. According to the analysis of energy fluctuations, the inheritance copy suspected of having a special profession is coming. Zhao Tai nodded. No wonder it was a top secret file. The professional inheritance copy is 1 in 10,000, and it is generally a one-time thing. It is the only possibility that can change careers and embark on another road to heaven except for the initial awakening. This is a rare special profession. The laws there have been completely disordered and distorted, and there are already many elite squads composed of rank 3 powerhouses that have lost contact in it. The military suspects that this is related to a certain divine inheritance. Divine inheritance. Zhao Tai's heart jumped suddenly. That is the legendary powerhouse that can make the 4 ranks peak. Use a clever method to bypass the bottleneck like a moat and directly break through to the heaven-defying opportunity of the level 105th holy rank. The commander-in-chief means. Zhao Tai's voice was a little dry. The training plan of some students in Longqiao has been changed. Long Zhan's eyes became as sharp as a knife, staring at Zhao Tai intently. Send an elite team led by Lin Mu to enter the periphery of the Tomb of Gods and Demons to carry out a real actual combat survey mission. Zhao Tai was shocked when he heard this and stood up suddenly. General, that is a mortal mission for them. Even the elite squad of the 3rd rank has lost contact. Let them go. What's the difference between sending them to death? In the face of a real dragon, only the boundless sea can test its limits. Long Zhan shook his head, his tone unquestionable. In the pond, it just feels aggrieved. He took out a strangely shaped encrypted data disk from his arms and handed it to Zhao Tai. In this, there is a reward that he cannot refuse. Be sure to convince him. In Lin Mu's exclusive suite, he was sitting cross-legged on the soft carpet, his mind completely engrossed in the miniature phalanges tattoo on his left wrist. Lilith knelt beside him. With her small hands, she was elegantly peeling grapes for him, and the atmosphere was quiet and eerie. The attribute panel of Death's Blessed Lich Phalanges has changed. Below Effect 3, there is a brand new effect that emits a glow. Special Effect 4, Divinity Devour. When activated, your next death-type attack deals 1000% additional true damage when it hits a divinity or divinity-like target. Cooldown, 72 hours. Lin Mu's eyes lit up instantly. This is the real magic skill to deal with the top masters. He moved his gaze to the side. There, lying quietly was a domineering golden giant axe, and a skill book also wrapped in golden light. The legend legendary battle axe, Wrath of the Monarch, that exploded in the King Fall copy. Wrath of the Monarch, LV.60, gold, strength plus 150, constitution plus 100. Special effect 1, Monarch Roar. When attacking, there is a 3% chance to release Monarch's coercion, causing all enemies within a radius of 10 meters to fall into suppression for 2 seconds, 10% reduction in attack and defense, 20% decrease in speed. Special effect 2, Power of Abomination. For every unit killed, gain a stack of Abomination marks. Each layer of mark increases physical attack power by 1%, up to 100 stacks. Special effect 3, Abomination Burst, releases a one-time sigil of Abomination, dealing an additional 5% physical and shadow attacks with each stack. This axe, if not modified, can be called the best legendary weapon. Lin Mu put it away casually, and his eyes fell on the legendary skill book. Skill book, Judgment of Light, LV.40, gold, limited to light professions. Learning requirements, 200 points of intelligence, at least have a holy light affinity. This skill looks like it was tailor-made for that kid Thunder. There was a knock on the door. What? The door is not closed. Come in. Zhao Tai pushed the door in with a heavy look on his face. Is there a new copy to play? Lin Mu didn't raise his head, but there was a hint of excitement in his tone. It would be better if there was a large plot copy like last time. Zhao Tai looked at him as if he only cared about the expectation of brushing experience. I only felt a dry throat. The prepared belly was instantly blocked back. He took a deep breath and placed the encrypted data disk in his hand on the table in front of Lin Mu. He spoke in a deep voice. This time it's not a copy, it's a real battle. In the depths of the Kunlun Mountains, an active forbidden area codenamed Tomb of Gods and Demons has appeared. We suspect that an extremely rare special occupation inheritance copy is about to be born there, which is suspected to have a divine inheritance. This kind of copy is all disposable. At present, the top forces in China, and even foreign spies, have set their sights on it. Your task is to lead a team into the periphery of the penalty area and find out the situation. Zhao Tai's voice paused and became extremely serious. I must remind you that the level of danger of this mission far exceeds everything you have experienced before. After all, human nature is something more dangerous than monsters. After listening to Zhao Tai's description, Lin Mu's face showed undisguised boredom and disdain. Actual combat mission? He sneered, his tone full of contempt for the word. Lead a group of oil bottles that are even problematic for self-protection, go around the periphery of the restricted area, and then come back to write a report? Lin Mu shook his head slowly, as if he was listening to a joke that was not funny. Instructor Zhao, do you think I'm idle? Not interested. He refused outright and didn't even bother to say a word. I need a more efficient way to level up, and I don't have time to play this kind of house game with you. Zhao Tai had expected this. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, gritted his teeth and threw out the first blockbuster message. At this moment, dong dong dong. Reliable news, Tomb of Gods and Demons, Soul Stealer, will also appear. Lin Mu stroked the tattooed phalanges on his left wrist and slammed it suddenly. The temperature of the entire room seemed to drop to freezing point suddenly at this moment. A cold, pure, and murderous intent without any impurities spread in the air like substance. Standing in front of Lin Mu, Zhao Tai, who was a 4th-rank peak powerhouse, I actually felt a shiver from the depths of my soul, and the cold sweat on my back instantly soaked the military uniform. He felt that he was not facing a student in his 30s. It's an ancient beast that has awakened from the endless abyss. Go on. Lin Mu slowly raised his head. Those deep eyes were terribly calm, without any waves, but it was this ultimate calm that made Zhao Tai feel a palpitation. Seeing this, Zhao Tai must have known that he had made the right bet. He immediately handed over the encrypted data disk that Long Zhan gave him and handed it over with both hands. We have clear information that the person who appeared in Tomb of Gods and Demons this time is at least a soul envoy, and may even be a high-ranking member of the Soul Stealer at the soul sacrifice level. Lin Mu took the data disk and did not check it immediately. Next to him, Lilith, who had been quietly peeling grapes for him. A trace of imperceptible curiosity flashed in his blue eyes. She can clearly feel her mysterious master. Emotions were fluctuating like she had never seen before. It was a complex emotion that mixed hatred and longing. Zhao Tai looked at Lin Mu's reaction and glanced at the finger-shaped tattoo that Lin Mu was stroking. Playing the final trump card, his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Moreover, Admiral Dragon War promises that as long as you are willing to lead the team to complete this mission, in addition to the regular rewards, the final personal reward will be an accurate information about the lost fragments of the Sargeras sacred code. The Lich Phalanx tattoo on Lin Mu's left wrist suddenly burst out with a black light as deep as an abyss. That roar, full of endless resentment and unwillingness, once again exploded in the depths of his mind. This time, it's clear like never before. It was as if the owner of the amputated phalanges had crossed the boundaries of time and space and roared in his ears. Lilith's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She was keenly aware. At that moment, the law fluctuated from the small phalanx. Its high personality also seemed to exceed the upper limit of this heaven and earth. I took it. The moment the words fell, Lin Mu Mu stood up suddenly. All the previous laziness and impatience disappeared at this moment. Instead, it is a decision that does not change color even though the landslide is in front of it. Tomorrow after receiving the reward, gather the others and gather in the square. He walked to the window. The gaze seemed to penetrate the steel dome of the dragon's nest base, looking in the direction of the Kunlun Mountains in the distance. Zhao Tai breathed a long sigh of relief. I felt like I had just walked out of the gate of hell, and my whole body was soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Lin Mu's not tall back but felt an inexplicable chill. Also realized that Lin Mu agreed to this mission, not for any national honor, nor for the so-called selection quota. He has his own, deeper purpose. Dragon's Nest, or China. Just provide him with a stage for him to perform. Lin Mu turned his head. He gave instructions to Lilith, who had been standing quietly behind him, and his voice was cold and calm. Get ready, Lilith. We're not going on an expedition this time. Instead, go hunting. Zhao Tai's figure disappeared behind the door. The door of the room slowly closed, isolating everything from the outside world. In the room, there was silence. Lin Mu was still standing in front of the window, motionless, like a sculpture. The moment the words fell, in his deep eyes, there was no longer the calm or laziness of the past, but a dark storm that surged to the extreme. Saint, Pawn, Master. Lilith's ethereal and worried voice sounded behind her. She could sense that Lin Mu had a vague killing intent all over his body. Lin Mu didn't look back, just slowly raised his left hand, gently stroked the miniature phalanges tattoo on his wrist. Lilith, do you think God will bleed? His voice was very soft, but with a chill. Lilith was slightly startled. Then he showed a smile that turned all living beings upside down, and his blue eyes were full of fanatical worship. Master, before you, all living beings are equal. God is also prey. Lin Mu pursed his lips slightly and stopped speaking. He sat back on the carpet, closed his eyes, and began to adjust his breathing and mental strength. This time, what he had to face was no longer the step-by-step monster in the dungeon. It is a cunning and strange soul stealer. Time flows slowly in the ultimate silence. Finally, the hand of the clock points to the moment at midnight. Lin Mu opened his eyes suddenly. Lin Mu's thoughts instantly sank into the skill bar. Reaching level 36, he gains 4 more valuable skill points. Or start with the old way. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 9. Change upper quantity, 99,990 to upper quantity, 99,999. 3 modifications. The upper limit of the number has reached its limit again. Revive Skeletons, level 9. Summon 90,000 from the void. Maximum quantity, 99,999. Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter, level 6 consumes 39,600 mana. Summon 990 groups. Maximum number, 9,000. Change Summon 990 groups to Summon 999 groups. The modification is complete, and the description is blurred and reshaped. Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter, level 6 costs 39960 mana. Summon 999 groups. Maximum number, 9990. Revive the Corpse Demon, level 2. Each attack has a 99% chance to deal 9049 poison damage per second for 9 quarters of an hour. Change 9049 poison damage per second to 9949 poison damage per second. Change 9949 poison damage per second to 9999 poison damage per second. The number reaches the upper limit, consumes skill points to increase the level, and the poison damage breaks through to 10,049 points. Change 10,000 poison damage per second to 90,000 poison damage per second. The modification is complete and the description takes effect. Resurrection Corpse Demon, level 3 consumes 100 mana, summons the Corruption Corpse Demon with the power of death, extremely fast, extremely high attack, and extremely strong defense. Each attack has a 99% chance to inflict 90,049 poison damage per second for 9 quarters of an hour. Revive Skeleton Mage, level 4. Summon 100 Skeleton Mages. Maximum number, 900. Lin Mu directly upgraded the Skeleton Mage by 1 level, reaching level 5, and changed his skills. Revive Skeleton Mage, level 5 consumes 990 mana, summons 100 Skeleton Mages from the void to fight for you by channeling the Breath of Death, and randomly masters Fire Dragon combos, Bursting Glaciers, and Thunderstorm. Clouds. When Skeleton Mages of different elements attack the same target, trigger Elemental Resonance, deal 150% additional damage to the target with a casting interval of 15 seconds, and the maximum number is 900. Change Summon 100 Skeleton Mages to Summon 900 Skeleton Mages. Changed Deal 150% bonus damage to deal 950% bonus damage. Changed 15 seconds between casting to 10 seconds between casting. Revive Skeleton Mage, level 5 consumes 990 mana, summons 100 Skeleton Mages from the void to fight for you by channeling the Breath of Death, and randomly masters Fire Dragon combos, Bursting Glaciers, and Thunderstorm. Clouds. When Skeleton Mages of different elements attack the same target, trigger Elemental Resonance, deal 950% additional damage to the target, with a cast interval of 10 seconds, and the maximum number is 900. The skeleton mage's single target damage has been greatly increased again. Resurrection Death Knight, Level 1. Mastered skills, Death Harvest, Death Blight. Or continue to pile the numerical limit, and then upgrade to test which values will increase. Change 5% bleeding effect to 9% bleeding effect. Change last 3 seconds to last 9 seconds. Changed shadow damage that causes 90% of attack power per second to shadow damage that causes 99% attack power per second. Modification complete. It's coming. Resuscitation Death Knight, Level 1. Mastery skills. Death Harvest, swing the scythe, dealing 999% ATK physical and shadow damage to the fan-shaped area 6 miles in front, with a bleeding effect equal to 9% actual damage for 9 seconds. Cooldown for 55 seconds. Death Blossom, Undead Bone Dragon spits out Death Dragon's breath 30 meters in front of you, dealing shadow damage equal to 99% of ATK per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown for 55 seconds. Bone Fong, Level 8. Each bone tooth deals 90 by 91 physical damage and 9 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Changed, each bone tooth causes 90 by 91 physical damage to each bone tooth causes 99 by 91 physical damage. Change, each bone tooth deals 99 by 91 physical damage to each bone tooth deals 99 by 99 physical damage. Directly consume a skill point to break through the damage limit to 100 by 100. Change, each bone tooth causes 100 to 100 physical damage to each bone tooth causes 900 by 100 physical damage. Change upper quantity 9,000 to upper quantity 9,900. Change quantity limit 9,900 to quantity limit 9,990. Bone Fangs, Level 9 consumes 900007 mana, channels death energy, summons 900,000 poison-stained sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep in the ground. Stabbing into the linear area in front at the speed of light, each bone tooth deals 900 by 100 physical damage and 9 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Bone and tooth damage explodes again. Death Prayer, Level 4 consumes 130 mana, uses death energy to induce the murmuring sound of the dead around you. Increases speed by 999,904%. Change increase by 999,904% to increase by 999,994%. Change increase by 999,994% to increase by 999,999%. Consume 1 skill point again. Death Prayer breaks through to Level 5, undergoes qualitative change, and the bonus is capped at 1,000,000%. Change increase by 1,000,000% to 9,000,000%. Death Prayer, Level 5 consumes 300 mana, plays the ultimate movement of the dead with majestic death energy, lingers around the summon, stimulates the summon's potential, and increases attack, defense, and speed by 9,000,000%. Grants the minion Unquenchable Soulfire status. When the summon is destroyed during the duration of the skill, it will be revived in place with 50% health after 3 seconds. Duration 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown 30 minutes. 90,000 times improved, plus almost immortal. Death Prayer, so terrifying. Grip of Bones, Level 7, and Shield of Bones, Level 1. Both skills have reached their limits for the time being. There are no skill points again, and you can't upgrade. You can only continue to leave it and modify the equipment first. The equipment now only has the Abundant Straw Hat and Lich Finger Bone to upgrade. After modification, Guardian of Abundance's Straw Hat, LV.30, orange. Change every 30 seconds to every 10 seconds. Change last 10 minutes to last 10/4 of an hour. Change lasting 10/4 of an hour to lasting 90/4 of an hour. The rich life of the Straw Hat was even more surging, and even Lilith looked at the Straw Hat frequently. Guardian of Abundance's Straw Hat, LV.30, orange. Intelligence plus 25. Constitution plus 25. Agility plus 3. Plus 3 strength. Special effect 1, Praise of Abundance. Starts time from the first equipment, every 1 second, removes all negative effects and restores all health and mana. Special effect 2, Ode to Abundance, applies, lasting healing, to all summons every 10 seconds from the first equip, restores 99% health every second for 90/4 of an hour. Lich Finger Blessing of Death, unranked ornament, orange. Effect 3, after equipping, you will receive death feedback from the Lich Sagras every hour, and your spirit will be encouraged, randomly increasing your health by 20% to 70%, and has a 9.5% chance to permanently increase your intelligence and constitution by 1. Special effect, Divinity Devour, when activated, your next death-type attack deals 1000% additional true damage when it hits a divinity or divinity-like target. Cooldown, 72 hours. The Phalanges have activated new effects in the dungeon, and the original special description has disappeared. Changed, increases the damage of all death attack skills by 20% to increases the damage of all death attack skills by 90%. Changed, 9.5% chance to permanently increase 1 intelligence and and constitution to 9.5% chance to permanently increase 9 intelligence and constitution. Changed your next death attack to your every death attack. The modification takes effect, and the description changes. Lich Finger Blessing of Death, Unranked Ornament, Orange. Effect 1, after equipping, the damage of all death attack skills is increased by 90%. Effect 3, after equipping, you will receive death feedback from the Lich Sargeras every hour, and your spirit will be encouraged, randomly increasing your HP by 20% to 70%, and has a 9.5% chance to permanently increase your intelligence and constitution by 9. Special effect, Divinity Devour. When equipped, each of your death-type attacks deals 1000% additional true damage when it hits a divinity or divinity-like target. The modification is complete, and the description changes. Amazing! Not to mention the damage increase and attribute increase, the most powerful thing is the change of special effects. Originally an actively triggered temporary buff skill, it directly becomes a permanent passive buff after modification. The changes can be described as great, and then it's still the same old way. Open the attribute panel. Lin Mu still allocated 20 attribute points to intelligence and physique. Level, LV.36, EXP, 2352/279200000, HP, 1420/1420, Mana, 189900/189900, 90x the source of mana, Strength, 20, Straw Hat +3, Agility, 59, Boots +5, Space Ring +15, Void Cloak +12, Straw Hat +3, Intelligence, 211, Whispering Ring +5, Bone Staff +25, Straw Hat +25, Phalanges +30, Constitution, 142, Breastplate +3, Necklace +2, Whispering Ring +5, Void Cloak +10, Straw Hat +25. Another difficult night. Lin Mu even doubted, did Lilith apply some kind of spiritual charm spell to him? Otherwise, he will be the determination of people, men, in 2 lifetimes. How can it be because a woman is next to you that you can't be calm all night? Morning sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room. Lin Mu sat up from the bed with 2 faint dark circles under his eyes. His eyes looked at Lilith on another bed with a perfect posture, like a sleeping work of art. Lilith. His voice carries a hint of hoarse exhaustion. Intelligence +30. Effect 1, after equipping, the damage of all death attack skills is increased by 20%. Effect 2, after equipping, the number of summons of all death summoning skills is doubled. Master, you're awake. Lilith instantly opened her blue eyes, and her voice was ethereal and pleasant. With a pure and flawless smile on her face, as if everything last night had nothing to do with her. Lin Mu took a deep breath, trying to make his tone sound more intimidating. I warn you, if you, again tonight. Master. Lilith interrupted him gently. The corners of his mouth hooked up with an arc that was enough to reverse all living beings. Intelligence +30. Loosen the laces of the dressing gown to reveal the delicate collarbone. Effect 2, after equipping, the number of summons of all death summoning skills is doubled. Lilith, you are at your mercy at any time. Lin Mu just got up. Uncle Chen came to find him. Lilith did this again. He was about to take it anymore. Play with an abyss monarch who has lived for hundreds of millions of years. He felt like a newborn baby. Lin Mu rushed to the bathroom, letting the cold water pour on him and the angry dragon head before the fire faded slightly. Name, Lin Mu, Abyss. Occupation, Necromancer. No, if she does this tonight, I won't be able to bear it. The central square of the dragon's nest base has a solemn atmosphere. The 30 Tianjiao who passed the final assessment lined up neatly, and everyone had a trace of excitement and expectation on their faces. When Lin Mu appeared unhurriedly with Lilith, everyone's eyes instantly converged. In particular, some geniuses who have just learned from Chen Feng about the chief confidant are waiting for the opportunity to play. Chief Instructor Zhao Tai stood on the high platform in front of the team, his eyes pausing on Lin Mu for a short time. Then he cleared his throat, and a loud voice resounded throughout the square. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. First of all, congratulations. Now, the final ranking reward for this Legion story copy will be issued. Zhao Tai had no unnecessary nonsense and went straight to the point. The 30th to the 21st place will each be rewarded with 3 bottles each of Advanced Mana Recovery Potion and Advanced Life Recovery Potion. The 20th to 11th places will each be rewarded with 3 bottles each of Perfect Mana Recovery Potion and Perfect Life Recovery Potion. 10th to 4th place, each person will be rewarded with a purple rare level equipment of their choice. As soon as these words came out, there was a suppressed exclamation in the queue. Purple gear for yourself. Even for these proud sons of heaven, it is a treasure that can be encountered but not sought. 3rd place, Song Bingyu. Zhao Tai's eyes turned to the hot red-haired female archer. Reward the rare skill book Flame-Piercing Wind Arrow. Song Bingyu's delicate body was shocked, and a hint of disbelief flashed in her beautiful eyes. Subconsciously looked at Lin Mu. She knew very well that if she hadn't been lucky enough to invite Lin Mu to the rescue, she might not even be able to make it to the top 5. Facing Lin Mu's direction, he nodded silently, which was an expression of gratitude. 2nd place, Chen Feng. The corners of Zhao Tai's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Reward the rare skill book, Thunder Combo. The chief is powerful. Xiao Fingzi is shattered to pieces, and there is nothing to repay. Chen Feng almost rushed out of the queue in tears. He once again gave a 90-degree salute in Lin Mu's direction, with standard movements and sincere feelings. The surrounding geniuses saw it out of their eyes, and secretly scolded themselves for not knowing this cheeky skill. Finally, the audience was completely silent. Everyone's breath was held and their eyes were burning at Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai was affected by this strange atmosphere, took a deep breath, and his voice became extremely solemn. First place, Lin Mu. He carefully took out 2 items from the storage space. An elixir that was crystal clear all over and exuded a soft halo, and a quaint book wrapped in chaotic light and unable to see the material clearly. First, Advanced Spiritual Accumulation Pill. After taking it, it can permanently increase the intelligence attribute by 10 points, and you can only take one in this life. The square exploded in an instant. An elixir that permanently increases attribute points. So much more. This is no longer comparable to equipment or skills, this is a legendary artifact. Under the gaze of countless eyes that were about to spew fire, Lin Mu calmly stepped forward. He took the elixir, didn't even look at it, and went straight into the space. The primary version of this thing, he had eaten it in Shilin before. Zhao Tai looked at his casual appearance, his eyelids jumped wildly again, and he endured and continued. Second, the rare skill book Bone Spur Impact. He solemnly handed the book that emitted purple-black light to Lin Mu. Lin Mu took it and his mind moved. Skill book Bone Spur Impact, LV.30, limited to necromancers, learning requirements, intelligence 80 points. Another damage skill. Lin Mu put away the skill book and spat out 2 words lightly. Zhao Tai looked at his expression and sighed in his heart. He cleared his throat, picked up the ranking booklet, and his expression became serious again. The rewards have been distributed. Now, Lin Mu, Chen Feng, Song Bingyu, Luo Tian, Xiao Lai, Lei Ming, Xiong Zining, Tang Yao, Lu Hengqi, Ren Miao, and Wei Zhe, these 11 people come with me. The others will disband first and wait for the next notification. Zhao Tai took Lin Mu and 11 others, walk through a long metal corridor and finally stop in front of an unmarked heavy alloy door. Except for Lin Mu and Lilith, the faces of the remaining 9 people were more or less puzzled and excited. They didn't understand why the chief instructor would take them away alone, but they knew that Lin Mu would also go, which would definitely be a good thing. The alloy door opened silently, revealed the conference room that Lin Mu had been to once, which was so minimalist that it was a little empty. In the center of the room, the figure of the Dragon War Admiral was like a majestic mountain, sitting there quietly. He did not release any momentum, but the air in the entire space seemed to freeze due to his presence. The crowd rushed in, subconsciously holding their breath and standing in a row. Long Zhan's gaze was like an eagle, slowly sweeping over everyone. Finally, it stayed on Lin Mu's body for a moment. You are the 11 people with the best performance and the strongest potential in this Dragon's Nest training camp. His voice was not high, but with an unquestionable majesty, it clearly reached everyone's ears. So, I decided to give you a real opportunity that can determine your future, and even the future of China. Long Zhan's finger swiped lightly on the table. A huge 3-dimensional map unfolds in the center of the conference room. In the center of the map is the rolling Kunlun Mountains. One of the areas is marked by a striking blood red. Codename, Tomb of Gods and Demons. S-level top secret files. As soon as these words came out, everyone's pupils shrank suddenly, except for Lin Mu. That is in the military archives, representing a very high level of secrecy. Similarly, the danger is also extremely high. Very good. Your goal is to infiltrate the periphery of the Tomb of Gods and Demons as the first sharp knife team, find out the specific situation inside, and collect all valuable information as much as possible. Dragon War's tone became cold and cruel. I must inform you in advance that before you, there were already 3 elite squads composed of rank 3 powerhouses, in which they were completely lost, and there were no bones left. What you will face is not only twisted energy, but also terrifying monsters. It is more likely that there will be top forces from all over the world, as well as watchers in the shadows. His eyes swept over Lin Mu as if they were nonsense. In this mission, there is no instructor, no backup, and no rules. Only survival, or death. Long Zhan stood up, his hands behind his back, like a god who looked at mortals. Now, I give you a chance to choose. Quitting can save your life and continue to participate in the Dragon's Nest training camp safely. If you stay, you may become a cold corpse on the Kunlun Snow Mountain that no one knows. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. In the conference room, there was a dead silence. 10 seconds is as long as a century. However, none of them wavered. In the eyes of Luo Tian and Xiao Lai, a flame called anticipation burned. Song Bingyu subconsciously glanced at Lin Mu's calm-side face and clenched the longbow in his hand. Even Chen Feng, who was most afraid of things, after seeing Lin Mu's indifferent expression of what to eat tonight, he also straightened his waist instantly. Roared in his heart, I'm afraid of a ball. The sky is falling and there is a chief holding it. I just have to follow behind and pick up the baby. Long Zhan's face finally showed a satisfied smile. From now on, Lin Mu Mu is the supreme commander of this operation. During the mission, his words are the highest commands. His will is the will of all of you. Any form of disobedience will be punished as treason and can be killed on the spot. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts were terrified again. The look in Lin Mu's eyes completely changed. 20 minutes later, meet at the tarmac. Disband. Everyone left under the leadership of Zhao Tai with a stirred mood. Lin Mu took Lilith back to his exclusive suite unhurriedly, the moment the door closed. S-class. He immediately took out the advanced spiritual accumulation pill that emitted a soft halo from the storage space. Lilith, guard. Yes, master. Lilith bowed gracefully, her blue eyes shining with vigilance. An invisible spiritual force field instantly enveloped the entire room. Lin Mu sat down cross-legged, his thoughts instantly sank into the description of the pill. Advanced spiritual accumulation pill. Permanently increase intelligence by 10 after taking it. You can only take one pill, eating more is ineffective. The parentheses are for readers, not description. Change permanently increase intelligence by 10 to permanently increase intelligence by 90. Change permanently increase 90 intelligence to permanently increase 99 intelligence. The halo on the surface of the elixir instantly skyrocketed, almost turning into a 100-watt light bulb. Lin Mu did not hesitate and opened his mouth to swallow it. A cool, majestic, and pure spiritual energy. Like a torrent bursting an embankment, it rushed into his mind. His consciousness seemed to be immersed in warm spring water. Every thought became clearer and more transparent than ever. After a long time, Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He immediately opened the properties panel. Level, LV.36, EXP, 2352/2792000, HP, 1420/1420, Mana, 279000/279000, 90 times the source of super mana, Strength, 20, Straw Hat plus 3, Agility, 59, Boots plus 5, Space Ring plus 15, Void Cloak plus 12, Straw Hat plus 3, Intelligence, 310, Whispering Ring plus 5, Bone Staff plus 25, Straw Hat plus 25, Phalanges plus 30, very good. Constitution, 142, Breastplate plus 3, Necklace plus 2, Whispering Ring plus 5, Void Cloak plus 10, Straw Hat plus 25, not bad. The intelligence attribute broke through the 300 mark in one fell swoop. With the blessing of Source of Mana, the mana value has increased a lot. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu took out the skill book that emitted purple-black light. Skill book, Bone Spur Impact, LV.30, limited to necromancers, learning requirements, intelligence 80 points. The pages of the book turned into a little gray light and blended into Lin Mu's eyebrows. Bone Spur Impact, level 1 consumes 30 mana, releases surging bone spurs within a range of 2 by 6 meters on the ground in front of you, deals 375 to 380 physical and shadow damage to enemies within range. Cooldown, 8 minutes. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth hooked up a familiar arc. He activated his talent directly and sank into the deepest description of this new skill. Description Tamper, launched. Bone Spur Impact, level 1 consumes 30 mana, injects death energy into the ground in front of you, and releases a gushing jagged bone spur in a rectangular area of 2 by 6 meters. Deals 375 to 380 physical and shadow damage to enemies within range. Cooldown, 8 minutes. Change in a rectangular area of 2 by 6 meters to in a rectangular area of 2 by 6. Change deal 375 to 380 damage to deal 375 by 380 damage. Change cooldown, 8 minutes to cooldown, 8 seconds. The skill panel blurred violently and was then completely reshaped. Bone Spur Impact, level 1 consumes 30 mana, releases surging bone spurs within a range of 2 by 6 miles on the ground in front of you, deals 375 by 380 physical and shadow damage to enemies within range. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Detailed description, and new changes have also occurred. Bone Spur Impact, level 1 consumes 30 mana, injects death energy into the ground in front of you, and releases a gushing of jagged, sharp bone spurs in a rectangular area of 2 by 6. Deals 375 by 380 physical and shadow damage to enemies within range. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Another terrifying field clearing skill was born. 140,000 base damage, with a 90% increase in Lich Phalanxes. This blow was more than 270,000 damage. 20 minutes later, the secret apron of the Dragon's Nest base. In addition to Lin Mu and Lilith, Luo Tian, Xiao Lai, Song Bingyu, Jin Feng and other 10 selected Tianjiu have all arrived. Everyone's face was intertwined with excitement, nervousness, and an imperceptible frenzy. S-Class Top Secret Mission. For any arrogant genius, this is the highest honor that can be recorded in a personal resume. In front of them, there was a stealth transport plane full of technology. Name, Lin Mu, Abyss. Occupation, Necromancer. It suspended quietly half a meter above the ground, its smooth lines as if blending in with the surrounding light. Its presence is almost impossible to detect without careful inspection. Magic Energy Transport Plane, Mysterious Bird. Board immediately immediately. Zhao Tai's voice sounded on the side, and he looked at the group of young people who were about to embark on the journey, his eyes complicated. Everyone rushed in. The interior of the cabin is much more spacious than expected. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. A soft halo of pale blue illuminates every corner. All kinds of incomprehensible precision instruments flashed with a glimmer of light, demonstrating the top scientific and technological strength of the Chinese military. Chief, I have done some tactical deductions about this mission. As soon as Luo Tian sat down, he couldn't wait to open his tactical tablet and try to discuss it with Lin Mu. Lin Mu leaned on the most comfortable seat, closed his eyes, and responded lightly. Study. Chief Reporter, according to informed reports, the energy field around the Kunlun Mountains is extremely unstable, and we may. Xiao Lai also immediately got up and reported in a standard military posture. Got it. Lin Mu's answer was still concise. Luo Tian and Xiao Lai looked at each other. They all saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes, and could only sit back in anger. The atmosphere in the entire cabin seemed a little depressed by Lin Mu's silence. There is only one voice that will break this tranquility from time to time. Chief, are you thirsty? This is the iced juice I have prepared for you. Miss Lilith, try this, a beauty and beauty deep sea pearl cake. Chen Feng is like a diligent bee. Holding a large tray, he was busy in front of Lin Mu and Lilith. Lin Mu did not refuse, and smiled one by one. Chen Feng suddenly smiled, as if he had received a great reward, began to praise Lin Mu's wisdom and martial prowess endlessly, becoming the only source of noise in the cabin. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Half a day later, after a slight tremor, the mysterious bird landed smoothly. The hatch opened, and a murderous aura mixed with ice and snow and gunpowder smoke came to the face. This is the edge of the Kunlun Mountains, a temporary military outpost codenamed Suppress Demons. Professional soldiers wearing heavy combat uniforms and fierce breath can be seen everywhere. Their eyes were vigilant and hurried, making the atmosphere of the entire outpost solemn as iron. They were received by a one-armed and one-eyed LV.53 third-rank veteran commander. His only remaining eyes were as sharp as knives, and he unabashedly swept over this group of student soldiers who looked thin-skinned and tender, and his eyes were full of distrust. S-level mission? Just send you baby soldiers? The commander snorted coldly, his tone stiff. I don't care what geniuses you are in school, when you get here, you clamp my tail tightly. In the Tomb of Gods and Demons, the laws are chaotic. Don't think about using your high-tech toys to contact the outside world. Moreover, according to the information sent back by our people who risked their lives, there are not only our Chinese team, but also the ace team of the Free Federation, Wings of Liberty, who also appeared in that area. Just when the commander gave a serious warning, not far away, another team happened to come out of the supply point. They wore uniforms, silver-white streamlined combat uniforms. Everyone exudes a powerful and confident aura, which is incompatible with the slaughtering atmosphere of the Demon Suppression Outpost. It is Wings of Freedom. At the head is a blonde, armored shield guard, with blue eyes and a burly figure like a bear. When he saw Lin Mu, a team of obviously newcomers, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. A powerful momentum suddenly pressed over, with an undisguised provocation. Xiao Lai, Luo Tian and the others changed their faces, and they immediately wanted to activate the energy to counterattack. However, Lin Mu didn't even lift his eyelids. He just turned his head sideways, and said softly to Lilith, who was standing quietly beside him, in a flat tone as if he was complaining about the weather. Lilith, there are flies. Lilith nodded slightly when she heard this. She turned her head to look at the flaunting blonde captain, revealing a touch of purity, elegance, and even a hint of holiness with a smile. The blonde captain's body stiffened suddenly. The arrogance on his face instantly froze, replaced by the ultimate horror. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless ice cave. In the depths of his soul, it was as if he had been lightly glanced at by an indescribable ancient evil god. That glance spanned time and space, ignoring the rank, and was directly imprinted on the origin of his soul. The cold sweat instantly soaked his valuable combat uniform, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees, barely standing still with all his strength. He glanced at the smiling girl in horror. As if seeing the most terrifying existence in the world, he led the team members to flee in embarrassment. The whole process is silent. The soldiers at the outpost, including the one-armed commander, they all looked at this scene in shock, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. Lin Mu's team was in the extremely shocked eyes of everyone. Stepped into the entrance of Tomb of Gods and Demons, the area shrouded in eternal gray fog and slightly distorted space. The moment they stepped into the gray mist, the military intelligence brain on everyone's wrist, as well as various communication equipment. At the same time, there was a sizzling sound of sizzling current, and then the screen went black and was completely scrapped. The gray mist is as thick as ink. As soon as he stepped in, an invisible force of the law suppressed down like a mountain. Everyone's senses were instantly deprived, and visibility was suddenly reduced to less than 10 meters. The scope of exploration was compressed to a pitiful limit. The whole world seems to reject them, seeing them as invading viruses. Damn, my mental power has been suppressed by 90%. Luo Tian's face was ugly. deadly. Wei Jin nodded in agreement. His proud analytical skills were almost useless in this environment. Xiao Lai, Song Bingyu, and others were also pale. They feel like they are blindfolded and their ears plugged. Thrown into a bottomless quagmire, every step is extremely difficult. What's even more terrifying is that whispers began to sound in the gray mist. The voice seemed to come from the deepest part of the soul. Sometimes it turns into the most tempting desire, tempting people to fall. Sometimes it turns into the deepest fear, trying to completely detonate human reason. Xiao Lai's forehead suddenly had blue veins, and his breathing was rapid. It seemed that there was a tragic situation of former comrades in arms falling in a pool of blood. Song Bingyu bit her lower lip, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The whisper was constantly mocking her pride, magnifying the chasm between her and Lin Mu. In a flash, however, Lin Mu, who is the center of the storm, still looks calm and calm. Straw Hat of the Guardian of Abundance, praise of abundance, once per second. Letting these spiritual erosions be just a cool breeze on his cheeks, and even a little comfortable. He calmly observed the painful struggles of his teammates, as if he was enjoying a clumsy drama. Poof! Lilith sensed the embarrassment of the mortal cubs and let out an almost inaudible soft snort from the tip of her nose. A vast wool from the abyssal monarch spread like an invisible ripple. In an instant, all the magic sounds that invaded everyone's minds whispered. Like ice and snow irradiated by the sun, it melted without a trace in an instant. Tens of meters around the squad formed an area of absolute silence. The pressure plummeted, and Xiao Lai and the others gasped heavily. Looking at Lilith's eyes, it was full of deeper awe and horror. The chief's heart is like a rock, and all laws are inviolable. Miss Lilith is powerful, and the mere magic sound is just background music for the chief to cheer up. Chen Feng immediately seized the opportunity, and the flattery arrived late. Everyone has long been numb to this, and it is not surprising to see it. The threat of the magic sound has just been lifted. In the gray mist, dozens of dark green figures quietly emerged. They are LV.40 elite monsters, Wraithguard. These ghosts are illusory and immune to all pure physical attacks. It also has a high resistance to regular elemental magic. Damn, my sword chi has cut through. Xiao Lai slashed with a powerful heavy sword, but it seemed to split the air. It passed through the body of the Wraithguard and failed to cause the slightest damage. Elemental resistance is too high. My fireball damage has been weakened by more than 80%. Luo Tian also let out an exclamation. The spell he was proud of was like a weak flame at the moment. The team fell into a bitter battle in an instant. Just when everyone was in a hurry and tired of coping, Lin Mu finally made a move. He didn't even look at the ghosts with teeth and claws. He just raised his hand casually. Bone spur impact. The flat voice fell. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. In the rectangular area in front of him that was 6 miles long and 2 miles wide, the ground suddenly exploded. Countless jagged sharp bone spurs shimmering with the glow of death and shadow energy. Like a tsunami of death that bursts the embankment, it surges, pierces, and tears wildly with unstoppable momentum. In the roar of horror, the dozens of resentful spirit guards that left Luo Tian and the others helpless, along with the entire strange woodland where they were hiding. By this destructive force that combines the dual attributes of physics and shadow, it was instantly torn into the most primitive energy fragments, leaving no one behind. After the bone spurs surged over, they slowly sank into the ground, as if they had never appeared. In place, only a long and narrow death passage was left that was completely emptied and no grass grew. The entire squad fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the horrific scene in front of them in a daze, and their brains went blank. A ground skill that appears to be physical damage. Why can it deal such a devastating blow to the ghosts of immunity in physics? Their understanding of Lin Mu's power has once again gone to a higher level. Lin Mu's voice broke the silence, as if he had just done a trivial thing. The crowd took mechanical steps along the death passage. After not going far, Xiao Lai suddenly stopped. Next to a pit dug out of bone spurs, a body that was already cold was found. Not our Chinese people. After Xiao Lai checked, he said in a deep voice. The combat uniform styles of the corpses are very different, and there is also an extremely strange spiral imprint on the chest. Lilith glanced at it and whispered in Lin Mu's ear. Master, it is a trace of the soul being forcibly extracted, and the technique is very rough. Soul stealer. In the depths of Lin Mu's eyes, a hint of cold killing intent flashed. He remained calm, quietly activated his talent, and looked at the corpse. A line of hidden information quietly appeared in his field of vision. Its intact soul has been used in the final sacrificial ritual of the altar of the false god. False god altar? Lin Mu's heart moved slightly and looked in the direction where the body fell. At the end of the gray mist, a ruined altar that exuded a faint sacred aura, but also exuded a sense of decay and evil, loomed. Just as they were about to approach, another team quietly emerged from the flank of the altar. It's the devil of the Eastern Kingdom. Xiao Lai's pupils shrank and he recognized the identity of the other party. It was a squad composed of rank 3 powerhouses, Amaterasu Shinshur. The leader is a man wearing a gorgeous hunting suit and holding a bat fan. A female onmyoji with a cold temperament, Shizuru Miyamoto. Get away. Shizuru Miyamoto didn't didn't look at them again, but just spat out 2 words in a commanding tone. Next to her, 2 LV.55 powerful Shikigami, Onimusha, holding a hideous katana 3 meters high. Suddenly taking a step forward, he exuded a suffocating powerful coercion, approaching Lin Mu's team. They apparently also see the altar as a target. Lilith's red lips leaned close to Lin Mu's ear and exhaled like an orchid. Master, the smell of this altar. It was like rotting pork disguised as a tribute to the gods. Very clumsy divinity. In the face of Chizuru Miyamoto's provocation and the coercion of the powerful Shikigami, Lin Mu didn't even raise his eyelids. He just turned his head sideways, looked at Chen Feng who was flattering beside him, and said flatly, "It seems that the garbage needs to be cleaned up here. Obey orders. Chief, let's go." Chen Feng was overjoyed when he heard this, and felt that he finally had the opportunity to perform in front of the chief. He roared angrily, and thunder flashed on his body. He was really ready to launch the skill Thunder combo he had just obtained. Rushing towards those 2 ghost warriors, whose aura far exceeded his, the corner of Chizuru Miyamoto's mouth aroused a sneer of extreme disdain. Prepare to admire the ugliness of this ant humiliating itself. Her smile completely froze on her face. At the moment when Chen Feng was about to rush out, behind Lin Mu, 2 huge figures controlling the undead bone dragon appeared silently. Death Dragon Knight. That is enough to crush the terrifying aura of death of the high-level lord-level boss. Like a real tide, it instantly enveloped the audience. The 2, Onimusha, Shikigami who were originally invincible felt this breath at the moment. He actually let out a whine, his body trembled violently instinctively, and he retreated uncontrollably. The disdain and arrogance on Chizuru Miyamoto's face were instantly replaced by extreme fear and disbelief. The pupils contracted sharply in shock. She finally understood. The necromancer in front of him who behaved lazy and casual from beginning to end is the one who truly dominates all life and death here? Terrifying evil god. The appearance of the 2 dragon knights instantly dyed the entire world gray and black in despair. The coercion from the source of death was like hundreds of millions of tons of seawater pouring down from the sky. It instantly crushed all the pride and confidence of Chizuru Miyamoto. She is proud of her 2 LV.55 Onimusha, Shikigami. Not even a second of resistance. The hideous katana in their hands was in contact with the death-withering dragon's breath. It melted like a candle, followed by their strong armor, and finally their spirit bodies constructed from Onmyo-jutsu. There was only a sizzling sound of corrosion. 2 powerful Shikigami. In the horrified gaze of Chizuru Miyamoto and her team members, it turned into 2 puddles of pus with black smoke. The members of the Amaterasu attendant squad are counted as 1. All of them had weak legs, and their weapons fell to the ground with a clang, and they couldn't even have the idea of resisting. The liver and gallbladder are broken. Lin Mu did not order all the killings, not even unnecessary actions. He just calmly looked at Chizuru Miyamoto, whose face was as pale as paper and his body trembled violently with fear, as if he was looking at an insignificant decoration. Together, cooperative. Chizuru Miyamoto struggled to squeeze 2 words out of his throat, his voice hoarse and dry. She knew that she had no qualifications to bargain in the face of absolute power. Let's talk about it. Chizuru Miyamoto did not dare to hide it in the slightest and humiliated everything to be confided up. They were attracted by a piece of information that was bought from the black market at a high price and leaked. The intelligence is clear. In the outer area of the claimed Tomb of Gods and Demons, there is an altar left over from ancient times. The altar is the real treasure, on which lies a ray of the remnant soul of a fallen god, about to awaken. However, the next second, whoever can gain the favor of the gods will be able to obtain the divine inheritance of 1 step to heaven. After listening to her narration, Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and the others exchanged solemn looks. This is clearly a huge bait for top professionals in various countries. Lin Mu nodded and ordered in a casual tone, "Now, your task is to explore the way ahead." Chizuru Miyamoto's body trembled again, but she could only nod her head in humiliation in agreement. Yes. Under the trembling leadership of the Dongying team, the crowd slowly approached the ruined altar that emitted a faint light. As the distance closed, the sacred aura on the altar became more and more intense. The moment they stepped into the altar's 100-meter range, the light in the center of the altar suddenly burst out. A holy phantom 10 meters high, made of soft holy light, slowly emerged. His face was blurred, but it exudes an aura of awe and closeness to compassion. Lost lamb. The phantom's voice was loud and solemn, as if it sounded directly in everyone's soul. I am the remnant soul of the fallen god Delphina, sleeping here for 10,000 years, waiting for the destined person who can inherit my divine power. Kneel down and offer me your most devout faith, and I will give you supreme glory. The members of the Amaterasu Divine Attendant Squad instantly burst into an extremely fanatical light in their eyes. I almost knelt down and worshipped on the spot. No screaming, no struggle. Even Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and others. I couldn't help but feel swayed, and I had a strong desire for that divine power. Only Song Bingyu, she bit her lip desperately, forced himself to look away from the holy phantom and stared at Lin Mu's back tightly. She has learned. Before this man makes a judgment, any seemingly great chance can be a fatal trap. In front of the entire altar, only Lin Mu and Lilith did not change their expressions at all. Lin Mu even yawned. He raised his eyelids and looked at the holy phantom that exuded the brilliance of compassion. In a plain tone, as if asking for directions, he asked softly, "Are you also worthy of being called a god?" As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Lin Mu's voice was still flat. The people of the Amaterasu attendant team looked at Lin Mu with crazy eyes. Luo Tian and Xiao Lai's hearts even mentioned their throats. The kindness on the face of the holy phantom instantly froze. A cold and tyrannical burst out like a volcano. Mortals who don't know whether they are alive or dead. How dare they blaspheme the gods? The phantom was no longer disguised, and the grand voice became sharp and distorted. His holy body burst open, turned into a dark storm made up of countless painful and wailing faces. Very good. A LV.65 Lord-level boss with a height of tens of meters and a whole body composed of twisted souls, divine prayer remnant, has revealed its true body. The entire altar instantly turned into a huge black vortex. The terrifying suction came from all directions, frantically pulling everyone's soul. A member of Amaterasu screamed. His soul was abruptly pulled out of his body, and his face was distorted by extreme pain. Just as everyone was fighting hard and the scene fell into chaos, a burst of piercing, smug laughter came from the cliff not far away. Jia 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 jia. Welcome to my feast. Geniuses from China and Danying. A figure in a black robe and wearing a strange spiral mask quietly appeared there, like a spectator enjoying a drama. Soul stealer. Soul messenger. This information is a bait that I deliberately leaked. The soul envoy opened his arms, his tone full of morbid fanaticism. The purpose is to attract enough sacrifices with pure and powerful souls like you. Use your souls to consecrate my beloved pet. Help it rise to a great monarch in one fell swoop. Feel the despair. Then, be a part of it. The truth of despair is like ice water toppings. Let Luo Tian, Wei Jia, Xiao Lai and others sink their hearts. Forcibly suppressed the horror in his heart, ready to fight to the death. However, Lin Mu's expression did not change at all from beginning to end. The corners of his mouth also curled up with a faint smile. What he was waiting for was this moment. The hunter finally showed his fangs. So, who is the real prey? The tattoo on Lin Mu's left wrist, lich phalanges blessed by death, suddenly became hot. Divine devouring, silently started. In the laughter of the soul envoy's arrogance to the extreme, Lin Mu ignored the boss that was raging. His eyes were like two ice swords, instantly locking on the soul messenger on the cliff. In the direction of God's prayer for remnants, his voice spat out 5 words coldly. You laugh and you are paralyzed. Together, 900,000 sharp bone teeth were gathered. Damage increased by 90% by lich fingers. It also adds 1000% true damage to godlike targets. A pure white pillar of death light, with a speed that transcends the visual, tearing up space, accurately blasted at the invincible, divine prayer remnant. On the cliff, the laughter of the soul messenger stopped abruptly. The silver mask on his face was instantly covered with cobweb-like cracks. That light is not hot, not dazzling, but it is wrapped in a black aura that can make the god return to silence. When this pillar of deathlight that gathered 900,000 bone teeth and carried 10,000 times the increase and 1,000 times the real damage, it tore the grey mist. LV.65's Lord-level boss, divine prayer remnant, a huge body made up of countless painful souls. The moment it came into contact with the white light, it let out a mournful wail that was enough to tear apart the soul. The wailing did not stem from the pain of flesh and blood, but from the purest fear of a life form being completely erased from the root. There is no aftermath of energy collision. The huge body is like snow irradiated by the sun. In everyone's shocked or numb eyes, it silently disintegrated and dissipated, turning into the most primitive energy storm, escaping between heaven and earth. Just one breath, the invincible pseudo-god completely disappeared from this world, as if it had never existed. Poof! On the cliff, the soul envoy suddenly spewed out a large mouthful of dark blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. The body shook violently, as if it had been hit hard in the chest and abdomen by an invisible hammer. The terrifying backlash of the soul link made him feel like he was struck by lightning. There are more and more cracks on that strange spiral mask. Under the crack, a pair of eyes were full of extreme horror and disbelief. He never dreamed that he had spent countless efforts. The core was bestowed by Lord Soul Sacrifice himself. The perfect work that is about to be promoted to the monarch level will be killed in one blow, without the slightest hesitation. The moment the soul envoy spewed out blood, he crushed a black rune-like space prop hidden in his sleeve without hesitation. You must escape immediately. This seemingly weak necromancer is a monster. It's a demon. However, the space around him did not crack as expected. Instead, it was like a frozen lake, instantly solidifying. Then there was a crisp sound like broken glass. He slowly raised his hand. An elegant and ethereal figure had quietly appeared behind him at some point. Lilith's blue eyes flashed with a hint of absolute majesty belonging to the Abyss Monarch. In a flash, the corner of his mouth had a playful smile that was enough to make the gods fall. In the Master's hunting ground, there is no prey, you can run away. Lin Mu walked slowly to the Soul Envoy who was imprisoned by the invisible force and unable to move. After the Soul Envoy felt the faint monarch's aura on Lilith's body, the spiritual defense line had completely collapsed, and his body trembled like chaff. Lin Mu's cold voice was like the final edict of judgment. Yes, it's the order of Lord Soul Lord. Under the extreme fear, the Soul Envoy was delirious and intermittently revealed the shocking secret. With the souls of the strong in various countries as a guide. Wake up the sleeping corpse of the ancient gods, in the core of Kunlun. That's that opened the road to Ascension Key. After listening to the information of this Soul Envoy, Lin Mu probably understood the outline of the entire conspiracy. The ultimate goal of the Soul Stealers was to use a more terrifying existence in this ancient battlefield to achieve their ulterior goals. And the top professionals of various countries are the most critical part of their plan to activate the altar and sacrifice souls. There were no earth-shattering explosions. There is more than one such pseudo-god altar in this area. The Dragon Nest students also accidentally entered the trap. Lin Mu's eyes suddenly became cold, and he asked for a name that was crucial to him. Thousand Illusions, where is it? Thousand. Fantasy. My. The Soul Envoy was about to speak, but his body could no longer bear the backlash of the death of Divine Prayer Remnant, and the fear that Lilith had just released at will to trap him. His body turned into fly ash in silence, as if it had never existed. The key clues are interrupted. Master. Lilith's face instantly appeared with a touch of fear and self-blame. It's Lilith who is careless. Please, punish Lilith. Lin Mu shook his head. He naturally wouldn't blame. Everyone present, including the surviving Miyamoto Chizuru team and Lin Mu's own teammates, they were all completely subdued by this thunderous method and the undisguised ruthless killing intent. Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and others were shocked. They finally realized that Lin Mu had been aiming for the first time. Escape. Maybe it's not the so-called divine inheritance, but these hunters hiding in the shadows. Lin Mu's gaze turned to the Dongying Onmyoji who was trembling all over and his face was as pale as paper. Chizuru Miyamoto, he announced in a flat tone without any emotion. Now, you have a chance to live. Lin Mu ignored Chizuru Miyamoto's eyes full of humiliation and fear, and gave an unquestionable order. Take your people and look for the next altar. Open the way ahead. For Chizuru Miyamoto, this was not only the desperate enslavement of falling into the abyss, but also the only glimmer of life seized under this terrifying demon god. She nodded with difficulty and led the remaining team members. Like a lamb driven by an invisible whip, it walked towards the unknown area deeper into the gray mist. Tell me. Lin Mu's team followed unhurriedly, leisurely. At the end of the death passage that had been cleared by bone spur impact, the gray mist surged again. A bloody aura that was richer and more evil than before was faintly heard. Under the trembling thunder of Miyamoto Chizuru's team, the team marched deeper into the gray mist. At every distance, a new body can almost be found. Their deaths were exactly the same as the previous one. The soul was drained, and the face was frozen with extreme fear and unwillingness. It's the emblem of the Holy Glory Knights of the Holy Cult, Xiao Lai exclaimed in a low voice, pointing to the broken armor on the chest of a corpse. Over there, it's the Iron Alliance, S-Storm Tomahawk logo. Luo Tian also found a new victim. Free Federation, Eastern Divine Servant, Holy Church Kingdom, Iron Alliance. The corpses along the way covered almost all the top forces in the world. The conspiracy of the Soul Thief is like an invisible net. All elites who enter this restricted area have long been regarded as prey in the net. As he continued to deepen, the faint sacred aura in the air completely disappeared. Instead, there is a disgustingly strong smell of blood. It seems that the entire world is soaked in boundless blood. Finally, after walking through a forest, the second altar appeared in front of everyone. It was an evil creation made entirely of dark red flesh and white bones. Countless twisted arms stretched out from the gaps in the altar, weakly grasping towards the sky. At the top of the altar, a giant heart with a diameter of more than 10 meters was beating powerfully with a bang, bang, bang. With each beat, thick waves of blood gushed outward, corroding the surrounding ground with a sizzling sound. And before the altar, a fierce battle is underway. It's Wings of Freedom. Chen Feng recognized the team that was fighting fiercely with the monster at a glance. It was the top third-ranked team of the Free Federation that was outside the Demon Suppression outpost before, showing off their might, and was frightened by Lilith's look. It's just that at this moment, they have long lost their previous spirit. The team is seriously attrited, and only 6 people are still struggling to support. Everyone was covered in blood and embarrassed. Their opponent is a LV.68 Lord-level boss condensed from the blood and minced meat flowing from the altar, blood-eating monster. The situation is not right. Luo Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light under the lenses. That boss is absorbing their attacks. Wei Zhe also immediately gave his own analysis. Not only attacks, but also their lost life force. Every attack and every injury of Wings of Freedom is providing it with nourishment. They are giving the boss food supplements. The battle situation is as they analyzed. The more fierce the attack of Wings of Liberty, the faster the wounds on blood-eating monster will heal. The breath also climbed steadily, and the more you fight, the stronger it became. The captain of of Wings of Freedom, the blonde shield guard, also found Lin Mu and his party. His eyes first flashed with a hint of ecstasy at seeing a life-saving straw, but that ecstasy was soon replaced by arrogance rooted in the bones. While he used all his strength to hold a heavy punch from the blood-eating demon, his body was shaken back again and again. While facing Lin Mu's direction, he roared hoarsely in an unquestionable commanding tone. Rookies in the east, what are you still stunned for? Come and attract fire. Create an attack opportunity for us. The roar of the blonde captain echoed across the bloody battlefield. However, Lin Mu didn't seem to hear it at all. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, so he just waved his hand casually. Rest in place. Chen Feng immediately understood, took out a large number of recovery potions from his storage space, and distributed them to everyone with a hippie smile. Come on, take a break, drink the medicine, chief treat. Lin Mu's team was less than 100 meters away from the tragic battlefield and watched the play leisurely. Over there, the Amaterasu Shinsher, little devil team led by Chizuru Miyamoto. Infected by the overlord's spirit of the blonde shield guard, it seems to have stimulated a certain sense of special service for the Free Federation in his bones. He subconsciously wanted to take Amaterasu Shinsher forward to help, but as soon as she moved, she met Lilith's smiling blue eyes. Chizuru Miyamoto's body instantly fell into an ice cave, frozen in place, and no longer dared to make the slightest change. Xiao Lai, Luo Tian and the others, looking at Wings of Freedom's futile struggle, their eyes were full of pity. Alas, a bunch of idiots. Chen Feng was even more unceremonious, pulling his throat and shouting at the battlefield in a strange way. Hey, friends on the opposite side, work harder. Our chief said, let's study the negative textbook and see how the professionals with bad brains fight the boss. The blonde captain's face instantly turned pig liver color, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out by the blood-eating monster in a trance. You. He wanted to curse, but the attack of the blood-eating monster became more and more violent, and he didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Another Wings of Freedom member was pierced by flesh and blood tentacles and fell down screaming. The defense line is about to collapse. The blonde finally realized. The oriental necromancer who behaved lazy and casual from beginning to end is the existence that really dominates their life and death. Blood-eating monster let out an earth-shattering roar. The flesh and blood on its chest wriggled for a while, condensing into a huge flesh and blood tomahawk 10 meters long, raised high, with a roar that tears the air, towards the top of the blonde captain's head, and slashes down on the head. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Lin Mu, on the other hand, just yawned. His terrifying perception had already spread like a tide, enveloping a radius of tens of kilometers. At this moment, he was hiding behind the scenes, enjoying this bloody drama. Soul Stealer. At the moment when the flesh and blood axe was about to fall, splitting the blonde captain and his shield into flesh paste, he finally abandoned his ridiculous dignity and pride. Using the last bit of strength in his body, he let out a heart-rending roar. Your Excellency, please take action. Wings of Freedom, willing to pay any price. This desperate roar echoed on the bloody battlefield. The voice of begging for mercy is so humble and so devout. However, Lin Mu didn't even lift his eyelids. He just slowly took a crystal-clear peeled grape handed over by Lilith to his mouth and savor it. Suddenly, time seemed to stand still. That huge flesh and blood axe that was enough to split the mountain, just hovering less than an inch above the blonde captain's head. The bloody wind messed up his sweat-soaked blonde hair. A trace of human confusion flashed in the scarlet eyes of the blood-eating monster, as if its attack instructions were forcibly interrupted by an invisible force. Chief, these foreign devils are screaming quite nicely, Chen Feng said with a hippie smile while taking out new fruit for Lin Mu. It's just a bit of a disturbance to your old yaxing. Why don't I shut them up? On the other side, the surviving Wings of Freedom team members, looking at the expression of his captain who was humiliated to the extreme, but ignited a glimmer of life. One by one, their minds are broken, and their worldviews are swaying wildly on the verge of collapse and reshaping. Their captain, the pride of the younger generation of the Free Federation, the barrier that will guard one side in the future. At this moment, it is like a dog wagging its tail and begging for pity. Finally, when the blonde captain felt that his heart was about to be completely burst by the boundless fear, Lin Mu slowly stood up. He walked forward, leisurely, to the edge of the tragic battlefield. Every step falls is like stepping on the heart of all the Wings of Freedom team members. The price? Lin Mu finally spoke, his voice so flat that he didn't have a trace of waves, as if he was asking about something that had nothing to do with him. Yes, at any cost. The blonde captain looked at the giant axe hovering above his head with some kind of great force, and was even more shocked, and quickly roared, as long as you can save us, Wings of Liberty, owes you a great favor. I, Eric Armstrong, swear by the glory of my family that I will. Lin Mu interrupted him impatiently. His deep eyes, for the first time, finally looked directly at the proud son of the Federation. Your lives are worthless. The ecstasy on Eric's face instantly froze. But, Lin Mu turned his words, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a playful arc. Your identity can barely be used as a bait. From now on, you are no longer Wings of Freedom. You are mine, Hound. responsible for luring out all the mice hiding their heads and tails in this forest. Are you willing, hound? These two words, like a red-hot soldering iron, burned deep into the souls of Eric and all his team members. This is a more cruel humiliation than death. Eric's body trembled violently and his face turned blue and white. The last trace of pride in his eyes was being ruthlessly crushed by these words. But the flesh and blood tomahawk hovering above his head and the man's calm and palpitating eyes all told him clearly he didn't have any choice. Or, become a dog and live. Or, with ridiculous dignity, it becomes a meat puree. Willing. Eric struggled to squeeze the three words out of his throat. Every word exhausted his whole body's strength. The moment he finished saying this, he felt that something important in his life was completely shattered. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction and then gestured to Lilith. Lilith received the instruction and snapped her fingers lightly. The huge body of the blood-eating monster suddenly shook. Its high-held battle axe dissipated in an instant. Instead, he used that thick arm to insert the beating heart in his chest fiercely. A painful and angry roar resounded through the sky. It actually began to tear its body frantically. Throw pieces of flesh and blood containing majestic vitality towards the altar behind you. This scene stunned everyone, including Eric, who had just sworn allegiance. This is what's going on. Jia. What a wonderful performance. At this moment, a cold laughter sounded from the shadow of the dense forest. Another soul stealer wearing a spiral mask slowly walked out, looking at Lilith subconsciously. His aura was more powerful and strange than the previous soul envoy. Despair and surrender. What a wonderful condiment. Now, the sacrifice is ripe. The ritual. It's time to start. Noisy. The flesh altar suddenly erupted with dazzling bloody light. Countless scarlet tentacles burst out from the ground, instantly entangled Eric and his surviving team members, frantically extracting their life force. The sudden change made Eric and the others scream bitterly. They feel their blood, their strength, and their soul are all sucked away by an irresistible force. Necromancer, you are indeed beyond my expectations. The soul stealer's voice was full of condescending arrogance. But after all, you are just a more interesting chess piece on my chessboard. Now, let you witness with your own eyes how you so-called geniuses have turned into nourishment for great existence. He opened his arms as if welcoming the birth of a new god. However, what he saw was the increasingly rich, mocking smile on Lin Mu's face. Chess pieces? Lin Mu laughed softly. Have you ever thought that your so-called chessboard has been my hunting ground from the beginning? Lin Mu's understated hunting ground declaration. The arrogance on the soul stealer's face directly froze, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. After a short period of stunning, he burst into a sharp laugh that was even more rampant and morbid than before. Hunting ground? Ha 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 ha. Ants who are dying are still dreaming in the daytime. He waved his hand suddenly, and the giant heartbeat on the flesh altar suddenly accelerated. The blood-colored light was so strong that it almost dyed the entire sky dark red. Let you see your humble nature clearly in endless despair. Very good. Lilith winked playfully at Lin Mu, as if to say, Master, look at me. She gracefully raised her slender jade fingers and lightly tapped them in the air at the evil altar. In an instant, time seemed to be pressed on the pause button. All the flesh and blood tentacles wrapped around Eric and the others instantly stiffened. Immediately afterwards, it was like glass shattered by an invisible force. Roar! Inch by inch, it shattered into blood-colored dust flying all over the sky. The ceremony was forcibly interrupted. The wild laughter on the soul stealer's face stopped abruptly, replaced by extreme horror and disbelief. A terrifying force that far exceeded the limits of his cognition and even surpassed the soul lord instantly erased all control of his altar. This woman with a very beautiful appearance. What kind of monster is it? He immediately realized that the trap he was proud of had been exposed to the enemy's nose from the very beginning, and he is the clown who was being teased. Without the slightest hesitation, the soul thief immediately changed his strategy, and a hint of decisive madness flashed in his eyes. He took out a black crystal covered with blood, like a living creature, from his arms, and crushed it hard without hesitation. The moment the black crystal broke, all the life force that had just been extracted from the altar, as well as the huge energy of the blood-eating monster, self-mutilation sacrifice, seemed to have found an outlet. The words fell. It turned into a torrent of blood visible to the naked eye, and in an extremely rough way, it poured into his body frantically. The soul thief's body was like an inflated balloon, making an overwhelming tearing sound. His aura surged wildly at a speed that defied common sense. The level instantly soared from LV.62 to LV.74. The limit of the three-turn professional. An ominous whirlwind of blood surrounded him, corroding the ground around him. However, in the face of this powerful enemy of temporary promotion, instead of being solemn at all, Lin Mu frowned. He said to Lilith beside him in a tone of complaint with obvious dissatisfaction, Lilith, why did you stop him? I also want to see if he can get another blood-eating monster out. This sentence is light, but it was like a 10,000-ton hammer, slamming into the soul of the soul stealer. His self-confidence, which had swelled due to the surge in power, was shattered again. Originally, it turned out that in his eyes, the extreme power he had worked hard to obtain obtain at any cost was not even as good as the blood-eating monster just now. Yourself, just an insignificant strengthening props? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The soul stealer let out a scream that didn't sound like a human voice. He condensed all the temporary power he had gained at his fingertips. It turned into a pitch-black beam that was enough to kill any rank 3 powerhouse in seconds, and shot at Lin Mu, the light of soul extinction. Using this as a cover, he himself turned around without hesitation, turned into a blurry black shadow and frantically fled towards the depths of the dense forest. However, the next second, Lin Mu didn't even bother to look at the attack. He just gave a casual order to Lilith beside him. Lilith, leave a living mouth. Yes, master. When Lilith heard this, her face showed a sickly expression that was both aggrieved and excited. She bowed gracefully to Lin Mu, her voice ethereal and pleasant. Lilith, catch this bedbug that offends your elegance and let you dispose of it. Before the words fell, her figure disappeared in an instant as if she had melted into the shadows. What? At the end of the dense forest in the distance, there was a scream that was extremely short and extremely miserable. Immediately afterwards, there was a tooth-chilling sound of bones cracking. Subsequently, everything calmed down, and that soul annihilation light that was enough to threaten ordinary rank 4 powerhouses. Not far from Lin Mu, the white bone shield that quietly emerged from the 9 sides was silently devoured, and not even a ripple could be stirred up. The surviving Wings of Freedom, Captain Eric, and Shizuru Miyamoto and others on the other side, it was like watching a game of gods. Their minds went blank, and they completely gave up all thoughts of resistance and escape. Eric was the first to fall to his knees, immediately followed by his teammates, then Shizuru Miyamoto. They knelt at Lin Mu's feet, their bodies trembling violently with fear stemming from the depths of their souls, waiting for instructions from this new master. Lilith's figure quietly appeared again, as if she had never left. In her hand, she was carrying a humanoid object that looked like a broken sack. Lilith threw it casually and threw the man not far from Lin Mu. It was the soul thief who was invincible just now and fled in embarrassment. At this moment, his limbs were twisted into strange angles, and he had obviously broken them all. Most of the spiral mask on his face shattered, revealing a face that was extremely distorted by endless fear, and his features were huddled together. His eyes were empty and his mouth was drooling, and his mind had obviously collapsed. Master, the bedbug has been caught, Lilith reported respectfully, with a hint of joy in her tone. Lin Mu squatted down, ignoring the dull gaze of the soul thief, and spoke directly. Tell me, the complete plan for Corpse of the Ancient God. The soul stealer's gaze swept over Lilith abruptly. His body trembled suddenly, and his pupils instantly diminished. In the empty eyes, a trace of struggle flashed, but it was soon replaced by a deeper fear. The dream that Lilith weaves in his mind. Let him regard Lin Mu as a greater existence than the Soul Lord. He began to pour beans out of a bamboo tube, bringing everything out. The corpse of the ancient god is not a dead thing. It is sealed by an ancient contract and time, long before the cataclysm. Our Ascension Road plan has set up a total of 9 false god altars. Every altar corresponds to a weak node sealed. The task given to us by the Soul Lord is to impact, weaken, and ultimately pollute these nodes by sacrificing the powerful souls of the powerhouses of various countries. When all 9 altars are activated, the seal will be completely broken. At that time, the corpse of the ancient god, sleeping in the core of Kunlun, will awaken. Lord Soul Lord will personally descend to this place, seize the body of the ancient god, and complete the supreme soaring. Hearing this, Lin Mu understood in his heart. This group of soul thieves were indeed playing with fire. But in the final analysis, they are just workers paving the way for a more powerful being. Where is Qianhuan? The next second, Lin Mu asked again. Master Thousand Illusions. He is responsible for guarding the 9th and most core altar. There, it is a keynote of the whole plan. After getting all the information he wanted, Lin Mu slowly stood up. He completely lost interest in the soul messenger under his feet, who had lost all value, patted the non-existent dust on his hand and signaled to Lilith. Dispose of it. Yes, master. Lilith smiled and stretched out her slender jade fingers to volley a little. The soul envoy didn't even have time to snort. The body turned into the tiniest flying ash in silence and drifted away with the wind. It's like I've never been to this world. Soon, after disposing of the garbage, Lin Mu's gaze slowly turned to Eric, Chizuru Miyamoto, and others, who were kneeling on the ground, silent. From now on, you are members of the supernumerary logistics department of the team. Under the unified command of Chen Feng, your task is to continue to lure out soul stealers that may exist in other areas as mobile bait. At the same time, take into account cleaning the battlefield and collecting spoils. Understand? Eric, Chizuru Miyamoto and others were like amnesty, and they quickly kowtowed like pounding garlic. Understood. Got it. When Chen Feng heard this, his eyes instantly lit up like 2 500-watt light bulbs, and he suddenly felt that his life had reached its peak. He crossed his waist and walked up to Eric and Chizuru Miyamoto, cleared his throat and put on a look full of official authority. I'm Chen Feng. He is currently the head of the Logistics Support Department of the Chief Task Force, the only designated person in charge of the Loot Recovery Division, and and the director of the International Bait Management Office. You guys, you can call me Director Chen. Then he said in an extremely unbeaten tone. Eric, right? From now on, you will be called Dog Egg, easy to remember. And you, Chizuru Miyamoto, will be called Suihua in the future. Now, Dog Egg, you take someone to pick up all the things that exploded from that blood-eating monster just now. Not a single piece of scum can be less than for me. Suihua, you take someone to dispose of those corpses just now, and take off all the equipment that can be used. Don't miss it. Go quickly. Hesitating, delaying the chief's major event. Can you afford it? Looking at Chen Feng's funny appearance of a fox and a tiger, Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and others jumped out of the corners of their eyes, holding back their laughter. And Eric and Miyamoto Chizuru. These two are the pride of heaven in their respective countries. At this moment, he could only endure this humiliation comparable to Ling Qi, and obediently accepted the order. Let's go, Director Chen. Lin Mu turned a blind eye to this farce. He raised his head and looked deeper into the gray mist. Don't worry about other altars. Next, let's go directly to the core area. Yes, Master. Just as the team was about to set off again, Lilith's blue eyes suddenly turned in the other direction of the dense forest, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Master, over there, it smells like the hypocrites of Paradise Mountain. Moreover, it seems that there is a fierce battle with something. The Master might be interested. Lin Mu looked in the direction she was guiding. His terrifying perception spread instantly. Sure enough, several kilometers away, a powerful and pure power of light. It was colliding frantically with another dark force that was equally powerful, but full of chaos and destruction. And that dark force, Lin Mu felt a hint of inexplicable familiar. Director Chen, don't dawdle. Lin Mu shouted to Chen Feng, who was showing off his martial prowess and commanding the Dog Egg and Suihua to clean the battlefield. Received, Chief. Chen Feng was excited and hurriedly ran back. He was followed by two dejected and soulless decoy squads. The team regrouped. Under Lilith's guidance, we moved at full speed towards the area where the energy collided more and more intensely. A few kilometers away, in a huge circular valley, the battle has entered a fever pitch. In the middle of the valley, a squad of 7 male and female knights dressed in holy silver and white armor and beautiful appearances is forming a mysterious battle formation. Each of them burned with a flame of golden holy light visible to the naked eye. These flames connected to each other, converging above their heads into a huge sword of judgment of the holy light, exuding a terrifying coercion that was enough to purify all things. In the center of the battle formation, it was a lonely young man who was besieged. The young man was wearing a set of dark gold gorgeous heavy armor. The armor was engraved with complex and evil magic patterns, as if there were living creatures slowly flowing in it. In his hand, he was holding a black giant sword that was bigger than his entire body. On the sword body, dark purple demonic energy was entwined like a poisonous snake. Every swing brings a scream of tearing space. Holy light, purify the evil before us. The female knight at the head let out a clear and coquettish shout. She is beautiful and holy. A faint brown hair became more and more brilliant under the holy light. She is the leader of the younger generation of the Holy Religion Kingdom, Angelina, known as the Saint. Its profession is the only class at the top, Solar Envoy, LV.65. It also activated the legendary golden talent, Sacred Oath. The power of the holy light is pure to the extreme, and it is the natural nemesis of all dark and undead creatures. With her chanting, the sword of holy light judgment slashed down. A group of weak women who can only pray. The besieged youth Yechen, the devil of the Chinese hidden family Yi family, let out a disdainful snort. He is also an extremely rare hidden profession, Abyssal Demon Swordsman, LV.66, and has a golden talent, Abyssal Contract, facing the holy light greatsword that was cut down on the spot. Yi Chen did not dodge, holding the black giant sword in both hands. Instead of retreating, facing the holy light that is enough to purify everything, one sword rises. Demon Sword Skill, Demonic Qi Counterflow. The domineering black sword Qi and the pure and vast power of the holy light collided in the middle of the valley. A terrifying energy storm swept across the four directions, scraping down the hard rock walls. Yi Chen's body trembled violently, and he was shaken back dozens of meters, plowing out two deep ravines on the ground. And Angelina's holy light judgment formation also shook violently. Several weaker knights turned pale and almost couldn't maintain the formation. The two sides temporarily fell into a stalemate. Yi Chen was originally chasing the faint clues of the inheritance of the demonic path and mistakenly entered this place. But they happened to run into Angelina's team, who were purifying a small false god altar. One of the two is the darling of the holy light, and the other is the abyssal demon. The absolute opposition of the power attribute made them fight directly without even a word of nonsense. The arrival of Lin Mu and his party was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the balance of the battlefield. The moment Angelina saw Lin Mu, her pupils shrank suddenly. Necromancer. That pure breath of death made her feel disgust and vigilance from the bottom of her heart, and when her eyes touched Lilith beside Lin Mu, her holy soul, which was indestructible because of the sacred oath, actually produced a violent tremor that could not be suppressed. this woman? More than 10,000 times more terrifying than that devil. Angelina immediately regarded Lin Mu and his party as an even more terrifying enemy than Yechen. On the other side, the moment Yi Chen saw Lilith, the magic sword in his hand actually made an extremely excited hum. He could clearly feel the supreme aura on Lilith's body, like the abyss aura of the source of all sources. It was a kind of original coercion that made the abyssal bloodline in his body can't help but bow down and worship. It's just that no matter how he looked at it, the performance of this abyssal powerhouse was like that necromancer's maid. In Yi Chen's eyes, an extremely fanatical anger and a trace of inquiry instantly erupted. Seeing this, Chen Feng immediately seized the opportunity to perform. He stepped forward, cleared his throat, crossed his waist, and shouted to Yechen in an extremely arrogant tone. "Hey, the one who plays the black sword, see that you are also our Chinese, give you a chance. Now, immediately, come and kowtow to our chief, and spare you from death." Yi Chen completely ignored Chen Feng, a jumping clown. He slowly withdrew his gaze towards Lilith. Instead, with a scrutinizing look, he stared at Lin Mu intently. He raised the magic sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Lin Mu. In a solitary and unruly tone, he said word by word, "She's very strong. You don't deserve to be her master. Take my sword. If you can survive, I will be like her. Surrender to you." Angelina's eyes flashed when she saw this. Immediately realized that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She made a decisive decision and decisively ordered, "All members, lift the siege of the demon child. Holy light judgment formation, target shift. All natural disasters. We will all be here today to receive the final judgment of the light." The sword of judgment of the holy light instantly changed direction. Echoes Yechen's magic sword. All the murderous intent and coercion were locked on Lin Mu alone. Faced the challenge from the demon son and the judgment of the saint. Instead of being nervous, Lin Mu showed an extremely excited smile. It was a kind of heartfelt pleasure when a hunter finally saw two special prey. He waved his hand casually at Lilith and the squad members behind him, signaling them to step back. "Yes, master." Lilith bowed gracefully. "Retreat to the edge of the valley with the others, ready to enjoy the master's performance." Lin Mu was alone and took a step forward. The lich finger bone tattoo on his left wrist, along with the rich straw hat on his head, emitted a faint shimmer at the same time. At this moment, he looked at the left and right in front of him, a holy light, a monstrous saintess and a demonic child. In a natural, even with a hint of impatience, he said slowly, "Since you all want to die, why don't you go up together? I'm in a hurry." Yi Chen's pupils instantly burned into dark red by anger. As a demon son who has never been met by the hidden family Yi family for 10,000 years, how could he have been so humiliated? Chen Feng's flies clamor, he can be regarded as the noise of ants. But Lin Mu's contempt for taking him for granted and treating him as nothing. But like a red-hot soldering iron, it burned his arrogant soul fiercely. Thieves who desecrate bones and corpses. You don't understand at all. What is the true power of the abyss? Yi Chen let out a roar that suppressed endless anger, and there was no more nonsense. The golden talent, abyssal contract, in his body was urged to the extreme. A phantom of the abyss lord, which was tens of meters tall, holding a giant axe, and surrounded by countless wailing souls, suddenly appeared behind him. That pure and tyrannical coercion made the mountain walls in the distance begin to crack. A trace of disdain flashed in Lilith's blue eyes. It was just a shadow transformation of a lord under the Ember Lord, and it wasn't even a projection. Even if you are in person, you are not even qualified to carry shoes for the owner. The black giant sword in Yi Chen's hand seemed to sense the arrival of the contract lord. There was an extremely excited hum, and on the sword body, the demonic energy as rich as ink almost turned into substance. On the other hand, Saint Angelina did not do it immediately. Her turquoise eyes calmly examined the battlefield, decisively ordered the knights to maintain the Holy Light Judgment Formation, and hang the Holy Light Greatsword that judges all things high in the air. It is both a deterrent and a weighting. In her opinion, these two evil heresies will surely lose both. At that time, she will be at ease and give them the most holy and thorough purification. Yi Chen let out an earth-shattering roar, and the whole person seemed to merge with the demonic shadow behind him. He held the magic sword high, and the powerful power of the LV.66 rank 3 powerhouse was infused into it without reservation. Magic sword skill, magic shadow splitting sky slash. 100-meter-long pitch-black sword chi, wrapped in the terrifying power of tearing space and devouring light, slashed towards Lin Mu's head. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air emitted a sharp hiss, as if even the light was swallowed up by the endless heavy demonic shadows. Everyone in the valley, whether it was Luo Tian, Xiao Lai, or the surviving Eric and Miyamoto Chizuru, felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Even Angelina, who had been watching calmly, felt a hint of palpitations. This sword is enough to kill any genius of the same level in seconds. Even if she herself, she has to deal with it with all her might. Maybe she can take it. However, in the face of this devastating sword, Lin Mu didn't even raise his eyelids. He just felt that this skill was indeed very dynamic and very compulsory. At that moment, the pitch-black sword chi was about to touch the tips of Lin Mu's hair. An invisible, supreme, and seemingly from the source of all things, and the coercion of the law that returned to the end of all things, dispersed from Lin Mu's body. Abyssal domination. That is the innate and absolute domination of all abyss-related forces. Don't go against it, don't offend, don't look at it directly. In the next second, an incredible scene happened. That pitch-black sword chi that was enough to cut through mountains and tear apart the sky. In the face of this invisible law coercion, it was like ice and snow thrown into a volcano. Not even a second of insistence. Starting from the phantom of the tip of the sword at the forefront, it melted and disintegrated silently, inch by inch. Eventually, it turned into the purest particles of dark energy and dissipated into invisibility. At the same time, the phantom of the Abyss Lord behind Yichen let out a wail of horror to the extreme, and collapsed instantly. The Abyss contract, talent in his body was the moment he came into contact with that supreme law. It was as if he had encountered Elvis Presley's mouse, and instead of providing the slightest strength, he frantically backlashed with 1,000 times the intensity. A sense of fear and surrender that comes from the deepest part of the blood and soul, instantly drowning out his pride, his reason, everything about him. A dull loud noise was particularly harsh in the Dead Valley. The last second was still unruly and invincible. At this moment, he fell to his knees on the ground. His hands were on the ground, and his forehead was pressed against the cold ground. Put on the most pious and humble five-body gift. He didn't want to kneel. It is his soul, his blood, his profession, and talent. Everything about him is forcing him, and he must kneel. The body trembled violently with uncontrollable fear, and the teeth rattled, but they didn't even have the courage to look up. At the edge of the valley, Lilith felt the fleeting coercion of the origin. A hint of confusion flashed in his blue eyes. It was then replaced by a more fiery worship. She looked at Lin Mu's eyes, as if she was looking at the only true God walking in the world. And on the other side, Saint Angelina and the 6 paladins behind her were completely stiff in place. They have envisioned countless possibilities of battle. I never thought that it would be such an absurd, bizarre, and even subversive ending of the worldview. An abyssal demon's son who was powerful enough to compete with them. At the moment of launching the strongest attack, he bowed to another necromancer who exuded the ultimate aura of death and bowed to the ground. What the hell is going on? Angelina felt her proud holy faith. At this moment, a slight crack appeared. He died in silence. Lin Mu finally raised his eyes slowly. His eyes fell calmly on Yechen, who was kneeling on the ground, as if he was looking at an ant that happened to be passing by. He ignored Yi Chen. Instead, he turned his gaze to Angelina, who was frozen in place due to extreme shock, and the giant sword above her head that still radiated brilliant holy light. The indifferent voice broke the dead silence of the valley and clearly reached everyone's ears. He's more trouble-free. Now, it's your turn. Lin Mu said, it's your turn. Let Angelina's pupils forcibly condense the focus from the extreme shock. The demon's son Yechen knelt down in an instant. Like an invisible hammer, it shattered her inherent cognition of the power system of this world. But after all, she is a saint who thousands of believers in the Holy Church Kingdom look up to, and she is the Sunshine Holy Envoy. Imprinted in the depths of her soul is the belief in the supremacy of the light, and the duty of purifying all evil in the world. The necromancer in front of him, his very existence is the most complete blasphemy against the holy light. He was even weirder and more terrifying than that abyss demon, as if it never appeared. More unreasonable. Angelina took a deep breath. A flame of determination ignited in his turquoise eyes. It is the awareness of giving everything in oneself to the light. The light lives on. She let out a clear shout, and her voice resounded through the valley. Judgment is coming. The 6 paladins behind him heard this and immediately abandoned all distracting thoughts. Inject all the power of his holy light into the battle formation without reservation. The sword of judgment of the holy light hanging high in the sky. The light instantly skyrocketed. The sword body was as solid as gold, and the volume more than doubled. The brilliant holy power almost turned the entire valley into daylight. The sacred aura that purifies all things presses on Lin Mu like a tide. In the face of this all-out blow, the curvature of Lin Mu's mouth became more and more playful. Bullshit holy light. Let you see how death counters the holy light. He just waved his staff a few times at random. Both skills are activated almost at the same time. The earth trembled violently, as if an ancient behemoth was about to break through the ground. Under the effect of doubling the number of terrifying summons of Death's blessed lich phalanges, nearly 200,000 steel skeleton warriors, dressed in pitch-black heavy armor and holding sharp steel spears, poured out from the ground. They were densely packed, and in an instant, they merged into a silent sea of steel in the valley. Immediately afterwards, the nearly 10,000-fold terrifying amplification of Death Prayer came with a bang. The aura of each skeleton warrior became unfathomable. Although the health is still fragile, its defense has been increased to a terrifying value of more than 90 million, and a terrifying attack power of more than 50 million. No battle cry, no hiss. Only the sound of neat, earth-shattering footsteps. The steel torrent was fierce and fearless towards the giant sword of holy light that fell from the sky. The holy light greatsword slashed into the sea of skeletons. The power of the top holy light actually ignored the defense of the lower dark creatures. Pieces of skeleton warriors instantly turned into flying ashes in the golden flames. The special effect of Death Prayer, Unquenchable Soul Fire, triggered passively. 3 seconds later, all the purified locations, the black aura of death condensed again. Those skeleton warriors who turned into flying ashes were resurrected on the spot intact in a state of full blood. Once again, silently, fearless to death, they rushed towards the light. Purify, resurrection. Purify, resurrection. Endless, repeated. Angelina and the paladins behind her were completely shocked. The confident holiness on their faces first turned into astonishment. Then it was unbelievable. In the end, it turned into bottomless despair. They are proud and invincible, enough to purify the supreme light of all evil. At this moment, it has become a gorgeous background board for the other party's performance resurrection. This army of the undead that can't be killed and killed. Like a pair of cold big hands, it strangled their souls and dragged them into the deepest abyss of fear. Just in the gap between the repeated deaths of the undead legion and the struggle to break through the seven knights' front, Lin Mu finally became impatient. He raised his hand, aimed at the giant sword in the sky, which was still releasing light and heat in vain, and gently spat out two words: bone teeth. A pure white pillar of light rose into the sky in front of him. Among the pillars of light, there were 900,000 terrifying bone teeth that were increased by 90% of the damage caused by lich finger bones. Death and holy light collided in mid-air. There was only a crisp and heartbreaking click in the horrified gaze of all the paladins. The sword of light judgment condensed by their faith and all their power, inch by inch. In the end, with a bang, it completely collapsed. It turned into a golden spot of light all over the sky and floated away. Poof! The battle was broken, and Angelina and all the knights were hammered down. Chi-Chi spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell back sluggishly. Resuscitation skeleton. Death prayer. The power of the holy light in their bodies became unprecedented stagnant at this moment, temporarily losing their combat effectiveness. Lin Mu walked slowly to Angelina, who fell to the ground. Condescendingly looked at her beautiful face that was bloodless due to the collapse of faith. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, no mockery, only pure curiosity. Squatting down, his voice was very soft, as if he was discussing an interesting academic question. Garbage light, it's too fragile. Are the so-called angels of Paradise Mountain like you vulnerable? The three words Paradise Mountain were like a 9-day thunderstorm, exploding in the depths of Angelina's soul. It is a sacred existence that is occasionally mentioned in the oldest texts of the holy religion. Kill. It is the final destination of the holy light, the dwelling place of the gods. It is the highest holy place that mortals can never know. Her pupils contracted violently. Sneer. Staring at the man in front of him who was playing with the abyss in death, both the body and the heart began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. This devil. Who the hell is he? However, the next second, Angelina's face was ashen, but deep down the faith that has burned for many years still let her struggle, trying to condense the last faint trace of holy light. The light is like a candle in the wind, flickering and flickering, full of sorrow and powerlessness. You demon. Angelina's voice was dry and hoarse, and every word seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Lin Mu shook his head, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. No, I'm not a demon. I'm just a necromancer who is curious about the world. He stood up and stopped looking at her, as if he had lost all interest. Lin Mu's gaze turned to Yi Chen, who was still kneeling on the ground, his body trembling violently. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Lin Mu's voice was very flat, but with an unquestionable majesty. Yi Chen's body trembled suddenly, struggling, and wanted to raise his head. But the absolute suppression that came from the depths of his blood and soul made him unable to even do this simple action. Fear, like an endless tide, drowned out everything in him. The power of the abyss he was proud of, in front of this man, was as docile as a pug wagging its tail begging for pity. Yi Chen's voice was distorted and deformed by extreme fear. I will submit to. These four words drained almost all his strength, but deep in his heart, there is a trace of excitement in an extremely contrasting way. A qualified servant should know how to take the initiative to offer his own value. There were no earth-shattering explosions. Now is the time to show your worth. After speaking, Lin Mu looked at Angelina with a playful gaze. Yi Chen's body trembled violently again, but this time it was excitement caused by excitement. This terrifying being does not want verbal surrender, but to be willing to do anything for him. And now, it's time to submit your name. There was silence for a few seconds. Yi Chen was strong and said solemnly, Yechen, may I overturn the light for my lord? Lin Mu was even more satisfied with the demon in front of him. He immediately put away the great power of abyss domination. The demon Yechen's state instantly recovered, and then he immediately got up and knelt down on one knee directly from his heart to ask for instructions. Please move and watch. Angelina's pupils shrank suddenly. She stared at Lin Mu, and her beautiful face showed a look of shock and despair. You can't kill me. I am a saintess of the holy cult. If you kill me, the entire holy cult kingdom will die with you. Yi Chen held the magic sword. The pitch-black demonic energy on the sword body that had just been suppressed slowly flowed out again. He walked slowly towards the holy cult kingdom team that had collapsed to the ground ground and had completely lost the power to resist. There is no pity in the eyes, only the fanaticism of loyalty to the new owner. "No, don't come here!" In Angelina's desperate screams, Yi Chen's magic sword passed cleanly. The 6 paladins couldn't even let out a complete scream, and were completely devoured by the rich demonic energy. The holy armor on their bodies was instantly dyed dark red blood. Witnessed the tragic death of his companions in front of his eyes. Angelina's last dignity and faith were completely shattered by this cruel reality. She crawled desperately to the ground, tears streaming down her face, and crawled in Lin Mu's direction with all her might. The words in his mouth begged for mercy incoherently. "Don't kill me, please. I'm willing to do anything. I can serve you, and I can also be your servant." To prove one's worth. In extreme fear, she trembled with her hands and began to untie the silver and white light armor on her body, which symbolized holiness and glory. Layers of clothing fell off, revealing the snow-white skin that contrasted sharply with her divine temperament. This scene made everyone in the dragon nest watching the battle from a distance react differently. Chen Feng and the others were stunned, and then turned their heads away with an extremely tacit understanding. The female team members, Song Bingyu, Xiong Zining, Tang Yao, and Ren Miao, were flushed and embarrassed that they just wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. Lilith watched the scene with interest, with a playful smile on her lips. Of course she knew what kind of person this shy owner was, but the way she looked at Lin Mu was still full of absolute possessiveness. The master's first time must be mine. Do it tonight. Lin Mu, who has been single for 2 lives. Looking at the powerful spring color in front of me, although there are waves in my heart. Very good. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. But looking at the surrounding environment, I thought that this woman wanted to completely purify herself a moment ago. The snack ape horse disappeared in an instant. Yechen. Lin Mu's voice was cold, pretending to be calm. "I never negotiate terms with people who want to kill me." He understood. Yi Chen understood, and the magic sword was raised again. The last flame of hope in Angelina's eyes was completely extinguished. Instead, there is endless resentment and fear. The magic sword was slashed down, and blood splattered. At the moment when Angelina's vitality was cut off, a beam of incomparably bright and pure golden holy light. It erupted from her body and soared into the sky, instantly dispersing all the gray mist around her. A phantom of a divine angel with a height of 100 meters and 4 wings on its back. Breaking through the space, it slowly emerged in the pillar of light. He glanced down at Angelina's body. Then it turned into a pure source of light and directly immersed in its body. In everyone's shocked eyes, Angelina's body comes back to life, and the fatal wound heals instantly. She stood up slowly, and there was no fear in her green eyes. The resurrected Angelina glanced at Lin Mu coldly. Immediately, the entire body turned into a golden streamer, tearing through the space and disappearing into the sky. The holy church, a quiet room deep in the cathedral of the holy radiance. The cardinal, who had white hair and beard, suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The goddess container was started. "It saved me a lot of effort." He immediately got up and walked quickly to the secret passage to the papal palace. Kunlun Valley. Lilith explained softly in Lin Mu's ear. "Master, this saint, I'm afraid it's not just the original her." When Lin Mu heard this, he was not only angry. Instead, the corners of his mouth rose, and his eyes flashed with excitement. "Is it a house or a twin? I don't know if it will burst its wings after killing it." He thought of the exciting scene just now, and there was a faint expectation in his heart. "I don't know, what does it feel like to chisel the angel?" Calm returned to the valley. The earth-shattering energy collision before seemed to be just a dream. Yi Chen held the dark demon sword and stood respectfully behind Lin Mu. On his lonely and unruly face, there was only surrender at this moment, and he silently assumed the duties of guard. This moment of tranquility was quickly broken by a commanding shout. Chen Feng Director Chen spat at the 2 proud sons of the day before yesterday who were in embarrassment to pack up the spoils. "Dog egg, let you pick up a rag and grind it. Do you want to be lazy? And you, Tsuehua, what kind of look do you have? Do you have any opinions on the arrangement of this director? Give me the benefits of the hemp. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield and hand in all the loot." Delayed the chief's business. "Can you afford it?" Eric, now Dog Egg, and Miyamoto Chizuru, also known as Tsuehua. Both of them were in the spotlight in their respective countries, but at this moment they could only endure this humiliation comparable to Ling Chi. They piled all the loot, including the 2 purple pieces of equipment that Angelina had exploded, emitting pure holy light, in front of Chen Feng. Lin Mu was not interested in this. He casually threw the 2 pieces of holy light equipment to the paladin Laming in the team, and motioned for everyone to distribute the rest. He spread out a simple map drawn from the memory of the soul messenger. It is marked in red to indicate the approximate directions of the remaining 7 false god altars. No need to waste time. Lin Mu's fingers, past those markers, pointed directly to the very center of the map. "Let's go directly to the 9th altar and serve them in one pot." As soon as these words came out, Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and others all tightened their hearts. The previous 2 soul envoys were already so powerful. Wouldn't the higher level soul sacrifice be even more terrifying? Only Lilith and the new guard Yechen had excitement in their eyes. Under the shame of dog eggs and emerald flowers, the team marched towards the core area of Kunlun again. The deeper he got, the more viscous the surrounding gray mist became, even taking on a strange lilac color. Master, this fog is a bit strange, Lilith reminded softly. It can invade people's spiritual consciousness, amplify inner desires and fears, and create indistinguishable illusions of truth, which is a relatively high-level spiritual pollution. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Lai's eyes began to become blurred. He seemed to see himself wearing a marshal's uniform. Surrounded by thousands of troops, he reviewed the endless Xinhua army, with an obsessive smile on his face. Luo Tian is immersed in an endless sea of magic books. His hands were obsessively stroking a legendary forbidden code, unable to extricate himself. The corners of Song Bingyu's eyes even slipped a tear. She saw her long-deceased grandmother, and just like when she was a child, she kindly combed her long hair. Yi Chen's reaction was the most violent. The world in his eyes has turned into a real endless abyss. He was sitting upright on the seat that belonged to the supreme throne. Embers, shadows, vines. The 8 monarchs are bowing their heads to him. He even vaguely saw that Lilith was also inside. Yi Chen's hand holding the magic sword began to tremble slightly. His breath became extremely heavy, almost completely swallowed by the illusion of this power. Lin Muin was not affected at all by the purification effect of Guardian of Abundance's straw hat. Every second, he noticed the abnormality of the team, frowned slightly, and was about to find a way to solve it. A poor bunch of bugs. Lilith chuckled. She was the originator of playing with spirits. Take a casual step forward. In an instant, an absolute will that surpassed all spiritual laws, like an invisible tide, swept across the audience. All beautiful illusions are shattered in an instant at this moment, replaced by the deepest nightmares that Lilith casually weaves. Luo Tian, Xiao Lai, Song Bingyu, and others suddenly woke up. His whole body was completely soaked in cold sweat, and his eyes when he looked at Lilith were full of extreme awe and fear. Yechen also woke up instantly under this will. He knelt on one knee with a pop, gasping for breath, his eyes full of horror for the rest of his life. The team continued to go deeper. After passing through this eerie purple mist area, the front suddenly opened up. A giant altar several tens of meters high and entirely made of soul crystals emitting glow appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the top of the altar, a vague figure was standing quietly, as if it had been waiting for them for a long time. When everyone arrived at the bottom of the 9th altar, the figure slowly became clear. It was a middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous black robe, with a handsome and bizarre face and thousands of illusions in his eyes. He is Soul Sacrifice, 1000 Illusions, LV.83. Welcome to my theater, protagonists. Qianhuan smiled and clapped softly. His voice does not travel through the air, but directly in everyone's head. He seemed to be unsurprised by the arrival of Lin Mu and others, and was even full of expectations. Chief, this guy is pretending to be a ghost. Look at me. Chen Feng just wanted to mock, but was horrified to find that he couldn't make any sound. Noise don't affect the performance. Qianhuan glanced at him contemptuously, and then announced, the rules of the game are simple. Defeat the most feared enemy in you. The words just fell. In front of Xiao Lai. Suddenly, a undead monarch appeared exactly like Lin Mu, but exuded an endless evil aura. It is commanding endless skeletons and frantically slaughtering the soldiers of the Zhenguai army. In front of Luo Tian, all the magic books he dreamed of grew sharp teeth and mouths. In the most bitter language, he madly laughed at his ignorance and shallowness. Song Bingyu saw his great-grandmother again, but this time, Tai Nyo's body is rapidly decaying. Shedding blood and tears, he cried and asked her in a hoarse voice, good granddaughter, why do you don't save me? Everyone instantly fell into their own demonic purgatory, began to fight frantically with his inner illusion, and the scene was chaotic for a while. In front of Yi Chen's eyes, the tempting abyss throne appeared again. A voice full of temptation whispered in his head, give your soul, and it will all be your. But with his fear of Lin Mu's deep marrow, he resisted this fatal temptation. Qianhuan admired the ugliness of all living beings in the valley. There was an artist-like intoxication on his face. He seems to be admiring the most perfect tragedy choreographed by himself. Everyone's struggle, every tear of despair, all made him feel unparalleled pleasure. His eyes finally fell on the two only outliers who were not affected, Lin Mu and the unbelievably beautiful maid. Now, it's the turn of the two protagonists to take the stage. Qianhuan smiled, and his voice sounded in Lin Mu and Lilith's ears at the same time, with a hint of elegant banter. An invisible, but extremely cold spiritual force, like a silent poisonous snake, it quietly rushed to the depths of Lin Mu's consciousness. It wants to lure out the deepest and most ulterior secret in Lin Mu's heart. Lin Mu suddenly flashed some pictures in his mind. The talent of describing the Templar has been made public. He was regarded as a forbidden heretic by the strong all over the world and was tied to the stake at the stake of judgment. Endless attacks overwhelmed him, but he couldn't mobilize even a trace of resistance. Can only be an endless despair, waiting to be completely wiped out by the world. However, that was an illusion enough to break the mind of any strong person. He hadn't even outlined a complete outline in Lin Mu's mind. The shabby straw hat on his head, under the brim of the hat, a green light flashed away. Praise of abundance. Cleanse. That cold spiritual power, as if illuminated by the noon sun, instantly dissipated without a trace. Lin Mu just frowned slightly. It felt like the air around him fluctuated, like a trivial gust of wind. On the altar, the elegant smile on Xianhuan's face appeared to freeze for the first time. Ha! His invincible spiritual erosion was actually invalid? Is it an illusion? Xianhuan's face changed slightly, and then he increased the output of his spiritual power. No, consistent with the intelligence, this necromancer is really weird. Then start with the maid next to him who looks even more weak. He wants to weave the most primitive and irresistible illusion of desire. Endless wealth, supreme authority, eternal beauty, and the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. He wants this woman to sink completely in the abyss of desire, and then kneel in front of him like a dog. However, in the face of the surging spiritual torrent, Lilith's blue eyes flashed with a hint of extreme contempt and playfulness. It feels like a true god who created the universe. I saw a kindergarten child in front of me, triumphantly showing off the arithmetic problem of 1 + 1 = 2. She ignored Xianhuan. Instead, he turned slightly sideways and bowed gracefully to Lin Mu. In an ethereal and coquettish tone, he asked softly, "Master, this bug is too noisy, can Lilith shut him up?" Lin Mujing was impatient with this boring illusion game, and waved his hand casually when he heard the words, "Quick battle and quick decision." Lilith, who got permission, slowly curled up the corners of her mouth with a cruel and beautiful arc. "Yes, master." She didn't chant any spells, she didn't use any spells, just raised his eyes elegantly, those blue eyes that seemed to contain the entire starry sky. It penetrated many spaces and looked at the thousand illusions on the altar from a distance. Xianhuan was proud, and the demon theater that shrouded the entire valley was shocked. In a flash, all the Dragon Nest members and Yechen who fell into the illusion, the scene in front of them was not shattered. Instead, it was forcibly tampered with by a higher dimensional, more domineering, and completely incomprehensible terrifying will. In front of Shaolai, the evil Lin Mu, who commanded the natural disaster of the undead, suddenly let out a frightened wail and then turned around. Facing Lin Mu in reality, he knelt down on the ground and offered his most humble loyalty. In front of Song Bingyu's eyes, the decaying body of the grandmother instantly regained her kind appearance. She smiled and stroked Song Bingyu's head, said softly, "Good granddaughter, go and admire that adult, he can give us eternal peace." On the throne of the abyss of Yi Chen, that seductive figure suddenly turned into Lin Mu and himself, together with the legendary embers, shadows, vines, and other 9 monarchs, extremely humble, kneeling under the throne, not even qualified to look up. Everyone's inner demons, at this moment, were forcibly reversed into absolute worship and awe for Lin Mu. They woke up suddenly, drenched in cold sweat. Looking at Lin Mu, his eyes were full of fanaticism for the rest of his life and fear from the deepest part of his soul. On the altar, 1,000 illusions seemed to be struck by lightning. Poof! A large mouthful of blood suddenly erupted, and his face was full of horror and disbelief. He found that his control of the illusion was instantly taken away and completely erased. It feels like a website administrator meeting the true god who created the entire internet. He can't even have the idea of resisting. Immediately afterwards, Lilith's domineering will invaded in reverse like a tide, dragged Xianhuan into the deepest and most terrifying illusion in his own heart. In the fantasy world, what he worships is the supreme soul master who regards all living beings as ants. Like a dog, kneeling at Lin Mu's feet, wagging his tail frantically, begging for his master's mercy, and he fought for it all his life, not hesitating to betray all the road to ascension. It was just a bone that Lin Mu casually threw to the soul master. The screen turns again. He went back to when he had just joined the Soul Stealer. In order to gain strength, he lay under a senior, enduring the unbearable humiliation and toying. No, no, no way. This is not true. No one can poke my chrysanthemum. Xianhuan's spiritual defense line was completely crushed at this moment. In extreme fear, he let out a shrill scream that did not sound like a human voice. Holding his head, he rolled wildly on the altar, his ugliness exposed. Lord Soul Lord. Lord Soul Lord is coming. The corpse of the ancient god will wake up. You guys, you will all die. It's all going to die. Just when Lin Mu was about to step forward and put an end to this farce completely, the giant altar made entirely of soul crystals. Click. Suddenly there was an overwhelmed scream. Countless cobweb-like cracks are all over it in an instant. An ancient, evil aura is slowly recovering from under the altar. Xianhuan's crazy scream, which did not resemble a human voice, became the last sound he left to this world. The giant altar under his feet, which was completely made of soul crystals, completely collapsed after letting out an overwhelmed scream. From the depths of the ground, a black mud as sticky as oil rose into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Xianhuan, who had collapsed his mind, had lost even the instinct to escape. Instantly swallowed up by the dark mud, not even a trace of struggling waves could rise. It completely dissolved and turned into the purest energy. A giant arm made of twisted bones and wriggling black tentacles tore through the solid earth and poked out suddenly. Subsequently, a statue was hundreds of meters high, and its form could no longer be described by any known creature. Followed by a behemoth full of blasphemy and horror, slowly crawling out of the ground. Its appearance overshadowed the entire sky. A cold prompt sound exploded in the minds of everyone nearby. Warning! Encounter the world-level boss, the corpse of the contaminated ancient god. Grade? Race? Danger level? Annihilation. The tattoo of the Lich Phalanges blessed by death on Lin Mu's left wrist suddenly came with a sharp tingling sensation, as if warning of something. The body of the ancient god. It emitted a circle of gray and ruined realm aura visible to the naked eye, instantly enveloping the entire valley. Divine corruption. Luo Tian, Xiao Lai, Yi Chen and others were hit hard, and their bodies sank suddenly. On their career panel, all attribute values began to plummet wildly, and were instantly weakened by 90%. Health and mana also began to be continuously lost like a flood that opened the floodgates. A sense of powerlessness and despair from the origin of life instantly overwhelmed them. Damn it! The new guard Yechen let out an extremely unwilling roar. He actually forcibly activated the only remaining abyss power in his body, raised his magic sword, and slashed his strongest blow towards the corpse of the ancient god. However, the pitch-black demonic energy that was enough to tear the space apart. The moment he came into contact with the body of the ancient god, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, was directly absorbed, and not even a ripple was stirred up. On the huge body of the ancient god's corpse, the aura was even stronger because of this. Yi Chen's face was completely replaced by horror and despair. Only Lin Mu was not affected at all because of the purification effect of Straw Hat of the Guardian of Abundance every second, and Lilith didn't even frown. Her blue eyes revealed an extreme disgust, as if she saw some dirty garbage. Master, this is not a true god. Lilith explained to Lin Mu softly. It's just a creature of an extremely high rank, but it has fallen. After falling into this world, it was polluted by a very special law, and eventually became the current tool that is irrational and only has the instinct to destroy. This kind of law, it seems to be of the same origin as the power that seals me. Hearing Lilith's explanation, look at the desperate appearance of the teammates around them. Lin Mu calmly delivered an instruction that made the audience instantly petrified. Lilith, go have fun. Go play. Luo Tian, Xiao Lai, Chen Feng and others almost thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Dog Egg and Suehua are even more frightened. That's a world-level boss. A terrifying existence that can even trigger a warning from the world. He actually dare to treat this monster as a plaything for your maid? Lilith gracefully bowed in acceptance, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a pleasant arc. She took a step forward. Yes, master. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual force that surpassed all the laws of this world turned into substance. The space around her was shattered like a mirror, turning into independent world fragments. In each fragment, it seems to reflect the origin and return of a world. Lilith stretched out her slender jade hand towards the huge ancient god corpse and held it out of thin air. Countless world fragments gathered in an instant, followed by, in front of the corpse of the ancient god, weaving a dream god that is exactly like it, but completely composed of dreams and illusions. The two behemoths instantly launched the most primitive and barbaric hand-to-hand combat. Every collision triggers a violent space shock. That's no longer a skilled bombardment. It is a higher dimensional collision between law and law. Watching Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and others are fascinated, completely immersed in this fairy fight. However, when everyone was drawn to this spectacular battle, Lin Mu's gaze was fixed on a dark heart that was slowly beating, that was occasionally exposed by the corpse of the ancient god due to the battle. He's looking for a fatal weakness where he can hit a single blow. The illusion woven by Lilith is only a temporary creation after all. Under the extremely violent brute force of the corpse of the ancient gods, cobweb-like cracks began to appear. With a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the dream god was torn apart with a bang. Get rid of the entangled corpse of the ancient gods. The huge bloodshot one-eyed eye ignored Lilith, who had a terrifying aura. Directly locked Lin Mu, the only one in the audience who was not affected by his domain. From Lin Mu's body, it felt an aura that made it instinctively feel threatened and extremely longing. The corpse of the ancient god opened its huge feet. Every step shook the mountains, carrying the power to destroy everything, rushing towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu's expression did not change. With the teleportation ability of the space ring, he walks leisurely between the giant palm and the tentacles. It seems thrilling, but in fact, it happens to dodge a fatal attack every time. Lilith snorted softly and shot again. This time, she didn't weave illusions again. Countless laws that govern consciousness, poof, condensed into a series of pitch-black chains visible to the naked eye, accurately restraining the limbs of the ancient god's corpse. Immediately afterwards, she tore the chest of the ancient god's corpse into the air. Laugh. The extremely tough carrion was forcibly torn open with a huge opening. The beating dark heart was completely exposed to Lin Mu. Lilith has been opened. Lilith turned her head and winked mischievously at Lin Mu. Please release it to your heart's content. Lin Mu was greatly shocked by Lilith's tiger and wolf words. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he was embarrassed to start. Bone teeth. The Lich Phalanges tattoo on his left wrist was already hot at the moment. moment. However, at this critical moment, the sky was torn apart by a huge soul crack. A terrifying figure wearing a robe of 10,000 souls wailing, whose aura far exceeded thousands of illusions, and slowly walked out of it. The person who came was the real master of the Soul Stealer, Soul Lord. He let out a wild laugh. Ignoring everyone present, his eyes greedily went straight to the corpse of the ancient god who was being restrained. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for carefully sorting out the ingredients for this seat. Now, this perfect divine body belongs to me. He opened his arms, and a huge soul magic circle covering the entire valley suddenly unfolded. It was actually to forcibly seize this world-destroying body in front of everyone. Within thousands of miles of Kunlun, the minds of all professionals frantically flashed with unprecedented blood-colored warnings at this moment. The world-class event, Gods and Demons Descend, has been triggered. The Soul Lord's extremely rampant laughter echoed throughout the valley. Because of the particularity of his profession and talent, his body has turned into a pure soul body. Under the traction of the huge magic array, it was like a backward meteor. Without hesitation, he rushed into the beating dark heart on the chest of the ancient god's corpse. Master? A trace of doubt flashed in Lilith's eyes. She looked at Lin Mu, ready to tear the soul master who was about to complete the fusion along with the body at any time. Not in a hurry. Lin Mu raised his hand to stop her and motioned for her to take back the chains that bound her. Let him integrate. His eyes were not tense at all, but full of strong interest and inquiry. A rank 5 powerhouse of LV.100 is said to be the upper limit of the level of professionals in this world. I'm curious what kind of surprise the rules of this world will give him when he tries to break through in this way. Lilith instantly understood Lin Mu's intentions, gracefully bowed, recovering all the power of the law. The liberated corpse of the ancient god and the soul body of the soul master instantly merged perfectly. A terrifying aura that far exceeded before, and even made the entire Kunlun mountains tremble violently, broke out. On that huge body, there was an originally empty one-eyed, "Obey orders, my master." At this moment, a scarlet light full of wisdom and tyranny was ignited. The soul master succeeded. He felt the unprecedented power in his body, as if it could collapse the mountains with one punch, and let out an ecstatic roar that shook the sky. I succeeded. I finally surpassed the limits of mortals. I am. However, his ecstasy did not last for 3 seconds. And invisible to the naked eye, originating from the power of special rules at the core of the Blue Star world, like a ruthless sword, it fell with a bang. The soul master found out in horror. He represents the panel of professional identity, which is being forcibly erased by an irresistible force. Occupations, skills, talents, attribute points. Everything that belongs to professionals is in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a completely unfamiliar panel was forcibly imprinted in his mind. Name, Ancient Divine Soul Lord. Level, LV.101. Race, Divine Corrupted Creatures. Danger level, Annihilation. He is no longer a professional. He turned into a monster. No. Why? That's impossible. After a short period of stunning, there was endless rage and madness. The ancient divine soul lord went crazy and wanted to mobilize the professional skills he was once proud of. But he found that those powers had long since left him. All he could use now was the destructive instinct of this huge body, and the tainted divine power. He wasn't really a breakthrough. Lilith explained softly while blowing in Lin Mu's ear. The tone was full of contempt for the soul master. He is more like a super virus that challenges the rules of this world, so the rules choose to format him into a system-approved monster unit with a higher level. Although he has gained power beyond the upper limit of this realm, he has forever lost all possibilities as a human like you, his master. With the complete birth of the ancient god soul lord, this time it is not only within 1,000 miles of Kunlun. The blood-colored warning in the minds of all the professionals of Blue Star flashed wildly again, and the content also changed drastically. The world-class event Gods and Demons Descend has been upgraded to World Destruction Calamity. Warning, LV.101 World Extermination Boss has descended on the Kunlun Mountains. All LV.30 and above professionals will receive coordinate guidance. China, Dragon's Nest Base. Zhao Tai had already received news from the one-armed one-eyed commander of the Demon Suppression Outpost before. He was about to take the fastest magic fighter to Kunlun Mountain, and at this time he personally received this global warning that could be called a doomsday prophecy. Long John's resolute face also showed an extremely solemn expression. Contact your superiors immediately. China, entering the highest state of combat readiness. On the high seas outside of China, the Flash Pillar, mothership of the Free Federation, the Sacred Ark of the Holy Cult Kingdom, which is built entirely of holy light, and the Winter Fortress of the Iron Alliance, which is as ferocious as a steel behemoth. The strategic level aircraft of the world's top powers appeared in the same sea and airspace off China. Confronting each other, the atmosphere is tense. Meanwhile, on the deck of each aircraft there stood a rank 5 powerhouse with a breath as deep as the sea. Their eyes were all staring in the direction of Kunlun Valley. The furious ancient god soul lord vented all his anger and humiliation to Lin Mu and his party who were close at hand. These people are the marks of shame that witnessed his fall from god to monster. Erase. It must be erased. Roar. A pillar of polluting divine light that was as thick as a mountain, containing enough to evaporate the rivers in an instant, shot at Lin Mu and the others. In his opinion, my lord is in front of me. How can I allow miscellaneous and reckless things? A frenzied roar sounded. Yi Chen actually took the initiative to rush up to the devastating pillar of light. He infused all the power of the abyss into the magic sword. With a decisive attitude, brazenly cut out the strongest skills. In the earth-shattering explosion, Yi Chen's figure was like a kite with a broken thread, and it was instantly blown away. Half of his body became bloody and fleshy, and he almost died on the spot. But he really relied on his strong profession and talent to resist the aftermath of this blow and protect Lin Mu, Luo Tian, and others behind him. Magic sword skill, magic shadow splitting sky slash. This scene made everyone look at this new chief guard with gratitude and admiration. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth hooked up a playful arc. He looked at the ancient god Soul Lord with great interest. It is found that the opponent's attack pattern also has a strong divinity. This means that the lich phalanges on his wrist still has fatal restraint against it. All the staff retreated. Lin Mu's voice sounded calmly, but with an unquestionable command. He wants to test it himself. This freshly baked LV.101 world-destroying boss, what kind of quality will it be, and what will it explode? Get your chains ready, don't let him run away. However, at the moment when Lin Mu was about to take action, swish, 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 several equally powerful breaths tore through space and fell from the sky. It turned out to be some of the top Chinese powerhouses with special space props or abilities. Lilith. As soon as I received the warning, I rushed to the scene. The sky above the Kunlun Valley. The space was forcibly torn open with more than a dozen cracks. In the next second, more than a dozen figures stepped out of it. They are all Fortran peak powerhouses above LV.90. It is the pillar of China that can shake one side with a stump. Zhou Pingxia, the principal of Shengjing University, was impressively listed. However, when their eyes touched the LV.101, ancient god Soul Lord, that exuded the aura of destruction. Rao is used to seeing the wind and waves, and they can't help but gasp together, and their scalps are numb. An unlimited, world-destroying monster. It turned out to be true. Damn! Why did monsters of this level appear in Kunlun? When they saw that the person in charge of the overall situation was Lin Mu, a student who looked like he was still milky, the brief shock quickly turned into a natural contempt. Old man Zhou, this is your student at Shengjing Academy? A burly and hot-tempered red-haired old man pointed in Lin Mu's direction and shouted sharply. He is the head of the demon capital Wu family. LV.99's King of Explosive Fighters is only one step away from the 5th rank. This step is the natural moat, and the vast majority of people cannot cross it. A student baby dare to show off in this kind of place? Now, immediately, right away, hand over command. You step back, we will take over here. In an unquestionable commanding tone, he was ready to take over command. However, Lin Mu had not yet spoken. Chen Feng stepped forward, straightened his waist, and raised his chin almost to the sky. He cleared his throat. In a tone that was extremely underbeaten and full of a sense of supreme glory, he announced loudly, "Now read, the first law of the chief battlefield, whoever beats, who dies first. The second law, if you have an opinion, refer to the first one." As soon as these words came out, the audience fell silent. Immediately, a wave of monstrous anger erupted from the dozen or so bosses. How have they ever been so humiliated? Presumptuous. The head of the demon city Wu family trembled with anger, and a flame enough to melt steel ignited in his fist. But after all, he maintains his identity and disdains to take action against a student baby. Little thing, sharp teeth. He pointed to Chen Feng's nose and cursed. Wait for me to deal with this evil beast, and then teach you this group of things that don't know the height of the sky. What are the rules? Zhou Pingxia stood behind the crowd, watching this scene, and sighed helplessly in his heart. Old man Wu, your road is narrow. Not to mention the Chen Feng family, he is my student. You are afraid that he will be too. The ancient god Soul Lord, who was completely ignored, let out an earth-shattering roar. Its scarlet one-eyed eyes flashed with the wisdom and tyranny that belonged to the Soul Master. Being so despised by this new group of ants made it feel humiliated like never before. A breath containing the ultimate pollution divinity, like a gray river bursting its embankment, sweeping towards the group of strong people who had just descended. Roar. Not good. Formation defense. The faces of the 4 peak powerhouses changed drastically. He hurriedly joined forces and laid down more than a dozen of his strongest defense barriers in front of him. The brilliance is bright and the energy is surging. Every barrier is claimed to be able to resist nuclear explosions. However, these are enough defenses to stand out from the crowd in the outside world. In front of LV.101's gray breath, it is as fragile as tissue paper. Laugh. More than a dozen barriers failed to hold on for even 2 seconds, and were instantly penetrated. Several strong people couldn't dodge and were hit by breath on the spot. Half of the body was instantly corrupted, and the flesh and blood melted, revealing the white bones. He let out a terrible scream and fell to the ground from the sky in embarrassment, although the rest avoided the key points. But they are all gray-haired and have a disordered ordered breath. Ah! Their faces were full of horror and disbelief. Only then did I really realize what the horror of the world-level boss meant. They are the masters who call the wind and rain in the outside world. Here, it is really like little Karami. And when all this happens, Lin Mu had already signaled his team and retreated to a safe distance. He hugged his chest with his hands and looked indifferent. It's like watching a farce that has nothing to do with you. He even turned his head sideways with interest and commented softly to Lilith beside him. You see, the corruption efficiency of this breath is much higher than that of the corpse demon's poisonous gas. At the same time, off the coast of China, more than a dozen Chinese Dragon Sparrow magic energy fighters roared into the air. The continuous crackling sound was like a giant hammer smashing a steel plate, causing the eardrums of pedestrians on the ground to buzz and tingle. The fighter plane broke through the speed of sound and soon reached the open sea, hovering over the gathering of foreign professionals. Huge amplified runes on the fuselage. The provisions of the convention on non-entry of the 5 strong persons unnecessarily were played on a loop. Over the sea, the Free Federations, Stormrunner, the Holy Cult Kingdoms, Judgment Angel, and the Iron Alliances, Frost Titan, a rank 5 powerhouse of the world's major forces. The atmosphere was extremely tense with the official 5th rank professionals such as General Dragon War and Sun Lao in China. Dragon War. Bosses above LV.100 are related to the future of the entire Blue Star. Don't want to monopolize your China. Todd Miller, the Stormrunner of the Free Federation, could no longer hold back. The thunder flashed all over his body, turning into a bolt of lightning that tore the sky and brazenly impacted the airspace of China. The figure of the Dragon War Admiral appeared in front of Todd in an instant. The aura of LV.100, Dragon Blood God of War, is in full swing. A punch blasted out, the space shook, and the golden dragon-shaped fist collided fiercely with the violent thunder. The sound of the dragon battle was cold to the bone, spreading throughout the sea. Just say it once, those who cross the line, die. Humph. Seeing that the strong people of various countries are ready to move, the Chinese side is obviously at a numerical disadvantage. At this moment, several more strong aura tore through the space. It was all the 5th rank ancestors of the hidden Chinese family and the top forces. They nodded with Long Zhan and the others. Immediately, they faced foreign enemies together, and the momentum was monstrous. Battle is about to break out. A mysterious golden talisman exuding supreme majesty slowly fell from the clouds. The talisman rose in the wind, blocking the sky and the sun. On it are the ancient Chinese characters of 4 lines of dragons flying and phoenix dancing. In China, the 5th turn is prohibited. Under the 5th turn, you can go freely. At this moment, the aura of horror emanating from it. Let all the rank 5 powerhouses present, whether they are friends or foes, all stand on end, and their souls tremble. This is that adult's handwriting? The ancestor of a certain family in China exclaimed in a trembling voice. I have had the honor of seeing the 5th adult make a move from a distance, and it is indeed his style. Long Zhan felt the terrifying coercion coming from the talisman, and his face showed fanatical excitement. But in his mind, he couldn't help but think of the maid beside Lin Mu, the unbelievably beautiful maid. 2 breaths. Seam. Long Zhan's forehead instantly oozed a layer of fine cold sweat. Then he closed his lips tightly and said nothing. Overseas powerhouses see this, knowing that the most special and unreasonable existence in China has taken action. This is simply not something that human power can fight against. After a short deliberation, they made a decision. Since the 5th rank is forbidden, let them all go and play. Let's join forces. Turn on fixed point teleportation. The sky above the Kunlun Valley. A huge space light door lit up with a bang. More than 100 rank 4 powerhouses from all over the world poured out of them like dumplings. Among them, it includes the uncle of Dog Egg Eric, one of the founders of Wings of Freedom, and the elder of the Tsuhua Miyamoto Chizuru, a great onmyoji who is respected in the Eastern Ing Kingdom. As soon as they appeared, seeing the embarrassment of the Chinese powerhouses below, he immediately let out an undisguised ridicule. Oh, is this the top combat power of China? It's really eye-opening. It seems that without us, they can't even tickle this big guy. Eric's uncle, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes and an arrogant expression, was about to continue mocking. His gaze inadvertently swept to the edge of the battlefield in the distance. Immediately, the smile on his face instantly froze. He sought his nephew Eric, who had high hopes from his family and was known as the future of Wings of Freedom. At this moment, he was like the most humble servant, cowering behind a Chinese teenager, holding a sack for garbage in his hand. The great onmyoji also sought his favorite and proudest disciple Miyamoto Chizuru, was squatting at the feet of a Chinese teenager. Keep your head down and use your own sleeves. Extremely seriously, he wiped the dust off his shoe upper. 2 monstrous angers that are enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. Meanwhile, from the bodies of the 2 foreign powerhouses, it exploded. Eric, you waste. What are you doing? A thunderous roar exploded from the mouth of the blonde middle-aged man, Thunder Lord Barton. He pointed at his own nephew, so angry that he almost burned the space. You are the future of Wings of Freedom. It is the glory of the family, not a slave who carries shoes for the the Easterners. On the other side, the great Onmyoji wearing a hunting suit and holding a folding fan. His eyes were coldly locked on Miyamoto Chizuru, and there were already Shikigami phantoms appearing all over his body. Shinha, it seems that you are outside, and you have forgotten what the rules are. The folding fan in his hand closed with a bang. A terrifying coercion of the peak of the four turns, mixed with the power of the spell, pointed directly at Chinfeng, who had a flattering face. Faced with the thunderous anger of their elders, Eric and Chizuru Miyamoto were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their souls were scattered. They know better than anyone. What a terrifying existence is the young man in front of him, who looks harmless to humans and animals, and the unbelievably beautiful maid beside him. In their opinion, not to mention the fourth turn, even if the fifth turn comes, they have to kneel. Buckle. No, master, stop it. Almost at the same time, the two let out a terrified scream, wanting to remind their elders not to be impulsive. However, it was too late. At that moment when the great Onmyoji spell was about to be completed, Lilith didn't even give a face. It's just that those blue eyes that seemed to contain the sea of stars glanced lightly in their direction with their peripheral vision. A terrifying power that cannot be described in words, transcends the law, and surpasses existence, has descended with a bang. The violent thunder around Patton went out instantly. The spell that was about to be completed in the mouth of the great Onmyoji came to an abrupt end, and the condensed Shikigami phantom collapsed on the spot. The two of them were like falling into an ice cave. Their souls seemed to be held tightly by an invisible big hand, and even their breathing had stopped. The whole body is up and down, shaking uncontrollably like chaff. In a flash, the monstrous anger on their faces was instantly replaced by extreme horror and fear. What kind of power is this? Other overseas powerhouses who did not know the reason saw this. I thought it was the Chinese side secretly doing ghosts, and the crowd was suddenly excited. Despicable Chinese, will you only use this kind of indiscriminate means? Everyone, no need to talk nonsense with them. First join forces to exterminate this boss, and then liquidate them. The temple commander, Alexander of LV.98 of the Free Federation, raised his arms and shouted. Quickly received a response from everyone. A temporary international alliance army composed of hundreds of rank 4 peak powerhouses took shape in an instant. Alexander turned his head, waved his hand arrogantly at Lin Mu and the others with a fly-like look. Little guys, step aside and don't hinder the adults from fighting, so that we don't have to wait for it to be affected, die too ugly, and cause us trouble. When Lin Mu heard this, he really laughed. He turned his head sideways and whispered to Chen Feng beside him. Director Chen, make arrangements. Chen Feng understood, and immediately took a step forward and cleared his throat. In an exaggerated tone like a eunuch reading an imperial edict, he shouted loudly. The chief has an order. Our logistics personnel and non-staff personnel all retreated 500 meters. For international friends who come from afar, free up enough space for the performance venue. Zhou Pingxia and other Chinese masters on the side have already experienced the horror of boss. Seeing this situation, how could he not understand what Lin Mu and others meant? One by one, they retreated calmly, with a look of good play on their faces. Seeing this, the morale of the international coalition was greatly boosted, thinking that the Chinese were afraid. Under Alexander's command, they launched a textbook-perfect charge. Reloads are in front, mages and archers are behind, assassins roam, and priests assist. The formation is flawless and almost impeccable. Oh holy light, sanction this evil thing. Feel the wrath of the frost. The flame dragon roars. For a time, the skills of hundreds of rank 4 powerhouses were brilliant. Like the grandest fireworks festival, it illuminates the entire dim sky. Various forbidden spells, secret combat skills. With the power of destroying the heavens and the earth, it bombarded the ancient god Soul Lord with great precision. However, the scene that happened next made everyone's smiles freeze on their faces. All the attacks that were enough to move mountains and reclaim the sea fell on the ancient god Soul Lord, as if tickling it. The divine corruption field on its body surface was like a bottomless black hole. It actually absorbed all the attack energy and turned it into its own nourishment. The breath of ancient god Soul Lord did not fall but rose. In its scarlet one-eyed eye, the color of tyranny was even more intense, as if laughing at the ignorance of this group of ants. Ancient divine Soul Lord let out a passionate and cheerful roar, as if he had just finished enjoying a sumptuous buffet. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of thick pitch-black tentacles suddenly stretched out from its huge body. These tentacles are like a forest of death sides harvesting life. With a violent posture, he stirred up the perfect formation of the coalition army to pieces. The battle instantly evolved into a one-sided massacre feast. Roar! Help! My leg! No! I don't want to die! The elites of various countries who were invincible before. At this moment, like dumplings, they were easily drawn, penetrated, and devoured by those dark tentacles. The shrill screams were endless, resounding through the valley. Ah! The invincible temple commander, Alexander. An arm was corroded on the spot, holy armor tattered, and a face full of horror and disbelief. He could no longer care about the dignity of any strong man, and he made a desperate plea for help to the Chinese masters who were watching the excitement in the rear. Chinese people, so what are you waiting for? Come Recommends support. This is a crisis for all mankind. You can't die without helping. The one who answered him was the red-haired old man from the Demon City Wu family. I saw him slowly dig out his ears. Then he used all his strength and replied with a full breath. It's dead. Didn't you laugh loudly just now? Why don't you laugh? Ha 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 ha. This sound was full of endless ridicule and cheerful laughter, like the loudest slap. It slammed into the face of every surviving international powerhouse, shattering their dignity. That cheerful laughter was like the loudest slap. It slammed into the face of every surviving international powerhouse, shattering their dignity. In the valley, tentacles danced wildly, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The defense line of the international coalition has completely collapsed. The Thunder Lord, Barton, who was invincible before. At this moment, the right side of his chest was pierced by a pitch-black tentacle, which was nailed to the mountain wall like a rag, and the thunder was dim. The Shikigami of the great Onmyoji had already been devoured. He himself was also cut off by the tentacles, and fell into a pool of blood like a puddle of mud, dying. The shadow of death hangs over everyone's heart. In the face of incomprehensible horror, they finally realize, not to mention swallowing the boss alone, even if the Chinese powerhouses make a move together, the ending will not change in any way. Kunlun Mountain may be the place where their bones are buried. In this endless despair, Barton's mind flashed with the scene of being shocked by Lilith before. With the last bit of strength, he cast his eyes on the Chinese teenager who had a calm face from beginning to end, and even a little bored. That, the little guy he didn't even bother to look at before. This, Excellency. Patton spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse and trembling, using the most respected title in his life. Please, sell. The great Onmyoji also struggled to raise his head, his eyes full of pleading. Lin Mu was unmoved and yawned lazily. Chen Feng once again made a shining appearance. He found a bright yellow magic power amplifier speaker out of nowhere. Clear your throat and face the tragic battlefield. With a condescending gesture, he began his diplomatic rhetoric. Ahem. Hyundai Watch Chief Task Force Logistics Support Department, and the only designated person in charge of the Loot Recovery Division, and the director of the International Bait Management Office, announced the recruitment conditions of the chief. Chen Feng's voice, through the blessing of the speaker, clearly spread throughout the valley. The chief has an order. Our team is still missing a few lackeys. Those who want to survive only need to meet one thing: hand over all the equipment and props on their bodies as a supernumerary entry management fee. These words, like thunder in 9 days, exploded in the minds of every surviving international powerhouse. This is no longer humiliation. This is to trample them and the dignity of the country behind them under their feet and crush them a few more times. Bastard, you actually went to beg a group of children? The surviving temple commander, Alexander, roared at Barton with an angry face. Patton, are you crazy? Barton didn't dare to explain, but with all his might, he let out an unwilling and desperate roar. I agree. He became the first to agree to pay the protection fee. Patton, you. Alexander wanted to reprimand angrily, but was stopped by Patton with his eyes. Barton spoke with his lips and spat out a few words silently. That woman. Eyes. Alexander instantly remembered the strange stiffness of Barton and the great Onmyoji just now, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Don't. At the moment when he was stunned, the great Onmyoji, who also experienced the horror of Lilith, also nodded, humiliated in order to survive. I also agreed. Dominoes, knocked down. On the one hand, there is death, and on the other hand, there is humiliation that is even more cruel than death. After another rank 4 powerhouse was swept into the air by the tentacles, screaming and turning into blood, all the surviving strong people completely collapsed their psychological defenses. I agree too. The instinct to survive overwhelms everything. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Dog Egg, Suihua, go collect the account. Eric and Miyamoto Chizuru quickly stepped forward and began to collect all the equipment from their former seniors. There are even several legendary items that emit brilliant golden light. Chen Feng took the sack handed over by Eric and dumped the equipment inside to the ground like garbage. While picking and choosing, he kept muttering in his mouth. Very good. This shield is in good condition. The chief lacks an ashtray, that's it. This sword is too ugly, and the luster is not good, so it can only be used as the chief's footpad. Oh, legendary robe? I can barely use Miss Lilith as a footcloth. Every word is like a knife, piercing the hearts of those strong people. After everyone has completed this humiliating onboarding procedure, Lin Mu finally slowly stood up straight. He glanced at the battlefield with heavy casualties and the boss whose aura rose again. Speak calmly. The warm-up is over. It's time to do it. The eyes of all the surviving masters at home and abroad are focused on this. As a student, how can he fight against this LV.101 world-destroying monster? Patton and Abe Saimai were full of doubts. Why didn't that woman make a move? Lin Mu did not summon an army of the undead, and he did not even raise his staff. He just slowly raised his right hand and pointed his sword. Under the eyes of everyone, his thin lips opened lightly and he spat out 2 words indifferently. In a flash. Teeth come. Those 2 words are light and fluttering, as if they can be blown away by a gust of wind. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. In the valley, Suddenly, there was a dead silence. Whether it is an international powerhouse who is fighting a bloody battle, or a Chinese master watching the battle from the rear, the same expression appeared on their faces. Absurd. An extreme, indescribable sense of absurdity. Tooth. Come? The red-haired old man from the demon capital Wu family twitched the corners of his mouth violently, almost thinking that he had auditory hallucinations. This kid, isn't he scared stupid? Does he think this is a movie? Thunder Lord Barton was already nailed to the mountain wall, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He felt that this was simply an insult to his IQ. Facing this world-destroying monster that even their hundreds of rank 4 peaks could not shake. This oriental teenager. To use such an understatement to say such a strange instruction? What does he want to do? Use your teeth to bite this monster to death? Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. With Lin Mu as the center, the earth soaked with blood and corpses under his feet began to tremble wildly and violently. Immediately afterwards, there were endless pure white bone teeth flashing with a cold glow, like iron filings attracted by a strong magnet, breaking through the ground. Lack 900,000 terrifying bone teeth strengthened by lich phalanxes. However, the next second, in just 1 second, all of them gushed out. They rotated high speed in the air, converging into a pure white pillar of deathlight. The surface of the pillar of light was also wrapped with wisps of deep black energy that represented the origin of death, and even light could swallow it. That aura made the souls of all the rank 4 peak powerhouses present freeze for it. This is what? 500,000, 900,000. Alexander's pupils trembled, his mouth opened unconsciously, and he couldn't even say a full sentence. The white pillar of light does not give anyone time to think. It came first with a gesture that surpassed lightning and even ignored the distance of space. In an instant, it bombarded the dark heart that was beating violently in the ancient god Soul Lord. Puff! There was only a soft sound like a hot knife cutting into butter. The damage of bone teeth is against the sky, coupled with the effect of lich phalanx, increasing the damage by 90%, and the BUG, Divinity Devour, passive. It was triggered at the same time at this moment. Deal 1000% additional true damage to divinity targets. Under this set, even if it is not counted as poisonous damage, the total amount of damage in an instant has reached a terrifying 153 trillion. The ancient divine soul lord body surface layer is enough to absorb all energy, divine corruption, field. There were no earth-shattering explosions. After coming into contact with this pure power of the origin of death, it was like gasoline that was instantly ignited, and a violent reverse detonation occurred. Roar, awe, a mournful sound to the extreme, not at all like the wailing that a creature can make. It broke out from the mouth of the ancient divine soul lord. In this wailing, it is not a pure beastly roar. Instead, it is full of endless pain unique to intelligent creatures belonging to the soul lord, as well as unwillingness and horror. Its huge body as a mountain starts from the heart. It was disintegrated inch by the pure white pillar of deathlight from the inside out. Flesh, bones, divinity, soul. Everything was silently annihilated in this pillar of deathlight, turning into the most primitive particles. A lot of colorful equipment and props were left on the ground, the lowest of which was purple. Especially the bright red in the middle is particularly dazzling. Just 3 seconds. That one just overwhelmed the audience, bringing endless despair to the LV.101 World Annihilation boss. It's like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. Completely disappeared from this world. Not even a trace of ash remained. The entire Kunlun Valley fell into deathly silence again. Whether it is the strong in China or the strong abroad, it is as if they have been collectively used petrification at this moment. One by one, they maintained a stunned posture, frozen place, and their brains went blank. Their worldview was completely shattered at this moment, and then crushed into powder. It is simply incomprehensible. I don't want to understand. A student who looks no more than 20 years old. How to kill all of them in seconds with a light blow, a world-destroying monster that cannot be shaken by joining forces. Snap. The red-haired old man of the demon capital Wu family had the bottle of precious healing potion used to save his life in his hand, slipped from his trembling fingers and smashed to pieces. He didn't realize it, just stared at Lin Mu. There was a strange clucking sound in his throat, like a chicken strangled by his neck. Zhou Pingxia at the back of the crowd smiled bitterly and shook his head and sighed long. He knew that his student was a monster, but he didn't expect that he had become a monster to a level that even he couldn't imagine. Dog Egg Eric and Suewa Chizuru Miyamoto looked at each other. Forthwith, the faces of the two of them invariably appeared a kind of aftermath of the catastrophe, mixed with morbid fanaticism. They felt unprecedented joy and excitement for their original wise and martial decision to surrender. In the eyes that looked at Lin Mu, there were no more distracting thoughts. Only the purest, most primitive reverence for the gods remains. After a short dead silence, Lilith stood behind Lin Mu, looking at the grand scene caused by the master's casual blow. Those blue eyes are full of pleasure and obsession, as if admiring the most perfect work of art. And as the initiator of all this, on Lin Mu's career panel, the experience bar is at an unprecedented crazy speed. Like riding a rocket, it skyrocketed. Congratulations on successfully barely killing the LV.101 World Annihilation boss Ancient God Soul Lord. Gain experience points 999999999. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.37. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.38. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.45. A series of crisp and pleasant system prompt sounds, like the most beautiful symphony. It rang out one after another in Lin Mu's mind. Eventually, when the huge amount of experience was finally digested, his level, directly from LV.36, soared all the way to LV.45. 3 turns away, only the last 5 levels left. The world-class event World Catastrophe is over. Personal contribution is being counted. The final reward will be distributed to your personal storage space independently according to your contribution. In the dead atmosphere of the audience, Chen Feng held the bright yellow magic loudspeaker, patted it hard, and tried the sound check. The harsh sound of electric current woke everyone up from their petrified state. He cleared his throat. In an extremely arrogant and official tone, he began his wonderful post-war summary. First of all, let us use the warmest applause to thank international friends from all over the world. Thank them for coming all the way to provide a wonderful warm-up program for our chief's performance. Now, I announce, after the research and decision of the director of the Logistics Support Department of the Chief Task Force, the only designated person in charge of the Loot Recovery Office, and the director of the International Bait Management Office, I officially approve all the surviving international friends to become the honorable trainee lackeys under the chief. Alexander was seriously injured. Hearing these words, he was so angry that he spurted out another mouthful of old blood on the spot, rolled his eyes, and almost fainted directly. The rest of the international powerhouses were also pale and angry, but they couldn't even say a word of rebuttal. Chen Feng was very satisfied with this. He slowly turned the horn, and he aimed the horn at the red-haired old man of the demon capital Wu family not far away. Hey, that red-haired old man. Poof. Chen Feng's tone suddenly became extremely sincere, even with a hint of curiosity. Didn't you say before that you have to teach us these little things well? What are the rules? Now that the boss is over, look, can we start? The head of the Demon City Martial Arts, the LV.99, explosive king of fighters. His whole body trembled violently, his teeth rattled, and his old face instantly turned pig liver color, almost blending with his red hair. Teaching rules? He had witnessed with his own eyes how the pure white pillar of light that ran through the heavens and the earth could wipe out the world-destroying boss as easily as dust. He also knew very well that he was not even a speck of dust in front of that force. All pride, qualifications, and identities have become a big joke at this moment. In the end, the monstrous grievances turned into endless depression and fear. He swallowed the bad breath that came to his mouth abruptly. I can't say a word. This scene made all the Chinese powerhouses present feel a strange pleasure with a tingling scalp. Okay, Chen Feng, say a few words. Zhou Pingxia, the principal of Shengjing Academy, finally stood up and shook his head at Chen Feng with a wry smile. Immediately, he turned to the head of the Wu family and the others and winked. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes, and there was also a hint of unquestionability. As if to say, stop asking for boredom, times have changed. Zhou Pingxia walked not far from Lin Mu and took a deep look at this student who he couldn't see through at all. Sighed, acquiescing that Lin Mu had the absolute right to speak here. Chen Feng still had some respect for Principal Zhou, smiled, and put away his horn triumphantly. He hooked his fingers angrily at Eric and Shizuru Miyamoto not far away. Dog egg, Suehua, what are you still stunned for? Didn't you see the chief's loot still thrown on the ground? Sloppy, clean the battlefield. Yes, Director Chen. The two immediately rushed towards the large pile of equipment that Ancient God Soul Lord burst out, their eyes flashing with morbid fanaticism. Among the colorful equipment, an item that emitted a bright red light was the most dazzling. The two of them didn't even dare to look at the attributes, so they carefully picked it up and presented it to Lin Mu as soon as possible. All the professionals involved in this world-class event sounded in their minds, and the final system announcement sounded. World announcement: the world-class event World Disaster has ended, the personal contribution has been settled, and the rewards have been distributed to the storage space. In Lin Mu's storage space, there was a flash of brilliance. In addition to the mythical red item of the boss, there are 2 more items out of thin air, 1 red and 1 gold. It was at this moment. The golden talisman that covered the sky and the sun and the sea off the coast of China actually ignored the distance of space, tore through the void, and descended directly on the sky above the Kunlun Valley. Meanwhile, a supreme coercion that was even more powerful than Ancient Divine Soul Lord fell with a bang. Poof, poof. In the valley, all the 4 strong players, regardless of whether they are inside or outside, all of them had weak legs and could no longer stand. Kneeling on the ground in unison, his face full of horror and fear. Sudden change. Even Principal Zhou Pingxia is not spared. However, this terrifying coercion, which was enough to crush the rank 4 powerhouses, was like a spring breeze blowing on his face, perfectly avoiding Lin Mu and Lilith and others. Under the limelight, the huge golden talisman shrank sharply, then slowly floated down, and finally hovered in front of Lin Mu. On the talisman, the original words in China, the 5 turns are forbidden rippled like water waves and gradually disappeared. 2 lines of brand new handwriting slowly emerged. People in the abyss should not walk in the world. Take this thing into the Tower of Babel and see me. Lilith's blue eyes always have a hint of laziness and playfulness. The moment I saw the talisman, I showed a hint of curiosity for the first time. She leaned slightly sideways and leaned close to her ear, followed by, in a voice that only Lin Mu could hear, he whispered in his ear, "Master, this power. Very strange. It is completely different from the various powers I am familiar with, but it is definitely a relatively advanced form of energy, no worse than the so-called divine power of ordinary people. However, he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions." Lin Mu was surprised when he heard this. He greeted the golden talisman that was slowly falling. In the awe-inspiring gaze of the crowd, he stretched out his hand. The moment your fingertips touched the talisman, the terrifying coercion that was enough to crush the rank 4 powerhouses receded like a tide. The light of the talisman was restrained. It turned into a golden token with a simple shape and warm tentacles, lying quietly in his palm. On the front of the token, 2 ancient characters are engraved with dragons and phoenixes. 5th. Lin Mu threw the token casually. He looked up at the blue sky where the talisman had disappeared, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a playful arc. He whispered to himself, but his voice was neither loud nor small, just enough for every survivor in the valley to hear clearly. "Want to see me? Okay. Be sure to prepare a greeting gift." As soon as these words came out, it was like dropping a depth charge on a calm lake. Because the coercion dissipated, Zhou Pingxia and the others, who slowly got up, almost jumped out of their throats, and almost knelt down collectively. They trembled, looking at Lin Mu's eyes, which could no longer be described as shocked. It was a kind of look at a madman. 5th adult. He dared to put on conditions with the 5th adult. Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. The red-haired old man of the Demon City martial arts said to himself tremblingly. The blood on his face faded, leaving only endless paleness. Zhou Pingxia endured the trembling of his soul and struggled to explain to Lin Mu. "Lin Mu, don't be rude. This is the 5th Wei Feng. It is the true patron saint of our China." What the 5th adult awakened was a cultivator, profession that he had never seen before. Although it is also a 5th rank LV.100, its real combat power has surpassed that of the 5th rank decades ago. He is the supreme being of the divine dragon who sees the beginning and the end. It is said that he left the Tower of Babel more than 10 years ago and has never appeared again, but he didn't expect to be for you, and today this lady made an exception. Cultivator? When Lin Mu heard these 3 words, a trace of inexplicable brilliance flashed in his eyes. In his distant hometown, this is almost familiar. Unexpectedly, this world really exists. Inexplicably, there was a hint of excitement in his heart. Lin Mu was unconcerned about Zhou Pingxia's shock. He put away the token and turned his gaze to the loot not far away. Dog Egg, Suehua. Director, Eric and Chizuru Miyamoto are excited. Quickly classified all the loot and respectfully presented it to Lin Mu. Lin Mu glanced at it and casually pocketed a few legendary pieces of equipment. Then, like distributing candy, he casually threw the remaining equipment to Chen Feng, Luo Tian, Xiao Lai and others. "You can divide these." He picked 2 more pieces of purple equipment of good quality and threw them to Eric and Chizuru Miyamoto. "You 2 are doing well this time. This is the salary. The mission is over. You can roll back." "Thank you. Thank you, Chief." The 2 were flattered, holding their equipment, and their loyalty exploded again. After this trip, Lin Mu didn't bother to pursue their rudeness when they first met. The 2 followed their respective elders. After bowing deeply to Lin Mu, he left this sad place in embarrassment and regret. Zhou Pingxia also said goodbye to Lin Mu and others, preparing to return to Shengjing. The Dragon's Nest team is preparing to return to the Demon Suppression outpost to end this thrilling special training camp. "Master." Lin Mu originally planned to let Yi Chen, who had been silent, leave first, but he suddenly knelt down on one knee, his forehead pressed against the ground. "Please allow Yi Chen to follow you to Babel. Clear all obstacles for you." Lin Mu glanced at him and nodded faintly. He doesn't mind having one more subordinate who is not bad. Lilith reminded. "Master, that Babel Tower may be the trap set by the 5th Guard Wind specially for people outside the boundary like me." Although her tone was a reminder, her eyes were full of casualness, and she didn't take the so-called trap seriously at all. At this moment, Lin Mu's communicator rang, which was an emergency communication from General Longzhan. "Lin Mu, what happened to Kunlun?" "Yes." Longzhan's tone was full of unprecedented solemnity and eagerness. "Oh, it's nothing. I solved the world-destroying boss with ease." Lin Mu responded lightly. "Then a man named 5th Wei Feng gave me a token and asked me to go to Babel to meet him." On the other end of the phone, there was a minute of dead silence. In the end, only a word with endless complex emotions came. "Go back to the base first, and after resting, I will personally send you there." After dealing with all the matters, Lin Mu and his party stopped staying and walked in the direction of the outpost. As soon as I arrived at the outpost, I saw the chief instructor Zhao Tai, who had been waiting for a long time. Everyone boarded the transport plane and prepared to return to the Dragon's Nest base. Only this time, there was an additional magic swordsman in the the teen with fanatical eyes and a cold breath. In the northwest of China, the Longling Mountains, next to the Shengxian Terrace at the top of the main peak of Taibai Mountain, a magnificent tower that soared into the sky stood abruptly there. The tower is surrounded by clouds and mist, which is quite immortal. This kid, how many years have I been in the poor Taoist priesthood, and I have never seen anyone who dares to talk to me like this. A Taoist priest with crane hair and a childlike face and a dusty temperament sighed to the boy next to him with a smile. The boy immediately leaned over and saluted respectfully. Real person, it has been at least 40 years since you defeated the white-skinned foreigner Vospage with one move. Yes, this kid is to my liking, so I must prepare a meeting gift for him. Xingyue, go down the mountain and buy me some happy water. I haven't come back in the past few years. I want to drink it a long time ago. Remember to buy more with group purchase coupons. Return to the Xian Bird Magic Energy Transport Plane at the Dragon's Nest Base. The top group of Tianzhou in China, Luo Tian, Shaolai, Songbingyu and others. At this moment, they were all like eggplants beaten by frost, one by one with their heads lowered and silent. Their pride was crushed after the trip to Kunlun, leaving not even a trace of ashes. Occasionally, they would use a complicated look to secretly glance at the boy who was closing his eyes to recuperate. In the entire cabin, only 2 people are exceptions. Chief, no hello, this is my treasured 82-year-old chilled happy water, specially prepared for you. Chen Feng is like the most loyal personal eunuch. With a flattering face, he respectfully handed a bottle of cold drink to Lin Mu. Another. It was like a dark sculpture, standing quietly beside Lin Mu. The cold aura belonging to the Abyss Demon Swordsman on his body caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees, but his eyes always looked at Lin Mu's side face reverently, as if there was his only faith in this life. Lin Mu ignored the disturbances of the outside world. His consciousness has long been immersed in his storage space, taking stock of the shocking harvest of this trip to Kunlun. First of all, it was the item that exploded after killing the ancient god Soul Lord, emitting a bright red light. Heart of God, unranked ornament, red, all attributes plus 100. Effect 1, Divine Pollution. All your attacks will have the effect of true penetration, damage caused by your own attacks to non-divine targets, plus true damage. For example, the physical or fire damage that was originally 100 will not be reduced by physical defense and fire resistance with Divinity Penetration. 100 is 100. Effect 2, Divine Body. Increases maximum health by 1000%, defense by 1000%, and resistance to all negative states by 1000%. Good thing. Worthy of mythical equipment. Lin Mu's eyes fell on the independent rewards issued by the system after the settlement of world-class events. 2 special items that emit a red and a golden light, and the legendary skill book. Fragments, LV.100, red. A fact? The corners of Lin Mu's mouth rose slightly. Lin Mu said secretly in his heart, this item seems to be more precious and mysterious than Heart of God. He had a faint premonition. This thing may help him touch the deepest secrets of this world in the future. Next, the event rewards the golden legendary prop. It was a scroll with a small countdown in the lower right corner of the icon. 71 hours 18 minutes and 34 seconds. It's interesting. Career Advanced Exemption Scroll, limited time item, gold. The parentheses are not descriptions, just like the equipment in the game, and the colors are intuitively visible. An extremely special scroll, used after receiving the job transfer task, can exempt the current career advancement task and directly complete the job transfer. 3 turns and below. He is now LV.45, only 5 levels away from the 3rd turn. With this scroll, he can save a lot of time doing tasks and directly enter the ranks of rank 3 powerhouses. The 3-day countdown was not a problem at all. He let go of the brush. It didn't take so long. The transport plane slowly landed on the secret apron of the Dragon's Nest base. General Long Zhan and Chief Instructor Zhao Tai were already waiting here. Their expressions are extremely complicated. Lin Mu's eyes lit up instantly, especially Long Zhan. When his eyes fell on Lin Mu, there is no longer the kind of scrutiny of juniors before. Instead, it is a way to look at the same level, or even the solemnity that only exists when a higher level exists. Soon, Long Zhan had no unnecessary nonsense, and directly took Lin Mu to a highest specification encrypted conference room. Yechen was politely invited to the lounge by Zhao Tai. As for Lilith, he really didn't dare to invite it. In the conference room, there were only Long Zhan, Lin Mu, and Lilith. Everything that happened in Kunlun Valley, Principal Zhou has told me everything. Long Zhan's voice had a hint of dryness that even he hadn't noticed. Follow me. He glanced at Lilith cautiously, stared at Lin Mu again, as if he wanted to see something from his face. I just want to confirm one thing. That pillar of light, was it really released by you? Lin Mu pulled away the chair, sat down casually, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. One word, an understatement. But it made Long Zhan, the 5th rank, dragon blood god of war, feel that his heart was being held hard by an invisible big hand, and his breathing was stagnant. He was silent for a long time, and finally let out a long breath of turbidity as if to spit out all the shock and absurdity in his heart. This is the information you want. Long Zhan pushed an encrypted data disk in front of Lin Mu. Some of the lost fragments of the sacred book of Sargeras are recorded in it, but we don't know the rest of the fragments. However, one may know. Looking at Lin Mu's puzzled eyes, Longjun continued. Fifth Wei Feng Lord. Lin Mu's face was full of surprise, but it just so happens to be the same as his destination. Lin Mu put away the data disk, stood up, and prepared to leave. Please send me the location of the Babel Tower. You have a good rest. I will personally send you there tomorrow. Longjun almost blurted out. Lin Mu nodded and walked out of the conference room in style. Longjun looked at his departing back. Very good. Opened his mouth, and in the end he could only turn into a helpless wry smile. He knows that in the near future, the pattern of China, and even the whole world, will be completely changed because of this teenager. It's okay. The base arranged a residence for Yechen. Lin Mu returned to his exclusive suite. Lilith and Yechen were already waiting at the door. Lilith gracefully pushed the door open for him. Lin Mu didn't speak, went straight to the carpet in the center of the room, and sat down cross-legged. He took out the Heart of God, which exuded an ominous aura, and suspended it in the palm of his hand. Obey, master. Lilith was quiet, guarding Lin Mu's side, but her eyes kept staring at him obsessively. Lin Mu closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the talent panel. Master. The invisible power of describing the tamperer instantly enveloped the heart of the god. Lin Mu's consciousness fell on the Heart of God, suspended in the palm of his hand. The invisible power of describing the tamper instantly described its deepest level and completely gained insight. Lilith, guard. Heart of God, unranked ornament, red, all attributes plus 100. Effect 1, divine pollution. All your attacks will have the effect of true penetration, damage caused by your own attacks to non-divine targets, plus true damage. Effect 2, divine body, increases maximum health by 1000%, defense by 1000%, and resistance to all negative states by 1000%. This mythical accessory is enough to defy the sky, but in his eyes, there is still a huge room for improvement. Almost without thinking, he began to make drastic changes to this mythical creation. Change, increase the upper limit of health by 1000% to increase the upper limit of health by 9000%. Change defense increased by 1000% to defense increased by 9000%. Change all negative state resistance increased by 1000% to all negative state resistance increased by 9000%. With the last modification completed, Heart of God burst out with an unprecedented bright red light, almost reflecting the entire suite in a bloody color. But in just 1 second, all the light was restrained again, and it returned to its simple and unpretentious appearance. Lin Mu did not hesitate at all and directly equipped it. A majestic force that cannot be described in words instantly melted into his limbs. He could clearly feel that his origin of life was skyrocketing wildly at an incredible speed. It was an unprecedented sense of solidity and heaviness. It seemed that from this moment on, he was no longer a fragile mage, but an immortal mountain capable of shaking the gods. He immediately opened his career panel. Level, LV.45, EXP, 26450/343 million, HP, 228410/228410, Mana, 378000/378000, 90 times the super magic source, Strength, 120, Straw Hat plus 3, Agility, 159, Boots plus 5, Space Ring plus 15, Void Cloak plus 12, Straw Hat plus 3, Intelligence, 420, Whispering Ring plus 5, Bone Staff plus 25, Straw Hat plus 25, Phalanges plus 30, Phalanges trigger a stat increase, Constitution, 251, Chest Armor plus 3, Necklace plus 2, Whispering Ring plus 5, Void Cloak plus 10, Straw Hat plus 25, Phalanges trigger an attribute increase, Name, Lin Mu, Abyss, Occupation, Necromancer, Free attribute points, 45, Skill points, 9, Defense and resistance are not shown. With up to 220,000 health and super high defense, Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Now, he can proudly declare, he is a undead giant tank whose blood volume and defense far exceed those of the same level, Shield Guard. Then, he examined the Career Advancement Exemption Scroll. This scroll is a limited time item, and he has no intention of modifying it. Even if the transfer limit is changed to 5 ranks, 3 days is not enough for him to rise to that many levels. It is meaningless. Unless you sell it, you can get a huge amount of money. However, Lin Mu finally decided, this scroll is just right to keep it for 3 turns. Night fell. In the independent private room specially provided by the Dragon's Nest base restaurant, the atmosphere is a little subtle. Yechen quickly finished pulling a bowl of rice, like a silent sculpture, standing respectfully behind Lin Mu, ignoring the delicacies on the table. Lilith, on the other hand, had a smile on her lips. Fork up a piece of the most tender tenderloin and elegantly hand it to Lin Mu's mouth. Master, ah. Lin Mu opened his mouth to eat under Yi Chen's gaze. A meal ends in this strange atmosphere of dull respect and ambiguous feeding. Back to the premier suite. Lin Mu lay on the soft big bed, ready to wait for the talent to be refreshed at midnight. However, he did not notice. Lilith, who was standing quietly on the side, was shining with a light called hunting in her blue blue eyes. She felt that tonight was an excellent time. It's time to carry out the plan that has been brewing in her heart for a long time. Lilith didn't act directly. She just undisguised that layer of fragile disguise that bound her abyssal lord's essence. A charming aura derived from the most instinctive nature of life, like mercury pouring into the ground, instantly filled the entire room. This is not any charm type skill or spell, but as a dream weaver, her existence itself is the most extreme attraction to the opposite sex. Lin Mu, who was closing his eyes to recuperate, his heart jumped suddenly. He felt his blood flow speeding up and his breathing becoming rapid. The determination of the two lifetimes is as fragile as a piece of tissue paper in the face of this temptation derived from the origin of life. He tried to meditate, forcing himself to calm down. In a flash, however, he found that Angelina's snow-white figure uncontrollably appeared in his mind and then was quickly replaced by Lilith's more perfect and seductive curves. The heart ape is a horse, and it is impossible to be calm at all. Just when he was in a state of turmoil, a warm breath with a hint of sweetness gently blew in his ears. At some point, Lilith had quietly come to his bedside and leaned down slightly, whispered in his ear with an ethereal and slightly hoarse voice that was enough to drive any male creature crazy. "Master, you seem nervous? Need Lilith, can you relax?" Lin Mu opened his eyes suddenly. He tried to use the majesty of a master to order the daring maid to step down, but it caught my eye. But it was Lilith's blue eyes that seemed to be able to devour souls as deep as a sea of stars, and the lazy smile on the corner of her mouth that the plan succeeded. Lin Mu felt a little dry in his throat. Lilith slowly lifted the corner of the quilt and sat gracefully on the edge of the bed. The silk dressing gown on her body, because of this simple action, accidentally slipped off her round fragrant shoulders, revealing a large area of reverie white snow. She didn't seem to notice, but her red lips opened lightly. Her breath was like an orchid, and she whispered softly, "The master's bed is so soft." Lin Mu's brain was blank. He felt that his last line of sanity was about to collapse completely. Lilith's fingers, as white as jade, is slowly reaching towards himself. The night is quiet and ambiguous. Lin Mu forced himself to close his eyes. However, the enchanting aura that lingered on the tip of his nose, as if it could penetrate into the depths of his soul, was like a maggot attached to the bone, which made him feel disturbed. Lin Mu's body stiffened suddenly. At some point, Lilith had already leaned down and gently removed the robe that had not yet been taken off for Lin Mu. The fabric cuts over the skin, with a hint of coolness to the touch. But Lilith's fingertips were inadvertently touched, but it was like hot oil poured on a fire, continuing to arouse the heat in his body. Her movements are gentle and delicate, as if she is treating one of the most precious works of art in the world. Exhaling like an orchid, the warm breath blew on Lin Mu's auricle. He had a layer of fine goosebumps all over his body. Master, are you moved?" The corner of Lilith's mouth curled up a shallow smile. She liked to see this forever calm and indifferent master look so embarrassed. This made her feel that the distance between herself and her master was a little closer. Lin Mu did not answer. "I shout in my heart, don't dare to move, dare not move, dare not move." He gritted his teeth, trying to hide his already turbulent heart with silence. Seeing Lin Mu silent, Lilith was not annoyed. "Master, look at me." She slowly straightened up, and under Lin Mu's gaze, she slowly untied the silk laces. Without restraint, the dressing gown continued to slide down like water. An existence that is more perfect than any creation in the world, just like that, unreservedly, presented in front of Lin Mu's eyes. The two peaks of Wangu and Taihang. Even if Yugong came in person, he would definitely be reluctant to remove them. The air in the room seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. Lilith slowly approached, slightly raising her beautiful face that was enough to sink the gods. In the blue eyes, it seems that there is a river of stars and rippling water. She opened her red lips lightly and asked softly, in a voice that was enough to drive any male creature completely crazy, "Master, everything about Lilith is yours. Now, need Lilith to serve?" This sentence matches the very impactful picture in front of you. It was like a thunderstorm in the 9 heavens. Instantly broke the last string of reason in Lin Mu's mind. He could no longer hold back. Lin Mu suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled it over. Lilith's blue eyes flashed with just the right amount of astonishment. But the astonishment, which lasted less than a second, turned into endless joy and obsession. Lin Mu lowered his head, the corners of his mouth, and a domineering smile. His voice was particularly hoarse because it had been suppressed for a long time. "Remember, you are my maid. Meal should also be led by the host." Lin Mu kissed him directly. The astonishment in Lilith's eyes completely turned into endless obedience and fanaticism. "No," she responded proactively. "In the room, the breath of death and the law of the abyss. At this moment, there is no longer a distinction between each other. The night is getting darker." After several earth-shattering battles, the words did not fall. The hands of the clock finally point to midnight at midnight. Lin Mu's talent was successfully refreshed. He endured physical exhaustion and great mental satisfaction, and was ready to start a new day of revisions. He had just sat cross-legged, ready to sink into his mind. Behind him, a soft and delicate body was attached again. Lin Mu sighed helplessly. Resist the urge to fight for another 300 rounds. bones. Focus your thoughts on your skill bar. After a quick operation, all the skills were modified. Resuscitation Skeleton, level 9 consumes 499950 mana and summons 99,990 steel skeletons with full steel armor and steel spears from nothingness to fight for you by guiding multiple extremely strong breaths of death. Upper limit, 99999. 3 modifications to the number of summons. However, Resuscitation Skeleton Shooter, level 7 consumes 39960 mana. By channeling a number of special breaths of death, summon 9,900 groups of skeleton heavy artillery equipped with towed howitzers from nothingness to fight for you. Can switch between cannon armor-piercing shells and howitzer high-explosive shells, extremely fast movement speed, extremely fast attack speed, extremely large hit range, and extremely high damage. Maximum quantity, 9999. Consume 1 skill point to upgrade, modify the number of summons twice, and modify the upper limit once. Resurrection Corpse Demon, level 3 consumes 100 mana, summons the Corruption Corpse Demon with the power of death, extremely fast, extremely high attack, and extremely strong defense. Each attack has a 99% chance to deal 99,999 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. 3 modifications to poisonous wounds. Revive Skeleton Mage, level 5 consumes 990 mana, summons 900 skeleton mages from the void to fight for you by channeling the breath of death, and randomly masters fire dragon combos, bursting glaciers, and thunderstorm clouds. When skeleton mages of different elements attack the same target, trigger elemental resonance, deals 950% additional damage to the target with a cast interval of 10 seconds, and the maximum number is 999. Modify the number of summons once, modify the upper limit twice. Death Harvest, swing the giant scythe, dealing 999% ATK physical and shadow damage to the fan-shaped area in front of you, with a bleeding effect equal to 9% of actual damage for 9 seconds. Cool for 15 seconds. Death Blossom, the undead bone dragon spits out death dragon breath 90 meters in front of it, causing 99% of attack power per second shadow damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown for 55 seconds. Modified the first skill range and cooldown, modified the second skill range. Bone Fawn, level 9 consumes 900007 mana, directs death energy, summons 900,000 poison-stained sharp teeth from the bones of the dead buried deep underground, stabbing into the linear area in front of them at the speed of light. Each bone tooth deals 999 by 900 physical damage, and 9 poison damage per second for 9/4 of an hour. Original damage of 3 modifications, 900 by 100. Bone Spur Impact, level 1 consumes 30 mana, injects death energy into the ground in front of you, and releases a gushing jagged, sharp bone spur in a rectangular area of 2 by 9. Deals 975 by 980 physical and shadow damage to enemies within range. Cooldown, 8 seconds. Modified length, and 2 damage. Death Prayer, level 5 consumes 300 mana, plays the ultimate movement of the dead with majestic death energy, lingers around the summon, stimulates the potential of the summon, and increases attack, defense, and speed by 1,000,000%. Gives the summon unquenchable soulfire status. If the summon is destroyed during the skill, it will revive in place with 99% health after 1 second. Duration, 9/4 of an hour. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Resurrection Death Knight, level 1 consumes 500 mana. In the name of the king, awaken the Death Dragon Knight who rules the battlefield from the world of death to fight for you. Control the undead bone dragon, hold a bone scythe, and have strong combat effectiveness and mobility. Mastery skills. 3 modifications, will revive in place at 50% health after 3 seconds. Bone Grip, level 8 consumes 38 mana, uses the power of death to condense new bones at the designated location, forms a skeleton hand that breaks through the ground, quickly grasps the enemy within the range for 9 seconds and then the bone bursts, causing 990004 physical damage to enemies within a radius of 900.1 meters. Consume 1 skill point to upgrade to break through the upper limit, modify radius and damage. Bone Shield, level 1 consumes 125 mana, uses the power of death, condenses a 9-sided shield with soul-attached dragon bones, rotates around the body, resists all damage in all directions, and is the hardest after taking 999,000,000 damage, and the damage taken is increased to 90 million. Consume 1 skill point to upgrade to break through the upper limit, modify the damage 3 times, and the subsequent injury will be increased tenfold due to the upgrade. After changing the skills, the next step is equipment. Special Effect 2, Ode of Abundance, applies the lasting healing effect to all summons every 10 seconds from the first equip, restores 99% health every second for 99/4 of an hour. Only the duration has been modified. The Straw Hat has been modified to the limit. Effect 1, after equipping, the damage of all death attack skills is increased by 99%. Effect 3, after equipping, you will receive death feedback from the Lich Sargra every hour, and your spirit will be encouraged, randomly increasing your health by 20% to 70%, and has a 9.9% chance to permanently increase your intelligence and constitution by by 9. Special effect Divinity Devour. When equipped, each of your death-type attacks will deal 9,900% additional true damage when it hits a divinity or divinity-like target. Modified the chance, as well as the percentage of true damage. Heart of God, unranked ornament, red, all attributes plus 100. Effect 1, Divine Pollution. All your attacks will have the effect of true penetration, damage caused by your own attacks to non-divine targets, plus true damage. Guardian of Abundance's Straw Hat, LV.30, orange. Effect 2, Divine Body. Increases the maximum health by 9,999%, defense by 9,000%, and all negative state resistances by 9,000%. 3 modifications to increase health to the limit. Lichfinger Blessing of Death, unranked ornament, orange. Intelligence plus 30. Then Lin Mu allocated the attribute points, which were still intelligence and physique. Effect 2, after equipping, the number of summons of all death summoning skills is doubled. Level, LV.45, EXP, 26450/343 million. HP, 273683/273683, rounded up after the Heart of God is enhanced. Mana, 310500/310500, 90 times the source of mana. Strength, 120, Heart of God plus 100, Straw Hat plus 3, Heart of God plus 100. Agility, 159, Heart of God plus 100, Boots plus 5, Space Ring plus 15, Void Cloak plus 12, Straw Hat plus 3. Intelligence, 345, Heart of God plus 100, Whispering Ring plus 5, Bone Staff plus 25, Straw Hat plus 25, Phalanges plus 30, Phalanges trigger a stat increase. Constitution, 271, Heart of God plus 100, Breastplate plus 3, Necklace plus 2, Whispering Ring plus 5, Void Cloak plus 10, Straw Hat plus 25, Phalanges trigger a stat increase. Skill points, 6. Lin Mu had just completed all the modifications, and he hadn't had time to savor the surging power. Name, Lin Mu, Abyss. Occupation, Necromancer. However, he hasn't had time to catch his breath. The soft and smooth body was like a water snake, wrapped up from behind again. Lilith gently pressed her cheek against his back, feeling the more majestic and vast power in his body than before, and his blue eyes almost overflowed with obsession and fanaticism. Master, you have become stronger again. Her voice has a hint of lazy hoarseness, full of ultimate temptation. Then tonight, please enjoy the master. Squeeze Lilith. Lin Mu's body stiffened. Free attribute points, 0. After feeling the amazing softness and elasticity behind him, Lin Mu once again let out an unyielding roar of battle. He turned around abruptly and held down the daring maid, his eyes shining with aggression. This is what you asked for. One night of wind and rain, the whole room was beautiful. It wasn't until the sky was white that this thrilling man and god battle slowly came to an end. When the first rays of sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows and shone on the messy bed, Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes. After a night of hard work, he only felt refreshed. The fatigue of last night was swept away, and his mental strength was unprecedentedly condensed. On the contrary, it was Lilith beside him, the abyssal monarch who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. At this moment, it was like a lazy cat curled up in his arms. There was a hint of satisfaction on her beautiful face, as if she was still reminiscing about something. Sensing Lin Mu's movement, Lilith's long eyelashes trembled, and she opened her rippling blue eyes. Her voice was a little more tender and dependent than before. Lilith naturally got up, the silky quilt sliding off her perfect curves. She didn't care and began to carefully look for clothes for Lin Mu. Early morning. In every gesture, it was no longer the maid posture with a hint of playfulness and temptation. Lin Mu looked at this scene, and couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. The satisfaction of conquering such an abyssal monarch is far stronger than killing 100 world-destroying bosses. Chief, Admiral Longzhan is already waiting for you on the first floor. It was Yechen's voice, as respectful and cold as ever. Lin Mu responded, and quickly got dressed under Lilith's service. Master, you're awake. When he opened the door, Yechen stood quietly outside the door like the most loyal guard. When he saw Lilith walking out after Lin Mu and affectionately tidying up his collar, on Yechen's iceberg face, his pupils shrank imperceptibly. Then calm returned again, but the head hung lower. When the three of them went downstairs, Admiral Longzhan was already waiting in the hall, looking solemn. When he saw Lin Mu, he stepped forward quickly. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the room. Lin Mu, everything is arranged. After breakfast, we will leave immediately. Got it. The atmosphere of breakfast is still quirky. Longzhan and Yechen hardly moved their chopsticks, just quietly watching Lilith pick up vegetables and add porridge to Lin Mu, and their gestures were full of natural intimacy. This made Longzhan, a rank 5 powerhouse who was accustomed to seeing iron blood on the battlefield, couldn't help but twitch a few times out of the corners of his eyes. Soon, a small transport plane with black and smooth lines all over. Carrying 4 people, they soared into the sky and galloped towards the Longling Mountains in northwest China. The plane entered the stratosphere, and Longzhan looked out the window at the sea of clouds that were rapidly retreating. Suddenly spoke, with a hint of yearning and emotion in his tone. Lin Mu Xiaoyu, do you know where the Tower of Babel is? There, it is not only a holy place for the fifth great man to cultivate, but also a special challenge dungeons. Long John's eyes showed a hint of envy. It is said that the tower is a world of its own, and each floor has incredible tests and opportunities. The number of places to enter it every year is extremely scarce, and countless strong people are eager to obtain the qualification to enter the Tower of Babel, but they can't ask for it. And you, in recent decades, are the only people who have been personally invited by the fifth adult. The transport plane passed through layers of clouds and mist, and finally hovered over a vast sea of clouds. A majestic tower that seemed to connect heaven and earth stood quietly on the top of Taibai Mountain. The tower body is made of an unknown material, exuding an ancient and majestic atmosphere. Countless mysterious runes were engraved on it, looming in the clouds and mist. Lin Mu shook his head. Just looking at it from a distance is enough to make people feel awe, and they don't dare to have the slightest blasphemy. After Long John sent Lin Mu and the three of them to the platform in front of the tower, he bowed respectfully and drove the transport plane away quickly. He knew very well that this was not the place where he was qualified to stay for a long time. As soon as the three of them landed, a young man wearing a blue Taoist costume, holding a duster, and a beautiful face greeted him. He bowed slightly to Lin Mu. His posture was humble, and his voice was clear. Soon, shout out Qingyue, under the order of the real person, I have been waiting here for a long time. After saying that, he offered a tray carved from white jade in both hands. On the tray, there are two quaint jade slips quietly, as well as a few bottles of cold, happy water. Xingyu explained respectfully, this is a meeting gift prepared by the real person for Mr. Lin and Yechin Xiaoyu. These two jade slips are tokens for entering the Tower of Babel, and they also record the challenge rules of the Tower of Babel. The tower is divided into 9 floors, each with different tests. If you can reach the top, the rewards are generous, and the experience gained in the tower is 3 times that of the outside world. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with a hint of interest. However, at the moment when his fingertips were about to touch the jade slip, the entire sky was suddenly rendered by a dazzling golden color. Golden pillars of light that were as thick as mountains and full of sacred and ultimate killing intent fell from the sky. The pillars of light were connected to each other, and instantly on the top of the mountain, they formed a huge cage of holy light. Lin Mu, Lilith, Yechin, and Qingyue were all trapped in it. In the center of the cage of the holy light, the light gathered. A familiar and unfamiliar figure slowly emerged. It was the disappearing Angelina. At this moment, she is completely different from before. Those blue eyes have turned into pure gold, without joy or sorrow. Sudden change. Gorgeous and sacred white wings grew behind it. The whole body was surrounded by holy light, and the aura far exceeded the previous 100 times, and the level was already LV.100. The profession has become unheard of. Divine Punishment Angel. Behind her, dozens of bishops and templars with holy swords emerged. They were the most elite troops of the holy cult. There is only one purpose here. Before Lin Mu met the fifth Wei Feng, at all costs, completely purify him. Master, facing this terrifying light that is enough to suppress all darkness. Instead of being afraid, Yichin broke out with an unprecedented fanatic fighting spirit. The dark purple demonic energy on his body rose into the sky, and the magic sword in his hand hummed excitedly. Take the initiative to take a step forward and kneel on one knee. Please allow me to clean up these eyesore bugs for you. Angelina's pure golden eyes swept over Yechin indifferently, and finally fell on Lin Mu. She slowly raised her hand, and a judgment light spear condensed in her palm. The voice was cold, like a judgment from a god. Blasphemers of the undead and the abyss, today, on behalf of my lord, I will carry out the final judgment on you and others here. Lin Mu signaled Yi Chen to calm down and not be impatient. He looked at the birdman with interest. In his heart, he calculated how hard his divine body, 9,000% defense enhancement and negative resistance could be. Unexpectedly, Xingyue on the side moved first. He snorted coldly, and the dust in his hand disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is a cold and awe-inspiring 3-foot green blade. The originally humble temperament disappeared at this moment, becoming sharp and sharp. The real person knew you would come. In that case, let's solve these troubles for the guests by the trail. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Xinyu's body had a terrifying aura no less than that of the Divine Punishment Angel. It exploded from that slightly thin body. Occupation, 5 elements Sanrun. Level, LV.100. Poof. Lin Mu's pupils shrank slightly. Another profession that has never been heard of. And the level has actually reached the peak of the current blue star. Without waiting for Lin Mu to continue to be shocked, Xingyue took 9 steps at his feet, and his footwork was mysterious, secretly in line with the image of the Big Dipper and the 2 stars of Phoebe. After stepping on the gap, Xingyue pulled a sword flower with the green edge of her right hand. Then the sword pointed to the sky, and his left hand quickly pinched a thunder trick. He was majestic and chanted in a low voice. The 9 heavens mysterious temple turned into divine thunder. Brilliant heavenly power, lead it with a sword. Lin Mu's heart suddenly set off a stormy wave, and he almost blurted out a sentence. This nagging spell, this posture full of force. Isn't it the top Taoism described in his previous life novels? As soon as Qingyue finished speaking, dark clouds gathered in the originally clear sky in an instant, and the electric snake light danced wildly. A purple divine thunder that was as thick as a dragon and contained the destructive five elements law, tearing through the clouds, with a terrifying heavenly power enough to purify all things, slashed towards Angelina. In the face of this devastating blow, Angelina's divine face was still indifferent. She slowly raised her hand, and the spear of judgment dispersed. A huge shield condensed by the purest power of holy light, divine blessing shield, appeared out of thin air, standing in front of him. In the next second, the purple divine thunder collided with the golden shield. A terrifying energy storm swept in all directions, and the entire top of Taibai Mountain was shaking violently. Even the space rippled visible to the naked eye, as if it would collapse at any time. Lin Mu immediately turned on, described the tamperer, and a trace of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen two descriptions of power so clearly that were completely different from the professional system. What flowed in Qing Yue's body was an energy called spiritual power. It drives the five elements law between heaven and earth, which is endless and ever-changing. Angelina's power is marked as divine power. Its roots come from the convergence of faith and a distant plane called Paradise Mountain. At this moment, the battle on the top of the mountain was deadlocked. Qing Yu's Taoist method was exquisite. The sword light was like lightning, and it was elusive. Angelina's divine power is unmatched, and her defenses are impeccable. Just as Qing Yue pinched the spell again with her left hand, preparing to perform a stronger Taoist method, Angelina suddenly stopped all attacks. The divine power in her body exploded wildly without warning in an instant. That terrifying energy impact even directly shattered the holy light cage she had set up, and dozens of bishops and templars who came with her. Before even a scream was made, it instantly turned into flying ashes in the violent holy light. This sudden backwater made everyone present stunned. Qing Yue stopped the sword technique in her hand, her brows furrowed, and she didn't know why. However, Angelina's next move made everyone's brains go down. She did not flee and did not continue the attack. Instead, he turned around slowly. In mid-air, he actually knelt down on one knee towards the beautiful figure behind Lin Mu, who always stood quietly. Her expression was no longer the indifference she had before, but was full of extreme enthusiasm and respect. The voice that was blessed by divine power resounded in the sky. Mutation and regeneration. Welcome to the arrival of the Abyss Monarch. I have prepared a feast in the Holy Cult Kingdom, and I respectfully ask the Dreamweaver to move. Qing Yu heard the words Abyss Monarch and Dreamweaver, and her pupils shrank suddenly. The right hand holding the sword began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. The murderous aura on Yi Chen's body instantly skyrocketed, almost condensing into substance. Lin Mu finally reacted. It turned out that this birdman went to great lengths, acting and self-destructing his teammates, not to judge himself and Yechen at all. Her real goal, from the beginning, is Lilith. However, how did she know Lilith's identity? Just when the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme, it was about to explode. In an indifference, with a hint of obvious displeasure, it came from the top of the Babel Tower. White-haired birdman, since you're here, let's come in and have a cup of tea together. It's not proper to make trouble on the mountain of the poor Taoist. A Tai Chi diagram array composed of illusory ink came out of thin air and rotated slowly. Angelina's terrifying light was enough to burn mountains and seas. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. At the moment of contact with the map array, it was like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, instantly restrained, and could no longer mobilize the slightest. She slowly got up, her pure golden eyes, and glanced at Lilith enthusiastically. Then, he really stepped aside, as if waiting for Lin Mu and others to go first. Lin Mu ignored this strange confrontation. He stepped forward and leisurely picked up the jade slips and bottles of happy water on the tray. The drink was handed to Lilith casually, and the jade slip was thrown to Yechen. The corner of his mouth aroused a playful smile. It seems that the old Taoist priest has a bit of guests today. Lin Mu held the jade slip in one hand and Lilith in the other. Under the guidance of Qing Yu, who had regained her humble posture, she took the lead in walking towards the ancient and heavy gate of Babel. Angelina was silent, but she also took a step and followed them. The words fell. A group of people. In this way, in an extremely eerie atmosphere, they stepped into the tower door together. Behind the tower gate, it is not the magnificent palace imagined. It's pure white. The feet are white, the surroundings are white, and the sky above is also white. It is as if the whole world has been abstracted from all color and matter. Only the most primitive nothingness remains. Lin Mu looked around and raised his eyebrows slightly. Yi Chen, Qing Yu, and the divine punishment angel Angelina, who had just surrendered, all disappeared. Beside him, only Lilith stood quietly, looking calm. It seems that the test of this Tower of Babel is independent and targeted. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lilith's blue eyes. Master, the law of this place. It's weird. It seems to be above the basic rules of the blue star, forming a separate field. At this moment, in the pure white space ahead, light and shadow were distorted. A quaint stone monument slowly rises from nothingness. On the stele, only 3 simple characters are engraved. One first meeting. The stone tablet only existed for a few seconds, and then turned into a point of light again and dissipated without a trace. Immediately afterwards, at the original location of the steel. A short and thin figure was condensed out of thin air. It was dressed in a strange costume adorned with bone fragments and feathers, and held a humble staff inlaid with a skull in its hand. It was the first boss that Lin Mu killed in his career, Goblin Shaman. However, at this moment, it is completely different from the LV.5 little boss in my memory. Its level has been synchronized with Lin Mu, reaching LV.45. The magical aura emanating from his body was far from comparable to the past. Lin Mu knew in his heart. In those cloudy eyes, there was no longer simple wildness, but flashing with cunning and bitter hatred. Wow! The Goblin Shaman let out a sharp roar, as if he recognized the enemy in front of him who had easily toyed with and tortured it. Lin Mu's eyes were calm, and he habitually launched the description tamperer. Goblin Shaman, the spiritual leader of the Goblin tribe, who can summon and resurrect dead Goblin warriors, and can also use strong fire magic, with average defense and fear of the cold. He tried to modify the Goblin Shaman's description of being able to use strong fire magic as before. However, the expected changes did not occur. The description in that line seems to be firmly locked by an invisible barrier. The power of his talent was like a mud ox entering the sea, without making the slightest wave. Lin Mu let out a soft sound, and the talent modification failed. Lilith's guess was verified. It seems that you can only play with hard power. Lin Mu not panicked at all, but the corners of his mouth hooked up a playful arc. In this way, it seems to be a little more interesting. The Goblin Shaman doesn't give him much time to think. It held the staff high and muttered words in its mouth. 6 are also LV.45, holding huge tower shields and battle axes, Goblin shield warriors. It suddenly drilled out of the void behind it, forming a strong line of defense. Immediately afterwards, the top of the Goblin Shaman's staff, a dark red fireball the size of a grinding disc, exuding terrifying high temperatures, condensed at great speed. No longer ordinary fireball. It's lava burst. The lava fireball roared over, smashing into Lin Mu with a high temperature enough to melt steel. Ha! Lilith's eyes narrowed slightly, and she was about to make a move. Lin Mu just raised his hand, signaling that she didn't have to care. Bone shield opened instantly. Let that lava fireball be easily annihilated by the bone shield less than half a meter away from his body. Is that all? Lin Mu shook his head in some disappointment. It's too weak. The space behind him silently cracked open two dark gaps. Two Death Dragon Knights, controlling the undead bone dragon and holding a white bone scythe, slowly emerged. The terrifying coercion that originated from the top necromancer instantly enveloped the entire pure white space. The menacing Goblin Shaman and the shield warriors he was proud of. The moment he felt this breath, his body stiffened together. In the eyes, the most primitive fear from the depths of the soul is revealed. Harvest. Lin Mu simply spat out 3 words. A Death Dragon Knight directly drove the bone dragon under the seat, spitting out 90 meters of gray, death wither, dragon breath. The other raised the giant scythe in his hand high. A 9-mile-long pitch-black sword blade swept out with the power of Death Harvest that cut down everything, whether it's the Goblin Shaman of LV.45 or the giant shield warrior it summons. In front of these two devastating forces, they were like paper paste. In an instant, it was torn apart and annihilated, leaving not even a trace of residue. When the last trace of death dissipates, the pure white space began to tremble violently, and then shattered like a mirror. The next moment, Lin Mu and Lilith found themselves standing in front of a new stone tablet. On the stone stele, the dragon-flying phoenix danced and carved 3 blood-colored characters exuding an ominous aura. Second demon. Lin Mu's eyes froze, and he immediately became vigilant. Demon, he is too familiar with this thing. It is nothing more than transforming what you fear or desire the most to shake your heart. The next second, he was thinking about what kind of demon package this Babel would arrange for himself. Is it a regret from a past life, or an enemy in this life? However, the steel turned into a point of light and dissipated after a few seconds of appearance. No screaming, no struggle. He himself didn't feel anything. On the contrary, Lilith beside her stiffened suddenly. Those smart blue eyes, for a moment, seemed to have lost their spirit and became a little empty. Lin Mu looked sideways slightly, and he knew in his heart. It turned out that the test of this second level was not aimed at him, but at Lilith. Or rather, it is aimed at the two of them. It's just that this rule is so powerful that it can affect Lilith. Lilith's consciousness was instantly withdrawn by an irresistible force. When she opened her eyes again, I found that I had returned to the familiar and unfamiliar Abyss Monarch Hall. Below him is a gorgeous throne dedicated to the Dream Weaver. On either side, Avella, the Queen of Vines, twisted her plant body. The pale flames of Margot, the Lord of Embers, burned silently, and the light of the splitting space was refracted from Kratos, the Crystal Judge. The phantoms of the other 5 monarchs were also listed, silently exuding the coercion of their respective laws. Everything is exactly the same as before she left. No, one thing has changed. Lilith slowly looked up at the top of the hall, the throne that symbolized the supremacy of the abyss. Sitting there was Orpheus, the supreme throne that she was not familiar with, flickering between being and non-existence. Ha, but a figure she is very familiar with, Lin Mu. No, it is not. Lin Mu on the throne is wearing a deep imperial robe, which is embroidered glittered with the pattern of thousands of stars dying. His eyes were cold and majestic, without a trace of human emotion, as if he was the purest embodiment of the will of the abyss. The abyssal origin aura emanating from him was purer and more domineering than the supreme throne Orpheus. The gaze of Emperor Lin Mu slowly fell on Lilith. The sound does not have a hint of temperature, but it contains an unquestionable supreme law. He raised his hand and pointed to Lilith's side. There, at some point, there was also a Lin Mu. A mortal Lin Mu who was wearing an ordinary cloak, a tattered straw hat, and a little thin with a hint of astonishment and puzzlement in his eyes. The voice on the throne resounded throughout the abyss. Your path has been defiled by these mortals. Kill him and help me improve the final law of origin. At that time, you will be the only queen of this seat. In the fantasy world, the Flame Lord's huge head burning with pale flames turned to Lilith, making a urn of persuasion. Come back, dream. This is the glory you deserve. The two scarlet lights of Nox, the Lord of Shadows, flickered in the shadows. Obey the will of the Most High, and you will hold more authority than ever before. From Lin Mu's point of view, Lilith just stood still. On the beautiful face, the expression is constantly changing between confusion, struggle, pain and sweetness. He could guess that this magical illusion must have given Lilith a difficult problem to choose. Lin Mu was calm on the surface, but he was also a little worried in his heart. After all, he knew better than anyone else how powerful Lilith was. But he still didn't move. Lilith, not even a hint of defensive posture was put on. Just look at her calmly. This is both a test for her and a test for him. Lilith's consciousness, between the two Lin Mu, fell into a violent struggle. On the one hand, it is the memory of hundreds of millions of years of monarchy career, the supreme authority of the abyss, and the temptation to return to glory. On the other side, there are the short but profound bits and pieces after being summoned. It was the domineering teenager who broke the rules in the Dragon's Nest trial. It was the embarrassment that he couldn't hide when he was fed by himself at the dinner table. It was because of himself that he suffered when he slept every night. It was last night. His strength that destroyed the world was completely inconsistent, and he was young and savage. Scenes of pictures intertwined and collided in Lilith's mind. In the illusion, Lilith slowly raised her head. She looked directly at the throne, the perfect, powerful, godlike Emperor Lin Mu. In the blue eyes, all the confusion and struggle faded. Only unprecedented firmness remained, and a hint of contempt from the depths of the soul. My master has never been a high god, nor is he a cold law. Lilith's voice, cold and determined, resounded throughout the illusory hall. He will blush in embarrassment from the maid's teasing. I will care about the insignificant experience points. But, like that, he is my master. Unique, flesh and blood masters. In the space behind Lilith, hundreds of millions of brilliant dream fragments emerged. These fragments instantly converged and condensed into a dream spear that was enough to cut off consciousness and shatter souls. Without hesitation, she threw this spear fiercely at the flawless Emperor Lin Mu on the throne. And you. The corners of Lilith's mouth curled up with an extremely mocking arc, and she spat out the last word contemptuously. Finally, it's just a slight dark reflection in my master's heart, and it also matches me to give orders? Get out. The spear of illusion carries the supreme will of Lilith's eons-old monarch. Instantly penetrated the chest of Emperor Lin Mu. The entire heart demon illusion, along with the phantom shadow of the 9 monarchs, was shattered. Lilith's consciousness returns to reality. She opened her eyes suddenly. In those blue eyes, the brilliance flowed, brighter than ever. She could clearly feel that the solid seal of the world law in her body had loosened faintly. The words just fell. Breath, not falling but rising. Lilith turned her head. Obsessively looking at the one in front of him, he never moved half a step. Just looking at his teenager with trusting eyes. The heart is completely filled with an emotion called happiness. Lin Mu looked at Lilith quietly, not moving or speaking. Lilith took the initiative to step forward, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Lin Mu on the lips. Soft, warm, with a hint of firmness. This time, it was no longer because of abyssal domination, absolute domination that originated from the bloodline. It is a sense of belonging from the deepest part of the soul. After a long time, the lips parted. Lilith's cheeks were blush with intoxication, and she whispered softly, Master, now. Lilith is complete and belongs to you alone. Lin Mu looked at the light in her eyes, smiled and reached out to stroke her long soft blonde hair. At this moment, the pure white space under the feet of the two was once again shattered like a mirror. When their vision regained clarity, they had already stepped into the 3rd floor of Babel. This is an ancient battlefield with no end in sight. The air is filled with the pungent smell of rust mixed with dried blood. On the earth there are broken battle flags, scattered with the bones of giant beasts and decayed siege equipment. Every inch of land seemed to tell a tragic war. In the very center of the battlefield, a new stone monument slowly emerged. 3 Legion. The moment the stone monument dissipated, the whole earth began to tremble violently. In all directions, endless bones crawl out of the ground. They are clad in rusty black iron armor and wield sharp bony swords. A dark blue soul fire burned in his eyes. These skeleton soldiers, levels are all synchronized with Lin Mu, reaching LV.45, and quickly assembled, forming a disciplined and and murderous phalanx, as if it were the creation of another undead monarch. Legion War? Just right, take you to warm up. He didn't even turn on the death prayer for blessing, he just waved the white bone staff in his hand casually. In an instant, the ground behind him cracked. Nearly 200,000 steel skeleton warriors, dressed in heavy armor and holding steel spears, surged out like a black tide. Immediately afterwards, nearly 20,000 groups of skeleton heavy artillery, equipped with hideous cannons, under the drag of the skeleton warhorse, quickly built a devastating artillery position in the rear. A core melee between the undead broke out in an instant. The roar of artillery fire and the collision of bones shook the entire space, and Lin Mu's experience began to rise rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kill LV.45 skeleton soldiers to gain experience. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.46. Just when Lin Mu easily crushed the Bone Legion and enjoyed the pleasure of soaring experience, the difficulty of the test suddenly increased. The sky was torn apart by an invisible force. The brilliant and dazzling golden holy light poured down like a waterfall. A legion of light consisting of LV.50 Light Adjudicator and LV.55 Battle Angel slowly descended from the cracks. The sacred realm concentrated on their bodies caused a huge suppression of all the undead units on the battlefield. The purifying power of the Holy Light Legion was like the scorching sun melting snow, instantly evaporating thousands of steel skeleton warriors who were fighting fiercely. However, in the face of the absolute nemesis of this undead natural disaster, Lin Mu's face did not show the slightest solemnity. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth curled up with a playful arc. Now, it's real game time, he whispered softly, and the ultimate movement of Death Prayer played with a bang. The dual heaven-defying effects of Unquenchable Soul Fire and Ode to Abundance are activated at the same time. On the battlefield, there was a scene that made all the creatures of the Holy Light despair. The skeleton warrior who had just been purified into flying ash by the Holy Light 1 second, and the next second, he was resurrected in place with full blood. The skeleton heavy cannon that was cut off by the angel Holy Sword 1 second was intact in the green healing light the next second. Purify, resurrected, purified, resurrected. The Legion of Light is caught in a never-ending war of despair with the Legion of the Undead. Lilith knew better than anyone that the biggest weakness of the undead system was the Holy Light, but her master used an unbelievable way. This army of the dead has turned into an eternal catastrophe that even the Holy Light cannot erase. At this moment, the rear of the Holy Light Legion, a terrifying existence with an aura far exceeding all the previous angels, slowly appeared. It was an LV.60 disaster level seraphim mirror image. It had 6 wings on its back, holding a flaming holy sword, and its coercion was far greater than the spirit of holy light that Lin Mu had encountered before. Judgment. Seraphim raised his holy sword. A holy light judgment that was enough to clear a radius of a kilometer fell with a bang, instantly creating a huge vacuum zone in the sea of skeletons. Lin Mu finally lost his patience. Enough fun. He raised his hand and faced the invincible seraphim, a pure white pillar of death that gathered 900,000 bone teeth and carried the lich finger bone that each attack causes 9,900% additional true damage to divine targets, instantly cutting through the sky. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an imperceptible soft sound. This, the calamity level seraphim, along with the flame holy sword in its hand, completely erased from the root by this pillar of light, as if it never existed. Seraphim fell, and the Holy Light Legion could no longer withstand the impact of the endless army of skeletons, and instantly collapsed and dissipated. Massive experience poured in again. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.47. The next moment, the battlefield disappeared, and the two stepped into the light gate leading to the 4th floor. The scene in front of him became a bizarre one, completely upside down, left and right. A broken space where all the laws of physics are completely chaotic. A new stone monument slowly emerged. 4th, chaos. The moment Lin Mu and Lilith stepped out of the light gate, the whole world seemed to be thrown into a frantically running blender. The solid ground under his feet disappeared in an instant. Instead, a sense of confusion is turned upside down, and a powerful repulsive force pushes them towards the sky full of cracks in space. Bone teeth. The surrounding scenery is constantly changing and stretching and folding, and the stone pillars that are close at hand 1 second are distorted to the end of the line of sight the next. The speed of time has also become extremely unstable, and Lilith's long golden hair flutters at a speed that is sometimes as fast as lightning, and sometimes as slow as a standstill. Master, the laws of this place have been completely disrupted. Lilith Dai frowned slightly, and her whole body began to permeate pure original energy. Prepare to forcibly stabilize this chaotic space. No. Lin Mu smiled and raised his hand to stop her. His face was not nervous at all, but full of curiosity, like a researcher discovering a new toy. Feeling with interest the disorderly force that sometimes pulled him and sometimes squeezed him, he immediately tried to activate his talent. A line of golden core descriptions clearly appeared in his mind. The core rules of the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel. All the physical laws here are chaos. It turns out to be a puzzle-solving level. Lin Mu understood instantly immediately, but also lost interest in an instant. He didn't even bother to think about how to crack it and directly used the simplest and crude means. Change chaos to not chaotic. With the release of his ideas, the entire shattered and upside-down world seemed to be pressed by an invisible big hand. After just a moment of condensation, all the confusion and disorder disappeared. The distorted space is smoothed out, the inverted gravity returns to normal, and the chaotic flow of time is leveled off. A stable and sturdy platform reappeared beneath their feet, a light door leading to the 5th floor, quietly opening up in front of them just like that. It's too simple, it's boring. Lin Mu curled his lips, took Lilith's hand, and stepped into the light gate without any nostalgia. The next few layers, for Lin Mu. It's more of a one-sided tour than a test. The 5th floor. The stone monument emerges, Wu 100 battles. The Lord of the Wailing Cave, the Queen of the Depths of the Hive, the Deer King of the Red Blood Forest, the Abomination Lord outside the Lion City. All the bosses that had been defeated by Lin Mu roared and besieged from all directions in their enhanced form, far exceeding the original form. Lin Mu just summoned the Legion of the Dead at will. In the face of absolute numerical crushing, the so-called boss alliance is still a bigger ant. A few minutes later, the 6th floor. The stone tablet emerged, Lu Xinlian. This time, the illusion became more real. Wang Hao, Zhang Xian, a man with glasses, and others, who were the first to die at his hands, walked out of nothingness with endless resentment and unwillingness. Lin Mu, you demon who ruined other people's lives. Why? You ruined everything about me. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Lin Mu sneered at the barking of these losers, and didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. A bone spur impact, that combines the real damage of Heart of God. In an instant, all the illusions, along with the void space they were in, were blasted into pieces. 7th floor. The steel emerges, 7 endless goblins, demonized beasts, corrupted soldiers. All the normal monsters that have been killed by him. Like a tide, it rushes from the end of the horizon, as if it never ends. Lin Mu simply deployed nearly 20,000 sets of skeleton heavy artillery in the center of the battlefield and turned on the fully automatic hang-up monster spawning mode. He himself leisurely took Lilith into his arms. The roar of artillery fire became the most pleasant background music. The rapidly rising experience points are the most gorgeous fireworks. Lin Mu's hand wandered dishonestly around Lilith's waist and laughed softly. You said that if that kid Chen Feng was here, would he have already taken out the melon seed drink and fruit at this time? While feeding, shouted Chief Wei Wu, Director, I kowtow to you? Lilith was teased by him and giggled, her soft body twisted gently in his arms, exhaling like an orchid. Whatever the master says, it is. Noisy. He raised his hand and pointed. In the leisurely time when the two flirted, a huge amount of experience poured into Lin Mu's body like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.48. Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been raised to LV.49. Finally, when the last wave of monsters was completely plowed out by artillery fire, Lin Mu's level is stuck at LV.49, only one step away from the 3rd turn. Yes, it's one step closer to the 3rd turn. Lin Mu stood up with satisfaction and patted the dust that did not exist on his body. He took Lilith's hand and walked towards the light door leading to the 8th floor. That light door was completely different from before, no longer a mere light. Lilith. Instead, it is made up of countless twisted runes intertwined with pitch-black chains, exuding a palpitating aura. That light door. There is a palpitating ominous aura. The connection behind the door seems to be not a staircase to a higher place, but a direct to the demonic realm of eternal decay. Lin Mu's face did not show the slightest nervousness. He just looked at this unique work of art with great interest. Then he took Lilith's hand and stepped in without hesitation. The scene in front of him suddenly changed drastically. Here, it is a chaotic battlefield that combines all the elements of the first 7 layers. At his feet was the 3rd layer of ancient scorched earth covered with broken battle flags. But above his head was the 4th layer of chaotic sky, which was upside down and full of space cracks. Filled the 7th floor with the endless stench of decaying monster corpses. In the 6th layer of the inner demon illusion, the resentful curses and unwilling whispers of those losers echoed in his ears. In the center of the battlefield, a stone tablet composed of chaotic light and shadow slowly emerged. 8 Infernal. The test began. The earth trembled. LV.49's Goblin Shaman emerged from the scorched earth again with endless skeleton soldiers. Lin Mu looked calm, waved his staff casually, and summoned his army of the dead to greet him. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. The lava fireball condensed by the Goblin Shaman, after flying out, will be affected by the chaotic space laws above his head. Trajectories become extremely unpredictable. Sometimes it accelerates, sometimes it teleports, and it will even be refracted from an incredible angle. This put his skeleton legion in a situation where there was no place to use it. Immediately afterwards, the environment of the battlefield changed again. The 4th layer of the Chaos law is completely coming. A strong force of repulsion and gravity alternate on the battlefield irregularly. In the air, all units became sluggish and weird in their actions. At the same time, the 6th layer of heart refinement alignment, illusion. The figures of Wang Hao, Zhang Xian, a man with glasses and others turned from virtual to real in the law of chaos. Their vengeful curse is no longer a mere spiritual whispering distraction. Instead, it turned into spiritual spikes flashing with black light of resentment, ignoring physical defenses and piercing the soul. Lilith snorted coldly and stopped sitting by. She tapped her jade fingers, a soft halo composed of hundreds of millions of dream fragments. With Lin Mu as the center, it spread out instantly. Dream realm. Within this realm, all the laws of chaos were smoothed out, and all the spiritual spikes of resentment were isolated. Lin Mu's undead army was finally able to fight the enemy on a pure land of absolute stability. However, the real test has just begun. The sky was torn apart, and the 100 battles boss alliance on the 5th floor. Enhanced forms such as the Abomination Monarch, Dear King, and Queen Bee appear collectively with a roar. Commanding them is the Seraphim, mirror image that gave birth to 6 wings before, and the level has reached LV.75. Sacred Realm opened. The brilliant holy light poured down like a waterfall, greatly weakening the attributes of all undead units. It's a bit interesting. Lin Mu finally put away his playful mentality. He realized that the conventional regiment crushing tactics had been completely restrained at this level. Death prayer. Hoof. He shouted lowly, and the majestic death energy played the ultimate movement, and the 10,000-fold increase came with a bang. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and shot himself. A bone spur impact that fused the real penetrating effect of Heart of God like a devastating wave of bone spurs. Instantly emptied a large area of skeletal soldiers in front of him and killed several weaker bosses in seconds. The undead legion seized this gap and focused all the artillery fire and attacks on the invincible Seraphim. At the moment when Seraphim was about to be killed by the fire, a sudden change occurred. The law of Infernal is officially launched. All the bosses killed, including the Seraphim, did not dissipate. Their corpses turned into the purest energy and were frantically absorbed by the chaotic battlefield under their feet. In the next second, 2 terrifying auras that far exceeded the previous one burst out from the center of the battlefield. A statue of LV.100, with a body flowing with lava and wings burning with dark demonic flames. A head of LV.100, with holy flames burning between the flesh and blood, and a holy roar from the mouth, divine abomination. They returned to the battlefield with a fusion attitude. Strength exponentially increased. Lilith's eyes also showed worry. However, Lin Mu showed a happy smile. That's right. I'm not afraid of your high level and strong attributes, but I'm afraid of those strange rules and suppression. Now, you guys have finally become my favorite. Look. Lin Mu slowly raised his right hand and pointed straight ahead. The 2 paths converged. 900,000 bone teeth carrying the pure white pillar of deathlight that, Lich Finger Bones, has 9,900% additional true damage to divine targets. One left and one right, shot at the 2 invincible fusion bosses respectively. There are no earth-shattering explosions, no earth-shattering energy collisions. There were only 2 imperceptible poof sounds. The ferocity and roar on the faces of the 2 LV.100 fusion bosses instantly froze. Subsequently, their huge bodies began from the core of the blow, silently and quickly dissolved until it was completely annihilated. Lin Mu did not pause at all, and waved his hand. 2 Death Dragon Knights roared and rushed into the enemy formation. The pitch-black blade of Death Harvest and the grey dragon breath of Death Wither swept wildly. Master. He himself poured out all ranged skills such as Bone Grip and Bone Spur Impact. The vast torrent of experience like the sea, like a river bursting its banks, frantically poured into Lin Mu's body. His experience bar soared wildly at a terrifying speed. He said to himself, Necromancer Lin Mu's level has been increased to LV.50. You have reached the threshold of career advancement level 3. Please go to the temple as soon as possible to complete the job transfer task. Lin Mu heard the upgrade prompt and nodded in satisfaction. Bone Teeth. The chaotic space of the 8th layer completely dissipated after losing all energy support. Ahead, the light door leading to the 9th floor slowly emerged. It was a flawless mirror. In the mirror, Lin Mu's own figure was clearly reflected, was looking at him quietly with a playful smile. Lin Mu tried to tilt his head to the left, but he in the mirror tilted to the right in reverse. Lilith from behind the mirror. Feel a force of laws that are completely different from the first 8 floors of the Babel Tower. Lin Mu did not hesitate and went straight to the mirror light door. As he approached, the reflection in the mirror became more solid and 3-dimensional. It was as if an invisible film was being broken. Eventually, when Lin Mu's fingers were about to touch the cold mirror, a he who is exactly like him steps out of the mirror and blocks the way. At the same time, a stone monument slowly emerged between the two. On it is the ancient character of dragon flying and phoenix dancing, Geo True Self. A line of small words appeared, defeat yourself to reach the top. Lin Mu looked at the self in front of him, whether it's level, equipment, or attributes, or the familiar curvature at the corner of his mouth, which is no different from himself. What made his heart sink even more was that it sank slightly. Behind him, there was also a Lilith. The same blonde hair is like a waterfall, and blue eyes are like the sea. The demeanor and breath are no different from the real Lilith. The real Lilith took a step forward, forward, her expression more serious than ever. The opposite Lin Mu took the lead in attacking. He didn't say any extra nonsense, he just waved the white bone staff in his hand casually. In an instant, the space behind him cracked. Nearly 200,000 steel skeletons and nearly 20,000 skeleton heavy artillery soldiers roared out like a torrent of black steel. Lin Mu's eyes were calm and he responded the same. In an instant, two undead catastrophes of the same scale, aura, and formation. In this pure white space, the most tragic and chaotic mirror showdown unfolded. Artillery fire roared, bones shattered. It's interesting. Thousands of skeletons are torn apart every second. He was resurrected with full blood under the double blessing of unquenchable soul fire and ode to abundance. The entire battlefield has turned into a giant meat grinder that never stops. At this moment, the replica suddenly pointed the finger at the real Lilith. An extremely familiar coercion of the supreme law, originating from the origin of the abyss, came with a bang. Lin Mu's pupils shrank suddenly. This replica even reproduced his colorful talent perfectly. Master. He immediately launched a talent counterattack. Obey orders, Master. The real Lilith spoke at the same time as the mirror Lilith. The voice, the intonation, and even the respect from the soul are exactly the same. Under the will of their respective masters, they fought brazenly. There is no earth-shattering energy explosion, and there is no collision of laws that destroy the world. The two realms, at the moment of contact, cancel each other out and annihilate each other. In the center of the battlefield of the two, a nihilistic zone was formed that no one could dominate. An unsolvable impasse was formed. See, the clone easily commanded the undead legion. While using Lin Mu's own voice, he spoke leisurely. We are equally perfect. But the will of the tower chose me, and I am the true self. Abyssal domination. He paused, and the playful arc at the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. There was a hint of cold judgment in his eyes. And you are just a demon that must be erased. A pure white pillar of deathlight that gathered 900,000 bone teeth and reached the ultimate power, tearing apart the chaotic battlefield and roaring towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu was naturally extremely familiar with his skills, and as early as when Lin Mu started, he had a move in his mind and activated the space ring. The figure instantly disappeared in place, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. Looking at the power of the pillar of light annihilating everything in the distance, his mind was running rapidly. There's definitely something wrong. This babble can replicate my skills, equipment, attributes, and even my connection to the abyss. But there is one thing that is above all the rules of this world. It is my foundation, my biggest trump card. It can never be replicated. In order to verify his conjecture, Lin Mu's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He deliberately raised his hand and made a move to cast the grip of bones. But a second before the skill was shot, his mind sank into the talent panel, and his idea was issued with a bang. In the description of bone grip, the 4 words quick grasp were forcibly changed by him to slow grasp. Almost at the same time, the replica on the opposite side perfectly imitated his spellcasting move and also cast bone grip. However, its skills are still the original quick grasp. The words did not fall. A huge bone hand suddenly burst out of the ground with the momentum of thunder, and it exploded instantly. And Lin Mu's skills were really half a beat slower. A bone hand that looked a little sluggish slowly broke through the ground. It's the difference of this half beat, but it made Lin Mu laugh heartily. Wrong. The perfect replica? No. Lin Mu looked at the self on the opposite side with a confused expression on his face, and the mockery in his eyes was unabashed. It's just a defective product. What did you say? The replica was completely enraged by Lin Mu's eyes. It couldn't understand why the other party would say such a thing when it had clearly reproduced everything perfectly. I can't figure out what went wrong with me. This feeling of being out of control plunged it into rage. Lin Mu decided not to entangle anymore. It uses the purest and most extreme power. Completely crush the inner demon in front of you that constantly provokes you. The clone raised the white bone staff in his hand high. The death energy in the entire pure white space began to converge towards it at a crazy speed. It wants to end this ridiculous farce with a devastating bone spur impact. However, Lin Mu didn't even look at its devastating starting style. His gaze penetrated through layers of obstacles and landed on the origin of the replica. Ha 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 ha. Describe the tamper. Launch. A line of golden text clearly appeared in his mind. The clone of the necromancer Lin Mu, personality, ability, etc., is no different from myself Lin Mu. The clone of the necromancer Lin Mu, personality, ability, etc., is no different from myself Lin Mu. Indeed, it is. The curvature of the corners of Lin Mu's mouth became more and more cold. He looked at the self who was frantically condensing the energy of destroying the heavens and the earth, and a trace of extreme mockery flashed in his eyes. At that moment when the bone spur impact, which was enough to annihilate everything, was about to take shape, Lin Mu's thoughts were like an invisible blade of judgment, slashing down with a bang. Changed no different from my forest to no different from my forest. Change it again. Changed no different from my own Linli to no different from my own Wangli. 2 revisions, all in one go. Lin Mu on the opposite side, his body suddenly stiffened. The angry look on his face instantly froze, and then it was replaced by a kind of dazedness and astonishment. Under the astonished gaze of Lin Mu and Lilith, an absurd upheaval occurred. Lin Mu's equipment quickly faded and deformed, turning into a tight pink t-shirt and miniskirt. His delicate and slightly cold face also twists and reshapes at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it became a bewitching face with heavy makeup and a bit of beauty. Even the white bone staff in his hand exuded a majestic aura of death. It also poof and turned into a bottle of essential oil exuding a compound floral fragrance. Behind him, the mirror army that was frantically fighting with Lin Mu's undead army, and the mirror Lilith who was at a stalemate with Lilith, are all like bubbles that have been burst and they disappear in an instant. In the entire 9th floor space, only Lin Mu's undead army remained, and the bewitching girl who was dressed coolly and looked dazed. The clone of the essential oil technician Wang Li, personality, ability, etc., is no different from the South Wang Li. This person is Lin Mu's classmate in Shilin No. 2 Vocational College. Wang Li, who has awakened to her life profession, essential oil technician. Of course, this is just a one-to-one replica. Lin Mu? Wang Li looked at Lin Mu in front of him and the dense skeletons around him, and let out a scream, followed by, "Where is this? How could I be here?" Lin Mu looked at the funny scene in front of him and didn't bother to explain. "Old classmate, don't talk, I'll take you directly on the road." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, ready to send her back to nothingness with a bone tooth. Don't kill me, Lin Mu." Seeing this, Wang Li instantly filled her face with flattering smiles. Meanwhile, she threw a charming glance at Lin Mu, and her voice became soft and waxy. "It's not that you don't know my profession, I guarantee to make you floating. Would you like to try my essential oil open back? There is also cream stick," she said as she twisted her waist. The bottle of essential oil in his hand actually flowed out of a large amount of sticky liquid, exuding a swaying aroma. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth twitched, and he resisted the urge in his heart to try cream moistening stick. He spat out 2 words expressionlessly. A pure white pillar of death light instantly cut through the sky. Wang Li, a pure life professional, didn't even have time to react. It was completely penetrated by the pillar of light and then turned into a point of light and dissipated without a trace. "Master, is it? Do you regret it?" Lilith came to him at some point, with a narrow smile in her blue eyes. Lilith can learn it too. With the fall of Wang Li, the pure white space of the entire 9th layer was shattered. Instead, it was a glorious treasure trove suspended in the void and filled with rare treasures. 3 bright red lights slowly descended from the top of the treasure house and floated in front of Lin Mu. Skill book, Necromancer's Grudge, LV.50, red, learning requirements, intelligence 300 points, limited to necromancers. Dead Soul Clothes, LV.50, red. Fragments, LV.100, red. The skills look tall, and the red breastplate is definitely good. There is also a new unknown red shard. Lin Mu was satisfied with the 3 mythical rewards. Bone teeth. A staircase made of pure light slowly extended beneath their feet, leading to the top of the tower. Lin Mu and Lilith stepped on the light ladder. In an instant, he came to the top of the Tower of Babel with the sea of clouds churning. This is a quaint platform, and the 5th guard with crane hair and childlike face is sitting leisurely at the stone table. Holding a bottle of chilled happy water in his hand, he drank it happily. Xingyue on the side, and Angelina, who was sealed with divine power, her face pale, and her eyes were full of fear and uneasiness, were standing respectfully beside her. "Lin Xiaoyu, you are really not an ordinary person." 5th Wei Feng put down the drink in his hand. When his eyes swept over Lilith, Ra was as strong as him, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump. This 9-story Babel Tower, since its arrival, has never been able to reach the top in such a short time. He pointed to Angelina, who was trembling on the side, and explained with a smile, "I'm not curious about the real purpose of this birdman coming here, but it must be related to you and the one next to you." Lao Dao took it upon himself to invite her into the tower to drink a cup of tea. The 5th Wei Feng waved his hand, and a simple jade slip flew in front of Lin Mu. "This is one of the meeting gifts you want. It contains all the secrets that the old Taoist knows about the Soul Stealer organization and the Sargeras Code. The ambition of Soul Stealer is far more than just awakening the ancient gods." Then, he pointed at Angelina and said to Lin Mu, "This is the second meeting gift. Her soul may be the coordinates to the Heaven Mountain. Lao Dao has a limited level. How to use it, it's up to you. Now, she's yours." 5th Wei Feng put down the happy water, and his gaze became deeper than ever. But there was a trace of fear that could not be concealed, and it finally fell on Lilith. "I'm not curious why Xiaoyu can be with the supreme beings of the abyss. I just want to know, what does this guest from the abyss think of our small world?" Lin Mu didn't speak. He picked up another unopened bottle of happy water on the table and handed it to Lilith. He picked up Angelina's cup of tea that had not been touched and took a sip gently. Lilith took the drink and glanced at the sea of clouds churning under her feet. Then those affectionate eyes fell on Lin Mu's face. "Opinion?" She chuckled and said slowly, "I think the world. It seems to be more fun than the abyss." The 5th guard Feng heard this and glanced at Lin Mu. There was a hint of inexplicable obscenity in his eyes. The Taoist priest stroked his beard and laughed, while Lilith looked at her master obsessively. impressively. Lin Mu's fiery gaze fell on the fifth guard Feng again, until the fifth Wei Feng was seen uncomfortable. Only then did I hear Lin Muyo speak. Are you Yuaning or a god? Fifth Wei Feng was a little stunned when he heard Lin Mu's question. He held the hand of Happy Water and paused slightly. On the childlike face of the crane hair, an obvious puzzle appeared. Yuaning? Transform into a god? Fifth Wei Feng chewed these two words in his mouth, his brows furrowed, as if he was frantically searching for relevant memories in his mind. In the end, he shook his head, and his eyes were full of eccentricity when he looked at Lin Mu. Little friend, forgive the old man for being ignorant. What are these two words you are talking about? Some kind of special prop or some kind of powerful creature in the dungeon? Lin Mu was also puzzled. Wrong. He originally thought that the old Taoist, cultivator, profession would have a similar realm division as the one he had seen in his previous life novels. But looking at the dazed reaction of the fifth Wei Feng, it is obviously not the same thing. It seems that only the professional name is the same. Lin Mu's thoughts changed sharply, and he immediately changed to a sincere expression full of intellectual curiosity. Taking advantage of the situation, he changed his words and said, maybe the juniors remembered it wrong. Forgive me for being presumptuous, the junior is just full of curiosity about your cultivator profession as a real person. I don't know if this is the only way to change jobs. Hearing this normal question, the confusion on fifth Wei Feng's face slowly dissipated, and he regained his immortal style and demeanor. He stroked his beard and smiled, as if he was quite curious about Lin Mu. It turns out that the little friend asked about this. That's right, you and I are fated, and today the old Taoist will make an exception. Little friend, please take a look. When the words fell, the fifth guard Feng generously revealed part of the information of his professional panel to Lin Mu. Occupation, cultivator, refining god and returning to the void. Level, LV.100, EXP, // refining the spirit and returning to the void. Seeing these four words, Lin Mu's pupils shrank suddenly, and a stormy wave instantly set off in his heart. It turns out to be this system. He instantly understood why the fifth Wei Feng didn't know about Yuaning and Huashan. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Mu's face remained calm, as if he was just digesting this amazing information. After a while, he seemed to be talking to himself, and then softly pronounced two words as if tentatively. Refining chi and transforming into gods. These two words, like a 9-day thunderstorm, struck fiercely on the Tao heart of the fifth Wei Feng. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is an indescribable shock. This Chinese patron saint, who had lived for an unknown number of years and had long been bearish, suddenly stood up from the stone bench. He stared at Lin Mu with a hint of uncontrollable trembling in his voice. You, how would you know? This is exactly the name of the advanced name of the old Taoist. I turn 1, the second turn, refining essence and transforming chi, and the third and fourth ranks, refining chi and turning into God. Lin Mu was very calm, but his face showed just the right amount of dazedness and memories. Junior. The younger generation also accidentally saw it in a broken old miscellaneous book when he was a child, which seemed to have some sporadic records of cultivators. It's a pity that the book has long been damaged. Hey! When the fifth guard heard this, his face showed a heartbroken look. How nice it would be if you could see that ancient book with your own eyes. Perhaps, it can let the old Taoist find an opportunity for me to break through. Lin Mu looked at his painful appearance in order to seek the Tao, and knew that the time had come. He took a deep breath and threw out a shocking statement that was enough to subvert the entire Blue Star's existing power system. Real person, you are already the top existence of Blue Star. But according to that ancient book, Lin Mu paused, and said word by word in the face of the fifth guard Fang's eyes that became extremely sharp at that moment. After the real person's refinement of the god and returning to the void, it is not the end. After that, there will be two heavenly passes, refining the void and combining the Tao, and crossing the tribulation and ascending. Even, it is vaguely mentioned in the book that after ascension, it will be on. There is another world. The fifth guard was like being struck by lightning, and the whole person froze in place, and his body even began to tremble slightly. The way he looked at Lin Mu completely changed. It is no longer the appreciation of the elders for the younger generation, nor is it the praise of geniuses, but a beast that has been hungry for hundreds of millions of years. When you see the supreme deliciousness, the frenzy, greed, and desperate thirst that erupts. Ancient? Bullshit. Ancient books. He has been in China for decades. How much manpower and material resources have been mobilized to turn the ancient books and secret books of the entire China and even other countries upside down? If there are really relevant records, how could he not find clues? The sole master of the Yu Soul Stealer did not hesitate to set off a world-destroying disaster in order to break the shackles of this LV.100. He himself, isn't he trapped in front of the moat of LV.100, sitting in the city of sorrow, and there is no hope of breaking through? This kid, he must know something. Otherwise, even the woman who was so terrifying that even he felt palpitations. Why would he willingly be a slave and a maid by his side? Secret. The secret to a higher level is in this kid. Quiescence. Dead silence. In the fifth Wei Feng's longing eyes, an unprecedented bright light erupted. An invisible but sharp sharp chi like a heavenly sword burst out from his body. This chi machine is no longer the gentle and restrained Daoran before, but full of the ultimate desire for a higher level and the edge of desperateness. The top of the Tower of Babel, the wind and clouds change color. The surging sea of clouds was torn apart in an instant. The space surrounding the platform made an overwhelming click sound, as if it could collapse at any moment. Xingyu, who was standing on the side, turned pale, and under this terrifying coercion, even breathing became extremely difficult. Even Angelina, who was sealed, felt a tremor from the depths of her soul. This old Taoist priest is crazy. However, at the moment when this sharp chi was about to touch Lin Mu, Lilith's beautiful blue eyes suddenly turned cold. She took a step forward, understatement, but as if stepping on the pulse of the whole world. A supreme monarch coercion that originated from the chaotic abyss and dominated hundreds of millions of dreams, like a silent tide, was released with a bang. This coercion is not sharp, but it is vast, ancient, and profound, with the supreme will to distort reality and play with the law. Two completely different supreme breaths, on the small platform, collided violently. No explosions, no sounds, but the entire top of the Babel Tower fell into a strange stillness. The sea of clouds solidified, the cracks in space were smoothed out, and even the flow speed of time seemed to become viscous. Fifth, Wei Feng's sharp and unmatched Taoist rhyme. The moment he came into contact with Lilith's vast coercion, it instantly dissolved and disintegrated. The fifth guard Fengru was scolded by the head, and his body trembled violently. A mouthful of reverse blood almost spurted out, and the blood on his face faded instantly. He woke up in shock, looking at the beautiful woman in front of Lin Mu in front of him, with a cold expression and a hint of displeasure and warning in her eyes. He looked at his breath that almost ran out of control due to the loss of his Taoist heart. An extreme fear and cold sweat instantly soaked his Taoist robe. What did he just do? Because of his excitement, he actually had the idea of exploring a little friend with a shocking secret, and even almost lost control. What's even more terrifying is that the seemingly weak and harmless maid next to the other party. It was really a terrifying existence that even he felt palpitations, and could even easily suppress himself. The fifth Wei Feng quickly restrained all his breath, and the previous sharpness was gone. He made a long bow to Lin Mu and Lilith, and put his posture into the dust. The tone is even more sincere to the extreme. It's an old way. The Taoist heart is dusty, almost offending the two of you, and I hope that the little friend in this. Your Majesty, please forgive me. This scene made Qingyue, who was not far away, almost glared at her. The patron saint of China, the top combat power of the Blue Star, there is no one to actually give such a big salute to a teenager. The balance of power, at this moment, has been completely reversed. Lin Mu looked at the fifth guard who had a very low posture. The playful smile on his face finally resurfaced. He knew that the qualifications for negotiation were firmly in his hands. The fifth Wei Feng raised his head and no longer regarded himself as a senior. Instead, as the purest seeker, he looked at Lin Mu with burning eyes and solemnly spoke again. Please also ask my little friend. Don't hesitate to teach me. The old Taoist is willing to pay any price, just to seek the follow-up way. Lin Mu waved his hand gently, and the smile on his face was gentle and harmless. The real person is heavy. He paused, met the hopeful gaze of the fifth guard wind, and said slowly, it's not impossible to want to know, but the juniors also have a few small requests, and I want to ask real people to solve their doubts. Fifth Wei Feng looked at Lin Mu's calm eyes, and his heart was overturned. But under Lilith's vague coercion, he forcibly suppressed all the excitement. He took a deep breath and bowed solemnly to Lin Mu again. Little friend, just say it's okay. As long as it is something that the old Taoist can do, I will never refuse. The smile on Lin Mu's face became more and more gentle, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Real person, the first request of the junior, very simple. He paused, his gaze deepening. I want to know the most cutting-edge truth you know about the cataclysm 100 years ago. When the fifth guard heard this, his pupils shrank slightly, but he was not surprised. With Lin Mu's strength and mystery, it is normal to be curious about the fundamental secrets of this world. The old Taoist should know everything about this matter. Lin Mu nodded and continued. The second request. He dragged on his tone, his fingers tapping lightly on the stone table, making a rhythmic soft sound, and also knocking on the heart of the fifth guard wind. When the younger generation walks in the world in the future, it is inevitable that they will encounter some troubles that are difficult to solve. I need you as a real person to make a Taoist oath that, no matter what the reason, at any time, in any place, strike for me 3 times unconditionally. As soon as these words came out, Xingyue on the side gasped and almost exclaimed, Taoist vow. For cultivators, this is more important than life, and it is a supreme oath that is directly bound to their own foundation. Once established, there is no room for change. Where is this a request? This is clearly asking for a card that can command the patron saint of China, an absolute trump card. The breathing of the fifth guard wind was also stagnant. Lin Mu's eyes were still calm, as if he was just asking for a cup of tea. This made the fifth guard more and more shocked in his heart, and he also affirmed its value more and more, which definitely far exceeded the price of these 3 shots. Lin Mu ignored his shock, and turned his gaze to the void above his head shrouded in laws. As for the third, what is is the situation outside this blue star? 3 small requirements, one more than the other touches the core, and the other is more shocking than the other. Fifth Wei Feng was silent. The truth of the cataclysm is China's top secret. The oath of hard work is to bet on one's own path. The information outside the blue star is a secret within a secret. Refining the void and the Tao. Ascension. Tribulation. These 2 words, like a spell, echoed wildly in his mind. Compared with the Supreme Avenue, compared with the hope of breaking the shackles of 100 years. What is all this? What's more, the Soul Master tried his best to set off a world-destroying disaster, and in the end he just turned into a monster without sanity. I have been cultivating for 100 years, and I am still sitting in a city of sorrow, and the young man in front of him can lightly say the subsequent road to heaven. The struggle and hesitation in the eyes of the fifth guard finally turned into unprecedented firmness and determination. He raised his head suddenly, looking directly at Lin Mu, his voice sonorous and powerful. "Old Dao," I agreed. When the words fell, he no longer hesitated, and pointed like a sword, striking lightly in the center of his eyebrows. A drop of golden blood containing Taoist rhyme slowly emerged. "I, the fifth Wei Feng, swear by the heart of the Tao, use the soul as the guide, and bear the proof of this heaven and earth. Today, I, O Lin Mu, show you 3 parts of cause and effect, but if there is a dispatch in the future, I will not refuse. If you violate this oath, your heart will be shattered, your soul will be destroyed, and you will sink forever." The moment the oath was spoken, the entire Babel Tower was in turmoil. An invisible chain of laws appeared out of thin air, imprinted on the drop of golden blood. Then it instantly disappeared into the eyebrows of the fifth guard and disappeared. "I swear." But Fifth Wei Feng's face turned a little whiter, but his eyes became extremely bright. He looked at Lin Mu and pushed the 2 jade slips in front of Lin Mu without hesitation. "The secrets about the cataclysm and the blue star are all in it. Now, please, solve my doubts." His old eyes were full of unprecedented hope and enthusiasm. It was like a traveler who was about to die of thirst and saw the endless sweet spring. Lin Mu smiled secretly in his heart. "Doubts? What can I give you to answer your doubts? If I knew how to break through LV.100, I would have started selling classes long ago. If you reach LV.100 yourself, you may be able to discover something. However, fooling, professional counterpart." Lin Mu pondered for a moment, an inscrutable expression appeared on his face, and slowly spoke. "Real people, the so-called refining of gods and returning to the void, what is asked is the union of God and void. After the spiritual cultivation reaches a profound level, practitioners should strive to transcend the individual self, abandon the obsession of small self, make the original spirit at the same frequency as heaven and earth, try to break away from the sea of consciousness, and have a real resonance with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the laws of nature in the outside world." These words made the fifth guard Feng nod repeatedly. Although his strength is determined by his level, he feeds back to himself, and he has indeed been developing in this direction, but he always feels separated by a layer of window paper. Lin Mu saw that he had taken the bait and continued to throw out more mysterious theories, and refining the void and combining the Tao is a deeper integration between the primordial spirit and the world. The key is to understand the essence of Tao, such as yin and yang, 5 elements, time and space, etc., which constitute the basic laws of the world, so that one's own cultivation can form a true echo with the operation of heaven and earth. "What you ask is..." Lin Mu's voice became ethereal and distant, as if it came from above the 9 heavens. "With the heart of heaven, replace my heart. Imprint your own way in a corner of the world and become the rules themselves." Mysterious and mysterious, incomparably profound. The fifth Wei Feng was stunned when he heard this, and the whole person was stunned. He repeatedly chewed on the 6 words, "With the heart of heaven, replace my heart." Sometimes the brows are furrowed, sometimes the eyes are shining, and sometimes the 2 are deeply confused. He felt as if he had grasped something, but if you think about it carefully, there is nothing. These words opened a door for him, but behind the door, there is still endless fog. The fifth guard was like a petrified statue, standing for a long time. The shock and confusion in his eyes were intertwined, and the whole person's Taoist heart was completely disturbed and reshaped by Lin Mu's words. He felt as if he had pushed open a door to a new world, but he was dizzy by the endless mysterious laws behind the door. It took a long time for him to break free from that mysterious state. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air. After the turbid air left the body, it turned into a gray-white airflow. As the turbid air dissipated, the spirit of fifth Wei Feng's whole person seemed to be dozens of years younger, and his eyes glowed with a scorching brilliance. It didn't actually work. He looked at Lin Mu again, without the slightest doubt in his eyes. Only the purest supreme respect for the preacher remains. Taoist. This claim has already put Lin Mu in an equal or even higher position with himself. Refining the God and returning to the void and refining the void are in harmony. The poor Taoist has already understood the direction of the road ahead. This grace and this virtue are unforgettable. Just. Fifth Wei Feng's voice trembled with eagerness, like a child about to uncover the final treasure. "It's just that this tribulation ascension, and what you said, after ascension." Lin Mu looked at the old Taoist priest's excited cheeks, and secretly sighed in his heart. "Won't you really fool this old man with a limp? If one day he really quickly attracts thunder and splits himself. I won't carry this pot. Although he thought so in his heart, Lin Mu's face still looked like a master without waves. He spoke slowly, his voice ethereal, as if expounding some eternal truth. The so-called tribulation is the practice of monks in going against the sky, so the heavens send down calamities as a test. This tribulation usually appears in the form of the 9 heavens divine thunder. According to the monk's own cause and effect and the depth of cultivation, the power is infinite and the changes are endless. If you can get through, you will be reborn, break the shackles of this world, and enjoy freedom. If you can't cross it, you will die, your soul will be extinguished, and your cultivation will be completely turned into dust. Lin Mu paused and added, making this theory more real. Of course, there are also people with great perseverance and wisdom. You can solve the problem under the calamity and turn to cultivating the scattered immortals, which is the best choice. The fifth guard was swaying when he heard it. As if he had witnessed with his own eyes the tragic scene of countless Tianzhou or ashes are struggling to survive under the thunder tribulation, his Taoist heart became more and more firm. He swallowed his saliva and asked in a dry voice, What about after ascension? Lin Mu smiled slightly. Finally, the ultimate picture scroll was thrown out that was enough to drive any seeker crazy. After ascending, when you first enter the immortal world, you are a human immortal. Human immortals, all the primordial power in their bodies is transformed into the chi of immortals, and they initially master the laws of heaven and earth and live for 10,000 years. After that, there are earth immortals, heavenly immortals, true immortals, and golden immortals. Above the golden immortal, there is also the Tai golden immortal, the great Luo golden immortal. Until the end, the fusion of the 3,000 avenues, the words are followed, and the immortality is the ancestor of the Tao. This series of realm divisions, like nuclear bombs, exploded wildly in the sea of consciousness of the fifth wave foam. His brain was blank, and his blood was boiling. Human immortal, earth immortal, goddess, De Luo Jinxian, Tao ancestor. After LV.100, there is such a magnificent and vast avenue to the sky. He seemed to have seen himself fade away from the mortal womb and achieve the body of a golden immortal, live the same life as heaven and earth, and live together with the sun and moon. It seems that he has seen himself sitting in the 9 heavens, overlooking all worlds, and becoming the immortal supreme Tao ancestor. An unprecedented pride erupted from his chest. The fifth guard wind looked up to the sky and howled. The sound shook the sky, and the entire Babel Tower trembled violently in his laughter. Who said this road is over? Who said the road ahead is cut off? Today, when I hear the great way, I know the vastness of the world and the smallness of our generation. He laughed wildly, like a madman, laughed for a long time, but suddenly cried again, and the old tears flowed. 100 years. 100 years. I am a professional, trapped in this world, sitting in a well and watching the sky. How sad. How ridiculous. Xingyue on the side had already been affected by this shocking remark, as well as the crazy appearance of her master crying and laughing. He was so frightened that he trembled and did not dare to speak. However, just when the fifth guard wind was emotionally agitated to its peak, the ecstasy and excitement on his face were like being poured with ice water, and it suddenly solidified. He suddenly stopped all his movements and stood there in a daze. The expression on his face, from ecstasy to astonishment to dazedness, finally turned into a dead silence. He slowly raised his hand, feeling the familiar energy in his body, which belonged to the LV.100 professional. But I couldn't feel the slightest bit of the so-called fairy spirit. He tried to sense and communicate the legendary law of heaven and earth. I see. What I got was still the response of Blue Star's familiar professional system. In an instant, an extremely cruel but extremely real problem. It was like an insurmountable immemorial sacred mountain pressing his heart. Theory, he has. The direction, he was clear. Ha 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 ha, where is the road? The fifth guard wind slowly turned around. Looking at Lin Mu's eyes, it was full of unprecedented despair and longing. His lips trembled, and he spoke with difficulty, in an almost pleading tone. Taoist, my cultivator profession. Isn't it so upgraded? Taoist. Fifth Wei Feng's voice trembled uncontrollably, with a crying voice, like a lost child. My cultivator profession. Isn't it upgraded like this? The energy in his body is still the energy of the familiar professional. What he sensed was still the cold law of Blue Star. There is no aura, no immortal essence, and no so-called Tao law. Everything is exactly the same as what he has experienced in the past 100 years. Only experience bars. Only skill points. LV.100, the experience point column. It was still 2 cold horizontal bars, as if laughing at his crazy ecstasy just now. Lin Mu looked at the old Taoist priest's appearance of falling from heaven to hell in an instant, and his heart also chuckled. Broken. This cowhide is blown a little too big and can't be rounded. He patronized the cool boss and copied the immortal cultivation system in the novel in his previous life. I was overwhelmed for a while, but I forgot that the core of this world is the professional panel. But the theory is very plump, and the reality is very skinny. He drew a grand blueprint for him from human immortal to Tao ancestor. But when he looked down, he found that he couldn't even find the sheep intestine trail leading to the blueprint. The road under your feet is still the old road that has been walked for 100 years. years. This feeling is enough to make any seeker's Taoist heart collapse. This is good. I fooled the patron saint of China, and now people are looking for me to upgrade the strategy. If I say, I'm sorry, I just made it up, will this old man break his heart on the spot and then slap me off this Babel tower? Absolutely. Xingyue on the side, looking at her master's despondent appearance, was so distressed that her eyes were red. He had the courage to whisper to Lin Mu, Senior, did you say something wrong? My master respects him. In order to break through LV.100. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a sharp shout from the fifth guard wind. Xingyue, shut up. The fifth guard turned around suddenly, staring at his apprentice with red eyes. Taoist friends are preachers, how could there be mistakes? It's not the Taoists who are wrong, it's us, it's the world. His voice was hoarse, with a hint of crazy paranoia. It's the law of heaven and earth that is incomplete. It is this professional system, which is a divergent path. We are all poor worms who are on the wrong path. The fifth Wei Feng became more and more excited, and his whole breath began to be disordered. Lin Mu saw this situation and knew that he could no longer let his own brain make up for it. If you keep thinking about it, this old man is afraid that he will really go crazy and perform an explosion on the spot. We must find a way to stabilize him. He thought for a moment and looked at the old Taoist priest who was about to cry. He secretly said in his heart, this is already the case, then add another fire to him, and heat this pot thoroughly. The master demeanor on his face was still undiminished, and his voice was flat, but it seemed to have a calming force. Real person, don't be impatient. The fifth guard Feng raised his head suddenly, and in his cloudy old eyes, a faint flame was rekindled, staring at Lin Mu. Lin Mu met his gaze and spoke slowly. The reason why you can't sense the fairy spirit and communicate with the law of heaven and earth is not your problem, nor is it that the theory I said is wrong. Why is that? The fifth guard asked eagerly. Lin Mu stretched out a finger and pointed up gently. It's the problem of this world. This is the world? The fifth guard was stunned for a moment, and a little didn't react. Lin Mu's voice became distant and deep, as if telling an unknown shocking secret. Real people, have you ever wondered why the cataclysm 100 years ago happened? Why is it that there will be a blue star, a professional, and a copy? Why has the law of heaven and earth become like this? Unique? A series of questions knocked on the fifth Wei Feng's heart, and he was also a little confused. He didn't think about these questions. In fact, he investigated for decades. This is also the ultimate answer that all the strong people who have reached the pinnacle of the blue star are struggling to pursue. In the end, there was no result. Even the jade slip he gave to Lin Mu was just some unconfirmed speculation. Taoist means. Fifth Wei Feng's breathing became rapid. Lin Mu nodded lightly and finally threw out the truth that he had already prepared enough to completely subvert the fifth Wei Feng's worldview. This world has already been set up by a pair of invisible big hands. We, and even all the creatures on this planet, are just cattle and sheep in this pasture. The so-called professional system, the so-called upper limit of the level, is just a shackle tailored for us by the rancher. It limits our growth, imprisons our path, and prevents us from catching a glimpse of the true road to heaven. Pasture, cattle and sheep. These words were thousands of times more terrifying than the impact brought by the previous De Luo Golden Immortal and Immortal Dao ancestor. Fifth Wei Feng's brain was completely blank, and his whole body was cold, like falling into an ice cave. Everything Lin Mu said was strangely consistent with his decades of investigation and all his speculations over the years. Not bad. In his jade slip, it is almost recorded like this. At this time, he was broken by this mysterious senior. It turns out that they are all just livestock in captivity. An unprecedented sadness and anger surged from the bottom of his heart, instantly breaking his Taoist heart that was already riddled with holes. The fifth Wei Feng could no longer suppress the turmoil in his heart, and a mouthful of hard work suddenly spurted out, sprinkling on the smooth ground of the Babel Tower, which was shocking. Master! Xingyue on the side exclaimed, and hurriedly stepped forward to support the crumbling fifth guard wind. The fifth Wei Feng pushed him away, stared at Lin Mu with red eyes, and asked in a hoarse voice, Fellow Taoist, remark, is this true? It's absolutely true. Lin Mu's eyes motioned for the old Taoist priest to look at Lilith. His expression was so serious that there was no joke at all. The fifth guard Feng glanced at Lilith and understood instantly. Seniors can regard the top beings of the abyss as maids, so what is there to doubt about knowing this? He stood there in a daze, lost in despair. After a long time, he laughed miserably. Sad. Alas! Our generation of monks thought they were going against the sky, but in the end, they had never even seen the true appearance of heaven. The light in his eyes completely dimmed. Since the road ahead has been cut off and it is all false, what is the meaning of his 100 years of penance? Seeing his heart like ashes, Lin Mu knew that it was time to feed him the last reassurance. Real people, don't despair. There is a shortage of heaven, and there is a glimmer of life in everything. Although the pasture is big, there will be a crack one day. Fifth Wei Feng's body shook suddenly, raised his head again, and a trace of longing burst out in his eyes again. Taoist, how do you say this? Lin Mu smiled slightly, and his expression became inscrutable. I'm the crack. He paused, met the shocked gaze of the fifth guard wind, and said slowly, as for how to break this shackle and embark on the path of of true cultivation. Now I can't give an exact answer. I need time, I need to improve my strength. Only when I, who also stand at the top of this world and reach the so-called LV.100, perhaps, can I truly see the direction of the road ahead. At that time, I may can take a real person to break this cage together and meet the real, vast world. Lin Mu's words are half-truthful. He really didn't know how to break through LV.100, but he believes that as long as he continues to become stronger and uses his talents, one day he will discover the truth of the world. And these words, heard in the ears of the fifth guard wind, were no less than the immortal voice. Wish. This is the only hope to break a century of despair. He looked at the unfathomable young man in front of him, at the beautiful woman beside him who even felt palpitations. All doubts in my heart disappeared at this moment. He finally understood. Why is this teenager so special? Why can he know so many shocking secrets? Lin Mu's voice sounded again. Why is even the monarch of the abyss willing to follow him? It turned out that he was the variable who was born in response to the calamity and came to break the shackles of this heaven and earth, is the savior of all trapped occupations. The fifth guard took a deep breath and sorted out the somewhat messy Taoist robe. He solemnly performed the most standard Taoist salute to Lin Mu. The fifth guard of the old Taoist is willing to be a pawn of the Taoist and clear all obstacles. I only hope that the Taoist will succeed in the future and can point out a way forward for our generation of monks. At this moment, Chengyu, who was not far away, was about to fall out. Lin Mu shook his head. His own master, the patron saint of China. To a young man, he performed this big salute and called himself a pawn? Is the world crazy? Lin Mu smiled secretly in his heart, but his face was still calm, and he accepted this salute calmly. He knew that the old Taoist priest had been completely fooled and lame by himself. However, it was also the most critical step in his plan. He needs an ally like the fifth Wei Feng, who stands at the top of the world but is full of confusion and desire for the road ahead. A super thug who can solve all the troubles for him and let him brush up his experience with peace of mind. The real person is heavy. You and I are both seekers, but we are the first step, and we should support each other. He paused and glanced at Angelina, who was still sealed, slumped on the ground, with a face full of horror. For now, let's deal with these trivial matters first. Real person, my incomplete subordinate Yi Chen is still trying in the tower. I don't know when he will come out. When the fifth guard heard this, he quickly straightened up and replied respectfully. Don't worry, Taoist friends, the trial of this Babel Tower varies from person to person. It can be as short as 3 to 5 days, or as long as more than a month. When he comes out of the tower, the old Taoist will definitely send him to you personally. He glanced at Lilith behind Lin Mu, who was leisurely and casual with her arms around her chest, and knew in his heart, Taoist friends must be tired from this trip, so it's better to let the old Taoist send you and this one first. Under the crown, return to the Dragon's Nest base to rest? The purpose of his trip has been fully achieved, and it can even be said that it has been exceeded. Not only did he get the reward of the Tower of Babel, but he also successfully fooled a top combat power with actual combat ability far exceeding LV.100. The most important thing is, I got the information about the Sargeras sacred book and the most authentic information about Cataclysm. The truth here should be in double quotation marks. Next, go back and digest the harvest of this time, and then prepare for the third turn. The fifth guard Feng saw that Lin Mu agreed, and his face showed joy. He bowed respectfully to Lin Mu again. Fellow Taoist, please. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves. A gentle but irresistible force of space instantly enveloped Lin Mu, Lilith, and Angelina, who was still in a daze. In the next second, the figures of the three disappeared out of thin air on the top of the Babel Tower. Only Qingyue was left with a worldview that was completely subverted by the scenes in front of her and was still messy in the wind. China, Dragon's Nest Base. This secret base, hidden in the mountains and cultivating China's top new generation combat power, is in a strange calm at the moment. The earth-shattering world-class event of Kunlun Mountain, as well as the bloody global announcement, it still makes the atmosphere in the base extremely solemn. Outpost at the base gate. 2 elite sentinels wearing special combat uniforms and calm breaths stand upright, watching around vigilantly. They are all elites from the Zhenghua army, and each of them has a strength close to the 3rd rank. However, at this moment, without warning, on the empty apron in front of them, the space rippled like water waves. Lin Mu nodded. It's okay. A sentry's pupils shrank and he subconsciously clenched the magic rifle in his hand. Another sentry, as fast as possible, pressed the most advanced alarm button beside him. The piercing siren instantly resounded throughout the Dragon's Nest base. Enemy attack. Highest alert. However, the alarm sound has not yet gone far. In that twisted space, 3 figures appeared out of thin air, led by a white-haired birdman who was bound by an invisible force and had a face full of horror and anxiety. Standing next to him stood a young man wearing a tattered straw hat with an indifferent expression. Behind him, there was a blonde and blue-eyed woman who was unbelievably beautiful. This strange combination caused the brains of the 2 sentinels to go down in an instant. Who is it? Raise your hand now. Otherwise, don't kill them. One of the sentinels, under great pressure, shouted sharply. Although the other party's appearance is extremely strange, strange, as the guards of the dragon's nest, they will never allow any unauthorized existence to step into the base for half a step. Lin Mu glanced at the two of them, who looked nervous, like sentinels facing a great enemy, and shrugged their shoulders helplessly. It seems that the old Taoist's space teleportation is okay, but the way he appears is too high profile. At this moment, inside the base, several powerful auras were rushing towards this side at an extremely fast speed. The aura at the head was majestic and domineering, full of the coercion of dragon blood. It is the general manager of the dragon nest, the general of the dragon war. Before the person arrived, Long Zhan's full voice had already come from afar. Put down your weapons, that's not the enemy. The two sentries were stunned when they heard this, but they immediately carried out the order. Soon, Long Zhan's tall figure appeared on the tarmac. He first saw Lin Mu, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. This kid, go out, why do you feel even more incomprehensible? What's going on? Immediately, his eyes fell on Lilith, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump. The danger of this woman seems to have increased again. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the sealed Angelina, and his brows furrowed slightly. Where did this come from? Without waiting for him to ask, the space above the tarmac is distorted again. A figure wearing a simple Taoist robe and a fairy-like Taoist bone slowly emerged. It's the fifth guard wind. The moment he saw the appearance of the fifth guard wind, all the expressions on Dragon Zhan's face, the fifth rank dragon blood god of war, instantly froze. Instead, it is a kind of heartfelt, ultimate shock and reverence. No, fifth adult? Long Zhan's voice trembled slightly because of excitement. He never dreamed of it. This dragon has never seen the end, and the Chinese guardian saint who has disappeared for more than 10 years will actually come to the dragon's nest base. He quickly restrained all his breath and stepped forward quickly. Facing the fifth guard wind in midair, he respectfully performed a standard military salute. Xinhua Army, Dragon Battle. I have seen the fifth adult. His voice was loud and full of excitement. Stop! The two sentinels on the side had already been frightened by this sudden change and stood there in a daze. The fifth adult? That only exists in legends, the real sea god needle in China? I saw it with my own eyes. An emotion called honor instantly crushed all their sanity and left their brains blank. The fifth guard Feng nodded casually at Long Zhan, with a gentle smile on his face. The young man who was so sloppy back then has now grown into a pillar of the country who can stand on his own. When Long Zhan heard these words, he was so excited that his face turned red. The waist bar is straighter, but I don't know what to say, and I don't know where to put my hands. That look is very much like a little fan who was praised by an idol. However, what happened next was the scene. But let Long Zhan, and those two sentinels, almost glared at them. I saw the immortal wind Dao Bone in midair, overpowering the fifth great man in the world, slowly landed on the ground. He didn't look at Long Zhan again. Instead, he walked straight to the calm young man, and then, in everyone's ghostly gaze, the patron saint of China respectfully bowed to Lin Mu. That gesture was more humble and solemn than when Long Zhan saluted him. Immediately afterwards, a sentence that was enough to make Long Zhan suffer a myocardial infarction on the spot slowly came out of the mouth of the fifth guard Feng. Senior Lin, the old Taoist, will retire first. What the senior said, every word is jeweled, like a Daigo empowerment. I have asked the little boy Qingyue to write it all down. After the old Taoist goes back, he will definitely retreat and enlighten, and he will never live up to the guidance of his predecessors, let alone drag down the great cause of his predecessors in the future. Senior Lin, Daigo empowerment, never let it down, great cause, holding back. Dragon War's brain, with a buzz, completely exploded. Not bad, not bad. Rows of question marks floated by. He felt that his worldview was smashed hard at this moment. What did he hear? The fifth adult actually called a teenager who was less than 20 years old predecessor? And that tone, that posture. It is clearly the supreme respect that juniors have for their elders and students for their teachers. What the hell is going on? Long Zhan felt as if his heart had been smashed hard with a hammer. I almost didn't catch my breath and fell directly to the ground. He stared at Lin Mu intently, and then looked at the fifth guard with a solemn face. In my mind, there is only a piece of paste left. After the fifth guard Feng finished speaking, he did not stop any longer. After bowing respectfully to Lin Mu again, his figure turned into a cloud of green smoke and dissipated in place. But it left a shocking mystery enough to make everyone go crazy for the dragon's nest base. The entire tarmac fell into a dead silence. Long Zhan stood there blankly, his mouth slightly open and closed. There was a ho-ho sound in his throat, like a fish running out of water. He slowly turned his head. Look at the young man with a calm face again. In his eyes, there was no longer the previous scrutiny and appreciation. Only one remained. See the strangeness and of prehistoric behemoth's fear. His lips trembled, wanting to say something, but I found that I couldn't even pronounce a complete syllable. He felt that he was not facing a genius, not a demon. It's a rejuvenating, an indescribable ancient existence. A person who even the fifth adult must respectfully call him senior. Monster. Long Zhan felt that every heartbeat he had was as clear as a drum. He looked at Lin Mu in front of him. This teenager was regarded by him not long ago as the dragon of China and hope for the future. At this moment, it has become extremely strange and extremely distant. It seems to be separated by an insurmountable chasm. Predecessor. The fifth Wei Feng Lord actually called him senior. The dragon battle has been battle-hardened. What kind of scene has never been seen? The life and death struggle of rank 5 powerhouses, the siege of world-level monsters, and even witnessed the destruction of a country with their own eyes. He thinks that his mind has long been tempered as tenacious as steel, but today, his proud composure completely collapsed. Come and go in a hurry. He didn't even dare to look directly into Lin Mu's eyes anymore. Those calm eyes, in his opinion, seem to contain the vicissitudes in depth that penetrate through the ages. Long John swallowed his saliva with difficulty, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. After a long time, he stumbled and spoke in a dry voice. Lin, Forest, Lin Mu, small, little friend. He originally wanted to be like the fifth guard wind and call him senior, but he couldn't say these two words at all. In the end, it can only be called an extremely awkward little friend. Lin Mu looked at his ghostly expression and laughed secretly in his heart. It seems that the acting skills of this old Taoist priest are better than he imagined. Before leaving, he also added such a play to himself, and he couldn't directly fix the dragon war. However, that's fine. After saving yourself, you have to waste your words to explain some unnecessary things. Admiral Longzhan, is there anything wrong? Lin Mu's tone was very calm, as if nothing had happened just now. The calmer he was, the more Longzhan's heart was upset. Yes, something. Longzhan suddenly became excited, as if he remembered something important, and quickly broke free from the state of mental trance. He forcibly suppressed all the shock and horror in his heart, trying to make his voice sound more normal. Lin Mu Xiaoyu, there is an emergency. Oh, Lin Mu raised his eyebrows. Longzhan took a deep breath, sorted out his chaotic thoughts, and reported it at the fastest speed. Just now, the Blue Star Joint Council held a highest-level emergency meeting. Because of this world-destroying disaster event in the Kunlun Mountains, the impact is too great, and the world is shaken. In order to stabilize people's hearts and show the world the determination and strength of our human professions, Longzhan paused, and his voice became extremely solemn. The parliament decided to advance the Global Freshman Exchange Conference, originally scheduled to be held in Xinjiang, China, a month later. Day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Lin Mu frowned slightly when he heard this. The time was so tight, but it was a bit unexpected for him. Not only that, Longzhan continued, his face even more ugly. Under the joint pressure of the Free Federation and the Holy Church Kingdom, the location of the conference has also changed from our Xinjiang to Dongyi Ingwo, Dongying Kingdom? Lin Mu's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. He thought of Chizuru Miyamoto, who was frightened by himself and used him as a bait. It seems that this time I went to Dongying, maybe I could meet some acquaintances. So what? Lin Mu's reaction was still so flat that Longzhan went crazy. This is a major event related to the face of the country and the future allocation of resources. Why didn't this kid react at all? Perhaps in his eyes, this level of game is just a child playing house. The more Longzhan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and the helplessness in his heart deepened a little. He smiled bitterly and continued. Because of the urgency of time and the change of location, the original one-month Dragon Nest training camp has lost its meaning. Wei, I was planning to wait for you to come back and then directly announce the list of 10 people who will finally represent China. I didn't expect you. You came back so quickly. Longzhan looked at Lin Mu and asked tentatively. Lin Mu Xiaoyu, look, this final list. Just settle down. Lin Mu waved his hand, not caring. I'm not interested in who goes and who stays. He paused and added. However, that kid Chen Feng has to be counted as one. When Longzhan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Chen Feng? That kid is not weak in actual combat, and his strength is at an above-average level among the 50 Tianzhou. But he flattered well, all the way. If it weren't for Lin Mu, he would probably have been eliminated. Even if Lin Mu doesn't say it, according to the original rules, it will be included in the list. But since it was Senior Lin who spoke, Longzhan was also happy to sell personal favors. No problem. Chen Feng performed excellently in the previous assessment and deserved a place. Longzhan said categorically, his face was not red and his heart was not beating. Now that the training camp is over, then I will go back to Shangjing Academy first. On my side, there is still a third-rank task that I haven't done. After saying that, he was ready to leave with Lilith and Angelina. Longzhan quickly stopped him. Lin Mu Xiaoyu, don't rush to leave yet. The list will be announced soon. You have to show up and meet the other students, right? Longzhan looked at Lin Mu, and a smile on his face was more ugly than crying. Little friend, please come with me. The students are all in the base hall. Lin Mu thought about it, but it didn't matter. Anyway, when I go back to Xinjiang, I want them to send it. Not bad for a while. Lead the way. Longzhan hurriedly led the way in front. It's just that his steps seem a little vain. The two sentinels behind him disappeared from sight until the figures of Longzhan and Lin Mu disappeared. Only then did he suddenly come back to his senses and gasped heavily. The two looked at each other, and both saw the ultimate fear and, from each other's eyes, a feeding frenzy. Is it for the fifth adult and that senior? honor. Salute? It seems. Yes, I feel my life. It's worth it. The central hall of the Dragon's Nest base. It was originally a place for students to conduct tactical deductions and mission briefings, but now it has been transformed into a temporary classroom. 30 Tianjiao passed many assessments and stood out from all over the country. At this moment, they were all like elementary school students, sitting neatly in several rows. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Even around them, there were many internal soldiers wearing the uniforms of the Dragon Nest base. Everyone's eyes were hotly focused on the podium at the front. There, a man was dancing with his hands, spitting and passionately delivering his speech. Wait, it's Chen Feng, Director Chen. Alright, students. About our chief on the top of Kunlun Mountain. How to kill the world-class boss in seconds while chatting and laughing. How to force back the shocking deeds of the Fortune Peak powerhouses of various countries in one sentence. I will briefly talk about it here. Chen Feng cleared his throat and took a sip of water, with a preacher-like divine brilliance on his face. He looked at the cadets and soldiers below who were fascinated by what they were doing, their faces full of shock and admiration, and nodded in satisfaction. The atmosphere is already in place. It's time to take the most crucial step. He slammed the podium, and his voice suddenly rose an octave. Dear students, friends, yes, presumably, everyone has now clearly realized that the strength of our chief has exceeded the limits of mortal imagination. He is the god who walks in the world, is the only beacon that illuminates our way forward. Offstage, a gunfighter genius from other academies with a resolute personality stood up excitedly. Director Chen is right. The chief is my faith. That's right. Follow the chief to have a future. Another, lay mage genius who was born in an ancient family and had always had a higher eye than the top, also echoed. Chen Feng pressed his hand and motioned for everyone to be quiet. I know that everyone is very excited now, and they are eager to follow the chief and bask in his brilliance. But, Chen Feng changed his mind, and his expression became extremely serious. What a great being is the chief. Are you ordinary people who can follow you if you want to? If you want to be the chief's followers, you guys are not qualified enough. These words were like a basin of cold water poured on everyone's heads. The people who were still excited just now wilted in an instant, and their faces showed loss and unwillingness. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng smiled secretly in his heart. Very good. The first step of PUA, the suppression, has been successful. Next, the second step is to give hope. Chen Feng's voice sounded again, like the sound of nature. Although the chief is as magnificent as a mountain, he also has a benevolent heart and is willing to give everyone who sincerely follows him a chance. And me. Chen Feng puffed out his chest, his face full of pride and pride. I, the chief hand-picked director of the Logistics Support Department, and the only designated person in charge of the Loot Recovery Office, and the director of the International Bait Management Office, Chen Feng. Now, I officially announce a good news to everyone. He paused, whetted everyone's appetite, and then announced loudly in a very inflammatory tone. Chief Confidant, the first core student training course, now starts. Official enrollment. He took a look at the huge sack behind him with the words for the chief minister printed on it. Took out a large stack of pre-printed registration forms that exuded ink. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, it was thrown into the crowd. Places are limited. Only 10 people are recruited. First come, first served. If you want to report it quickly. As long as you pass my strict assessment and become an official student of this training course, you will have the opportunity to learn the real chief confidant. You will learn how to talk in front of the chief and do the right thing. You will understand what true loyalty and dedication are. At that time, let alone a mere global freshman exchange conference, even if I follow the chief to conquer the sea of stars in the future and reach the top of the world, I will not have a chance. What are you waiting for? What are you still hesitating about? Do you want to be a mediocre talent who can only look up to the back of the chief for the rest of your life? I don't want to. If you don't want to, sign up quickly. Chen Feng spat and passionately promoted his course. That appearance is like a charlatan who sells success learning in the streets and alleys. However, his set has a fatal attraction to these geniuses who have been completely impressed by Lin Mu's strong strength. A formation master, student who looked a little thin, wore glasses, and had performed mediocrely in the assessment before. But, the first one picked up a registration form from the ground, as if he had grabbed some peerless treasure, and rushed to the podium excitedly. Shun, Director Chen, can I sign up now? I'm willing to take out 500,000 new star coins. His voice was trembling. Of course. Chen Feng patted him on the shoulder amiably and said with a "I'm optimistic about you" expression. This classmate, I see that you have a clear bone, and your eyes are full of thirst for knowledge, and you are a material that can be made. As long as you are sincere enough to the chief, you will have the opportunity to become one of us. I'm signing up. I will definitely sign up. The words fell. The student was so excited that his face turned red and he almost knelt down for Chen Feng on the spot. I want to sign up too. Director Chen, leave me a spot. Don't squeeze. That one is mine. With the first leader, except for a few top-notch students, the rest of the students could no longer hold back. They flocked to the scattered registration forms like crazy, in order to snatch a small piece of paper. These proud sons of heaven, who usually have higher eyes than the top and are arrogant, even do not hesitate to fight. What family demeanor, what military glory. At this moment, they were all thrown out of the clouds. The scene was once very chaotic, comparable to a large-scale star-chasing scene. Even those dragon nest soldiers who were originally just watching the fun. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't stand the temptation of reaching the top of the world. Sneakily, he picked up a crumpled registration form from the ground and carefully stuffed it into his arms. Long John led Lin Mu, Lilith, and Angelina to the door of the hall. What I saw was such a magical scene. He stumbled under his feet and almost couldn't stand still. He is proud of the Dragon's Nest base, which brings together the top talents in China. How? Why is it almost becoming Lin Mu's personal religious place? It's too outrageous, isn't it? He looked at Chen Feng, who was still talking and inciting people's hearts on the podium, and the corners of his eyes jumped wildly. This bastard is simply a talent. If you don't engage in pyramid schemes, you are really a talent. Ahem. Long John couldn't stand it anymore and coughed heavily twice. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted throughout the hall. In an instant, the entire noisy hall seemed to have been pressed the pause button. Everyone's movements froze in place. They mechanically turned their heads. When I saw the three figures at the door, especially when I saw Lin Mushy with a calm face, as if he didn't see anything, all the students, as if they had been shocked, stood up suddenly. The fanatical expression on his face instantly converged and became extremely respectful and disturbed. Chen Feng shouted in his heart. Finished. Private tutoring class, caught by the main owner. In the hall, the needle can be heard. The proud sons of heaven who were fighting for a few registration forms just now. At this moment, they all looked like elementary school students who were caught by the teacher passing notes in class. One by one, they lowered their heads and didn't dare to take a breath. Especially those Dragon Nest soldiers who secretly stuffed the registration form into their pockets. They couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. On the podium, Chen Feng's smile froze on his face. He looked at Lin Mu at the door, and a layer of fine cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. It's over. Before the official start of the class, he was personally seized by the chief with the leader. This impression can't be deducted? Cough. Long John looked at this group of good students who became well-behaved in an instant, and his heart was angry and funny. He cleared his throat, stepped onto the podium, and swept across the audience with his eyes majestic. What do they all look like? This is the Dragon's Nest base. It is a place to cultivate top combat power for the country. It's not your messy vegetable market. The voice of the dragon battle contained the coercion of the rank 5 powerhouses, which made everyone's hearts tremble. Chen Feng was so excited that he quickly jumped off the podium and stood up straight. What? Confidant study you are doing. The idea is good, but the form is too outrageous. Long John glared at him and said angrily, from now on, disband. Everyone, return to the team. Yes, General Dragon. Chen Feng cried and responded. He secretly said in his heart that the great cause he created for the chief had not even begun, and he declared bankruptcy. However, he thought about it and was relieved again. Since the chief did not go crazy on the spot, it shows that he still has a little bit of recognition for his propaganda work. Well, it must be. I, Chen Feng, am still the most loyal licking of the chief. Ah no, confidant. Long John looked at the group of dejected students in the audience, and his heart was also helpless. He knew that after the Battle of Kunlun Mountain, Lin Mu's status in the hearts of these Tianjiu is already like a god. It is impossible to get them back to normal. He didn't bother to talk anymore. Okay, don't gossip. The voice of the dragon battle became serious. Due to special circumstances, the exchange meeting time was moved forward to the day after tomorrow. Now, I announce that the special training camp of the Dragon Nest is officially over. In the end, the list of 10 people who represented me in China and went to Dongyi Ingwo to participate in the Global Freshman Exchange Conference is now announced. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. This is the final moment that will determine their fate. Long John took out a list that had already been drawn up from his arms. Whoever reads the name, come out. 2. 10th place, East China Sea Machinery City, Weijia. Hearing his name, Weijia in the crowd shook his body suddenly. He slowly raised his head, his eyes full of complexity. There is the joy of the rest of the life after the disaster, the fear of Lin Mu, and a hint of faint humiliation. He, the young master of the East China Sea Machinery City, was once proud? Now, he can only barely squeeze into this team as the 10th place. Weijia didn't even dare to look at Lin Mu. He also knew that his place could be kept entirely because Lin Mu was too lazy to care about him. Otherwise, when the Gobi was silent, he would already be a dead man. He took a deep breath and walked out of the queue with heavy steps. 9th place, Shengjing Academy, Xiong Zining. 8th place, Shengjing Academy, Thunder. The two people from Shengjing Academy looked at each other, both breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly walked out of the lineup. Their strength is already upstream among everyone, and it is reasonable to be selected. 7th place, Xuanzhen Sect, Lu Hongqi. A slender figure, a handsome face, and a navy blue Taoist robe, with a kind smile, walked out calmly. He is from the Taoist branch, the descendant of the Xuanzhen sect, and the Dangang Walker, of LV.33. 6th place, Jinchuan Party Family, Tang Yao, a girl with sharp eyebrows and obvious limb lines, neat and outstanding. The orange-red broken hair with a high ponytail is like a leaping flame, holding a pair of purple iron crutches. She is the most outstanding genius of the generation of the Jinchuan Party Family. She is the granddaughter of Deng Dahong, the current head of the party family, the peak master of the 4th rank. 5th place, Xingjing Academy, Chen Feng. Director Chen met the envious eyes of everyone, held his head high, and strode out of the ranks. As the names were read out, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more tense. Those students whose names were not pronounced also turned pale little by little. They knew that they had missed out on this glory. 4th place, Shengjing Academy, Song Bingyu. When Song Bingyu heard this, her delicate body trembled slightly. She raised her head and glanced at Lin Mu, who was standing next to Long Zhan with a calm face. Biting his lip, he silently walked out of the queue. If you can get the 4th, instead of being at the end like Weijia, I am afraid that you will also be stained with the light of the same Shengjing Academy. 3rd place, Jinghua Army Dragon Battalion, Xiao Lai. Xiao Lai's face was resolute, and there was no trace of arrogance in his eyes. He walked out of the queue, fought at the dragon, and gave a standard military salute. Then, he turned to Lin Mu and lowered his head slightly. This action shocked everyone present. Even the trump card of the Zhenghua army showed a gesture of submission to this teenager. 2nd place, Hao Jing Luo family, Luo Tian. Long Zhan deliberately did not talk about Shengjing Academy this time, but used Luo Tian's family background because there were too many students in the academy who entered the list and he was embarrassed to read it himself. Luo Tian walked out, still indifferent, but his eyes always stayed on Lin Mu. He was curious to know where this guy's limits were. Now, there is only one last spot left. Everyone's eyes were focused on the list in Long Zhan's hand. It also focuses on Chen Feng, who has been like an outsider from beginning to end. Everyone knows, with Chen Feng's strength, not to mention the top 10, it is dangerous to enter the 15th. But by the way, he followed Lin Mu and mixed up amazing points. Long Zhan looked at everyone's complicated eyes, cleared his throat, and slowly spoke. The 1st place is also they, of the Chinese team in this exchange conference captain.